Qi Yan woke up suddenly from a nightmare, drenched in cold sweat that soaked through his cotton pajamas. His heart was still pounding wildly, each beat like the irregular rhythm of a chaotic drumbeat. Trembling, he opened his eyes to see the warm orange glow of the bedside lamp. The living room outside was brightly lit as well. He reached out and touched the jade pendant hanging around his neck before letting out a quiet sigh of relief. He had dreamt that he was back in college. When Qi Yan was in university, he lived in a dormitory where 4 people shared one room with bunk beds, no bathroom inside. The shower, washroom, and toilets were all down the hallway, set up periodically between rooms. In his dream, he went out to use the toilet and returned to find the dorm room door locked. He frantically shouted and pounded on the door, but no one opened it. He called out the names of his roommates saying, "It's me, Qi Yan, open the door." But nothing worked. He could hear sounds from inside the room, and somehow vaguely see what was happening inside. He saw his 3 roommates within, but there was another, Qi Yan, in there too. That, Qi Yan, said, "Don't open the door, the person outside isn't human." His roommates, who were with him day and night, stood next to that thing and kept him locked out. The Qi Yan, hidden behind them, seemed to notice him. Suddenly, it looked up, mouth wide open, and grinned. It was at this moment that Qi Yan woke up in fright. Qi Yan wasn't a staunch materialist, or perhaps he was not a materialist at all. He didn't have supernatural abilities, nor did he possess the yin-yang eye often depicted in novels and TV shows, which allowed one to see ghosts and spirits, but he could sense their presence. They lurked nearby, surrounding him, filled with malice. He had been able to sense these presences for a long time, but all he felt was fear. He dared not tell anyone until he was 10 years old, when someone pushed him down the stairs in a mall. Luckily, there were no major injuries, but the mall surveillance footage showed no one near him. It was as if he had fallen on his own. When his grandmother came to take care of him in the hospital and changed his clothes, she found a tiny, almost invisible red palm print on his back. She was horrified and began taking this matter seriously, watching over him day and night in the hospital. As soon as his condition improved, she took him to visit a famous Taoist temple. Qi Yan still clearly remembered the faceless Taoist priest binding a red safety rope around his wrist and solemnly advising, "Stay far away from those things, they want to kill you and take your place." At that time, Qi Yan was still young and didn't fully understand. A month later, after returning home, the safety rope broke into 2 pieces during dinner one day. The broken ends were charred black, as if someone had burned it with a cigarette. His grandmother was shocked and hurriedly brought him back to the same Taoist priest, but this time the priest refused to meet them. Instead, a disciple delivered a message. Qi Yan was naturally weak in constitution, and the priest's powers weren't enough to protect him. He suggested they seek help from someone more capable. No matter how much they pleaded, the priest would no longer meet Qi Yan. In the end, the priest only had a private talk with his grandmother. Afterward, his grandmother emerged with red-rimmed eyes, having obviously cried. She tried seeking other masters, but since the original priest was known for his great skill and seniority, many Taoist temples wouldn't even attempt it when hearing that even that master considered himself inadequate. If it weren't for his grandmother's unwavering care during that period, Qi Yan might have already died. Because of the accident at the mall, he stayed at home and rested under the close supervision of an elder, avoiding many dangers. Later, upon hearing something unknown, his grandmother sought help from her family and managed to obtain an ancestral heirloom, a jade amulet, which was worn by Qi Yan, tied with the safety rope. This finally improved the situation. Qi Yan still sensed those ever-present, unshakable stares, and sometimes even heard meaningless syllables filled with ill intentions, yet some kind of invisible barrier seemed to separate him from them, preventing these beings from easily approaching him or causing tangible harm. But recently, the protective power of the jade appeared to be weakening. Qi Yan could feel that those entities were getting closer and closer, becoming increasingly brazen. When Qi Yan was 9, his parents died in a car accident. He had been raised by his grandparents ever since. In his sophomore year, his grandfather passed away, followed by his grandmother last autumn, leaving only his uncle in the family. His uncle was preoccupied with work and was not particularly close to him. He dismissed the idea that Qi Yan was frail and prone to attracting malevolent spirits, despite his grandmother's concerns. While he couldn't outright stop these efforts due to respect for the elders, he never supported them either. Thus, now Qi Yan could only rely on himself to find ways to save his life. Fortunately, his parents left him a house and savings, and he also owned shares in his uncle's company. His maternal grandparents were affluent, and his grandmother, who had lost her daughter, showed him special favoritism. She never touched the inheritance Qi Yan received from his parents and invested it wisely for him. After her passing, she also left a significant portion of her own assets to Qi Yan, ensuring that he would not struggle financially. Despite this, Qi Yan lived under an ever-present shadow of fear, constantly worrying about meeting a violent death. Unlike most people who craved success and fame, he was indifferent to those pursuits after graduation, opting instead for a mundane job related to his field of study and working methodically without ambition. Qi Yan pulled out his phone and glanced at the time, 3:59. Strangely, every time he woke up startled from a nightmare, the clock always read 3:59. However, having experienced numerous supernatural incidents throughout his life, he no longer paid much attention to such trivial details. All he wanted was to avoid harm. With sleep now impossible, he picked up his phone and scrolled through the usual apps, browsing the playful banter and updates of netizens' lives. Watching friends share their family squabbles and daily routines, he felt as though he'd regained some human warmth. Gradually, his blood circulation improved, and his rapidly beating heart began to slow down, reviving him as if from the dead. Thus, he spent time until 7 a.m., when sunlight streamed through the window. Qi Yan got up, turned off the bedside lamp and the living room light, and prepared to wash up. The house his parents left him was located in the city but on the darker side, with poor lighting. Qi Yan always believed his life depended on sunshine, finding the most ease and happiness under warm and brilliant sunrays. During those moments, the unseen presences around him seemed fewer. Therefore, he rented out that house and moved into a sunny apartment near his workplace. Before signing the lease, he carefully consulted someone knowledgeable in feng shui, choosing the building with the strongest yang energy and most balanced geomancy. While ordinary people might ignore these factors, Qi Yan regarded them highly. Thankfully, because of his lifelong experiences, he had become adept at spotting charlatans. He could usually discern within moments whether someone genuinely possessed abilities or was merely pretending. Due to his peculiar circumstances, Qi Yan harbored a strong aversion to mirrors, ponds, wells, and other objects heavy with yin energy or associated with strange phenomena. Although aware that plastic was unhealthy for humans, he insisted on using plastic bowls and utensils during meals, simply because industrial synthetic products devoid of spiritual properties made it harder for malevolent beings to attach themselves. Still, it was impossible not to have a single mirror at home. He needed one occasionally to tidy himself up so as not to appear disheveled at work. Therefore, he deliberately consulted someone knowledgeable and installed a mirror in the most appropriate place inside his home. After washing up, Qi Yan stood before the mirror adjusting his hair. Suddenly, he saw the reflection of Qi Yan lift its head, open its mouth wide, and grin at him. Panicking, Qi Yan dropped the comb, grabbed his briefcase, and rushed out of the door. Even sitting in the elevator, his heart still pounded with fear. Luckily, it was rush hour. This neighborhood, close to the CBD, was bustling and conveniently located, with high rent costs. Most residents were office workers, so the elevators were always packed with people at this time, carrying faint traces of breakfast aromas. The lively atmosphere once again brought Qi Yan back from the fleeting terror. He touched the jade pendant hanging around his neck, increasingly aware of the urgency of his situation. Though he had yet to suffer any direct harm, the frequency of such eerie events had clearly risen recently. It was only a matter of time before the jade lost its protective power. He had to find a new way to protect himself before then. Realizing this, Qi Yan pulled out his phone and requested leave from work. Chapter 2, The Likeness of a Malevolent Ghost. This current job of Qi Yan's had one major advantage: it wasn't very stressful, the tasks were few, and taking temporary leave was relatively easy. Of course, correspondingly, the salary and benefits weren't as good, and the room for promotion was limited. But Qi Yan didn't dare to take on a high-pressure job that often required overtime. He knew if he didn't get enough rest and his energy waned, those things would more easily attach themselves to him. Being able to live peacefully like this was already quite decent. He drove directly towards Shiming Mountain outside the city. There was a Taoist temple on Shiming Mountain, which was relatively famous even within the province, receiving plenty of offerings in normal times. A Taoist priest surnamed Zhang lived there, who had considerable skill. Qi Yan had consulted him for advice when selecting and arranging his apartment. Halfway through the journey, the sky suddenly turned dark, followed by distant thunder rumbling. Qi Yan felt a faint uneasiness in his heart and stepped on the gas pedal. He never liked overcast and rainy days without sunlight. These were the times when those things became particularly rampant. Besides, the outskirts were sparsely populated, making it harder for him to defend himself. Fortunately, it was early morning, a time of renewal and vitality. Despite seeing someone gesturing for a ride on the side of the road, Qi Yan didn't stop but instead sped up. The person didn't try to collide with him either, whether because of the morning or Qi Yan's exaggerated worry, since such an isolated spot on a national highway rarely saw hitchhikers. Like an ordinary person in a supernatural film, Qi Yan couldn't usually see strange phenomena, but when those things wanted him to notice them for various reasons, he naturally could. As soon as he entered the precincts of the Taoist temple, Qi Yan felt a sense of ease from within. Whether it was psychological or not, here the sensation of being watched and the malice lessened somewhat. Since it was a weekday, there weren't many people in the temple. Qi Yan went straight to the courtyard, familiar with the way, and knocked on the wooden door of the second room on the left. A 15 or 16-year-old young disciple lived inside, a distant relative of Taoist priest Zhang and his disciple. He studied in the city during weekdays but returned to the temple to help out on weekends and during summer and winter vacations. The disciple recognized Qi Yan, unsurprised by his arrival, and said naturally, "I'll tell the master." Taoist Zhang looked to be in his mid-40s, somewhat stout, and bore little resemblance to the ethereal image of the worldly transcendence most people imagined. However, Qi Yan knew he possessed some genuine skills. When Qi Yan first returned to work in Shiming City, he hadn't yet moved into the current apartment. His parents' home was rented out, so instead, he rented a one-bedroom, one-living-room apartment near his workplace. That apartment seemed open and bright, but in reality, it wasn't as clean as it appeared. After living there for 2 weeks, something started to follow Qi Yan. Although he was able to sense the lurking presence around him and often encountered unsettling situations when low on energy, he wasn't frequently troubled by specific things, like in horror movies. Back then, utterly confused and searching everywhere for solutions, it was this Taoist Zhang who ultimately helped resolve the problem and picked him a new residence. During that time, Qi Yan also realized that Lingyu Jade had consecutively shielded him from 3 life and death crises. Its protective effect, however, seemed to grow weaker afterward. Qi Yan explained his intention to Taoist Zhang, recounting all the peculiar events he'd faced recently, including that morning. He hopefully asked if there were any other objects or methods to replace the Lingyu Jade for protection. Yet deep down, Qi Yan knew the chances were slim. Even after many years, he vaguely remembered how many people his grandparents had sought out, and the efforts they exerted to find information about such jade. By coincidence, an heirloom of this kind existed in his maternal grandmother's family, allowing her to exchange it more easily for Qi Yan's sake. One could guess that similar jades were rare, and obtaining items at the same level to safeguard his peace wouldn't be easy. Most people possessing such things lacked nothing except lifespan, so exhausting all his resources might still leave him unable to acquire another piece. If Zhang Dao merely provided some clues today and gave him temporary survival tips, it would already be excellent. But Zhang Tao didn't disappoint him. After pondering for a moment, he slowly replied, "It's lucky you came today. If you had come just a couple of days ago, I probably wouldn't have been able to guide you properly. Now I do know a method." Zhang Tao pulled out his phone, tapped a few buttons, and handed it to Qi Yan, asking, "Do you know this person?" On the phone was a photo of a young man. Dressed neatly in a crisp white shirt and black pants, he wore a slightly retro leather watch on his wrist. His face was strikingly handsome and sharp, yet his gaze toward the camera was gentle and modest. The man stood out in both appearance and demeanor, easily leaving an impression. Qi Yan felt a sense of familiarity and, after some thought, said, "Yi Yingji." The Yi family held significant influence and renown in Lin City's Shiming area. Shiming City, an eastern economic hub, was even more prosperous than Suching City. As a result, Qi Yan's uncle gradually moved his company's headquarters to Shiming City and later relocated Qi Yan's grandparents there after Qi Yan started university. Qi Yan often returned during winter and summer breaks to spend time with his grandparents, so he had some memory of his face. Taoist Zhang tapped his phone screen, exited the photo, and handed it over again. On the screen now was a news article with the headline, "At 7 a.m. today, Mr. Yi Yingji of the Yi Group passed away due to illness." Qi Yan faintly remembered hearing that his uncle's company had business dealings with the Yi family at some point. He forgot when or from whom, but this Mr. Yi Yingji was familiar to those in Shiming City as Third Master Yi, indicating perhaps the third son but, in reality, the actual controller of the Yi family. Rumors had it that Yi Yingji suffered poor health since childhood, which made others cautious not to disturb him and certainly not to anger him. Though his early death wasn't unexpected, it still came as a shock. Qi Yan himself had never personally met Yi Yingji or had any dealings with him. Qi Yan scrutinized the attached photo in the report again, noticing indeed how pale Yi Yingji looked even in front of the camera. It seemed Yi Yingji rarely took photos, all reports mentioning him included only this single clear image. Seeing Qi Yan's expression, Taoist Zhang asked, "Do you know him?" Qi Yan shook his head. "No. I know him, but he doesn't know me." He turned back to Taoist Zhang. "Why are you showing me this, master?" Taoist Zhang explained, "This morning, I sensed that you would come. While reading the news, I came across this gentleman's photo and realized that he bears what legends call, the likeness of a malevolent ghost. At first, I doubted it, as such an occurrence is rare, perhaps once in a millennium, but after checking his background, combining his birth and death dates, and considering his extraordinary yet short life, my certainty grew." Qi Yan, puzzled, asked, "What exactly is the likeness of a malevolent ghost?" Taoist Zhang replied, "I've only read about it in records, having never encountered it myself. Records describe individuals bearing this trait as being surrounded by a thick aura of evil and calamity, causing spirits to retreat. Their fates swing dramatically, unbridled by any restrictions. However, because their destiny aligns with ghosts rather than humans, they usually die young." Having interacted multiple times with Qi Yan, Taoist Zhang felt quite familiar with him and spoke relatively casually. Still, he paused before continuing, "When I saw this Mr. Yi, it occurred to me that your fate might be linked to his for salvation. But the method I'm about to tell you isn't from orthodox Taoist teachings, it's something I accidentally learned from ancient inscriptions. So, I can share this with you, but you mustn't tell anyone that I was the one who told you." The condition was simple, such bizarre matters wouldn't be believed even if Qi Yan shared them voluntarily. Desperate for survival, Qi Yan quickly promised, "All right, I absolutely won't say anything." Taoist Zhang nodded. "Find a way to obtain Mr. Ye's ashes, carry them with you, and daily worship his memorial tablet at home. This will suppress ordinary demons and prevent them from coming near." The idea of carrying someone's ashes around sounded strange and unsettling, causing Qi Yan to hesitate. "This." Taoist Zhang remained silent for a moment, then turned back and handed him 2 peace talismans. "Whether you use this method is entirely up to you. If you want to try, give it a shot." In truth, Qi Yan was already intrigued. Since he could remember, his world had been different from others, and as the jade lost its essence, his future would only become more perilous. Given the current situation, it was worth trying anything, even an unconventional remedy like this. But he still questioned, will this affect Mr. Yi in any way? Taoist Zhang waved dismissively. It's not like he's an orphan spirit or a resentful ghost. Once people die, what difference does it make? Chapter 3, Funeral. Qi Yan received the words of Taoist Zhang, and his heart was slightly comforted. If originally everything before him was shrouded in a mist, now he at least saw a target within that fog. Although getting Yi Yingji's ashes wouldn't be easy. When he drove home, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Since it was an overcast day, the room seemed a bit dark. Due to the nightmares last night, he hadn't slept much, and Qi Yan now felt sleepiness overwhelming him. After changing clothes simply, he lay on the bed and closed his eyes. In that state between dreaming and waking, he heard rustling sounds as if someone was walking back and forth in slippers. He tried hard to open his eyes but saw nothing. He thought the room was too dark and wanted to turn on the light. His consciousness was clear, but his body couldn't move even a finger, this feeling many people have experienced, which scientific articles explain, but what can be explained by science for others may not apply to him. Qi Yan focused all his attention on the jade pendant hanging from his chest, gradually finding it harder to breathe. Suddenly, the walking sound disappeared from the floor, and his body regained consciousness. He heard his phone ringing beside his pillow, he didn't know how long it had been ringing. He quickly picked it up, and the caller ID showed Uncle. Hello, Uncle, is there anything? While speaking, he especially noticed the dryness in his throat. While talking on the phone, Qi Yan got out of bed with a cup and went to the kitchen to fetch water. His uncle Du Mingjing exchanged pleasantries with him, asking about his recent condition, then quickly came to the point, Xiaoyan, come back next weekend. It's Yi-san's funeral. I'm abroad doing business and cannot return. You accompany your aunt to attend. Take the opportunity to get to know some people. It's always beneficial. Qi Yan wasn't particularly close to his uncle, but they also didn't have any estrangement. He knew clearly that in his uncle's mind, he was probably the archetype of good-for-nothing, contentedly staying in a job with no future without making any progress. The older generation's thinking never strayed far from more friends, more opportunities. Those who were invited to Yi Yingji's funeral must hold some significance, so making acquaintance with a couple of them would be good. Of course, the main reason was that his cousin was studying abroad currently, and his uncle found none of aunt's relatives worthy. Therefore, having someone accompany his aunt on such occasions was better. Under normal circumstances, Qi Yan would keep a distance from any funerals, even that of an emperor. This time, however, it felt like someone handed him a pillow just when he was dozing off. Excessively tired, Qi Yan unknowingly fell into a deep sleep for more than 5 hours. By the time he woke up, it was already dusk. A face appeared outside the kitchen window, showing him a bizarre smile. Qi Yan hastily looked down, pretending not to see, and walked out of the kitchen. After touching the jade hanging on his chest, he didn't hesitate and answered, "All right, I'll go. I'll contact Auntie directly later." His uncle was rather surprised by his compliance, assuming he had suddenly come to his senses. After a few more instructions, he hung up the phone. The express bus from Shiming City to Shiming City takes 1 hour and 57 minutes, and there is a regular schedule starting at 6:30 in the morning, arriving around 8:30. Since it was summer, and daylight broke early, Qi Yan dared not drive himself. He carefully put away the 2 safety amulets drawn by Taoist Zhang, packed his simple luggage in a backpack, and bought a ticket to Shiming City. Obviously, compared to driving, the long-distance bus had more passengers, creating a more lively atmosphere and thus naturally making him feel safer. After reaching Shiming City, Auntie had arranged a driver to take him directly to the cemetery. Even though they rarely met, each meeting with his uncle gave a sense of familial bloodlines, while his aunt felt more like a stranger without any relationship. Since it was a special occasion, she did not wear makeup but could still be seen well taken care of despite her age. Her clothing was also very appropriate. When she spoke with Qi Yan, she was gentle and courteous, just like welcoming a guest who was her younger relative. On such an occasion, no one dared to speak loudly, nor anyone dared to push forward. Everyone was cautious, almost breathing quietly. Qi Yan stood behind his aunt at a somewhat backward position, raising his head and seeing the black wooden coffin placed prominently in front, along with the black and white photograph hung in the front. Just a distant glance, Qi Yan lowered his head, muttering silently, secretly praying, "Mr. Yi, should you be in heaven, please give me this once, lend me your ashes. I will definitely honor you daily, burn incense for you during holidays, saving a life is better than building a 7-tier pagoda. By helping me this once, you will surely reach the Western paradise or enjoy peace in heaven forever." During the moment of tribute and mourning, Qi Yan followed the crowd sincerely in observing silence. Auntie wasn't close to him, and after spending too much time together, both of them felt awkward. Thus, she didn't pay too much attention to him. After the ceremony ended, Qi Yan got a chance and quietly slipped away toward the cremation area. Getting Yi Yingji's ashes turned out to be simpler than he had imagined. He told a staff member who seemed directly in charge that he was Yi Yingji's classmate and had once promised him to scatter his ashes into the sea after his death. He asked if it would be possible to get a small amount of ashes for convenience, then secretly handed over 2 packs of high-quality cigarettes and several banknotes he had prepared. The man accepted the gifts without questioning what Qi Yan said and readily agreed. This person, having worked at the crematorium for a long time, held some superstitious beliefs but wasn't overly respectful toward ghostly matters. To him, death erased everything, ashes were merely remnants of burned bodies. Allowing Qi Yan a small portion didn't feel like betraying any secrets. Even though it might appear somewhat disrespectful to the deceased, when Qi Yan explained that the ashes were meant for the ocean, the worker simply chose to believe him, considering it an act of kindness. With no other concerns left, this matter stayed private between them. Qi Yan wandered around outside for a moment. Before Ye's family arrived to claim the ashes, the worker came out and handed him a small paper package. After receiving his uncle's call 2 days ago, Qi Yan visited a nearby incense store as instructed by Taoist Zhang and ordered a spirit tablet. He also purchased from the market a mini porcelain bottle pendant roughly the size of a teenager's little finger joint. The spirit tablet was already placed back at home, while the porcelain bottle had been carried with him at all times. He found a secluded spot, rolled a safety charm into a small tube similar in size, poured the ashes entirely into the paper tube, then inserted it into the porcelain bottle, tightening the cap securely. He hung the porcelain bottle on the safety rope beside his jade amulet so that it rested next to the spirit jade. From afar, it looked just like an elegant decoration. After his uncle's family moved to Shiming City, Qi Yan's grandparents were invited to live there during his university years. Later, they passed away and were buried together in that land. Since he was already at the cemetery, Qi Yan decided to visit his grandparents' graves. He mentioned this to Auntie, who excused herself by saying her husband wasn't around and there were still household matters to deal with, so she couldn't accompany him. Qi Yan gracefully let her go and stated that he'd bought a ticket back to Shiming City and could return on his own after visiting the graves. On either side of the cemetery grew lush cypress trees, creating a solemn and heavy atmosphere. Although the cemetery exuded dense yin energy, since it carried the genuine mourning emotions of the living, its qi remained pure. Qi Yan didn't fear coming here. Holding white chrysanthemums and cleaning supplies he bought earlier, he followed his memory and located his grandparents' tombstone. Speaking to them about his recent life in soft murmurs, he placed the flowers down, cleaned the tombstone carefully, and replaced the wilted chrysanthemums from the last visit with fresh ones, aligning them neatly before noticing the time and preparing to leave. As he turned back along the same path, the moment he walked away, the smiling black and white photo of the elders on the gravestone suddenly became somber. Carefully observing, their gaze toward their departing grandson's back revealed a hint of deep worry and fear. But Qi Yan couldn't see it. And neither did he notice the shadowy human figure faintly clinging to his back. Chapter 4, The Return Journey. By the time Qi Yan arrived at the bus station, it was already past 6 in the afternoon. Thankfully, it was summer and the sky was still a brilliant gold, though that gold had deepened considerably, losing the clarity and vitality of dawn and instead giving an unwarranted impression of richness and melancholy. The ticket he had purchased was for a 7 o'clock evening departure, but as 10 minutes to 7 approached, there was still no sign of the bus. At 15 past 7, a station official arranged for them to board another vehicle. This bus still had 5 or 6 empty seats and would also reach Shiming City, albeit taking longer due to additional stops at small stations and counties along the way, extending what should have been a 2-hour journey into over 3 hours. The official said those who chose to board this bus could get a fare adjustment, or if they wished not to switch, they could wait further under uncertain scheduling times. Qi Yan considered that both options did not vary too much in waiting time, at least boarding this slower bus guaranteed eventual arrival home, whereas waiting for rescheduling could mean indefinite delays. So, he boarded the vehicle and took a window seat toward the back. A sturdy middle-aged man in a casual jacket soon sat beside him. Upon noticing this, Qi Yan shifted further inward. He easily got car sick when not well rested, and today's long journey had left him extremely tense, with barely proper sustenance all day. Now he felt an impending headache and decided to rest by closing his eyes, propping his head against the window. Before he knew it, he had drifted off. In a half-dream, half-awake state, he faintly noticed the bus braking and passengers moving around while getting off, yet remained in a drowsy haze unable to fully wake up. When he finally came to completely, it was pitch dark outside. The heavy night enveloped everything, merging with the distant darker outline of mountains, pressing towards people like shadows. Qi Yan pulled out his phone. It was already 10:20 p.m. They must be nearing Shiming City. The return route differed from the one going out, so he wasn't familiar with it. Only about 7 or 8 people remained on the bus, all presumably heading for Shiming like him. The burly middle-aged man who previously sat next to him must have relocated earlier, perhaps finding the previous seating too cramped. He sat in the second-to-last row now, behind which was a higher connected rear seat. Other than him, everyone else sat further forward, scattered throughout the carriage. After browsing his phone a bit, feeling increasingly drowsy, Qi Yan turned off the screen intending to put it away. As he did so, the black screen faintly reflected the dim light from the streetlights outside, revealing the face of someone sitting behind him, pale complexion, flat features, devoid of any expression, and a pair of eyes staring straight at him. At the sight, Qi Yan's whole body went rigid with fear. Pretending nothing was wrong, he nervously picked up his phone again, his hand trembling slightly, too terrified initially to move or think clearly, his mind frozen. After regaining some composure, Qi Yan feigned calmness and discreetly retrieved a talisman given by Taoist Zhang from his pocket. There were 2 talismans in total, one wrapped the ashes, and the other he kept close in his pocket. Upon inspecting it, he was chilled to find the edges of the yellow paper turning charred black, as though something had burned it. Pretending not to notice whatever lurked behind, Chi Yan grabbed his backpack and moved to the front of the bus using the handlebars, sitting behind the sturdy middle-aged man who sat earlier beside him. He placed his bag on the adjacent seat. The bus had entered the city, where the scenery outside had become more lively and vibrant. Having others nearby gave him a slight sense of reassurance. Casually glancing at his phone, Chi Yan froze. Whatever person that had been sitting behind him had followed him to the front. Based on Chi Yan's personal experience, courage didn't come through repeated exposure to fear. Every time he encountered such things, especially those specifically targeting him, he still felt fear, confusion, and terror. Over the years, the only thing he'd learned was to maintain an outward appearance of calmness, avoiding being overwhelmed and acting impulsively. He knew whether or not Taoist Zhang's talisman with the ashes of Yingji was effective, at least his jade amulet could offer some protection for a period. Thus, he endured until the bus reached its destination. However, that presence followed him off the bus. Shiming City couldn't match Shiming City's bustling traffic even late into the night, reaching 11 o'clock. The road leading from the bus station parking lot was rather secluded, requiring about 7 or 8 minutes to walk to the main thoroughfare. Chi Yan quickly followed the middle-aged man who had stepped off the bus just before him, mustering the courage to start a conversation. "Big brother, where do you live?" Based on his experience, adult men in their prime exuded strong yang energy, keeping those things far away. For instance, when he was in college, all 3 of his roommates were youthful young men, and at that time, the frequency of encountering supernatural occurrences or ghostly entanglements while living together was much lower than now when he lived alone. The man casually took 2 steps to the side, moving slightly further away from Chi Yan, then hesitantly replied, "Tianlong Yuan." Tianlong Yuan was close to the neighborhood where Chi Yan lived. He felt a burst of joy inside and slowly chatted with the man as they walked to the main road. Chi Yan was quite afraid of taking a taxi alone at night. If something happened on foot, he could pretend not to see it and run away quickly. However, if he encountered a driver who wasn't human, it wouldn't be easy to escape. Once they got to the main road, Chi Yan proposed they share a taxi back home, and the man hesitated for a moment before agreeing. After the taxi stopped, Chi Yan sat in the front passenger seat, and the man took the back seat. Chi Yan deliberately checked, since they had boarded the vehicle, that presence had stopped following them. Chi Yan provided the destination, Huaran New District, an area newly developed as a central business district and also the most prosperous part of Shiming City. His workplace and residence were both located there. The young driver reminded Chi Yan, "Handsome, fasten your seatbelt. Why don't you sit at the back? The front isn't as spacious as the back seat." Chi Yan glanced back toward the rear seat and smiled, "No worries, I prefer not to crowd." The driver looked at him briefly, didn't say anything, seemed to think about something, then silently started the car. Since getting into the car, the man hadn't said a word, but being strangers anyway, Chi Yan didn't mind and silently gazed out at the familiar street scenery. Upon arrival, Chi Yan took out his wallet to pay. When he turned around, the man had already gotten out and was waiting by the car. It would take about 10 more minutes to walk from Tianlong Yuan to this location, but it wasn't far, so Chi Yan didn't find it odd. The young driver examined the paper money twice, then glanced up at Chi Yan as if wanting to say something, but eventually kept quiet. Chi Yan stepped out of the car, and the man nodded at him and said, "Thank you." Chi Yan assumed it referred to splitting the taxi fare, so he chuckled, waved his hand, and said, "It's nothing." If anything, he should be the one thanking the man. The middle-aged man said, "Young brother, I'll go home now. We part ways here." Chi Yan also smiled and bid farewell to the man, turning to head towards his own apartment complex. He just heard the man mutter quietly, "There seems to be something about you, I don't dare to get too close." The smile that couldn't be retracted froze instantly on Chi Yan's face. Still stiff-faced, he turned back and watched just in time to see the middle-aged man's retreating figure under the bright orange glow of the neighborhood entrance lamps. There was no shadow beneath him. His hands trembling, Chi Yan almost couldn't hold the keys. He rushed into the building, and even after the elevator door opened, he dared not step inside, afraid of encountering something again. The impression of events from his childhood had faded. Ever since his grandmother gave him the jade, although he occasionally encountered supernatural events, he rarely ever saw these unclean beings as frequently as in the past few days. He touched the jade hanging on his chest and unintentionally came into contact with the small porcelain bottle containing Yingji's ashes. He consoled himself silently that no matter what he saw, ignoring it would suffice, since at least these beings did not dare to directly harm him. After comforting himself like this, he finally successfully reached his doorstep. Doubtfully looking around left and right, he unlocked the door and entered. As soon as he turned on the light and closed the door, his whole body went limp, collapsing onto the ground. However, Chi Yan quickly gathered his strength and found the prepared spirit tablet and incense burner, placing them neatly on a small table in the living room. The scene was absurd yet carried a hint of eeriness. But as Chi Yan lived alone and rarely had guests, he didn't mind. According to Taoist Zhang's instructions, since he was carrying Yingji's ashes to protect himself, starting from the day of carrying, he must offer incense to Yingji's tablet twice daily, morning and evening. Not daring to slack off, having already brought Yi Yingji's ashes, upon returning home he lit 3 sticks of incense and offered them before the tablet. The custom-made tablet was jet black throughout, with 6 golden characters engraved, Spirit of Yi Yingji. Holding the incense, Qi Yan respectfully bowed, then inserted the incense into the burner in front of the tablet. Behind him, stood a dark humanoid shape, silently watching as he did all of this. Chapter 5, The Person Who Fell into the Water. Not sure if it was psychological or simply because he was too tired, or perhaps Yi San's ashes really did protect him from all evil influences, this night Qi Yan found himself sleeping unusually soundly. He didn't dream once, and unlike his usual routine where he would feel paranoid as if being spied upon from all sides in that half-dream, half-awake state. This nap more than made up for the sleep he had missed before. When he woke up, it was already 12 noon. Qi Yan felt completely refreshed. He went to the kitchen and boiled a pot of instant noodles. Specifically, he ladled out 2 or 3 strands into a small bowl with broth, which he placed respectfully on Yi Yingji's memorial table. Due to his unique constitution and life experiences since childhood, Qi Yan firmly believed in such things. Since he sought Mr. Ye's protection, he sincerely wanted to fulfill his duty. After placing the noodles down, he apologized, "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, I got up late and caused you to eat late too, let's have a simple lunch together." Afterwards, over the next 3 months, the weather gradually grew cooler, but Qi Yan continued to live peacefully without incident. Even his nightmares became rare, truly living up to the idea of all evil forces retreating. Qi Yan led a very regular life, his personality leaned towards being reclusive. His work didn't require social networking or entertaining, so once free of the troubles from spirits when his protective jade gradually lost its effectiveness, his life stabilized. Every morning, he went to work, and every evening, he returned home to cook. He increasingly believed in the efficacy of Zhang Daochang's method, feeling protected by Yi Yingji's ashes. Unmentioned, he donated money to the temple during the weekend to repay his wishes. Regardless of what he ate, he always set aside a small portion for Master Yi San's memorial tablet, treating it as though there were another person in the house needing meals. What Qi Yan couldn't see was that a human-shaped shadow was constantly following him behind, its outline becoming increasingly clear. When Qi Yan ate, the shadow wouldn't touch the offerings on the memorial table but instead watched him from beside. When he showered, the shadow stood quietly behind the thin water curtain. For comfort while sleeping, Qi Yan bought a 1.5-meter wide bed, yet ended up occupying only half the space. The shadow lay down beside him unapologetically, flat on his side just an arm's length away. The house wasn't lived in by one person anymore. But Qi Yan was still immersed in the unseen illusion, dreaming of having found a foolproof way to save his life. Hanging the spirit jade and the little porcelain bottle containing the ashes around his neck wasn't comfortable, so Qi Yan tried putting the jade in the pocket of his briefcase and only hanging the porcelain bottle. Sometimes, when he didn't carry his briefcase, everything remained normal with no incidents. Therefore, he became even more confident and put the jade in the drawer of his bedside cabinet. One day in November, on a weekend, Qi Yan's high school classmate Su Jiang invited him out to play. Qi Yan attended university far from home, whereas Su Jiang enrolled at Su Min University locally and pursued a doctorate there after completing his bachelor's degree. Su Jiang chose a meeting place near his school. The location of Su Min University was already close to the outskirts. It was said that from the roof of the teaching building, one could glimpse the golden fields nearby. Not far from the university was Lake Sumin. Although man-made, the lake spanned a large area with deep waters. Rumor had it that even the shallow areas near the shore had soft mud beneath them, making rescue difficult for anyone who fell in. Over the years, there had been several accidents, some accidental falls, others suicides. During high school, Qi Yan and Su Jiang had been close friends. After eating dinner, they took a walk along the lakeside enjoying the scenery, talking about their current lives and old classmates. The scene at this time was quite desolate. The plants around the lake had turned yellow and withered. The wind howled, giving a sense of melancholy. Qi Yan had come out wearing only a coat, feeling cold. Just as he considered finding a nearby cafe to warm up, he noticed Su Jiang craning his neck towards something. Following Su Jiang's gaze, Qi Yan saw a large crowd gathered by the lake, with police cars and ambulances parked nearby. Su Jiang sighed, looks like something has happened again. Being a curious individual, Su Jiang loved to be part of any commotion, good or bad. Though suspecting it might be an accident, he still pulled Qi Yan along and quickened their pace toward the scene. Under ordinary circumstances, Qi Yan avoided such spectacles altogether, never actively participating. But they say moving from simplicity to luxury is easy, but moving from luxury back to simplicity is hard. In these 3 months, at first, Qi Yan would occasionally encounter strange shadows or be haunted by nightmares. However, as time passed offering tribute to Master Yi Yingji's memorial, the effects of Yi San's ashes seemed to become more apparent. He encountered no strange occurrences at all, achieving a level of peace and stability he had never known even when previously protected by the jade charm and surrounded by the vibrant energy of young people in school. This even began to make Qi Yan question whether the 20-some years of bizarre experiences leading up to this point were real or merely illusions. Having lived a life of unprecedented peace, Qi Yan unconsciously began to let down his guard deep in his subconscious. So now, he simply followed Su Jiang over. On the ground lay a person, half covered by a white sheet. A professional-looking individual was crouched on the ground examining something. From Qi Yan's angle, he could see the body swollen and whitened from being soaked, with only the tip of the nose red due to exposure to the cold air. Su Jiang couldn't bear another glance and quickly pulled Qi Yan back, saying, let's go, let's go. Damn it, blame me, after all these years, I almost forgot that you're the most timid one among us. Back in high school, you avoided things like this from afar, refusing even to listen to ghost stories. At that time, teenagers of their age were filled with an overwhelming curiosity, especially interested in all sorts of supernatural phenomena. Their forms of entertainment were much more naive than those of children today. Activities like ghost story gatherings or summoning spirits using pens and spirit boards were common for them. Qi Yan had been dragged once into such a ghost story session, where he caught a fever for 3 days after being terrified. After that, he never participated in such activities again. Qi Yan reflected inwardly, it wasn't because he was cowardly. The fever back then hadn't solely been due to fear. When they gathered around to tell ghost stories, Qi Yan could feel an exceptionally intense sense of being watched, faintly seeing a circle of people standing behind them, listening quietly. His maternal grandparents doted on him immensely. Only that one time when his grandmother heard about the incident, she reprimanded him severely. Thinking of how exhausted his grandmother had become trying to protect his life made Qi Yan feel guilty, so from that point on, he acted more cautiously, avoiding any activities that might put him in dangerous situations. But fortunately, the situation had improved greatly since then. As Qi Yan was thinking, Su Jiang tugged at him, and he turned to prepare to leave. At that moment, he felt as though someone was watching him. Following his instincts, he looked over and noticed a person standing beyond the crowd of onlookers. That person's entire body was pale and bloated, with only the tip of the nose red. He was staring directly at Qi Yan. Qi Yan felt a chill run through him and instinctively reached for the spirit jade around his neck, a habit he developed over the past decade, but instead touched a cool-textured little porcelain bottle. Qi Yan wasn't someone who possessed yin-yang eyes like characters in movies or novels. Under normal circumstances, he couldn't see ghosts. However, when he was physically weak or in specific environments, he might see faint shadows. Over the years, whenever he saw something that clearly, there was always just one reason, that thing had targeted him. In such cases, the entity would follow him. How long it stayed, whether it would harm him, was always unpredictable. A Taoist priest he had met when he was young once told him that these were beings with deep obsessions. Once they latched onto him, it was very difficult to shake them off. Not everything became a ghost after death, these entities were strange and negative presences. Most so-called ghosts were not transformed from people but rather took on human form, merely borrowing vitality from humans. Only extremely evil or resentful individuals had the slightest possibility of transforming into ghosts that could linger for long periods in the mortal world. On the contrary, people might leave behind a spirit. When Master Zhang Gaochang first met Qi Yan, he mentioned that the spirits of Qi Yan's deceased relatives had been protecting and guiding him secretly. But these spirits no longer had any connection to the person themselves, they were more like special keepsakes. In short, these types of entities were inherently malevolent, and the likelihood of them harming someone they followed was higher. Qi Yan's past experiences had confirmed this fact. He regretfully cursed himself internally for getting involved in such commotion, realizing that there was nothing he could do to change what had already happened. Just as he touched the porcelain bottle, he remembered placing the spirit jade inside his bedside drawer. Lately, he had relied solely on Yingji's ashes for protection, but he didn't know why this time Yi San's influence did not work. When Qi Yan went to the temple to repay his vows, out of curiosity about why the ashes of a single person could have such a significant effect, he specially consulted Master Zhang. The latter cryptically hinted that carrying the ashes of someone marked by evil spirits was akin to using poison to counteract poison. Yingji's ashes represented an extremely wicked substance. With them close, ordinary ghosts naturally wouldn't dare approach. As for why Yingji, a normal person without significant transgressions or grave wrongdoing, possessed such powerful negativity in his remains, Master Zhang honestly admitted he didn't know. He said this method was learned from ancient texts, deemed reasonable and reliable, and coincidentally tried by Qi Yan under appropriate circumstances. Qi Yan nervously swallowed hard, rubbing the porcelain bottle in his hand while wondering if perhaps this time, the evil presence was far stronger than regular ghosts, and the Lord Yi San could not suppress it. Chapter 6 Friday. The thing seemed to notice Qi Yan looking at it and squeezed through the crowd, staggering but moving extremely fast towards him. Qi Yan dared not turn around. He grabbed Su Jiang's arm with his right hand and retreated slightly while tightly gripping the porcelain bottle around his neck with his left hand. Wherever the thing passed, it left behind a trail of wet footprints, yet no one around seemed to notice. Only Su Jiang detected something odd about Qi Yan and asked him, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Qi Yan shook his head with a pale face. There was always a legend among the people about water ghosts seeking substitutes for death. He feared being entangled by this thing and having to be cautious even when washing his face, fearing a pair of hands reaching out from behind to press his face into the sink until he suffocated. Relying on running alone wouldn't help in dodging such a creature. If it had already targeted him, running as fast as he could with Su Jiang would be futile. It was now only 5 steps away. Qi Yan could smell the fishy odor and stench of water and feel that damp, icy breath. Clutching the small porcelain bottle against his chest, his mind was utterly devoid of any coherent thoughts. Time seemed to stop, the lake view, the crowd, and Su Jiang all turned into black and white images. He felt as though Su Jiang were speaking to him, yet he saw no movement in his lips and heard no sound. If he couldn't escape this time, he'd have to hurry to Mount Shiqing before nightfall to seek help, unsure whether Zhang Daozhang had other methods since the ashes of Yi San Gongzi couldn't suppress this thing. At that moment, the thing suddenly vanished from Qi Yan's sight without any warning, as if everything he had seen before was just an illusion. Qi Yan glanced around. In the brief interval, both the police car and the ambulance had left, and the corpse that had been lying on the ground was gone. Onlookers who hadn't dispersed yet were still whispering about the lake water. A middle-aged uncle shouted while pushing his chestnut roasting cart past. Students riding bicycles together in groups could be seen laughing on the road. Everything appeared normal. Qi Yan took out the porcelain bottle and gently rubbed it against his lips, as if a worshipper kissing a cross, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief after surviving the ordeal, then put it back. The small porcelain bottle, worn close to his body, carried his body heat, giving off a faint warmth. However, when it was suddenly taken out and chilled by the autumn wind, and then placed back again, it became unbearably cold, as if a cold hand were stroking him. Qi Yan shivered. Still unaware, a black figure appeared behind him when the water ghost disappeared. The shadow embraced him silently, its left hand circling his waist from front to back, its right hand encircling his neck from the chest, as if cradling him entirely within its embrace. Su Jiang waved his hand in front of Qi Yan. Qi Ji, are you alright? What happened just now? Did you get possessed or something? Qi Yan slapped his hand away. Xiang Pai, stop your nonsense. Let's go sit in a coffee shop near your school, it's too cold. He stomped his feet as he spoke. Su Jiang pulled open his coat dramatically into the wind. Not cold at all. You're too weak. Not far from Su Ming University, there was a place called Green Coffee. All their coffee and fruit juice beverages tasted bland and uninspiring, but their carrot cake was very delicious. The shop wasn't large but divided into 2 floors, decorated quite elegantly and warmly. Being located near a university ensured steady business throughout the day. Su Jiang was a regular customer here, holding a membership card. Leading Qi Yan inside, as soon as the door opened, a warm wave of air greeted them, accompanied by the aroma of coffee and cream. The shop interior was beautifully arranged, providing ample space and privacy. Decorative elements like flower stands and newspaper racks, along with cleverly positioned sofa seats, allowed each table's customers to remain unseen by others, making it feel like they were in separate spaces. The shop kept 2 cats, one ginger yellow and one black and white patterned. Su Jiang affectionately crouched down to scoop up the cats and stroke them. Dahua, Erhua, miss me? Qi Yan stood beside him. Do these cats really go by Dahua and Erhua? Su Jiang, nope. One is called Monday and the other Friday. Names aren't very common folk-like, more like from Robinson Crusoe. I named them Dahua and Erhua, aren't they much better? Qi Yan squatted down in sympathy, intending to touch the plump black and white cat named Friday. To his surprise, the apparently chubby feline darted nimbly away and ran upstairs, perching on a landing corner with wide, wary eyes fixated on Qi Yan. The Monday cat held in Su Jiang's arms also grew extremely restless upon Qi Yan's approach, struggling fiercely to escape his embrace, jumping to the ground and directly hiding behind a fabric sofa, staring at Qi Yan with similar ghostly cat eyes. Su Jiang turned his face towards Qi Yan and sighed, my dear Dahua. Why have you become so unpopular with cats and dogs? Even affectionate Dahua and Erhua ran away from you. Qi Yan looked completely innocent. I don't know. He was naturally gentle and usually did not repel small animals. However, the scenario where kittens and puppies ran away upon seeing him had happened before, always when he was plagued by evil entities. This thought crossed his mind only briefly before he dismissed it. There was no sense of being spied on around him now, nor could he feel that icy malevolence. Since carrying the ashes of Yi San Gongzi, his surroundings had become unprecedentedly pure. With few people in the cafe at this hour, Su Jiang and Qi Yan ascended to the 2nd floor, settling at a beige sofa by the flower stand for 4. The black and white Friday had vanished as if frightened the moment Qi Yan stepped upstairs. Su Jiang ordered a pot of coffee and 2 pieces of carrot cake. The coffee was characteristically bland, but the carrot cake, made from shredded carrots mixed with walnuts and other dried fruits, topped with a thick layer of orange-flavored cheese, offered an acidic sweetness that was soft and sticky. Su Jiang poured coffee for both himself and Qi Yan without realizing that there was another person sitting upright beside his friend. Neither did he see that Friday, who had hidden herself under a flower stand in another corner, stared at them intensely. Sometimes humans were truly less sensitive than animals. Qi Yan sipped some coffee and scooped up a bit of the abundant cheese atop the cake with the silver spoon provided by the shop, extending his tongue absent-mindedly to lick it, a habit he formed since childhood while eating such things, supposedly because of lacking security. That being observed him intently, suddenly pausing and tilting its head as if human. Su Jiang had already consumed half a piece of cake and looked up hurriedly to glance at Qi Yan. Qi Ji, eat faster. Qi Yan thought to himself they came here to chat anyway, so there was no need to rush. He leisurely dug another spoonful of cheese and used his tongue to guide it into his mouth. That presence moved closer entirely, placing a hand on his nape and gently licking his tongue. Qi Yan set down the silver spoon and took another sip of coffee. Why is the cheese a little cold today? Su Jiang had finished his cake and raised his head in confusion. I didn't feel that way. Chapter 7, Delivery. After Su Jiang finished eating, he remembered something Qi Yan had mentioned to him over the phone last time. Qi Yan, your aunt still wants to introduce her niece to you. Qi Yan nodded, and this time my uncle also agreed for me to go back and meet her. It's hard to decline. After all, he only had his uncle left in the family. Recently, he used the excuse of being busy with work to avoid going home, but during the spring festival, his uncle would surely call him back to sweep the graves and burn incense for his grandparents. If they brought it up then, it would be hard to refuse. Qi Yan's uncle and aunt met at work. Compared to his uncle's family, his aunt's family was relatively average. Qi Yan owned a house, had savings, held stocks from his uncle's company, and was both talented and handsome. His aunt always tried to set him up with her niece. Initially, Qi Yan's uncle thought the niece wasn't suitable for him and refused to comment. Later, seeing that Qi Yan had not started dating anyone or showed any interest, he felt as the only elder in Qi Yan's life that he should care more about him, and under his wife's constant persuasion, he finally intervened, vaguely suggesting that Qi Yan return home to see if there was any compatibility, and if not, to reconsider later. Su Jiang said, there's nothing wrong with you going back and having a look. We're not getting any younger, we should think about these things. But you shouldn't just listen to your aunt. Nowadays, it's important to first see if you have chemistry. Next year, it'll become, why don't you try dating her first? And in a few years, it will turn into, I don't think you should pick anymore, your cousin Lin is fine, pick a day to get married. Isn't that tragic? Qi Yan didn't respond, listening quietly as Su Jiang continued, but I understand why you feel this way. Your working environment doesn't allow you to meet any women. How about this? I'll introduce you to 2 junior classmates. My apprentice saw our high school graduation photo the other day and complimented how handsome you were. I jokingly said I'd introduce the 2 of you, and she didn't object. Qi Yan thought to himself that men had plenty of yang energy to keep ghosts away, and when he picked his university and major, he specifically chose a well-known engineering college where the male-to-female ratio was 8-to-1, even extending to departments dominated by monks. Naturally, the work available after graduation led to male-dominated environments. Su Jiang was different. Dr. Su studied sociology, and in their department, the selection of class beauties was always a 3-way choice. Su Jiang joked that even if he disfigured himself, he could still win effortlessly. For the past 20+ years, Qi Yan lived in constant fear, never knowing if he'd make it through the next day, let alone consider marriage or children. He had encountered girls who subtly expressed affection towards him, but he always felt that even if they were together, it would only drag them down, so he distanced himself imperceptibly. The majority of his life had been spent dealing with supernatural beings, leaving him with little experience in social interaction or relationships. Now hearing Su Jiang's words, Qi Yan found them quite reasonable. His uncle was concerned about him being alone, and if he could find someone he liked, his uncle wouldn't force him to return for arranged meetings. With Yi San's ashes protecting him, his life was temporarily safe. Perhaps he should plan for a normal life. After careful consideration, Qi Yan nodded to Su Jiang. Seeing Qi Yan actually agree to let him introduce friends was an immense surprise for Su Jiang, as though a 1,000-year-old iron tree had blossomed. He wondered when Qi Yan had come to this realization. Su Jiang acted quickly and called Qi Yan on Wednesday to inform him that he had booked a restaurant for noon on Sunday. Under the pretense of inviting his apprentice out to dinner and bringing some friends along, he planned to introduce Qi Yan to 2 apprentices. Qi Yan had nothing special to do on Saturday. Since he didn't have to cook on Sunday noon and didn't feel like going out to buy groceries, he simply ate instant noodles for lunch. As usual, he placed a small bowl in front of Yingji's memorial plaque. By afternoon, he was already hungry again. He called for delivery from a nearby shop whose food he frequently ordered. He made the call at 5 o'clock, but by the time the delivery arrived, it was already 7. Outside the window, the orange sky blended into the horizon, and the sky had turned heavy and dark. Qi Yan was tidying up the house when he heard a knock on the door. Guessing it was the delivery, he rushed to open the door. He opened it just wide enough for the delivery person to hand him the meal inside. Qi Yan thanked him, and the delivery person nodded before leaving. Qi Yan faintly noticed that the delivery person wore a black coat similar to a long down jacket, covering themselves completely. Back in the living room, Qi Yan placed the food on the dining table and opened a plastic bag wrapped around the takeout. Only then did he notice something odd. He often ordered from this place and knew their packaging style, none of it matched this order. No store would package food this way. The tacky white paper ribbon flower stuck on the top made this meal look more like an offering for the dead than takeout. Qi Yan felt a chill run down his spine. He turned to look at Yingji's memorial plaque, bowed, and lost all appetite for food or the mood to eat. He didn't open the takeaway box with its paper flowers and ribbons but instead repackaged it into the plastic bag and placed it outside the door. He then took out his phone, intending to call the shop to ask what had gone wrong, not so much as an act of consumer rights protection, but more as a way to find some peace of mind. Reaching for his phone, he realized there was no signal. The base station in this area had been having problems lately, causing brief outages of service from time to time. But the inability to contact the outside world added fuel to Qi Yan's growing unease. It was pitch black now, and the indoor visibility had become hazy. Qi Yan walked to the entrance and switched on the living room light. Yet the white illumination brought no warmth. At that moment, rhythmic knocking came from the other side of the door. Qi Yan's heart missed a beat. He furrowed his brows, opened the inner wooden door, and peered through the spy-hole of the security door, only to see no one there. In his line of sight, there was only a sea of bluish-white color streaked with red blood-like marks. At first, he hadn't fully processed what it meant. For 10 seconds, he stared intently. Then suddenly, he understood, that thing was also looking back at him. Terrified, Qi Yan stumbled back 2 steps and nearly fell. He quickly bolted the wooden door securely twice before rushing into the living room and running towards the altar. His face was pale, his lips trembling involuntarily. The knocking continued rhythmically, seemingly tireless, yet in Qi Yan's ears, each sound rang like a death warrant. He ran to the altar and stopped to steady himself, touching the porcelain bottle hanging around his neck and staring blankly at the memorial tablet inscribed with Yi Yingji's soul, deep in thought. Outside, the knocking grew louder, as if trying to break the door down. Strangely, despite the noise, none of the neighbors showed any reaction or complaint. Qi Yan's face was ashen as he took out his phone again, still no signal, neither mobile nor wireless. Listening to the continuous knocking, he swallowed hard, picked up Yi Yingji's memorial tablet and hugged it tightly, retreating into the bedroom. There, he locked the door firmly and pushed the bedside table against it, taking out a jade charm long neglected in the bedside drawer and clutching it tightly. Daring not to open the window, the only action he could take was to cover himself with the blanket, left hand gripping the jade, Yi Yingji's tablet cradled close to his chest. With unwavering focus, he stared at the bedroom door, listening intently to the sounds from outside. A creak sounded, the outer door had been opened. Qi Yan vaguely recalled that he had clearly locked it. No footsteps followed, but Qi Yan sensed something pausing, then moving toward the bedroom side. He was utterly paralyzed with fear, his body shaking as goosebumps covered him. Even though as a child he'd faced attempts by supernatural beings to push him off buildings, never had he so vividly felt such an impending danger and predictable terror. Vaguely, he remembered tales his grandmother once told him, don't open doors to strangers, don't invite strangers home carelessly. If those creatures knocked and you let them in once, next time they could enter without your permission. So instinctively, he had barricaded himself in the bedroom, hoping it would be seen as another space, protected by 2 doors. Systematic knocks now resonated outside the bedroom door, loud and clear, almost right next to his ear. Qi Yan couldn't even bear to look. He buried himself under the covers entirely, as if attempting to hide completely, pretending not to exist. Clutching Yi Yingji's tablet tightly to his chest, his entire body trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down his cheeks without his knowledge. He murmured incessantly, "Third young master, Mr. Yi, Yi Yingji, Yingji, save me, please. Yingji, save me. Yingji, Yingji, Yi Yingji. I beg of you." By the end, sobs overtook his voice, impossible to suppress. While watching horror movies, he used to think characters who hid themselves in blankets were foolish. Now he realized how such acts were merely the most basic human reflexes. Shaking violently, Qi Yan clutched the tablet like a soul redemption. In the place he couldn't see, a shadowy figure held him in exactly the same manner, pressing his heart close to their own, chin resting on his shoulder, seemingly smiling faintly. The figure then slowly leaned over and tenderly licked away the tear stains on his face caused by excessive fright. Outside the bedroom door, the knocking persisted. The shadow paid no heed to the bothersome sound and continued using their lips and tongue to gently wipe away the tears of the person in their arms. Chapter 8, Borrowed Lodging. When Qi Yan woke up, the sky was already shining brightly, and the golden sunlight streamed warmly through the window, falling onto his quilt. Qi Yan shifted his body slightly, only to feel a stabbing pain in his chest. He reached out and found a black tablet. The events of yesterday evening came rushing back, everything was vivid in his mind. In an instant, he sat up and saw that the bedside cabinet was still propped against the door of the bedroom as it had been. Spreading his palm, the spirit jade was firmly held within, none of it was an illusion, yet somehow he had no idea how he had escaped disaster. Qi Yan privately marveled at his own composure. After all that knocking last night, the repeated sound reverberating, he could only recall how frightened he had been, crying while holding the tablet and shouting Yi Yingji's name. Somehow, amidst all this, he had fallen asleep. Was it because the shock consumed too much of his energy and strength, leading to his body's self-protection mechanism triggering him into a deep slumber? Qi Yan chuckled bitterly and placed the tablet temporarily on his thigh, then fished out his phone for a glance. It was 8:30 in the morning, and the signal had fully returned. Judging from the circumstances, he had slept for quite some time already. There were 5 missed calls on his phone, all around 6 p.m. yesterday afternoon. The number was familiar. Qi Yan called back, and the owner of the restaurant where he had ordered food answered. He informed Qi Yan that he had tried delivering the meal yesterday but could not get any response despite knocking on the door. Unable to contact him by phone either, they eventually left the food at the security booth of their neighborhood. The restaurant's delivery was yesterday at 6 in the evening, yet Chi Yen himself never heard the knocking. Whatever came to fetch it at 7 o'clock was beyond explanation. Chi Yen knew it wasn't the restaurant's fault. He reassured them and hung up the call. After getting up and restoring the bedside table, Chi Yen respectfully carried Yingji's tablet back to the shrine. The thing from last night ultimately did not make its way inside. He couldn't determine whether it was due to him never opening the bedroom door, the presence of Yi Sangongzi's tablet and ashes, or the faint remaining essence in the spirit jade. Perhaps it was the combined effect of all three factors. Everything looked normal in the living room, with both inner and outer doors locked securely. However, the bag of sacrificial items that he had placed by the door the previous day had vanished without a trace. Approaching the mirror, Chi Yen noticed that his eyes were red and swollen. An unfamiliar observer might have mistaken him for someone who had been severely mistreated or deeply wronged. At this moment, he received a message from Su Jiang reminding him of today's appointment. Chi Yen thought about it. Showing up in such a condition would surely invite further trouble, especially after what happened yesterday. All those romantic dreams he had conjured were immediately quelled, leaving him desiring nothing more than a peaceful life. But Su Jiang had gone through so much effort specifically for him, and if he refused now, it would be terribly rude. Considering this, he promptly retrieved some ice from the fridge, wrapped it in a towel, and applied it to his eyes. To prevent potential matchmaking orchestrated by Su Jiang at dinner, Chi Yen chose to update his friend while still icing his eyes. He stammered and explained he had lost interest again, believing solitary life might indeed be better. Chi Yen spoke on the phone, "Xiang Pai, rubber, I don't think I'm cut out for marriage." This greatly annoyed Su Jiang, who replied, "Do you remember Luo Sheng? Back in high school, that guy kept saying he wasn't suited for marriage, intending to stay single forever for freedom. Now look at him, his kid is 2.5 years old." After contemplating, Chi Yen finally managed to retort, "A barking dog doesn't bite. Words without action are all just show." Given their long-term friendship, Su Jiang understood certain peculiar aspects of Chi Yen's personality. Perhaps influenced by the elders in his family, Chi Yen harbored rather superstitious tendencies, often visiting Taoist temples and praying to deities. To Su Jiang, the thought that Chi Yen could one day become a monk didn't seem entirely impossible. Hence, though feeling slightly irritated, Su Jiang still respected Chi Yen's decision. Thanks to Su Jiang's wit and humor throughout the meal, Chi Yen maintained a smile almost the entire time, barely speaking. They exchanged no contact information whatsoever. Afterward, Chi Yen gratefully acknowledged Su Jiang's understanding, settled the bill, and drove the trio back to the school before heading home himself. About halfway there, a red light caused him to stop, suddenly making his heart race. It was only 2:30 p.m., early enough, but who could predict whether last night's entity would knock again once sunset fell? Could it be keeping tabs on his home, on him? What if tonight that thing manages to open the bedroom door? This thought terrified him to the point that he nearly dared not continue driving towards home. With trembling hands, he parked the car on the side of the road and called Su Jiang. Su Jiang answered and asked him, "Chi Yen. What's wrong now? Did you regret seeing my cute junior sister?" Regret? Not at all. He had been thinking about last night all day and hadn't even noticed what the two girls looked like. Chi Yen said, "Su, will your roommate be back at the dorm today? Can I borrow a place to stay at your dorm for one night?" The doctoral student dorms are doubles, and he remembered Su Jiang's roommate was already married and rented a house outside of school. He didn't often return to the dorm to sleep. Su Jiang replied, "He won't be back, but I won't be coming back tonight either. My mom called me home today. I'm about to pack up some stuff and head there." "Chi Yen, is something wrong with your apartment? If you need a place, I can wait for you in the dorm. I'll just tell my roommate. You can sleep on my bed." Chi Yen thought about it. Even though staying at Su Jiang's dorm would still leave him alone, being surrounded by an entire floor full of people made it seem much safer than his home that might have been visited by something unknown last night. Moreover, with only a thin wall separating rooms and the vibrant students who were young and energetic, this environment felt significantly more secure. Without hesitation, Chi Yen excused himself by saying the upstairs unit was leaking water and not yet repaired, quickly driving home to fetch some daily necessities. Upon second thought, he carefully wrapped Yingji's tablet in cloth and packed it into his backpack as well. Then he drove back to Sumin University, collected the dorm keys from Su Jiang, sent him home, and politely declined the warm invitation from Su's mother to stay for dinner. While it was still daylight, he returned to Su Jiang's dormitory. Su Jiang's dorm was on the 6th floor, where basically only he resided. His roommate only stored some books and miscellaneous items here, occasionally coming back to retrieve things. It was structured with an upper bunk and lower desk. Opposite the bunk bed, a travel bag held 2 large suitcases, and otherwise, the room was empty. Knowing he was coming, Su Jiang specially cleaned the dorm and opened the windows for ventilation. After entering the room, Chi Yen closed and locked the doors and windows strictly, played some games on his phone for a while, and at 10 o'clock, just like any ordinary student, prepared to wash up and go to sleep. The corridor continued to echo with the footsteps and laughter of students, these sounds filled with the atmosphere of life making Chi Yen feel at ease. Drowsy and half asleep, he drifted off quickly. After an indeterminate amount of time, he vaguely heard a rhythmic knocking sound. The steady pace finally woke him up. Qi Yan instinctively glanced at his phone. It was exactly 1 a.m. He immediately realized someone or something was knocking at the door. That familiar and unchanging knock made him instantly alert, causing his heart to knot tightly. Qi Yan reached out to turn on the light, but no matter how many times he pressed the button, it wouldn't switch on. Su Zhang's dorm, which was for doctoral students, did not have a rule about cutting off electricity at night. All Qi Yan could do was tightly grip his phone, using its weak glow to stare fixedly at the door direction, while his right hand firmly grasped the small porcelain bottle containing ashes. With a creak, the door suddenly opened without a sound. The corridor that should have been illuminated by the hall lights was instead pitch black, devoid of any light, as dark as the depths of hell. In an instant, Qi Yan screamed involuntarily, tears blurring his vision completely. He gasped for air heavily, unable to control himself as he stared downward. Uncertain whether to confront it or flee, he knew something was there but couldn't see it. All he could hear was the knocking sound and see the door open. Even though the surrounding dormitories were filled with people, his shouts produced no reaction, as if he were in another dimension entirely. A shadow then gently embraced him, its hand slipping inside his shirt to softly stroke his sweat-drenched back, its face drawing near and kissing away his tears just like the previous day. Tentatively, it lightly pressed against his lips. Below, the attracted entity appeared to be even more terrified, frozen in place. Qi Yan remained completely unaware of all this, only dimly sensing that the thing had paused before his desk and stayed motionless for a long while. Suddenly, the thing seemed to vanish altogether. Qi Yan's faint perceptions relied entirely on years of being watched, forming a sharp intuition. He could vaguely discern when something was watching him or when his surroundings were clean. Tentatively, he stretched out his hand and flipped the top lamp switch. With a faint buzz, the white fluorescent tube flickered twice and lit up, casting bright light throughout the small room. The dorm room's door was still securely shut. Looking through the glass window above, he could see the gleam of the hallway light shining in the corridor. It was all over, that thing had indeed disappeared. Finally breathing a sigh of relief, Qi Yan collapsed helplessly against the wall, realizing cold sweat had soaked through his clothes. He rested for a moment, wiped his face with his sleeve, and then mustered up the courage to glance under the bed. There, standing on the right side of Su Zhang's neatly organized desk, was an eerily familiar black tablet inscribed with the words, "The Spirit of Yingji." It was Yingji's memorial tablet. Chapter 9, All or Nothing. Qi Yan finally let out a deep breath, and involuntarily picked up the porcelain bottle to touch it against his lips. He vaguely guessed that Yi San had saved him once again. A dark shadow silently kissed his earlobe. Qi Yan pulled out his phone for a glance. It was only 1:14, not long after he woke up. The subjective fear prolonged those brief moments earlier. Though he'd slept less than 3 hours and felt mentally exhausted, Qi Yan didn't feel much like sleeping, or rather, he dared not fall asleep because of lingering terror. He switched on the lamp, put on headphones, and started watching videos on his phone lying in bed. After finishing a movie, he began to relax. Just as Qi Yan was preparing to take off his headphones and drift off to sleep, he heard a ruckus downstairs along with running voices in the corridor, faintly making out words like, jumped off the building, and, opposite. Su Zhang's room had a small balcony attached to it. The thin windowpane between the balcony and the interior provided little soundproofing. Although on the 6th floor, any conversation from students passing below could be heard clearly if the door was open, even with it closed, outside noise could not be entirely blocked. Generally speaking, after 10 o'clock in winter, few people would be outside, let alone at this late hour, past 3 in the morning when most were already asleep. Qi Yan got out of bed, slipped into his coat and stepped onto the balcony by opening its door. It was pitch black downstairs, though lights could dimly make out many people moving around. In the darkness, it was still unclear what exactly was going on. Qi Yan lifted his head toward the opposite building, a dormitory for undergraduates where all the rooms had been plunged into darkness due to power cuts at this time, except for bathrooms whose lights shone brightly on every floor. Based on the bits and pieces he had overheard earlier, he already guessed something and directed his gaze higher toward the roof of the opposing building. All the highest floors of this row of dormitories were the 7th, but only 4 dorms occupied the tiny space available on the 7th floor. From his own position on the 6th floor balcony, Qi Yan could distinctly see the scene on the roof opposite, a solitary figure standing on the edge of the roof, ready to step forward and plummet down. A short distance behind stood many indistinct silhouettes, their weak glows likely from phones or flashlights. They appeared to be staff members and teachers who had arrived too late to act decisively. Qi Yan froze momentarily upon recognizing what was unfolding before him. His cold sweat returned uncontrollably. Despite there being so many people standing around, none noticed that the student intending to jump had something standing right behind them. That thing held onto the person's neck with pale hands covered in corpse spots while its soft, slippery tongue repeatedly licked the individual's ear. Qi Yan initially hadn't seen the entity either, until suddenly it came into view, fixing bloodshot, bulging eyes on him across the distance. It had noticed him, it was staring him down. Qi Yan had heard tales about ghost substitutes before. At places where someone died unjustly, malevolent spirits would form. Such ghosts incessantly prowl, looking for their ghost substitutes. Younger individuals, especially those with fragile mental states or past suicidal thoughts, are particularly prone to be targeted as replacements. As a young child, Qi Yan had listened as a Taoist master, stroking his hair, told his grandmother, "This child is constitutionally frail, easily susceptible to becoming a ghost substitute. Keep him away from water bodies where people have drowned, frequently accident-prone areas, houses where violent deaths have occurred, etc. If ever passing by these places, avoid staying too long, keep your head low, and move quickly." Though he'd barely understood back then, the sight now chilled him through to the bone, stirring memories of those yellowed words spoken long ago. As such unsettling scenarios played out before his eyes yet again, he instinctively pressed his hand over the porcelain bottle beneath his clothes, feeling increasingly uneasy. Recently, some kind of misfortune seemed to always bring such events into his life. The thing stared at him, then released its grip on the other individual, seemingly intent on following Qi Yan. He knew that although they appeared separated by considerable distance, these beings moved differently than humans. They could instantly appear behind him, grab his neck, and force him to jump, without him even sensing it. This knowledge tightened every muscle in his body. At that moment, a sound of an opening door reached him from nearby. A tall, slim man wearing thick-rimmed glasses emerged from the room to his right. The balconies of adjacent rooms connected seamlessly via a simple iron rail that could be easily crossed. The man also saw this stranger standing next door, hesitating slightly upon encountering an unfamiliar face, then gave a polite nod in greeting. Qi Yan reciprocated with an awkward, rigid nod in response. Because of this interruption, Qi Yan looked back towards the opposite rooftop and realized that the entity had vanished. The student who attempted to jump lay unconscious on the roof while the people who were standing behind rushed forward and carried him away. A chill ran down his spine. Was it just his imagination? Surely that thing hadn't already targeted him. Uncertain, he hesitantly reached out to touch his neck, feeling only cool skin chilled by the night breeze, which warmed slightly at his fingertips' touch. Qi Yan turned his head and saw nothing unusual, just the lit dormitory behind him, as usual. There was nothing there. Despite this reassurance, a lingering unease remained within Qi Yan. The thing was indeed gone, and he showed no signs of being haunted. It was almost 4 a.m. according to his phone. The rescue had been successful, and the crowd dispersed under organization, returning the quiet to the dark building front. Only a few individuals stayed behind to tidy up after the chaos. Deciding to go back inside for more sleep, Qi Yan didn't dare to turn off the light. He stood by the bed, pondering for a moment, then grabbed the black memorial tablet from his desk and clutched it to his chest as he climbed into bed, pulling the covers over himself and closing his eyes to rest. Surprisingly, he soon fell deeply asleep without experiencing any horrifying nightmares. As his consciousness faded, he felt an arm wrapping around him, the figure next to him towering yet indistinct, offering warmth akin to a guardian deity. Qi Yan instinctively hugged back the phantom figure beside him, smiling faintly, a rare expression of peace. Awakening with no dreams, Qi Yan found himself hugging the blanket. Despite only sleeping for less than 3 hours, he felt surprisingly refreshed. With the tablet cradled against him and his phone in hand, he got up to tidy the room, prepared himself, and left like yesterday, leaving the key with the downstairs gatekeeper. It was barely 10 minutes past 7 in the morning, the sky still gray. Classes started at 8, but the dormitory area remained quiet, devoid of movement. Walking out alone to find transportation, Qi Yan noticed something catching his trouser leg along the way. He initially thought it might be a stray cat from the campus or perhaps tangled in the shrubs nearby. He reminded himself to be careful not to tear his pants. He only had one pair and no time to return home to change before work. Glancing back carelessly, Qi Yan froze in terror. Holding onto his trousers was a ghostly pale arm covered with corpse spots, the same arm he had seen strangling someone earlier, forcing them to jump off the building. Summoning courage despite his trepidation, Qi Yan traced the arm upwards and glimpsed the grotesque form lying on the ground, flat features and bulging eyes like last night, but now lacking its lower body as if gravely wounded. The lifeless eyes stared at him, brimming with malevolence. Qi Yan instantly understood, it was desperate to kill him, killing him would mean its liberation. If not, in its current state, it might not endure long enough to find another substitute. He remembered from childhood when the Taoist priest had warned him that his constitution made him highly vulnerable, easily targeted and killed. At moments of extreme peril, humans can summon extraordinary strength. Faced with this mortal threat, Qi Yan suppressed his fear of supernatural entities, gritted his teeth, and seized the porcelain bottle hanging around his neck. Clutching it firmly in his hand, he thrust it toward the entity grabbing his trouser leg. Even before the bottle touched the creature's hand, the latter sensed a great danger and instantly released Qi Yan, retreating. Simultaneously, the thing emitted black smoke throughout its body. Daring not to linger further, Qi Yan gripped the bottle and ran swiftly, only pausing once he reached roads with other pedestrians. After finding his car and sitting inside the driver's seat, he collapsed, trembling hands trying multiple times to rehang the blessed rope with the porcelain bottle around his neck again. He tucked the bottle back inside his clothes, sensing its cooling touch, and let his mind clear until the object's temperature matched his body heat again. In his heart, he whispered silently, "Third Master, thank you for saving me again." Through these experiences, Qi Yan concluded that Yi Yingji's ashes couldn't completely sever the malevolent intentions of those entities or guarantee they wouldn't set their sights on him, yet during crises, they provided life-saving protection. The Taoist priest was right, they feared him. Chapter 10, New Year's Day. The end of the year was quickly approaching. These past months had been rather tranquil, with no major upheavals. Qi Yan returned home nervously the next day and carefully got through today without any issues, slowly putting his mind at ease. The only after-effect was that he didn't dare to order takeout anymore, leading to a significant increase in cooking at home. Naturally, the frequency of providing personally cooked meals for Yi Yingji also increased. For the New Year's holiday at work, everyone received 2 crates of fruit, a box of vegetables, and a large bag of mountain walnuts. The walnuts were small-sized, about the size of a thumb, with a good taste but very hard to crack open. On New Year's Day, Qi Yan finished eating dinner alone and turned on the TV to watch a random New Year's Eve gala channel while leisurely using a walnut cracker to shell the nuts. Being inexperienced, he often either couldn't crack them or completely shattered them. He reluctantly picked through what little was edible and kept the messy pieces for himself, saving any decent ones for Yi Yingji's shrine. Though he couldn't see him, someone sat quietly by his side. Every time Qi Yan placed some walnut kernels on the shrine, the person would softly lick his fingertips. Occasionally when he ate the walnut, this presence would move closer to try licking his tongue. People with families naturally went back home during New Year's Day. A few young colleagues whose families were out of town invited Qi Yan to dine together, but he politely declined them all. Qi Yan dared not come home after midnight anyway, let alone join in a villa party in the suburbs, which sounded like something straight out of a horror movie. Having already become overly cautious, the idea made Qi Yan uneasy, and so he refused. However, celebrating alone felt lonely. When shopping earlier, Qi Yan grabbed a bottle of wine, drinking a glass along with dinner. Now as he idly cracked the walnuts alone, an inexplicable sense welled up within him. On the television, scenes of vibrant celebrations played, and his phone constantly buzzed with mass messages of New Year greetings from various groups and contacts, but it all seemed disconnected from him. None of it belonged to him. It appeared to be a problem he'd carried since childhood. Whenever left alone too long, loneliness inevitably led to an unexplainable feeling of. Yet, such feelings were meant for those who could tolerate one's unreasonable tantrums. When he was younger, there were his grandparents, but now he was entirely alone. Why should he feel at all? This soon morphed into boundless frustration, as if some essential part of himself had vanished, never to return. To dispel this sudden sadness, Qi Yan took out the wine in glasses again, pouring 2 cups, one he placed on the shrine and one he held in his hand, smiling faintly. Lord 3, Happy New Year. Please continue to show favor in the coming year. Then, he drained the cup in one gulp. How absurd, spending the new year with just a memorial plaque and a jar of ashes. Taoist Zhang clearly said that Mr. Yi hadn't left behind anything significant beyond these effective ashes, yet offering respect to the dead through a memorial was customary. Still, much like how children can develop affection for toys they frequently play with, Yi Yingji had protected him so many times that he naturally began to feel close and trusting towards this image. While responding to New Year greetings and drinking, Qi Yan unconsciously consumed more than half the bottle. Despite the low alcohol content, coupled with his poor tolerance, tonight he somehow felt exceptionally muddled, unable to control his own body. He leaned against the table to stand up, glancing briefly at the wall clock. It was already 12 o'clock. Qi Yan rubbed his head and turned off the TV. As the noise faded, the room fell instantly into silence. He supported himself on the wall to go to the bathroom, quickly freshening up before slumping into bed, his final thought being that no matter what knocked on the door tonight, he wouldn't care, he just wanted to sleep. This sudden fatigue and confusion caused Qi Yan to forget turning off the living room light. The bright white light spilled into the bedroom through the doorway, casting its glow on half of the bed. Qi Yan squirmed slightly under the blanket, clearly resting peacefully. Ha! A slight sigh escaped into the room, quickly fading away, almost certain to be dismissed as a mistake even if heard by another. The living room lights flickered twice then turned off completely. At this point, the other resident of the house calmly walked into the bedroom, gracefully sitting at the edge of the bed, lightly stroking the face of the sleeping man, then slowly lowering his head to tenderly lick Qi Yan's cheek. It was slow and deliberate, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit savoring the flesh offered to it. It was clear that he didn't want the other to fall into a peaceful sleep so easily. Gradually, as if it were normal, he lay down next to his master and pulled the blanket over himself. The sudden chill startled Qi Yan, causing him to shiver. He let out a soft murmur of complaint, slightly furrowing his brows before falling still. That presence chuckled, smoothing the slight crease on Qi Yan's forehead with his hand and placing a kiss there. He embraced Qi Yan, slowly kissing him from his brow, growing increasingly insatiable. The more he took, the less it seemed to satisfy him. A dark flame burned deep within his soul, spreading throughout his body, consuming him entirely. Suddenly, the wall-mounted air conditioner in the bedroom turned on with a soft click, beginning its operation. That entity completely pulled off the blanket covering Qi Yan's body, leaning over the warmth of the living human, demanding endlessly. Qi Yan woke up the next day feeling extremely tired, as if he'd been dreaming all night, but could not remember what he had dreamed about. There was also a faint ache in his body, similar to how one feels after spending half a day exercising at the gym. Normally, this only happened when the bed wasn't comfortable to sleep in, but he had been sleeping in this bed for a long time and found it perfectly suitable. So he attributed everything to the hangover, even though he did not experience the typical headache associated with hangovers. Surely, that small amount of red wine wouldn't cause such an effect. Casually mentioning this to Su Jiang during a phone call, Su Jiang told him with utmost seriousness, "Scientifically speaking, what you're experiencing is called pain displacement." Qi Yan was almost furious. How foolish of him to discuss biological issues with someone studying sociology. But distracted by Su Jiang's comment, he no longer paid much attention to the matter. It wasn't until the end of the month that Qi Yan realized something was amiss. The issue came from the electricity bill. Since the heating system started operating, his house had never consumed this much electricity, not even this winter when the heating was inadequate, leaving the room slightly cool. Still, sleeping under the covers should not have required using the air conditioning extensively. However, this month's power consumption was roughly equivalent to the period before the heating began when he used the air conditioning daily. At this point, Qi Yan merely harbored doubts, refusing to entertain superstitious ideas even amidst his experiences with supernatural disturbances. This changed one evening after taking a shower and wearing his pajamas. He stood before the mirror shaving his face. His pajama buttons hadn't been fastened properly, opening further when he bent down. Clearly visible beneath the open collar, on his chest near the nipple, was a patch of bruise-like red marks along with 3 finger-shaped green imprints. They looked exactly like love bites and fingerprints left during passionate encounters. Chapter 11, Co-Resident. Qi Yan did not misinterpret at all. What he thought of was a very clear memory from when he was 10 years old, the time he was pushed down the stairs by a person. The surveillance showed no one around him, yet his grandmother had seen tiny, purplish handprints on his back and became deeply worried, starting to take him to various places for prayers and consultations with experts to find ways to save him. However, ever since he started wearing Yi San Gongzi's ashes, it had been extremely effective. That little porcelain bottle hung over his chest, and during the incident at Xujiang school, that thing was clearly very wary of it. So what kind of entity dared to act right next to Yingji's ashes? Reflecting further on how for the past month he had been sleeping particularly soundly without any awareness, only to wake up feeling physically exhausted, Qi Yan couldn't sit still anymore. He hardly slept through the night, deliberately leaving a strand of consciousness to sense any movements nearby, but it turned out to be nothing more than an unfounded fear. There were no real abnormalities. Eventually, unable to stay awake any longer, he fell asleep. The next day, upon waking, he checked around and found himself indeed snugly under the covers. Rolling over in sleep was common, so some changes in position or movement were certainly not worth panicking about. It happened to be the weekend, and after washing his face and feeling somewhat refreshed, Qi Yan immediately set off driving toward West Qing Mountain. Upon arriving at the Taoist temple, however, he neither found Dao Changzhang nor his young disciple. When he asked other familiar people there, they said the two had gone back to their hometown and would most likely never return. Qi Yan felt alarmed. In the vicinity of Suzhou City, he had visited most of the temples. Most of them were scammers who used deceitful tactics, while those with true skills were few and far between. And among them, the only one who truly had the ability to help resolve his issue was Dao Changzhang. Moreover, Dao Changzhang had strict principles. Though he used modern communication tools like mobile phones, he refused to leave contact information. As he put it, leaving contact information meant forming a connection, and people like them should not form too many ties with ordinary people. Once the karmic connection is finished, it would naturally end. Now it was as if everything ended just like that, and Qi Yan had no way to seek help. The man saw his distress, recognized him as a regular visitor to the temple, and recommended, "We have a new Taoist priest here, Lu Daochang. He has a good reputation and is very honest, not deceptive. You might as well consult him if you have questions." Since there was no way to find Dao Changzhang, seeing Lu Daochang wasn't a bad idea either. Qi Yan nodded and asked this person to introduce him. Lu Daochang was a tall, lean middle-aged man, appearing much younger than Dao Changzhang. He indeed gave off the impression of being a straightforward person. Upon seeing Qi Yan, he didn't beat around the bush or confuse him but directly asked, "What's your problem?" His manner was almost like a police officer investigating a case. After thinking for a moment, Qi Yan started by mentioning, "This month, my electricity bill surged excessively." Then he detailed the oddities about the electricity bill. Halfway through, Lu Daochang interrupted with a, "Hey," and said, "If there's something wrong with your electricity bill, you should go to the power company." "Why come to me?" "Go check at the power company to see what's going on, whether someone has stolen your electricity." Qi Yan hurriedly explained the mysterious marks that appeared on his chest. Lu Daochang looked at him with peculiar eyes and asked, "Young man, you're still single, aren't you?" Qi Yan nodded, "Yes, I'm single." Lu Daochang said, "I've encountered cases like yours before. Don't look to me, go to the hospital and make an appointment. To be honest, even the hospital might not help. It's because you've suppressed yourself too much, so subconsciously, you're seeking relief in your sleep. It'd be best to find a partner quickly." Qi Yan picked up on the implication in Lu Daochang's words, his face turning red, both embarrassed and anxious. He felt extremely awkward. So the idea was that he had pinched himself while unconscious. How could this Dao Chang speak so irresponsibly? Was it still possible to jointly promote socialist spiritual civilization with this Dao Chang? At this rate, it would be easy for him to lose trust and switch to Western capitalist religious forces. Qi Yan couldn't continue asking questions. Feeling that this Lu Daochang wouldn't provide any reliable suggestions, he still mentioned Daochang Zhang to justify himself. Previously, Daochang Zhang had given me a method, which involved taking the ashes of a person to wear and setting up their memorial tablet at home. I am afraid this method may no longer work, and as long as it still does, I am not worried. He wanted to ask Lu Daochang to guide him regarding the effectiveness of this method and understand the situations under which it might fail, so he could prepare beforehand. But again, before finishing, his words were cut short by Lu Daochang. Frowning, Lu Daochang waved his hand and said, "Who came up with such an eerie method for you? Putting aside the specifics, isn't it ominous carrying another person's ashes and setting up a stranger's memorial tablet at home? If you listen to me, return those ashes immediately and take the memorial tablet away." It had been half a year since Qi Yan last visited West Qing Mountain. He didn't know when Daochang Zhang left or when this Lu Daochang arrived, but it was evident that the new Lu Daochang did not recognize Zhang and certainly did not approve of his methods. With 2 prior unsatisfactory conversations under his belt, Qi Yan had already grown quite disappointed with this Lu Daochang. A sense of being disrespected even crept in, leading him to label this new priest as unreliable internally. He believed Lu Daochang was nowhere near as competent as Daochang Zhang, so naturally, he wouldn't follow his advice and abandon the life-saving method Daochang Zhang had given him. Without that porcelain bottle of Yingji's ashes, who knew how many times he would have already met an untimely end? Seeing that Lu Daochang truly seemed clueless, Qi Yan could do nothing but bid farewell in disappointment. As he was leaving, Lu Daochang earnestly advised him, "At your age, you should focus on studying science and cultural knowledge. Don't get into these superstitious activities at such a young age." Qi Yan suspected that Lu Daochang might be a representative from the West Qing Mountain Street Committee sent to the Taoist temple to promote ideological work. Despite this, Lu Daochang's words relieved Qi Yan somewhat. He hadn't initially thought of the electricity bill situation as something supernatural but had pieced together the clues later. Perhaps he really ought to go check with the power company. Regarding the marks. Even while driving, Qi Yan felt his face flush slightly. Though he didn't think he had the habit of touching himself in his sleep, maybe they were indeed unconsciously caused by himself. Some people even sleepwalk, how could one tell what actions they might perform in their dreams? Many indeed only suspected ghosts out of fear. Compared to falling for scams, Lu Daochang's straightforward way of comforting others did make him accumulate a decent reputation. Instinctively, people tended to believe in good possibilities and good futures. Qi Yan now considered Yingji's ashes his lifeline, and it was difficult for him to believe anything dared to challenge its protection by directly leaving marks on his chest. By comparison, explanations like accidentally rubbing it in my sleep or some unknown pressure caused them seemed much more acceptable. Even so, after returning home, Qi Yan still lived in constant anxiety for a few days, gradually putting his mind at ease only when he detected no abnormalities. The discomfort he felt upon waking up each morning also became less noticeable. Whether it was because he adapted or due to overexertion before the spring festival at work, things improved noticeably during these relaxed days. Soon enough, Qi Yan was distracted by another matter. It was almost time for the New Year celebrations, and his uncle invited him to return to Shiming City to celebrate. Although his uncle was his sole living family member now, the uncle had his own household, and Qi Yan would merely be a relative visiting, technically still an outsider. If he went over on New Year's Eve or the first day of the new year, his aunt might feel awkward. Moreover, his aunt had hinted at introducing her niece to him for matchmaking, and this trip would surely lead to action. Thinking about meeting someone made Qi Yan both embarrassed and anxious. But he couldn't skip the holiday visit entirely. After all, his grandparents had passed away there, and he owed his upbringing to them. After sweeping graves for his parents, it was natural to pay respects to these 2 elders too. Qi Yan resolved to head back on the 5th day after the new year and leave shortly afterward, citing work as an excuse. This way, he thought, his uncle and aunt probably wouldn't insist on keeping him longer. He remembered how his grandmother used to make a grand effort every year during the spring festival preparations, decorating the house anew, festooning it with festive decorations, and calling his uncle's family over for a reunion dinner. These memories influenced him significantly. Even though he lived alone now, Qi Yan still took care of everything, from hanging couplets and red posters to setting up lanterns and festive lights. In the past, his grandmother had always posted the Fu character on New Year's Eve itself, and Qi Yan continued this tradition. He started the day by thoroughly cleaning the house, turning on the robot cleaner to have the small disc autonomously scrub the floors. If it got close to its charger when low on battery, it would automatically dock itself to recharge. Carrying a bag filled with couplets, Fu characters, and double-sided tape, Qi Yan blocked the door and stepped out to paste the Fu characters. According to traditional Chinese customs, posting couplets and Fu characters could welcome blessings and dispel misfortune. Qi Yan hummed a song as he worked, wishing silently that they would indeed keep all evil spirits and ghosts at bay. Once done, he stepped back to inspect carefully. Satisfied that they looked neat and level, he closed the door with a sense of accomplishment. After Qi Yan closed the door and returned inside, an unexpected gust of wind swept through and lifted the corner of the Fu character he had just affixed. However, it was subtle enough that one wouldn't notice unless looking closely. There are taboos against hanging spring festival decorations if someone in the family is in mourning, let alone in a house shared by multiple residents where one of them hasn't finished the mourning period yet. Chapter 12, Covetousness. After obtaining the urn containing Yi Yingji's ashes for protection, Qi Yan became much braver. On the 5th day of the new year, he drove onto the highway and headed towards Shiming City. His cousin Du Tingting was studying at a university abroad, and school had already started. At his uncle's home, there were only him and Auntie present. Qi Yan dropped off the gifts and shortly after sitting down, it was already time for lunch. Auntie Huang Shu laughed and said, "Let's go eat outside, your uncle has reserved a place at a private restaurant nearby." Then she seemed to remember something and added, "Oh right, my brother-in-law's family will also come later. My niece Fanfan is about your age, you two might as well get to know each other." Uncle Du Mingjing nodded at him. It was clear that the girl's family specially came over on the 5th day of the spring festival not for anything else, but this so-called enthusiasm. Knowing their intentions, Qi Yan naturally could only smile and nod in agreement. Not long after they arrived at the restaurant, the family of Auntie Huang Shu's elder brother arrived too. Although Huang Fanfan wasn't extraordinarily beautiful, she wasn't unattractive either. Young and with makeup enhancing her appearance, she looked very youthful and attractive. The reason Qi Yan's uncle previously didn't think highly of this niece of his wife's was twofold. First, Huang Shu's elder brother himself lacked ambition, preferred to take advantage without working, had a history of gambling, though it was claimed he had quit in recent years. Du Mingjing still held grudges against him, and he married a woman who was somewhat vain. Second, growing up in such an environment, Huang Fanfan hadn't emerged pure either. Though seemingly lacking serious vices like gambling, she mimicked her parents' lackadaisical attitude toward life. She barely got through school relying on her family's money, and after graduation, Du Mingjing couldn't refuse his wife's request, helping her secure a clerical position in one of the companies he knew. But the young lady complained of being hardworking and of colleague bullying, quitting soon afterward. Later, it was rumored she found another job herself, but Du Mingjing himself no longer bothered to inquire about her affairs or follow up on her situation. Du Mingjing was a very diligent and competitive person. In his heart, he considered his nephew, orphaned since childhood yet walking the straight and narrow path, to be a good boy. He had arranged everything smoothly regarding his education and career, never asking favors from others. Though perhaps overly introverted and lacking initiative as a boy, he was a fine child nonetheless. In Du Mingjing's opinion, Huang Fanfan was not a suitable match. However, because his wife had mentioned it several times and he couldn't keep rejecting her wishes entirely, and secondly, he wished to remind Qi Yan that it was time to start thinking about his future marriage. Thus, expecting the encounter wouldn't lead to anything serious if things didn't work out upon first sight, he allowed Auntie Huang Shu to arrange this meeting. Qi Yan wasn't a harsh person. Even though he strongly resisted such blind dates, he still remained courteous and gentlemanly. The girl appeared equally gentle and shy. Auntie Huang Shu and her elder brother and sister-in-law were very good at livening up the atmosphere, making the meal progress rather harmoniously. Just then, Huang Fanfan suddenly stared fixedly at the steamed sea base on the plate, unmoving for a long while without speaking. Huang Shu nudged her slightly. "What's wrong with Fanfan? Are you feeling unwell?" Huang Fanfan lifted her face, and under the pale tea-colored light of the private dining room, her ghostly pale face and large sweat beads were clearly visible. Her lips quivered as she looked at Auntie Huang Shu. The fish's eyes moved. Before Huang Shu could react, "What do you mean? Is it undercooked?" Huang Fanfan frantically shook her head, nearly crying, and suddenly screamed, "It's watching me. It's smiling at me. I saw it when it was killed, its stomach cut open and its scales scraped off. There was a baby fish inside its belly. The baby fish was gouged out, and it's smiling at me too. It wants to crawl into my belly." The originally warm and pleasant atmosphere turned icy cold due to Huang Fanfan's strange tone and eerie narration. Even Huang Shu felt a chill run through her bones and shuddered. However, Huang Fanfan's mother seemed to have realized something, and her expression changed drastically. She quickly covered her daughter's mouth, scolding her, "What nonsense are you spouting? Did you bump into a ghost during the daytime? Stop talking nonsense." Though her mouth was covered by her mother, Huang Fanfan continued to make ho-ho sounds, akin to an eerie sobbing noise. Given the protagonist's state, the meal obviously couldn't continue. With an apologetic smile, Huang's mother excused herself to Uncle Du Mingjing and Qi Yan, leaving hurriedly with her husband and daughter. Qi Yan felt a chilling sensation along his spine. It was the first time someone close to him displayed a response akin to being possessed, yet it wasn't himself experiencing it. Whether it was his illusion or not, he felt as though Huang Fanfan was about to say something more but was promptly stopped by her own mother. Nonetheless, since Qi Yan wasn't particularly interested in this potential marriage alliance and did not consider himself especially compassionate, he politely expressed concern and earnestly suggested that his aunt might let her niece visit Taoist temple on the outskirts of the city to check if she had offended anything supernatural. He refrained from asking further questions. When Du Mingjing heard Qi Yan mention Taoist temple, he couldn't help but glare at him again. There was one particular flaw about his nephew, which was his superstitious nature. However, this trait seemed to be something he learned from his own mother. He had always respected and loved his mother, so he couldn't criticize her too much in this regard. After this incident, the matter of bringing the two together naturally came to nothing. Later, Qi Yan heard that just after the Lantern Festival, Huang Fenfen had become engaged to someone else. He wondered if Auntie had let her niece visit Tian Temple or not. Based on his personal experience, the temple nearby Shiming City was the most reliable. Had they visited it, and did the monks there suggest a quick marriage for blessing? That's why she got engaged so quickly. Should I also take advantage of the new year and get married to dispel any evil? This thought only crossed his mind briefly, and Qi Yan smiled faintly before dismissing it completely. But perhaps because spring had arrived, or because another year had passed and everyone thought he was getting closer to marriageable age or even getting old, or maybe simply because people were idle after the spring festival, suddenly, many more people around him wanted to set him up on dates. Qi Yan still remembered the times when Su Jiang introduced his junior sister to him and all those ghost encounters followed, as well as the occasion where his aunt introduced him to her niece, resulting in her allegedly being possessed while he remained fine. It was unclear whether these incidents were related to him or not. Given his constitution, he shouldn't involve others. Let's not even consider, imagine a girl dating him and enjoying romantic moments at the cinema and coffee shops. If during those times, she saw the small porcelain urn he wore, and asked curiously, Qi Yan, what is this thing you're wearing? It's quite unique and cute. Can you send me one? He would smile gently and reply, ashes. Wouldn't that leave an indelible psychological scar on her? Taking a step back, assuming there is a girl who could accept that he wore ashes or he managed to hide the fact that the porcelain bottle contained ashes, eventually she would have to meet his family, right? The first thing she'd see upon entering his home would be the ancestral tablet. He would explain with a smile, this tablet isn't temporary, it's going to be here forever. Even if we form a family in the future, it will remain. There'll be 3 offerings every day, and darling, remember to cook an extra portion for Mr. Yi. What normal person could tolerate that? Qi Yan realized this clearly, so he concluded that living alone with Yi Yingji's tablet would be the best choice for him. Once he was less busy with work, he could join some sports clubs, make friends, and keep pets for company. Just imagining such a life made him feel content. Thus, without hesitation, Qi Yan tactfully rejected all attempts to set him up. But the person sharing his room had already lost patience. Day after day, he stayed by Qi Yan's side, but Qi Yan couldn't see him. He could embrace him within his arms, yet others remained completely unaware. In others' eyes, his lover was still single, perhaps even in his own mind, Qi Yan viewed himself as alone. He coveted him and resented others coveting him as well. He longed for Qi Yan to hug him back, to kiss him. He desired for Qi Yan to look into his eyes and call his name. He craved for reciprocity. On a late March evening, Qi Yan fell asleep as usual. Although the weather had warmed up, the night was still cool. In his sleep, feeling cold, he instinctively pulled the blanket tighter. A person hugged him from behind, invisible black mist slowly infiltrating his body. Confusing the mind, unsettling the spirit. What people called, bewitched by ghosts. Chapter 13, Bewitched, Part 1. Qi Yan had gained another lover. He could not recall how they met, nor the other's identity or background. It seemed like he had met this person when he was visiting his uncle and aunt in Shiming City. However, this vague memory did not bother him. A voice in his subconscious told him that none of these things mattered, all that mattered was that they were together. At least, he still remembered the name of his lover. His name was Yi Yingji. Yi Yingji. Silently savoring this name in his heart, Qi Yan felt warmth, safety, and a faint sense of trust. This feeling of trust was genuine and unpretentious. Because there was someone at home now, Qi Yan worked with extra enthusiasm. His colleagues teased him, noting that he looked more spirited than ever before. Some even joked that it made sense why he hadn't shown interest in arranged introductions previously, he'd already had a target in mind and was simply waiting for everything to fall into place. This weekend coincided with the May Day holiday, allowing 3 days off. Qi Yan planned to take Yingji on a 3-day road trip to the outskirts. He returned home with groceries he had just bought, but before he could pull out his keys, the door was already open. Behind the silver security door appeared a familiar figure, a handsome and gentle man with a tall stature. It was the appearance Qi Yan knew well. Seeing him brought a sweetness to Qi Yan's heart that he couldn't resist. He tilted his head, curving his lips upward as if something lost had finally been found, restoring completeness. He thought he must really love this person. The man took over the groceries, chatting casually with Qi Yan while heading confidently toward the kitchen. Even in simple casual wear, his refined demeanor shone through. Yi Yingji said he could recognize Qi Yan's footsteps, which is why he always opened the door immediately. Qi Yan wasn't entirely sure how long they had been living like this, it felt as if it hadn't been very long, yet at the same time as though it had lasted forever. As he gazed at the man's back, a gentle smile spread across his face. A voice in his heart told him that this was enough, this was the peaceful and stable life he had always pursued. During dinner, Qi Yan excitedly shared with Yi Yingji his travel plans. After setting down his chopsticks, he watched eagerly as he waited for his response. But instead of agreeing enthusiastically as Qi Yan had expected, Yi Yingji hesitated a moment, then asked, "Do we have to go? Wouldn't staying home be fun too?" Qi Yan's heart plummeted, like a swing dropping suddenly from its high point to its lowest. For an entire week, he had spent his lunch breaks researching nearby attractions and tourist guides, and he had eagerly booked accommodations for their first trip together. Ah, Qi Yan laughed, forcing his eyes to curve upward as he glanced at Yingji. That's fine too. If you don't want to go out, we can celebrate at home. I'll buy extra groceries before the holiday. He should have guessed that Yingji didn't enjoy going out. After all, arranging this trip was done to make the other person happy, so naturally, he would go along with what his lover wanted. Still, despite understanding this, a trace of disappointment lingered deep within him. Yet Yingji suddenly grabbed his hand and grinned, saying, "All right, I was just joking around. You've worked hard and deserve a break, we absolutely need to go." His uninhibited laughter was beautiful, his eyes slightly slanting upward, and his dark pupils seeming to hold boundless affection. For a moment, Qi Yan could only stare blankly at him, nodding mutely, completely oblivious to the undeniable hesitation Yingji had shown just moments ago. Qi Yan vaguely felt that since being with Yingji, his behavior patterns had changed quite a bit. There was one thing he used to worry about daily before but no longer considered now. But he couldn't remember what it was. Then again, after thinking about it, who lives the same way when cohabiting with a lover as they did when single? Just consider eating habits alone. In the past, he managed with convenience meals, ordering takeout often even when working from home. Now, someone prepared different Chinese and Western dishes for him daily. Each day after work, he had to think about buying ingredients for the next meal to bring back, marking a significant change. He also dimly remembered needing to prepare an extra small portion of food in the past. But searching through his memories, he realized no such person had actually existed in his life. On the first day of the holiday, Qi Yan left home early with Yingji, both dressed casually. Yingji even pulled out a pair of sunglasses from somewhere, making him look exceptionally stylish sitting in the passenger seat, his tall figure commanding attention, almost more imposing than typical celebrities. Once inside the car, Qi Yan playfully removed the sunglasses, leaning over to give him a quick peck on the eyelids. Holding the sunglasses in his hand, he smiled and asked, "You look great in those, I've never seen you wear them before. Did you buy them yourself when you went shopping?" Though he said it casually, Qi Yan rarely went shopping with Yingji, so there wasn't much opportunity for him to see Yingji wearing them. Yingji smiled in satisfaction as he was kissed, narrowing his eyes and responding indistinctly, "From the past." Qi Yan had been following the navigation all along, but unexpectedly, the route wasn't updated, part of the road was under construction, so they had to turn back and take another way. The frustration of retracing their steps made Qi Yan feel completely exhausted. He groaned softly and looked at Yingji. "Yingji, I don't want to drive anymore. Can you replace me for a bit?" He hadn't rested well the previous night and woke up early this morning. Why should he keep driving while the person responsible for his exhaustion sat comfortably beside him, resting with closed eyes? Yingji smiled and looked at him. "What's wrong? Are you tired?" "It's my fault. But my dear, you still need to hold on a little longer." Hearing the word dear, Qi Yan blushed and didn't say anything more, instead continuing to drive automatically. Yingji added with a laugh, "You've forgotten, haven't you? I can't drive, I don't even have a driver's license." "Is that right?" Qi Yan felt momentarily confused. This seemed different from his impression of Yingji. How could Master Yi possibly not know how to drive? Was it because his health had always been poor? A car roared past ahead, prompting him to shake his head and focus. Who is Master Yi? How could such a title appear in his mind? Although Yingji's skin tone was slightly pale, that was probably just due to rarely going out in the sun. His physical condition was fine, and he hadn't shown any signs of illness. Perhaps due to the construction, there were many large trucks transporting materials around. Afraid of getting distracted further, Qi Yan focused entirely on driving. In doing so, he overlooked an obvious question. He actually knew very little about this man who shared his bed every day and with whom he intended to spend the rest of his life. He didn't know if Yingji could drive, swim, or ride a bicycle. He didn't even know Yingji's identity, background, or family situation. Yet Yingji had clearly told him. "We've been together for nearly a year." Their accommodations had already been booked in advance. It was a local residence for rent. A small two-story house, divided into upper and lower living areas without interfering with each other, equipped with a kitchen, small dining room, living room, and one bedroom. The bedroom window faced the lake view. Allegedly, it was a website promotional price. Renting it for one day during this peak season only cost over 200 yuan, a great deal. They arrived at their destination around 12:30 in the afternoon, under bright daylight. The rented place had a yard where cars could park. Their rented two-story building was located in a somewhat shaded spot, but the view was excellent. It faced the lake directly with no obstructions. There were many similar 2- to 3-story buildings nearby, but most appeared to be rented out to tourists traveling by car from neighboring cities. Because it was a holiday, they saw many cars from out of town on the way. Presumably, business must be good, yet the first floor of the house Qi Yan rented was locked with a big lock, its windows appearing hazy inside. Qi Yan accepted the key to the room and casually asked the homeowner, who was showing them around, "With the holidays bringing such good business, why aren't you renting out the downstairs too?" The homeowner, a man in his 40s, stiffened slightly upon hearing this before nervously rubbing his hands. "The downstairs is being renovated. The staircase leading to the second floor was an iron external ladder painted blue, with some spots worn off. The ladder led directly to a second-floor balcony. Once upstairs, you could enter the house by simply opening the door. Qi Yan didn't pay much attention to this upon hearing it, but as he descended the stairs, he subconsciously glanced at the interior of the first floor. The windows were covered with thick layers of dust and white paint, making it hard to see clearly, but he could vaguely make out that the inside was cluttered. Qi Yan guessed that the renovations might have started, but due to the busy season, they paused temporarily to avoid affecting other tenants. Not having eaten lunch, Qi Yan planned to take Yingji out for food after putting down their luggage. However, Yingji leaned against the bedhead, rubbing his forehead as if feeling unwell. He looked at Qi Yan gently and said, "I'm feeling a bit car sick and would like to rest. Go eat. Bring something back for me when you're done." Thinking that Yingji wouldn't feel better without eating, Qi Yan nodded and left. This place was a small town, previously relying primarily on agriculture, but in recent years, tourism began developing. Restaurants were all generic, featuring wild fish shops or rural pleasures. Qi Yan chose one that looked relatively clean and ordered 3 dishes along with rice to pack up, planning to bring it back for Yingji to eat together. After eating together in the room, Yingji said he was feeling somewhat better, so Qi Yan suggested they go for a walk by the lake, enjoy the scenery, and enjoy the breeze for relaxation. The lake was not far from their residence, just 10 minutes or so on foot. Unexpectedly, as soon as they walked out, an elderly woman blocked Qi Yan. She was in her early 50s, dressed similarly to other women of a certain age in the town, looking utterly ordinary. Since this area was near the Lake District but not yet part of the main tourist attraction, it was somewhat secluded with no one else around. She stopped Qi Yan and asked, "Young man, how come you're staying at the old Huss house?" Qi Yan ignored her. These days there were many scammers using various tricks, and in small tourist spots, extra caution was necessary. It was best not to engage with anyone suspicious who approached him. But the elderly woman didn't give up and pursued closely behind, saying, "My family also rents rooms. We have an empty one left. I'll give you a good discount, 60% off. Why don't you move here instead?" So, she was promoting accommodations. Qi Yan's vigilance eased a little. Knowing that there were 2 grown men, himself and Yingji, they wouldn't be easily kidnapped. He stopped and replied, "Ma'am, we've already made reservations. We don't need anything else. Please stop troubling yourself and see if others might want to book." When she saw Qi Yan patiently answering, the elderly woman hesitated for a moment before quietly saying, "Young man, listen to your elder. The old Hu family's house is not a clean place. While nothing serious may happen to others, it's different for you. Your constitution is extremely weak. You'd better move out while you still can." What did "extremely weak constitution" mean? And what did "not a clean place" mean? It wasn't that he didn't believe in such feudal superstitions, it was just that in his memory, apart from seeing ghosts in horror films, he had never encountered anything like a ghost. Qi Yan felt utterly perplexed. Inwardly scoffing, something about the words "unclean" and "weak" struck a chord deep within him, causing him to instinctively tremble with an inexplicable sense of panic and fear. His instincts urged him to ask more, but just then, a hand suddenly slid around his waist, pulling him into an embrace from behind. Yingji leaned close to his ear and whispered lightly, "I'm here. What are you afraid of?" Chapter 14 Bewitched, 2. In broad daylight, Qi Yan felt somewhat embarrassed about all the hugging and clinging. He muttered, "Stop fooling around," in a low voice, pushing away Yingji's hands without realizing how possessive that hug actually was. This time, before he could decline again, the elder woman had already left on her own accord. Qi Yan thought to himself, did the elder woman get scared by their antics? Did she think they were too much for her eyes? On the other side, Lu Dai, who had been standing at a distance, watched as his wife returned with a pale face. Extinguishing his cigarette, he quickly asked, "What happened? Weren't we supposed to do good deeds to bring blessings to Dawa? Why did you just let that young man stay in old Hu's house? That young man clearly seems incapable of dealing with such situations." Lu Da simply shook her head quietly, "There's nothing we can do." Lu Dai glanced at his wife's complexion and stayed silent. Once inside the house with her husband, Lu Da patted her chest to calm herself, then whispered into her husband's ear, "That young man has already been possessed by something even more powerful." Lu Dai was startled, glancing around to ensure no one was listening, then quietly replied, "Then why didn't you warn him?" Lowering her head, Lu Da paused for a moment before saying, "I dare not." After regaining some composure from her earlier fright, she advised her husband quietly, "Didn't you notice that young man's behavior? It's like he's always accompanied by another person, and he truly believes it's a person. We'd better warn our children to keep their distance from that young man, so as not to offend anything unseen. Sweep the snow off your own doorstep and don't care about frost on others' roof tiles." They were merely an honest, law-abiding ordinary family. How could they handle so many complicated matters? The Lius decided that since old Hu was blinded by greed and rented out that problematic house anyway, if they met someone whose constitution was too weak, they would try to offer a word of advice, partly to accumulate virtue for their descendants. But for young people like this one, even though they might see something amiss, where would they dare to say more? Telling someone that what's beside them is not human would likely bring retaliation that they couldn't endure. As night fell, Qi Yan wanted to take Yingji out for dinner, but Yingji said, when we arrived, I saw a shop nearby selling live fish and fresh vegetables. Let's buy some, and I'll cook for you. It seemed Yingji preferred not dining out. Anyway, the local restaurants here had limited skills, they mainly excelled in using fresh ingredients. Bringing things home to cook would be just as good. Qi Yan never refused the requests of his lover. This time, he smiled and readily agreed, inwardly chuckling, wondering if Yingji had bewitched him. Later, as usual, they spent a long time being intimate before Qi Yan succumbed to fatigue and sleep, slipping deeply into unconsciousness. Not sure how long he had been asleep, somewhere between waking and dreaming, he faintly heard water sounds, as if something was surfacing, and it was getting closer. His heart suddenly raced, startling awake, he sat up abruptly in bed. Turning to glance out the window through the slats of the blinds, he could clearly see the rippling lake not far away, reflecting silvery light under the heavy night. It was a clear day, bright moon and sparse stars, everything visible clearly. Dead silent, not a trace of anything unusual, it was indeed a peaceful and harmonious holiday evening. Qi Yan exhaled, deciding it must have been just a strange nightmare. Glancing at Yingji lying calmly next to him, breathing steadily, he worried about disturbing his sleeping lover and tried to lie down again as quietly as possible. However, Yingji had already woken up, opening his eyes slowly to see Qi Yan still sitting half upright. He wrapped his arms around Qi Yan's shoulders, his voice still deep and hoarse from sleep, "What's wrong?" Qi Yan shook his head, turning to meet his dark eyes, "Nothing, just a nightmare." Yingji embraced him closely in the seated position, placing a gentle kiss near his ear as a form of comfort, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Perhaps because the night was too cold and too quiet, Qi Yan somehow felt Yingji's breath brushing against his ear was slightly chilly, yet the warmth and strength in his embrace remained unchanged. He nodded, barely suppressing the growing unease in his heart, and pulled the blanket to lie back down to continue sleeping. At this moment, there came a knock-knock at the door. Qi Yan was startled, inexplicably finding this scene eerily familiar, instinctively turning his head to look at Yingji. Seeing the fear and distress in Qi Yan's widened eyes, Yingji gently kissed his eyelids to force him to close his eyes. Qi Yan felt the feather-light kisses, along with his soothing voice, "Nothing to worry about, I'll go check." An overwhelming premonition of misfortune suddenly gripped Qi Yan's heart. Instinctively, he spoke up, "No, Yingji, don't go." He attempted to grab Yingji's shirt tail like he usually did but realized that Yingji hadn't worn any top to sleep, so instead, he hugged him around the waist. Then, burying his face in Yingji's waist, he softly muttered, "Don't go." The knocking at the door continued relentlessly, loud and jarring in the quiet night, piercing through the stillness. Strangely, even though it was steady and rhythmic, it had not seemed to draw anyone's attention. Yingji smiled gently and stroked Qi Yan's hair. His hand slid down to Qi Yan's neck as he chuckled, "What's wrong with you?" Qi Yan realized how childish both his actions and words sounded. His face turning crimson, he slightly raised his head to look at Yingji. Yingji patted his shoulder and said, "I'll just check quickly, I'll be right back, go back to sleep." Then he swiftly got out of bed, put on his shoes, giving Qi Yan no chance to ask him to stay. As Qi Yan watched Yingji walk towards the entrance, an all too familiar fear crept over his mind, an eerily pale gaze, a ghastly white light, a ceaseless rhythmic knock at the door, a black tablet. Whatever was outside the door, it wasn't human. In order to ward off such entities, he seemed to have heard advice to place someone's tablet in the home, but whose tablet was it, what was written on it, who was it, exactly? Just then, with a creak, the door opened, but no other sound followed. Worry for his lover immediately overcame all strange and muddled thoughts, and Qi Yan leaped out of bed. The cold tiles shocked him into complete alertness, and raising his head, he saw Yingji's face. Yingji pulled him back into bed, tucking him under the blanket while reprimanding, "I told you I'd just take a quick peek. Why did you get up again? You're not even wearing clothes. It's cool here at night, don't catch a cold." Obediently shoved back into bed, Qi Yan's chaotic, eerie thoughts vanished the moment he saw his lover's face. He poked the Yingji lying beside him, "Yingji, what happened?" At the very instant when Yingji opened the door, the knocking had disappeared. Yingji said, "I'm not sure. When I opened the door, there was no one. Probably some drunkard mistook our door for theirs. They noticed the mistake just as I opened the door and left." Qi Yan couldn't help himself from replying, "But there was definitely knocking right before you opened the door. We're on the second floor, how could you fail to see anyone if they were already gone by the time you opened the door? Besides, would a drunk person really knock so steadily and rhythmically? Or, does someone even knock like that?" Suddenly recalling the words of the elderly woman from the afternoon, "The house of old who isn't clean." Qi Yan involuntarily shivered, curling further into Yingji's embrace. His vulnerable, clingy gesture evidently pleased Yingji. Yingji tightened his arms around him, kissed his forehead, and smoothed his palm across Qi Yan's smooth back, muttering, "It was too dark outside, maybe I didn't see clearly. No worries, we'll just be more cautious tonight. Any bad guy would be no match for me anyway." Qi Yan remained silent. Yingji laughed suddenly, lifting Qi Yan's face with his left hand to look into his eyes, "Sweetheart, you don't seriously believe that old woman this afternoon talked about ghosts, do you?" There was no old woman, she was clearly middle-aged. Embarrassed and annoyed at having his thoughts exposed along with Yi Yingji's teasing attitude, Qi Yan flushed red and turned away, muttering, "Nonsense, I don't believe in such things." The moonlight filtered through the blinds, casting a faint glow that made Qi Yan's blushed face particularly enchanting. Unable to resist, Yi Yingji kissed him, murmuring softly, "Do I look like a ghost to you, or perhaps like a fierce demon, devouring you bit by bit every day?" Chapter 15, Only One Person. Qi Yan's plan was to stay here for 2 days, play for 3 days, and return to Shiming City on the last day of the holiday. However, the first night was interrupted by a mysterious knocking sound in the middle of the night, and after being kept busy until dawn with Yi Yingji, Qi Yan only managed to fall asleep around 4 or 5 in the morning. When he woke up at 11 in the morning, he realized half of his vacation had already passed. When Qi Yan woke up, Yi Yingji was smiling contentedly next to him, watching him. Seeing that he was awake, Yi Yingji leaned over and kissed his eyelashes. "Have you rested enough?" Qi Yan flipped a pillow back at him. "Yi Yingji, are you even human? Who is that energetic in the middle of the night?" While taking away the weapon, the pillow, with one hand, Yi Yingji opened his arms, which made it seem like Qi Yan had fallen into his embrace willingly. He fondled Qi Yan's neck happily and said, "Nope, if you want to accompany me, I'll be just as energetic during the day." Qi Yan thought about sending him to the Huajiang New District Street Office for re-education on socialist spiritual civilization, but despite his verbal resistance and awkward actions, his heart was sweet. It felt as though he was naturally meant to like this person so much, to see him, to be near him, to be embraced by him brought such overwhelming joy that it almost brought tears to his eyes. They seemed to be fooling around endlessly. Lunch was directly ordered from a delivery service since their trip was meant to relax, doing whatever made them happy and comfortable. When Qi Yan went out to pick up the meal, he asked the delivery girl what else there was to see besides the lake. The girl mentioned that there was a mountain to the east that hadn't been developed much, but tourists always responded positively to its natural beauty, serene and unique in its charm. Perhaps because of the strange headless dream from last night, Qi Yan instinctively developed an aversion to the lake, but he really didn't feel like climbing the mountain either. He turned back to look at Yi Yingji, hoping the other would decide. In a straightforward and honest tone, Yi Yingji said, "Let's just stay in the room and play." Qi Yan decided they should still check out the lake, as it was the most famous attraction here. Yesterday, the two had wandered in secluded areas and hadn't visited the tourist-heavy scenic spots. The scenic area was more lively, offering activities such as cruise boats, water motorcycles, speedboats, and more. The cruise boat could accommodate over 10 people via ticketed seating, while pedal boats were available for rental and could hold up to 4 passengers. Yi Yingji suggested, "Let's rent our own boat and paddle ourselves." Qi Yan took a look and indeed found renting a pedal boat more popular. Families or couples liked to rent a boat for themselves, while larger groups of elderly tourists preferred the painted barges. He went to the boat rental area to pay the deposit and arrange the procedures. An older man responsible for the rentals noticed he was alone and added a comment, "Young man, why not take the barge? You can cover all the scenic spots, you don't have to paddle yourself, and it's also much cheaper." Considering how tight the rentals were now, with crowds increasing and queues forming soon, it was a good opportunity to promote another option. He hoped this young single person might consider it, unlike couples or families. Just as the man finished speaking, he suddenly felt a chill down his neck and unconsciously shivered. His desire to keep promoting faded as he involuntarily pulled his shoulders closer. Qi Yan declined politely with a smile, "No thanks." It was naturally better to enjoy private and interference-free time with his lover. This lake was named Daughter Lake, said to resemble a crescent moon, though the curve in the middle wasn't smooth, more like a K shape. Due to geographical and terrain reasons, the lake was split into yin and yang sides, one sunny with a glittering golden surface, the other quiet and cool. The hotel where Qi Yan and Yi Yingji stayed directly faced the lake's yin side. The boat rental points were all set on the sunny side, making this area lively with many visitors and boats, whereas beyond the curve, there were fewer boats. Yi Yingji pointed to the distant curved lakeshore line. "Again, there are too many people here. Let's go to the other side. You start pedaling, and once we're past this bend, and there are fewer people, I'll take over." Qi Yan had no objection and followed obediently. Once they reached the yin side, there were only a few pedal boats visible compared to the previous bustling scene where boats were separated by just 3 or 4 meters. Yi Yingji naturally took on the task of rowing, letting Qi Yan sit beside him to rest and enjoy the view. A nearby boat passed by them, and a little boy suddenly pointed to Qi Yan's boat and exclaimed, Mom, why does that uncle's boat move without anyone pedaling or holding the steering wheel?" The young mother glanced at the receding figure of the boat. It was clearly just an ordinary pedal boat like theirs. She quietly told her son, "You must have seen wrong." Ever since her last trip to the lake with her husband and children, their 2 kids had been eagerly reminiscing about the boating experience. She and her husband promised their son and daughter they would bring them again during this vacation, but when it came time, her husband was sent out of town on business. The 2 little ones had looked forward to this trip for more than half a year, ever since last autumn. With no other options, she took 7-year-old son and 3.5-year-old daughter herself. However, handling both children on her own left her utterly exhausted. At this moment, the quiet younger daughter, who had been sitting by munching snacks while gazing at the scenery outside, suddenly piped up, "Brother's lying. There was another uncle sitting next to that man who kept steering the boat. I also saw an aunt trying to climb onto their boat, and that uncle kicked her off. The older brother was irked by his sister's accusation and immediately stood up, frowning as he insisted, I'm not lying. There was only one uncle on that boat. Mom definitely saw it too. He turned to the young mother, hoping for her support. But the woman felt a chill run down her spine, paying no attention to what her son said. Her daughter was only 3.5 years old, how could someone have taught her to say such things? And if no one did, how could she possibly have made it up herself? Both she and her son had clearly seen there was only one person in that boat. She scolded her son, ordering him to sit close to her without moving, then pulled her daughter over to sit between herself and her son. Using all her strength, she pedaled the boat back toward shore, feeling her heart relax somewhat as they approached other boats near the rental area. She couldn't help but feel some resentment towards her husband for his absence, though there wasn't much she could do about it or criticize him for being tied up in work. Looking at the sky, she thought the day was too late now, they'd stay another night and leave early the next morning. Yingji smiled faintly as he stepped on his side of the foot pedal, nonchalantly extending his left leg. He then stomped hard on 4 pale, swollen fingers clinging to the side of their boat. The location of this lake was unusual, resulting in its peculiar topography, one side brimming with yang energy, the other shrouded in yin, which explained why so many water spirits lingered here. The waters on the yin side were wider and appeared quieter due to fewer people. Still as a mirror, the surface occasionally rippled with waves created by passing birds. Yingji brought the boat to a halt right in the middle of the lake. Qi Yan was leaning against the canopy, admiring the surrounding mountains and waters. Without warning, a long, strong hand reached out, pulling him back into place. Qi Yan turned around just as Yingji leaned over, his arms propped up on either side of Qi Yan's head, pressing him gently into the roof of the boat. As Qi Yan watched Yingji lower his face, instinctively closing his eyes, he felt a tender kiss touch his lips. Don't be afraid, Yingji soothed him softly, murmuring close to his lips. No one will see us, again. Doesn't it feel like there's only the two of us in the world right now? And you belong to me. Only the two of us. Qi Yan was strangely moved by those words, trembling slightly in his heart before lifting his head involuntarily to kiss his lover back. After playing through the evening and returning home, Yingji still insisted on cooking rather than dining out. Qi Yan let him take charge, buying fish and vegetables from the market for dinner anyway. After all, at home, it was always Qi Yan's responsibility to buy groceries while Yingji cooked. After dinner, they went for a walk. By now, it was nearly 8 o'clock, and the skies had grown dark. Around them were various types of goose houses for tourists, including rustic-style farmyards with grills set up in the middle of the yards where people sang songs and performed shows. You could even smell roasted fish from the entrance of the yard. Uncle, Qi Yan was talking with Yingji when he suddenly felt something tugging at his pants. He looked down and saw a tiny little girl. The girl looked up at Qi Yan and said, Uncle, I saw the man beside you when we were on the boat earlier, but my mom and brother said they didn't see anyone. Chapter 16, Ghost Talk. Children don't always speak coherently, but this little girl was fairly clear in her expression. Qi Yan managed to understand what she meant after some effort. He bent down, patted her head, and consoled her, probably your mom and brother were mistaken, this uncle has been here all along. He found it amusing inside that such a misunderstanding could only make a child take it seriously. The little girl said, oh, softly and looked at them without speaking anymore. Yingji chuckled lightly, stepped forward, and extended his hand as if he wanted to touch the child's head too. But then, perhaps recalling something, he retracted his hand. Qi Yan looked at him with a hint of confusion, and Yingji explained, adults have too many bacteria on their hands, which is not good for children. Qi Yan realized that he had just touched the child earlier and suddenly felt somewhat embarrassed, quietly pulling his hand back behind him. Yingji leaned down and spoke to the little girl, be a good girl and go home early tonight. Don't come out alone, and don't talk to strangers, it's unsafe. The little girl mumbled an unintelligible sound. At that moment, a female voice called out, Wen. The little girl turned around, saw her mother, glanced at Yingji and Qi Yan once more, then wobbled quickly over to her mother like a fledgling returning to its nest. Yingji pulled Qi Yan and continued walking forward, leaving the mother-daughter conversation far behind. Wen, who were you talking to just now? The two uncles from the boat this afternoon. That uncle said the other one had been there all along. Mom, I wasn't lying, it was my brother who made a mistake. The young mother felt a chill run down her neck. Two uncles. She asked her daughter to confirm. The little girl opened her big eyes and nodded. But she clearly saw that there was only one person standing before her daughter just now. Chilled to the bone, the mother didn't dare to ask any more questions. She clutched her little daughter even tighter. Tomorrow morning, she would bring the children back home. No, her husband was out of town and couldn't return. Now, she would call her older brother and ask him to come pick them up tomorrow. Qi Yan and Yingji kept walking along the road leading closer to Daughter Lake. This road had no streetlights, relying entirely on the moonlight above and the light spilling out from the doors and windows of houses beside the path. It was too dark at night, and the road Yingji had chosen was slightly offbeat, so for a while, there were only the two of them left on the way. After about 20 minutes, Qi Yan saw another small figure waving at him from the side of the road ahead, the distance making the dim lighting unclear. He could neither see the features nor determine the gender, but the outline size indicated it was a child. Qi Yan said, "Yingji, there's another kid over there waving for me to go over." As he prepared to move towards it, Yi Yingji held him by the waist to stop him. Yi Yingji hugged him gently and laughed, "There's no kid. You probably still have the image of the little girl in your mind and mistook what you saw." Qi Yan looked back at the place again, and sure enough, the small silhouette that had been continuously waving to him had vanished. He was momentarily dazed. The visual impression from earlier was so real, it was hard to believe it was an illusion. Yi Yingji continued to tease him, whispering close to his ear, "If you like kids so much, why don't you give me one?" Qi Yan turned back and glared at him, "Who can bear a child? You or me?" Yi Yingji just laughed and hugged him as they went back. This flotation devoid of any substance successfully distracted Qi Yan from that unsettling feeling, letting him accept the explanation that it was merely a hallucination deep down. Trickle, trickle. Some kind of thing emerged from the water and got closer to him. Again, Qi Yan woke up startled from his sleep, sitting upright on the bed, gasping heavily. It was the exact same dream. The feeling of being watched by something gave him a bone-deep sense of fear. That night was a bit cloudy, and the moonlight was gradually enveloped by the clouds. A layer of fog rose on the lake surface, and the night seemed peaceful yet as if harboring something ominous. The wave of panic and fear was nearly uncontrollable. Without thinking about disturbing his lover, he crawled onto Yi Yingji's body, hugging him tightly and calling softly, "Yingji." Yi Yingji immediately opened his eyes, calmly returned the embrace, and consoled him, "Don't be afraid. There's nothing to worry about, I'm here." Qi Yan shook his head. He couldn't shake the feeling that something even worse was going to happen. Knock knock, a knocking sound came from outside. Not only their door, but also the one downstairs. Even more bizarrely, with a squeak, the door downstairs to the unoccupied, landlord said to be under renovation house, responded to the knocking, and that somewhat old door actually opened. The sound of the door opening transmitted clearly to his ears. The knocking at their door continued while downstairs there was the sound of something moving, as if crawling across the floor. Qi Yan completely froze, unable to think due to the two simultaneous sounds, barely maintaining the pose of holding Yi Yingji. Yet Yi Yingji kept patting his back to comfort him, lightly kissing his trembling eyelids, all the while not forgetting to pull Qi Yan's exposed back into the blanket. Qi Yan heard the crawling sounds becoming clearer, getting closer, then seemingly changing direction. Whatever it was, it began climbing up the wall, the very wall their bed rested against. He could even hear the sound of nails scratching the ceiling, then all sound stopped. Qi Yan, however, knew that thing had stopped on the ceiling downstairs, directly facing their bed. He didn't dare to run out the door because the rhythmic knocking at their door still continued. Qi Yan didn't dare make a sound, breathing cautiously, fearing that the thing below would hear. In utmost care, he leaned close to Yi Yingji's ear and whispered softly, "Yingji, did you hear that?" In the darkness, Yi Yingji's eyes became extremely deep. He curved his lips and murmured faintly, bold beyond belief. At the same time, he didn't forget to continue comforting his lover with gentle touches. Qi Yan asked, "What did you say?" Yi Yingji said, "I'm saying these rats have way too much guts nowadays. Fortunately, we don't have any rats in our house. I wonder why someone so bothersome keeps knocking on the door every day. Let me go take a look again." His indifferent attitude also influenced Qi Yan, making him feel less tense and afraid. "It's not a rat, listen to that sound, it's definitely not something a rat could make." Yi Yingji shoved Qi Yan, who had hastily raised half his body, back under the covers, preparing himself to get out of bed. Places like this surrounded by mountains and water have lots of wild animals. It could be a weasel or a pangolin or something. A weasel? A pangolin? Qi Yan, having grown up in the city, only knew about these animals by name and had never truly seen them, perhaps just catching glimpses of them on TV or in books without leaving a deep impression or knowledge of their nature or habits. Hearing Yi Yingji's words, he really began to think it might just be overthinking, scaring himself unnecessarily. But the unusual knocking sounds that had followed his nightmare for 2 consecutive nights were still bone-chilling. He hugged Yi Yingji's waist from behind. "Yingji, don't go over there. Stay with me. Let's sleep. Tomorrow when we wake up during the daytime, everything will be fine." He couldn't explain where this sense of sleeping through it came from. Yi Yingji couldn't help but turn around to touch his face, remembering how Qi Yan had once been scared with red-rimmed eyes crying outright. He consoled him, "I'll check like I did yesterday, surely it will still be the same person, mistaken again today. Once I open the door and he realizes it's not where he lives, he'll leave. Otherwise, how are you going to sleep with all this knocking?" Qi Yan slightly felt reassured, but thinking about whatever unknown creature lurking beneath the bed on the other side of the floorboards made him uneasy, even unwilling to stay alone in the bed. He looked up at Yi Yingji, "Then let me go with you." Chapter 17, Cutting the Bridge After Crossing the River. Yi Yingji quickly wrapped Qi Yan entirely in a blanket. "All right, now you can go with me." Qi Yan looked at himself, resembling a bamboo bucket or a zongzi. "How am I supposed to walk like this?" Yi Yingji was about to carry him. Ultimately, the situation was resolved when Qi Yan managed to break free from the blanket, put on his coat, and followed Yingji. During this time, the knocking on the door persisted for at least 5 more minutes. Although it was still that eerie, unhurried rhythm, because of Yingji's antics, Qi Yan didn't feel afraid at all. His partner really had no fear. Qi Yan strangely felt that even if there were ghosts, they could be messed around by Mr. Yi until they disappeared. Qi Yan followed behind Yingji, watching as he opened the door. Outside, it was pitch black except for the dim yellow light from a bulb hanging near the entrance gate. Indeed, there was no one there. Yingji said, "I told you there was nobody, but you wouldn't believe me. I bet some animal was bumping into the door, which caused the sound, and then hid as soon as it heard people." Relating this to the earlier noise downstairs, Qi Yan couldn't help but admit that what the other person said made sense, making him feel embarrassed for his own overreaction. However, he only saw what the other party allowed him to see, while some things were deliberately hidden from him. For instance, standing right outside on the blue iron staircase was a woman, soaked from head to toe, her long hair trailing down to her ankles. Her blank white eyeballs glared at Qi Yan with malice, blood tears streaming from her eye sockets, while behind her loomed several shadowy forms, resembling humans, with twisted and pained expressions on their faces, silently wailing. While laughing and chatting with Qi Yan, Yingji closed the door, isolating everything outside. Looking at the lover who turned around, a smirk of irony and wickedness curved on his lips. These things wanted to lure Qi Yan to fill the lake, truly, audacious to an extreme. With a click, the door locked, and those shadowy ghost figures simultaneously vanished as if crushed by an invisible hand. Qi Yan only felt a sudden relief, that strange sensation of being watched suddenly disappearing. He also faintly sensed that whatever was crouching under their bed before was now gone. After the tension dissipated, drowsiness crept up on him. He pushed Yingji away, who was about to hold him. "Stop fooling around, we have to drive back tomorrow morning." "Fine, I won't mess around. Let's just sleep together while holding each other." "No, it's uncomfortable." Qi Yan turned his back to him. "Cutting the bridge after crossing the river. Clinging to me so closely when you were scared, and now throwing me aside once you're safe." Yingji reluctantly grabbed a corner of the blanket, curling up on his side. Only when Qi Yan fell asleep did he gently wrap his arms around him, like every night before. "Stupid, if I hadn't done it intentionally, how would you have any feeling when I held you? Holidays are always short-lived." On the first day back to work, an intern joined their team and sat at the empty seat behind him. Qi Yan led him to the IT department to collect a computer. Brother Zhang from the technical department was chatting idly with colleagues inside, mentioning that he went to Gumu town early yesterday morning. Qi Yan casually commented, "Big brother Zhang, you went on vacation too?" "I went to Gumu town during my holidays." As brother Zhang carried the computer, he replied, "Don't mention it, not a real vacation. My brother-in-law was out of town on business, and my sister took the 2 kids out. But the other night, she called me saying that her little girl was possessed by something supernatural and insisted I go get them. Her story scared me enough to rush over first thing in the morning to bring them back." He paused, thinking, then added, "By the way, little Qi, haven't you often been to temples or Taoist shrines in the past? Is this kind of stuff real? Are there any places especially efficacious? I want my sister to take the kids there just to be sure. It's better to prepare for the worst, though I don't believe in these things, my mind is still uneasy. Might as well have them look into it to gain peace of mind." Qi Yan blinked, then laughed, "Whose words did you listen to, big brother Zhang? I never believed in these superstitions. I only visited those places to accompany my grandmother in the past." However, talking about it reminded him of the peculiar place in Gumu town, like the knocking on the door for 2 consecutive days. Although Yingji said it was some kind of animal, he still felt unsettled. Fortunately, they had returned safely without anything happening. A round-faced young man nearby joked, "Big brother Zhang, don't listen to little Qi since he started dating, he became a staunch materialist." It was, after all, working hours. After collecting the computer, Qi Yan bid farewell to the group and returned with the intern, not putting much thought into the idle chatter. Life then returned to its usual calm, save for the weather getting hotter day by day, nothing else was out of the ordinary. One Friday, just as Qi Yan was about to leave work, he suddenly craved spicy shrimp. He could tell that Yingji hadn't cooked before, but his extraordinary ability was being able to cook well even on his first try, just by following recipes online. Qi Yan sent him a message, "I want to eat spicy shrimp." About 10 minutes later, right as Qi Yan was leaving, Yingji called, his voice resonating and charming through the phone waves. He asked with a laugh, "Why so greedy? I'll send you the list of ingredients you need to buy. Make sure to get live shrimp." The phone Qi Yan had bought for Yingji still worked perfectly. Qi Yan remembered it was not long after they got together that Yingji said his phone was broken, unable to contact anyone, so the next day, Qi Yan promptly purchased the latest model of the same brand he used. When Qi Yan heard his voice, his face started to feel flushed. "Why do you bother calling me? A text would have been enough like always." At the other end of the call, Yingji's tone deepened, "I wanted to hear your voice." Even though this was a cliched love phrase, Qi Yan's face immediately burned hot. In a flustered state, he hastily responded, "All right, don't worry, I'll get everything," before hanging up the phone. A colleague beside him who was packing up his stuff to go home teased, "That's youth for you. Little Chi, hurry up and pack your things so your girlfriend doesn't wait too long." Unexpectedly, this meal brought about some trouble. Spicy, seafood, overeating. In the middle of the night, Chi Yan suddenly felt a churning in his stomach, sharp pain gripped at him intensely, making him retch until his eyes turned red and tearful. Though feeling wretched, he couldn't vomit anything, his face went deathly pale, cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and his body trembled slightly. Eventually, the pain became so unbearable that he couldn't speak. Chi Yan managed to tell Yi Yingji, "Help me downstairs, take me to the hospital." Yet Yi Yingji stood rooted to the spot, unmoving. Standing in the shadow near the bathroom door, his expression was obscure and indistinct. With his thoughts also becoming slow, Chi Yan hazily remembered that Yi Yingji wasn't originally from Suzhou City but had come here for him, rarely going outside. Could it be that he didn't know where the hospital was? Therefore, Chi Yan tried again to say, "Just take a taxi and ask to go to 3rd Hospital." The 3rd Hospital was the nearest legitimate hospital to their home. At this moment, Yi Yingji came over and supported him, holding him gently in his arms, taking a towel to wipe his face. With his right hand around him, his left hand softly caressed Chi Yan's face, making him close his eyes while leaning down and softly whispering in his ear, "Sleep first, dear. When you wake up, we'll be at the hospital." These words seemed to have a hypnotic effect. Although Chi Yan's body still ached with pain, his consciousness gradually dimmed, falling into slumber shortly after Yi Yingji's soft voice subsided. Holding him closely, Yi Yingji turned off all the lights in the house, sitting on the living room sofa with Chi Yan in his arms. Moonlight poured through the windows onto his face, casting a pallor over him. "You fool." Tenderly, he smoothed the frown from Chi Yan's sleeping face, touched by his discomfort, and kissed him softly. "In my current state, how can I possibly take you to the hospital the normal way?" Chapter 18, Hospitalization. When Chi Yan woke up, he realized he wasn't at home. The light from the street lamps outside the window was the only source of illumination. The modest-sized room housed 2 hospital beds, both with 4 stands beside them. Clearly, this was indeed a hospital. He lay on the inner bed, but the silence was oppressive. As Chi Yan's eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness in the room, he belatedly noticed someone sitting on the outer bed. This person had not moved or made any sound, which is why he initially overlooked their presence. His mind still foggy, Chi Yan hesitantly called out softly towards the silhouette, Yingji. Upon hearing his voice, the shadow slowly turned around. Chi Yan suddenly understood, could this be Yingji? But wasn't he supposed to be much thinner and shorter? Most importantly, when did he ever have such a head full of black long hair? Frightened, Chi Yan instantly closed his eyes, afraid to see the front side of this creature. Not caring that he was in a hospital in the middle of the night, he simply shut his eyes and shouted, "Yi Yingji." Simultaneously, his right hand instinctively grabbed the small porcelain bottle hanging from his chest. Even in the midst of extreme fear, he paused for a moment. Where had this little porcelain bottle come from? He hadn't noticed it earlier because it felt so natural to him. He clearly remembered wearing the jade given to him by his grandmother. Just then, the door was quietly kicked open, hitting the wall with a soft thud. Almost instantly, he was enveloped in a familiar pair of arms. He heard Yi Yingji's voice, "Ian, what's wrong? Open your eyes and look at me." Only then did Chi Yan dare to open his eyes, pointing to the empty bed beside him, his voice trembling slightly. There was someone sitting there just now. Anxious, he looked at Yi Yingji, implying clearly that it wasn't human. Yi Yingji stroked the cold sweat off his temples, his eyes dimming momentarily before soothing Chi Yan, "It's fine, nothing is going to hurt you." Chi Yan murmured a quiet, and said, somewhat aggrieved, "Where were you? Why didn't you stay with me?" After saying it, he also felt overly sentimental, like he was acting like a 10-year-old girl. However, Yi Yingji smiled, pulling him closer into his embrace. "I went to arrange for your hospital admission and find a doctor. How could I leave you? Haven't I always been by your side?" His hand dropped from Chi Yan's head, seemingly casually pressing against the porcelain bottle on Chi Yan's chest. Chi Yan, however, failed to notice the latter part of Yi Yingji's words. "Do I need to stay in the hospital? What's wrong with me? Is it serious?" "It's nothing." Yi Yingji helped him lie back down on the bed, tucking him under the blanket. "Acute gastritis, just a night's stay for an infusion, and you'll be able to go home tomorrow morning." Still uneasy, Chi Yan glanced at the adjacent bed. "Can we switch rooms?" "No, this is the last vacant room," Yi Yingji replied. "It's okay. This time, I will stay right here next to you, not moving an inch, allowing you to always see me. All right?" Although Chi Yan had heard stories about strange happenings in hospitals, this was the first time he personally witnessed one. Despite that, he inexplicably trusted Yi Yingji, as if his presence alone was enough to ward off the supernatural. Looking at Yi Yingji, Chi Yan nodded but held onto his left hand tightly, refusing to let go. Looking up at Yi Yingji, his expression was completely innocent, as though stealing his hand wasn't what he'd done. Yi Yingji held his hand back, whispering gently, "Rest now, the nurse will be coming soon." Chi Yan remembered something else and, with a proud chest, picked up the small porcelain bottle from his neck to show Yi Yingji. "Yingji, do you remember when I started wearing this?" "I don't remember." "Where's the jade my grandma gave me?" Yi Yingji's eyes narrowed slightly, and he smiled. How could you forget? It was last year when we first met. The jade from your grandma, wasn't it tucked away carefully in the drawer below the bedside cabinet because you didn't want to wear it? Qi Yan mumbled an aha and puzzled over how he could have no memory of Yi Yingji giving him the porcelain bottle, yet chose not to dwell on it further. Instead, he obediently closed his eyes to rest. Sure enough, not long after, Qi Yan half awake felt the lights turn on in the room as a nurse came in pushing the forecart. Yi Yingji nudged him, coaxing, "Come on, Ian, extend your hand." In a daze, Qi Yan extended his hand. The nurse efficiently stuck the needle into his vein and hung the four, without uttering a single word throughout the process. Qi Yan looked up at her face. She was utterly ordinary looking, but her features were tight and expressionless, as if she were a marionette controlled by strings. Qi Yan was startled at first glance, but later became understanding. If he had to stay up all night taking care of various patients too, he would probably be just as exhausted and unable to show any expression. The light from the white fluorescent tubes on the ceiling was slightly glaring. Yi Yingji extended his hand to cover Qi Yan's eyes, gently saying, "Sleep. A little more rest will do you good." The nurse pushed her cart out and closed the door with a soft bang, plunging the room into darkness again. Though there was an empty bed next to him, Qi Yan did not dare let Yi Yingji go over there to rest. He shifted closer to the four-drip and patted the half-empty space beside him. "Yingji, come up and sleep, we'll squeeze together." Yi Yingji held his hand, "Be careful not to touch it." However, he did not decline and climbed onto the bed following Qi Yan's words, placing his hand on his waist. "Sleep. I'll watch the fluid." Qi Yan wanted to reply to his lover, but drowsiness had already crept back in, his eyelids heavy as his consciousness slipped into a sweet dream. When Qi Yan woke up again, he was lying on his own bed, the sunlight bright, and faint aromas of congee wafted through the air. He'd been restless all night yesterday, so his first thought upon waking now was hunger. As if sensing his need, Yi Yingji entered carrying a bowl of millet porridge, helping him sit up. "Your stomach isn't good, so for the next few days, you can only have porridge." Qi Yan sipped the porridge with the help of Yi Yingji, suddenly remembering something. "Yingji, when did we come back? How did we get home?" Yi Yingji said, "After the four ended, we returned to free up the hospital bed. Just like how we went yesterday, we took a taxi back." Qi Yan thought this wasn't quite right. "Why didn't you wake me?" Yesterday, he'd suffered so much that he eventually lost consciousness and fainted. No matter what method Yingji used, whether carrying or supporting him, to get him into the taxi and then bring him home was understandable, but after the four was done, he had recovered well enough, only sleeping without being unconscious. Why hadn't Yingji woken him up to go home together? Lowering his eyes, Yi Yingji calmly fed another spoonful of porridge. There were painkillers and sedatives in the medicine yesterday. The doctor said it would be better not to wake you, and holding you wasn't tiring. Qi Yan knew nothing about medicine, so he believed it. For the next few days, Yi Yingji refused to cook anything other than porridge, almost blocking him from going to work on Monday. Desperately, Qi Yan said, "Yingji, it's just acute gastritis. You don't let me eat anything decent, but there's no need to lock me in bed to recuperate, is there?" Only then did Yi Yingji let him go, although Qi Yan's final suggestion sounded appealing. It took Qi Yan 2 weeks of multiple suggestions, fierce struggles, and even bribes with himself before he finally reclaimed the right to eat normal meals instead of drinking porridge. Yet, his diet still remained mainly bland. Any food that was too cold, too hot, spicy, or greasy was completely forbidden by Yi Yingji. Dejectedly, Qi Yan poked at the cabbage soup in front of him with his chopsticks. "Yi Yingji, are you raising me like a rabbit?" He was the one who worked hard every day, buying groceries and sustaining their household. Yet, fate was decided by someone else. Smiling, Yi Yingji touched his ear, "Not doing anything, just raising a big, white, tender rabbit like you is pretty nice too." Chapter 19, Helping Others Brings Joy. Room 308 of the third hospital had earlier been rumored to be haunted. Later, another strange tale was added. The hospital corridor surveillance showed that at around midnight one day, an on-duty doctor suddenly walked into the empty room 308, turned on the light and stayed there for quite a while, seemingly doing something unknown before turning off the light and leaving. About 20 minutes later, an on-duty nurse pushed a medical cart inside, also turning on the light and staying there for about 5 minutes before turning it off and coming out. When questioned about what had happened, neither party remembered doing such a thing. It was as if they were sleepwalking. It was said that the matter even reached the ears of the hospital director, who quietly invited a wise person for consultation. This sage claimed that it was a ghostly presence asking them for help in treating patients. Not only was it harmless, but it was actually a good thing that could accumulate merit. It suggested that their medical staff truly possessed skills and were being called upon because of their abilities to heal. Since then, all kinds of strange occurrences attributed to room 308's haunting disappeared. People are naturally curious and enjoy spreading tales with a mysterious twist, embellishing them to make them increasingly strange. Qi Yan's home was close to the third hospital, so he accidentally heard these stories too. He recalled that during his last hospital stay, he indeed seemed to have seen that kind of thing. Fortunately, Yi Yingji came back just in time, and everything returned to normal without incident. Having heard these stories, he dismissed them without much thought, unaware that he himself was one of the key figures involved in the strange tale. One day after work, Chi Yan saw a security guard blocking an elderly man, who looked relatively young for his age, perhaps 50 or 60 years old. The man wore a gray suit made of an outdated style, complete with cloth trousers. He clutched a brown paper bag in his arms, clearly agitated. Chi Yan's heart suddenly warmed with compassion, prompting him to ask the man what was wrong. The security guard, always courteous to the employees, explained that the old gentleman wanted to enter the building to find somewhere to copy documents. However, the building housed office spaces, so allowing him inside wasn't possible. Thus, the security guard pointed the way to the nearest area where a photocopy shop might be found. As Chi Yan approached, the guard was still giving directions to this old gentleman. Exiting from Chi Yan's workplace building required crossing a large intersection via overpass or underground passage. Navigation by phone wouldn't guarantee smooth travel for a first-timer, especially knowing the security guard indicated a busy comprehensive commercial zone, where despite many shops, finding a photocopy store might not be easy. Chi Yan began subconsciously speculating about the identity and purpose of this uncle-like figure. Was he from the countryside, bringing his family to seek treatment near the third hospital? Was he looking to copy medical records or ID proof? If so, why not use the two obvious photocopying places right outside the hospital? Despite it being past 5 p.m., the weather in July remained unbearably hot. Watching the sweat streaming from the old man's forehead, Chi Yan thought of his late grandparents who raised him and felt pity rise in his chest. He told the old man, "Uncle, I know there's a photocopy shop just a 5-minute walk from here. Let me guide you there." To reach the photocopy shop, one needed to descend into an underground passage at the entrance of their company building and exit through another channel, which, though close, wasn't easily explained and wasn't prominent. Yingji's stewed spare ribs from the previous day hadn't been finished, so he decided to do a good deed all the way and directly led the man there. The elder expressed deep gratitude repeatedly saying, "Good person, there are still many good people left." "Thank you, thank you." Chi Yan walked ahead leading the way while the old man followed a step behind, continuously thanking him at first but eventually falling silent. Despite this, Chi Yan could feel the old man observing him intently. Unable to bear the silence, Chi Yan broke it by asking, "Uncle, why are you in such a rush?" The old man muttered 2 words, "saving someone," but continued to eye Chi Yan closely. Feeling uneasy under the man's gaze and unsure how to respond, Chi Yan assumed this had to do with bringing a family member for medical treatment. Eventually reaching the photocopy shop, the old man opened his brown paper bag and pulled out, not medical records or identification, but rather stacks of diagrams resembling 8 trigram formation talismans. "Kindly help me make 5 copies of each, A4 size, single-sided is fine," the old man requested of the shop clerk confidently. The shopkeeper glanced briefly at both the old man and Chi Yan, silently taking the items to photocopy. By now, Chi Yan had realized that this old man was not your average grandfather bringing his family for medical treatment, and he even began to somewhat regret sticking his nose where it didn't belong. Just as he was about to seize the opportunity to bid farewell, the old man stared at his chest for a long while before suddenly leaning in and whispering, "Young fellow, I don't know if I should say this, but why are you wearing the ashes of someone completely unrelated to you?" "Wearing ashes?" Chi Yan was spooked by this statement and had no clue what the old man was referring to. He responded evasively without a word, simply saying, "Just print here, I'm leaving." He turned to leave immediately. But the old man stopped him. "Wait," the old man said, "let me ask one more thing. Is there only you in your family?" Chi Yan replied with some effort, patience waning, "No." Inside, he deeply regretted helping this strange old man to the copy shop. He had heard of scammers who lured women and children under the guise of asking directions, however, those criminals usually targeted lone young women. Chi Yan, confident in his youth and strength, wasn't overly cautious or vigilant, though he did sense something amiss. The old man picked up on Chi Yan's growing wariness and impatience, sighing as he handed over a business card-like item, "I don't mean to be meddlesome, but I fear you may be unknowingly in trouble. Hopefully, it's not what I think it is. I have urgent matters today, but you can look it over yourself, and if there's a real issue, come find me." Eager to disengage, Chi Yan shoved the card into his pocket without much thought and hurried off, failing to notice that on the back of the card was a small yellow talisman folded into a triangle. It was a proper talisman for clearing the mind. Chapter 20, Obsession, Final. Chi Yan could not see, but from the moment he accepted the business card, strands of fine black gas were being drawn from between his fingers and absorbed by the talisman. The old man witnessed this scene, confirming his suspicion, but he shook his head without comment. That thing hadn't harmed this young man for such a long time, so it likely wouldn't suddenly make a move in one day. Some things were best confirmed personally. But those wisps of black vapor, that thing was probably more troublesome than he imagined. At first, Chi Yan didn't feel much, only experiencing a vague sensation akin to overexerting his brain along the way. The clear heart talisman lay quietly tucked in his pocket, slowly absorbing the black vapor bit by bit. Its edges gradually curled up, burned like charcoal. Finally, as Chi Yan parked his car, the triangular-shaped talisman, seemingly unable to bear any longer, turned into a puff of green smoke, dissipating. The remaining black gas that had been drawn out then abruptly retreated back into Chi Yan's body. Chi Yan immediately clasped his head with a moan, as shadowy, semi-real images flickered through his mind like a carousel. He first regained memories of his past, his parents' sudden passing, at their funeral, where he stood dazed looking at their portraits, crying incessantly. Numerous pale-faced, expressionless people came to pull him. He didn't know who these people were, all he felt was that they were terrifying, and he didn't want to go with them. He kept shrinking into his grandmother's embrace. The elderly woman thought he was simply overcome with grief and hugged him gently but sorrowfully. Being pushed down the mall stairs, his grandmother's worried expression upon seeing the palm print on him, the spirit jade she personally tied around his neck, and those places, mountains, fields blessed with treasures, Taoist temples and Buddhist monasteries cloaked in mist, where he knelt before countless emotionless clay deities. Yet not a single god or Buddha came to save him. Later, a Taoist priest said to him, "I have a way, would you like to try it?" A bus driving through the night, surrounded by ghosts, he saw himself carefully holding a small porcelain bottle hanging from his neck. He was the one who personally brought it home. He saw himself respectfully placing a black memorial tablet on the offering table. He saw himself holding a glass of wine, saying to the tablet, "Mr. Yi-san, please give more care next year." Mr. Yi-san, who exactly was that? Qi Yan's consciousness remained hazy, yet his growing doubts multiplied and spread, almost overwhelming him. His steps became stiff as he habitually walked toward home, filled with confusion and unease inside. As he entered the unit entrance, the elevator he rode daily resembled a lifeless, iron-gray monster waiting to swallow him whole, or a gate leading to hell. The cold reflective walls inside the elevator showed his pale, sweat-drenched face, his thin shirt already soaked with cold sweat unknowingly. Qi Yan suddenly felt cold and hesitated, unsure if he could take another step. It wasn't until the elevator doors opened and closed 3 times, and someone else came beside him, that he finally stepped in, pressing the familiar floor button. He could already remember Master Zhang Daozhang and the memorial tablet he asked him to worship, as well as the urn-shaped porcelain bottle he wore around his neck. The porcelain bottle was still safely worn, but where was the memorial tablet? Had Yingji taken it away? Whose memorial did he actually worship? Why had he suddenly forgotten all of these things beforehand? At this thought, he suddenly felt chilled. He remembered asking Yingji about the origin of this little porcelain bottle when he was hospitalized for acute gastritis. The gentle smile of his lover still lingered vividly in his mind. He distinctly told him, "This is what I gave you last year when we first met." What I gave you? It was as if another layer of mist blocking his eyes had been swept away. He finally saw clearly the dark memorial tablet and its golden letters. It read, "Soul of Yingji." Then who was this Yingji who suddenly appeared in his life? Who was this Yingji he lived with day by day, sharing mutual support? Who was this man who slept intertwined with him every night, entangled in passion and pleasure? He dared not think further, and only realized when his consciousness returned that he had unconsciously left the elevator and arrived at his doorstep. Click, the door opened. For a moment, he even hesitated to enter. A man extended his hand, pulling him inside with a bowed head and a smile. "What's wrong today?" "Stupid." Then added, "Change your clothes and prepare for dinner." Saying this, he turned around and entered the kitchen. The scent of home-cooked food filled the modest apartment, a warm and pleasant picture that didn't seem false in any way. Qi Yan exhaled, but the hand hidden behind his back trembled even more violently. He silently walked to the TV cabinet, picked up the phone he had bought for Yingji, unlocked it with his birthday, smiled at the carrier name displayed on the screen, then turned off the phone and deftly opened the back cover. There was nothing where the SIM card should have been placed. Who had used a SIM-less phone to contact him for half a year? Or perhaps he wasn't really human. The man had already come out carrying dishes and called him as usual, "Qi Yan, go get the rice." "Why haven't you changed clothes yet?" "Do you want me to change them for you?" Qi Yan responded and quietly reassembled the phone, powered it back on, then went inside to change clothes without saying anything. His hand trembled as it reached into the shirt pocket, touching the business card given by the old man. He tried his best to appear normal, neatly hung up his clothes, and changed into casual wear. After thinking for a moment, he took out the spirit jade from the bedside cabinet and gripped it in his palm. Yingji had already served the food and was waiting for him at the table. Qi Yan looked at the familiar scene and hesitated for a second. Ultimately, he bit his lip and walked toward the man, not taking a seat but directly hugging Yingji, burying his head in his chest. Yingji laughed and stroked his hair. "What's wrong today? Are you feeling spoiled? Missing me? Or were you mistreated outside?" Qi Yan didn't speak. No warmth, no heartbeat. Everything before now was just an illusion designed to deceive. The last trace of black vapor swirling in his heart finally dissipated completely. All the overlooked clues suddenly became magnified, crystal clear now. An unexplained love interest who abruptly entered his life, a partner without a job who never stepped outside and refused to dine with him, even, one whom only he could see. This was all nothing more than some kind of ghost-induced mental delusion. Qi Yan's body shivered uncontrollably, and for a moment, he wanted to go mad and tear himself free from the embrace and run away. But he didn't dare. Yingji suddenly furrowed his brow, but said nothing, instead holding him tighter. Qi Yan carefully raised his head to examine the exposed neck of Yingji. It was unnaturally pale with a dead look, fortunately without any signs of lividity. Then he thought of the porcelain bottle hanging near his chest containing this person's ashes. The real physical body was gone long ago. He felt Yingji lift his face gently, planting a soft kiss on his closed eyelids. All the past endearing sweetness had taken a sour turn. He couldn't stop trembling, nausea building in his throat, trying over and over again to say something but swallowing it down each time. "Mr. Yi-san, I made a mistake. Please forgive me." In that moment, Qi Yan wanted to beg for mercy, to seek forgiveness, but fear sealed his lips. He was terrified that exposing the truth would mean the end. He preferred to continue fooling himself for the time being. Life had turned upside down in a day. As each event replayed in his mind, the business card tucked in his pocket seemed to be the only hope left. Tomorrow. Don't panic, don't show any suspicion. Enduring through today will be enough. Ultimately, he could only silently close his eyes, desperately controlling the tiny quivers deep within his heart, submitting like a sacrificial offering as kisses rained down on his face and neck. Chapter 21, Disguise. As Yingji was kissing, he suddenly held him and stood up, walking toward the bedroom. Qi Yan was thrown onto the bed, stretching out his hand and forcing a smile while pushing away the figure about to press down on him. "Yingji, let's eat first, I'm hungry." He forced himself to look at Yingji, but his eyelashes kept fluttering, like a butterfly disturbed. Yingji reluctantly let go of him, preparing to pick him up again. Seeing Qi Yan constantly clenching his fists, he asked, "Ian, what do you have in your hand?" Qi Yan opened his hand and smiled weakly. "It's the jade my grandmother gave me. I want to give it to you." Yingji laughed and said, "All right, can you put it on me?" Then sat next to Qi Yan. Qi Yan nodded and fumbled to hang the jade around Yingji's neck. As he guessed, this jade was useless for Third Master Yi. Yingji slept on his bed every day, with the spirit jade placed on the bedside table, and if it were effective, it would have taken effect long ago. Yingji touched the jade and looked at Qi Yan. "I'll take it off and keep it. I'm afraid I'll accidentally break it and make you sad since it's something your grandmother left you." Qi Yan nodded, watching Yingji skillfully remove the jade pendant and put it back into the bedside cabinet. He had just used hunger as an excuse, yet when faced with a table full of food, his appetite disappeared. Eating felt tasteless and bland, but the only consolation was that everything else from the past was fake except for the food. The spare ribs were ones he personally bought yesterday, each piece selected by him, and cooked together with other dishes today, tasted quite good. It was impressive that Third Master Yi indeed cooked meals for him every day. Along with this thought came a surge of sourness, but it was quickly suppressed by the persistent fear. After finishing their meal, Qi Yan absent-mindedly washed the dishes, wiped them clean, and stood in the kitchen staring blankly. He returned to the living room, incessantly switching channels on the TV, watching time slip away, becoming increasingly anxious and uneasy, with all his internal organs tense and coiled up. Today was Friday again, and according to his usual routine, he wouldn't reject Yingji's advances. He didn't dare let Yingji notice anything unusual, so now it was even more impossible for him to refuse. Yingji sat beside him, looking at the news on the phone Qi Yan bought for him, occasionally raising his head to glance at Qi Yan. Seeing him curled up at the other end of the sofa, head drooping, idly switching channels, appearing troubled and pitiful. Yingji couldn't help but sit up and embrace him in his arms. "What's wrong today? If you don't feel like watching, let's rest then." Qi Yan pursed his lips, not speaking, allowing Yingji to pick him up and turn off the TV. The house fell silent all at once. Yingji caressed his spine and whispered near his ear, "Tense. Your body is stiff like this." He chuckled, carrying him back into the room and laying him down on the bed. "How many times has this happened? Why start feeling nervous now?" Qi Yan felt his spine touch the soft mattress, his eyelids involuntarily twitching. His reason tightened like a taut line, but his body instinctively responded in minor ways, those familiar actions, the familiar embrace, the touch, all devoid now of any feigned breathing, heartbeat, or warmth. He clearly recognized that the thing pressing over him, seeking intimacy, was not human. Yet, he was incapable of resistance, passively enduring it all, and worse, gaining a primal sense of pleasure and excitement from it. Yingji knew him too well, his entire being lay entirely under the other's control. He tightly closed his eyes, turning his head away from the figure above, his neck arching upward, tears unable to stop streaming from the corners of his eyes. It was impossible to discern whether they were due to fear or some other cause. Yingji leaned down and gently kissed away the moisture from his eyes. The breath chilled. Qi Yan couldn't control himself, shivering in response. To cover it up, almost self-abandoning, he actively reached out with both arms and embraced the person intimately attached to him. In the middle of the night, Qi Yan opened his eyes again. His gaze was calm and awake, without a trace of sleepiness. He cautiously stole a glance at Yingji lying next to him seemingly deeply asleep, pulling the blanket tighter around himself. He didn't know if the other side really needed sleep or if this pose was merely meant to deceive him. Suddenly, he could no longer understand Yingji's thoughts. All this painstaking effort to disguise oneself as a person and play this charade, what did it achieve? If it truly wanted to take his life, he might have died hundreds of times already. But none of this mattered anymore. It probably hasn't discovered yet. And all he needed to do was wait, quietly and unobtrusively until tomorrow dawned. Qi Yan, who originally thought he would not be able to sleep, dozed off without realizing it, and woke up to the smell of fried eggs and coffee. Speaking of which, since Yingji had revealed his form, many things had been added to the house, such as a coffee machine, soy milk machine, juicer, yogurt maker, etc. The gap between people was so great, even as a ghost, Third Master Yi had more zest for life than him. Qi Yan suddenly thought of a question. All these items were purchased online by Yingji, but how did he receive them and where did he get the money from? But when he saw that figure, his body still stiffened involuntarily, and the slightly receded fear surged back again. The face that used to look gentle and handsome now appeared ghostly and eerie. Yingji walked over with 2 breakfast servings and gave him a customary kiss on the forehead. Good morning, hurry up and wash up. Qi Yan accepted this sweet kiss from the past days with stiffness, walking stiffly to the bathroom, turning on the faucet, and listening to the sound of the running water, bracing himself against the edge of the sink, only to find that both his hands were shaking imperceptibly. He felt somewhat admiring of himself from yesterday. Fortunately, in a little while, everything could be over. Qi Yan said he didn't have much appetite and ate only a little for breakfast, then stood up and casually went into the bedroom to change into yesterday's shirt. Yingji was clearing the dishes, seeing his neat attire and ready-to-go appearance and seemed slightly surprised. Going out today? Qi Yan avoided his gaze by lowering his head. Yeah, there are some issues with my work, and the boss asked me to go overtime. Yingji nodded, asking no further. Come back early. There's not much vegetables at home anyway. Buy whatever you want to eat. Qi Yan lowered his head and mumbled a response. 5 minutes after he left, Yingji leaned alone by the balcony window, watching Qi Yan's car drive out of the neighborhood gate. His lips curved upward in their usual gentle manner, as if smiling, yet his black eyes reflected nothing but emptiness. Lying. Not very obedient. Chapter 22, The Evil Dispelling Talisman. Only after Qi Yan sat in the car did he feel the cold gradually seep out of him, only to be slowly dissipated by the sweltering heat of July. He covered his face with both hands and let out a long breath. After a while, he calmed down, put his hands down, and fished out an extremely ordinary white business card from his pocket. Yesterday, it was just casually stuffed into his pocket, and he hadn't looked at it carefully later. Only now did he notice that there was simply printed a name, Tang Guanyuan, below which was a handwritten address, as if written recently, located near the eastern outskirts of Shiming City, not accessible by subway but reachable by 2 bus routes. He vaguely had some impression of the place. Qi Yan put the business card back in his pocket, entered the address into his phone, and began driving according to the navigation's planned route. Shiming City also vigorously carried out urban construction a few years ago, expanding the city area significantly. Although it still fell short compared to Shiming City nearby, it was incomparable to what it was before. Qi Yan lived with his grandparents in the old district when he was a child, so he wasn't familiar with the new district. It took him 1.5 hours of driving to find the address on the business card, a newly built villa area within the last 2 years. After registering at the entrance, Qi Yan drove around the community for 10 more minutes before finally finding the building written on the business card. He hesitantly pressed the doorbell, but it wasn't the old man he met yesterday who opened the door, but a woman in her 40s. Qi Yan took out the business card and showed it to her. I'm looking for this Mr. Tang Guanyuan, he gave me this card yesterday. The woman nodded and ushered Qi Yan inside, addressing someone inside. Mr. Tang, your guest has arrived. Sure enough, Qi Yan saw the same old man sitting on the sofa inside, wearing clothes of the same style as yesterday, holding reading glasses and reading the newspaper. When he saw Qi Yan come in, he put down the newspaper and glasses, stood up, and smiled. I guessed you would come. After they sat down, the woman previously served tea that she had prepared. Tang Laozha turned his head and said to her, Sister Gui, there's nothing left to do today, you can go home first. Tomorrow is Sunday, so you don't need to come either. Sister Gui responded, quickly packed up her things, and left. Qi Yan glanced around at the decorations and layout. Do you live here? He was very surprised that such a remarkable person could be hidden in Shiming City without him ever hearing about it. Tang Guanyuan waved his hand. This time I am here on someone else's request to handle a matter. This is a friend's house, rarely occupied. They lent it to me to stay for a couple days, coincidentally meeting with your case. Qi Yan remembered the worried expression on the old man's face yesterday and the words, save someone, and asked, is your task done? Tang Guanyuan nodded, many thanks to young brother for your help. It was quite a scare, but all went well. Relieved that it was resolved, since it was something unrelated to himself, Qi Yan didn't ask too much. His mind was heavy, unsure of how to open his mouth, so he quietly took a sip of tea, only then realizing the dry heat in his throat, due to rushing to drive over, he even hadn't had time or thought to drink a drop of water. Tang Guanyuan asked proactively, my guess was right. Young brother found my tranquility talisman yesterday and should have already seen through that thing, that's why you came to see me. Qi Yan nodded. Although he had guessed early on that his sudden restoration of clarity yesterday must have been because of this old man, it was only now that he realized that the man had slipped him a tranquility talisman unnoticed. Tang Laozha extended his hand and tapped on the little porcelain bottle hanging from Qi Yan's neck. Doesn't this bottle contain the ashes of the person you mentioned? Qi Yan nodded and followed the instructions to take off the porcelain bottle. Seeing Tang Guanyuan pull out 2 talisman papers, wrapping the porcelain bottle inside and outside respectively, placing it aside. Qi Yan took the opportunity to recount everything, his physical frailty since childhood, Zhang Daozhang suggesting he wear Yingji's ashes on his body and enshrine a memorial tablet at home. He wasn't stupid, no one noticed his long period of confusion except for this old man, whose experience clearly suggested real skills. Likely, the only person who could save him now was this old man. Tang Guangyuan slapped his thigh in pain and anger, blind. How could anyone suggest such a method? He obviously knows only the surface, understanding partially but not fully. Anyone with common sense would know that, while alive, that person exhibited the visage of a fierce ghost. After death, keeping their ashes on your person and worshipping their tablet day and night, how could it not lead to disastrous consequences? Even the Lu Daozhang from Shiqing Mountain mentioned similar words back then, though Qi Yan didn't heed them. Now that it came to this, regretting was too late. Tang Guangyuan asked him, "What are you thinking now? What do you plan to do?" "What I think?" Qi Yan managed a bitter laugh, "Is obviously to send this spirit away, just don't know if you have any methods." Tang Guangyuan nodded, showing his understanding. Qi Yan hesitated for a moment and added, "There's one more thing, it was my selfishness that disturbed Mr. Ye's peace in the first place. Ultimately, I was the one who made the first mistake. Please, don't hurt him, just see him off properly." Although he had been plagued by ghosts since childhood, he didn't have deep knowledge of spirits or deities. Moreover, the monks and Taoist priests he had met over the years were inconsistent in their opinions. He didn't know what exactly Yi Yingji's case represented, whether there truly existed a soul after death or if reincarnation actually happened. If only Yi Yingji could be helped, like in TV shows, to move on to where he was supposed to go, returning to his original path. Tang Guangyuan didn't reply but took out a talisman and a box of matches, handing them to Qi Yan. "After you return, burn this talisman and dissolve its ash in water. Then, find a way to trick that thing into drinking it." People are often ignorant and harbor unrealistic fantasies, believing themselves to be virtuous. The ghost they faced now could already be seen by ordinary people and even actively lured others into confusion. It was beyond redemption and could only be entirely eradicated. However, Tang Guangyuan saw no point in revealing this fact to the young man before him, as it would only cause unnecessary distress and potentially hinder their mission. A moment of hesitation could cost him dearly. Qi Yan shuddered at once, "So you mean, you still want me to go back alone?" Tang Guangyuan nodded. "If a stranger, especially someone obviously different from normal people like me, appears rashly, it may arouse that entity's suspicion. It will then be harder to deal with the situation peacefully." Having lived for many decades, Tang Guangyuan knew the art of communication well. At this point, he deliberately used misleading language, making the young man believe he could calm the entity by feeding it the talisman water, otherwise, forceful means would need to be used. What Qi Yan didn't realize was that regardless of the method, the result would be the same, that presence would cease to exist. Qi Yan indeed wavered, his fear of facing Yi Yingji again diminishing slightly. He gritted his teeth, ready to nod in agreement when Tang Guangyuan handed him 2 more talismans. "In case things change, you can use these 2 talismans to escape." Tang Guangyuan had already deduced from yesterday's black aura that this young man was dealing with something formidable. If possible, he didn't want to involve himself unnecessarily in further complications. The evil-dispelling talisman, dissolved in water, would surely be unbearable for any kind of malevolent ghost. He also retrieved the small porcelain bottle pendant from the talisman wrapping and gave it back to Qi Yan. "To avoid raising suspicions, you should still wear it for now. After everything is settled, you can return it to his tomb." Clutching the 3 talismans and the matches tightly, Qi Yan put them in his pocket. Despite his apprehension, he managed a smile and thanked Tang Laojia before taking his leave. Chapter 23, Suppressing Evil. After leaving Mr. Tang, Qi Yan didn't head straight home but aimlessly drove around the city. As a child, while watching Peking Opera's Legend of the White Snake with his grandmother at home, he had disliked Su Xian the most. He thought that Su Xian lacked responsibility and couldn't withstand the test of love for his lover. His wife at home was even pregnant. After discovering that his wife wasn't human, he was directly scared to death. Even after being revived, he didn't go home, instead retreating to the temple. If it hadn't been for his attitude of avoidance and lack of trust towards his lover, how many subsequent events would have occurred? White Lady wouldn't have suffered so much and would depend on her son for rescue. When things came down to it, he could deeply understand that not everyone can easily accept the fact that their partner isn't human. Moreover, Yi Yingji wasn't by Suzhen. They didn't have that romantic destiny-bound meeting under the broken bridge. What they did have was him privately taking back someone's ashes and wearing them on his body, while he silently infiltrated nearby, effortlessly captivating his heart. Even thinking about it now still sent chills down his spine. Qi Yan wandered in his thoughts absent-mindedly and realized that Yi Yingji was unlikely to be carrying his child. Instead, it was possible that he might be carrying Yi Yingji's. He couldn't figure out how he and the other person had developed such an intimate relationship, and even doubted if this was part of the other person's game of mockery and revenge. Don't try to measure ghosts and demons by human standards, don't expect them to still have human emotions and feelings. This was something a Taoist priest had warned him about in the past, and also a consensus among those experts in exorcism and demon slaying whom he had seen. Qi Yan lowered his eyelids and touched the talisman for suppressing evil in his pocket. Anyway, everything would end today. From now on, bridges would be bridges and roads would be roads. At most, during festivals, he would secretly sneak to Yingji's grave to offer cleaning and worship, although he didn't even have the identity to openly visit the grave. Not having the appetite for lunch while wandering outside all day, Qi Yan instinctively drove to the supermarket he often visited as usual near the time he normally finished work. There, he bought fresh shrimp and vegetables of the day and ended up standing at his own door full of ingredients right before dinner time just like in the past. Yingji opened the door, took over the bag, glanced inside, and scolded, "Why buy shrimp again? Didn't we say I won't make seafood for you anymore?" Qi Yan instinctively blurted out, "But today's very fresh. Having it once doesn't matter, right?" Suddenly, he remembered that no one, whether human or ghost, would care about these matters for him anymore, nor would anyone cook for him. Yingji looked at him helplessly, took a bottle of red wine out from the supermarket plastic bag and put it on the table. "Why did you buy alcohol?" Qi Yan forced a smile. "It's the weekend today." Yingji smiled without speaking, carried the groceries into the kitchen, then sounds of fridge doors opening and closing came from inside the kitchen, followed by chopping noises, clinking bowls and basins, and the sound of the exhaust fan as well as the sizzling noise when the vegetables hit the hot oil pan. The daily sounds heard every day gave a different feeling this time. After standing stupidly for a while, Qi Yan regained his consciousness. He took 2 glasses from the wine cabinet, placed them on the dining table, took the triangular-shaped suppressive evil talisman from his pocket, and threw it into the cup in front of Yingji's position, lighting it with a match until it burned. Watching the pale gray ashes cover the bottom of the cup, he filled both highball wineglasses with red wine. The ash of the talisman was indeed different from ordinary paper ash. It completely dissolved in the liquid after shaking slightly, leaving no trace behind. Only after completing all this did he go into the bedroom to change into casual clothes and come out, preparing the rice as usual waiting for Yingji. In the past, if Yingji hadn't finished cooking, he would definitely crowd into the kitchen, watching Yingji cook and helping to bring soup and dishes out. Sometimes Yingji would find him bothersome and worry about the smoke choking him, yet Qi Yan could never be driven away. Now suddenly waking up to know the truth, Qi Yan was too frightened to dare get closer anymore. Soon Yingji came out twice carrying 3 dishes and a soup. "Since you seem happy, I added another dish because there were more vegetables you bought today." Qi Yan handed the wine glass to him. "All right, cheers." After saying that, he picked up his glass and gently touched it with Yingji's glass, drinking a sip. However, Yingji only elegantly and restrainedly took a small sip, set down the glass, and looked at him with a slight curve in his eyes. "Little bad guy, why are you in such a rush to make me drink? What do you want to do by getting me drunk?" Qi Yan shook his head hastily, lowering it while shaking it. "I'm not planning to do anything." Yingji squinted his eyes and slanted a glance at the gemstone red liquid slowly swirling in the glass and smiled. "I won't drink unless you feed me." "What?" Qi Yan immediately lifted his head, eyes wide as he looked at him. Yingji leaned back a bit, lazily resting against the chair's back. He patted his thigh, his dark gaze locking onto Qi Yan with a soft smile. "Honey, come sit here and feed me." Qi Yan swallowed hard. His mind was fully set on making Yingji drink that glass of wine, so after hesitating just a moment, he actually stood up and obediently sat beside him. Yingji suddenly wrapped an arm around him, pulling him close. With his nose grazing the bare skin of Qi Yan's neck, he chuckled softly, his expression gentle. Feeling the icy breath against his skin, Qi Yan drew his neck back slightly, lowering his eyes to stretch for the wine glass on the table. Yingji held him tightly, forcing him to lean forward to reach it. Then, Yingji suddenly nipped lightly at his neck. Finally obtaining the wine glass, Qi Yan turned around, intending to offer it to Yingji, but Yingji turned his head away and met his eyes with a playful smile. "Feed me by mouth." The voice was low and sultry, laced with temptation, like the bloom of a demon flower in the underworld. Even under these circumstances, Qi Yan blushed fiercely without restraint. Then he gazed at Yingji, took a sip of wine, closed his eyes, and moved carefully closer based on intuition. Watching those features grow closer, Yingji let out a soft laugh and gently cupped Qi Yan's head, taking the initiative to kiss him. The wine flowed between their lips and teeth, and Yingji obediently opened his mouth, swallowing each sip of the wine Qi Yan had given him. Qi Yan kept his eyes shut throughout. One hand holding the wine glass, while the other had unknowingly reached behind to support himself by gripping Yingji's neck and spine. The small amount of wine soon ran out, and a clear tear leaked from the corner of his tightly shut eyes. Yingji chuckled softly, kissing away the tear. "Why are you crying again? Open your eyes, honey. Why is your face so red? No rush, we can settle accounts later tonight, let's eat first." He loosened his hold but still loosely encircled Qi Yan with one hand to prevent him from falling. Seeing Qi Yan not reacting, he teased, "Aren't you planning to stay in my arms forever?" This made Qi Yan panic and hastily return to his own seat, nearly tripping over the chair next to him in his haste. Relaxed and at ease, Yingji ate dinner with him. It seemed he even wanted Qi Yan to feed him another 2 glasses of wine, clearly enjoying the process. However, Qi Yan could barely eat, all the while secretly observing Yingji. Time passed slowly. Yingji calmly cleared the dining table, washed the pots, and did the dishes. Yingji then sat next to him and used his phone for 2 hours. By now, Qi Yan was filled with doubts instead of initial anxiety. That Tang old man was so capable, quickly recognizing and breaking Yingji's enchantment. Could he have sold fake talismans? Didn't he say if Yingji drank the water mixed with the talisman, he would be guided to the afterlife? Why hasn't there been any reaction yet? A cold medicine should have taken effect by now, right? Qi Yan was sure he didn't burn the wrong talisman. After pondering, he speculated, perhaps because he fed Yingji the wine, passing yang energy, which rendered the talisman ineffective. How could he possibly explain this to Mr. Tang? Chapter 24, Staying Out All Night. Qi Yan was at a loss and kept watching Channel 1, thinking about things for 3 hours. Yingji asked him quite perplexed, Ian, when did you start liking CCTV Channel 1? His voice startled Qi Yan, who hurriedly turned off the TV. Wide-eyed, he turned around to look at him like a frightened rabbit. Yingji took away the remote control in his hand. If it's turned off, then it's time to sleep. Qi Yan certainly lacked the courage to suddenly suggest, I'll sleep on the couch. He got into bed as usual, took off his clothes, and pulled the blanket over himself preparing to sleep. However, he boldly pushed Yingji, who wanted to pull him closer, tightly holding the blanket while whispering, Yingji, I'm too tired from yesterday, let's rest today. He really feared that he couldn't pretend anymore and would run away directly, then get caught by Yingji who discovers everything. He didn't know what awaited him if he were found out, precisely because it was unknown, he could only guess in fear on his own. For now, he had to keep up appearances as much as possible. At least, he knew this way was safe. Yingji rolled him into a ball with the blanket and tapped his stomach unhappily through the blanket. You promised to settle accounts tonight, yet you're dodging again, and after that, he slightly pulled open a corner of the blanket, turned off the light, and lay down beside him. Still unwilling to let go, he tightly embraced him and occasionally kissed his eyebrows, eyes, and earlobes before calming down after a long while. Qi Yan silently closed his eyes and let him have his way. He could still hear Yingji's soft laughter and breaths while kissing and teasing him. Drooping his eyebrows, he secretly thought, whose debt collector uses such a method to collect debts? But he still felt relieved. If all of this wasn't a farce, Yingji was truly one in a million and an incomparable good companion for life. But he had known since childhood not to believe even a word or action of ghosts. They will scare you, threaten you, tempt you, deceive you, until they drag you into hell. Through the curtain slits, a full moon could be seen perfectly, and Qi Yan quietly straightened the quilt and went to sleep. The pale moonlight illuminated a night of sleeping with a ghost. The next morning, Qi Yan woke up very early and quietly got out of bed to put on his clothes. Yingji sat up in bed. What? Are you going to work overtime again? Qi Yan vaguely replied, the problem from yesterday hasn't been resolved yet. Yingji nodded, Ian, can you bring me some clothes? Qi Yan said okay and opened the wardrobe on the left side. He remembered that Yingji's clothes were stored there, and he used to wear them for him. However, when he opened the cabinet, he froze. The top layer held his bedding, while the bottom hung his scattered miscellaneous items and a few old clothes. Where were Yingji's clothes? Suddenly realizing that Yingji's clothes were probably offerings from the underworld, how could he, a living person, under normal circumstances, see or touch another person's offerings? He stiffened there with the wardrobe open, even afraid to turn back and look at the man behind him. He felt Yingji slowly approach, one arm encircling his waist, the other hand snaking around his shoulder to embrace his chest, pressing against him tightly. Light and heavy kisses landed on his nape, like a lover's passionate foreplay but also akin to a beast enticing its prey. He heard Yingji's low voice laced with laughter. Sweetheart, didn't you notice 2 days ago when you came back? Qi Yan almost forgot how to breathe at that moment. The dressing mirror embedded in the closet clearly reflected their current posture, allowing Qi Yan to see his own rigid body and pale face clearly. After a second of silence, a sudden insight came to him. He quickly remembered the 2 talismans given by Tang Guanyuan yesterday, frantically pulling them out from his pocket, pressing them onto Yingji's body, and managing to break free from his embrace. In a panic, he fled out of the bedroom. With trembling hands, it took him 2 tries to unlock the door. Remembering the porcelain bottle in his chest pocket just as he was about to leave, he yanked it off forcefully and hurled it into the room before rushing downstairs like someone chased by an evil ghost. Yingji casually rubbed off the talismans pressed onto him by Qi Yan. His face darkened as he walked into the living room and saw the wide-open door. Murmuring, when did I pick up the habit of leaving doors open, he proceeded to close all the security doors. As he bent down, he spotted the little porcelain bottle thrown on the ground. That porcelain bottle was sturdy. Due to the way it was thrown, it remained undamaged. With a grim face, Yingji bent over and picked it up, holding it in his hand. It emitted a faint warmth, as if still retaining traces of the other person's temperature. After running out of the building entrance, Qi Yan dared not drive. He was too panicked and scared. Even if he didn't encounter ghosts or spirits in the car, he worried about having a traffic accident due to his disturbed state. He directly ran out of the residential area and stood on the bustling street, letting out a breath of relief. Yingji had discovered. He had already found out that day. Qi Yan suddenly realized that Yingji was more terrifying than all the ghosts he'd encountered before. Unlike those malevolent and hateful ghosts that appeared around him, wanting to harm him or pull him in as a substitute victim, Yingji still possessed the intelligence, cunning, and unspoken menace from when he was human, and even when he was alive, he was extraordinary. The place where Qi Yan lived was part of a central business district with convenient transportation. He remembered 2 buses could take him directly near Tang Guanyuan's house. Feeling his trouser pocket, it was good to find there were some coins left over from yesterday's grocery shopping. It would be enough for the bus fare. The Sunday morning buses weren't very crowded at this time, and the advantage was that there were many people, full of the vitality of living beings. Today was Ms. Gui's day off, and Tang Guanyuan was alone in the villa. He opened the door and let Qi Yan inside, assessing his demeanor and complexion. Didn't you succeed? Is that thing still here? Qi Yan silently nodded. Although Tang Guanyuan had anticipated something upon seeing Qi Yan enter, receiving confirmation still altered his expression. Unlike Qi Yan's random concerns, he knew there was only one reason the ghost-suppressing talisman hadn't worked. The opponent was far beyond what such a talisman could handle. He looked at Qi Yan's chest and noticed the small porcelain bottle was gone, so he gestured and led Qi Yan upstairs, pointing to a guest room with an attached washroom. We need to plan carefully. You can rest here first. If you are missing anything, I'll have Ms. Gui bring it tomorrow. Qi Yan understood that Grandpa Tang meant this issue wouldn't be resolved today and suggested he stay here temporarily. Returning home now was naturally not an option, and staying close to someone highly skilled like Tang Guanyuan was safer than elsewhere. Qi Yan remembered that he had rushed out without washing up and felt a bit embarrassed. He promptly thanked the other party. Since his life was at risk, Qi Yan decided to request annual leave from work tomorrow, returning only after this matter was resolved. Having run out empty-handed, Qi Yan could only use the villa's guest amenities to clean himself up briefly. Afterwards, at Tang Guanyuan's invitation, he recounted in detail in the elder's study the circumstances surrounding Yingji's life and death, along with his own actions. However, he was still reluctant to discuss their intimate private matters, so he vaguely mentioned how during the time he was bewitched, Yingji pretended to be his friend, lived together with him, and they shared a good relationship. Tang Guanyuan listened and indicated understanding, saying he needed to make some preparations ahead of time and would deal with this in 3 days. Qi Yan could only temporarily suppress his anxiety and stay there. On the first night, he tossed and turned, almost sleepless, fearful all night of Yingji's sudden appearance. But perhaps due to Grandpa Tang's precautions in the house, nothing happened. Early Monday morning, Ms. Gui came to manage the house and prepare breakfast. After finishing dinner and tidying up, she left. Tang Guanyuan only appeared at the dining table for the 3 meals of the day, otherwise remaining shut in his study the rest of the time. After a peaceful night, Qi Yan wasn't as uneasy by evening as he had been the previous day. Quietly staying in the guest room, he used the desktop computer in the room to browse online news. He hadn't brought his mobile phone and had to borrow the villa's telephone to request leave. At this moment, he suddenly heard an extremely loud sound of heavy objects falling. It came from the direction of Tang Guanyuan's study. Now, indeed, only the 2 of them remained in the villa. Qi Yan instantly got a bad feeling. As he hurried toward Tang Guanyuan's study, he tried to comfort himself. Maybe the elderly man was clumsy and just accidentally knocked something over. The study door wasn't locked. Qi Yan pushed down the door handle and pushed open the brown wooden door. The scene inside froze him in his tracks, his pupils involuntarily dilating. Tang Guanyuan's face was flushed red, his eyes bulging slightly as though being strangled by an invisible rope. His hands moved helplessly around his neck but achieved nothing. The usual solid wood chair he sat in lay toppled beside him. It undoubtedly caused the earlier sound when it fell. As Qi Yan stepped forward, seemingly pushed by an invisible hand, the brown wooden door closed silently behind him. He felt a cold breeze brush past him, as if someone stood beside him. A faint voice, barely audible like a whisper of wind, sounded in his ear. Why don't you go home? I waited for you all night. Chapter 25, The Ghost Cart. Tang Guanyuan's hand was still unconsciously struggling, but his strength was waning. It was evident he was barely clinging to life. He noticed Qi Yan coming in and attempted to stretch out a trembling hand towards him, emitting, ha-ha, sounds from his throat, with a trace of sorrow on his face. Qi Yan rushed forward a few steps but found himself powerless. There was nothing at Tang Guanyuan's throat. It was as if he had been strangled by the air. He could feel the chilling presence beside him, knowing that someone else was following him, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. He already had an idea who it might be. It was Yingji. He had finally caught up. Qi Yan could almost hear Yingji's soft laughter, feeling his cold breath against his neck. Tang Guanyuan's hand gradually dropped, his breathing becoming weaker and weaker. His eyes still stared at Qi Yan. Qi Yan couldn't bear to look anymore. Watching someone die because of him while being utterly helpless made him feel close to collapsing. Struggling to stay composed, he turned to the invisible person beside him and even reached out his hand to try to grab theirs, just like how he would deliberately mend fences with Yingji when they were at home and he was angry. He expected to only touch empty air, catching nothing. But instead, he felt a cold body. He let him not see him, but allowed him to touch him. Qi Yan's body immediately tensed. He remembered the sigh-like words from earlier. Why don't you go home? I've waited for you all night long. Grandpa Tang's vitality continued to fade quickly, only a thin thread of breath keeping him alive, making him look as if he were struggling at the brink of death. Qi Yan averted his gaze, unable to look any longer, and slowly moved closer to the person beside him, hugging Yingji's waist as he used to when begging for forgiveness. He leaned his body into Yingji, tightly pressing against him. In this intimate gesture, tears streamed down his face unknowingly. filled with shock, fear, dread, and worry, all instinctive reactions when someone faces their limits. He hugged Yingji tightly and pleaded through sobs, "Yingji, please let him go, I beg you to let him go. All the mistakes are mine. Don't involve anyone else. Let's go home, alright? Yingji, I beg you." His words were disorganized, his brain no longer able to process what he said or did. He only begged persistently, clinging to Yingji, trying repeatedly to kiss his cold neck and cheeks with lips still wet with tears. Eventually, he could no longer form coherent sentences, murmuring Yingji's name repeatedly between choked sobs, pleading for him to return home. This state lasted for an unknown duration, time blurred due to his extreme tension. He then felt the person beside him move slightly, as if an invisible rope strangling Tang Guanyuan's neck had suddenly been released. Tang Guanyuan collapsed onto the ground, coughing and gasping for air like a broken bellows. Then, Qi Yan felt a hand circle around his waist, the person leaning down and kissing his earlobe, his voice deep, "Stick to your word, I'll be waiting for you at home." Afterwards, that hand loosened its grip, and everything instantly returned to calmness. Qi Yan stood there, dazed and weak, still faintly sensing the lingering chill near his ears and waist. As silently as he appeared, threatening to take a life, Yingji disappeared once more. Qi Yan promptly rushed over to Grandpa Tang's side to help him sit up, pounding on his back to aid his breathing. After some time, Tang Guanyuan gradually recovered. Leaning on Qi Yan's arm, he tried to stand up but was still unable to speak, using gestures to signal for Qi Yan to help him back to the bedroom. Next to Tang Guanyuan's bed was a fixed-line telephone and a phone book. Tang Guanyuan opened to the page with Sister Gui's number and gestured for Qi Yan to call her, then waved at Qi Yan with a look of sorrowful guilt on his face, croakily saying, "You, go." Qi Yan nodded. The old man continued to struggle, squeezing words from his throat, "Sorry, can't, help now." Qi Yan quickly stopped him, "Please don't talk anymore. It's me who should apologize, dragging you into such peril." Tang Guanyuan shook his head slightly and didn't say anything. Qi Yan waited until Sister Gui arrived before taking his leave from Grandpa Tang. At this point, Qi Yan seemed very composed, as if the panicked, helpless man who sought help earlier wasn't him at all. He said, "Thank you for helping me this time. I've already thought it through, it was my fault for taking Yingji's ashes without permission in the first place. Taking without asking makes one a thief, and what I stole was no ordinary thing, it symbolized his mortal remains. I owe him something from the start. This time, after going back, whatever he asks me to return, I will give back everything that should be returned. The karmic cycle operates exactly like this, so there's no need for you to trouble yourself further." He forced a faint smile and then bowed again toward Tang Guanyuan as an apology. At worst, it would merely be paying off a life debt with one's own. He pondered this, lowering his eyes. Tang Guanyuan panted, watching Qi Yan repeatedly express gratitude and bid farewell before finally leaving without uttering a single word. Qi Yan exited the villa at almost 11 o'clock. The area was rather remote, with only occasional private cars returning and not even a taxi in sight. Without a mobile phone on him, he walked briskly a few steps, heading towards catching the last bus. When nearing the bus stop, he saw a bus already waiting there. All buses here could take him close to his home, so he didn't pay much attention and quickly jogged over to step onto the bus after inserting coins. The driver stared ahead without any reaction upon his boarding. The bus was quite empty, except for 3 or 4 passengers scattered around the seats. Qi Yan scanned the vehicle and headed toward a seat at the rear of the bus. The final bus waits longer. 2 minutes after he sat down, the bus started moving with a gentle shaking. Qi Yan sat blankly, gazing out the window at the darkened streetscape lost in thought. He didn't know what awaited him when he returned home. He only understood that he couldn't run away or hide. Yingji had made something very clear today, Tang Laoshui, the elder, had no means of resisting him and nearly paid with his life. The monks and Taoist priests Qi Yan had met since childhood were hard-pressed to protect him from even common ghosts and demons, let alone deal with someone as formidable as Yingji, who could repel all sorts of evil. He remained deep in thought, his mind hazy, without any tools such as watches or phones nearby to tell the time. He knew the bus continued moving, but the view outside stayed pitch black, indicating they hadn't left the vicinity yet, though he wasn't sure how much time had passed. Suddenly regaining awareness, he realized something was amiss. This was a public bus. Why hadn't it reached the next station by now? Why hadn't anyone else gotten on or off? Realizing this, he immediately became more vigilant. Temporarily suppressing his worry about Yingji waiting for him at home, he quietly focused on what was happening inside the bus. In his heart, he silently counted up to 300 at a steady pace. The bus still moved forward at an unchanging speed, neither turning, changing lanes, nor bouncing as if they were the only vehicle on this stretch of road. Strangely, the scenery outside never changed either. It was still dark and misty, with distant, faint glimmers casting cold pale light, a brightness Qi Yan had originally assumed came from the direction of the city. Qi Yan clenched his fists and carefully scrutinized the other passengers seated in front of him. His mind had been preoccupied as he boarded, and he hadn't really noticed these individuals. This state of distraction, where various abnormalities went unnoticed, somewhat paralleled the confusion he'd experienced earlier under Yingji's influence. Only now did these peculiarities become glaringly obvious. There were 4 other passengers ahead of him. Including the driver, they totaled 5 people, all wearing dark long-sleeved clothing. They sat rigidly silent, unmoving, and unlike most typical bus travelers who fiddled with their phones. The fluorescent lights on the ceiling cast a deathly white glow. Under this illumination, none of them had shadows. Chapter 26, Sending the Bones. Qi Yan looked at a passenger sitting 2 rows in front of him. The reflection on the window showed his face, an inconspicuous appearance that people would easily forget, a blank expression, and a pair of eyes staring straight out the window. Qi Yan felt his entire body break out in goosebumps instantly. He suddenly realized that the passenger wasn't looking outside the window but had been watching him through the reflection. Qi Yan instinctively reached toward his chest but found nothing there. Yi Yingji's ashes had already been returned under shock, Ling Yu was almost ineffective, and Mr. Tang, who had already been involved due to Qi Yan's situation, nearly lost half his life. There was certainly no time for preparing any life-saving objects before leaving the house. He shouldn't have overestimated his luck, considering his physical condition, it was unsurprising to encounter a ghost car at midnight. Being constantly accompanied by Yi Yingji, the malevolent spirits had always kept their distance, which unknowingly led him to lower his guard over the past year. Moreover, all his focus had just been consumed by the deity at home, leaving him entirely defenseless against these minor ghosts. How could he have ended up boarding a ghost bus? In such a situation, it was hard to escape. Before even getting back to see Yi Yingji, he thought he might die here instead. Apart from fear, Qi Yan felt strangely cheated. If he had to die, he'd rather be killed by Yi Yingji's hands. Sorry, I broke my promise, he murmured inwardly. Qi Yan pulled the corner of his mouth into a bitter smile. At that moment, the bus stopped, and the door opened. A gust of night wind rushed in, dispersing the heavy, soporific air inside the bus. Qi Yan looked surprisingly toward the door but gripped his fists tightly without daring to move forward. How could he know if the outside world was human or hellish, whether those going in and out were humans or some other supernatural beings? The passengers on the bus remained unmoving. A man casually stepped aboard. Dressed similarly to Qi Yan in a white short-sleeved shirt and black pants, he appeared like a typical late-night office worker returning home. However, unlike ordinary people after a long day at work, he carried no bags, and there was not a trace of fatigue on his elegant features. With his striking looks and commanding aura, it was clear he was far from an ordinary person. As Qi Yan watched him, he unconsciously loosened the tight grip on his fists. The same person who had made him feel tense and fearful just moments before now brought about a sense of relief with his mere presence, making the ghost bus and its eerie atmosphere seem less frightening than before. Inadvertently forgetting the truth, that this man was the most terrifying ghost he had ever encountered. A single word, "Yi," lodged in Qi Yan's throat as he stared wide-eyed at the man walking closer, finally seating himself next to him. Just like everyone else on this bus, he cast no shadow. Qi Yan turned slightly and asked softly, "How did you find me?" "I came to pick you up because it's so late and you still haven't gone home. Otherwise, what if someone kidnapped you?" Yi Yingji replied naturally, as if he were just an anxious husband worried about his wife's delay coming home. He continued, "I thought you changed your mind since you stayed away for so long, but I didn't expect you to foolishly board the wrong bus." Smiling softly with his eyes crinkling, it was as if they were still a loving couple where none of the events between them had occurred. He exuded a unique charm even as a ghost, more handsome than any living being Qi Yan had met. Watching him smile, Qi Yan blushed uncontrollably. The car continued moving smoothly, the fluorescent lights above remained pale and ghastly, the passengers' stiff postures unchanging, and the fog outside the window thick and pitch black, yet none of it mattered anymore to Qi Yan. Because beside him sat Yi Yingji. Yi Yingji. Qi Yan opened his mouth to say something but was interrupted when Yi Yingji pressed his right index finger against Qi Yan's lips. With his left hand, he pulled Qi Yan to stand up. It was only then Qi Yan noticed that the bus had stopped once again during their brief exchange, and the rear door was wide open. All other passengers were still unmoving while Yi Yingji guided him off the bus. They exited onto a small grove within a park 2 streets away from his home. What a strange bus stop. Yi Yingji continued pulling Qi Yan deeper into the woods. Yi Yingji, Qi Yan finally managed to squeeze out a sentence, cautiously looking at him. "Are you going to eat me?" He had heard tales of evil ghosts eating people alive. Yi Yingji was not one of the common spirits seeking substitutes. Given that Qi Yan had taken his ashes, the debt could perhaps only be repaid by giving himself back in full, skin and flesh. Yi Yingji turned around, wearing an ambiguous smirk as he gazed at Qi Yan. Qi Yan hesitated for a moment and softly pleaded. "Could we not do this here? Can we go home first and then eat?" Though it was his mistake, he still selfishly wished to retain a shred of dignity and didn't want his body to be left exposed in the wild. Yi Yingji shifted his direction, leading Qi Yan outward. "All right, let's go home first." Though his original intention had been to take him on a walk through the park. After they got home, Qi Yan checked the clock and realized it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. As soon as Qi Yan entered the house, he couldn't help but nervously look at Yi Yingji. He didn't know how an evil ghost would consume a person, whether starting from a certain place, eating raw or waiting until he was dead before eating. Would it hurt? Yi Yingji said, "Go clean up, why are you just standing there?" Qi Yan replied with an, "Oh," and followed the command to wash up. Yi Yingji gestured for him to get into bed. Qi Yan obediently sat on the bed, absently touching the beige bedsheet while wondering if the sheet set that he liked very much would get dirty if he were eaten here. Yi Yingji followed over, too lazy even to speak this time as he pushed Qi Yan into the covers and turned off the bedroom light. Yi Yingji. Qi Yan called out his name, which in the silent depths of the night sounded particularly gentle, tinged with some confusion. Go to sleep, I won't eat you today. It's too late. Don't you have work tomorrow? No need to rush, I'll eat you tomorrow. As Yi Yingji looked at Qi Yan's sleeping face, he couldn't help but find it amusing. Just moments earlier, Qi Yan was so terrified upon seeing him, but now lying next to him, he could fall asleep soundly. Completely open, completely unguarded. The next morning, Qi Yan woke again to the smell of breakfast. Yi Yingji curved his index finger and tapped on Qi Yan's forehead lightly, slightly cool to the touch. Wake up, it's 7:30. You'll be docked your bonus if you're late for work. Qi Yan sat up abruptly, unable to tell whether he feared Yi Yingji more or losing his bonus. Next to the bed was a neatly laid out set of freshly washed and ironed clothes, and the set Qi Yan wore yesterday, after days without a change and having no opportunity to wash them since Mr. Tang's incident, had been taken away. During breakfast, Yi Yingji handed over a briefcase where everything, from the phone to the wallet to the car keys, was fully prepared. In the past, Qi Yan had never imagined that one day Master Yi would lower himself and serve as his personal assistant. He sniffed back some emotion and hugged the bag while sitting in the chair like a small animal looking at Yi Yingji. Because what happened after returning home was entirely different from what he had expected, he had no idea how to respond anymore. Remember to buy groceries on the way back. Get more greens, don't always buy meat. Okay. Nourish yourself well, because you taste better that way. It was at this point, however foolish or confused Qi Yan might be, that he understood that the eating Yi Yingji had mentioned was merely a random lie made to fool him. But if Yi Yingji did not care for his blood, flesh, or even life, Qi Yan truly couldn't comprehend what Yi Yingji intended to do. At this moment, Yi Yingji stood up and moved behind him, using his fingers to fasten something around Qi Yan's neck. His hands were cool but not cold, just like someone born with naturally frigid body temperature but still within human tolerable limits. Qi Yan lowered his head and saw a small porcelain bottle he was extremely familiar with. He knew that inside the bottle were Yi Yingji's ashes. This time, though, it was the owner himself who was hanging his own ashes around Qi Yan's neck. Qi Yan felt Yi Yingji lean down close, whispering in his ear, "Wear it properly this time. Do not take it off, and absolutely do not throw it away." Chapter 27, Relationship. Qi Yan couldn't help but turn his head to look at him. They saw each other's reflections in their eyes. Yi Yingji walked around and placed both hands on Qi Yan's back from the front, leaning down to gently kiss the tip of his nose. "I'm sorry, it's my fault. I shouldn't have deceived you, appearing before you in that way. My mind was also clouded, and I had no other choice. I've never liked anyone before, and I don't know what to do. Online, it says that lovers go to the movies together and take walks in the park. In the future, I can accompany you there. Yan, don't be afraid of me. This time, try to recognize me with your own eyes." Qi Yan belatedly realized that Yi Yingji had taken him out of the car in the park last night to take a walk. He looked into Yi Yingji's eyes and found himself unable to refuse, as if he could see through these dark eyes into his heart, seeing his truest self. Yi Yingji didn't mind his silence and reached out to pull him up. "It's okay, take your time, I'll wait for you. Anyway, you can't run away." He lightly kissed Qi Yan's forehead, opened the door, and watched him go to work with a gentle and sweet smile. As the saying goes, placed in a desperate situation and then reborn. After this series of events, Qi Yan was already prepared to give himself completely to Yi Yingji, even with the intention of being ready to die. Qi Yan calmly accepted this mode of continuing to live together with Yi Yingji. After the initial panic and helplessness passed, he could finally calm down and review his daily life. The scenes after receiving the ashes played back one by one in his mind. Whether before or after his mind was confused, Yi Yingji actually hadn't harmed him and had saved him many times from other ghosts. For instance, during their trip years ago, that house probably had something strange going on, but Yi Yingji helped him get through it without telling him. And when he got on the ghost bus coming out of Tang Guanyuan, if Yi Yingji hadn't come out specifically to pick him up, he would probably not have made it back alive. Moreover, after his grandmother passed away, no one had been as thoughtful to him as Yi Yingji. Regardless of any motive, regardless of whether there were ulterior intentions. If Yi Yingji really deceived and manipulated him for ill intent, he would accept it. Not necessarily too scared, but perhaps a little sad. In all senses, he now couldn't leave Yi Yingji. With Yi Yingji present, at least he was safe for now. How to deal with him and when to deal with him depended entirely on Master Ye's mood. But if it weren't for Yi Yingji's ashes and protection, he probably wouldn't survive more than a month. Yi Yingji already controlled the family's financial power. The inheritances left by Qi Yan's parents and grandparents were all managed under Qi Yan's name as investments by Yi Yingji. The various bonuses and interest incomes far exceeded Qi Yan's salary. In short, Qi Yan wasn't clear about how much assets he had under his name or where they were invested. He once tried to hand over his salary card as well, but Yi Yingji returned it to him. Yi Yingji's exact words were, "Be a good boy, keep the salary for buying groceries. Buy whatever you want. A lover who knows how to cook, manages finances well, and doesn't require the submission of one's salary, allowing him to freely spend his salary, leaves absolutely no worries, which might make countless colleagues envious when told about. Except for not being human, everything else is great. Actually, not being human isn't such a big issue either. Qi Yan wasn't even afraid of demons and spirits. A fox spirit's beauty and charm were the beautiful fantasies of ancient people. Unfortunately, Yi Yingji was a ghost. He is a ghost. This thought, like an indelible curse, kept popping up inconveniently. That evening, Qi Yan was originally snuggling in Yi Yingji's arms preparing to sleep, but suddenly remembered that the person next to him had already passed away, and the arms hugging him weren't human. He opened his eyes in fright, shivered, and slightly moved backward, wanting to leave Yi Yingji's embrace but dared not move too obviously. Feeling his movement, Yi Yingji also opened his eyes and slowly used the other hand to caress his face. Yan, don't be afraid of me. I won't harm you. He lowered his head, touching foreheads with Qi Yan, looking seriously into his eyes in the moonlight, solemn as if making a vow. It was the first time he clearly told Qi Yan, I won't harm you. Qi Yan was stunned for a moment, unsure how to respond, and after a while, seemed somewhat ashamed to lower his head. I'm scared. Even though I'm willing to give you my life, I'm still afraid. Yi Yingji, I'm afraid of ghosts. Lowering his head like a child who made a mistake, he truthfully told the person next to him what he thought. After hearing this, Yi Yingji paused for a moment and chuckled faintly, it doesn't matter. There's also, the Peony Pavilion, in the play scripts, and there's Nia Xiaoyan in Liaozhai. Although I can't be the fox beauty who gives you red sleeves to add fragrance, I can still try being your Xiaoyan. We still have a long time ahead of us, no need to rush. He spoke softly, not sure whether he was saying it to the other or to himself. Qi Yan remained silent, but his body that had previously withdrawn now moved closer to Yi Yingji, quietly holding his hand. His rational mind told him he should break free, yet his heart wanted to trust and approach. 3 more months passed quickly, and it was already autumn. Qi Yan had once again become accustomed to cohabiting with Yi Yingji. One day after work, Qi Yan was surprised to find a familiar figure standing at the entrance of his workplace. It was Mr. Tang. Mr. Tang waved to him when he saw him, signaling that he had something to say. Their workplace was next to a main road, bustling with people and traffic. Mr. Tang said they needed to find a good place to talk, so he led him to the McDonald's across the street. The fast food restaurant was filled with the laughter and screams of children, with a few 3- or 4-year-olds chasing and playing tirelessly. Qi Yan ordered 2 hot drinks and asked Mr. Tang to sit at a window seat. Tang Guangyuan glanced at the little porcelain bottle on his chest. Is that thing always with you? Qi Yan nodded, hesitated for a moment, and then cautiously replied. If you're here for it, there's no need to bother yourself further. I've thought it through, since I involved it first, I should take responsibility till the end. It has always treated me well, protecting me from many calamities. Even if one day it takes my life, I'll accept it. The ancients believed in ghosts and gods, often using live humans as sacrifices to seek blessings. The practice of human sacrifice was common during the slavery era, and there were also numerous examples in feudal society. A familiar episode in Journey to the West is the story of the carp spirit impersonating Inspiration King, demanding boys and girls from the nearby villagers as offerings, promising good weather if followed, or ruin if defied. He lived alone and was born with an evil fate. With Yi Yingji's protection, he could survive longer day by day, but aside from himself, he had nothing else to offer. Moreover, during these 3 months of full consciousness, Yi Yingji was actually very good. Mr. Tang frowned deeply after listening. At your young age, which should be the best time of your life, how can you possess such resigned thoughts like an old man? People are alive to fight for our destinies. Being this passive and inactive at your age makes us older folks worried about what we should do. Qi Yan was taken aback by his words, recalling the hard times when his grandmother took him around to visit various temples and shrines just to pray for his survival, making him feel very ashamed. But he still tried to defend himself a bit. It's not exactly like that. Yi Yingji is different. If it was another ghost, I wouldn't surrender so easily. How exactly was Yi Yingji different from other ghosts? He couldn't really explain it. Was it because Yi Yingji was kind to him? Although it was true that he was good to him, initially, Yi Yingji had confused his mind and deceived him. If it had been any other demon or ghost doing this, he would now surely be terrified and desperate to escape, perhaps even frightened to death. Yet somehow, with Yi Yingji, it seemed easy to forgive. After the initial shock of realizing the truth, he naturally accepted living together with him, as if deep down in his soul, he had already gotten used to Yi Yingji's presence. Qi Yan repeated Yi Yingji's words to Mr. Tang. In Liaozhai, there's also Nia Xiaoyan. He said he wants to be my Xiaoyan. After all, he blushed instinctively after saying this in front of an outsider. That day, in the study of the villa, Mr. Tang's consciousness had been blurred. He only vaguely remembered that the young man agreed to go back with that entity, which allowed him to keep his life, though he didn't remember the details. But now, looking at Qi Yan's expression, how could he not understand? Clearly, their relationship had reached that level. Chapter 28, Journey. The old man couldn't help but sigh. A young face fades into bones, and a painted skin beauty. You can see what's under that skin so clearly. Why bother being deceived and losing your life? Qi Yan shook his head. The physical appearance of Yi Yingji's solidified form was no different from when he was alive. He hadn't turned into someone deliberately seducing him. How could Qi Yan have been misled by him? Yi Yingji said he wouldn't harm him. Qi Yan also knew that even mortals break their vows easily, let alone ghostly creatures whose words are often lies. But he wanted to try to trust him. One was deeply distressed, while the other was stubborn. Although Qi Yan still appreciated the old man's attempt to save his life, in the end, they had to bid farewell and leave. Unexpectedly, 3 days later, Tang Guanyuan came again. He sighed, "If you remain unrepentant, I will not force you either. Here is an address to my sect's location. It is rarely disclosed outside. Now that you've been invaded by malevolent energy, you may not feel much right now, but it might follow you through cycles of reincarnation and attract evil creatures, bringing misfortune to those around you. My abilities are limited, and I can't assist with this. If you have time, visit my sect and try to dispel some of this misfortune." Qi Yan indeed feared affecting others. Being naturally prone to encounters with spirits, all this meant was that instead of being spied on by various entities as before, now he only lived together with Yi Yingji. He didn't care much about what Tang Guanyuan said regarding the mysterious, evil energy affecting future lives, but he worried whether living with a ghost could bring bad luck to those around him. The address given by old Tang wasn't far away, just in the neighboring province, but tucked deep in the mountains, potentially difficult to find. Nonetheless, having 3 days would be enough for a round trip. He mentioned this matter to Yi Yingji when he got home, and Yi Yingji didn't object, simply saying, "Go if you want, I'll accompany you." Qi Yan planned to go during a weekend, taking another day off, hesitating over whether to buy a ticket for Yi Yingji while booking tickets. Not buying one left him feeling like he was skipping the fare, and Yi Yingji wouldn't have a place to sit anyway. Buying it would make it seem empty to others, and if seats were tight, someone might occupy it leaving Yi Yingji nowhere to sit. It seemed strange going to a Taoist temple to remove evil influences while bringing a ghost along. He tentatively negotiated with Yi Yingji, "Yingji, would you mind waiting for me at home? If I take your ashes, nothing will happen." However, Mr. Yi didn't agree, and thus the matter was temporarily put aside. Although Qi Yan was procrastinating, after a few days, he noticed his colleague Xiao Wang across from him being hospitalized due to a severe cold. Ms. Li from the neighboring team twisted her ankle walking downstairs, and encountering Lu brother with his elementary school son yesterday, who after exchanging a few casual words, heard today that the child failed an exam, an event unprecedented at such a young age. Qi Yan became somewhat worried whether he had unintentionally brought them bad luck. The last straw came when talking to his uncle and learning he had collapsed suddenly from hypertension at work. In Qi Yan's memory, his uncle had always been physically robust, rarely resting, a man of action seldom affected by illness or hospital stays. Du Mingjing said on the phone that there was no major issue, as he'd already been discharged and requested Qi Yan not to worry. Yet, Qi Yan couldn't help muttering internally that although he met his uncle infrequently, they were blood relatives. Could his own bad luck also influence his uncle? With less workload at the office that week, Qi Yan decided to take leave on Friday and visit Master Tang. Ultimately deciding to drive himself, despite the fatigue, it was more convenient and allowed Yi Yingji a place to sit. To save time, Qi Yan departed Thursday afternoon, calculating he'd reach his destination by 11 p.m., spend the night, and set out early the next morning. Concerned about Qi Yan driving consecutively, Yi Yingji remarked gently in the dark, "Rest a while, let me take over." Qi Yan was very puzzled, "Didn't you say you can't drive?" Yi Yingji, Ed, replying, "Though without a license, I can still make it move." Considering the psychological impact on opposing drivers inadvertently witnessing something strange behind them, despite the appeal, Qi Yan declined Mr. Ye's kind offer. Booking a double room for one person seemed too odd, so naturally, Qi Yan chose a king-size bed for the night. Entering the room, Yi Yingji looked around, adjusting the pillows closer together, seemingly quite content with this arrangement. After a night's rest, the next morning they bought food and set off according to the address given by old Tang. Driving along the mountain road for half a day, their car reached a village where the road ended, forcing them to proceed on foot. Upon inquiring from the villagers, Qi Yan learned that by going into the mountain and walking for about half an hour, there would be a large temple, with directions pointed out for him. Old Tang had previously introduced his sect briefly. It had branched off from Taoism but focused more on the practice of yin-yang techniques. As such, its members were not considered Taoist priests but rather practitioners of sorcery. At 3 in the afternoon, Qi Yan finally arrived at the destination. Tang's sect originated from Taoism, and its architectural layout resembled that of Taoist temples in many ways. However, the local villagers referred to it as Taoist temple. Its style leaned towards Huizhou architecture, featuring blue tiles and white walls, which gave it an understated elegance. The outer gate was slightly ajar, so Qi Yan lightly tapped to signal his arrival, waiting for someone to come forward. Seizing this opportunity, Qi Yan whispered to Yi Yingji, "Yingji, wait for me here. What if you're discovered when following inside and then detained?" Realizing the potential risk made him uneasy. Pointing to a nearby patch of woods, he suggested, "You should hide far enough away. The forest is dark, so just go there and wait for me, all right?" Yi Yingji looked at him and chuckled softly before retreating into the grove, laughing as he promised, "All right, I guarantee I won't let those people catch me." 3 minutes later, footsteps approached from afar, and a middle-aged man dressed in a deep blue robe opened the door. Seeing Qi Yan, his face expressed obvious surprise. Qi Yan hurriedly explained, "I'm introduced by Elder Tang Guanyuan. He said I've been tainted by some bad energy, and coming here could help eliminate it." The man's expression turned understanding as he nodded repeatedly. "Uncle mentioned this. Please come in, come in." While saying so, he welcomed Qi Yan in, and the door closed silently behind them with perfect alignment. From the conversation with the middle-aged man, Qi Yan learned that Tang Guanyuan had just returned. The man led him for 10 minutes to a rear annex hall, served tea, and asked him to sit down for a brief rest, explaining he'd go invite his uncle and seniors before quietly leaving after closing the door. Sitting alone in the hall, Qi Yan idly took out his phone for entertainment. Being in such a remote place, the signal was extremely poor, intermittent and weak whenever present. Neither making calls nor accessing the internet was possible, leaving him to play single-player mobile games. Having cleared 3 levels, 15 minutes passed, yet no one came. With only half his phone battery left, Qi Yan grew restless, ready to put his phone away and check the situation outside when a new message arrived. "Yi Sanxian, come out quickly." He had never dared let Yi Yingji know that he had set his name as this. A colleague once saw the recipient's name while Qi Yan was sending messages, commenting, "Xiao Qi, your significant other has such a unique name." To which Qi Yan always shamelessly agreed. Seeing these 3 words, Qi Yan instantly changed expression, growing worried, filled with numerous unfavorable guesses. Had Yi Yingji been discovered? Were they planning to deal with him? Or did something else happen? Standing up, he tried stepping out the door, but when his hand touched the edge, the initially half-open door suddenly shut on its own, unyielding to his push or pull. In frustration, Qi Yan delivered a kick to the wooden door, appearing thin yet immovable like steel. Staring blankly, an increasing ominous feeling overwhelmed him, chilling his heart. Leaning against the door and trembling, he messaged back to Yi Yingji. "Yingji, I can't get out." He didn't know if Yi Yingji could still see the message now. Yi Yingji waited bored at the edge of the small forest when suddenly the sense he held toward Qi Yan disappeared. Since Qi Yan carried his ashes, something must have forcibly severed the connection between them. He had already guessed that this was likely a setup. If he didn't take the initiative to uncover it, those individuals would keep interfering with their lives. He didn't want them troubling Qi Yan any further. Feeling extremely annoyed, he had even subtly suggested during casual daily chats, urging Qi Yan to solve this matter swiftly so all those meddlers would remain silent. Sure enough, it wasn't unexpected. People are indeed creatures lacking patience, just like their weakness and short lifespan. He mocked silently, seemingly forgetting that he had once been human too. Silently Yi Yingji retrieved the phone Qi Yan had purchased for him, showing a trace of cherishing it for the first time. He sent the message, ordering him to come out, then quietly awaited a response. "Yingji, I can't get out." They had acted against Yan. Yingji Yi tilted his head and looked at the architectural complex that sprawled over a considerable area, seemingly flaunting its authority. He casually used his phone to simulate a public number and called the police. Chapter 29, he passed away. As Qi Yan was becoming increasingly anxious, he suddenly felt a pair of cool hands wrap around his waist. He froze for a moment, then heard a familiar, slightly amused voice near his ear, "Miss me?" It was Yi Yingji. "Are you all right? How did you come here?" Considering himself just an ordinary human, keeping him confined should have been meaningless, otherwise, would they be involved in human trafficking? Qi Yan had already figured out that after knowing about Yi Yingji's existence, Tang Lao and perhaps even his sect must have harbored the intention to get rid of him. He originally thought being entangled by Yi Yingji was akin to a civil dispute no one would bother with unnecessarily. Now he realized that in Tang Lao and his sect's view, this was indeed a criminal case where the harmful ghost must be vanquished. All those words spoken earlier were partly true, partly false, luring him into their trap. When Yi Yingji came looking for him, it was equivalent to throwing himself into their net. Yi Yingji kissed his forehead gently. "If I don't show up, how could they let you go easily?" The door was still tightly shut, but the sound of chaotic footsteps could be heard from outside, faint but clearly not just made by one person. A thin layer of door panel kept them from leaving, yet couldn't block out the voices conversing from the outside. Qi Yan could hear disordered yet deep incantations, as well as people pasting various spell talismans onto the door. He could recognize the oft-heard voice of Tang Guanyuan. Tang Guanyuan was urgently saying something. "Master Uncle, the young man is still inside." The power of the 8 Directions exorcism formation is unbearable even for an ordinary person's spirit. The young man already has signs of physical weakness, and his spirit likely isn't too strong either. If we continue like this, he might become mentally deranged or even lose his life. Was he talking about himself? Was he going to die? An aged yet stern voice responded, "Guanyuan, do not show mercy like a woman. A newly deceased ghost able to make you powerless must be eliminated today. Tomorrow there may no longer be a chance, allowing it to harm the world at will. Ming Shan, take your uncle Guanyuan down to rest." Outside, the synchronized incantation voices grew louder, making Qi Yan's brain hum incessantly. Helplessly, he slumped against the door and sat down. Even though it was still daytime, the room became pitch black, as if all the brightness had been drawn away. Meanwhile, faint and blotchy red patterns emerged on the ground, resembling ancient and eerie totemic magic formations. His consciousness began to blur, only able to feel Yi Yingji sitting next to him and pulling him into his arms. Yi Yingji's embrace carried a chilling coldness, yet in the midst of the clamor, it was the only thing keeping Qi Yan's mind clear. Involuntarily, Qi Yan hugged tighter, leaning on Yi Yingji's shoulder with half-closed eyes and murmuring faintly, "Head hurts." A cold kiss landed on his forehead, lingering long before reluctantly leaving. At that very instant, his awareness regained clarity, and the headache seemed less severe. Opening his eyes, a visible layer of black qi enveloped his entire body. However, once this black qi touched the surrounding air, it dissipated and burned away like water encountering fire, yet more black qi kept flowing in continuously to protect him. There was no doubt that the source of the black qi was Yi Yingji. He was bearing the assault of this bizarre formation on behalf of Qi Yan. But how long could he keep sustaining this? "Yingji," he softly called out. Seemingly understanding what he wanted to say, the other party smiled lightly, stretched out a finger to touch his lower lip, and blocked the unspoken words, "Be good, I'm fine." With a gentle curve of his eyebrows and composed demeanor, it was as if during the night they exited Tang Guangyuan's residence and got aboard that ghost carriage. Then, he smiled looking at Qi Yan saying, "Who would have thought you'd be silly enough to board the wrong carriage," or like every morning sitting beside him watching him eat breakfast, smiling while asking, "What do you want to eat tomorrow?" Overcome with emotion, Qi Yan closed his eyes and leaned forward to kiss Yi Yingji's lips voluntarily. Previously, even thinking about trusting and accepting, his heart still held uneasiness, doubts, and apprehension. Rooted deep within were intertwined fears, tangled and coiled, and burying these feelings under the surface didn't mean the seeds were non-existent. The black qi swirling around them continued to burn and dissipate, and the red light emitted from the array pattern on the ground became brighter. However, everything in sight was pitch black. Qi Yan fumbled to touch and embrace Yi Yingji's body, using the dim red light to carefully discern his facial features, imprinting them bit by bit in his heart. As he responded to Yi Yingji's kiss, Qi Yan silently repeated his name in his heart over and over again, "Yingji, Yi Yingji." The more this name rooted in his heart, the more it destroyed all doubts and unease like a powerful force sweeping away everything. After quite some time, they finally broke apart. Qi Yan leaned against Yi Yingji's shoulder, breathing heavily and laughing lightly as if muttering to himself, "Yi Yingji, why do you cling on to me?" It wasn't a complaint, instead, it sounded like a teasing question between lovers asking, "What do you find so special about me?" However, Qi Yan's shyness prevented him from phrasing it that way. Yi Yingji remained silent for a long time. Just when Qi Yan closed his eyes, having given up on hearing an answer, Yi Yingji slowly spoke, "When I was still alive, I always felt like I was searching for something, but I didn't know what it was. At that time, my health was terrible, I should have died much earlier. But I wouldn't give up, doing everything I could to live another day longer. Thinking maybe I'd find what I was searching for. In the end, I still passed away. But then you appeared. That's when I realized I'd found it." He pulled Qi Yan's hand to place it on his own chest where his heart should be. No trace of vitality or heartbeat was detectable, yet it was full. "Since then, I've decided to keep you by my side and never let you go." This obsession came abruptly yet logically, like an instinctual yearning. Ghosts are different from humans, they would stop at nothing to achieve their desires and resolve their cravings. "Ian, don't leave me." He lowered his head and softly kissed Qi Yan's disheveled hair on the forehead. Qi Yan murmured groggily. Protected by the black qi, his consciousness stayed clear despite rising drowsiness and fatigue. He subconsciously responded to Yi Yingji, "Then hold me." Yi Yingji smiled, reaching out to envelop him in his arms. "Fool, haven't I been holding you all along?" He gently stroked Qi Yan's back, watching as he gradually drifted off into a deep, peaceful sleep. His ink-black eyes were calm and without ripple. The surrounding black qi grew even denser, gradually spreading out and coalescing into substance, filling the entire space. When there is too little water for a big fire, any water poured onto it evaporates immediately, but in an endless ocean, no fire can possibly burn. Yi Yingji showed a hint of gentle smile as he brushed his cheek against Qi Yan's. "Good, sleep well." His smile hadn't completely faded when he stood up with the person cradled in his arms, turning directly to kick open the door that Qi Yan had been unable to open regardless of how hard he tried. In front of him, the door gave way like it was made of paper. Behind him, the surging black qi flowed powerfully through the doorway. Down the stone steps were faces filled with fear. When Qi Yan woke up, he was in the hospital, with Yi Yingji sitting beside his bed. Before Qi Yan could ask, Yi Yingji offered an explanation. "Before going in, I anonymously reported illegal gathering spreading heretical ideas and deliberate arson due to autumn dryness up the mountain. Later, when they sent people to investigate, you were sleeping, so I left you by the roadside on a rock. They thought you were unconscious, and thus sent you to the hospital. Anyway, that group of sorcerers weren't proper Taoists, and he felt justified reporting them." "What about those people?" Yi Yingji knew who Qi Yan was asking about, smiling. "Of course, they couldn't confine me. After I got out, I locked them inside that room. Since the formation inside was set by themselves, let them suffer the consequences of their actions. Maybe the police investigating now might already have released them. Certainly, it wouldn't be easy to get them out." His smile curved his eyes slightly, deep and unfathomable. Ian, don't worry about those unrelated people. Yi Yingji, Qi Yan softly called his name, I am no longer afraid of death now. I have nothing left to return to you. Quietly, Yi Yingji held his hand, then stay with me forever. Qi Yan was about to say something when the nurse walked in, looking at him curiously. Patient number 7, who are you talking to? Embarrassed, Qi Yan glanced at Yi Yingji and coughed, saying, no one, I'm reciting a recipe. Yi Yingji shot him a sidelong glance, trying to fool a ghost. Haven't seen you cook once. Nonsense, I cooked daily when we kept your ancestral tablet at home. Qi Yan silently fumed in his mind. However, with others present, he couldn't refute it. The nurse reluctantly accepted his explanation, coming in to measure his pulse and blood pressure, telling him that everything was normal and explaining how he was found unconscious on the mountain and brought to the hospital. The nurse said, you just rest assured and recover. There's nothing serious, it's probably due to lack of rest. We've already informed your friend, and he'll be here to pick you up soon. As Qi Yan was wondering which friend it could be, Su Jiang arrived in a hurry. Qi Yan felt deeply moved but also rather embarrassed, not expecting that Su Jiang would have gone through so much trouble to come again. Su Jiang, however, didn't hesitate and seemed completely unconcerned. He had just been calling Qi Yan when the medical staff received the call and informed him about the situation, so he hurried over. He knew Qi Yan didn't have any immediate family, and among his friends, their relationship was undoubtedly the closest. After asking some basic questions and confirming Qi Yan was fine, he relaxed. After consulting with the doctor, they decided on an overnight observation at the hospital for 1 day, then if everything went well, Qi Yan could go home the next day. He grabbed a chair and sat beside the bed playing with his phone, chatting casually with Qi Yan as he played. Where's the ruler? And what about your partner? Weren't you in a relationship this spring? We couldn't even get you out to meet us. Why are you climbing mountains alone, getting hospitalized without seeing anyone or making a call? Qi Yan looked at Yi Yingji who was sitting on the edge of the bed, occasionally kissing his eyelids and stroking his hair, and mumbled, he's dead. Chapter 30, Regaining Momentum. Qi Yan considered himself and Su Jiang to be friends for many years. He couldn't deceive the other party, and since they knew each other's roots well, even if he lied to Su Jiang, the lie would not hold up, and it would eventually be exposed. Dead? Su Jiang immediately put down his phone and stared wide-eyed at his friend sitting against the bedhead. Could it be that he was so deeply hurt by a breakup? But it shouldn't come to cursing someone like this, right? The Qi Yan he knew wasn't such a mean-spirited person. Qi Yan lowered his eyes and quietly held Yi Yingji's hand. Yes, passed away in summer. I've never been able to accept it. As a sociology PhD, Su Jiang's preferred works were far from reality. During his free time, he enjoyed watching some artistic, highbrow pieces, like the Gentian, which emits fragrance, bringing a sense of imperfect melancholy through its artistry. These works nourished, consoled, and cleansed his soul amidst worldly chaos. Based on Qi Yan's previous vague descriptions, in Su Jiang's imagination, his friend's lover was a freelancer, traveling everywhere, never stopping. In between trips, they contributed articles or photos to travel magazines' websites. One day, in the bustling yet chaotic night of Shiming City, the lover happened to look at Qi Yan once more. As if dandelions finally took root, the lover followed him resolutely back to Shiming City, carefully taking care of Qi Yan's daily life. From then on, they experienced a period of sweet and carefree days. However, his lifelong passion could not be abandoned, so one summer he set out on another trip alone, telling his lover with a smile before departure, wait for me at home, and I'll be back soon this time. The friend continued their daily life, waiting for their loved one's return. However, one day, they received a call from a familiar number. Pressing the answer button in surprise, they were told that their beloved would never return. That person, like a wind, swept over Qi Yan's heart silently and intangibly. When they came, spring was blooming, when they left, only desolation remained. Su Jiang nearly cried from being overwhelmed by these imagined scenarios, never imagining that such heart-wrenching stories seen only in movies and novels could happen to his seemingly ordinary friend. He didn't dare to ask more questions, feeling that every extra word was like another stab in Qi Yan's wound. Seizing the opportunity, Qi Yan clarified his stance to his friend, even though he is already dead, I still feel like he is by my side. I think I will continue living with him around, and I won't look for anyone else. Yi Yingji gave a low chuckle. Su Jiang nodded repeatedly, Qi Yan, ruler, I understand. It's okay, I get it, I support you. Qi Yan himself was also puzzled why suddenly his old friend had shown so much understanding. Of course, there was nothing wrong with his body. The next day, he drove back to Shiming City with Su Jiang. When getting into the car, Qi Yan took a quiet glance at Yi Yingji sitting in the passenger seat and said to Su Jiang who wanted to open the front door, Old Su, please sit in the back, it's safer in the back. 2 weeks after returning home, Qi Yan unexpectedly received a package at work, and the sender was Tang Guanyuan. At the time, due to his strong defense of Qi Yan, Tang Guanyuan was taken away by his master's disciple and did not participate in the event that day, thus escaping the danger. After Yi Yingji appeared, she instead locked everyone present inside the house painted with the 8 directions evil subduing array but did not deliberately retaliate against him. Tang Guanyuan always prioritized preserving himself above all. Originally, when Yingji found him at his temporary villa and almost cost him his life, and later when Qi Yan decided to go back to find Yingji despite knowing Qi Yan might be endangered, Tang Guanyuan, aware of his own limited abilities, chose not to stop Qi Yan from rushing recklessly into danger, fearing only losing his own life. Now, just like then, as the 8 directions evil subduing array passed down from the Ming dynasty failed to subdue the evil ghost, his sect suffered counterattack. His teacher uncle, who was already over 100 years old, could not endure both his old age and the pressure of the array's power, passing away within 7 days after being rescued. Even while dying, he repeatedly warned the disciples not to provoke that ghost anymore. Naturally, Tang Guanyuan wouldn't waste effort on it anymore. In the past, Qi Yan guided his way, helping him remove the bewitching spirit that had entranced his heart, forming an initially good connection, and indeed, there was no reason for things to end in resentment. Inside the express package was a letter and a small jade vial. In the letter, Tang Guanyuan expressed his regret and apologies for misleading him to the sect, resulting in him falling into peril. He reiterated that the misfortune thing was not a deception, adding that the jade vial contained 81 droop pills. Consuming one every year would help eliminate the accumulated misfortune and prevent affecting others. After work, Qi Yan went home with the jade vial to find Yingji. She examined it and told him, "No problems, it's effective. Eat it." Only after Qi Yan was reassured did he eat. After finishing dinner, Qi Yan was originally watching TV, while Yingji was nearby hugging a laptop, seemingly doing something without interfering with him. Suddenly, Yingji put the laptop on the table and leaned over to hug his waist, rubbing kisses against his neck. Caught off guard by this sudden intimate assault, Qi Yan was at a loss what to do, his face turning bright red. Clutching onto the other's neck with both hands, he stammered out a question, "Yingji, did you behave like this when you were alive?" Smiling, Yingji hugged him closer and continued kissing him. "What nonsense, I had severe heart disease back then, and the doctor didn't allow me to engage in intense activities." Leaning close to Qi Yan's ear, he chuckled gently, "Living as a human isn't as fun or carefree as being a ghost." Qi Yan remained there in a daze, his face redder than ever. Soon it was the end of the year again, and before New Year's Day, Du Mingjing called Qi Yan back home. His tone was urgent, leaving Qi Yan no time for detailed questions. He hurriedly took leave from work and drove to Shiming City. Upon entering the house, something felt off. The home was eerily quiet, as if the owner hadn't returned to live here for a long time. The lights weren't on either, and it wasn't until Qi Yan arrived that Du Mingjing turned on the living room's main light. Only then did Qi Yan see that his uncle was leaning on a cane, his left leg unable to support any weight, looking like he'd aged 20 years overnight. Du Mingjing led him to sit down on the sofa and spoke calmly and directly, "Xiao Yan, my company is failing. Your parents also invested when it was first established. How much stock do you currently hold?" "I still have some assets and can acquire them at 1.5 times the current market price." Qi Yan was shocked. He looked around and asked, "What happened? Where are Auntie and Tingting?" Du Mingjing lowered his head, "I'm already divorced from her. And Tingting isn't my daughter." He had spent his entire life fighting for his company and career, only to be left all alone in the end. Now that his company had fallen apart, there was only Qi Yan, his nephew, left. So he wanted to make sure Qi Yan wouldn't suffer any losses. Qi Yan stood there in shock. How could this be? In his memory, his uncle had always been a capable, hard-working man who never backed down, so how did it end up like this? Du Mingjing shook his head. Her current husband is Lu Shanghai, the boss of Shanghai Corporation. They've been together for a while now, I've been too busy to notice. I trusted her completely, she knew all about the company and told everything to Lu Shanghai. Qi Yan vaguely remembered Shanghai, it was always in competition with his uncle's company, but in scale and reputation, it was always overshadowed. But now things were different. Hesitating, he carefully asked, "Your leg?" Du Mingjing said, "I heard the news while I was walking downstairs. At that moment, I suffered another bout of high blood pressure, fainted, and fell. Fortunately, there were only 2 steps left, and I didn't hit my head. But my leg got injured, not a big deal. Can it be cured?" "It doesn't matter whether it can be cured or not." Du Mingjing waved his hand with a bitter smile, though laughter couldn't hide the sorrow. The grand house suddenly seemed empty. Qi Yan had never seen his uncle appear so dispirited. He still remembered his childhood, his uncle, although busy, rarely came to visit grandma and grandpa, yet was always full of vitality. Each time he came over, Qi Yan would follow him around happily. He found it hard to connect the young, energetic uncle of his memories with the disheartened man standing before him. Worried about Du Mingjing's current state, he stayed over in Du's mansion that night. That night, lying in bed staring at the dark ceiling lost in thought, Yingji touched his ear, "Why aren't you sleeping?" "I'm wondering, maybe it's like Mr. Tang said, that I bring bad luck to uncle because I'm tainted with evil qi." Qi Yan whispered with open eyes. Yingji disliked this kind of explanation. According to that old swindler, Qi Yan brought misfortune to those around him due to the evil energy in his body, which originated from their relationship. Where was the logic in that? "Don't talk nonsense," he said, "a person's fate depends on themselves. Don't believe these feudal superstitions." A ghost teaching him not to believe in feudal superstition. Qi Yan was momentarily unsure how to respond. But uncle has always worked hard and has great ability, and yet, this is the result. He worked hard and had abilities, and that's why his company succeeded at first. Now, he's lost his drive, and his methods are wrong, naturally he can't turn things around. Qi Yan turned over and stared wide-eyed at Yingji without saying a word. Yingji couldn't help but laugh and kiss his eyes. Why do you look at me like that? Don't you believe me? Do you think I can turn things around for him in a week? Back in the day, they called me young Master Yi. You tell me, was it my frail self leaning on the Yi family's strength, or was it the Yi family leaning on me? He affectionately wrapped an arm around Qi Yan's shoulders, completely unfazed by how much his words and actions right now resembled a peacock fanning its feathers to attract a mate. The next morning, Qi Yan got up early and stood in the kitchen watching Yingji prepare a sumptuous breakfast with the remaining ingredients in the house. Then he helped bring the food to the table. Du Mingjing was greatly surprised upon seeing this and turned to Qi Yan. Did you make this? Qi Yan nodded again, lying through his teeth. I made it. Du Mingjing sighed. I remember when you were in college, during holidays, you would come back and end up burning the pan while trying to fry eggs for your grandmother. It seems over these years of living on your own, you've really improved. Qi Yan's face flushed red once more. After hearing this, Yingji leaned down and whispered into his ear, is that so? Well then, I forgive you for feeding me instant noodles on the first day I came here. After some thought, Yingji added, Ian, actually I really enjoy the meals you cook for me. Yes, the ones you make just for me. They're far better than takeout. Speaking of this filled Qi Yan with indignation now. He really wanted to ask Yingji whether it was because he didn't want to eat takeout anymore that he deliberately summoned a ghost who scared him while delivering food. While having breakfast, Qi Yan said to Du Mingjing, Uncle, I've decided to quit my job and come to help you at the company. You can trust me, I'll turn things around in half a month. He only told his uncle this because he believed in Yingji's plan. Yingji had said 1 week, and to be more cautious, Qi Yan arbitrarily added another week. Nonsense. Du Mingjing put down his chopsticks and stopped him. His nephew studied something entirely unrelated to his company's business. With no experience and no network or other resources, how could he possibly help him reverse the situation? How could he dare to say such big words? Most importantly, what would happen if he ends up losing his current job in the end? Qi Yan said, Uncle, don't worry. The development potential in my current job isn't great anyway, and there are also many opportunities in my field in Shiming City, so I can work here in Shiming City in the future. He looked at Du Mingjing and said, why don't I first tell you about my plans and solutions, then you can consider whether they are feasible. Chapter 31, Alive. 5 years later. Back then, Qi Yan successfully helped his uncle's company get through a crisis under Yingji's guidance and naturally settled down in Shiming City afterward. Du Mingjing initially still gave him some advice, but later on, realizing Qi Yan's exceptional abilities far surpassed his own, he let go and stopped interfering. He secretly thought that this kid must have been hiding his true talents all along, and only showed them when he saw Du Mingjing in trouble. At first, Qi Yan consulted Yingji for every single matter, letting him make the final decisions. Gradually, he learned how to handle things himself, becoming capable of managing both big and small affairs. Only on major strategic issues did he consult Yingji. Over time, Qi Yan's demeanor and presence underwent significant changes, transforming him into one of the prominent new elites in Shiming City. To Yingji, wealth and honor were like passing clouds. If other pursuits took up too much of Qi Yan's energy and attention, Yingji would be unhappy. Thus, there was no plan to help his lover rapidly expand power. Instead, he let Qi Yan figure things out slowly on his own. Still, friction inevitably arose in daily life. For instance, after Qi Yan finished socializing late at night and returned home at 11 p.m. He parked the car in the garage, walked to the door, and found that no one came to open it for him. With a few drinks already affecting him, Qi Yan dimly realized the person inside was surely upset. Fortunately, he brought the house keys with him today. He opened the door himself, and as soon as he closed it and prepared to turn on the light, the originally warm orange ceiling light began flickering eerily, casting a pale white glow while crackling electrical sounds filled the silent room. The living room flickered between bright and dim, creating an eerie atmosphere, as if a ghost might lurk somewhere nearby. The Qi Yan from years ago would have been thoroughly frightened by now. But after 7 years of cohabitation with Yingji, he had become immune to such tricks. Standing at the entrance, while changing his shoes, Qi Yan calmly said, Yingji, if you broke the lamp by making it flicker, you'll have to replace the bulb tomorrow. As if his words flipped a switch, the strange flickering instantly stopped, and the room bathed in a cozy, orange glow once again. A pair of cold yet strong arms encircled his waist from behind, and a cool breath tickled his neck. You've been naughty. There will be punishment tonight. Qi Yan held up his hands in surrender, responding casually, all right, I admit my fault. Punish me however you wish. Anyway, resisting wouldn't have made any difference. Not that he truly wanted to resist either. Taking the initiative, he turned around and embraced Yingji by wrapping his arms around his neck. On the second floor of Qi Yan's house, there was a room that remained permanently locked, off-limits to everyone, even the occasional housekeeper cleaning their home wasn't allowed entry. Later, a thief targeted this area of villas. After succeeding several times, he set his sights on Qi Yan's house. Watching the moment Qi Yan left, he climbed through the window of the storage room on the second floor. Surveying the house quickly, he noticed the locked room and forced it open. Inside, it was arranged like a memorial hall, with a table in the center holding a black spirit tablet inscribed with golden letters reading, Spirit of Yingji. The thief immediately froze in fear. Then, he heard a calm but cold voice asking, "Why did you enter my shrine?" He looked around, finding no one. In the end, the thief dialed the police himself and asked them to take him away. He cried upon seeing the arriving officers, insisting there was a ghost and pleading them to remove him. Qi Yan became known as one of the most sought-after bachelors in Shiming City over the years but never married. Moreover, not only did he remain unwed, he also had no public romantic interests. Yet, on special occasions like Qixi, Chinese Valentine's Day, or birthdays, he occasionally reserved a private room in a favorite restaurant, laid out 2 sets of utensils, ordered enough food for 2 people, and dined alone, confusing everyone who witnessed this. Subtle rumors later emerged, that according to one of Qi Yan's best friends, when drunk, he confessed about having a deep, unforgettable love before. This person tragically died in an accident, leading Qi Yan to decide to live alone forever. As such, he refused to speak further about this past romance. Qi Yan himself tacitly accepted this version of events, genuinely refusing to discuss anything about his past. Of course, the reason he avoided talking about it was to avoid inconsistencies. After all, he had no idea how Su Jiang interpreted these stories or what else he told others. In fact, Qi Yan himself felt quite perplexed about how exactly he should celebrate holidays and anniversaries with Yingji. For ordinary couples, birthdays, both Chinese and Western Valentine's Days, Christmas, New Year's Day, anniversaries of meeting or marriage were already more than enough to celebrate. But for Master Qi, besides his birthday, there was also a Memorial Day. Besides celebrating human holidays with him, he also celebrated Ghost Festival. In order to express his feelings for the other person, Qi Yan booked a table for 2 at Yingji's favorite restaurant for 3 consecutive Midyuan festivals. This made the waitstaff look at him askance. Wouldn't an ordinary person go this far? Even if one's beloved had passed away, would they really come every year on Ghost Day to dine alone for 2 people as a way to commemorate them? They all looked at Qi Yan with a mixture of respect and fear, feeling as if he emitted a chill whenever he moved. The staff trembled when serving his dishes, even avoiding glances toward the empty seat, uneasily feeling as though there truly sat a person there. Finally, Yingji laughed and said to him, "In the future, let's just return home to celebrate the Ghost Festival." On the evening of that year's spring festival, Qi Yan drove with Yingji to set off fireworks nearby on a mountain. Under the radiant fire trees and brilliant silver flowers in the sky, Qi Yan's face flickered between light and shadow illuminated by countless stars. He looked at Yingji. "Yingji, this is the 7th year." Yingji stood beside him. "Regardless of how many years have passed, as long as you live, I will be by your side." He embraced him tightly. "Ian, Happy New Year." When the bottle of Qi Huidan pills had only 21 left, Qi Yan knew his end was near. Lying alone in the hospital room, holding the hand of his lover whose hair was now white and aged like himself, he asked calmly, "Yingji, am I about to leave?" Yingji could have remained young forever, yet through some means, his aging seemed to match Qi Yan's perfectly. Yingji held his hand in response, answering equally calm, "Yes." "Will you go with me?" Yingji gently bent down, leaning close to his lover's ear like in their youth, whispering softly, "Yes. No matter where you go, I will accompany you." Qi Yan smiled, finally closing his eyes contently. "I'm sorry, Yingji, for making you wait for me all these years, and now selfishly asking you to accompany me further. In eternity, there exist innumerable worlds, constantly being born and perishing every moment. They possess temporal and spatial realms that may be extremely similar or vastly different, each progressing at its own pace. The same world can also split into new branches due to one individual making a different choice. Perhaps in this world, you exist, while in another almost identical parallel world, an accident prevented your 18th generation ancestor from being born, meaning you would not exist either. It is said that these countless worlds converge into a great river in eternity, flowing ceaselessly without end. It is said that the soul wanders and reincarnates across countless worlds until its energy dissipates entirely, leading to ultimate disappearance. Countless living beings and infinite worlds are but minuscule grains in the vast ocean of eternity. In the postgraduate dormitory of a university. Bang, bang, bang. A gentle knock woke Qi Yan up from his dream. It wasn't a pleasant dream. He vaguely remembered the compassionate gaze of the Buddha and the cold body that tightly clung to him. But he still mumbled discontentedly with his eyes closed, "Who is it? What business does anyone have knocking so early?" He didn't expect an answer, as although it was a double-occupancy dormitory, he usually lived alone. Unexpectedly, a cool voice suddenly responded, "Probably your karmic debt." Qi Yan instantly opened his eyes and looked toward the opposite bed but saw no one. His gaze lowered, revealing his roommate who was adjusting the cuffs of his shirt with lowered eyes, having clearly just woken up as well. Even from the open collar, one could see pale yet strong muscles. That comment earlier must have been the result of his roommate's whim. Qi Yan still greeted him with a cheeky smile. "Yingji, did you return yesterday?" His roommate looked up with a half-smile toward him, sleepy-eyed with disheveled hair. You should open the door first. Also, you seemed to be dreaming of spring last night." "What spring dream?" That was obviously a nightmare. Qi Yan didn't bother arguing and shouted out, "Wait a second, I'm coming," before hastily pulling on a t-shirt and pants, patting his hair into place as he went to open the door. Surprisingly, it was really Gu Cece outside. Qi Yan muttered under his breath, how did Yingji know that the visitor was Gu Cece and thus insisted on not opening the door, making Qi Yan get up himself to do it. Gu Cece tilted her head and smiled, raising the plastic bag in her hand, "Big brother Qi, I've brought you breakfast." Since a girl had gone out of her way to deliver breakfast, Qi Yan felt he had no choice but to accept it politely, so he thanked her repeatedly as he took it. It seemed like Gu Cece wanted to come in and chat with Qi Yan. As Qi Yan stepped aside, she caught a glimpse of Yingji's back sitting at the desk inside the room. Her steps paused momentarily as she smiled, "Big brother Qi, since I see your roommate is here too, I won't disturb. See you next time." Qi Yan thought Gu Cece must have been frightened away by Yingji's cold, unapproachable face. Facing such a charming young lady, most people would instinctively feel inclined to treat her gently. However, Yingji seemed to dislike her, acting even colder toward her than others, which made Gu Cece always appear afraid whenever she saw him. Yingji was not from the same department as Qi Yan, but Qi Yan had heard about his aloof godlike reputation. It seemed like he was indifferent to everyone. But Qi Yan genuinely believed it wasn't self-flattery or thick-skinned thinking that Yingji was rather gentle and tender toward him. He even smiled, not only occasionally, but frequently. Even teased him sometimes. Carrying the breakfast given by Gu Cece inside, he called out to Yingji, "Yingji, let's eat breakfast together." Yingji still looked at him with an almost smiling expression, "You dare to eat anything, these street-stall rujiamo, Chinese burger, might even contain human flesh." The rujiamo that had just looked tempting and steamy suddenly became impossible to swallow. Qi Yan still tried to object, "Human flesh isn't that easy to find." Yingji hummed lightly, "Maybe it could be dead rat meat." Qi Yan completely lost his appetite. At this moment, Yingji brought out an electric rice cooker. "I cooked pineapple congee, and also warmed the buns I brought from home yesterday. They are beef-filled ones, steamed yesterday afternoon before coming back to school. Let's eat together." Pineapple congee, beef buns, all made by Yingji. Qi Yan surrendered immediately, utterly powerless. Yingji smiled gently as he watched Qi Yan eat. Qi Yan couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. "Why aren't you eating?" Yingji smiled softly, "I already ate before you woke up." "You eat. How considerate. Not cold at all. Coming to school while carrying a multifunctional rice cooker to cook food." The image of a philosophy major icy prince collapsed into a virtuous housewife within seconds. Qi Yan nodded and continued eating, completely unaware that his roommate picked up the plastic bag containing the rujiamo, using tissues as padding, and threw them into the trash can outside. Chapter 32, Painted Fairy Connection. During his undergraduate studies, Qi Yan once followed the trend and played a very popular role-playing game at that time called Painted Fairy Connection. When creating his character's name, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and came up with the name Yi Sanqian. He immediately took a liking to it, feeling a sense of familiarity and smoothness. It was unique, not pretentious, and carried a hint of an unrestrained knight's charm, so he decided on this name right away. Not long after, in the game, he met a female player named Yan Baobei. Since his own name wasn't common, and coincidentally, this person also chose a name containing the character, Yan, Qi Yan felt destined at the time. After various twists of fate, Qi Yan grew more familiar with Yan Baobei, their relationship deepening further until they eventually got married in the game and invited many friends as they lived harmoniously for 2 years within the game world. Through casual conversations, Qi Yan learned that Yan Baobei was from the same academic year as him and also studying in City A. He thus subtly expressed his unclearly articulated anticipation and longing for a meeting, which was gracefully declined by her. Thereafter, Qi Yan didn't dare bring it up again. As time went on, he was busy with matters like securing a research position and writing his graduation thesis, leading him to stop logging into the game. It wasn't until a weekend a month after starting his postgraduate program that Yuan, a former undergraduate classmate who initially introduced him to Painted Fairy Connection, invited him to join a player meetup near a university hosted for the game players. At this event, he met Gu Cece. Gu Cece claimed she was Yan Baobei. She deliberately applied for graduate school at the same university as Qi Yan. When reporting the game's server and ID to claim commemorative items, she found out that Qi Yan was Yi Sanqian and promptly approached him to recognize each other. Qi Yan admitted that when he first saw the real-life version of Yan Baobei, he was extremely surprised and delighted. However, since people often behave differently in reality than online, after being together with Gu Cece for less than an hour, he began to feel that she was significantly different from the Yan Baobei in the game, leaving him quite disappointed. After all, he had fantasized that if Yan Baobei ever met him in real life, he would ask her to be his girlfriend, perhaps even marry her. Nevertheless, Gu Cece remembered every detail of their interactions in the game, including every word they exchanged. Moreover, in Painted Fairy Connection, players can customize their character's appearance, a process commonly referred to as face pinning. Although every player-created character looks different, Gu Cece bore a striking resemblance to the in-game Yan Baobei, obviously modeling her virtual character after her real self. These details made it impossible for Qi Yan to deny that Gu Cece was indeed Yan Baobei. Out of affection for the Yen Baobei in the game, Qi Yan maintained a polite friendship with Gu Sisi, even finding himself unable to outright reject her evident advances. By now, it was late October, marking 3 months since the start of the semester. Still, his relationship with his roommate, Yi Yingji, remained far from intimate. Graduate student accommodations are double occupancy rooms. Since Yi Yingji was from City A, he didn't stay in the dormitory regularly, only residing there 3 days a week. Furthermore, he rarely attended classes, and philosophy students seldom saw him. Additionally, Yi Yingji was low-key, avoiding participation in any activities and refraining from making flashy moves. Qi Yan could roughly deduce that Yi Yingji's family background must be fairly good, given his own affluent circumstances, and observing that Yi Yingji's clothing, though simple, was meticulously crafted. As an economics major and Yi Yingji being in philosophy, he heard from acquaintances in the philosophy department that Yi Yingji's academic performance was exceptionally commendable. Both during his undergraduate and graduate stages, he excelled academically to the point where he could have chosen any discipline freely. Now that philosophy is among the few coldest majors in terms of job prospects, compared to finance, which easily secures high-income employment, those who score well but choose to study philosophy usually come from families without financial burdens, purely driven by passion. When Qi Yan discussed Yi Yingji with the friend from the philosophy department, propping his chin while appearing slightly bewildered, he said, "I find it hard to imagine Yi Yingji appreciating a style as aloof as Kant's." That classmate was greatly surprised. "Why would you think so? Isn't he exactly the embodiment of such a cold aloofness?" Qi Yan supported his chin, sensing something amiss somewhere. After eating breakfast, Qi Yan took the initiative to clean the dishes and pots, putting them back properly for Yi Yingji. Yi Yingji was putting on his coat, clearly about to leave. Today being Saturday with no classes, Qi Yan originally thought Yi Yingji wouldn't return tonight. He had slept by 11 last night, unaware what time the other had returned or why he was going out so early in the morning. He stood up and looked at Yi Yingji. "Are you going out again?" Yi Yingji nodded. "I have something to do." Their relationship hadn't reached the point where they would inquire about each other's private affairs yet, so Qi Yan didn't ask further. He vaguely thought that perhaps Yi Yingji was going to meet his girlfriend. Does Yi Yingji even have a girlfriend? What kind of lover would he like, someone who refuses strangers or gently makes breakfast? Lost in thought, Qi Yan only snapped back to reality when interrupted by his phone's message notification. It was Yuan inviting him to play ball this afternoon. Yuan was his undergraduate roommate with a very close relationship. He also led Qi Yan into gaming back then. After graduation, he went to pursue a master's degree at neighboring University B, but whenever he had time on weekends, he would still call old classmates to play ball together. Qi Yan readily accepted the invitation. After having a simple lunch at the cafeteria around noon, he played ball with several friends for the entire afternoon on the playground, only breaking up after 5. Only Yuan remained, complaining noisily that the food at University B's cafeteria was too terrible, saying their spicy hot pot tasted like boiled rather than stir-fried. He claimed there was nothing better than Qi Yan's alma mater and begged Qi Yan to take him to his favorite economical and delicious iron plate burn located on the second floor. While having dinner, they chatted casually. Suddenly, Yuan asked, "Hey, where is your wife, Mr. Ruler?" Qi Yan said, "I don't have a wife. I'm talking about Gu Sisi. Wasn't she your in-game wife? This can't be confused." Qi Yan felt speechless. "A game is a game, we are just common friends, and we seldom interact." The act of delivering breakfast in the morning should not be mentioned, otherwise Yuan would only exaggerate more details. Yuan looked puzzled too. "Why not? On the day of the meeting, I could feel that she liked you quite a bit. In the game, weren't you always fond of her, giving her fireworks and staying up late to obtain equipment? Back then, when all of us said that your in-game wife must be a male pretending to be female, tongue-in-cheek slang for being overly devoted, you never gave up. Now that you've met her in real life and found out she's an adorable young beauty, you're uninterested." He muttered to himself, "And I really think you two have quite a bond. She is called Yen Baobei, and she looks a lot like you." "What did you say?" Qi Yan was shocked, forgot to eat, and pointed to his own nose. "You said I look like Gu Sisi." Gu Sisi, wherever she is placed, is a small beauty queen, truly looking like a game character. How could she look like him? Yuan waved his hand. "Ah, Mr. Ruler, don't get so worked up. Gu Sisi doesn't really resemble you. I'm referring to her in-game character, Yen Baobei. Although everyone could tell she modeled her after her own face, with the game's 3D modeling applied, those eyes, that mouth, it feels a lot like you." Qi Yan looked incredulous, completely unable to bear listening further, and quickly made up an excuse about buying drinks for both of them, escaping afterward. When he returned with the drinks, he steered Yuan onto another topic, continuing his complaints about the canteen of University B. After seeing Yuan off, Qi Yan returned to the dormitory alone. Surfing the internet and listening to music, he unconsciously reached 12:30 at night. Thinking that tomorrow was Sunday, and precisely guessing that Yi Yingji probably wouldn't return tonight, he heard the sound of a key turning in the lock. The door creaked open as Qi Yan took off his headphones and turned around to see Yi Yingji pushing the door and entering. Yi Yingji closed the door, hung his outerwear in the wardrobe, and turned his head to look at Qi Yan, who was blankly staring at him, suddenly smiling. Walking over, he stood in front of Qi Yan and slightly bowed his head. "Why are you always looking at me? Why aren't you sleeping yet? Do you miss me?" The last 3 words almost escaped his lips before being swallowed back. Qi Yan tilted his head upward. Why did you return from home? Yi Yingji hummed in affirmation. Recently, it's unsafe outside. I will stay in school. You should try to come back earlier at night. Unsafe. Qi Yan was just about to ask, when he saw Yi Yingji taking a glass of water from the water dispenser and sitting back down, unbuttoning the top 2 buttons of his shirt, and while casually unfastening his cuffs, calmly said, Didn't you hear? Just 2 blocks away, someone died, eyes wide open, heart and tongue gouged out. Startled, Qi Yan opened his eyes wide and looked at him. He was met with the quiet, unfathomable black pupils of Yi Yingji's gaze. Chapter 33, Ghostly Encounter. Qi Yan was surprised that Yi Yingji could recount such a fact with such a calm tone and expression. The scene, even just imagining it, sent shivers down his spine. However, strangely enough, Yi Yingji's composed attitude calmed him, preventing him from losing his composure entirely. The 2-street intersection was only 1 subway station away from their school, so such a ghastly death would certainly spark discussions. According to classmates' gossip, the deceased was a young woman selling cosmetics inside the Lotus Mall at the 2-street intersection. She was on the night shift today, the mall closed at 10 in the evening, and she left for the subway around 11, only to meet her unfortunate end. Due to the bizarre and horrific nature of the death, the news had been suppressed. Public authorities only issued a notice reminding nearby residents to be cautious and avoid staying out late. The 2-street intersection was bustling with commerce and close to the school, so university students loved going there to eat and shop. It was possible they had unknowingly passed through the crime scene or even encountered the victim within the mall. As thoughts of dying without closing eyes and heart-wrenching, tongue-cutting flashed through Qi Yan's mind, he couldn't help but shiver, afraid to continue thinking further. After bidding Yi Yingji good night, he went to bed. In a semi-awake state, he felt some movement outside the window. Qi Yan muddled awake, wondering, could there be a thief? That shouldn't be it, as their dormitory was on the 6th floor. Qi Yan opened his eyes and looked towards the source of the sound. Through the window, he vaguely saw a shadow sitting on the railing of the outdoor balcony. He became more alert, wide-eyed observing. A woman dressed in dark red attire sat on the railing, staring intensely at Qi Yan, her wide-open eyes filled with bloodshot veins. It seemed she wanted to say something. Opening her mouth, it revealed an empty cavity, devoid of a tongue, only emitting hissing sounds. Subconsciously, Qi Yan's gaze shifted downward to her chest where he saw a gaping hole, revealing faint bloody flesh and exposed intestines. Qi Yan quickly closed his eyes, nearly fainting on the spot, and suddenly recalled Yi Yingji, who might have also witnessed something similar earlier that day. This thought triggered him to shout, Yi Yingji! Yi Yingji! What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Hearing his roommate's calm and steady voice emboldened Qi Yan enough to open his eyes again. He didn't dare to look out the window anymore and instead directly stared at the opposite bed. Yi Yingji had already sat up and was looking at him serenely. He swallowed hard, slightly moving his hand to point toward the window while whispering. Don't you see something outside? Yi Yingji calmly glanced out the window before turning back to him. There's nothing there. Are you sure you didn't have a nightmare? Nothing there. Qi Yan confirmed once more before forcing himself to turn and look out the window again. The balcony was empty, with only the 2 clothes he hung out yesterday still waiting to be collected. I just saw a woman outside, dressed in a red dress, no lower body visible. She kept looking at me as if trying to say something. But her tongue was cut off, and her heart gouged out. By this time, a creeping chill climbed up his spine, compelling him to glance behind instinctively. Yi Yingji chuckled, It's fine, you must have heard about that incident today and got spooked, leading to illusions or nightmares. Stop thinking about it, sleep. After all, ghostly tales remain mysterious and unfathomable. Though Qi Yan was still somewhat wary, he felt embarrassed showing too much fear in front of his roommate, not wanting to seem overly timid after hearing about a murder case. Hence, he nodded and laid back down. It was impossible to fall asleep immediately. As soon as he closed his eyes, the image earlier reappeared vividly. In the middle of the night, Qi Yan felt awkward disturbing Yi Yingji again, so he silently picked up his phone and played aimlessly. Yet, he constantly felt someone watching him, and it seemed that gaze came from beyond the balcony. Since he had already woken his roommate once during the night, perhaps Yi Yingji had just fallen asleep. Qi Yan did not wish to wake him again, yet, without confirmation, his anxiety remained unbearable, leaving him restless. After hesitating for a long while, carefully weighing his options, he finally gathered courage to look outside the window again. That thing revealed a hollow smile, its tongueless mouth stretched wide. This time, Qi Yan didn't scream. Rolling off his bed clumsily, his sole focus turned to Yi Yingji's bed. He didn't dare to glance elsewhere. Grasping onto anything like a lifeline, he climbed up Yi Yingji's bunk ladder and clutched onto his blanket. Such commotion inevitably woke Yi Yingji. He opened his eyes, sat up, lowered his head to look at Qi Yan. What is it now? Qi Yan shook his head speechlessly, taking several breaths before cautiously speaking, It's still out there. His hand was trembling non-stop, and he looked like he was about to cry. Yi Yingji shifted inward and gave Qi Yan a quick once-over from head to toe. Aside from a pair of shorts, his body was completely bare. He patted the blanket, Get up here first, it's cold outside. It was late October, and the temperature in the north wasn't high. With neither heating nor air conditioning, if Qi Yan kept standing on the ladder, he would probably catch a cold. At the command, Qi Yan quickly climbed onto the bed and carefully pulled a corner of the blanket over himself. Yi Yingji turned his head toward the window, still nothing there. You must have been mistaken, you're scaring yourself for no reason. But this time Qi Yan wouldn't dare look outside again. Leaning against the wall, Yi Yingji said, sleep here then, but you need to go back and grab your blanket, I only have one set. Qi Yan was still in shock, having used all his strength just to make it to Yi Yingji's bed. His legs were still trembling now. Though he heard what Yi Yingji said, he didn't move, sitting there looking pitiful. Yi Yingji lifted half of his blanket, climb in, it'll be morning soon, let's just rough it for a bit. Qi Yan hesitated for a moment, then slid under the covers, his head softly touching Yi Yingji as he whispered a thank you. The dormitory beds were only 1 meter wide, so squeezing 2 young men on one bed was rather tight. The two could only sleep side by side, their backs to each other, but things went relatively smoothly. Due to the immense frights Qi Yan had endured during the night, his mind had been on high alert, so after finally relaxing, he quickly fell asleep. When he opened his eyes the next day, the room was already bright, and he could feel another person's breathing near his neck. He slightly turned his head and saw that at some point, Yi Yingji had turned around, resting his head on Qi Yan's neck with his right arm draped across Qi Yan's waist. They were tightly pressed together, forming a position where Yi Yingji appeared to embrace him. Even more awkwardly, something below him began unconsciously pressing and rubbing against him. Qi Yan opened his mouth and paused for a moment. After disturbing and troubling Yi Yingji so much the previous night and keeping him awake for almost no time at all, Qi Yan didn't have the heart to wake him up now. He tried to change his own posture and position, inching his body forward. However, because the space was limited, and Yi Yingji's right hand held him too tightly, there was little effect, instead making it seem as though he were actively accommodating or serving Yi Yingji. Qi Yan's face flushed bright red, and after gritting his teeth for a moment, he closed his eyes, deciding to pretend as if he hadn't noticed anything. Anyway, it would probably be over soon enough. Because of the accidental incident that occurred unknowingly in the morning which Qi Yan had pretended not to notice, and also due to the trouble caused last night because of his cowardice, when Yi Yingji woke up, Qi Yan couldn't bring himself to look directly at him, even his ear tips turning red. Yi Yingji slowly opened his eyes, lifted his arm, and asked gently without changing position, sorry, did I press on you? Being so close, Qi Yan could distinctly feel his breath on his ear and neck. Qi Yan hurriedly shook his head, adding after a few shakes, no. Thank you for yesterday. He sat up, not daring to look at Yi Yingji. Yi Yingji's eyes slightly curved, adopting a somewhat teasing smile, it's fine. Stop being superstitious and scaring yourself. There is absolutely no such thing as ghosts. All these ghost stories are made up nonsense. Qi Yan nodded and quickly got out of bed to dress and tidy himself up. He couldn't help but glance out the window, seeing clear skies and a bright morning. Indeed, there was absolutely nothing there. Chapter 34, Drunkenness. On Sunday, Qi Yan spent the entire day in the library reading papers. He returned to the dormitory after dinner to find Yi Yingji already back. Whenever he saw Yi Yingji now, he still felt both shy and embarrassed, but at the same time didn't want the other person to notice anything unusual. Lowering his head, he stammered out, today I came back, pretty early, before retreating to his own desk and turning his back on him without saying another word. In the morning, he had thought it wouldn't take long for the situation to improve, just a short while, and it would pass. But the reality was that it took a very long time. All day he had been revisiting classical economics, trying to cultivate his character and hypnotizing himself into believing, I really fell asleep and didn't know anything. Still, every time he recalled it slightly, he could remember the feeling. After finishing his shower, Qi Yan climbed into bed and started looking at his phone. Although the specifics of yesterday's horrifying incident had been suppressed, many rumors were still spreading. He instinctively skipped over all the information, he didn't want to confront what had happened. The events from last night left too deep an impression on him, he couldn't tell whether they were real or false, a dream or an illusion. Casually opening a group chat message on his phone, Qi Yan froze. It was a group chat his undergrad roommate had added him to last year for group buying masks and fruits with home delivery. Most people in the group were students from nearby universities, though he knew only 2 or 3 of them personally. After buying the mask, he forgot to leave the group and just kept it blocked, ignoring it subconsciously. But surprisingly, he opened it tonight. A picture had been posted in the group. It showed a smiling girl. Below the photo, someone commented dispassionately, this is yesterday's victim. She's pretty attractive, I wonder how she ended up like this. What immediately surfaced in Qi Yan's mind wasn't the smiling face in the photo but rather the eyes that had stared at him so intensely, the chest with a gaping hole, and the mouth that had given him a hollow smile. His hands began to tremble uncontrollably, and he threw the phone onto the bed. However, he was still fixated on the girl's radiant smile displayed on the screen. After a moment, he turned around hesitantly to call his roommate who was sitting at his desk downstairs, Yi Yingji. Yi Yingji turned around and looked at him, asking, what's wrong? The calm and composed presence of his roommate brought him immense reassurance. Struggling as if handling some kind of venomous insect, he picked up the phone again and showed it to Yi Yingji, this is what I saw last night. He truly felt a deep-rooted terror, a chill creeping through his body. Marx once said matter determines consciousness. Before this, he had never seen the face of the victim. If he hadn't witnessed it firsthand, how could he have imagined her appearance after death? It wasn't a dream, nor was it an illusion. He had truly seen a ghost. Qi Yan nervously gazed at Yi Yingji, his dark eyes revealing unmitigated fear. His lips quivered slightly, even pale from fear. Yi Yingji took the phone and glanced at it, then looked at Qi Yan's current state. Without another word, he closed the group chat page, climbed onto Qi Yan's bed, sat on the outer side, and pressed Qi Yan down to lie beside him. That's it, don't think about anything. I'm here. You need to get some sleep and rest properly. With a robust and strong figure, Yi Yingji seemed to completely shield and protect Qi Yan from the outside. At this point, Qi Yan finally found a bit of security, obediently lying inside while earlier feelings of awkwardness were long gone. Yi Yingji pulled the covers over Qi Yan and, after a moment's hesitation, slipped under them himself, disregarding the fact that he hadn't yet changed his clothes. Qi Yan lay facing the wall, while Yi Yingji faced him, placing a hand on his shoulder and whispering softly again, "Go to sleep." Qi Yan nodded slightly, unsure if the other could see it. A little while later, as he calmed down, he softly murmured, "Thank you." Though Yi Yingji had mentioned earlier in the morning that ghosts didn't exist and clearly didn't believe in such things, he neither dismissed nor ignored Qi Yan's claims, which had no evidence, but instead patiently stayed by his side to reassure him. In his heart, Qi Yan increasingly believed that Yi Yingji was a good man, cold on the outside but warm on the inside. The next day was Monday. Qi Yan had an early professional class starting at 9:50 and ending at 11:25, whereas Yi Yingji had no classes for the whole day. They both woke up when Qi Yan's alarm went off in the morning. Looking at Yi Yingji's wrinkled shirt, Qi Yan realized that he had actually stayed with him all night, leaving him deeply moved. Standing at the foot of the bed, Qi Yan tentatively invited Yi Yingji, Yi Yingji, do you have plans for lunch? Upon receiving a negative answer, he quickly added, "Let me treat you to a meal." Yi Yingji glanced at him, "Are you making it yourself?" "Of course not," Qi Yan waved his hands repeatedly, "we'll eat outside. I only know how to cook instant noodles." Moreover, there was no place for cooking at school. To his surprise, Yi Yingji accepted the invitation without hesitation and didn't act aloof in the least. In the morning, this professional course was also a required course for the finance department, so it was considered to have relatively more people, held in a large classroom. As Qi Yan sat down next to a classmate Yang Qing, another person sat down beside him. Yang Qing quietly nudged him. Qi Yan turned around and found out that the person on his other side was Gu Sisi. Gu Sisi gave him a gentle smile after seeing him. "Big brother Qi Yan, good morning. I'm here to sit in on the class." Qi Yan nodded nervously, "Good morning." Yang Qing kept winking and giving him meaningful looks. Qi Yan pretended to focus on the textbook as if he hadn't seen. During the break, when Yang Qing went to the restroom with him, while they were coming out, Yang Qing patted his shoulder on the corridor. "Qi Yan, are you really this clueless? That English major beauty obviously likes you. How could she just be sitting in? She's coming for you. You should have seen her eyes. According to my experience, that is definitely genuine liking, impossible to fake." Qi Yan turned his head and smiled. "If you like her, I can introduce her to you." Yang Qing stepped back. No, don't say nonsense, what if my girlfriend hears it?" Afterwards, he stopped talking to prove his innocence. After class, Gu Sisi turned around again, bright-eyed and smiling beautifully. "Big brother Qi Yan, let's have lunch together." Qi Yan thought for a moment and said, "I already have an appointment at noon. How about you come along with us?" While saying this, he turned to Yang Qing and asked him with his eyes. Anyway, it was him treating Yi Yingji, bringing two classmates along wouldn't matter. He directly refused in order not to offend anyone and especially not wanting Gu Sisi to misunderstand. Yang Qing, who had been his classmate since undergraduate studies and was quite familiar with him, naturally agreed cheerfully upon hearing that he would treat. Gu Sisi also nodded gracefully and smiled gently, asking casually, "Who does big brother Qi Yan have an appointment with?" "No one special, just my roommate, Yi Yingji. He helped me a bit." Although it had been a day, thinking about the unexpected accident after his help still made him feel somewhat embarrassed and want to blush. Gu Sisi's smile froze for a second. She quickly adjusted and looked like she had just remembered something. "Big brother Qi Yan, what a coincidence. I just remembered that I promised to help Jianing with an activity. I won't be able to go with you guys. I'll invite you next time, okay?" Qi Yan didn't notice anything unusual, nodded and said it was fine, but inside he secretly sighed with relief. He truly didn't know how to properly interact with Gu Sisi. When he and Yang Qing arrived at the appointed restaurant, Yi Yingji was already there. Yi Yingji was sitting in a private booth by the window, his shirt sleeves slightly rolled up, looking listlessly out of the window. But the moment Qi Yan stepped in, he saw him and smiled, waving to greet him. This was the first time Yang Qing met Qi Yan's roommate and somehow felt he was different from what he had imagined. The physical appearance and aura were consistent with legends, but inconsistent was that there were 4 bottles of alcohol in front of him, 1 bottle of white spirit, 1 bottle of red wine, and 2 cans of beer, which he had ordered before even waiting for the others. He had never heard of such behavior where someone starts drinking various types of alcohol before their guests arrive. Qi Yan introduced them to each other after the dishes were served, and Yi Yingji began enthusiastically encouraging drinks. Yang Qing felt even more discordant because all of Yi Yingji's attentions were focused on Qi Yan. He graciously invited Yang Qing to help himself like a male host at home, then warmly poured and encouraged Qi Yan to drink, mixing various wines together without any rules. However, he claimed it was his unique cocktail-making skill and urged Qi Yan to taste it. Yang Qing couldn't help but comment, "Mixing drinks like this, isn't it bad? Who mixes cocktails like that?" Clearly it was teasing. Yi Yingji smiled faintly and glanced at him without speaking. Yang Qing silently wondered if this Mr. Yi enjoyed punishing acquaintances. Was it because he was close with Qi Yan that he bullied him, but treated those less familiar like himself leniently? Worriedly looking at Qi Yan, he noticed that despite being troubled by the mixed drink, Qi Yan complied completely and seemed to give in to every request without question. Inwardly Yang Qing speculated if Qi Yan had offended his roommate or if the other party had some leverage over him. He couldn't ask right away and tried subtly advising but failed, so he decided not to speak anymore, focusing on eating the food, pretending to be non-existent. Soon, Qi Yan got so drunk that he couldn't even show the slightest trouble. Dazedly, he let Yi Yingji take charge, drinking whatever was handed to him. Yang Qing ultimately had some sense of justice and couldn't help but say, that. Yi Yingji. What if Qi Yan gets so drunk like this? Yi Yingji slightly curved his lips into a faint smile, "It's fine. I have nothing to do this afternoon, so I'll take him back to the dormitory." After all, as a roommate living together, Yang Qing nodded without saying anything, only seeing the other party naturally put an arm around Qi Yan's shoulders and fed him a shrimp ball by his mouth side, "Eat something, or you'll feel uncomfortable. If you know he would be in pain, why did you feed him so much alcohol from the start?" Yang Qing silently complained in his mind but felt that the scene before him was not quite right, although he couldn't exactly point out what was wrong. Since Qi Yan was already drunk and full himself, and he didn't know Yi Yingji well, staying and watching him feed Qi Yan seemed rather awkward, so he stood up and nodded, "Yi classmate, I have something this afternoon, so I will go first. We can gather again next time." Yi Yingji smiled faintly and saw him off with his eyes. When the person disappeared, he lowered his eyes and quietly looked at the one in his palm who was already drunkenly disoriented, lightly touching his wine-scented lips with a slight smile, "Really stupid. Aren't you afraid of me? Why do you follow my orders so obediently?" Yang Qing thought about how he and Qi Yan knew each other since their undergraduate studies. Today it was Qi Yan inviting his roommate, but being drunk like this might make it impossible for him to settle the bill, so when he came out, he wanted to pay the bill. However, the cashier told him with a smile, "Sir, the gentleman who arrived at your table first has already paid the bill in advance." Yang Qing privately thought that Qi Yan's roommate was pretty generous, yet he still felt somewhat uneasy upon returning to school. He was somewhat worried about Qi Yan and specially sent him a message asking if everything was okay. But he didn't know when the other party would sober up enough to reply to his message. When Qi Yan woke up, it was already completely dark outside, and there was only a desk lamp lit inside the room. He glanced at his phone. It was 11:30 p.m. He couldn't help but marvel that he slept for 10 whole hours and probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. But unlike previous times after waking up from drinking where his throat burned and felt parched, his lips were moist. Had someone given him water? Who fed it to him? Was it Yi Yingji? Did he feed it to him, or was it because he was thirsty in his sleep, and Yi Yingji brought water over, leading him to drink subconsciously while forgetting about it? Qi Yan speculated and thought the last one was most likely. Qi Yan picked up his phone, first replying to a few private messages, telling Yang Qing he was fine aside from being drunk and had just woken up. Then he opened the class group which had several unread notifications. He assumed it was about some announcement from the class and skimmed through a bit. A few lines then caught his eye. Another person has been victimized. Both arms were cut off, no other wounds present. Preliminary determination of death is due to sudden cardiac constriction. Below, a student replied. Cardiac constriction. Sudden death. Isn't that dying from fright? Chapter 35, Seeing Ghosts Again. How did something happen again? Qi Yan thought about what happened the other night and immediately felt a chill. After looking around, he threw off the blanket, sat up, climbed out of bed, and prepared to turn on the light. He didn't know where Yi Yingji had gone or when he left. He just got down from the bed and walked to the table for a drink of water before he had a chance to turn on the light when he heard the door open with a creak. He thought Yi Yingji was back, so after swallowing the water, he greeted him, "Yingji, you're back." But he received no response. Qi Yan's heart started wondering, so he turned his head and met a pair of pale, straight eyes. There was something standing at the door looking at him, its face grayish-white with no arms. As his eyes moved downward, he couldn't see feet either. At that moment, his heart suddenly dropped. He forgot how to breathe, dared not close his eyes, nor look back, simply stared directly at the thing. He didn't move, neither did the thing, it just stared at him. Qi Yan saw it move its mouth and emit a muffled, hissing, sandy sound, like an old radio station signal being blocked. After an unknown amount of time stuck in this tension, Qi Yan could feel cold sweat soaking through his t-shirt layer by layer. He woke up to find his clothes changed, wearing only a large t-shirt tucked neatly into the blanket. There was no need to guess who helped him change out of the alcohol-soaked clothing. Suddenly, the thing disappeared. Qi Yan saw Yi Yingji standing at the door, looking at him calmly. "Why are you standing here without any clothes and with the door open?" Qi Yan stared at him, trembling lips indicating he'd lost the ability to respond. Yi Yingji turned around, closed the door, then walked over to him. His left arm held a coat, showing he had just returned from outside, while his right hand carried a brown paper bag. He placed the bag on the table and waved his hand in front of Qi Yan's face. "Ian, what's wrong?" There's. A single word, ghost, lingered on his tongue but scared him too much to utter it. Qi Yan reached out and grabbed Yi Yingji's arm. "After I woke up, I saw a message saying another person died, then I saw it again, no arms, invisible feet." He looked up at Yi Yingji, his eyes brimming with terror. Yi Yingji pulled him to sit on the chair by the table and patted his shoulder soothingly without a word. After some time, when Qi Yan became slightly calmer, he opened the paper bag and took out the meal box. There were seafood porridge, steamed shrimp dumplings, steamed ribs, steamed chicken claws, egg yolk buns, and walnut buns, common dim sum that now seemed particularly tempting, bought specially from a popular Guangdong-style restaurant nearby. As Yi Yingji opened each meal box one by one, the fragrance and steam escaped immediately. Qi Yan instinctively felt hunger creeping in, shifting his gaze to the food on the table. Food brings instinctive feelings of safety. Yi Yingji handed him chopsticks. "Eat quickly. Let's finish eating first, and we'll talk afterward. You didn't eat anything at lunchtime, I guessed you'd be hungry when you woke up." "Thank you." Qi Yan whispered thanks and began eating slowly. As the shrimp dumplings entered his stomach, a sense of warmth belonging to the human world gradually flowed through his body, warming his frozen and numb limbs from the fright. Yi Yingji went to the bathroom to shower. Not long after, he came out wrapped in a bathrobe, went to Qi Yan's bed, picked up his pillow and blanket, and put them all on his own bed. Qi Yan was drinking porridge at that moment. Seeing this, he widened his eyes, swallowed the porridge in his mouth with effort, and called out, "Yi Yingji." Yi Yingji's hair was still wet as he sat beside Qi Yan. "Don't rush, eat slowly. Let's sleep together tonight." His tone was very calm, as if talking about something trivial, without mentioning any reasons beforehand. However, Qi Yan knew that it must be due to seeing how terrified he was earlier that led Yi Yingji to propose this initiative voluntarily. He nodded and said again, "Thank you." This was the fourth time Qi Yan thanked Yi Yingji. Other than that, he didn't know what else to say. Although he recently seemed to keep encountering weird occurrences and kept seeing those things, meeting such a good roommate was undoubtedly his luck. Yi Yingji smiled with his eyes curving. "No need to thank me. It's all what I should do." Good people always speak this way, even though it has nothing to do with themselves. They say, "It's all what I should do." While Qi Yan thought this in his heart, he followed Yi Yingji onto his bed. The next day went without incident. Qi Yan went to report his work to his supervisor as usual. His supervisor informed him that this weekend, he would leave for abroad to attend several academic conferences consecutively, and wouldn't return for about a month. He asked Qi Yan to make efforts on his own and contact via email if necessary. After leaving his supervisor's office, Qi Yan received a call from his father that shattered his good mood for the day. Qi Zhongyuan first asked how he was doing with studies and life at school. Then on the other end of the phone, he said, "Son, Uncle Du Lin called over, asking why you haven't visited them in so long and inviting you to come over for dinner this weekend. You need to show up once in a while, go see them if you have time this weekend." Qi Yan hesitated there, stammering a little before replying, "Dad, I can't make it. It's not that I don't want to go, but my supervisor is having me work on a project with him. We've just started, and everyone in the team is working overtime without resting on weekends. It would take more than an hour just to get to Uncle Du's place, and eating there would cost half the day. It wouldn't be appropriate to ask for leave now. I'll give Uncle Du a call, and visit them when I'm free." He was lying. His supervisor was heading abroad this weekend for a series of academic conferences that would last for a month. He had given him a month off, no project or overtime at all. But he could only keep deceiving like this. In the minds of the older generation, academics always came first. Hearing this, Qi Zhongyuan didn't force him anymore. He just reminded, "All right, remember to give your uncle a call. They are still thinking of you. When you're free after things settle down, buy some gifts for your uncle, aunt, and grandmother, and go see them." Qi Yan kept responding affirmatively with until he hung up after talking for quite a while. The mentioned Uncle Du Lin was the son of his great-aunt. The great-aunt was the real younger sister of Qi Yan's grandmother. According to his father, Qi Yan often played with Uncle Du when he was little, and they were quite close until they moved to City A because of the job transfer of great-aunt's husband when Qi Yan was in high school. Nevertheless, even then, both families maintained contact, exchanging greetings via phone during holidays and festivals, and Uncle Du Lin would visit their home whenever he went back to City H. Qi Yan also saw Uncle Du as a child back then. Later, Qi Yan got admitted to University A, which made his parents extremely pleased. During the summer vacation of his senior year in high school, they brought him ahead of time to play around the nearby area, stopping by at Uncle Du's house. At that time, great-aunt's husband had already passed away. Uncle Du was the only child, so the family consisted of great-aunt, Uncle Du, auntie, and their son who had just entered his first year of high school. The four of them lived in a 3-story small villa. Their house was relatively old, bought through connections more than 20 years ago, thus its architectural structure and space design were rather outdated, showing signs of aging in many places. However, the advantage was that the distance between houses was significant, unlike modern villa complexes where the houses are crammed together. Therefore, it felt very quiet and had a sense of being isolated from the world. When they arrived, Uncle Du and great-aunt were thrilled, warmly welcoming them. However, during dinner that evening, Chi Zhongyuan received a call saying there was a problem at work requiring him to handle it immediately. Originally, Chi Zhongyuan planned to take his wife and son around the neighborhood for fun, waiting until the start of the semester to send him off for enrollment. Unexpectedly, all the plans were thrown into disarray. Uncle Du Lin immediately proposed, "If there's work to be done, brother, take sister home first. Let Xiaoyan stay here, we have plenty of spare rooms anyway. And it's also a good opportunity for Xiaoyan to tutor his cousin. I'll send him over once the school term begins. Xiaoyan's already a grown boy, capable of taking care of himself. This way, you won't have to make another trip." Qi Yan thought about wanting to see an aerospace science exhibition in City A, which was going to end the day after tomorrow. Hence, he readily agreed to stay at Uncle Du's place. This house, despite claiming 3 floors, actually had a much smaller 3rd floor. One of the smallest rooms was used as a storage room, one with windows was designated as a guest room, and another was turned into a Buddhist shrine by the devout great-aunt. In the center of the shrine sat a niche housing Buddha statues, accompanied by an incense burner, fruits, and snacks. The walls were adorned with images depicting the Western Pure Land, cloud seas filled with Buddhas, as well as scroll paintings like Han Shan asking Shirda. Uncle Du, auntie, great-aunt, and his cousin each had their own room, located on the 2nd floor. Qi Yan stayed in the guest room on the 3rd floor. Each person occupied a floor, the room size wasn't small. There was a large bed, an attached washroom, and a balcony. Qi Yan found it pretty enjoyable. At that time, just finished with the college entrance exams and still a few days away from the new semester, he was in the most worry-free period of his life. His parents left the night before, and he slept well enough at Uncle Du's house. The next day, he went out with his cousin to watch the exhibition and wandered around until dinner time, having a lot of fun. His cousin also had summer vacation and hadn't yet started school, they got along really well. After dinner, Qi Yan continued to play games with his cousin until midnight. Tired from a whole day of craziness, he fell asleep immediately after washing up. He slept deeply, undisturbed by any oddities he might have otherwise noticed. After waking up in the morning, Qi Yan received a call from his father, reminding him to be well behaved at Uncle Du's house. So, he honestly stayed at home all day. In the morning, he went to the Buddhist shrine and recited scriptures for great-aunt who had poor eyesight. At noon, he helped auntie make dumplings. In the afternoon, he tutored his cousin. After dinner, he played badminton with his cousin at a nearby badminton court, returning almost at 10 o'clock. In the evening, he slept alone. He woke up in the middle of the night in a daze, feeling as though the air conditioner had stopped working, leaving the air inside the room hot and still, as if it had ceased moving altogether. In this stifling atmosphere, he distinctly felt something cool lightly yet firmly embracing him from behind. Chapter 36, Powerless to Resist. Qi Yan dimly turned his head and looked back, but he didn't see anyone. However, the icy sensation from earlier had been all too real. He had grown up under materialistic teachings and always dismissed ghost stories as ridiculous tricks, so naturally, he wouldn't immediately jump to supernatural conclusions. He assumed it was just an illusion brought on by grogginess or a mix-up between dreams and reality. Feeling unbearably hot, he sat up, found the air conditioning remote, turned on the AC, and fell into a deep sleep again. In his dream, someone seemed to be holding and caressing him, but Qi Yan took it for granted as a dream and continued sleeping soundly. The next morning, his auntie-grandmother came again to ask him to read scriptures for her. Usually, his cousins were busy with work, his younger cousin despised what he saw as his grandmother's feudal superstition, leaving auntie-grandma lonely. Although Qi Yan didn't believe in any religion, he couldn't refuse such a small request from an elder, considering it a way to keep auntie-grandma company. The old lady was delighted to find a patient young relative willing to accompany her, so she eagerly sought out Qi Yan first thing in the morning, tentatively asking, "Xiao Yan, will you help grandma read the scriptures today?" Qi Yan smiled and agreed, and after breakfast, he accompanied auntie-grandma to the 3rd floor Buddhist hall. On the left side of the hall was a single-person bed. He sat across from the elderly woman, holding a scripture and reading aloud while the old lady closed her eyes, smiling as she listened. After lunch, Qi Yan went to play basketball with his younger cousin, and the day passed like that. Until late at night when going to sleep, Qi Yan woke up in the middle of the night once more, feeling the surrounding air thick and sticky. Someone was hugging his waist, the person's body temperature was cooler than normal, but being embraced this way was rather comfortable. Having had the same dream for 2 consecutive nights, and with such vivid realism, even the somewhat slow-to-react Qi Yan started to feel something was off. He forced himself awake from a deep slumber, turned around to look, no one there. He reached for his phone on the pillow and lit it up, the time was 3 in the morning. Qi Yan closed his eyes again but remained vigilant, not falling asleep. He kept pressing his palm with his nails, the dull ache keeping him alert. After about 10 minutes, he felt that person hugging his waist again, and their cold lips touched the exposed skin of the back of his neck. The sensation was far too distinct, even including slight sucking and licking. Qi Yan could no longer convince himself that it was a dream. He opened his eyes suddenly, sat up, and swept his gaze around the empty room before switching on the bedside lamp and getting out of bed. First, he checked the bedroom door and the glass doors leading to the outdoor balcony. Both indoor access doors were securely locked from inside. Feeling a bit uneasy, Qi Yan dared not go back to sleep. He returned to bed, kept the light on, and played with his phone until 5 in the morning. When he saw the sky outside beginning to turn faintly white, he lay down again. Knowing the elders slept little and usually rose early, in an hour Auntie Grandma would get up to pray in the neighboring Buddhist hall. This thought made him feel slightly more at ease, and he rolled up in the blanket and drifted back to sleep. This entire episode bore some resemblance to what the folk called ghost paralysis. Though a little strange, it still hadn't frightened Qi Yan significantly. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, afraid of ropes for 10 years. Qi Yan had never really encountered any ghostly incident since childhood, equivalent to not having truly been bitten by a snake, and had always been taught by his father that a real man must be brave. Thus, these past 2 nights' experiences were like seeing snakes in wine goblets, insufficient to terrify him completely. Therefore, on the 4th night, Qi Yan wasn't scared out of sleeping or finding excuses for his younger cousin to keep him company. He was simply more cautious. In the morning, after finishing reciting scriptures for Auntie Grandma, he borrowed a Buddhist scripture from her, placing it under his pillow. Before going to sleep, he intentionally didn't take off his trousers or shirt but slept fully clothed. The summer clothes were thin, so it wasn't particularly uncomfortable. At first, preoccupied with thoughts, he was semi-conscious and didn't fall into a deep sleep. Everything in the room seemed peaceful for a long time until drowsiness began to overwhelm him. His awareness slackened, and he naturally drifted off. In the middle of the night, still half dreaming, Qi Yan felt a hand undoing the buttons on his shirt. Instinctively, he reached out to stop it, but grabbed nothing, only touching his own chest. Qi Yan immediately became fully awake, switched on the bedside lamp, and looked down. 3 of the top buttons of his short-sleeved white dress shirt had already been undone. Carefully, Qi Yan took out the scripture from under the pillow and hugged it close, warily observing the surroundings under the orange glow of the bedside lamp. Empty. There was nothing but the same familiar furniture from daytime. At this moment, the bedside lamp flickered several times and then abruptly went out with a snap, plunging the room into darkness once again. Qi Yan was startled. Before he could react, he felt something trying to snatch the Buddhist scripture from his hand. Losing his grip, the scripture fell with a thud onto the floor. Qi Yan bent down to pick it up but, before he could extend his hand, he felt something grab him around the waist and pull him back toward the bed as if trying to pin him down. Frightened, Qi Yan had an instant thought. Without bothering to put on his shoes, he broke free with all his might, rushed out of the bedroom, and sprinted down the corridor toward the adjacent Buddhist hall. He burst into the room, pushing the door open and shutting it firmly behind him, locking it securely. After accomplishing all of this in one breath, he leaned against the door, gasping for air, feeling his heart pounding intensely and cold sweat soaking his palms. The dim light from the street lamp outside filtered through a small window, casting blurry shadows around the Buddhist hall. He thought that evil spirits should not dare to enter such a place. Regaining some composure, Qi Yan reached out to feel for the light switch inside the room. However, instead of finding the switch, his hand touched something icy, a person, standing beside him unnoticed for who knows how long. Startled, Qi Yan regained his senses and tried to turn the doorknob to leave. However, the door that had been locked so tightly just moments ago would now not budge no matter what. For a full minute, he twisted the lock repeatedly but eventually had to give up in despair. Shaking with fear, he slowly backed away. The thing approached him steadily, like a cat playing with its prey. As Qi Yan retreated step by step, he suddenly stumbled on something. Turning his head, he found himself pressed against the edge of a small couch, with nowhere else to retreat. The terror and helplessness at that moment were indescribable. So frightened that he couldn't even scream, his legs gave way, and he collapsed backward onto the couch, losing his balance as he fell down. The entity pressed down upon him forcefully. In the dark, Qi Yan could see nothing, yet he distinctly felt the thing atop him, slowly unbuttoning his shirt. Its cool hands pushed aside the fabric, reaching his chest. Qi Yan shivered uncontrollably, letting out muffled cries without any coherent sound, only faint moans escaping his throat. Lying there, he gazed upward. From his angle, he could see the rectangular patch of light cast by the orange street lamp shining through the window onto the wall. Faintly illuminated by this light, he made out the porcelain figure of Buddha on the altar. With closed eyes, the Bodhisattva appeared full of compassion. Qi Yan shut his own eyes, feeling the icy touch of lips landing upon his face, tears streaming endlessly from the corners of his tightly shut eyes. Too weak to struggle or fight back. He could even feel those cold lips kissing the damp corners of his eyes. Due to extreme tension and overwhelming fear, Qi Yan eventually lost consciousness. When he struggled to open his eyes, he realized that dawn had already come. His eyes hurt, sore and undoubtedly swollen from crying last night before he passed out. Sitting up, Qi Yan picked up his clothes and dressed slowly, shivering again despite the warmth of the morning. His first thought was that Auntie Grandma would likely be coming soon to pray. There was no way she could see him in this state. Standing up, Chi Yan walked to the door. The door that refused to open last night opened easily with just a simple twist of the lock. Quietly, he returned to his guest room and entered the washroom to look at himself in the mirror. There was not a single mark on his body. Everything from last night seemed like a bizarre nightmare. That morning, Auntie Grandma called him over as usual to accompany her in chanting scriptures. However, thinking about everything that happened last night in the Buddhist hall, Chi Yan instinctively felt afraid and declined, claiming he hadn't rested well and had a headache. His eyes, red and swollen like a rabbit's, were impossible to hide. Auntie Grandma squinted and studied him carefully for a long time before finally sighing with concern, telling him to rest well. Matters concerning ghosts and spirits are mysterious and hard to verify, let alone his own strange experience which was difficult to put into words. Chi Yan did not know how to explain yesterday's events to his cousin's family. After much hesitation, he decided to gloss over the entire incident entirely and say nothing. Anyway, his cousin's family were ordinary people too, whether they would believe him was uncertain, and even if they did, there wouldn't be anything they could do. Looking at it now, it seemed that thing was only fixated on him, without harming anyone else in the house. It might have attached itself to him from somewhere along the way. The next day was the official registration date, and Chi Yan tried to make excuses to leave early and go register at the school after lunch. However, his uncle's family of 4 unanimously rejected his suggestion. Both his uncle and aunt, along with his great-aunt and younger cousin, all advised him not to rush in these few hours. They said that tomorrow, when the uncle had a day off, he could escort Chi Yan to the university and take the opportunity to show their younger son around as well. At this moment, Chi Yan's mind was wandering absent-mindedly. Unable to resist the kindness and enthusiasm of his relatives, he dared not reveal his true reasons for wanting to leave urgently. In the end, he had no choice but to reluctantly agree to stay one more night. Chapter 37, Returning Home. After returning to his room in the evening, Chi Yan felt somewhat uneasy and began to regret not being firmer during the day or making up an excuse to leave for school. But truth be told, he had never been to his future university before. University A was, for him at this moment, a strange place that could not provide him any sense of security. He turned on all the lights in the room, including the bedside lamp, and plugged his phone into the charger next to his bed. Sitting at the head of the bed, he opened a game he often played and entered the battlefield, a game known as a 50-player mixed-server battlefield. Thinking about so many people accompanying him within the screen made him feel slightly reassured. However, after being sleep-deprived for several hours the previous night, he inevitably felt drained. Initially, he was still sitting while playing, then he started lying down, until finally, he was playing on his back. His still-lit phone was tossed aside as he closed his eyes lightly, falling into a peaceful slumber. Unaware of how much time had passed, Chi Yan gradually became more conscious, feeling in a daze that the lights in the room had been turned off at some point, leaving everything pitch black, while something was hugging him face to face. Subconsciously, he shrank back but didn't run away. He was too exhausted, his dark dreams dragging him further down with hooks, making it impossible for him to struggle. Deep inside, he knew there was no escape, wherever he might go. That thing also made no further movements, merely holding him and occasionally planting a few kisses. Chi Yan's few bits of awareness were filled with fear, but his body was extremely fatigued, unable to exert any strength. Contradictorily, amidst this terror, embraced by that thing, he gradually continued sleeping soundly, peacefully without dreams, until the next morning when his cousin came upstairs to knock on the door and call for him. Afterward, Chi Yan never returned to his uncle's house again, yet the memories and sensations from that night remained hauntingly vivid in his mind, causing him to instinctively fear visiting his uncle's home. Fortunately, throughout 4 years of undergraduate study, nothing unusual happened, and he gradually reaffirmed his materialist beliefs, subconsciously comforting and hinting to himself that it was just a spring dream with a mysterious horror undertone. Over time, even he could hardly remember whether those weird experiences on those nights were real occurrences or merely dreams. But just as he was almost forgetting about what had happened that summer, he now saw that kind of thing again. Before, in his uncle's house, he only sensed that thing bullying him recklessly, but these 2 times in school, he actually witnessed the terrifying appearance of those things. At this crucial moment, naturally, Chi Yan was afraid and dared not visit his uncle's family. After returning to the dormitory in the evening, Chi Yan casually mentioned to Yingji that his mentor would be away attending an academic conference. Unexpectedly, Yingji took it to heart and proposed very calmly without turning around, "Since your mentor won't be around and probably won't look for you in the near future, the reason you've been seeing those things might be due to subconscious psychological suggestions after hearing about the recent murder cases, which led to hallucinations. Would you like to come stay at my place for a couple of days? Changing the environment may help." Chi Yan thought about it and found his roommate's words quite reasonable, but he was still hesitant. Wouldn't it be troublesome for your family? After all, although they were roommates, they had known each other for less than half a year, and it still felt embarrassing to borrow a place to stay at someone else's home. Yingji responded gently, "It doesn't matter, anyway, I'm the only one living at my place." Chi Yan exclaimed, "Ah, where are the others? Don't they live here?" Yingji nodded slowly, "Yes, they're abroad." The next day, Chi Yan set off with Yingji on the way to his home. In the car, Chi Yan felt that the scenery grew more familiar as they moved forward toward Yingji's home, so he couldn't help speaking out, "Yingji, does your family live this way?" Yi Yingji replied softly, "What's wrong?" Qi Yan shook his head, "Nothing, it's just. My uncle's family also lives this way, looks very familiar." Yi Yingji laughed, "That's really coincidental, shall I take you to visit your uncle's place along the way?" Qi Yan immediately waved his hands, "No need, don't bother them." Thinking of something, Yi Yingji smiled continuously, looking radiant and seemingly quite satisfied. Qi Yan rarely saw him laugh so unrestrainedly, knowing it wasn't something he caused, so he didn't disturb and just sat quietly beside him, thinking how good he looked when smiling. It wasn't until after Qi Yan got out of the car at Yi Yingji's house that he realized, according to today's terminology, Yi Yingji lived in what could be considered the same neighborhood as his uncle. Back then, the buildings from that era weren't called neighborhoods, and housing prices were far less outrageous compared to now. Houses weren't crammed together so tightly either. To the northwest of City A lies a mountain range. Here, there was already a noticeable change in elevation. Yi Yingji's home was positioned much higher up than his uncle's, perched atop the cluster of buildings around this area. From the doorway, one could almost see the neat arrangement of houses below. Yi Yingji's house also had 3 floors but was nearly twice as large as his uncle's home. He gave Qi Yan a tour, pointing toward a bedroom on the 2nd floor. "This is my room. You can pick any other room you'd like to stay in." However, when they came out, he casually pointed to a room next door. "How about this one?" Qi Yan naturally had no objections. The house was quite spacious but seemed rather desolate. Qi Yan couldn't help asking, "Do you always live alone?" Yi Yingji nodded slightly, adding, "Technically, this house doesn't really belong to me, it's just that the owner happens to have lent it to me due to certain reasons." After settling down, the two drove to a nearby supermarket to buy groceries. Qi Yan had long known about Yi Yingji's excellent cooking skills. Occasionally, he would bring back delicious food such as buns or braised dishes to their dormitory. Though initially surprised by how good everything tasted, he had since grown accustomed to it. Now, sitting in the dining room, he eagerly awaited the feast with drooling anticipation, further confirming how fortunate it was for him to visit Yi Yingji's place. The guest room Yi Yingji had shown him didn't come with its own bathroom. That evening, after borrowing Yi Yingji's bathroom for a shower, Qi Yan returned to his assigned room. The bed felt soft yet firm, carrying a peculiar fresh scent that somewhat resembled Yi Yingji's personal fragrance. Since the guest room wasn't frequently used, Yi Yingji had earlier swapped his clean bedding onto this bed. Qi Yan had spent 3 nights sleeping alongside Yi Yingji before, so this smell was extremely familiar to him. Not long after, he dozed off comfortably. In the middle of the night, Qi Yan faintly heard the sound of something scraping against the floor. Still half asleep, he slowly opened his eyes and turned toward the source of the noise. He saw some kind of entity push open his bedroom door, attempting to crawl inside from outside. Half of its body had already made its way into the room, and it raised its head to look directly at him lying on the bed. He then heard that familiar hissing sound. Frightened, Qi Yan shot upright in bed, instinctively shouting, "Yi Yingji! Yi Yingji, please come over here. Please come check on me." The creature remained crouched by the doorway, and he lacked even the courage to get out of bed and rush to his only companion. His subconsciousness only reminded him that during the first 2 encounters with such entities, they would disappear whenever Yi Yingji appeared or drew attention to them. Chapter 38, Settling Down. This period of time was already enough for Qi Yan to clearly see the thing on the ground. It was a person, crawling forward bit by bit on his forelimbs, because he had no legs. Qi Yan slowly moved backward. He helplessly watched as that thing pushed the door open entirely and crawled in completely. When one hand of that thing had almost reached the bedsheet, a tall figure finally appeared at the room's entrance, calling him deeply, "Yan, what's wrong?" At the moment his name was called out by the man, Qi Yan felt the heart that had been hanging high suddenly drop back into his stomach. His throat moved twice, lowering his eyes to look under the bed, and sure enough, that thing had disappeared. He looked up at Yi Yingji and said, "Yingji, I saw that thing again. This time there wasn't any news about someone dying, and it wasn't at school. How could he still see that kind of thing?" Yi Yingji quickly took a few steps and knelt on one knee on the bed, reaching out to directly embrace Qi Yan, constantly patting his back. Don't be afraid, there's nothing anymore." He slightly lowered his head, his lips brushing past the hair of the person in his arms, lightly kissing him. Qi Yan didn't notice the other person's action at all, or even realize how intimate their current posture was, only using this opportunity to hide in Yi Yingji's embrace to calm down from his terrifying shock. That was too frightening, just now that thing was too terrible. In the past, the thing he encountered at his uncle's house never revealed its form, and the 2 ghostly figures he saw later at school, although horrifying, always remained stationary, not advancing an inch. Only this time did it keep moving closer to him. After lingering in Yi Yingji's arms for quite some time, he felt somewhat embarrassed, blushing red while slightly retreating, secretly relieved that the darkness of the room would likely conceal it from view. After letting him go, Yi Yingji softly asked, "Are you feeling better? Is everything okay? Should I go back?" Don't go." Qi Yan anxiously grabbed Yi Yingji's sleeve right away, but after grabbing it, he looked down without knowing what else to say. To say he was still scared. To ask the other person to stay a while longer before leaving. It was already past 12 o'clock, shouldn't he have called the person over in the first place, let alone dragging them so they couldn't sleep? Yet, Yi Yingji was remarkably patient, standing by patiently and letting him hold on to his sleeve. With his head lowered, Qi Yan gradually released his grip but very quickly rolled up a quilt in his arms, mumbling, "Yi Yingji, can I go to your room and sleep with you?" Even then, Yi Yingji maintained his good temper, hearing this, not finding it bothersome at all but instead faintly smiling and saying, "Sure, you don't need to take your pillow, there are 2 pillows in my room." Qi Yan nodded, awkwardly holding the quilt trying to stand up. Initially tense and unnoticeable, he now realized that he was so frightened that his legs were numb. He failed to stand properly and nearly fell on the bed. Yi Yingji reached out to support him, teasingly joking, "Do you want me to carry you over?" Qi Yan quickly shook his head, stubbornly stood on his own, and tightly followed behind Yi Yingji as they moved next door, as if he feared the other wouldn't allow him. Although Yi Yingji lived alone, his room housed a 1.8-meter double bed, large enough for both of them to sleep. After Qi Yan laid out his blanket on the bed and settled himself on the outer side, once Yi Yingji saw him lie down, he turned off the bedside light. The room instantly plunged into darkness, except for some faint moonlight filtering through the beige curtains. Qi Yan was originally lying with his back to Yi Yingji, thus when he opened his eyes, he could see the bedroom door. The structure of the 2 rooms was identical, even with matching doorknobs, which reminded him of the earlier incident. Subsequently, he couldn't help but glance downward repeatedly, fearing something might crawl over. Even though closing his eyes made it invisible, the anxiety in his heart became even more intense. Unable to resist, he shifted closer towards Yi Yingji. After some time, he again couldn't help but edge closer to the other's territory. Opening his eyes, Yi Yingji looked at the person continuously edging closer and asked, "Why aren't you sleeping yet?" Turning around, Qi Yan gazed at Yi Yingji, immediately realizing he'd taken up too much space on the bed, quickly retreated to his designated area, explaining, "Seeing the door reminded me of that thing from before, making me feel scared and worried that something might crawl over without me noticing, causing me to continuously look." A vicious cycle. Upon hearing this, Yi Yingji remained silent. Just as Qi Yan was about to say, "I'll be a good boy and won't crowd you this time," he saw Yi Yingji extend his arm and directly hug him closer in their face-to-face position. Yi Yingji said faintly, "Then let's sleep like this. Face me, and I'll keep an eye on the door for you. Nothing will come near." Facing Yi Yingji's chest with Yi Yingji looking towards the bedroom door indeed seemed very safe. Qi Yan didn't want to resist and said, "You're so nice, Yi Yingji," before burying his head and falling asleep in such a great spot. In his sleep, his hand subconsciously stretched out and touched Yi Yingji's chest. Yi Yingji took his hand and placed it on his neck, gently sliding it across Qi Yan's shoulder and spine, smiled, and softly murmured, "Be good, go to sleep." The saying goes that all things happen thrice, and this was already the 3rd time Qi Yan had seen a ghost within a short period, so he could no longer pretend to remain calm. However, he still didn't dare to casually tell others. His parents were far away in City H, and they were also getting old. The thoughts of the older generation differed from his own, and telling them might make them worry endlessly, potentially leading to unforeseen complications. Ordinary classmates and friends with whom he didn't have deep relationships wouldn't believe his words either, thinking he was exaggerating to attract attention and offering no real help. Qi Yan unknowingly ended up staying at Yi Yingji's place for 4 days. After the first night, everything was peaceful, with nothing unusual happening. Yet, he still didn't dare to sleep alone in the adjacent guest room. Yi Yingji didn't actively mention kicking him out, so Qi Yan acted as though nothing had happened, naturally continuing to report to Yi Yingji's room every bedtime, making himself feel as if he'd settled down there permanently. Feeling indebted to Master Yi for his kindness, Qi Yan tried to repay him by actively helping with household chores, washing dishes, dusting, cleaning floors, and even taking on the responsibility of washing both Yi Yingji's undergarments and outerwear, handling the laundry process from washing and ironing to hanging and neatly folding back into the wardrobe. On Saturday morning, he received a message from old Yuan inviting him to play ball. He originally planned to return to school that day to pick up more clothes to change into and borrow some reference materials from the library. Plus, after much thought, he wanted to talk to old Yuan about recent events and seek advice, so he readily agreed to the game. After informing Yi Yingji, he prepared to leave after breakfast. Yi Yingji only nodded and said, "Come back early tonight, I'll make hot pot for you." Chapter 39, The Wardrobe. Qi Yan wasn't in good condition today. He left the court after 1 game. Sitting on the side, he watched another match before saying something to old Yuan and leaving for the library with his bag on his back to borrow materials that he would need. Then, he returned to his dormitory to pack up some clothes he wanted to take before heading back to the playground. By the time he got there, most of the people had already left. Only old Yuan was waiting for him under a tree by the playground. Seeing Qi Yan appear, old Yuan walked over and pointed at the bulging large bag Qi Yan carried. "Why so full? Are you getting married?" Qi Yan patted his bag, "Don't say nonsense." Old Yuan looked at the time and suggested, "A new hot pot restaurant has opened outside the East Gate. It's supposed to be pretty good. Recently, my social circle has been flooded with advertisements for it. Let's go try it out." Qi Yan politely refused somewhat embarrassedly, "Yi Yingji is making hot pot at home today and invited me to eat. Let's make another appointment some other day." Old Yuan shook his head as if unable to bear it. "Bro, it seems like you've already gotten married. That's why you couldn't continue playing a single game. Could it be due to weakness? Stop talking nonsense." Qi Yan muttered in his heart, I'm not, what you're implying. While calling out to old Yuan to head towards the nearby canteen basement cafe, Qi Yan explained, I ran into something ghostly. I wanted to talk to you about it and see if you have any solutions. Ghostly encounters. Really? Old Yuan followed him closely, asking for details. They sat down at a spot near the edge in the cafe. Qi Yan ordered 2 cups of coffee and began telling everything from when he first heard about the girl's murder and then saw the ghost that night until now. Old Yuan and Qi Yan were best friends throughout their undergraduate years. They skipped classes, copied homework, played games, and crammed together for exams. After hearing this story, old Yuan naturally didn't doubt that Qi Yan was lying but worried instead, saying, this matter seems quite troublesome. First of all, we don't know whether this belongs to science or mysticism, are these hallucinations caused by certain reasons, or are these things truly existing and continuously coming after you? Qi Yan whispered, I wish science could explain it, and all of this was just an illusion. Old Yuan seemed lost in thought for a moment, suddenly slapping his thigh and exclaiming, right. I remember now. I have a junior high school classmate who used to be very close to me. When I met him again in high school, I heard him mention that he had taken a master as a mentor to learn about supernatural things. I'll ask him first to see if he has any solutions. Ideally, if he can solve it, great. If not, he might be able to point us in the right direction to find other masters, ensuring that we won't get scammed. People always have a preference for the ancient and distrust the modern, though Qi Yan wasn't entirely comfortable upon hearing that it was old Yuan's junior high school classmate of the same age. Old Yuan made sense. So, Qi Yan asked old Yuan to help arrange a meeting with this classmate while checking the time and hurriedly taking the subway back to Yingji's place. By the time Qi Yan rang the doorbell, it was already 7:40 p.m. Yingji had already boiled the soup base and set up a table full of dishes. After opening the door for him, she called him to wash his hands and sit down to eat. She said he could clean his clothes after finishing eating. The ingredients for Yingji's hot pot were specially simmered with beef bones, and the chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns were directly shipped from the Chongqing Sichuan region to City A, tasting fresh, spicy, numbing, and delicious, with a lingering aftertaste. They ate alongside tender lamb, fresh shrimp, fish slices, tripe, 100 pages, quail eggs, and various freshly prepared vegetables including vermicelli, ham, and more. Each dish only came in small portions, appearing refined yet complete without anything missing. Qi Yan almost couldn't stop eating. Autumn nights were cool, perfect for enjoying hot pot. Yingji also took out 2 perfectly chilled beers from the refrigerator, pouring them respectively into 2 glasses for herself and Qi Yan. The cold beer went smoothly down the throat, increasing the joy even further. Qi Yan happily ate, chatting while eating. All the strange and terrifying experiences with ghosts he had recently faced were temporarily cast aside. Unknowingly, it was already 10 p.m. when they finally finished eating. He helped Yingji tidy up the dining table, took a shower first in the bathroom, and then put their clothes covered in the smell of hot pot and beer through the washing machine. Once dried, he hung them properly before packing his own large bag of clothing that he had brought along. Although Qi Yan now slept in Yingji's room, his clothes that he brought still hung inside the wardrobe of the original guest room. The style of the wardrobe was relatively old-fashioned, a dark brown color, double-doored, taller than a person, looking very sturdy and heavy. Qi Yan was still a little apprehensive about entering this room, so upon going in, he turned on the top light first, placed his backpack on the bed, and walked to the wardrobe to open the left half of the cabinet door in preparation to hang his clothes inside. Standing inside the wardrobe was something blood-red, a gruesome lump covered in flesh, barely recognizable as humanoid. Qi Yan reflexively slammed the cabinet door shut with a bang and ran straight out of the room, directly pushing open the door to the adjacent bedroom and rushing into the bathroom following the sound of running water. He remembered that Yingji had just gone into the bedroom to take a shower before he came in. Sure enough, Yingji was still there. His whole body was wet, his short black hair clinging tightly to his face, while water cascaded from the showerhead drenching him completely. Under the bathroom light, droplets of water reflected a golden glow. But Qi Yan had no time for any of this. Upon bursting into the bathroom, he practically stumbled right into Yingji's arms. The temperature of the hot water pouring down onto him soaked through his shirt, its warmth barely managing to bring back some rationality to him. Yingji steadied him by placing one hand on his waist while turning off the shower spray and looking down at him to ask, "What happened?" "I saw those things again. This one didn't have any skin, it was in the closet next door, I saw it as soon as I opened the wardrobe," Qi Yan stammered, trembling with cold from the chill rising within him that made his entire body shiver uncontrollably. Without a word, Yingji stripped off Qi Yan's fully drenched clothes and threw them on a nearby table. He pulled Qi Yan under the showerhead once again, turned on the warm water, and raised the temperature so Qi Yan could be cleansed by the hot stream. Yingji stayed beside him, supporting him with his left hand to prevent him from falling, softly soothing him, "Don't worry, take another hot shower here to calm down, wash away your bad luck, and I'll go check." Unconsciously, Qi Yan grabbed hold of his arm with a reverse grip. "No, I'll go with you." Qi Yan hadn't brought any clothes inside, so Yingji directly fetched 2 sets of clean pajamas from his own wardrobe, one for himself, and one he tossed to Qi Yan. Qi Yan wasn't as tall as him, so the top hung down to his hips, and the pants required being rolled up. Leading him over to the next room, Yingji walked up to the wardrobe and opened it, then said to Qi Yan standing hesitantly at the doorway peeking in without daring to enter, "Yan, there's nothing here, don't be afraid." Recalling what he'd seen earlier, Qi Yan couldn't help but shudder again, hesitatingly muttering, Is that true?" Yingji nodded affirmatively, "Nothing to worry about, don't be afraid. This wardrobe has been around for quite some time. I'll arrange for someone tomorrow morning to remove it and replace it with a new one. Don't be scared. Let me take your clothes out and hang them in my wardrobe, alright?" Qi Yan approached, picked up his backpack from the bed, eyeing warily the heavy, dark wooden wardrobe with lingering dread. He shook his head. "No need, I'll just take this bag, it has fresh clothes for changing. Leave the ones inside the wardrobe." Even if Yingji retrieved those clothes for him, he wouldn't dare to keep them anymore. Anyway, there weren't many clothes inside, it was just the set he had previously brought and a few underwear pieces. Carrying his bag, Qi Yan followed Yingji back to his bedroom, silently vowing never to enter that guest room again. Yingji cleared out half of his wardrobe to let Qi Yan hang his clothes. Opposite the bedroom was also a walk-in closet, and both wardrobes contained only frequently worn seasonal clothing, leaving ample space for storage. Qi Yan carefully hung each piece of clothing into Yingji's wardrobe. Seeing their clothes hanging side by side didn't feel strange to him. Yingji reclined on the bed watching him work, with a book resting on his knees. His brows arched gently, and every time Qi Yan looked back, he appeared lost in reading, enjoying the book thoroughly. Curious, Qi Yan leaned over to take a look at the book title, discovering it was John Rawls' A Theory of Justice. He admired inwardly that Yingji, a talented philosophy major, could read such profound books so joyfully. Then Qi Yan realized an extremely embarrassing issue. In his earlier preparations, he had brought more underwear for changing, so when he packed primarily outerwear and trousers this time, he hadn't added any extra undergarments. The one he had been wearing earlier had already been completely soaked and discarded in the bathroom unwashed, the remaining pieces were all in the haunted wardrobe in the next room. Chapter 40, Malevolent Evil. Qi Yan had been so frightened earlier that he didn't think at all when he put on the pajamas Yingji handed him, only now realizing how awkward it was. He now had only three choices, either wear the wet clothes he had been wearing before, or take something from the cabinet next door that might have been touched by that thing, or go without any clothing. Yingji watched as Qi Yan stood helplessly on the floor, then closed A Theory of Justice and asked if he had any issues. Then with perfect seriousness proposed a fourth solution, "You can wear mine, I don't mind." He added after some thought, "However, I don't seem to have any brand new ones, but they've all been washed very cleanly. Do you mind?" Then smiled and comforted, "In fact, I wouldn't mind if you stayed like this." In reality, after washing them and using a hairdryer, they would dry quickly. Not to mention there was even a dryer at his place. Yingji silently placed A Theory of Justice at the bedside, pretending to have forgotten about all modern appliances in the house. The first thing Qi Yan did upon waking up early the next morning was to send a message to Uncle Yuan, asking about the situation regarding his junior high school classmate. These days were too stimulating and eerie, and he couldn't keep clinging to Yingji forever. What could he do when he was alone? Anxiously waiting for news, he remembered that Uncle Yuan usually wouldn't get up so early on Sundays, managing to gain a little more patience. Unexpectedly, Uncle Yuan got up unusually early this time and directly returned his message with a phone call. "Ruler, are you alone right now?" Uncle Yuan asked over the phone. Qi Yan glanced at Yingji busy cooking breakfast in the kitchen and replied, "No, I'm with my roommate." Uncle Yuan's voice came through the airwaves, "That's good then, let me tell you something and don't be scared, preferably stand close to someone. I remember everything you told me yesterday, and just now received some news that says the police found 2 more bodies in a rented apartment near our school, one had no legs and was hidden under the bed, the other was skinned, and hidden inside a cabinet. That legless one reportedly died nearly a week ago, which matches what you described having seen. The skinned one just passed away yesterday." I said, "Isn't this related to your ghost encountering incidents?" Uncle Yuan's voice still transmitted through the mobile phone. Qi Yan, however, was so terrified that he could barely hold onto his phone, which slipped and fell onto the dining table. Hearing the noise, Yingji turned around and looked at him. "What's wrong? What did your classmate tell you?" "It's nothing. I'll tell you later." Qi Yan trembled as he responded to Yingji, claiming nothing was wrong while his eyes clearly showed immense fear. Yingji turned off the fire and sat down beside him with 2 fried eggs, quietly comforting him. Only then did Qi Yan muster up the courage to pick up the phone again and heard Uncle Yuan asking on the other end, "Hey, ruler. What happened? Something went wrong just now." "It's nothing, I was just startled and dropped the phone." Qi Yan managed to reply as calmly as possible. Uncle Yuan consoled him a few times and said, "I already asked my junior high classmate, giving him a simple rundown of your situation. He can't come due to matters and says your situation seems rather complex, not sure if he can resolve it. But he mentioned his senior sister is in a city recently dealing with matters, she specializes in this kind of thing and is far more skilled than him. I've already asked him to arrange a meeting with her, and we should meet soon. Just hang in there for 2 more days." Qi Yan thanked both Uncle Yuan and his classmate after agreeing and hung up the phone. He then turned towards Yingji, relaying the information he'd gotten from Uncle Yuan. As he poked at the golden fried egg in his plate, he found himself completely without appetite. By now, he had become certain he had encountered some malevolent presence, yet he had no idea who he might have offended or why these series of gruesome murders were linked to him. He suddenly wondered, could the killer be connected to him? But how could that be? His social circle in a city was quite narrow, consisting mainly of his uncle's family, teachers, and classmates. None of them seemed like they could possibly be involved in such an atrocious crime. After learning this news, Qi Yan dared not return to live in his dormitory alone anymore. Yingji showed no intention of going back either, so Qi Yan continued attending school on Monday, returning naturally to Yingji's home afterward. Feeling uncomfortable about freeload continuously, he also proactively bought many drinks and ingredients from the supermarket when he went back. On Tuesday evening, Qi Yan received another message from Uncle Yuan saying that the appointment with his senior sister had been confirmed. They would meet on Wednesday noon at the newly opened hot pot restaurant outside the East Gate. After hearing this, Yingji said that he would also go back to school on Wednesday and could take Qi Yan along. Qi Yan and Yingji had slept soundly last night and woke up late in the morning. When Qi Yan opened his eyes, he saw the bright daylight through the window and quickly grabbed his phone. It was already 10:15 a.m. He hurriedly sat up, shaking Yingji's arm to wake him up. They both rushed to wash up, skipping breakfast entirely. Still, by the time they left their apartment, it was almost 10:45. Fortunately, at this time of day, the traffic wasn't too bad. Just as Qi Yan arrived at the agreed-upon hot pot restaurant and hastily got out of the car to bid farewell to Yingji, Uncle Yuan and Master who were already there. This master introduced herself as Hu Xing, with a neat black short haircut, looking youthful and fashionable, not more than 30 years old, quite different from Qi Yan's imagined appearance of a grand Buddhist nun. Uncle Yuan made the introductions, then urged everyone to eat first. One unique feature of the hot pot restaurant outside the East Gate was its innovative ways of displaying ingredients, such as placing slices of mutton on half-meter-long wooden boards for visual appeal or arranging beef and lamb slices like clothing on Barbie dolls. Qi Yan took a bite, finding the taste decent but far inferior to what Yingji cooked at home. With pressing matters weighing on his mind, he had little appetite. When all three had eaten enough, Hu Xing began discussing serious matters. She looked at Qi Yan and said, "Young Qi, can I call you Xiao Qi? I've heard the gist of your situation from Uncle Yuan. It's rather complicated, and I'll elaborate further after this." Then she turned to Uncle Yuan, saying, "Young Yuan, this matter doesn't concern you. It's best if you don't get involved anymore. For your own safety, it's better not to know anything. You should head back to school." Qi Yan also sensed Master Hu's implied meaning, nodding toward Uncle Yuan, "Uncle Yuan, please go back first. Don't let an unexpected situation drag both of us into trouble, leaving no one to call the police." Muttering under his breath, "It won't be that scary, will it?" Uncle Yuan eventually obeyed, shouldering his bag and leaving. After Uncle Yuan departed, Hu Xing spoke to Qi Yan again. "I came to City A this time mainly because of the series of cases that have occurred over the past few days. Unexpectedly, right after arriving, my junior brother mentioned your case. I've nearly determined that the perpetrator behind these murders is not human but a demon." Through the steam rising above the hot pot, Qi Yan noticed her sharp, captivating eyes. However, her calm explanation sent a chill down his spine. "A demon?" he repeated incredulously. Even though he had recently encountered a series of bizarre events, it was still hard for him to believe that so many mythical creatures truly existed in this world. Hu Xing continued, "Yes, but not the kind of spirits and myths you're imagining. Let me give you an example. During the Republic era, turmoil swept the land, and the world was unstable. In D province, there was a wild deity statue, built who knows when. During the war, no one worshipped it, and the temple gradually fell into disrepair. Later, blood appeared before the statue, which absorbed evil energy, giving birth to a demonic entity using the statue as its host. One night, a group of refugees sought shelter in the ruined temple. In the middle of the night, they saw blood flowing from the statue's eyes. Its mouth opened wide, revealing rows of teeth each an inch long. One by one, the travelers were drawn towards the statue and devoured. Only one managed to escape by fleeing early and later told the nearby villagers about the incident. After several other similar incidents caused public uproar, experts were invited to suppress the demon. The entity responsible for these murders shares similarities with the story I just told you. Already 4 people have died. Judging by their condition, I can roughly guess what it intends to do. It wants to gather parts to create a full body for itself." Chapter 41, Host Body. Creating a body? Qi Yan mumbled, repeating the words and feeling somewhat confused about their meaning. He had heard of ghost substitutes and body snatching, but never of creating a body in this way. How would it be done? Stitching together pieces wouldn't form a complete person, would it? More accurately, it's about finding a host body, Hu Xing explained. As I mentioned earlier, these kinds of spirits usually manifest within objects that already have human forms, such as statues, dolls, or even paintings. Humans are the essence of all things, so inanimate objects shaped like humans, once tainted by blood and attached to evil or resentful energy, easily generate such malevolent entities. Its host body becomes what it considers its own self. If the evil entity is extremely powerful, it may not need a host body and can instead solidify its form from pure malevolent energy without dispersing, but cases like this are incredibly rare, almost impossible. This one, however, is strange. Since coming to City A, I've examined the victims' corpses and can still feel the residual evil aura left behind. Its malevolent energy is very strong and overbearing, yet now it seems intent on creating a host body for itself. Thus, I speculate that it didn't previously have a tangible physical form. It has been maintaining its human disguise through its inherent malevolent energy alone, which cannot last long as it might have been gradually losing its power. That's why it's risking exposure by harming people so frequently. Qi Yan, upon hearing this, felt a chill down his spine and couldn't help shivering. He asked, to find a host body, does it really need to harm so many people? And why would those victims come to me? This involves an evil sorcery technique. Without a natural host body, finding a suitable one isn't easy for it. The simplest approach for something like this is likely piecing together the flesh and blood of 9 people to construct a new body. As for you. Hu Xing turned her gaze toward Qi Yan, looking him over from head to toe. Qi Yan's heart raced with apprehension as he awaited her next words. At this moment, a small furry black head with 2 pointed ears peeked out of Hu Xing's large handbag, emitting a low "ow-wow," its round brown eyes gazing at Hu Xing with a sense of indignation. Hu Xing stroked it gently, seemingly comforting the little creature before stuffing it back inside. Smiling at Qi Yan, she said, "This is my pet black fox. It's not a demon but is highly intelligent. It was raised in my master's sect and can suppress evil forces. Most demons and ghosts fear it, and it also helps me significantly." After explaining, she returned to answering Qi Yan's questions. She looked at him, hesitating slightly, and asked, without offense, "I just want to confirm, do you know that you yourself carry a lot of malevolent energy?" "Me? Heavy malevolent energy?" Hu Xing nodded. "You have a very heavy malevolent energy, and it's something you were born with. Normally, if a person carries such strong malevolent energy, they wouldn't be able to handle it, they'd either become overly aggressive and lose their fortune, or suffer endless calamities and live short lives. But you seem to harmonize well with this malevolent energy, making it rare. These energies don't harm you, instead, they protect you and keep ordinary malevolent spirits at bay. However, because of this malevolent energy, it's highly possible that you've caught the attention of more powerful malevolent entities. Based on my reasoning, this entity has likely noticed you because of this." She added with a more consoling tone in her voice, "If my guess is correct, you must have already come into contact with the thing disguised as a human, though you probably couldn't tell. You were able to see those victims this time because they were harmed by malevolent entities themselves, unlike regular ghosts. Also, it's very likely that, you were chosen long ago as a critical link in its quest to find a host body." Qi Yan felt his scalp tingle repeatedly, nearly unable to stop himself from jumping up. The faces of his classmates and friends flashed before his eyes, some smiling, some angry, some annoyed, some laughing, but he could not discern who was truly human and who was a malevolent spirit masquerading as one. Shaking with fear, he asked the woman before him, Do you know who that actually is?" Hu Xing shook her head. "I've been trying to track this thing down and find a way to deal with it, but it disguises itself as a human and masks its presence using the scent of the people around it, making it hard to find. Only by seeing it personally might I be able to identify it. For now, I can only tell you that Yuan Bo is human, and you can trust him." Thinking of a plan, Hu Xing suddenly suggested to Qi Yan, "By the way, we can quietly arrange a meeting in a crowded public place. Bring along some people you've recently interacted with. I'll observe from the shadows to check whether any of them might be the malevolent entity." "All right." Though the thought of still having contact with that monstrous being without knowing it made him uneasy, Qi Yan reluctantly agreed. Hu Xing, seeing his apprehension, felt a pang of sympathy. Besides, she might find important clues from this young man in front of her, so she patted her bag and took out the little black fox, handing it to Qi Yan. "For the next few days, let Asong stay with you. Though it may not be able to tell who is the evil spirit, if there are more victims, Asong will at least be able to protect you from the malevolent ghost." Qi Yan wasn't skilled at interacting with small animals, but realizing the little fox could ward off most malevolent entities, he repeatedly thanked her and accepted it. Hu Xing gave some instructions on feeding and added with a smile, "Asong is a girl, so you'd better take good care of her." Qi Yan relaxed slightly due to this playful remark and, under Hu Xing's guidance, placed Asong into his backpack, ensuring proper ventilation. Then he remembered to exchange contact information with Hu Xing. After doing all this, he hesitated for a moment and said, "Sister Hu, do you have any plans tonight? I want you to help me check someone first." Though Qi Yan didn't think Yingji had anything wrong with him, after all, he was the person he'd been closest to recently, spending the most time together. Even if it seemed unnecessary, he had to make sure Yingji was an ordinary person like Yuan Bo and not that disguised malevolent entity before he could feel reassured. Hu Xing replied, "I'll be busy tonight. But if you can get this person here now, I can go and check immediately." Qi Yan nodded, then sent a message asking Yingji where he was. He quickly received a reply saying Yi was at the library. Qi Yan then messaged Yingji to wait there as he needed to talk to him about something. But coming up with an excuse for why he urgently needed to see Yingji was hard. After pondering for a while, Qi Yan bought a piece of cake from a bakery next to the hot pot restaurant, packed it up, and set off with Hu Xing towards the school library. He and Hu Xing entered the library one after the other, pretending not to know each other. Hu Xing looked youthful enough to pass as a student. Following the directions Yi Yingji provided, Qi Yan found him on the second floor of the library, sat next to him, and saw Hu Xing pretending to browse books 2 rows behind them. Yi Yingji flipped a page, lightly laughing. "What's the matter? Why did you rush to find me?" Qi Yan stuttered, handing over the cake he was holding. "No particular reason, just passing by this cake shop after lunch with old Yuan, remembering how good this kind of cake tastes, so I bought one and wanted you to try it." Only after saying it did he realize how flimsy the excuse was, like a greenhorn fumbling through a clumsy attempt at courting a beloved girl. So he hastily added, "Also, I wanted to ask if you plan to sleep at the dormitory or go home tonight." Hearing this, Yi Yingji finally raised his head to look at Qi Yan, smiling gently. "Does it matter where I sleep?" Qi Yan nodded. "I just wanted to say wherever you go, I'd like to come along." After saying that, Qi Yan suddenly tensed up inside. Though it was unlikely, what if Sister Hu found something wrong with Yi Yingji? Thinking about it, he quietly pulled open his phone and saw a message Hu Xing had sent 30 seconds ago. "Don't worry, your roommate is just an ordinary person, I don't see anything amiss, feel free to interact. I have matters to attend to, so I'll leave first, see you later." Chapter 42, Purge the Evil. Qi Yan's heart finally settled completely. Although earlier, he had already subconsciously chosen to trust Yi Yingji. He turned his head and looked at the bookshelf behind him. Sure enough, Hu Xing was no longer there. Qi Yan put away his phone and saw that Yi Yingji had already picked up the books and cake box from the table and was putting them into his backpack. He looked up, somewhat surprised. "Are we leaving now? Aren't you going to study anymore?" Yi Yingji nodded. "We're not studying anymore, let's go home. It's still early, if we leave at this time there won't be traffic, and we can still make it in time to buy groceries and cook." "Oh." Qi Yan followed him out dazedly, inexplicably feeling like some sort of enchantress who made the king neglect morning court sessions. After sitting in the car, Qi Yan took off his backpack and hugged it to his chest, and the little black fox couldn't help but peek its head out from inside, looking at him. Yi Yingji glanced lightly. "What is this?" Qi Yan remembered that Hu Xing had specially sent old Yuan away so he wouldn't get involved in these supernatural affairs, saying it wasn't good for ordinary people. He used to not understand these matters. Every time he saw ghosts or strange things, he called Yi Yingji over to deal with them, but now knowing better, naturally didn't want to drag the other person into it anymore. So, he casually made something up. Old Yuan has recently been pursuing a girl. Since she will be leaving soon, she entrusted her pet fox to him. However, because he goes out for internships during the day and can't take care of it, he then entrusted the fox to me. Today, when I invited him for dinner, it was mainly about this issue, and I'll take care of it for a while. Nowadays, people keep all sorts of pets, having a fox as a pet might be rare, but it's not too strange. When Qi Yan finished speaking, he tentatively asked Yi Yingji, "I forgot to ask you before, is it okay to bring the fox to your place?" He remembered Yi Yingji mentioned that the house was borrowed from someone else. Yi Yingji didn't seem to mind and said indifferently, "It doesn't matter, my house isn't afraid of small animals, rather, small animals are usually scared of me." Qi Yan thought he was just joking and paid no attention to what he said. After returning to Yi Yingji's place, Qi Yan set up a bed for the little fox in the kitchen. Just as Yi Yingji had said, once he started cooking, the little fox ran out immediately like a bolt of black lightning, changing its previously lazy demeanor, which made Qi Yan laugh loudly. By the time they got back home after buying groceries, it was already 5 o'clock. After Yi Yingji prepared everything in the kitchen, he sat at the dining table and placed the piece of cake that Qi Yan bought onto a plate, cutting a small piece with a silver fork and putting it in his mouth. Leaning his head slightly, he tasted it. Qi Yan, sitting opposite to him, looked longingly and asked, "Is it good?" Yi Yingji forked another small piece and handed it to Qi Yan's mouth, watching Qi Yan eat it before slowly opening his mouth. "Do you like eating this?" He played around with the cake using the fork, unceremoniously eating the rest. "This is something I know how to make. One day, I'll make it for you." "All right." Qi Yan nodded and smiled in agreement. Actually, although the cake was tasty, it was common, eating too much would even make one feel sick. Still, Yi Yingji's hot pot was far more delicious. No matter how much one eats, it never makes one feel nauseous or bloated afterward. But he was shy to say so, since saying it would sound like he always craves the other person's hot pot. In the evening, as usual, Qi Yan washed up and curled up on Yi Yingji's bed where his designated spot was to sleep. When Yi Yingji came out after taking a shower, Qi Yan had already dozed off. Yi Yingji lay down and turned off the light, squinting in the moonlight as he watched Qi Yan for a long time before gently touching his hair, softly saying, "Good for you, you haven't thought that since there's that female fox protecting you, you don't need your husband anymore." His voice was low and carried a trace of laughter. Then, leaning over, he pushed the strands of hair from Qi Yan's forehead, kissed his forehead, and lay down beside him, tightly holding him in his arms. Qi Yan hummed lightly a couple of times, snuggling into Yi Yingji's shoulder and falling asleep peacefully. The night passed without incident. The next day, the two stayed together in the study. Yi Yingji held a laptop and was working on something unknown. Qi Yan sat beside him, hugging his own laptop to organize data. Though his mentor was temporarily out of town, he still needed to regularly email progress updates to him, thus he dared not slack off too much. The two sat side by side like elementary school desk mates. At mealtime, the two went out to eat together, bathed and rested as needed, and their schedules were perfectly synchronized. Until late at night when Chi Yen woke up hearing weak animal cries from outside the door. Lying there, he carefully distinguished the sound and realized it was probably the young fox Ashing's call. Since foxes aren't as commonly heard as cats or dogs, this was also the first time Chi Yen had ever heard a fox cry. Chi Yan's heart jolted, and he remembered Hu Xing mentioning that the little fox could ward off evil spirits, subtly hinting at some unusual situation. He glanced at Yingji who was sound asleep next to him, slightly increasing the brightness of his bedside lamp, then quietly picked up his phone and stepped out of the bedroom. People adapt with the times. Once they felt safe with torches and candlesticks, later with flashlights, and now phones have become the most reassuring items. It can provide light, but more importantly, it symbolizes the possibility of contacting the outside world or others. Perhaps what humans fear most is not demonic disasters, but being left without any support, knowing one is in dire straits with no escape and no rescuers. The sounds were coming from the stairs. Chi Yen approached the edge of the staircase and looked down. The little fox stood there with its brownish-yellow eyes staring intently, blocking the staircase. Upon hearing Chi Yan's movement, it turned around, seeing Chi Yen, took a few more steps up the stairs and firmly positioned itself right in front of Chi Yen. Its legs spread on the ground, its neck hair fluffed slightly outward, and its head low as if prepared to attack at any moment. Chi Yen turned on the hallway light on the second floor, dimly illuminating two pale figures hidden in the shadow at the corner of the first floor. They were standing straight, one without a nose, and another without ears. This time, it was two victims appearing simultaneously. The little fox bared its teeth, growling while making a threatening stance. However, the two things appeared completely unaware and continued their stiff-legged march upstairs. Chi Yen couldn't help but take a step back. Surprisingly, the little fox followed him and moved up a step higher as well. Chi Yen stared at the little creature beneath his feet, thinking to himself, really? You look powerful, and your owner praised you for your capability to help, but are you just all bark and no bite? His inner turmoil surged as he kept his eyes fixed on those two humanoid shapes on the stairs, suppressing the impulse to flee, hide back in the bedroom, lock the door, and snuggle back into bed beside Yingji. In that moment, the corridor suddenly became bright. Chi Yen turned around to see Yingji opening the previously slightly ajar bedroom door, leaning against the frame in his pajamas looking at him calmly, with an elegant composure that reassured. The bright bedroom light spilled through the open door, illuminating the dark corridor. At this very moment, Chi Yen suddenly felt no fear anymore. He turned his head towards the stairs, only to find that the two shadows were already gone. Yingji tilted his head slightly and asked, "Why are you wandering about in the middle of the night without sleeping?" Chi Yen quickly picked up the little fox and concocted a reason, "Nothing. I just heard the fox calling, fearing it might be hungry or sick." After hearing Hu Xing's advice that ordinary people should avoid getting involved in such matters, he had been trying to keep Yingji out of it. So after witnessing those entities earlier, he dared not let him know. Yingji gave him a leisurely glance before speaking, "Don't hold it like that. This kind of animal isn't like ordinary pet cats or dogs, it may carry more bacteria or parasites. Moreover, according to propriety, we should not touch animals unnecessarily. Also, I've heard that foxes have intelligence. This is a young female fox, holding her is somewhat inappropriate." While the first part made sense, the latter was pure nonsense. Nonetheless, Chi Yen immediately obeyed and placed the little fox back onto the ground. As soon as Chi Yen put it down, Ashing faithfully ran downstairs as though returning to its den. Chi Yen inwardly sighed in relief. Although he had just witnessed those entities at the stairwell, he was still hesitant to go down now and return the fox to its place. Yingji had been silently observing him struggling to suppress his fear without uttering a word, so now he couldn't help but reveal a faint smile, gesturing for him to come. "What are you standing there for? Go back to sleep." Chi Yen followed him into the room, carefully locked the bedroom door before climbing into bed and turning off his bedside lamp. The room plunged back into darkness. After a long time, he cautiously sneaked closer toward the person sharing the bed with him, believing nobody would notice. In the dark, Yingji's lips curved upwards almost imperceptibly. Early the next morning, Chi Yen hid on the balcony and called Hu Xing to tell him about last night's incident. Hu Xing's voice sounded very exhausted on the other end. "It seems our defenses failed, there are new victims, and this time there are two of them. That thing must be getting desperate." Only then did Chi Yen realize Hu Xing had been busy with this matter for the past couple of days, attempting to track down the demonic presence each night but failing to find any trace. "By the way, Miss Hu, there's another thing. I noticed the little fox has been looking a bit depressed since yesterday. This morning, I fed it, but it barely ate anything. What could be wrong with it?" Chi Yen didn't have much experience raising small animals, let alone a fox, so he hurried to consult its owner about any issues. Hearing this, Hu Xing became very worried and asked for Yingji's address, saying she would come over immediately. Sure enough, more than an hour later, she arrived. Chi Yen lied to Yingji, telling him that the girl Yuan was pursuing had come to pick up the fostered little fox, then he went outside carrying Ashing. Hu Xing held the little creature gently in her arms and stroked its ears. The small fox gave out a soft, low cry as it leaned against her chest affectionately. After carefully examining Ashing back and forth, Hu Xing sighed in relief, thankfully, there's no serious harm, it's just that it suffered from an evil chi backlash. Evil chi backlash? Qi Yan was surprised. Wasn't this little fox supposed to ward off evil? How could it suffer from an evil chi backlash? Hu Xing nodded. Ashing is much more sensitive to these things compared to us humans, it can detect evil chi that even I cannot sense. Judging by its condition, it must have come into contact with something extremely saturated with evil energy during these past 2 days at your place. I didn't expect the thing responsible to carry such strong negative energy. These vengeful spirits of those who were killed by it have turned into entities radiating heavy malevolence, even affecting Ashing. But given this situation, I'll need to take Ashing back for recuperation. It can't stay here anymore, and you should be extra cautious, Hu Xing warned. Qi Yan inwardly thought it was no big deal, seeing how hard this little one had struggled under his care made him feel somewhat guilty, not to mention that truthfully, he felt this little fox wasn't as effective as his roommate. This realization prompted him to ask Hu Xing, Miss Hu, what's going on with my roommate? You say he's an ordinary person, yet every time he appears, those ghosts seem to vanish. Shaking her head, Hu Xing smiled faintly and replied, I don't know. Humans are complex beings, some people are blessed with good fortune, some are marked with heavy birth charts, and others naturally possess the ability to subdue all kinds of evil influences. These mysteries remain unclear. Studying human nature and heaven's will is called Tao. I've spent my life learning techniques for subduing demons and exorcising evils, which is called Fa. As for matters crossing between these disciplines, I'm equally uncertain. Chapter 43, Whose Favor? According to Hu Xing's statement, that thing would at least harm 9 people's lives, and there had already been 6 victims. Hu Xing also mentioned that it probably had its eyes on her already. At this point, Qi Yan could not help but feel worried. On this Saturday when they came out to play basketball, Qi Yan made an early arrangement with Yingji, telling her that he wouldn't return for dinner. He used a random excuse to invite a group of friends and acquaintances who played basketball regularly to have barbecue outside the west gate of the school after their game. Hu Xing and her junior disciple sat at another table, observing Qi Yan's group discreetly. Her junior disciple was Lao Yuan's classmate from middle school, who rushed over to lend a hand because he heard the matter in a city was not simple. However, Hu Xing instructed him not to act alone and to immediately notify her if anything strange happened, lest he try to help but end up becoming the evil entity's next victim. After the event, Qi Yan arranged for everyone else to go back, while he stayed behind to settle the bill. Then, he joined Hu Xing and asked, Sister Hu, how about it? Did you discover anything? While asking this question, his emotions were mixed. On one hand, he hoped that she would quickly find the human disguised demon to prevent more deaths, on the other hand, he feared that she might reveal that one of his own friends was the harmful supernatural creature. Hu Xing shook her head. Qi Yan felt somewhat disappointed but also breathed a sigh of relief. He suggested, Sister Hu, you can come to my class on Monday. That thing might be hiding among my classmates. By the time they finished the barbecue, it was 9 o'clock. Unwilling to let Qi Yan return alone, Hu Xing proposed to escort him back to Yingji's residence with her junior disciple, considering that Qi Yan might very well be the next target. Cherishing his life dearly, Qi Yan did not decline politely under such circumstances, so he got into Hu Xing's car without refusal. The 3 chatted idly in the car. Qi Yan, sitting alone in the back seat, thought of the little fox and asked, Sister Hu, how is Ashing doing? Has she gotten better? A lot better, Hu Xing replied. She's quite clever and knows to avoid dangerous confrontations. She instinctively kept away from any harmful presence, which is why she healed pretty quickly. Qi Yan recalled the night when the little fox followed him and hid upstairs together. Thinking about this, it all made sense. He casually added, Sister Hu, I see you taking good care of that little fox. I heard the other day that it might be sick, and you hurried over right away. Yeah, Hu Xing said while driving, her mother once saved my life. So, I believe looking after her is only proper. Her mother? That must be a fox too, Qi Yan thought curiously, even leaning slightly forward in excitement. Since Hu Xing noticed his interest, she decided to elaborate, it's tied to my own experiences. I grew up in a relatively backward village where parents favored sons over daughters. When I was 5 years old, my younger brother was 3, and he got bitten by a weasel. In folk legends, weasels are often considered quite mysterious creatures. In our region, if a child is bitten by a weasel, it is believed that the child has been taken by a higher being and cannot be saved. However, around that time, my master happened to pass through. He said he could save my younger brother's life, but if he did so, our family would owe him an apprentice to carry on his legacy, which meant my brother would have to leave home with him to study magic. Initially, my parents agreed, hoping to save my brother's life. But once my master actually managed to rescue him, they went back on their word, unwilling to lose their only son. Instead, they pushed me forward to follow my master. My master was a wandering elder in the art of magic, living quite humbly due to restrictions in societal thinking during that period. However, I didn't feel my life was much harder than before, in fact, it was freer, allowing me to see many things as I traveled with him. It wasn't until I was around 12 or 13 years old when I went up the mountain to gather wild vegetables and accidentally got bitten by a venomous snake. My body immediately stiffened, leaving me paralyzed on the ground. Though I was young, I sensed I might not survive like this, yet I had no means to fight it. At that moment, a black female fox appeared. I saw that her belly had serious wounds bleeding heavily. Despite her injuries, she slowly approached me, knelt down near my wound, bit into it to suck out the poisoned blood, then fed me her blood and saliva. I couldn't resist, but I realized she had no ill intentions. It seemed she was trying to save me, so I swallowed everything. Gradually, I felt my body recovering from the paralysis, but the fox was nowhere to be seen. A while later, it reappeared carrying a baby fox in its mouth, placing it on my shoulder and barking twice at me before losing its life. After burying it, I took the baby fox back to meet my master, recounting what had happened. My master said that the fox knew her time was near because of her injury, so she entrusted her cub to me by saving my life. The blood it fed me wasn't ordinary blood, it was her essence blood. Although this fox wasn't yet a demon, she already possessed some spiritual awareness and practice in sorcery. She chose me because I was young with pure energy, free from evil deeds, and as someone who practiced magical arts, I understood karma. Thus, she trusted me to take care of her child. Perhaps because I received the fox's essence blood, after that my magical studies progressed faster and faster, soon even surpassing my master. Originally, I didn't bear the surname Hu, but I thought since my parents gave me life but then abandoned me, our karmic bond was severed. The fox saved me, gave me its essence blood, hence I might as well change my surname to Hu. Afterward, I officially adopted the surname Hu and long ago forgot what my original surname was. She spoke lightly, but Qi Yan listened intently. He never imagined Hu Xing had such an experience and could narrate it so frankly as if it were a simple story, which made him admire and trust her even more. Lao Yuan's classmate from junior high, sitting in the passenger seat, had already heard his elder sister's tale. After listening again, he added, "That's right. My master and elder sister once lived a very hard life. Later, thanks to the country's rapid economic development and a booming real estate market, my master bluffed and tricked people into hiring him for feng shui consultations. That's how he eventually became famous and made money, stabilizing our lives and sending elder sister to school." "Don't exaggerate," Hu Xing scolded. "What do you mean, bluffed and tricked?" "I'm not wrong," Lao Yuan's junior high classmate said. "Master doesn't specialize in exorcism, he actually knows very little about fortune-telling or feng shui." Hu Xing remained silent, seemingly unable to refute it. Lao Yuan's junior high classmate quickly flattered, "But my elder sister is much more reliable than master. She's often invited to solve difficult cases that ordinary people can't handle." As they chatted like this, the distance felt shorter. Before they knew it, they arrived at Yingji's house. Qi Yan pulled out his phone and realized it was already 10:30. Hu Xing instructed, "After dark, don't go out. Stay inside this house as much as possible and lock the windows and doors. According to tradition, every house has a spirit guardian. Intruders who want to harm others within a house won't have it easy. If there's any abnormality, contact me immediately." Qi Yan nodded in agreement. Only when they saw him use the key to open the door, enter, and close it behind him did Hu Xing drive away. Because Qi Yan frequently stayed at home, not long after his first stay, Yi Yingji gave him a set of house keys. Initially, Qi Yan hesitated to accept them, but then thought that with such a large house, it would be more convenient for him to have his own set of keys rather than always trouble Yi Yingji to come up and down opening the door for him, especially on nights like tonight when he returned late and Yi Yingji waited up for him. When Qi Yan entered the house, he found that a floor lamp was on in the living room, and Yi Yingji sat elegantly on the sofa waiting for him. Upon seeing him, Yi Yingji closed the book he was reading, raised his head, and smiled faintly. "You're back. Why so late? How did you get home?" Qi Yan still dared not tell him these supernatural matters and vaguely replied, "We were just having a barbecue together. It usually goes on until quite late. Lao Yuan and the girl he's pursuing sent me back." The more he fabricated, the more he started to believe that Lao Yuan was indeed pursuing Hu Xing. At this point, he hurriedly added, "Yingji, I heard it's not safe recently. You shouldn't go out at night or return too late. Even if it's someone we know knocking at the door late at night, you should not open it easily." He thought that if the thing could disguise itself as human and blend in with their group, it might also be someone both he and Yi Yingji knew. It was entirely possible that it would exploit familiar identities to perpetrate crimes. Yi Yingji watched as Qi Yan continuously warned him, smiling faintly with his eyes slightly curved, responding, "Understood. I comprehend your concern, but you must also be cautious not to give anyone an opportunity." Saying this, he stood up, put down the book, and extended his hand to Qi Yan. "Let's go. It's not early anymore. Time to sleep." Qi Yan nodded and obediently followed him upstairs. The night was deep, and it was a cloudy day, the moon quietly hiding away. With dim moonlight casting shadows through the darkness, Yi Yingji gently opened his eyes and gazed at the person sound asleep beside him, rolling over to pull him closer into his embrace. He lightly nibbled on Qi Yan's ear, whispering softly, "Little devil, are you still worrying about your husband?" The sound carried a low chuckle, along with aiding quality that was both enchanting and bewitching. Unfortunately, no one was there to hear it. Qi Yan felt the teasing disturbance by his ear and lightly slapped Yi Yingji's jaw in response. Chapter 44, Gathering Evil Array. On Monday, Qi Yan took the subway back to school for classes. Because it was daytime and there were many people around, he wasn't very afraid. That thing usually attacked people after nightfall, typically after 10 o'clock in the evening. Hu Xing and Lao Yuan's junior high school classmate also came to their classroom as promised but didn't find any abnormalities or suspicious people. They bid farewell to Qi Yan and prepared to go elsewhere in the school to search for clues. In the classroom, Yang Qing still sat next to Qi Yan. After looking around, Yang Qing joked, "Hey, Qi Xiao, how come that little beauty who always attends our class but isn't really here for the lessons hasn't come these past 2 times?" Qi Yan had been constantly haunted by ghosts these past few days. Then he heard it was evil spirits causing trouble, so he had been too busy saving his own life to even think about Gu Sisi for a long time. It wasn't until Yang Qing asked him this question that he remembered Gu Sisi, and he just casually replied, she probably thought it was uninteresting and stopped coming. Yang Qing wasn't sure whether Qi Yan was pretending to be proper or genuinely oblivious to romantic vibes. After class, Qi Yan hurriedly packed up his things and rushed to the subway station. Yang Qing invited him to eat together, but Qi Yan decisively rejected the invitation. "Next time. My roommate cooked at home and is waiting for me to eat with them." Yang Qing, watching his hurried departure, thought that if anyone didn't know better, they'd think Qi Yan had a wife waiting at home for him. At noon, the number of people at the subway station was much less than in the morning. As Qi Yan left the station and was rushing toward Yingji's house with his hands in his pockets, he heard a familiar voice calling him, "Xiao Yan." "Qi Yan." Turning around, Qi Yan found his uncle and aunt. He quickly greeted them, "Uncle, aunt." This place was close to his uncle's house, so encountering them wasn't strange. The aunt chided him for not visiting when he was nearby. Qi Yan, remembering the lie he had told earlier, coughed and said, "A classmate from our group lives here. He brought important project materials home, and now the professor urgently needs those documents, so I came over to get them." He always felt that since meeting the ghost, aside from other things, he had started telling more lies, becoming adept at fabricating excuses. Seeing the time was lunchtime, his uncle and aunt insisted on inviting him over for a meal. Qi Yan declined, citing the urgency of retrieving the documents since Yingji had already prepared lunch for the 2 of them at home. But after the repeated enthusiastic invitations of his uncle and aunt, and since they met coincidentally on the street today, declining further became awkward. Ultimately, Qi Yan promised to definitely come over the next day for lunch. The next day, after leaving Yingji's house at noon, Qi Yan went to the supermarket to buy some pastries and tea before heading to his uncle's house. 4 years later, his uncle's home hadn't changed much. Qi Yan looked at the staircase leading upstairs, recalling the bedroom where he once slept in the Buddhist shrine. Memories of uncontrollable fear resurfaced. Even against his will, he recalled again the slightly cool kiss, caress, and embrace that had landed on his body, as well as the gasps emitted by that thing as it pressed itself onto him. Memories deliberately forgotten all along surged like an overwhelming tide, vivid as if from yesterday. Strangely, besides fear, there was a subtle sense of familiarity this time, as if he had become accustomed to those touches and that icy exhalation. It was almost like a memory from a previous life. Qi Yan was startled by his thoughts, unable to imagine what kind of life he would have lived if, in a past life, he had been constantly harassed by ghosts. He put down the gifts and greeted the 3 elders one by one. His younger cousin was now studying out of town, so only his uncle, aunt, and grandmother were home. Grandmother's eyesight had deteriorated in recent years, but her thinking was still clear. Supporting Qi Yan's arm, she scrutinized him for a long while before laughing and saying, "You've grown even more. Last time I saw you feels like yesterday, and now I hardly recognize you. Kids grow like grass in the wind." Qi Yan chuckled inwardly, thinking that he was already an adult and no longer a 3-year-old child, but merely smiled and agreed. The old lady wanted to bring him upstairs to accompany her to the Buddhist shrine. Qi Yan felt a tightening in his chest upon hearing the word Buddhist shrine. Thankfully, his aunt timely dissuaded her, "Mom, Xiao Yan rarely comes here. Just sit and chat with Xiao Yan properly, the food will be ready soon." Only then did the elderly lady give up the idea and pulled Qi Yan to sit in the living room. During the meal, the 4 of them conversed. Uncle Du Lin suddenly asked, "Xiao Yan, yesterday you said you were going to your classmate's house to pick up documents. Does your classmate also live here?" Qi Yan nodded, "Yes, he lives in the largest house at the very top of this area." Du Lin's hand, which was about to put some food on his plate, suddenly stopped. He looked at Qi Yan somewhat surprised and asked, "Is it the one with the dark red walls and white windows that looks very Western from the outside? The one that is nearly twice as big as our house?" Qi Yan thought for a moment and found everything matched, so he nodded again, "That's right." Du Lin put down his chopsticks, turned to Grandma and said, "That doesn't seem right. Mom, wasn't that the old leader's house from Dad's former unit? Their daughter went abroad long ago, didn't she? So the house should be empty." Qi Yan added, "My classmate mentioned it wasn't his own place but lent to him by the owner. He also said his family was overseas, so maybe they knew the original owner." Du Lin mumbled, "That makes even less sense. Who would lend such a house to a friend's child? Anyway, their family had a huge scandal back then. I think I had just started working not long before that incident, but I still remember how their daughter led her husband and a crowd of relatives to kneel in front of the house and bowed repeatedly before sealing the door shut." Cousin Hu nodded in agreement, "Yes, I remember that too. Back then, your uncle and I had just met, and it was my first time coming here. We never expected to see such a scene on our first visit, so it left a deep impression. I also remember after dinner, he suggested we take a walk around the neighborhood, and we climbed uphill for half an hour or so. There were many people gathered near the top. In our youth, we were curious, so we pushed to the front and saw their daughter leading everyone else kneeling and bowing to the house, repeating 9 times before getting up. At that moment, I secretly thought that, according to your uncle, both their daughters-in-law were highly educated and culturally sophisticated, yet they still believed in these superstitious practices. Uncle Du Lin replied, belief or disbelief in these things has nothing to do with education. Qi Yan thought inwardly that it was true. Among his teachers, there were those who cared about feng shui. For instance, the eastern gates of their university and the neighboring university were situated opposite each other on the same street. Outside their university's east gate stood a large square rock engraved with the school motto, while there was nothing at the neighboring university's gate. For a period of time, the neighboring school experienced frequent incidents making headlines in newspapers, whereas their school remained calm and peaceful. There was a rumor that the stone in front of their school's gate blocked the bad energy, resulting in fewer disturbances. However, after hearing the story of that house from his cousin and aunt, he still felt uneasy, given that he lived there every day. He tilted his head and asked cautiously, Uncle, Aunt, what exactly happened back then? Was it ghost-related? Uncle shook his head, no, I don't remember clearly, and most of what I know came from rumors later. It seemed like the situation was very complicated back then. In the end, the daughter and her family moved abroad directly. Up until this point, Grandma had been silent. Now she interjected, it was the son's own sins that brought this upon them. As people age, they tend to reminisce about past events more vividly than current ones. Not only did Grandma have clear memories of decades-old stories, but she also loved sharing them. This was one of those rare moments where she could recall the entire tale clearly despite it happening over 20 years ago. Apparently, the old man of that family worked at an organization related to Grandpa's workplace, so Grandma had heard a bit about their situation through her husband. The wife of the old man had already passed away due to illness, leaving behind a son and a daughter, both roughly the same age as Uncle Du Lin but slightly older. Both had already married, though the daughter lived separately with her husband, while the son and his wife resided together with the old man in the house at the top. In 1 year, the son's wife became pregnant, but he couldn't resist temptation and secretly took a mistress, who was from the same company and not a good person either. This mistress, posing as a colleague, had visited their house along with a few others. Out of jealousy towards the son's wife, she cunningly placed a red paper painted with the gathering evil array underneath the mattress where the wife usually slept. A few months later, the wife unexpectedly showed signs of going into labor since no one had predicted the timing. A midwife was hurriedly called to assist, but during delivery, something strange happened. Although there was a sensation of something being born from her belly and the stomach shrank afterward, no one could actually see the baby. The matter was truly bizarre, and upon learning of it, the wife was naturally shocked and frightened. The rest of the family also felt a deep sense of fear and repeatedly warned those who had come to help with the birth not to divulge what had happened. Later, the old man asked his daughter to invite an experienced master to come over. This master was reportedly one of the few who had survived a political storm many years ago. Being in his 70s, he was indeed capable and immediately found the paper inscribed with the evil gathering array that had been placed under the mattress. Following this clue, and after some investigation, coupled with the fact that the son could no longer bear the pressure from having caused such a terrible event to his family, the affair was exposed. His lover admitted that the evil gathering array was something she had inadvertently purchased from a blind street vendor practicing magic arts. She couldn't find that person anymore now. She argued that she had only acted out of jealousy and wasn't certain if the array would even work, placing it beneath the mattress without expecting it to cause such consequences. Since the incident was shocking and left undeniable traces, rumors began to spread. The old man, always concerned about his reputation, fell ill in anger when he learned of his son's misdeeds and had to be hospitalized. The wife was furious and deeply frightened as well, quickly divorcing her husband and moving back to her own home. And as if retribution for their actions, shortly after the divorce, while going out with his lover, the son died in a car accident. It was truly a case of family destruction and loss of life. Only the daughter remained, caring for her father in the hospital while occasionally coming to this house to clean up and manage things. She had to work, take care of her own small family, and frequently visit the hospital to attend to her father, so she could only return to this house every 10 or 15 days to tidy up and fetch some daily necessities for her father. Strangely, each time she came back, it felt like the house was occupied by someone. It seemed insignificant at first but eventually became obvious over time. The daughter then invited the master back to check the house. After looking around cautiously, the master didn't disturb the place but quietly pulled the daughter outside to explain the situation. It turned out that due to the influence of the evil gathering array, a normal fetus wouldn't survive, resulting in stillbirth. However, during her sister-in-law's delivery, a similar spirit-like entity had taken advantage of the moment to be reborn through her. Now, unable to leave, it stayed in the house. However, since nothing bad had happened on her several returns, it indicated the entity had no intention of harming anyone. Moreover, considering the people living in this house had already done enough harm to invite such a presence, forcefully removing it wouldn't be easy. The master himself did not dare touch it and could not think of anyone alive today who could handle it. Instead, he suggested holding a ceremony to respectfully let the house be borrowed by the spirit and seal off the house so that others wouldn't enter. Once it finished whatever it intended to do, it would naturally leave on its own. The daughter followed the advice and sealed the house. The old man, already elderly, fell critically ill after this event and soon passed away. Not long after settling her father's affairs, the daughter moved abroad with her husband, and they hadn't returned for many years, so theoretically, the house should have remained sealed. Qi Yan listened with unease, but since he and Yingji had lived in that house for such a long time without sensing any sign of a third person, he wondered if the entity had already completed its purpose and left, as suggested by the master his aunt mentioned. He recalled how Yingji had confidently consoled him, saying, "There's absolutely no such thing as ghosts in this world," realizing that even if the original owner of the house had told him these stories, he might not have believed them either, so borrowing residence in the house wouldn't seem odd. After hearing the story, Cousin Hu and Cousin Du also advised, "Xiao Yan, tell your classmate about this. We aren't superstitious, but peace of mind is important. Since the house has been lent to the ghost, it would be better to move out. He doesn't believe in such things." Qi Yan shook his head and smiled curiously, asking, "Uncle, Aunt, have you ever encountered any such paranormal events at home?" Cousin Hu waved his hand dismissively, "Ahem, our family behaves uprightly and does not meddle with strange matters, so we won't attract such entities." Qi Yan nodded, hurriedly praising his uncle and aunt, thinking that it seemed the strange encounter he had during that summer night was indeed targeted at him alone. Chapter 45, The Seventh Person. Qi Yan didn't dare to stay too long at his uncle's house and left on the pretext of having something else to do at school. After leaving, he naturally didn't go back to school but instead returned to Yingji's home, opening the door with his own key. No one was in the living room, but a strong aroma of milk wafted out from the kitchen. Qi Yan changed his shoes, took off his coat, and headed towards the kitchen, where he indeed saw Yingji wearing a white long-sleeved plush sweater leaning against the cupboard, scrolling through his phone. The golden sunlight shone onto the white kitchen counter beside him, while the oven beneath hummed "da-da" as it ran, releasing a sweet and rich milky scent. Yingji put down his phone when he heard Qi Yan's footsteps and looked up, saying, "We said last time we'd make a cake, so today I have some free time to try it. It doesn't need to be this much trouble, we could just buy it from a cake shop or order cake delivery." In Qi Yan's imagination, making a cake would be far more complicated than cooking. Not troublesome. It's safer and cleaner to make it at home than buying outside. I use better milk than they do. Yingji glanced at Qi Yan again, "Go upstairs and change your clothes first, the cake will be ready soon." After Qi Yan had changed into his clothes, the cake was indeed already baked. It was an ordinary cheesecake, but the flavor was lighter than those bought outside, not overly sweet and even more delicate. Usually, it should have been refrigerated for a while, but Yingji couldn't help cutting a slice when he saw Qi Yan and put it on a plate for him to taste. The rest were then placed in the fridge to chill. Qi Yan mimicked his action and cut a small piece to feed into Yingji's mouth, then remembered the serious matter and recounted the story about the house that he had heard from his great-aunt to Yingji. Yingji clearly wasn't fazed. How many years has it been? And these kinds of rumors are generally exaggerated, passed down from era to era. He clearly treated it like a joke and showed no concern at all. His eyes slightly bent upwards as he gazed at Qi Yan. "Do you really believe it? Little fool." The latter three words were affectionately tucked under his tongue. But before Qi Yan could argue, Yingji fed him a piece of cake, saying, "Besides, I've lived here for such a long time and haven't noticed any problems. During your stay, did you find anyone else living in this house?" Qi Yan had anticipated this result, and since he merely heard it from his great-aunt without solid evidence, naturally he couldn't win the argument against Yingji, so he let it go. At this moment, his phone which was on the nearby table suddenly rang. Qi Yan walked over to pick it up. The incoming call was from Gu Sisi, whom he hadn't thought of for a long time. The cheerful voice of the girl came from the other end of the phone. "Big brother Qi Yan, it's Singles Day today. I invited a few friends for dinner tonight, would you like to join us?" "No, it's not necessary. You guys have fun." Gu Sisi's friends were mostly unfamiliar to him, and going along wouldn't have been interesting anyway. Moreover, it was a turbulent time now, how could he dare to go out late or skip overnight? Is big brother Qi Yan already accompanied by someone, so he doesn't need to celebrate Singles Day? The girl on the other side asked jokingly. Qi Yan subconsciously looked at Yingji. "Not really, it's just with my roommate. Anyway, you all have fun, I won't come." Since the phone volume wasn't low, Yingji standing next to him could hear their conversation clearly. After seeing him hang up the phone, Yingji slightly frowned and asked, "Again, it's that Gu Sisi. Try to minimize contact with her." Qi Yan didn't understand why Yingji disliked Gu Sisi so much. While he wasn't overly warm with others, he was particularly cold toward Gu Sisi. However, inexplicably, Qi Yan now only wanted to follow the other person's wishes, thus simply replied, "She invited me to eat together tonight, but I didn't agree." Only after this did Yingji's expression soften. "What shall we have for dinner tonight?" Afterward, things went smoothly until 3 days later when Qi Yan's mentor returned earlier than expected. Telling lies surely brought retribution. This time his mentor gave him an urgent task, assigned to be jointly handled by him and 2 senior brothers. A preliminary estimate suggested it would take at least 3 days to complete. Thus, Qi Yan could only return to school and could no longer laze around in Yingji's home. After learning this news, Qi Yan felt somewhat fearful. According to Hu Xing's statements, there would be at least 3 more victims. But neither Hu Xing nor the police had any clues about the murderer. The sole common characteristic of the victims was that they all lived near their school, and they were all easily accessible common people, though if it was a demon causing death, then it certainly acted wantonly regardless of rules and conventions. And based on past experiences, the ghosts of resentment formed from the victims seemed to become stronger and increasingly targeted towards himself. He feared he would be killed by these ghostly spirits before finding that demonic force. Qi Yan could only cautiously ask Yingji, my mentor assigned me a task, so these days I will have to go back to school. Do you want to come back with me? Yingji did not answer directly but instead asked him in return, do you want me to come back? Qi Yan still dared not tell him about the supernatural things, so he just casually said, yes, it's lonely to be alone, it's better to have someone around. Yingji had originally propped his chin on one hand and looked up at Qi Yan standing before him. Upon hearing this, he put down his hand, straightened his body, and said, all right, I'll go back with you. However, after returning, they naturally no longer had an excuse to squeeze into the same single bed and each slept separately. But being in the same room where they could see each other with just a glance, Qi Yan didn't feel too scared. Who would have thought that on the 3rd night after moving back, while Qi Yan was sleeping soundly, he suddenly heard someone as if whispering his name right by his ear, Qi Yan, Qi Yan, Qi Yan. Half asleep, Qi Yan hummed in response, then immediately felt a tightening in his heart, remembering something he once heard somewhere, when hearing an unknown source call your name, do not respond lightly. He was startled awake all at once, eyes wide open, only to see a person sitting at the head of his bed, smiling at him. Black long hair hung from either side of her face, her long, pale fingers pressed firmly on his shoulders, bringing a chilling deathly aura, coldness, and a faint stench. She grinned openly toward Qi Yan, her features ghostly pale and strange, with hollow black eye sockets like those of a skeleton. She had no eyes. Yet, even under extreme fear, Qi Yan discerned some familiarity in this face. Though they rarely met, the person, or rather, the person when she was alive, was indeed someone he knew. Qi Yan moved his lips, but his mouth felt stuffed with cotton, he couldn't produce any sound. Struggling hard, he managed to croak out 2 gasped words, Jianing. Chapter 46, Intersection. That thing, however, was not moved by the name. Its 2 grayish-white claws were digging deeper into Qi Yan's shoulders, its hollow eyes staring straight at him. It was no longer human, just a senseless, emotionless vengeful ghost, completely different from the quiet and shy girl Qi Yan had once known. Qi Yan felt as if those 2 eyes were getting closer and closer to him. The grating voice was like broken radio waves from an old station, carrying some hissing noise as it rang in his ears. The one who should be dead, why isn't it you? The one most deserving of death, is you. A chill arose from within him. He finally understood what the muffled venomous hisses he'd heard before actually meant, they were asking him why the one who died wasn't him. Qi Yan struggled to turn his head toward the direction of Yingji's bed, looking at him with great effort, as if clinging to the last straw. Yingji, look at me, give me a glance, even one glance, please. His throat spastically convulsed, despite his best efforts, all he could choke out was the word Yi. Qi Yan could clearly feel the pain tightening around his shoulders, all his strength seemed to have been drained away by the approach of that cold, foul-smelling thing. He felt as though his body was also becoming colder, almost fusing with that entity. Yingji. Why don't you look at me? He tried hard to stay awake, but wave after wave of weakness pressed on him like a heavy iron plate, making his eyes unable to open. There was a snap, and suddenly everything became bright before his eyes, and the weight on his body lifted. Qi Yan opened his eyes and saw that the dormitory light had been turned on, filling the room with brightness. Yingji stood before his bed, lightly holding his hand and calling his name, Qi Yan, Qi Yan. What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Qi Yan blankly stared at him with wide eyes, as if confirming the existence of this person. He turned his head to look at the top of the bed, the vengeful ghost resembling Jianing had disappeared. In the midst of such intense tension and despair, he hadn't noticed when Yingji had appeared before him. He slowly pulled his other hand from under the blanket and placed it over the one Yingji held, clutching tightly until he gradually relaxed upon feeling familiar bone structures under his touch, seemingly returning to reality. Subconsciously, he took that hand and rubbed it against his cheek for a while. Though such an act might seem childish, it made him feel safe. Yingji's hand curled slightly, then relaxed again quickly, allowing him to continue rubbing his face against it. It took quite some time for Qi Yan to finally recover, though he still blinked dully, softly calling again, Yingji. Yingji simply climbed onto the bed and lay down beside him. It's me. Ian, what's wrong? He extended his hand and tapped at the corner of Qi Yan's eye. You look, as if you've been wronged. Wronged? Qi Yan didn't know how he looked right now, but he naturally leaned over and nestled close to his familiar scent, lying there with his eyes closed, gradually releasing the accumulated negative emotions from earlier. After a long while, he belatedly remembered something important. Yingji, do you remember Jianing? She may have become a victim. Though if Jianing really had met her end, it would probably be too late to save her by now. Seeing Yi Yingji looking at him with some confusion, Qi Yan fabricated, I just had a nightmare, I dreamed that she was murdered, and someone gouged out her eyes. Yi Yingji handed him his phone, I don't remember that name. If you're truly worried, you can call one of her classmates. She's a classmate of Gu Cece, often hanging out with her. She even visited our dorm before, she seemed pretty quiet. Qi Yan reminded Yi Yingji. Actually, he himself wasn't very familiar with Jianing either, having only met her through Gu Cece, with less than 5 sentences exchanged between them. He never thought they'd meet again under such circumstances. He glanced at the time, 3:34 a.m., not a good time to make a call, but with lives at stake, etiquette mattered little. When he opened his contact list and found the 3 characters, Gu Cece, he hesitated. He himself was the target of that supernatural creature, now Jianing was also a victim, and the only overlap between them was Gu Cece. So, could Gu Cece also be a target? Was she safe right now? And if she were the murderer? The latter thought suddenly popped into his mind, sending a chill down his spine. Yet it grew wildly like weeds. What if the person he wanted to contact now was not human at all? Even worse, he could not refute this idea with any substantial evidence. He and Gu Cece had originally met online and were not very familiar in real life. He knew nothing about her background, origin, or family. Sitting motionless on the bed, Yi Yingji just sat beside him, flipping through his own phone. After seeing a message, he slowly spoke up, Ian. There's news I just got. A woman's body without eyes was found in a small alley outside the East Gate. She has been preliminarily identified as a first-year graduate student in the Foreign Languages department of our school. The dumping site isn't where the crime happened, but other details are still being investigated. He didn't elaborate further, but Qi Yan already understood what he meant. His finger finally pressed down on the name, Gu Cece. The dial tone rang, beep. Beep. Qi Yan turned his head to look at Yi Yingji and whispered softly, I'll ask her. After a while, the call was answered, and Gu Cece's voice seemed surprised, Big Brother Qi. Why are you calling so late? Is there something? No, Qi Yan tried to maintain a calm tone, I'm awake anyway. I saw the news earlier that said a girl from the Foreign Languages department had an accident. I just want to know if you're okay. Ah. I'm fine, thank you, Big Brother Qi. It was difficult to discern Gu Cece's tone over the phone, her voice slightly lowered, but Jianing was the one involved. It really was Jianing. And for now, Gu Cece seemed unharmed. Qi Yan closed his eyes briefly, offering her comfort after a long conversation before hanging up. He had learned the information he needed. Yi Yingji leaned close with a crooked smile watching him, you're quite good at soothing people, no wonder you have so much bad karma with romantic entanglements. Not that much romance, Qi glanced at him, then lowered his head, I tricked her. Subsequently, he climbed off the bed from over Yi Yingji, grabbed his phone, and went to the balcony, calling Hu Xing in a deliberately low voice, Sis Hu, another incident just happened, did you hear? Yeah, the victim is someone I know. I remember there's another person who might be useful for you to meet. I feel she should be important. Gu Cece, she was the only person during this period who had connections with both victims and himself. After hanging up, Qi Yan looked out at the darkening sky, then opened the balcony door and returned inside. Yi Yingji was still lying by the outer edge of Qi Yan's bed, not returning to his own. Qi Yan silently climbed onto the bed, crawled over him, and quietly lay down inside. Yi Yingji clicked his tongue and shook open the blanket to wrap him up. How did you get so cold? Why don't you put on more clothes when you go out? Qi Yan closed his eyes, softly calling his name, Yingji. Good night. Fortunately, there was such a person by his side. Fortunately, he met Yi Yingji. When the next day dawned, Qi Yan woke up and immediately called Gu Cece to meet for lunch, informing Hu Xing at the same time via a message. Yi Yingji lay beside him, listening to Qi Yan's whole phone conversation. Yeah, just after that kind of incident happened, I also wanted to invite you out to relax a bit so you won't keep it bottled inside your heart. And haven't we already planned to eat together for so long, but never managed to make it? Alright then, see you today at noon at Shizue restaurant outside the East Gate. Once he hung up, Yi Yingji said in a soft voice, you sound pretty considerate of her. Haven't I told you to avoid too much contact with her? Qi Yan said seriously, I really have an important reason to see her. He turned his head to look at Yi Yingji, whispering a plea, Yingji, please do me a favor. I've arranged to meet her at 12 o'clock. We'll probably finish eating around 1. If I send you this emoji during that time, please call me pretending there's something urgent. Why don't you let her finish the meal with you since you made the appointment? Yi Yingji chuckled, looking at him, why run away halfway? Because if there's something wrong with her, I'm afraid I won't have the courage to endure finishing the meal with her. Not telling you. He picked up Yi Yingji's arm and gently swung it twice, just as he sometimes did to wake the person up in the morning. Old Yi, please. Can you help me this time? As a reward, I'll grant you one wish. Though he felt Yi Yingji always appeared disinterested and indifferent. Alright then. Yi Yingji accepted quickly without hesitation. Anyway, there was no loss in this deal, and now it was turning into a big profit. The booths at the Shizue restaurant were separated by bamboo and wood decorations, making it convenient for Hu Xing to observe Gu Sisi discreetly without being easily noticed in return. Qi Yan, Hu Xing, and Xiaowen, the junior high school classmate of Old Yuan, arrived early and selected seats that facilitated both observation and concealment. From Qi Yan's vantage point, he could see the backs of Hu Xing and Xiaowen if he looked deliberately. Qi Yan sat with his back to the entrance of the restaurant. Upon receiving a message that Gu Sisi was almost there, he turned slightly to glance at the door while subtly observing Hu Xing's facial expressions. Today, Gu Sisi wore a pink overcoat, appearing youthful and vibrant. She also had light makeup on, clearly having made an effort to meet Qi Yan. However, as she came closer, Hu Xing's expression grew increasingly solemn. Qi Yan's heart tightened, instinctively gripping his phone tighter. Gu Sisi pulled out a chair and sat down in front of Qi Yan, smiling faintly and asking, "Big brother Qi, did you wait long?" Qi Yan quickly shook his head and handed her the menu to order dishes, finding that his smile had completely frozen. Without hesitation, Gu Sisi quickly ordered, and Qi Yan glanced at the choices. Surprisingly, they were all dishes he liked. Gu Sisi continued looking at him tenderly, saying, "I remember you once said you liked these dishes, didn't I get it wrong?" He probably mentioned this in a game with Yan Baby, but he never imagined Gu Sisi would remember it until now. It was no surprise that Yang Qing judged after just 2 meetings that Gu Sisi had feelings for Qi Yan. This girl never disguised her admiration and affection for Qi Yan, and even unconsciously showed indulgence and favoritism when facing him. Her feelings seemed genuine and heartfelt. Qi Yan's inner confusion and bewilderment only increased. He hadn't known Gu Sisi long in real life. Why did she like him so much? He didn't think he possessed such enchanting charm. Was it just because of their interactions in the game? Was Gu Sisi related to that entity? Could it be his misunderstanding? If she was an evil spirit, could she truly feel affection, or was it merely an illusion or a method to ensnare people's hearts? Moreover, regardless of what kind of creature she might be, would it really harm someone it genuinely loved? His thoughts wavered between doubt and uncertainty. Even when the dishes were served, he barely noticed, not eating until Gu Sisi prompted him, saying, "Big brother Qi, please eat." Only then did he symbolically take a couple of bites. At this moment, his phone vibrated twice. It was a message from Hu Xing. It contained only 4 words. "Stay away from her." Its meaning was crystal clear. Qi Yan's hands became sweaty with tension, and he didn't dare look toward Hu Xing. He quickly closed Hu Xing's message and opened up Yingji's chat window, accessing the emoji section. Meanwhile, Gu Sisi complained softly, "Big brother Qi, what are you always looking at," as if dissatisfied with being neglected. Qi Yan's hand trembled, and he accidentally sent an emoji to Yingji before hastily putting away his phone and looking up at Gu Sisi. "Nothing, there seems to be an issue with the project in my group." "Oh," Gu Sisi responded, smiling and placing a shrimp ball onto Qi Yan's bowl. "Big brother Qi, try this, their shrimp balls are pretty good." "Okay," Qi Yan awkwardly smiled, picking up his chopsticks but hesitating to reach out. He trusted Hu Xing's judgment. But if Hu Xing was correct, could the wife he interacted with in a game for 2 years have never been human at all? Did Gu Sisi appear here because of him and subsequently commit those atrocities? Was this why the vengeful ghosts who found him later were so resentful, accusing him of, "Why didn't you die instead?" Slowly, Qi Yan picked up the shrimp ball to his mouth, anxiously awaiting Yingji's call. As he was about to force himself to eat the shrimp ball to avoid suspicion, he heard a familiar voice calling out nearby, "Qi Yan, you're really here. I've been looking for you for a long time." Chapter 47, Recognition. Yingji had already walked to their table, not even glancing at Gu Sisi, and directly said to Qi Yan, "Yan, your senior said there's a mistake in your project, your mentor is very angry. Your senior told you to go back as soon as possible. He couldn't reach you on the phone, so he called my mobile instead. I was eating nearby when I got the call, and I remembered that you were here, so I came straight to find you." It was reasonable and convincing. Qi Yan remembered his mentor's angry face and naturally appeared tense and anxious without any need for acting. He stood up smoothly and looked at Gu Sisi. "I'm sorry, it's really inconvenient. I didn't expect this kind of thing." Gu Sisi still maintained her empathetic demeanor, replying softly, "No problem, Qi Yan, if you have something to attend to, go ahead. I'll head back on my own later." Qi Yan smiled at her, finished settling the bill, and left the restaurant with Yingji together. And until this moment, his hands remained cold. Walking away like this was extremely impolite. If Gu Sisi were just a regular friend or an ordinary girl, he would never have done this. But now, all he could think of was that he wished he could run faster. As they strolled along the road towards the school, Qi Yan suddenly remembered what Yingji had said earlier and nervously tugged at his sleeve, asking, "Yingji, did our project really have a problem, and my mentor is upset calling me back?" Yingji smiled and looked at him. "Didn't you ask me to come up with an excuse to bring you out? And now you're asking if it's true?" Qi Yan sighed in relief, thinking thankfully, Yingji's performance earlier was too realistic that he almost believed it. "Then why did you come personally? A call would have been enough. I happen to be around here anyway, and aren't we supposed to smile when agreed? You sent me that emoticon but didn't reply when I asked about it, so I came over directly." Qi Yan took out his phone and opened the chat history between him and Yingji. On the screen was a gif of a little figure rolling continuously, accompanied by black text saying, "Baby, save me quickly, save me and I'll give you kisses." Below was a kiss sent by Yingji. Chi Yan. This must be because I was too nervous then and pressed the wrong key. At the same time, Chi Yan received a message from Hu Xing, which roughly stated that Gu Cece exuded an intense amount of evil energy, along with a blood curse aura. She was likely the murderer 9 times out of 10. For now, she couldn't be easily subdued, but Hu Xing would follow her closely these days while searching with Master and Juniors for relevant records to find ways to completely subdue Gu Cece. Meanwhile, Chi Yan was reminded to be careful in the coming period, avoid going out alone, and not let Gu Cece know that her secret has been uncovered to avoid alarming her, causing her to act prematurely. Recalling past events, Chi Yan found everything unsettling now, her appearances at the dorm entrance, running over to speak to him, every gaze and smile. Whenever he thought about it, he felt a chill run down his spine. Before, he never associated Gu Cece with anything malevolent. Yet coincidentally, after Jian Ying's transformed vengeful spirit sought revenge on him, this connection was revealed. Little by little, Gu Cece had shown her true colors, recklessly harming those closest to her in her daily life. Thinking about this, Chi Yan recalled another matter. After entering the dorm and closing the door, he asked Yingji, "Why don't you like Gu Cece and why didn't you want me to get close to her?" Reflecting on this now, he realized that he hadn't noticed any oddities before, yet Yingji showed a clear aversion toward Gu Cece from the start. Even the vengeful spirits, or possibly Gu Cece herself, seemed to avoid Yingji. Did he know something? Was old Yi actually a concealed master? Or not too concealed, but rather someone who knows some techniques for warding off evil spirits? Yingji was taking off his coat. Hearing this question, his hand paused momentarily, but he still hung his coat into the wardrobe unhurriedly. Then, he sat on the chair before his desk and slowly rolled up his shirt sleeves, revealing pale but strong forearms. Yingji. Chi Yan called his name again. Yingji responded faintly from his nose, opening his laptop computer and deftly typing on the keyboard, "Just wait." Chi Yan had no choice but to change his clothes while waiting, unable to figure out what exactly he was up to. After a moment, Yingji stood up from the chair, moved aside to the wardrobe, but pushed the notebook forward. In a light tone, he called out, "Chi Yan, come over." Hearing this, Chi Yan approached and looked at the laptop screen under Yingji's indication. Before his eyes was a familiar scene and familiar characters, a woman in a purple gossamer dress standing by the lotus pond. Behind her was a residence filled with the charm of Jiangnan, blue tiles, white walls, delicate and adorable. On top of the woman's head hovered the words, "Yen Baby," and this very scene was where Yi Sanqian and Yen Baby had their home in the game Immortal Edges. Despite more than a year having passed since he last logged into the game, the familiar landscapes and people still stirred feelings of nostalgia and warmth within him. He cherished the days spent with those Yen Babies, which might be why he had never doubted Gu Cece. The girl he remembered was somewhat mischievous and liked teasing him, but she wouldn't do anything like this. Chi Yan stood there for a moment, too stunned to react immediately. How did Yingji end up with the alias Yen Baby? Could it be that Gu Cece wasn't the real Yen Baby? The precious wife he had once treasured was not an evil spirit who took lives but an actual person. Leaning against the wardrobe, Yingji looked down calmly. "I don't like Gu Cece because I am Yen Baby. No one would have any good feeling toward a fraud pretending to be them. And considering she deliberately impersonated Yen Baby to get close to you, it's most likely that her intentions were dubious, so naturally I had to warn you against her." Without hesitation or doubt, Chi Yan accepted Yingji's words, only widening his eyes as he stared at him. "Then why haven't you ever told me? You knew all along that she was an imposter." "And how would I tell you, explain it to you?" asked Yingji as he slowly walked towards Chi Yan. Chi Yan instinctively stepped back until his back met the closet behind him. As Yingji leaned forward over him, he placed a hand on the cabinet door behind, lowering his head while speaking softly, "And besides, how could I possibly tell you that your spouse in the game, whom you should call husband, is actually me?" Their faces were extremely close, almost touching tip to tip. Chi Yan could clearly feel Yingji's warm breath grazing his face. Feeling a bit uneasy, Chi Yan slightly turned his head. "So why are you willing to admit it now?" "Because you no longer trust her, I can feel it." Yingji used his left hand to take Chi Yan's right hand and place it over Chi Yan's own heart. He then lightly nudged his nose against Chi Yan's before letting his lips accidentally brush past his, soft as feathers falling, just touching and immediately separating. "Your heart has already tilted toward me." Pressing against his chest, Chi Yan only felt as though his heart was pounding wildly like a drumbeat. Attempting to break free from this inexplicable, spell-like ambiguous state, he chose perhaps the most inappropriate statement. "Old Yuan once said that Yen Baby in the game looks a little like me." But he heard Yingji whisper softly near his ear, "Is that so?" "That's because I created her based on the appearance of my dream lover in my dreams." Chapter 48, Human Form. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Chi Yan turned around and exchanged a glance with Yingji, slipping out of his embrace. "I'll go open the door." She didn't care that her flushed face hadn't faded yet, nor had her heartbeat returned to normal. She hurriedly rushed to the door, unlocked it, and opened it wide. Outside stood Gu Cece. Upon seeing Chi Yan, she smiled, raising the delicate little box in her hand. Brother Qi Yan, thank you for taking me out to eat earlier. On my way back, I just happened to see your favorite cake, so I bought a piece for you. Qi Yan's hands and feet froze, he didn't know how to react. Suddenly, a hand stretched out from behind Qi Yan, and Yingji appeared tightly beside him as he accepted the cake. Thank you. Brother Yan is just about to change clothes to meet his mentor, so he can't keep you company. But if you'd like, you can come in and sit for a bit, I could offer you some tea and we could chat for a while. These words were quite rude, causing Qi Yan's heart to suddenly rise. Yingji didn't know, but Qi Yan understood very well. The person standing before them wasn't human. What if she gets offended by Yingji? Would it bring harm to him? Unexpectedly, Gu Sisi merely reined in her smile, glanced at Qi Yan one more time, nodded, and said, since Brother Qi Yan has matters to attend to, I won't disturb you anymore. I'll see you another day. Qi Yan watched her swiftly retreating figure, myriad images flashing through his mind, Gu Sisi coming to find him, only to quickly leave once hearing Yingji was present too. When he invited her to eat together, she would decline with excuses upon knowing Yingji was also attending. Without thinking, Qi Yan looked at the silhouette of Yingji. Yingji was just throwing the cake Gu Sisi gave them into the trash bin. He'd guessed correctly, regardless of the reasons, Gu Sisi indeed was avoiding Yingji. The best choice for now, before Hu Xing deals with Gu Sisi, would be to stay close to Yingji. Qi Yan walked onto the balcony to make a call to Hu Xing. First, he asked the question that puzzled him, Sister Hu, you said Gu Sisi isn't human. Then, how did she acquire her identity? How could she get officially admitted to school like this? After hearing the question, Hu Xing couldn't help but chuckle lightly. If she can disguise herself as a human and infiltrate human society, naturally, she must have countless ways to obtain an identity for herself. Silently impersonating someone, or tampering with system records. These are not difficult feats for such an evil entity. Realizing from the other party's laughter that his question might seem naive, Qi Yan couldn't help but feel somewhat embarrassed. He touched his nose tip and went on to explain how exactly he met Gu Sisi, how she pretended to be Yan Baby. And today, he unexpectedly discovered that Yingji was the true Yan Baby. Although these incidents seemed insignificant, they were full of doubts that might provide clues to Hu Xing. Hu Xing said on the other end of the phone, wait, Qi Yan, are you saying that this thing knows all the secrets between you and your roommate in the game, and even resembles your roommate's game character? Yes, Qi Yan replied. Since he already knew Gu Sisi wasn't human, he no longer found it strange that she could easily know all this information and transform into something nearly resembling Yan Baby. After all, both himself and Yingji were mere ordinary people. How could they possibly prevent themselves from being deceived by such supernatural beings? There was a long pause from Hu Xing's side before she slowly spoke, Little Qi, isn't it possible that your thought process is fundamentally mistaken? It's not that, she set her eyes on you and hence specifically impersonated Yan Baby, who you're familiar with but haven't met in real life, to approach you. Instead, since she is originally Yan Baby, her goal from the beginning was clear, to focus directly on her husband, which is you. What are you talking about, Sister Hu? It's evident that Yan Baby is Yingji. He wouldn't lie to me, much less lie to me about this matter. I'm not saying Yingji isn't Yan Baby. I'm saying Gu Sisi might very well be Yan Baby, the game character created by your roommate. Qi Yan was instantly dumbfounded. Chinese ancient fantasy has always been a timeless theme in domestic online games, and the game, Hua Xian Yuan, is no different. Its background is based on ancient folklore, a story of a scholar who painted a beautiful woman's portrait. Day after day, he became obsessed looking at the beauty in the painting until one day the woman actually stepped out of the painting, transforming into a human, marrying him, and bearing his children. Now that he thought about it, this was nothing more than an ancient scholar's wishful thinking and a desire for a perfect beauty without having to do anything but painting. It was like daydreaming to believe that drawing a portrait could bring one such contentment. However, similar stories existed throughout history and around the world. For example, in Western legends, there was Pygmalion, the king of Cyprus, who fell in love with the statue he sculpted. However, Hu Xing said that divine statues, sculptures, portraits, dolls, and even photographs, after the invention of photography technology, could all possibly generate evil spirits. Humans are the spirits of all things, therefore, beings in human form could potentially gain sentience. When exposed to blood or fierce evil qi, they might turn into malevolent entities. Undoubtedly, 3D game characters were even more vivid, they had names, expressions, bodies, and under their owner's control, lived in their own worlds. When your game character smiled at you, how could you be sure whether it was controlled by data or truly wanted to smile at you? Could such a thing really come to life one day? Wasn't that possible? All this makes sense then. Although she has absorbed foul qi and transformed into an evil entity, she lacks a physical form in reality. She can only temporarily condense herself using foul qi and must create a host body before her qi dissipates. No wonder she is so anxious, Hu Xing continued on the other end of the phone. But it's strange. What did your roommate do to allow this thing to acquire such powerful foul qi, enough to directly transform into an evil spirit? Although game characters were more lifelike than portraits or sculptures, they couldn't interact directly with the external world. Logically, they should have fewer chances of being tainted by evil influences. Qi Yan thought silently. Yi Yingji didn't enjoy socializing or traveling. Most of the time, he was either at school or at home. How could he have encountered a place heavy with evil qi? Just as he thought about this, he paused. At home. Auntie once mentioned that Yi Yingji's house had issues in the past. An array to gather evil spirits was set up, and a very powerful evil spirit once resided there. If what Auntie said was true, although Yi Yingji claimed they never felt a third presence while living there, the place itself was heavily tainted with evil qi. Even if the original entity had left, it would still leave behind evil qi undetectable by ordinary people. Qi Yan informed Hu Xing about this old matter. Hu Xing murmured, "This explains it." After giving Qi Yan a few more instructions, she ended the call. Qi Yan returned to the room and said to Yi Yingji, "Yingji, I want to ask you for a favor. Can you delete the Yen baby account? I'll compensate you with my Yi Sanqian account." Both had invested a lot of time and money in the game, and the Yen baby account could now be worth quite a bit. But since many things between them were equally shared, and both characters had comparable strength levels, giving Yi Sanqian's account to Yi Yingji seemed fitting. "Sure, I'll give you the password. My phone is over there. You can go ahead and delete it yourself," Yi Yingji agreed without hesitation or questioning. After some thought, he added, "But this way, you're still missing a spouse for Yi Sanqian." Qi Yan assumed his last statement was a joke, thanked him, and quickly sat down at Yi Yingji's seat to delete the character. Hu Xing's guess may not be entirely correct, and deleting the Yen baby account might not necessarily affect Gu Sisi. However, there was a slight possibility that doing so could weaken Gu Sisi's power. Moreover, this account's existence would constantly remind him of Gu Sisi, making him feel uncomfortable. Qi Yan submitted the application to delete the character. After a 15-day protection period, the character would be deleted. After 30 days, it would be permanently unrecoverable. He exhaled deeply, stood up, and turned back to find Yi Yingji packing his things. "Yingji, what are you doing?" "Packing, I'm going home tonight." Yi Yingji stopped packing and replied naturally. Even though Yi Yingji's home was rumored to carry strong evil qi, staying close to him was more important at this crucial moment. Qi Yan quickly moved to his desk to pack the items he needed. Yi Yingji straightened up and looked at him. "What are you doing?" Qi Yan turned around and answered nonchalantly, "Packing to go home with you." "Don't bother. I didn't plan to take you today." "What?" Qi Yan stared at him, disbelieving. What did Yi Yingji just say? He wasn't taking him along today. He still had plenty of clothes and books at his place, stored in his wardrobe and bedside table. Yi Yingji smiled and took 2 steps closer to him, looking down and softly saying, "Yan, do you understand this way? Everyone has needs. With you around, I can't properly deal with them." Although Yi Yingji did not explicitly say it, Qi Yan immediately understood what he meant. His face instantly turned bright red, burning hot. He instinctively felt that he was unknowingly causing trouble for Yi Yingji. His constant presence must have annoyed him, perhaps long ago, it was just brought up today. If it were a normal day, he wouldn't dare to follow along anymore, but the situation now was special. Only by staying close to Yi Yingji could he be safest and feel most reassured. He looked down and quietly fought for it. "Let me go back with you. I'll move into the guest room, I can clean the house and wash clothes. Just let me follow you, I promise not to disturb you this time. Even moving back into that twice-haunted guest room would be fine." "No." Unexpectedly, Yi Yingji refused again. "I've lived alone for many years, and this time I want to try letting someone else handle things for me. With you around, I'll be embarrassed to bring anyone else home." Why did he decide to do this exactly now? Qi Yan couldn't tell if Yi Yingji really thought this or intentionally said such things just to deceive him so that he wouldn't come home with him. As the saying goes, close relations are not respectful, distant ones harbor resentment. From this perspective, Qi Yan didn't qualify as a gentleman at all. Previously, Yi Yingji had treated him too well, but now suddenly finding countless excuses to reject him, even this one, made Qi Yan involuntarily resentful. Lowering his head petulantly, he said, "Then don't look for others, I can help you, can't I?" He blurted this out without thinking, something which, in another person's situation, would be the prelude to an argument. But Yi Yingji wasn't just anybody. He responded with an, "Oh," then turned around and continued packing leisurely. Qi Yan was left standing there cooling off, about to voice his dissatisfaction when Yi Yingji calmly said, "Why aren't you packing your things?" "What kind of things?" "Packing your things and going home with me." Yi Yingji turned around, calmly looking at him, "I've accepted your offer. You come with me and help me." In the end, Qi Yan found himself lying on Yi Yingji's bed, somewhat dazed, keeping his promise. Of course, the help was the simplest sort, yet Yi Yingji transformed the one-sided landlord-to-tenant bribery into friendly mutual assistance. Qi Yan was still shy to the point of being unable to open his eyes. Ultimately, the situation got slightly out of control. At the peak moment of unbridled emotion, Yi Yingji leaned over and kissed him. A deep kiss. Chapter 49, Call Me. Qi Yan finally understood what it meant by, karma catches up fast. He used to gleefully chase Yi Yingji in the game every day, calling her, wife. Now Yi Yingji often called him that. For example, "Wife, come and eat, wife, it's time to go to bed, wife, kindly wash my clothes for me," countless times. Sneaky and mischievous. As for that kiss the other day, although Yi Yingji had pressed him down and kissed him for quite a while, he still thought it was very understandable. At such moments, when passions were heightened, to be honest, he also wanted to kiss Yi Yingji. This kind of thing seemed addictive. After breaking that taboo, Yi Yingji pulled him close a few more times with restraint, then pressed him down and kissed him until he was tired, then held him close under the same blanket to sleep. Qi Yan liked it, even somewhat obsessed with the feeling of being closely attached to Yi Yingji. He didn't dare to express it outright, but he naturally never refused. After another 7 days, Qi Yan suddenly received a call from Hu Xing. Qi Yan was also in touch with Xiaowen, Hu Xing's junior from junior high school. From him, he learned that since that day, Hu Xing, especially after nightfall, had been following Gu Sisi without rest. After briefly resting for 2 or 3 hours during the day, she would continue searching through ancient texts or materials, hoping to find her weaknesses so she could destroy her at once. Such an evil object, with its hands full of blood, even she couldn't guarantee that she could easily subdue it, and once she tipped her off, there might not be another chance, or worse, get counterattacked. Qi Yan had also seen such horror movies where all the main characters, including the Taoist priests, monks, and martial artists in the film, were wiped out, while the ghost triumphed and waited for its next prey. Therefore, these past few days, Qi Yan didn't dare to contact Hu Xing on his own, afraid of disturbing her. Instead, he indirectly obtained some news from Xiaowen. "I've been discovered by her." This was the first sentence Hu Xing said, her voice slightly trembling. "She's very cunning. She noticed my presence long ago but pretended not to notice. And, today she took advantage of the opportunity and attacked a Sheng. A Sheng is now near death. I must urgently save it. Sorry, I won't be able to focus on dealing with Gu Sisi for at least 5 days. A Sheng was just a small fox. Even if it possessed some magical abilities, it certainly couldn't match Gu Sisi. The fact that Gu Sisi didn't kill it could only mean one thing. She intentionally tried to distract Hu Xing by this means. She found out about Hu Xing, and since Hu Xing followed her too closely, she didn't have the chance to act further. But she couldn't wait any longer. Even though it was obvious this was a trap, it was clearly a plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Still, Hu Xing had to move in the direction that Gu Sisi hoped for. Perhaps it was hard for others to understand, but in Hu Xing's eyes, a Sheng was her family member. Even if she knew that leaving might lead Gu Sisi to harm others, she had to prioritize saving her family member first. Although she was a yin-yang sorcerer, she was just an ordinary person as well. "Sorry." Hu Xing whispered softly. "Don't worry, I'll be careful over these few days." He understood what Hu Xing meant by sorry. He could empathize with her. He heard Hu Xing talk about her past experiences and roughly understood what that little fox meant to her. And, Hu sister, shouldn't there be other Taoist priests, magicians, monks involved besides you dealing with this issue? Although this profession wasn't close to common people's lives, logically speaking, Hu Xing should have peers. She shouldn't be fighting alone. "There are," Hu Xing said, "but to be blunt, none of the people currently involved can be relied upon. One more thing, Xiao Qi, you mentioned that you once married her in the game. What did you mean? What was the exact process?" Qi Yan didn't know why she suddenly asked this, but he still meticulously explained the wedding ceremony in the game. "You mean, you bowed to each other, exchanged vows, made pledges?" "Yes. That's troubling." Hu Xing's tone grew serious. "I know most people don't take online relationships seriously, but a ceremony is a ceremony. You've already completed the key matrimonial rituals and can be considered husband and wife." "No way," Qi Yan sounded incredulous. "If that's the case, shouldn't I and Yi Yingji be considered husband and wife?" "It's different. If that character was just a prop controlled by your roommate, then the marital relationship would naturally only be established between the two of you, but now since that thing has become an evil spirit with consciousness, this layer of marriage relationship is simultaneously established between you and both of them. There's no consideration here for one husband and one wife or prohibiting remarriage. Once the ceremony is completed, the relationship is established. The scariest part isn't even this, Qi Yan, I just found out yesterday, to create the most suitable host body for itself, it needs 2 things, the blood of a relative, and the heart of a lover." "Heart? Wasn't the first victim already had his heart dug out?" "Yes, the heart is the source of vitality in a person. To sustain the life force of the incomplete host body initially, it needed a heart placed there, and then once it obtains the most important heart at last, it will replace it. But isn't it an evil being? Where would it find a lover or a relative?" Actually, Qi Yan had already vaguely guessed that this lover more than likely referred to him. "You are her lover, Qi Yan. Since you have married her, your parents and family members are also considered as her relatives. She needs the blood of a relative, and the heart of a lover. Since you have married her, your parents and family are now her relatives too." These 2 sentences struck him like hammers, hitting one after another on his heart, echoing incessantly. Qi Yan's phone slipped from his hand with a snap and fell to the ground. He seemed to be startled awake by the sound and quickly squatted down to pick up the phone, trembling all over, not even bothering to stand up before dialing Hu Xing back while shaking uncontrollably. "Hu sister, I beg you, I implore you, please save my family, save my parents." His teeth were chattering, his voice trembling constantly. Hu Xing remained silent for a long time before replying after half a minute, I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do. If there are any spiritual treasures or sacred lands near your house, your parents might temporarily hide there. The busy tone of beep beep continued ringing on the other end, but Qi Yan remained collapsed on the ground, unable to get up. He never imagined that one day he would bring calamity to his parents and family because of himself. And it was such an evil calamity. His mind was a mess, so he sat on the ground and began booking tickets to go home. The flight could only be booked for tomorrow, but the train still had a night departure available. No matter what, he had to return home as soon as possible and stay by his parents' side. He must protect them. After buying the ticket, Qi Yan hurriedly entered the room to start packing his things. Yi Yingji saw his actions and called out, Yan, what's going on? Where are you going? Qi Yan stopped and looked at him, saying, I need to go home for a bit, Yingji. Thank you for taking care of me these days, meeting you was really great. He pulled at the corners of his mouth, trying to give Yi Yingji a smile, but instead, tears involuntarily flowed down his face. He was flustered, he was so afraid. Yi Yingji walked over to him, leaned down, and placed his left hand on Qi Yan's right shoulder, asking, Yan, what's wrong? If there's no problem with it, I'll go with you. Qi Yan suddenly looked up at him, his heart reigniting a small spark of hope. Gu Sisi had been avoiding Yi Yingji, bringing Yi Yingji home to avoid her for the few days that Hu Xing wouldn't be around could perhaps help him survive this crisis. But after all, Yingji was just an ordinary person. Once Gu Sisi drove Hu Xing away in desperation, wouldn't this actually endanger Yi Yingji's life instead? His lips moved slightly, trembling, but he couldn't speak. After a long while, he managed to force out a calm response, this trip will be very dangerous, extremely dangerous. An evil demon wants to harm my family. He didn't finish his sentence before being interrupted. Yi Yingji tilted his head slightly and leaned down to give him a very light kiss, cool and soft, touching his lips. Qi Yan could only dazedly stare up at him, eyes wide open. Yi Yingji gently pressed his index finger on Qi Yan's lips and softly said, be good, don't say such things. We've worshipped heaven and earth together, if you want your husband to go with you, call me, hubby. Even at a time like this, why was he cracking jokes? Qi Yan looked up into those black eyes and thought he saw true sincerity within them. His heart felt tight and noisy. Yet, he couldn't say anything. In the end, he just moved closer and hugged Yi Yingji's waist, softly calling him Yingji. Then, when Yi Yingji responded and leaned his head down, Qi Yan whispered those two words in his ear. Hubby. Still very embarrassed, his face burned red instantly. Even though, he had actually known him for such a long time. Yi Yingji couldn't help but reveal a smile and pecked his ear. Chapter 50, Little Rogue. Yi Yingji directly made the decision for Qi Yan to refund his train ticket and drive back with him instead. It would take nearly an hour from Yi Yingji's house to the train station, plus half an hour waiting time. It would also be a long ride to H City. Driving on the highway was more convenient and faster. Qi Yan didn't say a complete word to Yi Yingji until he buckled up his seatbelt in the car, even not daring to glance at him, his ears slightly reddening. Yi Yingji smiled as he started the car, gazing forward and saying, why are you so shy? Didn't I call you that in the game before? Upon hearing this, Qi Yan felt his face burning again, muttering, don't say it. Yi Yingji first went to a nearby gas station to refuel, then followed the navigation guidance and drove non-stop towards H City. By the time they arrived at Qi Yan's house, it was already 9 in the evening. Before leaving, Qi Yan had called home, telling them that the school was on holiday and he wanted to bring a classmate back for a couple of days. He reminded them that it wasn't safe outside lately, asking them not to open the door for strangers and not go out at night. Qi Yan's parents were always open-minded. Qi Yan had brought good friends like Lao Yuan to H City before, so they weren't surprised. They just murmured about what kind of holiday their school had, and how they came back so suddenly. Because they had been notified in advance, when Qi Yan knocked on the door and said, I'm back, outside, Qi Zhongyuan came over to open the door, warmly welcoming them in, arranging for them to put their things in Qi Yan's room, then inviting them to sit down in the living room. Qi Yan's mother, Lu Fengying, served cut fruits and poured water for them. Qi Zhongyuan looked at his son and asked, Xiaoyan, what holiday is this if it's not a festival? Unable to find words, Qi Yan stuttered, he just blurted it out, the school was not actually on holiday. But according to the concept of his parents, whether you're in primary school or graduate school, if the school isn't on holiday, you should stay at school studying. Running away from school without reason would be harder to explain. Sitting beside him, Yi Yingji calmly smiled and answered, Uncle, this is the school anniversary break. Qi Zhongyuan had an exceptionally good memory at this moment, isn't your school anniversary in April? Usually combined with the May Day holiday, why are you having holidays now? Qi Yan never changed schools from his undergraduate to graduate studies, giving him quite an impression over 4 years. Qi Yan thought, oh no, busted. However, Yi Yingji answered unperturbedly, during the anti-Japanese war, the school was moved to the southwest for a while and only resumed operations after the war victory. This year's celebration is specifically to commemorate the 70-year victory of the anti-Japanese war. Qi Yan was stunned, Qi Zhongyuan believed him completely, nodding repeatedly, saying, ah, that makes sense. At the time, Qi Yan had a look of collapse, saying there was evil trying to harm us at home, which is why Yi Yingji accompanied him back. But Qi Yan naturally didn't dare tell his parents about Gu Sisi and the series of tragedies in a city. Yi Yingji also cooperated, telling his parents that he had always heard that H City had unique scenery, especially in autumn and winter, so took advantage of the holiday to come back with Qi Yan to tour around. Since it was late when they arrived home, after chatting for a while, it was getting late, nearing bedtime. Qi Yan's family lived in an ordinary apartment building, not small in size but lacking many rooms. There were 2 bedrooms, one south-facing, one north, a study, a smaller room used as a walk-in closet, and the rest included the living room, dining room, kitchen, bathroom, etc. Since there was rarely guests staying overnight, there was no guest room. The only places to sleep were 2 bedrooms. Fortunately, Qi Yan's own bedroom was spacious enough with a double bed. Everyone tacitly assumed Yi Yingji would naturally sleep in Qi Yan's room. Qi Yan's bedroom came with its own small bathroom. After coming out, Yi Yingji comfortably occupied half of the bed, looking around, and asked Qi Yan, "Ian, did you grow up here?" Not exactly from childhood, we moved here around middle school." As Qi Yan replied, he realized Yi Yingji suddenly reached out and pulled him close. He then realized something. He had mentioned Gu Sisi to Yi Yingji a long time ago, so Yi Yingji should have known all along that he was his husband in the game, Yi Sanxian. He merely pretended not to know because of Gu Sisi. Now with everything laid bare, it was like exposing his true nature all at once. Yingji Yi embraced him and leaned together at the head of the bed, whispering into his ear with a low chuckle, "Ian, you're not so heartless, are you? I drove for 5 hours to accompany you back to meet your parents. Aren't you going to give me some reward?" "Wah, what kind of reward?" Yan Qi hesitated, then quickly added after realizing the implication, "This is my house, you shouldn't act improperly. Just a kiss, one little kiss will do." Yingji Yi said as his voice gradually became softer. Qi Yan had specifically brought Yi Yingji along out of concern about Gu Sisi's potential interference, thus, he couldn't let his parents stay home alone, which could provide her an opportunity. He arranged for them to take a 3-day tour to a nearby scenic spot and asked them to take leave from work. The schedule was such that when they returned, Hu Xing would likely be returning in a few days. Qi Yan knew well that his parents were nearing retirement age and didn't have much busy work to do. With 3 days including one weekend day, it should be possible to ask for 2 days off because their family rarely went out together like this. Sure enough, once his parents saw how everything was prepared by their son, they happily decided to follow him on this trip. They made some playful remarks about us elderly tagging along when young people should go have fun, but were clearly excited and began packing their travel items. As they grew older, their time spent with their son dwindled, making trips like these meaningful opportunities to bond. Yi Yingji used the excuse of a midday rest to pull Yan Qi into the room, locking the door behind them, and pulling him onto the bed. He laughed as he tapped his nose, saying, "You know, you're spoiled rotten. At home, everything's done to please you." Qi Yan reached out to evade his teasing finger but instead gave Yi Yingji an opportunity to pin him down and repeatedly peck his cheeks. The destination for the excursion was an ecological reserve boasting about its natural pollution-free environment featuring a crescent-shaped lake. Yan Qi and Yi Yingji looked out at the scenery side by side, squinting and laughing. "I feel like I've been here before." Standing behind Yan Qi, Yi Yingji suddenly bent over and softly kissed his earlobe. Startled, Yan Qi glanced cautiously towards his parents, who were engrossed in enjoying the sights elsewhere, then turned his gaze briefly to give Yi Yingji a weak glare while muttering a protest, "You should pay more attention." He knew this complaint lacked force, sounding more like a coy remark than an actual grievance. He continued lowering his tone to whisper, "At least wait until we get back tonight." Since Gu Sisi wasn't human, Qi Yan struggled to predict when or how she might appear. To prevent any misfortunes, he stayed close by Yi Yingji, who followed closely behind the parents throughout the trip. They booked accommodations with a suite containing 2 bedrooms and a living room. On the first day, Qi Zhongyuan and his wife still teased Qi Yan, "You 2 young ones go enjoy yourselves, no need to follow us old folks." Yan Qi approached, holding on to his mother Lu Fengying's arm coquettishly and smiling apologetically, "Mama, I just want to spend more time with you and Baba." Lu Fengying shyly glanced back at Yi Yingji and whispered to her son, "Why are you acting this way even as a grown man? It's all your father and I's fault for spoiling you, making you less masculine and turning you into a laughingstock in front of your classmate." Her tone conveyed both helplessness and indulgence. Yi Yingji trailed behind chatting amicably with Qi's parents, and within one day, Qi Zhongyuan and his wife warmed up considerably to him, finding him gentle, steady, and reliable, traits they admired more than the childish behavior exhibited by their own son, which left them constantly worried. At night, Yi Yingji hugged Yan Qi tightly around the waist and murmured against his neck, "When will you also say something sweet to your husband, like wanting to spend time with him? Watching you makes me envious." Laughing, Qi Yan pushed him, only to be caught by Yi Yingji, who proceeded to kiss his eyes continuously. They playfully indulged each other secretly for 3 days before finally setting out for their return journey. Throughout the trip, nothing unusual happened. Despite remaining vigilant, Qi Yan noticed no sign resembling Gu Sisi. By the time they returned, it was already the 5th day since Qi Yan and Yi Yingji arrived in H City. He estimated it would take another couple of days before hearing news of Hu Xing's return. Once Hu Xing resumed his work to monitor Gu Sisi, Qi Yan and Yi Yingji would feel confident to leave without issues. After being away for 3 days straight, Lu Fengying enthusiastically proposed early morning shopping for groceries upon returning. However, Yan Qi stopped her, saying, "Mom, you and Dad should stay home and relax, watch TV, chat with Yingji. If there's a list of things to buy, give it to me, and I'll handle it." With confidence during the daytime, leaving momentarily wouldn't cause problems. The key was to ensure Yi Yingji remained behind with the parents. Lu Fengying simply felt that her son was slightly different from before this time, but she just thought he was growing up and becoming more sensible, so she didn't refuse. She listed a shopping list and gave many instructions before letting Yan Qi go out to buy groceries. Before leaving, Qi Yan quietly instructed Yi Yingji, "Yingji, I will only be gone for a little while. If Gu Sisi or someone resembling her appears, you must prevent my parents from opening the door, and ensure she doesn't get near them." Yi Yingji looked at him with a half-smile, "Understood. What did you do that has you running back so urgently to avoid Gu Sisi?" "It's because we formed an in-game marriage." Qi Yan grumbled inwardly, glancing inside to see his parents were both in the kitchen and not in the living room. He quickly tiptoed and gave Yi Yingji a quick peck on the cheek, "Then I leave it to you. I'm off." After speaking, he darted out very quickly. Yi Yingji stood at the entrance, his left hand still resting on the door, watching Qi Yan's rapidly retreating figure. Not until he disappeared completely did Yi Yingji gently close the door, smiling silently with twinkling eyes. Little troublemaker. Chapter 51, The Horse's Hoof. As Qi Yan was heading home with the groceries, he received a call from his mother, Lu Fengying. Lu Fengying appeared to be secretly calling from somewhere, deliberately lowering her voice. "Xiao Yan, a very pretty girl just came to our house. I saw her through the peephole. She said she is your girlfriend, and I was wondering when you found a girlfriend." Then Yingji opened the door himself and went out without saying anything to that girl. "Mom really doesn't understand the situation, so I decided to call and ask you first." Qi Yan became alarmed as soon as he heard this. Yingji opened the door. "He went out. Is he not back yet? Didn't he say not to open the door? What if Gu Sisi harms Yi Yingji? As they say, no one knows their child better than their parent." Lu Fengying also picked up on the urgency and concern in her son's tone. Although she didn't understand why, she still tried to reassure him, "Don't worry, let me check." Qi Yan was running home while holding his phone, anxious. A moment later, he heard his mother on the phone. "He's back." Yingji returned by himself, and there wasn't any sign of that girl. Only after hearing this did Qi Yan breathe a sigh of relief. "All right, Mom, that girl isn't my girlfriend. She has some mental issues, and Yingji knows this. Yeah, we'll talk about the rest later, I'll hang up now." It's easier for his mother to accept that Gu Sisi has mental problems rather than telling her that Gu Sisi isn't human. After returning home, Qi Yan went to the kitchen to put down the groceries before rushing into the study where Yi Yingji was reading a book, closing the study door behind him at the same time. Yi Yingji set down the book in his hands and stood up, just in time to wrap Qi Yan in his arms, holding his arms and asking, "What's wrong, Yan?" Qi Yan swallowed, checking him over from head to toe once, and then touched his body to confirm that he was still Yi Yingji as he knew him, unharmed. Only then did he truly relax. "Are you all right?" Yi Yingji leaned down to kiss his forehead. "There's nothing to worry about." Auntie was about to open the door when I heard the sound and went over. When she saw me, she left without saying anything. "But what's going on between you and Gu Sisi? How does she even know your home address? And she came all the way here?" Although neither had openly confirmed their relationship, Qi Yan had already naturally assumed that they were undoubtedly lovers in his heart. He didn't want Yi Yingji to misunderstand, nor did he wish to hide things from his lover. Therefore, he raised his head, gazed at him seriously, and explained, "Yingji, Gu Sisi isn't human. Before, I mentioned there would be evil spirits coming after my family's lives," referring to her. "She is also the murderer in those previous series of murders. However, I don't know why, but she seems to be avoiding you." Qi Yan didn't intend to explain it too much either. Regarding these matters of demons and ghosts, he didn't want Yi Yingji involved more deeply. As long as Yi Yingji knew that Gu Sisi wasn't human and harbored ill intentions, keeping away from her was enough in the future. Though powerless, he still wanted to do his best to protect the person he loved, ensuring he wouldn't get involved in these affairs. So, don't ask about other things, just keep far away from her. Avoid her until the matter is resolved thoroughly. You should also stay away from her. Okay, facing such an absurd message, Yi Yingji showed no doubt but instead seriously agreed, "I'll do as you say." Later, Yi Yingji went out to help Qi Yan's parents cook dinner. The four of them enjoyed a harmonious time together at home, truly resembling a family. On the contrary, Qi Yan remained on high alert all the time, worried that Gu Sisi might return and try again. That night, he didn't dare to close the bedroom door with Yi Yingji and kept listening to sounds outside. Until Yi Yingji extended his arm to embrace him, saying, "Go to sleep, rest for a while. I'm here with you, and we'll keep watch together." Only then did Qi Yan listen obediently and fall into a slight doze. However, nothing happened throughout the night. By noon the next day, Qi Yan received good news. Ashing had pulled through and Hu Xing had returned to a city and had kept an eye on Gu Sisi. Qi Yan was happy upon hearing the news but still felt secretly alarmed, uncertain how Gu Sisi managed to follow them here so quickly and then return to a city overnight. But Qi Yan was still a little uneasy. According to Hu Xing, the host should be crucial for her, even related to survival. Would she give it up so easily? In this case, he and Yingji didn't need to stay specifically in H City with their parents. With the excuse of school starting, they packed their things and prepared to leave. Mr. and Mrs. Qi Zhongyuan were quite reluctant to see them go, preparing lots of food for them to take away. When Qi Yan and Yingji returned home, it was already 9 in the evening. After putting everything back in place, Qi Yan and Yingji went into the bathroom to shower one after another. Even though there were other bathrooms in the house, they only used the one in Yingji's bedroom. Qi Yan sat on the bed as Yingji emerged from the bathroom and stood in front of him, lowering his head with a smile and asking, "Xiao Yan, earlier I listened to you and sent Gu Sisi away. Is there any reward?" "Reward?" At first, Qi Yan seemed like he hadn't understood, then looked up at Yingji in confusion, saying slowly, "You can have any reward you want." Sitting on the edge of the bed, his body fully open without defense, Qi Yan gazed up at Yingji trustingly, his eyes still slightly moist from the bath. Seeing this, Yingji could no longer resist. He pushed him down gently and embraced him, whispering, "Any reward you want. That's your choice, right?" His voice rose at the end, exuding joy and contentment. This time Qi Yan realized what he meant, his face turning red immediately. Yet, he nestled closer to Yingji's shoulder and murmured softly, "MMM." With his eyes closed lightly, Qi Yan felt Yingji's movements. He could sense keenly how each button of the loose shirt he had thrown on post-bath was being undone, those cool fingers pushing apart the cloth and touching his chest. Qi Yan shuddered involuntarily all over but suppressed himself. He opened his eyes and glanced at the person closely attached to him, reassured, and hugged him again, closing his eyes once more. This person was Yingji. Not some sort of other creature, don't overthink it. Yingji took complete control of him, and Qi Yan tried his best to suppress himself, yet trembled uncontrollably. The light kisses landing on his body and neck, the slightly cool breaths, the hands that constantly teased him, all of them were so similar, bringing him back instantly to that summer night, that cramped and suffocating dark prayer hall, the mottled orange light reflected on the walls, and the compassionate Buddha statue. Overcome by the sensation, Qi Yan let out a stifled sob, pushing the person atop him away reflexively. He curled up on the bed, moving further towards the headboard, trembling lips glaring at Yingji as if trying to see through his form and figure out who he really was. "Who are you? Who exactly are you?" Yingji seemed startled by this unexpected turn of events, stunned as he looked at Qi Yan. His dark black eyes held confusion, innocence, and worry. Struggling to regulate his emotions and breathing, Yingji attempted to extend his hand towards Qi Yan, testing with a soft voice, "It's me, Xiao Yan, it's me, Yingji, your roommate, your wife, your husband. What's wrong with you? Did you see something frightening again?" Qi Yan crouched there looking at him. After a long while, he hesitantly stretched out his body, reaching out with his right hand to touch Yingji's. It was warm, slightly cool to the touch, slender and articulate at the knuckles. This was indeed Yingji's hand. He knew Yingji's constitution leaned towards coldness. How many times when Qi Yan was frightened and helpless were these very hands the ones that held him close, patting his shoulders and back, comforting him. "Yingji," he confirmed softly, like a timid, startled little animal. "Dear, it's me." Yingji looked at him earnestly, his black pupils reflecting his image. Qi Yan stared fixedly at him, eventually gripping his hand more tightly. In an instant, Yingji pulled Qi Yan into his embrace forcefully, holding him tight, and whispered, "There's nothing to worry about, be good, don't be afraid, I won't harm you." Familiar scent and embrace, this was undoubtedly Yingji. Qi Yan pushed him off slightly, "Yingji, I'm sorry. Tonight, I think I'll sleep in the next room." Yingji let go of him, bending down to stroke his face. "It's fine, if you can't accept it for now, that's also fine, don't feel embarrassed." He smiled and pressed Qi Yan back in place. "You rest here, I'll go to the other room." Then he kissed Qi Yan's forehead gently, "Whenever you call me back, I'll come back." Watching Yingji leave the bedroom with blankets and pillows, Qi Yan gripped the blanket tightly, feeling somewhat uneasy. The kinder and more tolerant his lover was, the more accommodating and generous, the guiltier Qi Yan felt, more at a loss. He thought he must have wronged Yingji. Yingji was his wife, with whom he played games for 2 years and dared not meet because of their genders, a classmate and roommate during his graduate studies, also his current lover and beloved one. He was just an ordinary person, how could he be related to those inhuman things? With little experience, before Yingji, he had only been intimate with that entity. He hardly watched the things that many boys looked out of curiosity during puberty. Maybe the processes and movements were all similar. Or maybe, due to the terror from the time in the Buddhist hall, his memory and senses became overly intense, creating an illusion. Hu Xing had said Yingji was only a normal person, what else was there to doubt? Was it about thinking that entity had possessed him? The latter thought startled him and he immediately shook his head to deny it. The look in Yingji's eyes earlier couldn't have been faked. That look, as if he'd looked for him for so long, searching everywhere. Whenever their eyes met, he found himself unable to refuse. It was him who was too suspicious, these days being stirred by Gu Sisi had made his nerves taut. Slowly, he wrapped himself up in the quilt, musing sleepily, tomorrow I'll call Ingji back. He would be more proactive, compensating him. His face flushed slightly, and with this thought, he fell into dreams about Yingji. Submerged in slumber, Qi Yan didn't know that after he was asleep, the bedroom door opened, and a shadow sneaked in, quietly pulling aside his blanket to lie down, wrapping arms around him from behind. Yingji specially propped himself up to look down at his sleeping face for a long while, eventually managing a soft smile, tapping his nose. Little devil, it's all for you. For you, I've lost my soul and spirit, and even got confused about my heart. Almost gave myself away. Savoring the moment, he still felt unsatisfied and discontented, ultimately unable to resist dipping down, brushing lips over his, moving slowly. Only after a long while did he stop, satisfied, holding the figure close to sleep. In his dream, Qi Yan shifted his body, murmuring softly, instinctively burying closer to Yingji. Underneath the serene night, the moonlight gentle. Moonlight filtered through the window curtains, faintly falling on the bed where two figures cuddled together, sleeping cheek to cheek. One was at ease claiming the other as his, continuing to disguise, the other trembling inwardly filled with guilt attempting recompense. Chapter 52, Running Away from Home. The next morning, Qi Yan woke up and saw the empty bed beside him, feeling somewhat out of place. After getting up, he deliberately walked to the next room and saw that the bed was neatly made, almost leaving no trace of being slept in. He then went downstairs, where Yingji had already woken up and was making breakfast in the kitchen. Qi Yan stood outside the kitchen looking at his tall silhouette, and a mixture of affection and guilt surged into his heart. After a brief moment of contemplation, he finally spoke, Yingji. Yingji responded with a sound, just as he turned off the heat at the same time. He dished the black pepper fresh vegetable pasta into 2 white porcelain plates and took them out, then he brought over 2 glasses of freshly squeezed orange juice. It was just like every morning of the past days. Not only visually pleasing but also nutritious, the 7 days of breakfast, lunch, and dinner at home were never repetitive. One could see how much thought Yingji put into their life just by looking at the meals. Qi Yan looked down, unable to meet his eyes. Smelling the aroma of the food, he felt even more guilty. Yingji, I'm sorry, I've been too stressed recently, which is why I acted that way yesterday. Could you come back to sleep tonight? Yingji reached out to touch his face. Are you feeling better now? Qi Yan nodded vigorously and nervously took a sip of orange juice before turning his head to whisper softly, Yingji, come back. You can do whatever you want, you can do anything. While saying this, he avoided his gaze, not daring to look into Yingji's eyes. Under his gaze, his voice gradually grew quieter and eventually disappeared into the air. Yingji's breathing paused for a moment, then he stretched out his left arm to encircle him on the chair, leaning closer to focus on him. Ian, what if I want to continue right now? He kissed Qi Yan's jawline. What if I can't wait until tonight? Qi Yan blankly stared at him without responding, seemingly not reacting quickly enough, but his face flushed red involuntarily. Yingji didn't wait any longer, standing up directly and picking Qi Yan up from the chair, whispering softly, don't move, be careful not to fall. Qi Yan truly did not dare to move anymore. His eyes were closed, and he even dared not look at the person holding him. He didn't expect Yingji to have such strength, carrying him upstairs and into the bedroom so smoothly as though it was effortless. After all, he certainly didn't consider himself the delicate type that could be picked up casually. This time, Qi Yan kept his eyes closed, sensing Yingji's actions, only reacting when he couldn't help it, often driving the other side wild. Indeed, that time with that thing was slightly different. The sense of déjà vu from yesterday was merely an illusion. Perhaps because of his previous words, Qi Yan felt that Yingji was letting his desires run free, not holding back at all this time. However, since he'd already said those big words, coupled with his own feelings of guilt, he naturally tried to cooperate as much as possible. Uncertain about how long they tossed and turned, Qi Yan was almost fading away in confusion, yet he felt Yingji tightly clasping him from behind, chuckling lightly while kissing his neck tenderly. That chuckle was low, almost imperceptible unless it was close to the ear, but obviously satisfied. Qi Yan's body instantly stiffened. Struggling to gather his spirit, he opened his eyes. Physically and mentally exhausted, his eyes remained clear, with all the previous passion dissipated. Without turning around, he still looked forward, trying to maintain his composure as he called out lightly, Yingji. His voice was still hoarse, filled with unusual tenderness. When he heard himself speak, he was a bit unfamiliar with the tone. Yingji lazily responded, hugging him even tighter, Dear, are you still awake? Do you want some water? As he spoke, his breath touched Qi Yan's neck, bringing a hint of coolness. The coolness chilled Qi Yan to the bone. The so-called paradise of beauties becomes a hero's grave, which might be applicable to that entity as well, so pleased and unrestrained that it even forgot to pretend. No one's breath would be that cold, even if naturally frigid, it wouldn't make sense. Qi Yan couldn't forget that laugh either. That summer night at his uncle's Buddhist hall, when he was frightened, tired, and about to faint, that entity also held him from behind, lightly kissed his neck, and emitted a similar laugh. The satisfaction after indulgence was identical. Qi Yan suddenly pushed away Yingji's embrace, sat up, and jumped off the bed. His clothes had all been scattered by Yi Yingji on the ground. Ignoring them, he rushed to the wardrobe and grabbed a set of clothes randomly, putting them on hurriedly. Yi Yingji was currently at his most gentle and slow-thinking moment, brimming with tenderness that had almost nowhere to go. If Qi Yan asked for the stars or the moon, Yi Yingji wouldn't bear to refuse. They were just sharing tender moments when Qi Yan suddenly pushed him away, leaving Yi Yingji truly startled. He sat up as Qi Yan quickly dressed, preparing to leave, still not fully comprehending what was happening, calling out his name in a deep voice, "Ian, what's wrong? What happened again?" Qi Yan faced away from him, unable to speak or look back until everything was ready. After putting his phone into his pocket, he glanced at Yi Yingji and fled the bedroom faster than ever before. There was only them at home, and when Yi Yingji had carried him in earlier, he hadn't even bothered to close the door. Yi Yingji's expression gradually turned grim. From the glance Qi Yan gave him just now, he saw fear. Fear of him. As he watched his lover disappear, his eyelids dropped. Ian figured it out. Qi Yan blindly ran out of the house and only stopped catching his breath when he reached a bustling street. It struck him oddly familiar somehow. He didn't have time to grab his notebook, clothes, or other items, but it didn't matter. At least he had his phone, he could hail a taxi back to school and contact others for help. Looking at the familiar street views, he had no idea what to do. He didn't know what to do about Yi Yingji. Although Gu Sisi hid deeply at first and used cruel means, by now he mostly knew her intentions, what she wanted to do, and there were others like Hu Xing keeping an eye on her, so dealing with her wasn't as difficult. But Yi Yingji, he concealed himself much better than Gu Sisi. He had no idea what Yi Yingji really was, what he intended to do, but he knew one thing for sure, Yi Yingji definitely wasn't human. No wonder Gu Sisi feared him, no wonder she tried to avoid him. And yet, he mistook him as a savior, a charm talisman, even introducing him to his parents at home, truly inviting a wolf into the house. He had unknowingly fallen in love with him, not even knowing what he truly was. Yet, all along, Yi Yingji had been deceiving him. All this time, he had merely lived in the fabricated lie created by Yi Yingji. Seated in the taxi, Qi Yan mocked his own naivety, feeling a kind of dejection similar to heartbreak beside sheer terror. Qi Yan suddenly realized that though he didn't know Yi Yingji's exact goal, it would be best to warn his parents, making sure they stayed alert just in case. It wasn't about being paranoid, but if something were to happen and Yi Yingji ended up like another Gu Sisi. The thought made his heart tighten, but he no longer hesitated, picking up the phone and dialing the familiar number. After Lu Fengying picked up, she was somewhat surprised. "Xiaoyan. What's wrong? Is there anything special? Why are you calling at this time? It's nothing serious, but if Yi Yingji comes to our house, please don't listen to him, and don't open the door." Lu Fengying sensed that something was off and questioned curiously, "What's going on? Did you two get into an argument?" "Not exactly," Qi Yan hesitated over how to phrase his words to his mother, "I just suddenly found out he may not be a good person." Whether good or not was another matter, but he definitely wasn't human. Lu Fengying sighed, "Xiaoyan, after you left, I told your father that we spoiled you too much. Finding someone who can always give way to you and indulge you isn't easy. Both people need mutual adaptation and compromise in a relationship. Life is long. Once you've decided on someone, don't easily negate them. Your father and I think that Yi Yingji seems like a pretty decent kid. Whatever the issue is, talk it through properly." Qi Yan felt somewhat confused while listening. "Mother, what are you talking about?" Lu Fengying laughed, "Don't pretend anymore. Your father and I already know that the two of you are a couple. Isn't this why you called me? You're mad at him and don't want to forgive him, worried he might come asking for forgiveness at our house." She spoke in a tone filled with experience. What couple, although she was technically correct, they were already separated now, but if you thought about it this way, what mother said was more correct. Qi Yan still hadn't figured out, and Lu Fengying thought her son was just speechless due to the discovery of his romance, so she continued explaining, "On the noon we were supposed to return from Crescent Lake, didn't you fall asleep in the pavilion outside? I feared you would catch a cold, so I took a piece of clothing to cover you with. As I approached, I saw Yi Yingji covering you and even giving you a small peck on the cheek. Later, your dad and I became more observant toward the interactions between the two of you. We've lived half our lives after all, and with you being our own flesh and blood, how couldn't we see the relationship between you and Yi Yingji? So on the last day when you said you wanted to buy groceries alone, we let you go. Then your father had a chat with Yi Yingji during that opportunity, he also confessed. He assured both me and your father that he's serious about you, promising to take you overseas to get married once you graduate, treating you well." Lu Fengying added, "Your dad and I think Xiaoya is quite an honest young man, so we stopped worrying about you two and didn't mention it right away. We plan to bring it up only when you return for this vacation." Qi Yan stood there, frozen in place, stunned. Going abroad to get married? He didn't even know what Yi Yingji truly was, and they were going to get married? Which country's laws would dare give him the procedures to do that? Was he actually planning a ghost marriage or something? Speechlessly, Qi Yan listened as his mother delivered him long-winded advice on handling romantic relationships. He had never been in love before, and over the years, Lu Fengying hadn't found the appropriate moment to teach him these things. It wasn't until the taxi arrived at school that Qi Yan finally seized the chance to bid farewell to his mother and hung up the phone. Standing by the school gate, he took a deep breath while gripping his phone. He had never imagined that in just one morning, he discovered that his lover wasn't human, and then accidentally came out to his parents. The story unfolded dramatically, highly engaging. As soon as he returned to the dormitory without catching his breath, the phone rang again. This time, Hu Xing called. "Qi Yan, what were you busy doing earlier? Your line was constantly busy." "It's nothing, my mother called to remind me of some things." Qi Yan responded vaguely. "What is it, Hu Gu?" "Xiao Qi, do you know someone named Lu Xingquan?" "I don't." He played the same game you did, Under the Perfect Heaven server, where his name inside the game was World Domination 007. Does that ring a bell? Yes, he used to be part of our family group, playing together frequently. But later, most of us grew distant and eventually quit. However, there were over a dozen people in our family group, and most didn't keep in touch in real life. In Fairy Painter Edges, there was a social system known as family, where each family had a maximum limit of 15 members. It combined elements of guilds and sworn brotherhoods. Once entering a family, everyone became a family member, complete with initiation ceremonies and unified titles. Qi Yan's original family was joined under Lao Yuan, and he had also brought Yingji into it. The reason Qi Yan remembered World Domination 007 was because he was their former clan leader back in the day. At this point, Qi Yan suddenly felt a chill and sensed an impending revelation. Hu Gu, what happened to him? He's dead, dying at dawn on the day I returned to a city. His body was found already dried out. Since he was from F province, far from a city, the case went unnoticed and wasn't connected to our situation until I spotted his unusual condition of death and realized he also played the game you mentioned. There seems to be no doubt now. The malevolent entities from the game evidently used such a method to obtain the blood of those close to them. But why did I not encounter the vengeful ghost of the victim this time? Thinking of the desiccated corpse made Qi Yan's scalp tingle. If possible, he certainly hoped not to meet it face to face. However, during the previous 6 instances, he always encountered a ghost that mirrored the victim's corpse on the night the incident occurred. Gu Sisi probably shifted targets to him after failing to find your relatives. The victim passed away around sunrise, meaning logically it should have waited until nightfall to find you. Think carefully, did anything unusual happen that night? Calculating the timeline, that must have been the previous night. There wasn't much happening the previous night aside from Master Yi indulging himself in gaming joyfully, perhaps too absorbed to let other evil spirits disturb his mood. Indeed, these things dared not provoke Yingji. They too feared him. Just as Qi Yan was about to tell Hu Xing about Yingji, an extremely anxious voice from him sounded through the phone. "Sister Hu, Gu Sisi, she's gone. I saw her attending class in the classroom, but somehow she suddenly disappeared." Hu Xing clearly became anxious on the other end. Qi Yan could hear her urgently asking him for more details. He unintentionally raised his eyes. Sis Hu, Qi Yan softly called out to the person on the phone, looking at the dormitory door that had suddenly opened by itself and the familiar figure standing by the door, speaking word by word, "Don't bother searching anymore. She's here, in my dormitory." Chapter 53, Evil Spirit. The phone emitted a busy signal, and the call was forcibly cut off. Gu Sisi walked in lightly from outside, her eyes twinkling with a smile as she looked at Qi Yan. "Brother Qi Yan, were you on another call? Did I interrupt something?" She still wore a radiant smile, looking obedient and beautiful, without any sign of threat, as if anyone could easily take her down. Qi Yan, however, felt cold sweat pouring down, gradually soaking his undershirt. He sensed that the situation was turning grave. After waking up, he had been almost continuously harassed by Yingji for nearly 3 hours, not even getting a chance to eat anything but being fed water a few times. Hungry and exhausted already, there was no time to rest when he discovered Yingji wasn't human. After running out of Ye's house in great alarm while trying hard to maintain composure, his mental state remained extremely tense. Finally returning to school, he ran into Gu Sisi right at the door. He only felt his whole body aching, too weak to summon much strength, yet still had to gather all his energy to deal with her. His fingertips trembled slightly as he desperately thought about ways to escape. The dormitory was on the 6th floor, the balcony was behind him, and to get out through the only exit, he would have to pass Gu Sisi. But he was just an ordinary person, while she was an unpredictable evil spirit, chances of escaping were slim. Qi Yan acted surprised as he walked toward Gu Sisi with a smile, saying, "Sister Sisi, why have you come?" "I've just come to check if Brother Qi Yan is doing well recently," Gu Sisi replied normally, as if she really came just to visit him. If only it were really that simple. Qi Yan could feel his heart pounding uncontrollably, perhaps already sensing impending danger or merely tensed over what was to come. "Been busy lately?" He kept his eyes slightly lowered, maintaining a certain distance from Gu Sisi while imperceptibly moving towards the door. It seemed like Gu Sisi hadn't noticed his intention, so far everything was going smoothly. Qi Yan opened the door as quickly as possible but froze the moment he saw the empty corridor, devoid of a single soul and sound. He could hear his own heartbeat and breaths clearly. Outside the door, silence reigned as if in a dead city, a place no longer familiar to him. It was ghost blocking. Qi Yan glanced out the window where the sky was brightly lit. It was high noon, but he found himself trapped in this realm by the demon's powers, unable to escape. From behind, Gu Sisi approached him gently, whispering, "Brother Qi Yan, why do you want to go out every time I come? Do you dislike me now?" Cold sweat drenched his clothes. The only viable option now was to stall for time until Hu Xing arrived. He opened the door. Despite clearly knowing what awaited outside, Gu Sisi should also realize that he'd uncovered the truth long ago. His act was starting to crack. Qi Yan looked up at the charming woman before him, asking, "Gu Sisi, why have you come, to find me?" Gu Sisi stared at him calmly, "Brother Qi Yan, you've noticed already, haven't you? You know, right? Are you waiting for that woman to save you?" Taking 2 steps forward, she paused a step away from Qi Yan, gazing up at him with pure black eyes shimmering faintly. "Brother Qi Yan, please believe me, I won't harm you, I just want to be with you forever." She slowly edged closer to Qi Yan, gently pressing her hand against his chest. Her movement paused briefly when she noticed the patch of bright marks on his neck, then she showed a mournful and sorrowful expression. "Brother Qi Yan already has someone else. Haven't we vowed to be together in this life? There's no one else, that creature isn't human either. Even though you swore this life and lifetime to be together, it was sworn to that thing." Depleted of all strength, Qi Yan slid down to the ground beside the door, resting his head against it, averting his gaze from the entity before him. Gu Sisi knelt beside him, placing her hands on his chest, gazing at him earnestly, undeniably deeply in love. "Brother Qi Yan, I like you, so, give me your heart. This way, we can be together forever." Qi Yan realized he couldn't move anymore, as if bound by invisible ropes all around. His throat tightened as he watched helplessly how Gu Sisi, brimming with tender affection, slowly leaned her head onto his right shoulder, tightening her grip under the guise of affection. For the first time, he felt how close death was. Various fragments of his past flashed uncontrollably through his mind, the concerned faces of his parents, the uninhibited smiles of his friends, and Yingji, her embraces, kisses, sweet nothings, all the fleeting experiences of love in this life were somehow tied to her. But he had deceived her. And instead of standing up to her, all he could do was run away as fast as he could, not daring to question her or demand an explanation. "Yingji," he muttered under his breath. "If I turn into a ghost, the first thing I'll do is go back to you. As a ghost, I won't be afraid of you anymore. Humans are truly strange creatures. In those stories of supernatural beings, they may be timid and powerless in life, forced into situations where resistance is impossible and escape non-existent. But after death, they transform into malevolent spirits bold enough to seek vengeance against their tormentors." It seemed that once dead, there was nothing to fear. Yet he didn't want to die. He was afraid of ghosts, of Gu Sisi, and of Yingji. At its core, though, it wasn't these things he feared most, it was death itself. All he wanted was to live. He didn't want these bizarre entities to so easily snatch away his right to exist. Qi Yan began struggling fiercely within his consciousness, and suddenly, he felt as if he could move again. He flexed his hand, it wasn't just an illusion. At the same time, Gu Sisi appeared to have been choked by an invisible force that dragged her up onto her feet, forcing her to retreat step by step. Her face turned bright red, her limbs flailing desperately but unable to break free. On the open ground behind her, a tall and slim figure suddenly materialized. The person tilted their head slightly, watching as she was pulled to a stop right before him. Qi Yan stared incredulously at the scene, trying several times to get up but lacking the strength. All he could do was sit there and watch. The figure who had appeared out of nowhere was Yingji. Yingji looked down at the bewitching entity masquerading as a beautiful woman and slowly curved his lips into a smile. His voice carried lightly as he spoke to Gu Sisi, "You've repeatedly appeared before my eyes, and since I didn't intervene, did you think I couldn't harm you?" He hadn't acted earlier because he noticed Qi Yan had no particular fondness for her, instead, her presence made him even more reliant on himself. Later, he refrained from acting out of concern that exposing himself might give Qi Yan reason to doubt. But now that he'd already exposed himself today, he no longer cared about such matters. Gu Sisi seemed to be in immense discomfort, and perhaps sensing an overwhelming threat, she shook her head vigorously at Yingji, yet unable to utter a single word or sound. "You dare to bear my aura of wickedness and infatuation, impersonate me, use this appearance, covet, and approach someone dear to me, you actually think I would let you off?" Every offense was unforgivable. Yen baby, to legitimize marrying his treasured one, he chose the female role, yet that face, that form, was clearly modeled after the person he thought of day and night. How dare she stand so brazenly with that appearance, using his name, attempting to seduce his beloved Qi Yan? Yingji's lips curled into a smile as he lifted his hand to toss the opponent forcefully against the wall with a deafening crash. What audacity! Though Gu Sisi was no human, at this moment, she seemed like one, her joints dislocated, her body breaking apart into several pieces, yet strangely still adhered together, visible cracks running through her like a shattered porcelain doll pieced back together. She lay sprawled on the ground, her large black eyes wide open as she gazed up at the man standing in the middle, deep terror and fear showing in her expression. Such a merciless, blood-soaked being, capable of taking lives, could feel fear too. Qi Yan watched Yingji's smile and felt a chilling cold spreading over his entire body. What does "dared to take on my wickedness and affection" mean? Was Gu Cici's transformation from an unconscious game character into an evil spirit caused by him? Did she possess such a distorted, obsessive, yet inexplicably profound emotion not because he was Yen baby in the game, but because of him? No wonder. No wonder he never saw the legendary third party in that house. It wasn't because it had disappeared, but because it had always been openly living right beside him. Did Yingji know all along what was happening from the very start? He recalled the scene where Gu Cici had gazed tenderly at him while saying, "I like you, so please give me your heart," and his body began trembling uncontrollably. What exactly did Yingji intend to do? Would he also ask for his heart? Yingji took a step forward, stopping in front of Gu Cici who had been struggling but couldn't get up. His steps were light, and he made barely any sound as he moved. He slowly bent down and extended his hand toward Gu Cici's body while keeping her suspended in the air. The fear in Gu Cici's eyes deepened. She gazed with terror at the man before her whose calm, dark as an abyss eyes revealed an entity beyond her resistance. Her shattered body curled up into a ball, trembling silently. Qi Yan seemed to see wisps of black smoke drifting out from Gu Cici's body, quickly converging into Yingji's palm. Tilting his head, Yingji observed the results of his actions and finally revealed his first genuinely heartfelt smile. While the loss of the evil energies that had been absorbed was meaningless, the love for Yan Qi, he wouldn't part with even a shred of it. Moments later, Gu Cici vanished completely, leaving only a puddle of black liquid on the ground. Confused, Qi Yan looked up and saw Yingji walking toward him, step by slow step. A shadow of darkness enveloped his entire body, allowing him to feel the oppressive presence emanating from the man. Leaning against the door, Qi Yan instinctively shivered. Yingji leaned even closer, bringing his body close enough that Qi Yan could feel the familiar chill wash over him. Qi Yan closed his eyes, his eyelashes fluttering slightly. This expression, reminiscent of an offering, made Yingji unable to resist wanting to kiss him. Qi Yan summoned all his strength just to make a sound, weak as a whimper. "Yingji, do you also want my heart?" This level of fear. If I kiss him, will he cry? With this thought, Yingji closed his eyes and pressed his lips onto Qi Yan's. At the same time, he reached out and lifted Qi Yan off the ground. He opened his eyes and murmured, "I want, your heart, your person, everything about you belongs to me." Chapter 54, A Vast and Empty World. Yingji placed Qi Yan on his chair, supporting himself with his right hand on the back of the chair. He leaned down and delivered soft, endless kisses to Qi Yan. "Did you really cry? Are you still this afraid of me?" he whispered, kissing away the tears at the corner of Qi Yan's eyes. The door was suddenly broken open, and at that moment, he calmly stood up beside the seat, looking like an ordinary roommate who cared about a classmate. Hu Xing entered with Shaowen, looking around before finally focusing on Yingji and Qi Yan. "Where is Gu Cici?" "Over there." Yingji pointed nervously at the black mass on the ground, glancing warily at Hu Xing. "Who are you, and how did you get in?" Hu Xing squatted down first, surprised to inspect the black liquid left by Gu Cici, murmuring in confusion, "She appears to have been backfired by a more powerful evil force." Lifting her head, she noticed Qi Yan shrinking fearfully into the seat and also Yingji standing beside him obviously very guarded. She introduced herself, "I'm Hu Xing, this is my junior disciple Shaowen, we're friends of Qi Yan. We came here especially to protect him when we learned he might be in danger." To gain their trust, she specifically said, "I know your name is Yingji, Qi Yan's roommate and good friend, who lives together with him. Qi Yan also often mentions you." After hearing this, Yingji's expression visibly relaxed. Seeing this, Hu Xing pressed further, then, "Mr. Yi, can you tell me what happened just now?" Yingji lowered his eyes, appearing at a loss. "This morning, I had a little quarrel with Yan. He ran back to school from my place. Feeling guilty, I quickly drove over to catch up with him. As soon as I entered the dormitory, even before I could talk to Yan, Gu Cici appeared. At that time, little Qi should have been on the phone with me," said Hu Xing. "So it was you." Yingji glanced at her, nodding. "I only saw him on the phone but didn't know who was on the other side. Since Gu Cici used to come to the dormitory to find Yan frequently, though I didn't like her, I wasn't particularly concerned. However, this time, when Yan saw her, he looked very nervous and scared. He kept staring at me, trying to hide behind me but dared not. My instinct told me something was off. Before I figured out the situation, I saw Gu Cici appear in front of Yan and press her hand against Yan's left chest. Then, a surge of black qi erupted from Yan's left chest, engulfing Gu Cici. Afterward, she turned into this state. As Yingji spoke, his face showed signs of fear after the fact. "I see." Hu Xing approached Qi Yan and examined him closely, muttering to herself, could it be that she was backfired by the innate evil energy inside Qi Yan? But why does his internal evil energy feel heavier than the last time I saw it? Shaking her head, she stepped back and with Shaowen drew out talisman papers to absorb all the black liquid on the floor. They then sealed these talismans into a porcelain jar. They would take these items back for further processing. No matter what, although it sounded strange, Gu Cici had been dealt with. Further reasons would require additional research. There was nothing else to worry about here, but the effects of this serial tragedy were far-reaching, and many matters remained for her to handle. Hu Xing looked worriedly at Qi Yan, who had remained silent since she arrived, sitting quietly in the chair without speaking or looking at them. Turning to Yingji standing nearby, she said, "Please look after little Qi well. He has been through quite a lot lately." Yingji nodded in agreement. "It's my duty." However, just as she was about to reach the doorway, Qi Yan seemed to be startled and moved his right hand silently twice beside his leg. Finally, he made up his mind and called out weakly, his voice hoarse, "Sis Hu." This was his last chance. He stared directly at Hu Xing with a pair of black eyes. "Sis Hu, do you think my roommate is human?" This question, paired with his somewhat pale and weakened expression, carried an unusual sense of eeriness. His eyes held faint hope and pleading, yet Hu Xing failed to notice. She glanced at Yingji, smiled apologetically at him, and then turned back to Qi Yan. "Little Qi, don't be paranoid. You've been scared silly recently. Your roommate couldn't possibly not be human. Don't worry about it." Qi Yan opened his mouth but slightly turned his head to see Yingji smiling at him by the doorframe. His black eyes were deep and his smile gentle. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists as he urgently said, "Gu Sisi was eliminated by him, I saw it with my own eyes. He just lied to you all." Hu Xing approached Qi Yan comfortingly and patted his shoulder. "You've been too scared and hallucinating. You should take a good rest lately and go out to relax." She assumed that in Qi Yan's eyes, it was hard for him to accept the fact that his innate evil energy backfired against Gu Sisi. But this innate evil energy wasn't his fault, it didn't mean any wrongdoing or sin. Hu Xing looked at Yingji again. "Sorry, please take extra care of little Qi and don't mind what he says. Understand that he doesn't have prejudice or ill intent toward you. It's because he has been too nervous and afraid recently. You've always been the person he trusts and relies on the most. Please patiently guide him, and things will be better after some time." It was inappropriate to suggest that Qi Yan see a psychologist, since the psychologist wouldn't possibly believe the strange tales Qi Yan had told. Only the help from people around who shared similar experiences with him would matter. Upon hearing, "You've always been the person he trusts and relies on the most," Yingji's eyes flickered, then nodded in agreement. "I understand, I'll take good care of Ian." Yingji sent them off to the doorway, watching them walk far away. The room fell into silence all at once, leaving only the two of them again. Qi Yan sat there like a wooden puppet, appearing to have lost his last bit of hope. Like a victim seeking police help only to be handed back to the murderer by the police, being told that he was good and one must follow him well. Yingji lowered his eyes and locked the door, then walked back in front of him. Leaning down, he whispered softly into Qi Yan's ear with a light laugh, "Ian is not obedient. Do you want your husband to be taken away by them? Then wouldn't my Ian become a living widow? How could I bear it?" Qi Yan turned his face away, lowering his head. His hand trembled slightly, refusing even a glance. Yingji gently lifted his face with his left hand and rubbed his nose and lips against Qi Yan's face. "Ian, look at me. Don't avoid my gaze. I made a mistake, I shouldn't have been so hasty before." Meanwhile, with his right hand, he held both of Qi Yan's hands in his. It was definitely him back then. And he clearly hadn't realized his mistake. It wasn't an issue of merely being too hasty. Qi Yan closed his eyes, his throat moved once. Yingji touched foreheads with his nose, as if reminiscing about something, "But as soon as I see you, I lose control. As soon as I see you, I know you're mine. Ian, you belong to me. Your body carries my essence. Even if we had a previous life, you still belong to me. Mine, mine." This was his person, no matter how much time passed, he wouldn't let go, and no one else would be allowed to take him. "I won't hurt you," he murmured tenderly. Qi Yan refused to open his eyes persistently. Gu Sisi also said something like that, "Big brother Qi Yan, I like you, I won't harm you, so give me your heart and we can stay together forever." In the end, she still took his life. With someone who wasn't human, where were reason and emotion? Yingji kissed and licked his eyelids lightly. Qi Yan merely avoided slightly, with trembling eyelashes but refusing to open his eyes. For the first time, Yingji really displayed a touch of genuine bewilderment. He suddenly stood up, picked Qi Yan up horizontally into his arms, and walked directly towards the dormitory exit. Qi Yan couldn't help but open his eyes. From this angle, he could only see the man's side profile. "What are you going to do?" he still asked. Was Yingji going to carry him out like this? Yet Yingji didn't respond, opening the door and walking straight out. It was noon, but outside wasn't bustling with people as Qi Yan imagined. Instead, it was vast and empty, silent, the same scene when Gu Sisi trapped him inside the dormitory. Qi Yan tensely clutched onto Yingji's sleeves. Yingji never spoke throughout, carrying him straight to the parking lot, stuffing him into the car, and securing the seatbelt. After driving to a small airport in the suburbs, he dragged him onto the plane. "What are you going to do?" Gu Sisi could have killed him simply by taking his heart in the dorm, why bother ascending? "Ian, sleep for a while. You'll arrive after a nap." Yingji entered the cockpit. "We're going to get married." Qi Yan was still confused when they really arrived at C Country's marriage registration office. "Don't fool around anymore. I don't even have a visa." What was even more bizarre was that along the way, he hadn't seen a single living being, not people, not even insects or birds. It felt desolate as if this world only contained the two of them. Never mind these things, Yi Yingji said nonchalantly, flashing a smile while operating something. I can isolate us completely from other lifeforms. We won't feel their presence, and they won't sense ours either. Once we've done what we need to do, we'll go back. Gu Cece had also displayed a similar ability before, but she had only isolated one dormitory room. Yi Yingji, on the other hand, had isolated the entire world. No wonder they could so easily forge various identities for themselves. After a moment of busying himself, Yi Yingji handed over a black-covered document. Here, our marriage certificate, take a look. The excitement and anticipation sparkled in his eyes as he gazed at Qi Yan. But Qi Yan instinctively stepped back, afraid to take it. The gleam in Yi Yingji's eyes dimmed slightly. I promised your parents that I would establish a legal relationship with you. Ian, humans don't harm their own partners. I thought this might help you trust me again, forgive me. That wasn't true. Even among humans, there were cases where wives killed husbands or husbands plotted against wives. Qi Yan thought about this but didn't say it aloud. Instead, he asked a somewhat unrelated question. Yi Yingji, regarding Gu Cece, did you know all along? If he knew that she was a cruel demonic creature born from his tainted energy, knowing she would kill humans and show no humanity. I knew a little. Yi Yingji looked down. But how can her sins be attributed to me? Even though she was formed from my evil energy, I have no responsibility to oversee her. He raised his head to look at Qi Yan. I and she are utterly different. Ian, I desire your heart, yet when you demand mine, would willingly give it to you, completely, without reservation. Qi Yan stood dumbly, staring into the eyes of the person in front of him, momentarily forgetting both action and words. A voice in his heart was chaotically whispering something indistinct. He couldn't hear clearly, just instinctively wanting to move closer, to the only other existence in this vast and empty world besides himself. At this moment, Yi Yingji took a step forward, tightly embracing him. Ian, have you truly experienced the sensation of being plagued by an evil spirit? Though selfish, from now on, I will always haunt you. Lies. You've been haunting me since 5 years ago. Qi Yan quietly closed his eyes, slowly leaning onto the other's shoulder. Anyway, there's no escape for me. Anyway, I, also like you. From the game, Yen Baby, to the first day I saw you in graduate school. I don't know why, but why am I unable to forget a monstrous entity? Unable to forget, love at first sight. Chapter 55, The Beauty Brings Disaster. Yi Yingji initially couldn't believe when Qi Yan leaned over, but then he naturally and secretly rejoiced as he accepted it. While hugging Qi Yan outwards, he whispered in his ear to promote himself, don't worry, Yan, others won't be able to tell that I'm not human when I'm with you, so there's no need for you to feel inferior. I promise not to slip up in front of anyone else besides you. Even if someone does discover it, it doesn't matter because they can't beat me. If you don't trust me and think I'll hurt you, I will prove it to you, day by day until forever. Who would feel inferior just because you're not human? Qi Yan felt weak in the knees being held gently by Yi Yingji. Listening to the endless sweet talk yet senseless chatter from Yi Yingji close to his ear made him feel his face getting warm. He muttered, oh, you're not better off explaining why you bullied me back then. Bullying me was enough, and you didn't even show your real form. If Yi Yingji hadn't concealed his identity back then, Qi Yan probably wouldn't have been so terrified. Like I said before, I've always been alone in that house, not knowing why I haven't felt any irritation or loneliness. I've simply felt empty. Then one day, I suddenly saw you, and in an instant, I realized that I was probably waiting for you all along, finding you. So, I followed my heart and went looking for you. However, after those nights when I embraced you, the loneliness I had managed to endure turned unbearable. I almost couldn't resist chasing you right away, but I restrained myself out of fear of frightening you. Hence, later on, whether it was approaching you through games or becoming your roommate, none of it was deliberately deceiving you, I just feared that you'd react again like that day, fainting in fright upon being embraced. Even though Qi Yan indeed fainted embarrassingly while crying, wasn't what you did just more than embracing me. Yet the sweetness hidden in the other's words lifted his heart, making him forget about arguing over these trivialities. It seems that Yi Yingji really could captivate his heart with all this sweet talk. Haven't you been alone all this time? Aha. Weren't you lonely? Not at all. As I've already mentioned earlier, before meeting you, I never understood what loneliness meant. Foul play, Qi Yan felt even worse now. Although clearly aware that Yi Yingji wasn't human, despite instinctively holding prejudice against such creatures, not our kind, still a latent terror remained, but images came involuntarily into his mind, such as Yi Yingji busily preparing hot pot at home. Would he make hot pot during the long years when we didn't know each other? Eating it alone. Qi Yan fell silent for a moment, only hearing Yi Yingji calmly say, therefore, I absolutely cannot let you go. If you leave now, how am I supposed to deal with all the long years ahead? What if I die? Qi Yan asked subconsciously. In legends, magical creatures possess incredibly long lives, while humans live only a fleeting 100 years. As he looked up, however, he saw a most solemn expression on Yi Yingji's face. I will die with you. If you perish, I perish with you. If you disappear, I vanish with you. If you undergo reincarnation, I will accompany you in every lifetime. Afterward, Qi Yan's life returned to its normal rhythm once more. Only more people started to notice that the relationship between him and Yingji wasn't ordinary. Of course, Qi Yan confessed everything to his closest friends like Lao Yuan. Lao Yuan was very surprised. "Ruler, I never noticed any such inclination in you before. How come you're suddenly together with that guy?" Qi Yan coughed lightly. "Well, we lived together for a long time and eventually developed feelings for each other." Lao Yuan looked at him with an odd gaze. "But you've only lived with him for 1 semester whereas you've lived with me for 4 years. Qi Yan. Actually, I liked him the first time I saw him, found him endearing and familiar, feeling happy whenever I saw him. Later, when I faced some difficulties, he always helped me selflessly, deepening my feelings towards him. And after discovering some of his shortcomings and realizing he had lied to me before, I already liked him too much. Initially, I was scared stiff when I found out, wanted nothing more than to escape from him, resisting him for some time. But ultimately, I couldn't fight my own feelings, couldn't help but love him. Fortunately, he persisted and left me no room to refuse." Lao Yuan was unexpectedly fed a mouthful of dog food, a Chinese internet slang meaning to be shown displays of affection involuntarily. He wasn't interested in the heart-wrenching details of Qi Yan's love story, but he did focus on 2 key words. "What? He has flaws and even lied to you?" Flaws singled out by friends with this tone mustn't be minor problems. Lao Yuan immediately became alert. What kind of flaws? Did he commit a crime? Or took drugs? No, Yi Yingji wasn't that bad, he was just not human. Qi Yan evaded the more serious issue and answered, "Nope, it's just that, actually, he'd already had his eyes on me before we met officially. His place was near my uncle's house. When I stayed there after high school graduation, he'd sneak into my bedroom every night through the balcony wearing a mask just to scare me. Then later when we met again, he pretended like nothing ever happened and acted all proper and decent. Bastard." Qi Yan thought he concealed a lot for Yi Yingji already, showing consideration towards him. Lao Yuan gawked at him while stroking his chin. "Are you serious? Your roommate seemed elegant and composed beyond humanity, yet he did such things. Neither sneaking into someone's bedroom masked nor teasing one's crush like a primary schooler seemed like something that person could do. A person who looked as cold and abstinent as a noble young master would surely first present 7 or 8 suites of houses modestly expressing that it meant nothing more than wishing to befriend the one they liked, wouldn't they?" At this thought, Lao Yuan couldn't help but gossip. "Ruler, your man seems to have a background that isn't so simple. Has he given you any suites?" "None. His current residence was borrowed." "Oh, because the original owner got scared off and had no choice but to let Qi Yan live there." Qi Yan disdainfully eyed Lao Yuan. "Stop watching so much romance novels. I've told you before, reading romance novels doesn't mean you can understand women's psychology and then find a girlfriend. Otherwise, one risks becoming super realist with their mind." Qi Yan thought Lao Yuan was showing signs of heading in that direction. Feeling wronged, Lao Yuan pouted and remained silent. Gradually, Qi Yan discovered how much rapport the two shared in their life together. It felt like they had been getting along and blending for an incredibly long time. In most situations, Yi Yingji understood him without needing many explanations. Just as Yi Yingji said, no one could tell what he truly was. After graduation, when they announced their marriage, others were only surprised about both being men. None showed surprise over one of the bridegrooms not being human. Qi Yan inwardly sighed, lamenting on how short-sighted people were. None managed to see beyond appearances to the essence, and inexplicably developed a sense of standing alone while everyone else was drunk. He spoke about his feelings with Yi Yingji, who arched an eyebrow and said, "What's so great about that? Isn't it just because I only like you?" Qi Yan didn't respond, but deep down he found himself even prouder. On the contrary, the longer they lived together, the more Qi Yan worried that Yi Yingji might be discovered by experts and taken away. Due to Gu Cici's incident, Qi Yan also became friends with Hu Xian and Shaoan. When they came to a city for errands, they would meet up with Qi Yan as well. Before Qi Yan knew it, another 5 years passed. This time Hu Xian visited a city again to assist with a case, inviting Lao Yuan and Qi Yan for a meal after finishing work. She particularly instructed to bring Yi Yingji along. Upon receiving the message, Qi Yan hesitated greatly, worrying as he looked at his lover. "Maybe you shouldn't come." "No, I must go." "What if Hu Xian introduces you to other demons or monsters? And you run off with one of them? Wouldn't I be terribly upset?" Yi Yingji had quickly prepared outfits and accessories for the both of them to change into for going out. Qi Yan knew Yi Yingji was joking around. How could Hu Xian possibly introduce him to such creatures? So, he chose not to argue but instead brought up his own concern. "I heard Hu Xian's powers have grown these past couple years. What if she discovers your secret?" Yi Yingji hugged him from behind, squinting with laughter. "Is Mrs. Qi worrying about me?" "It's worry over being left a widow." Qi Yan lowered his gaze and casually responded with an irreverent answer, vaguely recalling that this was probably something Yi Yingji had once said. This comment pleased Yi Yingji, who gave him a peck on the cheek and laughed. "I knew you care for me the most." In the end, Qi Yan nervously went with Yi Yingji anyway. He thought old Yi hadn't committed any evil deeds, and since Hu Xian was someone he knew well, outwardly sharp and capable, yet inwardly soft-hearted. If discovered by her, it would be better than being found out by some random person one day. Who knows, maybe she could help think of ways to cover for Yi Yingji. When Hu Xin saw the two, everything seemed normal with Yingji, but upon spotting Qi Yan, she scrutinized him for a long time and frowned. What's going on with you? Why does your aura of evil grow stronger each time I see you? This truly didn't make sense. There were generally only two reasons for this to happen. One was living daily in a place heavily filled with malevolent energy, but if an ordinary person lived long-term in such an environment, they would surely fall ill repeatedly or die prematurely. The other reason was constantly associating with evil entities, engaging in close contact with them, which would be harmful to any human. But Qi Yan's home, Hu Xian had been there too, it definitely wasn't someplace drenched in sinister energies. And as for her regular acquaintances and friends, none were of any malevolent origin. Qi Yan instinctively glanced at Yingji, knowing intuitively that this had everything to do with him, but mumbled, even someone like you who's an expert can't figure it out. How would I know? As long as it doesn't harm me, it's fine. Indeed, these dark energies strangely caused no harm to Qi Yan himself. Hu Xian couldn't figure out why, but since the vast world harbors infinite mysteries, she attributed it to Qi Yan's unique talents. Yingji leaned quietly into Qi Yan's ear, whispering to fully satisfy his curiosity, the vibes around you are all mine, left by me on you. Chapter 56, Sophies. I knew it was you, but why did you say it in such a tone? Qi Yan couldn't help but let off his anger by twisting Yingji and bit him on the neck. Hu Xing coughed, and Qi Yan turned around only to see everyone at the table looking at him and Yingji. Even though he was no longer a shy teenager, and all of those present were familiar friends, he still flushed immediately. Why did he always lose his mind when dealing with Yingji? Beauty really does bring calamity. Hu Xing smiled amicably and consoled him, it's fine, Xiao Qi. We've gotten used to this over the years. Qi Yan didn't feel consoled at all by this statement. Yingji continued quietly, see, Yan, everyone knows you've always bullied me. Lao Yuan, who was slower to react, directly followed up, that doesn't sound right. Ruler once told me about how you sneaked into his bedroom through the balcony one night when you didn't even know each other back then. Shaoan listened in astonishment, really? Brother Yi has done such a thing. Yingji instantly realized what Lao Yuan referred to, revealing a look that could be described as sweet and gentle, even though it might not have been very respectful towards Yan back then, recalling now, it is one of my happiest memories, especially because I met Yan then. Qi Yan, well aware of the ins and outs, hearing him speak so brazenly almost made him want to bite him again. However, when he turned his face away, he saw Yingji looking at him with a smile, deep black eyes just like their first meeting. Back then, during the start of graduate school, panting heavily from moving boxes, he pushed open the dorm room door only to see someone inside already. This person was facing away from him looking out the window. Hearing the noise, the figure turned around quickly helping him settle his things before handing him a towel, smiling gently and introducing himself, I'm Yingji. Those black eyes looked deeply at him, unfathomable. Despite appearing unapproachable at first glance, there was unexpected warmth in his actions. At that moment, Qi Yan thought that Yingji sounded like a truly beautiful name, the most melodious name he could think of. All resentment melted into soft affection, Qi Yan found himself uncontrollably watching him and smiling. They had already been together for so many years. Yingji said he would prove he wouldn't harm him. Now this proof equation, Qi Yan wished for him to do forever, not due to lack of trust or fear, but because he wanted to be together with him for a lifetime. Later that night when they returned home, just before sleeping, Yingji touched the teeth marks on his neck and softly complained, when did you develop the habit of biting? You bite when angry and even when happy. This mark wasn't a previous one from the restaurant earlier when Qi Yan angrily bit him, but a fresh one. Unacceptable. You keep biting me, making it seem like I can't impose discipline within our marriage, I must retaliate. Exhausted, Qi Yan barely opened his eyes to give him a withering glance. Instantly changing his tone, Yingji replied, next life, retaliation next life. Qi Yan also noticed the teeth mark on his neck, suddenly becoming quite flustered. Yingji, you should erase that mark. What if colleagues see it tomorrow at work? Being a self-condensed being formed entirely of essence, it wasn't hard for Yingji to erase a bite mark. Yet, Yingji refused, joyfully stroking the mark before closing his eyes to sleep, no way, I want to keep it. While Qi Yan wanted to complain, having the actual mark was unexpectedly pleasing to him, he cherished it and refused to let it go. Qi Yan nudged him a couple of times, but he feigned sleep, remaining motionless. Qi Yan had no response to his childish behavior, and thus silently pulled up the covers to sleep as well. Only then did Yingji move again, wrapping his arms around his lover. 3 years after graduation, Qi Yan and Yingji bought and moved into their own home, leaving behind the borrowed residence. They lived much like any ordinary couple in this world, waking each other up in the morning, helping find clothes, tying ties, going to work individually, and then coming home together after the day's hustle, sharing meals, washing up, and falling asleep. They also tried their best to sink annual leaves to travel to places either visited or yet unseen. If Yingji were willing, he could effortlessly obtain all kinds of things that ordinary people only dreamt of, thanks to his abilities. But he preferred to disguise himself as an utterly common human being and build their life step by step with Qi Yan, paying off the mortgage together, sharing a cup of hot red tea on cold winter nights. Every item he gifted to his lover was earned through honest effort. As time went by, even Qi Yan occasionally forgot the fact that his love wasn't human, and even if he remembered, he no longer cared. He watched as the first white hair appeared on Yingji's head and exclaimed in surprise while pinching the strand, "Yingji, will you age too?" Yingji slightly bowed his head to let him pluck the hair, casually smiling, "Of course. Don't believe those myths, immortality and invincibility are made-up lies, defying scientific laws." What he didn't say was that 3 days ago, upon waking up, he noticed a white hair already growing on Qi Yan's head. While his love was still asleep, he quietly plucked it away. If he could, he would be willing to grow old before him, so Qi Yan would always remain his little treasure, always able to act out, be moody, and spoil himself shamelessly in front of him. Immortal beings may not age or die, but he was determined to grow old with Qi Yan and walk through this life together. Otherwise, having indulged and spoiled Qi Yan for an entire lifetime, what if another demon or even a human took him away in the next life? Wouldn't that leave him at quite a disadvantage? Later, as usual, he accompanied Qi Yan outside to buy groceries, but some words would never cross his lips to his beloved, just as some deep emotions remained buried within his heart, unwillingly and perhaps fearfully concealed. The clouds shift rapidly, decades pass in the blink of an eye. When Qi Yan grew old, he liked to silently hold his lover's hand, wearing reading glasses, sitting at the small glass table on the balcony, reading books. Aging makes it hard to concentrate, often drifting off in thought, wondering how fortunate it was to meet Yingji. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine falling in love with anyone else, he'd likely spent his whole life alone. In later years, after every brief period spent on the balcony, Yingji would pull him back inside to rest. Yingji sensed his lover's end sooner than Qi Yan himself did. Yet there wasn't much sorrow in his heart, because anyway, whatever might happen after death, he would accompany his companion. Qi Yan finally had no strength left to speak, only gazing at him with a gentle gaze. His right hand struggled slowly, trembling, until it touched Yingji's fingers. Subsequently, as if finding peace, he looked at his love one last time and closed his eyes. Qi Yan felt himself falling from a great height downward, toward a vast and boundless shimmering galaxy. A surge of immense sadness rose in his heart, as though deeply regretful of letting something go. In a daze, it seemed oddly familiar, yet he couldn't recall where he'd seen it. Suddenly, a hand grabbed him. Then, its owner sighed softly and tightly embraced him, "Caught you. I should have held on to you earlier." Yingji. His mind instinctively summoned this name, along with a nearly overwhelming joy that wanted to make him cry. Face to face with his lover as they faced the descent together, black pupils profound, seeming to hold the universe within them. Toward him, the other man slowly revealed a tender smile. In the next moment, both of them plummeted into the starry river. Another world. 201X, Kingsford Smith Airport. The instant he got off the plane, a wave of heat hit him. His northern homeland was still in the biting cold of winter, whereas here summer was in full swing. With his down jacket hugged in his left arm and dragging his suitcase single-handedly with his right, Qi Yan hurried into the restroom. After changing into the summer clothing prepared ahead of time, he finally exhaled in relief. He still had to wait 3 hours before catching the next flight directly to Sophie's, his destination. The waiting hall was extraordinarily spacious. At a glance, there weren't more than 10 people. Flights to Sophie's were frequent, about once every 1 to 2 hours, and the journey took less than an hour. However, whoever booked his tickets must have intentionally allocated ample buffer time, preventing any unexpected events from making him miss his flight. Now, he could only kill time watching pre-downloaded movies on his tablet with headphones on. The airport Wi-Fi signal flickered in and out, while various New Year greetings popped up continuously in his mobile chat groups, since this day happened to be the Lunar New Year's Day. A girl seated opposite him sized him up for quite a while before mustering her courage to greet him, "Hey, hi." Qi Yan took off his headphones, smiled slightly, and nodded to the girl in response, also saying, "Hi." The girl gained confidence. "Are you here alone too? Coming here for school? Are you an undergraduate or a graduate student?" "Just for an exchange program, I'll only be here for 1 semester." "What about you?" His university offered many exchange programs, and usually by the 3rd year, students could choose to go abroad for exchanges. Most people prioritized schools in North America, while those opting for Europe typically aimed to travel across the continent. In comparison, Australia was still quite niche. Qi Yan had originally applied to a North American school but ended up being placed here due to some mix-up. It wasn't bad either way, clean air, blue skies, English-speaking country, and no strange accents like in Singapore. "I'm coming here for graduate studies." The girl introduced herself as Bai Chiu and quickly relaxed as she began chatting with Qi Yan. Though they were both headed to Sophie's, they weren't attending the same school. Chatting made the time pass much faster, and soon it was boarding time. This was the first time Qi Yan had been on such a small plane, with only 4 seats per row. Every bump during the flight could be clearly felt, forcing him to tightly grip the armrests and close his eyes to fight sudden dizziness and feelings of weightlessness. However, the flight duration was very short. Looking out of the cabin window, he could see the distant coastline and lush greenery. After takeoff, the sole blonde flight attendant handed out a small bread roll and drinks for everyone. After collecting the trash, the plane prepared to descend. It was truly a rapid journey. Qi Yan had barely adapted to the turbulence when it was already time to prepare to disembark. "Welcome to Sophie's." These were the last words he heard on the plane. Baichio's school had sent a vehicle to pick up students, but Qi Yan had missed the date for the school-arranged transport and had to hail a taxi himself. The airport wasn't large, yet there were almost no people around. Qi Yan dragged his suitcase and walked for 10 minutes before seeing another person. He quickened his pace and approached the individual. "Excuse me, where can I wait for a taxi?" Upon hearing the voice, the man raised his head. He looked to be in his 30s or 40s, his face smeared with dirt, with a scruffy beard that hadn't been tended to in a long while. He wore a black sleeveless vest and matching shorts with black sandals on his feet. He gazed up at Qi Yan, muttering something unintelligible despite Qi Yan's best efforts to understand. But Qi Yan realized he must have asked the wrong person. He turned back and from this angle, saw a blue sign indicating the taxi stand. "Sorry for disturbing you," he said hastily, pulling his suitcase back toward the taxi stand. The man kept watching his retreating figure, incessantly murmuring. "Beware of the claws in the darkness, they will tear you apart, bite you, drink your blood. Naive stranger, watch out or you'll lose your life here." Chapter 57, Trivial Matters of Life. A white taxi sped along the highway, with country music looping inside. Opening the window let in a scorching wind, carrying the hot energy of February sunshine from the southern hemisphere. Along the way, there were mostly low residential houses and vegetation and trees by the roadside, expansive fields and village-style scenery. There was only a hint of modernity when nearing the city center. The streets were largely empty, with few people or vehicles to be seen. The taxi eventually stopped in front of a 4- or 5-story building. The driver grumbled as he took the $50 bill from Qi Yan and struggled to make change, saying, "Don't use such large denominations for taxis next time, it's hard to break." Qi Yan stepped out of the car, backpack on his back, suitcase in hand, and clutching a handful of coins in change. Coins like these had become rare in China, and suddenly holding such a large amount made him feel awkward, not knowing where to put them. As he pocketed the coins, he eyed the dark red building before him. The structure appeared to have some history, looking somewhat aged from the outside, giving its dark red hue an appearance reminiscent of dried bloodstains. He took a deep breath, pulled his suitcase inside, and the glass doors automatically opened. The interior looked much newer than the exterior, clearly renovated. Qi Yan's luck held when, after registering and taking the room card to go upstairs, he met a Chinese boy named Jiang Tian in the elevator. Jiang Tian came here because of a 2+2 program at his school. For this project, he spent his second and third year abroad at the partner university, then returned home in his senior year to prepare for graduation and related matters. So, though he and Qi Yan were both now in their third year, he had already been there for a year and was very familiar with the place. Qi Yan's room was on the 4th floor while Jiang Tian lived on the 3rd floor, yet Jiang Tian volunteered to help Qi Yan carry things up to his room and assisted in tidying up. Each floor has a communal kitchen where you can cook your own meals, as well as baths, washing machines, just swipe your room card to get in. Honestly, your room isn't ideally located, the activity room is just above, and the 5th floor is public space. Foreign students love throwing parties in the activity room almost every weekend, which gets pretty noisy. But there's no helping it. Thankfully, they rarely last past midnight. If you have other questions, like buying daily necessities, registering at school, getting transit cards, you can always ask me. I'll take you anywhere since formal classes won't start until next week, so we've got nothing else going on. Alright, thank you. Qi Yan quickly asked about something that was deeply concerning him. How do people usually eat? Do we cook ourselves? Jiang Tian nodded. Yeah, we do it ourselves. Looking at Qi Yan's expression, he added, or you can buy food outside, but the cheapest meal costs around $10, and it doesn't taste great either, it's not worth it. Cooking your own meals makes more sense. Nearby, there's a small burger shop selling burgers, pizzas, fried fish, and chips. Their burgers are decent sized and only cost $7 plus change. Their pizza is also alright, it's more like a filled pancake with meat, onions, and cheese baked inside, and the smaller portion sells for just over $10, enough to last you all day. However, those foods are too greasy and high calorie, so eating them daily isn't ideal. They're okay if you don't have time to cook. Also, the school has plenty of food vendors, but their quality and quantity are generally average, and none are particularly good. Relatively speaking, Subway might be decent. I guess I should still learn to cook myself. Qi Yan covered his head in distress, embarrassed to admit to his new acquaintance that he didn't even know how to turn on the stove and had never cracked an egg at home. Though he would receive a fairly substantial scholarship and have his round-trip airfare covered for his exchange period, he needed to spend over $1,000 per month on accommodation alone, more than the total cost of 4 years' accommodation back home. And their university had an affordable cafeteria where you could eat well for less than 15 yuan per meal, not to mention the various types of takeout available when one grew tired of cafeteria food. It was only during moments like these that he could truly appreciate the advantages of socialist universities. Still studying and without income, and unwilling to continually ask his parents for money, Qi Yan had to learn how to budget carefully. Learning to cook seemed essential. For convenience, he only brought clothes to wear and a laptop. All bedding, cooking supplies, and various daily necessities would need to be purchased anew. He also had to arrange for a student ID at the school, open a bank account, acquire a local phone card, and obtain a transportation card. A long list of tasks awaited him. Fortunately, with Jiang Tian around, all the urgent tasks were handled for Qi Yan within the afternoon. Jiang Tian also showed him the way to school and the central business district. As a token of gratitude, after shopping, Qi Yan treated Jiang Tian to a meal at a Malaysian restaurant in the downtown area. The place was recommended by Jiang Tian. Relatively speaking, it was quite cost-effective, with a meal costing just over $20, but the portions of meat and vegetables were generous. Qi Yan ordered curry chicken and curry shrimp, which tasted pretty good and turned out cheaper than ordering from Chinese restaurants where dishes are individually priced. Thanks to Jiang Tian's guidance, Qi Yan finished almost all the things he needed to handle in one afternoon, leaving only the bank card application and some miscellaneous items unattended. During the start of term season, the bank on campus was crowded with students, requiring long wait times. The next day, Qi Yan went there himself to complete the application, grabbing lunch at a Subway sandwich shop and dinner at a fried chicken store nearby. On his way back to the dormitory that evening, he met his neighbors who lived next door to the left and right. He stayed in room 407. To his left, room 406, was occupied by a black-haired boy named Alex, over 180 centimeters tall, with very pale skin and a sunny smile. Room 408 to his right was home to a girl named Emily, with smooth blonde hair. Judging by their appearances, both were obviously of Western descent. The dormitories here operated on an application system, reapplied for each semester or academic year, and many students either switched dorms or moved out to rent private apartments. Emily had just moved in as well, chatted briefly with them before going back to unpack, and she also had plans to dine out with friends later. "So you just arrived yesterday?" Alex asked, looking at him. "There are many interesting places in Sofis, and I have a car, so I can take you around. Do you like parties? We also have plenty of fun gatherings." Regardless, in real life, passionate and outgoing people are more likely to gain favor from others, and having an easygoing neighbor is never a bad thing. Qi Yan thanked Alex politely, chatted casually for a few moments, then bid farewell before they returned to their rooms. The third day turned out to be an unusually cloudy day, with clouds covering the sun, and the trees appearing dimmer, a relatively rare sight for February. After 2 days of running errands, Qi Yan finally got up at 10 o'clock in the morning, took a bus to a nearby supermarket, and carefully selected groceries for the meals he intended to prepare over the coming days. To be honest, he wasn't entirely sure what to make. He bought a carton of eggs, a packaged piece of beef, half a cabbage, and 2 tomatoes. At least these were all common ingredients that shouldn't be too difficult to cook. Sugar, salt, soy sauce, and other seasonings were already purchased during the first day when Jiang Tian took him to a Chinese supermarket. Although his mind was still hazy about how to use these ingredients properly, at least nothing was missing. Each floor housed 2 kitchens, equipped with 2 large communal refrigerators and a freezer. Each person had a lockable space in the fridge for their own use. Qi Yan's fridge compartment was located in the kitchen on the left side. Around the kitchen were cabinets and sinks, while in the middle stood 2 rows of 6 stoves in total. Qi Yan placed the newly bought pot on the stove and cautiously turned on the flame. He decided to start with the simplest dish, fried rice. He steamed a bowl of rice in the microwave, shredded half a head of cabbage, cut a tomato into slices, and cracked an egg. He tossed the remaining tomato, the rest of the cabbage, and the beef, whose preparation he was unsure of, into the fridge. He thought maybe once his cooking skills improved, he might be able to try making braised beef with tomatoes. Qi Yan looked up a fried rice recipe online and followed the steps: pour oil, add the steamed rice, and then include the shredded cabbage, tomato slices, and the egg. The recipe suggested adding green onions along with the egg, but Qi Yan felt it was important to incorporate more vegetables. The freshly steamed rice seemed a bit too moist, but this didn't seem like a major issue. So far, everything was going smoothly. All he needed to do was stir-fry and season with a bit of salt. 2 minutes later, Qi Yan stared wide-eyed as the tomatoes released water, and so did the cabbage, turning the contents of the pot into a soggy mess of red and white. With a twitching face, he pulled out his phone and helplessly sought Jiang Tian's assistance. Soon enough, Jiang Tian came up from the 3rd floor and looked at Qi Yan's pot with bewilderment. What exactly is this? At least Qi Yan had the sense to turn off the heat first. Fried rice. I added tomatoes, cabbage, and an egg. Poor guy, not a single scrap of meat in his entire meal, because he didn't know how to cook it. Your rice is too wet, and cabbage naturally produces a lot of water. Ideally, you should have blanched it beforehand, said Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian looked at the pot of food with pity. Qi Yan, are you still going to eat this? It seems I probably shouldn't, Qi Yan replied, staring into the pot. He was a little sad for the egg he had used. It was from free-range chickens and more expensive than regular eggs. No worries, I might as well try the burger from that burger place you mentioned, he said with a wry smile to his friend. Jiang Tian nodded and repeated the location of the burger shop. I've already eaten, but if you want, I can help you out too. But it's not bad that things don't always go as planned. Everyone has something they're not good at. Believe in yourself, your future wife will surely be very capable. Jiang Tian helped clean up the mess in the kitchen, then they bid farewell. Jiang Tian went back upstairs, while Qi Yan headed straight for the burger shop after grabbing his wallet. The burger shop was close but still required walking down an entire street. Strangely, there weren't any other places selling food on the street where their dormitory was located. This made Chi Yen start to miss the countless small restaurants scattered all over the capital city and even the blue or yellow delivery riders. In comparison, this place felt like some sort of modern socialist countryside. The burger shop mentioned by Jiang Tian was tucked away on the backside of the street. It had a tiny storefront with only 3 or 4 counters and no seating area for customers, so only takeout was available. The setting looked a bit simple. Inside the counter were some fried items, lit up by warm golden lights above them. In the background, a square fryer continued to work, creating a peculiar atmosphere of greasy warmth. At this moment, there was another customer inside the cramped store. He was a middle-aged man with gray hair, wearing a white shirt paired with black slacks. Notably, he wore a gray patterned vest over his shirt, an odd choice for this season and setting. A dark gold pocket watch hung from his chest, while the exposed neck and side of his face appeared unnaturally pale, much paler than the average Caucasian skin tone. Despite his clean leather shoes and elegant posture, which reminded Chi Yen of traditional Western gentlemen in films, the man seemed completely out of place in this burger joint. This prompted Chi Yen to glance at him more than once. The man noticed Chi Yen's gaze, turned around, and nodded politely at him before paying and leaving. Chi Yen moved to the left slightly to let him pass through the door. On the left corner outside stood a black car. The man walked briskly to the vehicle, first opening the rear door and bending over respectfully to hand something inside. Then he circled back and entered the front driver's seat. That bowing motion exuded humility and respectfulness. Curiosity got the better of Chi Yen, and he couldn't stop himself from staring without realizing whether it was polite or not. In the instant when the man handed the item into the back seat, Chi Yen caught a glimpse of someone seated there faintly. It appeared to be a man because although it was just a fleeting second, he managed to see a pale yet strong hand extend outward, long but large and full of power with clearly defined knuckles. It didn't seem likely to belong to a woman. There also seemed to be something glittering on his fingers, momentarily dazzling Chi Yen's eyes. Blinking, Chi Yen opened his eyes again and realized that the black car had already disappeared around the street corner. Chapter 58, The Clogged Pool. The boss had already noticed the newly arrived guest, warmly inquiring about his order. Chi Yen reluctantly shifted his attention from the black car back to the menu hanging above the counter. After scanning through it, he picked the simplest option, a beef burger. Thinking for a moment, he added an order of fish and chips. He could reheat the burger in the microwave later in the evening for dinner. This way, he wouldn't need to worry about cooking until tomorrow at least. For the rest of the day, Chi Yen was somewhat distracted, often recalling the strange man he met at the burger shop and the fleeting glimpse of that hand. Even in his dreams that night, he saw it again. In his dream, the pale hand gently caressed his body, the texture of its palm lines felt so clear. On the middle finger of that hand, something seemed to be there, but he couldn't make out what. He also couldn't see the face of the hand's owner, yet he felt himself being aroused until he went limp. Then he found himself wrapping his arms around the other person's neck, kissing them sweetly and temptingly, urging the person to kiss him back. And then, he heard himself moan, softly calling out that person's name. Sweating profusely, Chi Yen woke up suddenly. It wasn't unusual for someone his age to have such dreams, nor should he be too ashamed of them. However, dreaming about a man who only showed a hand and addressing him as husband was problematic. Until now, during the past 20 years, Chi Yen had always been pure-minded, having never experienced such decadent sensual fantasies. Chi Yen thought about calling his parents overseas in a panic to lament how, on only the 3rd day in a capitalist society, he had almost offered himself in a dream to some faceless symbol of corrupt capitalism. But this was just his thoughts, obviously not something he would actually do. Moreover, it was 4 in the morning, meaning 2 in the morning back home. If he dared to call at this time, his mother might get half scared to death before realizing it was nothing serious and proceeding to beat him. Even if she can't get her hands on him right now, there would be a reckoning once he returned home. Chi Yen sat up, wiped the sweat off his forehead, grabbed the empty cup from the table, opened the door, and headed to the kitchen for water. As he passed by the mirror in front of the door, he glanced at his own reflection, gaze hazy with a faint glimmer, cheeks flushed red. Chi Yen tightly shut his eyes, shook his head, and held the cup, pushing the door open toward the kitchen. His legs still felt weak. Internally berating himself, he wondered why one single dream left him looking like he'd been ravaged so lovingly. It was disgraceful. In the kitchen, Chi Yen drank 2 large cups of cold water before calming down. After returning the cup to the bedroom, he took the opportunity to go to the restroom across the hall. There were 5 bathrooms and 5 shower rooms located in the middle of the floor. There were 2 for men, 2 for women, and 1 mixed-use bathroom, each with a similar layout. Bathrooms were windowless and contained a sink and a toilet, offering complete privacy when the door was locked. Chi Yen turned on the faucet over the sink to wash his hands and splash some water on his face to refresh. He still vividly remembered the helpless, flushed look of himself in the mirror earlier, finding it unbearable. Clear water flowed smoothly from the metallic faucet into the sink, but instead of draining away, it accumulated inside, seemingly blocked by something. At the same time, liquid started rising from the drainage hole below, but it wasn't clean, colorless water, it was a diluted red substance. Chi Yen didn't pay much attention at first. In school, sometimes water would turn red or yellow due to rust or other reasons. But he quickly realized something was wrong. The smell of the liquid carried a slight metallic scent, reminiscent of blood but not as thick. If anything, it was like blood diluted by clear water. More and more red liquid bubbled up from the drain, blending with the clear water in the pool. Afraid to linger any longer, Qi Yan hurriedly turned off the tap and ran out, retreating to his own room. Not wanting to cause trouble, especially as a newcomer, he kept quiet. Moreover, it was deep into the night, and most people were sleeping. He wasn't sure who to report this matter to anyway. Each room also had a sink for daily use. Qi Yan hesitated for a moment before trying the faucet in his own room. Clear water flowed smoothly, easily draining through the outlet at the bottom of the basin. He let out a sigh, even finding it hard to tell whether the scene he had just witnessed was real or just an illusion caused by his spring dream that had left him in a daze. The time on his phone was already 4:30 a.m. Looking out of the window, the sky in the distance had started to lighten with the white of dawn. The dormitory building faced the street, and standing at the window, he could see the occasional passing vehicles. Everything seemed so peaceful and normal. Qi Yan threw himself onto the bed, turned off the bedside lamp, and closed his eyes. Sleeping until tomorrow morning should fix everything. This time, that hand and its owner did not enter his dream again. The next day dawned bright and sunny, the humid heat exuding the lush scent of plants and trees. Summer's sun was too passionate. One needed to apply a thick layer of sunscreen and wear a baseball cap and sunglasses before stepping outside. The restroom he visited last night was the closest to his bedroom, directly across from it, and it was the one Qi Yan usually went to. When he went there again in the morning, he found the sink had been cleared and was functioning normally. No one had mentioned this incident. Qi Yan was becoming increasingly uncertain whether what he had seen last night was his own illusion or simply a common case of a clogged drain. Perhaps some clumsy student had accidentally blocked the pipe with those bloody pieces of fresh beef sold in the supermarket, though such a guess made him quite uncomfortable. However, some unpackaged raw beef sold at the supermarket indeed carried a lot of blood water. It might be fresher this way, better suited for their steak grilling. Qi Yan had never bought vegetables or cooked back home either, thus having no experience in this area, only guessing so simply. Jiang Tian also mentioned that the pork here in the supermarket smelled more gamey than back home, possibly because the animals were slaughtered without bleeding them out. Qi Yan didn't dwell much on these matters, quickly looking forward to today's plans. Safis is a planned city built according to design specifications, presenting itself as tidy and orderly, but not large, with fewer places of interest to visit. Jiang Tian and Qi Yan agreed to meet at noon for lunch, then browse through a few art galleries and museums they both found intriguing, and return in the evening for Jiang Tian to teach him how to cook simple meals. They would take the bus back and forth. Buses here do not stop at every station. One needs to wave when the bus they intend to board arrives, and press a button to indicate they wish to alight. Almost regardless of the time, every bus has vacant seats. Qi Yan sat on the bus, gazing through the window at the distant scenery. The sky was blue to the extreme, the sunlight dazzlingly bright, yet few people were around. Only emerald green meadows, rolling grasslands, and low residences, mostly 1- or 2-story houses, were visible. Apartment buildings over 10 stories high were practically extinct. The vegetation coverage was high. On the right side of the road stretched a dense little forest surrounding a pool of green lake water, and each small hill passed along the way resembled a forest park. Jiang Tian told him that when climbing mountains, you might encounter kangaroos. If you lower your body and spread your hands while approaching them from the front, they have a high probability of not fleeing but instead standing dumbly still for you to touch them, jumping away only once they get annoyed. Qi Yan was somewhat intrigued. Here it didn't feel like a modern urban metropolis of the 21st century but rather fit the idyllic pastoral life imagined in literary works. Under Jiang Tian's supervision, Qi Yan finally managed to stir-fry his first ever plate of egg-fried rice, which now gave him some capital to feed himself. Jiang Tian had made cola chicken wings, serving them on a plate and sharing with him. Eating proper Chinese food after so many days here touched Qi Yan almost to tears. Jiang Tian suggested, cola chicken wings are probably the easiest dish to make, and it's also hard to mess up badly. Chicken wings are relatively cheaper in the supermarket compared to other meats, so you can try making them. Despite the challenging-sounding name, Qi Yan nodded through tears. Because the rooms were close together, Alex and Emily's fridge placements were here as well, so this kitchen was generally used by them too. Qi Yan often saw Alex and his friends gathered together, all tall, handsome young men and women excelling in appearance. Qi Yan also caught sight of them going out in groups late at night or taking drinks up to the rooftop on the 5th floor to drink and chat. According to Jiang Tian, although there were quite a number of young people like them, many students were also buried in labs, libraries, and gyms, leading regular and ambitious lives. However, classes haven't started yet. Once classes officially begin in a couple of days, they'll need to invest a significant amount of energy into studying, Jiang Tian explained. Emily, on the other hand, was often seen alone or occasionally with her female friends baking cakes or cookies. She made spaghetti today and presented Jiang Tian's homemade chicken wings as a gesture of reciprocation. In return, she dished out 2 small portions of her own creation to Qi Yan and Jiang Tian. The supermarket frequently stocked various packaged types of pasta like macaroni, which only required boiling and adding some sauce, making it a common dish for students here. For some, the frequent stir-frying and tossing that characterized Jiang Tian's cooking might seem magical. This is kangaroo meat, Emily pointed, explaining her sticky pile of spaghetti. Qi Yan had never tasted kangaroo meat and hadn't noticed it in the supermarket either. However, his history teacher from the Qin and Han dynasties had mentioned that during those ancient times, people could eat virtually any visible animal or plant, be it birds flying in the sky, creatures running on the land, or fish swimming in the rivers. Nothing was off limits. But after over 1,000 years of evolution, the climate and environment in inland areas changed greatly, leading to significant shifts in dietary habits. Gradually, ingredients such as birds, snakes, and insects disappeared from the dining table, while methods of cooking also underwent numerous adjustments and changes. Yet in the southernmost regions like Guangdong province, where climatic and environmental conditions have remained relatively stable for thousands of years, many culinary traditions have been preserved. Practices like eating raw fish, consuming snakes, and preparing roasted delicacies are still alive in the Lingnan region, truly making the Cantonese cuisine a living fossil of Chinese dietary heritage. As a descendant of the Huaxia civilization, how could he possibly shy away from trying kangaroo meat? Qi Yan took a bite with his chopsticks and politely responded, "Thank you, it's quite delicious." Actually, he couldn't discern the exact taste of kangaroo meat. On one hand, all the pieces were minced finely and mixed into the noodles, on the other, this spaghetti was cooked so strangely it carried an indescribably sour flavor. Emily ate this strange concoction she had prepared for 2 whole years. Qi Yan couldn't fathom how they managed not only to survive but also to study and pass exams. It was truly impressive. It was also possible that there was a fundamental difference in palate structure between him and these Western classmates. He now found his own fried rice pretty tasty. 2 days later, school officially commenced its classes, and Qi Yan gradually adapted to life here. The kitchen turned out to be an excellent social setting. While cooking, he became increasingly acquainted with his neighbors on the 4th floor wing. His cooking skills also improved a bit, now at least he could make shredded potatoes. It was Friday. Alex was making a steak while Qi Yan chopped potato shreds nearby, casually chatting about school affairs. "My steak is ready, would you like to try it?" "No thanks." After tasting Emily's spaghetti, Qi Yan hesitated to experiment further with his neighbor's cooking. Besides, Alex preferred almost entirely raw steaks, not something Qi Yan was ready to challenge. Perhaps he'd failed to live up to the ancestors' expectations in this way. Lost in thought, Qi Yan accidentally cut his index finger. The knife was sharp. Though just a small slit, fresh red blood instantly gushed out. A faint scent of blood wafted through the air. Chapter 59, The Rose Entangled by Thorns. "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" Alex immediately turned around, his deep blue eyes tightly fixed on him. "Nothing." Qi Yan hastily replied, not taking a close look at his neighbor's current appearance. He ran his hand under cold water at the sink and said, "I just cut myself. I'll go back and bandage it up." After saying that, he turned back and smiled at Alex before returning to his own room. He remembered that his mother had placed a box of Yunnan Baiyao bandages in the side pocket of his backpack before he left. It was just a minor injury, the skin had broken a bit. After Qi Yan put on the bandage, he continued to return to the kitchen with determination to cut and fry the potatoes. However, in this brief moment, both Alex and his steak were already gone. Could it be that he finished eating already? That seemed unlikely, it was more probable that he went out with his friends. Qi Yan didn't pay much attention and finished eating his dinner alone. In the evening, as he lay alone in bed preparing to sleep, he heard a knock on the door. Alex's voice came from outside the door, Jerry, are you asleep?" Jerry is Qi Yan's English name, given to him by his elementary school English teacher. At the time, the English teacher prepared some of the most common English names randomly distributed to the whole class. Qi Yan had been relieved that no one in their class wanted to be called Tom. But names have a certain stickiness, and many of his social media accounts were registered under this name, so naturally, it couldn't be changed easily now. I'm already asleep. Is there anything urgent?" Qi Yan picked up his phone to check the time, it was already 11 o'clock. "If it's not urgent, can we talk about it tomorrow?" He had already washed up and taken off his clothes, getting out of bed to change would be very troublesome. "Oh, it's nothing," Alex mumbled something outside the door that Qi Yan didn't hear clearly, and he didn't give it too much thought. He had attended a large lecture and a discussion session today. After class, he went to the school gym to run, using up a lot of energy. With his eyes closed, he didn't take long to fall into slumber. As he drifted off, he heard the sound of opening doors and voices coming from room 408 to his right. It was Emily's room. This late at night, was she just back or planning to go out? While pondering this, Qi Yan gradually fell asleep. The next day was Saturday, and Qi Yan had no classes but needed to head to the school library to discuss the topic selection for a group report assignment with classmates. As he stepped out, he just happened to see Emily. She was holding a garbage bin, obviously heading towards the kitchen to dispose of the trash. Qi Yan casually glanced down and saw heaps of blood-soaked tissues above the garbage bin. His gaze moved upward and saw the scars on Emily's wrist that held the trash bin, dark-colored scabs and purplish bruises particularly prominent against her snowy white arm. "Are you injured?" he asked. "It's nothing," Emily looked up and smiled, gently covering her left hand with her right. "Just an accidental scrape, it bled quite a bit." "That's being cautious." I cut my hand yesterday too. Such bad luck. Chi Yan also smiled while bidding her farewell, then took the elevator downstairs alone. Gradually, he began to feel something was amiss. That wound didn't look like a scratch, more like being bitten by something. He had something on his mind, recalling the shadow he caught sight of by the roadside grove on his way back from the school gym last night. That thing resembled a big dog, tall and robust. Was there someone nearby raising a large breed dog? Even more horrifying thoughts came. Jiang Tian once said he heard wolf howls at night. The ecological environment here was well protected. Perhaps wolves really existed? They might come running down from those mountains. Qi Yan had seen articles and reports online about humans coexisting harmoniously with animals, even wolves and bears in towns with good ecological environments. Yet, if carnivorous beasts prone to attacking people lived around his living area, it still felt somewhat nerve-wracking. However, Emily's action of covering the wound later suggested that she didn't want others to see it, possibly a pretext about being scratched. Therefore, it was better not to inquire too deeply into other people's privacy. Qi Yan and his group members discussed until 5 in the afternoon. Realizing it was Saturday and the start of the new semester with not much going on, everyone in the dormitory would definitely throw a party on the 5th floor. In such a scenario, he'd get nothing done in his room due to the noise, so he stayed in the library until 9 o'clock before packing up and heading back. His dormitory was built outside the school, and the distance wasn't short. On non-weekend times, there were shuttle buses provided by the school, but walking would take at least 30 minutes. The summer night was cool, the heat of the day having dissipated, and the air carried a fresh scent of grass and trees. Qi Yan decided it would be nice to take a walk. Jerry, Jerry. Qi Yan heard the shout and footsteps, taking a moment to realize that they were calling him. He turned around and saw Alex approaching. Are you also just leaving school? Heading back to the dormitory? Then let's go back together. Qi Yan was a little surprised. Why didn't you attend today's party? In his memory, Alex and his friends were all out, party animals, so it was odd that he'd still be at school this late tonight. Because I found something more intriguing, something I can't resist. Alex replied softly. Yes, I agree. Sometimes when one immerses in studying, it's hard to stop. That's why we have the phrase, thirst for knowledge. Curiosity and appetite are truly two unstoppable and undeniable feelings. Qi Yan added with agreement, by the way, what did you want last night when you came to look for me? It wasn't anything important. Last night, my friends and I had a gathering, and I needed a partner. I wanted to ask if you'd like to join us. That's really unfortunate. Hopefully, I'll get another chance next time. Qi Yan said while thinking that even if he hadn't planned on sleeping, he definitely wouldn't have gone out partying with Alex and his friends so late. As they spoke, they continued walking toward the dormitory. The road was dark, illuminated only by the dim orange glow of streetlights, stretching the shadows of the shrubs beside the road very long. They took a shortcut and now found themselves in the space between two buildings. It wasn't a short route but relied solely on the light from the main roads on either side, making it much darker as a result. There will definitely be another opportunity. Alex smiled cryptically. Anyway, it's no problem. Yesterday, I happened to meet Emily outside, so I invited her to join us. That's great. However, I saw Emily today, and it looked like she was injured. Do you know about this? Alex's blue eyes dimmed slightly. Is that so? She must have been careless. Qi Yan had always walked closer to the wall. He noticed that Alex was getting increasingly closer. Now, they had just reached the middle of the path, and Alex suddenly stopped, turning to face him. Jerry. He lowered his head and gave an amiable smile. Could you do me a favor? Qi Yan wasn't used to being so close to someone and took a step backward. What is it? I think I'm sick, and I don't feel well. I hope you could help me with something small. There was a peculiar red glow in his eyes, which stared unwaveringly into Qi Yan's. What's wrong with you? Acute gastroenteritis. I'll take you to the campus clinic. Qi Yan realized at this point that there was indeed something unusual about his neighbor. For a moment, Alex seemed startled, but then immediately became vigilant, standing up straighter, like a lion prepared to eat but realizing another predator nearby. At the end of the road, where they had come from, a black car had silently parked under the streetlight. His vision far surpassed the average person's, he could clearly see every detail. The front window of the car was slightly open, revealing a middle-aged man with gray hair. A dark gold pocket watch hung from the man's chest, with patterns engraved on its casing. He narrowed his eyes to focus more intently. The uneven patterns on the watch case depicted countless entwined thorns and within them, a rose tightly bound. A rose wrapped by thorns, that was the symbol of Prince Emerald. Alex's pupils constricted sharply. The rear window was tightly shut, and he couldn't see inside, only catching a shadowy silhouette reflected against the car window. Chapter 60, Cybersecurity. The figure behind was His Royal Highness, Prince Emery himself. Just thinking about the possibility made Alex's heart tremble with fear. He recalled the rumor he had heard earlier about Prince Emery coming to Sophie's for vacation, but since it hadn't been confirmed, he had scoffed at the old folks who repeatedly warned them, youngsters, to behave ourselves based on some hearsay. Alex. Qi Yan called out to his neighbor. He could see the black car parked behind, but with his eyesight, he couldn't make out more details, only sensing a vague familiarity. However, honestly speaking, there were too many identical cars on the streets, and this wasn't unusual. All he could see was Alex suddenly standing up straight, his face turning as pale as snow, nervously staring at the car and licking his lips. "I'm fine now, I just remembered I left something at school, you go back first." Alex looked at Chi Yen with a hint of regret in his gaze. But there will always be chances later. Eating in front of His Highness Emery without restraint was not a good choice. Rashly presenting this human as an offering to a prince renowned for his mysterious aloofness and unpredictability did not seem like a good idea either, though this human's blood smelled particularly sweet. "Are you really alright?" Chi Yen asked again for confirmation. Alex nodded, almost eager to shoo the other person away. He was unsure if the presence of the car had any special meaning or was related to him. In any case, it wasn't appropriate to keep associating with this human any longer. Yes, it was probably acute appendicitis earlier, but I've recovered now. There are medicines at school, I'll just take them after I pick them up. Go back, Simon is nearby, he'll come find me. Alright, Chi Yen nodded, I'll go then. Alex felt the refreshing scent of humanity gradually move further away from him. He remained perfectly still, waiting anxiously with hands hanging down. Fortunately, His Highness seemed to have really just passed by and had no intention of bothering him. A moment later, the black car disappeared. As the car drove off, Alex leaned helplessly against the wall next to him, taking out his phone to send a message to Simon. He truly needed Simon to find him so that he could recount this incredible experience and subtly pass on the news. Chi Yen returned to the dorm alone, threw his bag onto a chair, and took out both his notebook and tablet to plug them in. Then, he lay casually on the bed and started scrolling through his phone. The party upstairs was indeed still quite noisy. There was a new friend request on Facebook, from Ingji, YE. The profile picture showed a blue and white foreign shorthair cat. That pinyin name clearly belonged to a compatriot, and Chi Yen accepted the friend request without hesitation. He thought for a moment and sent an active message. "Hello, may I ask who you are? My name is Ingji, I work in Europe and am currently on vacation in Sofis. Occasionally, I attend classes at AHU. I'm half-blooded, my mother is Chinese, but I grew up in Europe. I found you in the Sino-English Learning Mutual Assistance Group under AHU and thought you look really nice when you smile, so I would like to ask you to teach me Chinese, would that be okay? Cover eyes." In less than 5 seconds, the other side revealed a lot of personal information as if being interrogated, finally adding an emoji of a little monkey covering its eyes provided by Apple. Chi Yen suspected that the person had already prepared this long text message in advance, just waiting to send it to him. He slid his finger back to check Mr. Ye's profile information. Clearly male in gender, Yi Yingji didn't sound like a girl's name either. An adult man still liked acting cute. However, it looked like the other party should be cheerful and easygoing. AHU was the abbreviation for the university he was currently studying at during the exchange program, Australian Human University. To improve his English level, he joined one of the Sino-English Learning Mutual Assistance groups under AHU, where he could help people who wanted to learn Chinese and simultaneously ask them to help improve his English. Although Chi Yen never posted messages, someone had surprisingly found him. He glanced at his own profile picture, taken by his father in front of the school auditorium during freshman orientation. He did look quite foolishly cheerful in it. Did this, "You look really nice when you smile," comment mean the other party thought he was flirting with a young girl? And if it was a guy he was supposedly flirting with, wouldn't it at least be reasonable to show an actual personal photo rather than using a cat's picture? Was this person just pretending to be cute with that short-haired cat, hiding whether they were human or ghost? Chi Yen stared disdainfully at the silly, pudgy face of the cat on the avatar but quickly replied, "Sure, no problem." As a descendant of Huaxia, it was only natural for him to help a fellow half-blooded compatriot who was eager to learn Chinese and even used a Chinese name on social media, though he felt that the other person's Chinese was already good enough not to need any tips from him. Still, given what Mr. Yi had mentioned about his mother being Chinese, it made sense that his Chinese should be proficient. The age difference didn't seem significant either. Maybe this person entered school early and stopped pursuing further studies, making them potentially the same age, or possibly younger than him. "Would you mind telling me how old you are this year?" An approximate age would work too. If the other party was indeed a peer around his age, their conversations could be much freer and more casual. 24, the reply came after 2 seconds of hesitation. Just as expected, only 3 years older. Chi Yen noted silently. Suddenly, another question sprang into his mind, "By the way, what's your English name?" Since the individual lived and worked abroad for long periods, they must use their English name more often. Tom. This time, it took 5 seconds before the answer came back. Really coincidental, Chi Yen chuckled awkwardly, "My English name is Jerry. World famous, Tom and Jerry, also known as Cat and Mouse." This Tom Yi responded rather quickly, "What a lovely name." Chi Yan's forced laughter froze on his face. Should he commend the other for having gentlemanly demeanor? He hesitated a bit and typed out a sentence, "Your Chinese name sounds really nice." It wasn't merely a compliment, it was a sincere sentiment. Yi Yingji, Yi Yingji. Just rolling the name on his tongue felt incredibly soothing. Truly, it was a very melodious name. The conversation continued unnoticed until 2 hours had slipped by. Qi Yan hadn't realized the noise upstairs had stopped, signaling the end of the party. Not until 11:30 p.m., when Yingji sent him a message saying, "It's late, you should rest now." "Good night," did Qi Yan become aware of the time. "It's late for you too, rest well." "Good night," he smiled while tapping the send button, completely unaware how light-hearted his entire day had become due to this new friend who appeared out of nowhere, someone he had never even met in person. From then on, they maintained daily text message exchanges. Once, Qi Yan asked Yingji how he planned to help him study Chinese, and Yingji casually replied, "I think the most important part of learning a language is application, so just chatting like this works perfectly. I hope you won't find me too annoying, playful." As always, there was a cute little emoji tacked onto the end of his sentences. Yingji shared stories about his residence in Europe, a vast estate where he lived in a 1,000-year-old castle surrounded by gardens filled with white and red roses. Qi Yan found it hard to believe, thinking based on history textbooks that traditional European nobility fell out of favor during the First Industrial Revolution, and those currently wielding wealth, power, and status were all capitalists. Still, it seemed typical for young men his age to enjoy boasting. There were similar types among his circle of friends as well, virtues outweighed flaws. So Qi Yan simply agreed, "That's great, I'd love to visit sometime." "Do you like it?" The other pursued excitedly, sending over 2 photos after a pause. "Look, this is the house where I spend the most time living. Fortunately, the steward has some photos stored, which he just sent me. The pictures were taken during the day with brilliant sunshine and cloudless skies." As described by Yingji, a towering black castle stood majestically behind layers of swaying white roses, grandiose yet dignified. The white flowers lent it an additional touch of gentleness. Although Qi Yan knew nothing about architecture and couldn't identify its period or style, he still perceived it as magnificent and mysterious. "This is where I live now, and it's the place I've lived in for the longest time. I have a few other houses too. Unfortunately, there are no pictures on my phone at the moment, so I will have to ask the steward for some later. Otherwise, I would let you see which one you like best. This one already appeals to me, the flowers are gorgeous." It was clear that the owner put great care into tending them. However, Qi Yan still did not entirely believe what the other had said. His roommate was currently on an exchange program in Europe and had a whole bunch of photos of Neuschwanstein Castle saved on his phone. Though Qi Yan had never been to Europe nor studied European architecture, even if Yingji showed him pictures of such famous structures as Neuschwanstein Castle and claimed they were his home, he doubted he could tell the difference. Anyway, this wasn't about matchmaking or scrutinizing how many properties someone owned or their conditions. Even going to someone's house as a guest was unlikely, let alone meeting face to face. There was no need to be overly meticulous about these things. After exchanging messages online with Yingji for 2 weeks, aside from the fact that the other enjoyed making grandiose claims that didn't quite match reality, Qi Yan increasingly liked this friend he had met only online. Conversing with Yingji was congenial and easy, and Yingji always seemed to have ways of making him feel happier. So when the other asked for his phone number, Qi Yan gave it without hesitation, a direct contradiction to all the lessons he'd learned since childhood about not trusting strangers on the internet and not disclosing personal information lightly. Who cares? Anyway, this was just his number in Australia, which he would certainly get rid of and stop using once he returned home. 20 seconds after sending out the number, Qi Yan's phone rang. It was from an unfamiliar number. Given his limited social circle in Australia, most communication with teachers and classmates happened via emails or instant messages. Very few people would actually call him. Qi Yan already had a faint idea who this caller might be. His fingertips paused momentarily before swiping to answer the call. Then he lifted the phone to his ear. A deep, gentle young male voice came from the other side, sounding even better than he had imagined. His tone gave off a calm and mature impression, completely unlike the playful Tong Yi who loved sending him various cute emoticons. "I believe it's about time for you to help correct my pronunciation," Yingji said softly, a trace of laughter in his voice. Listening to the sound of the voice, Qi Yan's left cheek started inexplicably heating up where it was near the phone. Feeling uneasy, he switched the phone to his right hand. He thought both cheeks should get equal treatment. Chapter 61, Full Moon Feast. Yingji spoke Chinese extremely well, even Qi Yan, who grew up domestically, would believe it. There was really nothing that needed correction. The two usually communicated via messages, but Yingji would pick nighttime to call him for a chat, saying this was to exercise his oral expression. Qi Yan couldn't help but admire the other's perfectionist attitude towards learning, thinking if he had been that committed back in the day, he could have improved his TOEFL score by at least 10 points. Yingji usually called around 10 o'clock in the evening when Qi Yan would just finish taking a shower. He'd open the window, speaking on the phone while letting his hair dry naturally. They could talk for half an hour to an hour, and Yingji would also converse with him in English, actually helping correct some pronunciation and accent issues. Conversing with the other person was already lighthearted and interesting, and it genuinely benefited him, so Qi Yan naturally enjoyed talking to Yingji more. Yingji's English accent was fairly pure British, giving off an air of formality in speech that left people powerless to resist. When listening to him speak Chinese, Qi Yan didn't notice much, but when Yingji spoke English, Qi Yan had to pay extra attention to understand what the other said, always feeling his ears heating up. It was only then that Qi Yan understood why some people thought the British accent was more enticing than the American one. At about 10:30 this evening, while Qi Yan was talking to Yingji, he suddenly heard a knock on the door and someone shouting his name outside. The voice belonged to Alex. Qi Yan said into the phone, "Wait a moment, someone is looking for me." He got up from the bed, placed the phone on the table, and opened the door. It was indeed Alex outside. Alex was holding 2 black cards with gold embossed patterns. "Hey Jerry, there's a banquet this weekend hosted by Priest Company. I'm interning there, so I got quite a few invitations. They warmly welcome young students from AHU to come, probably they think it's a good opportunity to promote the company. Aren't you interested in fully experiencing different lifestyles and activities here in Sofis? This is a great chance. I have 2 invitations, you can bring your friend along." What was his name again? Kevin. Kevin was Jiang Tian's English name. Since coming here, Qi Yan hadn't attended any formal gatherings, and he was indeed interested in this banquet, so he readily agreed and thanked Alex for his kindness. He took the invitation and said, "All right, thank you. I'll ask Kevin. It'll be great if both of you can come." Alex smiled brightly. "The gathering place is far from the dormitory. Simon and I will drive. You and Kevin can take my car." Qi Yan thanked Alex again, wished each other a good night, and closed the door before returning. His phone was still on the table, the screen lit up, the call still ongoing. "Did you hear that? My classmate living next door invited me to a banquet this weekend. I don't know what banquets here are like. Have you been to one?" Yingji didn't answer his question but instead countered, "Your neighbor. Isn't he the one you told me about, the guy with black hair and blue eyes who always hangs out with a group of friends? I advise you to have minimal contact with them, they don't sound like proper people." His voice revealed rare traces of dissatisfaction. "Well, noted," Qi Yan laughed. He didn't expect Yingji to be so conservative, as he thought young people abroad were generally more carefree. However, Yingji was just like their middle school counselor. They just love to play around, but they're actually pretty good people. Many of my domestic classmates live easygoing lives, cramming only during final exams yet still achieving good results. Everyone has different ways of working hard. Besides, I've already accepted his invitation this time. Just going to take a look without drinking too much shouldn't cause any problems, right? And Priest is a pretty famous company, isn't it? Priest was a biotech company that had considerable recognition in Australia. Due to its unique geographical environment and evolutionary process, Australia had many wonderful animals and plants not found in the Northern Hemisphere, consistently holding leading advantages in biotechnology and pharmaceutical healthcare. While Qi Yan was talking, he was flipping through the invitations brought by Alex. The invitations were made exquisitely and carried a distinctive subtle fragrance. A black card face with golden embossed patterns, inside were the same embossed golden letters. "We sincerely invite you to our feast this weekend. You will certainly have an unforgettable night." The event's time and location were specified. Although there was no explicit signature, the note stirred a desire to attend immediately. Yingji simply replied with a soft, after hearing his words and did not try to stop him again. It was getting late, Qi Yan said goodnight to Yingji and plugged in a phone charger before falling into a deep sleep. Outside the window, the streets were quiet, with only the occasional car speeding by. The green belts between the lanes occasionally echoed with the chirping of insects or birds. A massive 4-legged shadow darted past his window so quickly that it cast its shadow over the entire window surface and even through the curtain onto the opposite wall. The room's owner mumbled something in his dreams without realizing anything. Soon, it was Saturday. Qi Yan had mentioned the banquet to Jiang Tian before. With an outgoing personality who couldn't stand still, upon hearing about it, Jiang Tian enthusiastically agreed to go with Qi Yan. Qi Yan and Alex agreed to meet at 6 o'clock in the evening at the dormitory entrance, where Alex would drive them all there. When the time came, Alex was already waiting for them alone, dressed neatly and ready to go. "Where are Simon and the others? Aren't they coming with us?" Among Alex's group of friends, at least 5 or 6 people were always around, but 2 stood out more often for their mild temperament, a boy named Simon and a girl named Judy. Although Qi Yan wasn't good at remembering foreign names and faces, these 2 left a lasting impression because they most frequently visited Alex and would greet Qi Yan whenever they met. "They've already gone ahead, but we need to wait for one more person," Alex said smiling, looking very happy. A short while later, Emily appeared before them wearing a white dress. Her beautiful golden hair was tied up high, and she carried a pearl-colored small bag. It turned out Alex was waiting for Emily, which made sense since they lived close by. It seemed like Alex and Emily had a good relationship, so if he invited Qi Yan, it was natural that Emily would be invited as well. "White is great. They'll definitely like it," Alex whispered softly as praise, then led the 3 into the car. Alex and Emily sat in the front, while Qi Yan and Jiang Tian took the back seat. That was what was great about Sofis. Since Qi Yan had been here, he'd never experienced any traffic jams. Alex drove toward the suburban direction. Jiang Tian couldn't help but ask, "Didn't the invitation say the banquet would be held at the club in the west part of the city? Why are we heading east?" He attended an academic conference hosted by the school last semester in the western part of the city, so he remembered the route. "The location was changed yesterday," Alex answered. "To be honest, I don't know why they changed the address. The feast was held in an estate near the suburb. It wasn't far from there, an hour's drive brought them to the destination. Alex walked ahead with Emily on his arm, while Jiang Tian quietly muttered to Qi Yan, "You're really unlucky. Look how smart Alex is, you should have brought a female companion instead of me." Qi Yan patted his shoulder consolingly, "Don't undervalue yourself." As soon as Alex walked into the venue, he sensed an unusual and tense atmosphere. He furrowed his brows, finding Simon who was teasing a human boy and pulling him away forcefully. Lowering his voice, he asked urgently, "What happened? Why have so many old-timers come? Haven't they been missing for a long time?" This was just an ordinary full moon blood feast, yet how did it attract so many elders of the same kind? He quickly glanced around and noticed several faces that didn't even belong to Safi's. If his memory served correctly, those guys must have specially come from Sydney or Melbourne, and some might have even traveled from Adelaide and other places. The older crowd clinked glasses, muttering secretly with each other, behaving with deliberate solemnity and seriousness. For goodness sake, it's been ages since the Middle Ages. Annoyed, Alex pulled at his shirt collar, hoping his friend could provide an explanation. Simon leaned closer and whispered, "I heard, just rumors, you ran into someone who received the invitation that night." He looked at Alex who seemed slightly stunned, "But I think there's an 80 to 90% chance it's true. Didn't you notice that some currently managing fellow clansmen from outside deliberately rushed over? And also the venue was suddenly changed from our regular downtown club to here. After all, this visitor has been low profile since arriving in the southern hemisphere and hasn't publicly shown up. No one wants anything going wrong right now, right?" "My goodness," Alex groaned, covering his head, much like an ordinary young man complaining about the constraints imposed by his elders. "That person has seen it all, why is he suddenly interested in our little gathering? To think that they actually accepted the invitation. Great, with so many old folks around, we probably won't get to try anything interesting this time." "Shoo, keep your voice down." Simon glanced around and gestured for silence. He patted his somewhat stiffened friend on the shoulder to comfort him. "Relax, this is all the business of the big shots. According to rumors, even if that person comes, they won't make a public appearance but might stay in a side hall to receive visits from some old guys. It has nothing to do with us. Not to mention, you really stepped it up this time by bringing 3 humans, 2 of them being newcomers from the east." He licked his teeth, "We're in for a treat today." Chapter 62, A Place They Shouldn't Have Come. After Qi Yan and Jiang Tian entered the door, they couldn't find Alex or Emily, and there were no familiar faces around. The 2 of them aimlessly wandered around the venue with their drinks. The venue for this cocktail party was even larger than Qi Yan had imagined. Right after entering, in the middle was a large banquet hall, with 4 side halls on each side of the main hall. In a corner of the main hall, there was a band playing soothing music. On the other side, a buffet counter was set up. Waiters occasionally delivered new dishes, fruits, desserts, and beverages. Distinguished-looking men and women, impeccably dressed, leisurely roamed among the venue as if they all knew each other. There were also some young boys and girls about Qi Yan's age, most of them stood near the edges of the venue, together with their social circles. When they arrived at 7 in the evening, Qi Yan and Jiang Tian had aimlessly wandered around the venue until just past 8 o'clock without finding much to do. The only thing that attracted them was the buffet counter, but they felt awkward about constantly helping themselves to food. Jiang Tian placed his empty glass on a nearby counter and pointed towards one of the side halls while addressing Qi Yan, "Ruler, I'll go check out over there and look for Alex and the others. We don't know how long this cocktail party will last or when it's going to get to the point. Surely it couldn't just be an evening where people held drinks and talked endlessly." "All right, I'll wait for you here. Let me know if anything happens via text message," Qi Yan replied. He watched as Jiang Tian's figure disappeared and then took out his phone to pass the time since nobody would really notice him anyway. However, he was wrong. Just 10 minutes into playing a game on his phone, a man approached him and started a conversation. "Why are you alone here? Who brought you?" The man looked quite young, seemingly only in his late 20s. Since Qi Yan didn't know the man's identity or intention, he politely put away his phone and smiled in response. "I'm a student at AHU, my classmate gave me an invitation so I came." So you're still a student. If your classmate isn't around to keep you company, would you like to spend the night with me instead?" The man asked invitingly with a grin. Qi Yan felt there was something strange about the man's words and tone, so he refused with a forced smile. "No need. I probably won't be staying very long tonight. My classmate will bring us back later." Pretending to check the time on his phone, he nodded respectfully toward the man and said, "It looks like it's about time. I should go find them now." Having spoken, Qi Yan put away his phone and turned to head off in the direction Jiang Tian left. If Jiang Tian had returned and couldn't find him, surely he'd send a text or call. There was no need to worry about missing each other. The man did not stop him, simply smiling as he watched Qi Yan leave. "Go back early. This adorable child probably doesn't even know what kind of place he has come to." Qi Yan hadn't walked more than a few steps in that direction before someone grabbed his wrist. It was Alex who tapped him and let out a sigh of relief as if finding him again. "Thank goodness, I finally found you. Where's Kevin? Didn't he go looking for you? Didn't you see him?" Qi Yan asked in return. "Well," Alex muttered, shaking his head slightly. "Then we'll just forget about him for now. With you here, it's enough. We'll go find him later. Then he began pulling Qi Yan towards one of the side rooms. Qi Yan tried hard to pull his hand away, but from appearances, Alex was surprisingly strong. His grip was like iron, impossible to escape from. Fortunately, Alex realized Qi Yan was struggling and voluntarily let go. Rubbing his left wrist, Qi Yan questioned, "Why do you say that with me being here is enough? Is there something we need to do?" "Playing cards." Alex turned around to look at him. "Poker. Do you know how to play? If not, we can teach you." "I can play, though I may not be familiar with your rules, but I think I could pick it up pretty quickly." Qi Yan followed Alex into the side room and sat down on a dark red round sofa at the farthest corner. There were 5 others present apart from them, Simon, Judy included, along with some familiar faces who were friends that often hung out with Alex. Qi Yan sent Jiang Tian a message asking him to meet them at the sofa area inside the left inner side room. He then raised his head and asked, "Where's Emily? Why isn't she here?" "Don't worry about her," Alex responded casually with a smile, "she's probably already familiar with these kinds of situations. Let her enjoy herself." This side room was very quiet. Once the door was closed, it effectively blocked out the outside noisy conversations, music, and footsteps. Only a few youths ahead were quietly talking amongst themselves. Time seemed to pass more quickly once they started playing cards. After 3 hands, Qi Yan checked his phone and saw that it was already 9:58 p.m. Another hour has passed, how come Kevin still hasn't come over? Could he be captivated by some beauty? He joked, placing the cards in his hand onto the short table in front of the sofa. "I'll go look for him." As he stood up and prepared to leave, all 6 others suddenly rose at the same moment, subtly blocking his way. "What's going on?" "I need to go find Kevin. Simon, would you please step aside?" Qi Yan hadn't yet realized the situation and didn't understand why they had risen with him. Simon didn't move or speak, just standing there looking at him. The lighting in the side room was dim, half of his face hidden in shadow, creating an eerie smirk. It was then that Qi Yan felt something wasn't right. His gaze swept across those standing in front of him, confirming ever more strongly, they were deliberately blocking his path, like cats blocking the escape route of a cornered mouse. Qi Yan turned to look at Alex, throat moving as he forced a smile. "Is this some kind of game, or a joke I don't know about?" Alex glanced down at the watch on his left wrist and gave him a small smile. "Thanks for reminding me, Jerry. It seems it's time." Qi Yan unconsciously looked at his own phone too, realizing another 3 minutes had passed. It was now 10:01 p.m. The words, "It's time," from Alex acted like a key turning a switch. Thereafter, no one spoke. But all 6 pairs of eyes locked onto him with an unusually eager gaze. Qi Yan's peripheral vision caught something horrifying. The faces of 2 unfamiliar people had lost all color, becoming a ghastly pale grayish-white, their long canines extending past their lips. For a moment, Qi Yan felt as if his heart might stop. Quickly averting his eyes, relief washed over him as Alex and Simon appeared unchanged, though their skin seemed slightly paler than usual, although that could be psychological effects kicking in, much like the scene just witnessed might only be tricks of light and shadow. The air around became extremely silent. As if even the heartbeat had ceased. Don't be afraid, they're probably just trying to scare you on purpose, creating this bizarre atmosphere to see you humiliated by your own fear." While Qi Yan mentally tried to steel himself, he suddenly noticed something strange within the hushed and mysterious atmosphere. Without revealing his concern, he moved closer to Alex and checked again carefully. He couldn't help but swallow. It wasn't a hallucination. Since just a while ago, the other's heartbeats had stopped altogether. At this moment, here, only his solitary heartbeat remained audible. Of the 7 people present, besides himself, they weren't human. Qi Yan's pupils constricted sharply. Simon appeared to revel in his terrified expression upon finally discovering the truth. He grinned wide, satisfied, licking his teeth, long, sharp fangs glinting ominously. Alex adopted a reassuring tone to soothe him. "Relax, Jerry. Don't be scared. You won't suffer too much. We're not going to take your life. You might even grow to love this sensation. A lot of humans enjoy being bitten, for instance, Emily." Qi Yan's mind processed these few words swiftly. Pain, humans, bloodsucking. They aren't human. Are they perhaps vampires? This answer completely shattered his understanding of reality, making Qi Yan momentarily unable to accept it. But the repressed vampires couldn't allow him more time to react. Led by Alex, they began inching closer, gradually shrinking the encirclement. Qi Yan stood there, frozen in tension, utterly unable to comprehend what awaited him. None of the self-defense knowledge he'd learned previously came to mind. Knock, knock, knock. At this point, a leisurely knocking sounded from outside the door. Without waiting for a response, the visitor pushed the door open uninvited. As the creak of the door filled the silence, both Qi Yan and the vampires turned together to look at the person who had unexpectedly shown up in this crucial moment. He was a middle-aged man with gray hair, wearing a neatly tailored 3-piece suit. His hair was combed back impeccably, and there was an antique golden pocket watch hanging from his chest, engraved with patterns of thorns and roses. He calmly surveyed the scene before him and spoke in a steady tone. "Apologies, young masters and misses. His Highness has ordered me to take this gentleman away." His statement carried no hint of a question. It was clear that he viewed himself as executing the highest authority in the world. The man's gaze shifted to Qi Yan. Without any need for clarification, all vampires present understood who was being referred to. Two vampires glanced at Alex, while another looked to Simon, seemingly awaiting their response. Jerry tried to interject but was firmly restrained by Simon. Of course, Alex retracted his fangs and gave the middle-aged man a polite smile. I trust Jerry will meet the prince's satisfaction. With that, Alex gestured, nudging Qi Yan towards the man. The man nodded slightly, signaling for Qi Yan to follow him out. Chapter 63, The Prince's Invitation. After the door closed again, Judy glared at Simon with a touch of resentment. Who is that? Why did we let him take Jerry away? Have you forgotten? That day in the kitchen, the taste of his blood was so sweet. She sniffed as if savoring that flavor once more. We've finally had today's opportunity. He received the invitation to the feast of fresh blood, followed Alexander here. Tonight he would be our prey, and we could deal with him as we pleased. But you let him leave with some strange stranger. It's clearly stated in our rules, whoever brings the prey owns it. No one has the right to take our prey. But that was Prince Emerl, Alexander interjected. A single sentence silenced Judy immediately. Prince Emerl, she repeated under her breath instinctively. Yes, the gentleman you just encountered was the butler of His Royal Highness, the Prince, Simon continued. Thank goodness you didn't do anything foolish to offend him. But then it's such a pity Jerry fell into his hands. Another vampire couldn't help but voice their concern, but they were intimidated into silence by Simon's dark glare. However, all the vampires present knew exactly what this pity referred to, an open secret known to all. Prince Emerl had an unusual obsession with cleanliness. He never drank directly from human beings but instead had his servants pour fresh blood into crystal goblets for drinking. But the entire blood clan knew how much flavor this robbed from the precious liquid. It was akin to eating a well-done steak instead of a rare one. In their eyes, with limitless resources and power, Prince Emerl could have indulged in direct and luxurious feeds of the finest blood daily straight from human vessels. Yet his peculiar preferences were considered an immense waste. There were even rumors that over the past century, Prince Emerl had consumed very little blood at all. Allegedly, despite having no sense of taste like all other blood clans, he developed an interest in trying various human foods, though this was just unsubstantiated gossip, taken with skepticism by most vampires. After all, the power of the blood clan relies on sustaining itself through blood consumption. If Prince Emerl truly hadn't ingested much blood for 200 or 300 years as the rumors suggested, his strength would have dwindled significantly, likely sparking challenges to his princely status. Yet the reality was, not only was there no drop in his strength evident, but across the entire blood clan, only a few dared to even utter his name. Many young blood clans had never seen him, yet still felt innate reverence due to the influence of their elders. I just hope that Jerry can please His Highness enough to behave, without causing us any more trouble. Then perhaps we'll act as though this incident never happened, Simon muttered softly. He was deeply worried that this brash youth, who knew nothing about the blood clan, the feast of fresh blood, or Prince Emerl himself, might cause problems that could involve them. The lounge fell silent momentarily until Alexander broke the quiet. All right, don't dwell on these things anymore. We should also go look for food. Isn't Kevin still waiting fresh for us? Let's not let anyone else get to him first. At that moment, Qi Yan had only one thought, to leave the antechamber. Regardless, he had to escape from the antechamber first before making further plans. Being surrounded by 6 monsters couldn't possibly get worse. He felt the door to the antechamber close behind him, which sparked a flicker of hope for survival within his heart. The silver-haired man, however, seemed to read his mind, and spoke indifferently. I advise you to cooperate and come meet the prince with me, without harboring any other thoughts. You wouldn't want to imagine what would happen if a human like you were caught alone wandering in the main hall. Qi Yan furrowed his brow, but his instincts told him this person was telling the truth. Even if he couldn't yet confirm whether this individual was truly human. Outside the antechamber stretched an expansive corridor, where people had been gathered talking in small groups when Qi Yan entered the side chamber earlier. Now, however, the corridor stood empty and the double doors leading to the grand hall remained tightly shut. They are all inside the grand hall, the silver-haired man casually explained. Only prey brought here unwillingly and not to be shared with others will be hidden in the antechambers for private enjoyment. The man's tone was matter-of-fact, yet each word struck against Qi Yan's nerves. Each statement illuminated how far beyond ordinary and terrifying this place, this feast, truly was, making it seem harder than ever to escape. The silver-haired man led Qi Yan to the staircase at the end of the long corridor and began ascending toward the second floor. Qi Yan stopped hesitantly in front of the first step, reluctant to take another one. He knew all too well that once upstairs, it would only become harder to escape. Even earlier, while following this man out, he had subtly confirmed that just past 10 o'clock, his phone's signals had been entirely blocked. He now had no direct way of contacting the outside world. The man stood patiently ahead of him, saying with a touch of apology, "Sorry, sir, but to be honest, you have no choice." Indeed, in this place filled with an unknown number of non-humans, there was simply no other option but to follow him. Qi Yan looked at the gray-haired man leading the way and found him increasingly familiar. Suddenly, he recalled seeing this person before in a burger shop near his dormitory. Due to the stark contrast between his attire and the surrounding environment back then, even after more than a month, Qi Yan still remembered him clearly. So, was he going to take him to meet the owner of the hand? This sudden thought brought a jolt to Qi Yan's breath as he unconsciously recalled that night's dream. Shaking his head, Qi Yan tried hard to tell himself not to overthink, knowing how utterly inexplicable tonight's events had been, far surpassing any control for a normal human. But if he wanted to find a way to bring both himself and Jiang Tian safely out of here, he must maintain sufficient calmness and composure. The interior of the building was designed as a courtyard-style open atrium, making people on the first-floor hall unlikely to notice those on the upper floors. However, from the balcony on the second floor, one could see everything happening downstairs through an elevated perspective. When Qi Yan casually glanced down at the brightly lit banquet hall from the spiral stairs on the second floor, his gaze froze. Monsters with human appearances but bearing fangs pressed young humans against walls, sharp teeth instantly piercing tender skin to delve deep into their necks. Some monsters became so frenzied during feeding, they stabbed too violently, causing blood to splash onto white gowns or shirts. Other humans showed expressions of terror, shivering as they retreated to edges of the venue, evidently just as unaware of tonight's true nature as he was, whereas some others seemed remarkably composed, even initiating embraces around monsters whose clothing and teeth were smeared with fresh blood. Without exception, all humans being fed on displayed an expression of either pain or intoxication, a lost look on their faces. Qi Yan recalled what Alexander said before, "Don't worry about her, she should already be very familiar with such occasions. Let her play alone." So Emily was fully aware of what kind of occasion today was. She even knew exactly what kind of creatures Alexander and the rest were, and willingly came along today. But why? How could that possibly be? Had she gone mad? Glancing around roughly, he noticed that approximately half of the attendees weren't human. The smell of blood pervaded the entire venue. It turned out this banquet's theme revolved around these creatures' feeding ritual. The gray-haired man urged him gently, "No matter what you're thinking, please come with me to see His Highness first. Bringing you here is my task." In reality, he feared the prince might have grown impatient due to the delay. Qi Yan struggled forward, unable to resist voicing his query, "What, or rather, who are you?" Surprisingly ridiculous though it was, the unchanging demeanor of this gray-haired man gave Qi Yan a slight sense of reliability, likely because he seemed firmly in control of the situation, unlike Alex and his group affected by the scent of blood. The man didn't pause his steps as he continued taking Qi Yan up to the third floor, casually uttering a word without turning back, "Vampires." It was as if answering an incredibly ordinary question. His suspicion confirmed, Qi Yan closed his eyes deeply, feeling utterly powerless. He couldn't help but reflect on how foolishly naive he had been, dragging himself and his friend into such a perilous, surreal situation. Finally, they stopped in front of a room deep inside the third floor. The wooden door had a striking black ribbon draped across its handle. "Please close your eyes and cooperate," the man instructed, swiftly removing the ribbon and binding it around Qi Yan's eyes. Instantly, darkness enveloped Qi Yan's field of vision. For a brief moment, he felt disoriented, yet his other senses sharpened significantly. He heard the man knock lightly 3 times, followed by an instruction, "Please go in." Qi Yan hesitated, testingly stretching his foot forward, encountering no obstruction. The door had somehow silently opened itself. The gray-haired man hadn't followed, leaving Qi Yan to enter alone. He could see nothing and had no idea what awaited him inside. He could only stretch out his hand, feeling his way forward cautiously. The room was carpeted with a thick rug, he could feel the softness beneath his feet but hear no sound of his steps. Then he heard a click, and the wooden door behind him closed again, locked. Qi Yan suddenly felt a surge of panic, standing frozen on the spot, uncertain of what to do. The loss of sight heightened the fear of the unknown and his inner unease. He hesitated as he tentatively raised his left hand to touch the silk ribbon over his eyes. He wanted to remove it so he could assess his current predicament, yet feared this action might enrage the peculiar master here, causing more unnecessary trouble, although he also felt that things could hardly worsen from where they stood. However, someone soon made the choice for him. The owner of the room had already quietly appeared before him, placing a firm hand over his left hand resting on the ribbon. That hand was cold, long-fingered, and jointed distinctively, exactly like the one in his dream. Qi Yan's Adam's apple unconsciously rolled. Next, he felt the other leaning close, icy breath softly grazing his face. Qi Yan could sense how near the other person was, perhaps just an inch away from touching him. But he could see nothing. Uncomfortable, Qi Yan turned his face slightly to the right, unaware that this move fully exposed his left neck to the other's view. The figure before him bent closer once again, and that cold breath slid down to reach his neck. Qi Yan felt a chill along his exposed skin, followed immediately by something cool and moist brushing over it. It was the other's lick. The thought had barely crossed his mind when Qi Yan instinctively tensed his body. The vampire used his left hand to tightly press against Qi Yan's right shoulder, while his previously restraining right hand now loosely interlaced with Qi Yan's left. With merely these 2 simple actions, Qi Yan found himself unable to fight back or move an inch. They were tightly entwined together, then Qi Yan felt something sharp pressing against the place where he had been licked. It was the other's fangs. Before he could react, in the blink of an eye, his neck had been pierced. Against his will, Qi Yan let out a muffled groan, clutching tightly around the perpetrator's neck. He could feel his blood leaving his body, and simultaneously experienced an indescribable sensation. It was as though he had flown into the air, his consciousness floating. His body grew hot and weak, his legs and feet almost unable to bear his weight, leaving him clinging onto the other person as the only support. His eyes closed unconsciously, and he uttered faint moans. The process of being drained may have lasted just an instant, yet it felt immeasurably long. Not until the sharp teeth pulled away from his neck did Qi Yan somewhat regain awareness. He faintly sensed the other caressing the bitten area with lips and tongue, gently licking the wound and bite marks. Most strangely, at the moment the other withdrew, the blood stopped flowing as if the wound had instantly healed. He heard the other emit a deeply satisfied sigh. Chapter 64, Exchange Conditions. A moment later, the hand that was holding his shoulder and the one that was gripping his left hand both let go simultaneously. Qi Yan found himself feeling a little unaccustomed to the sudden change. After realizing the situation, he hurriedly released the hand that had been around the other person's neck and stepped back. He was breathing heavily, barely managing to stay standing in front of this vampire instead of collapsing on the ground due to weakness in his limbs. You may leave. Someone will guide you out. The voice of the other was extremely cold, not for casual conversation but as if it resonated directly from afar in space and time, straight into his mind. Qi Yan inexplicably felt that the voice and tone were somewhat familiar, but he quickly discarded the thought since it was impossible for him to know someone like this who seemed so authoritative, a vampire. Qi Yan was startled by the information contained in this sentence. Was the other letting him go? He drank his blood and was satisfied, so he was letting him leave. The other didn't seem like they were joking or playing with him. Because even if we're talking about vampires, based on the available information, the other was a highly powerful vampire and held all the advantages in the current situation. They could manipulate him at will, and he had no power to resist, so there was no need for the other to fool or deceive him. This outcome was much better than what Qi Yan had expected earlier. After all, although he had just been bitten, the other seemed quite restrained. He didn't experience any discomfort from significant blood loss. As things stood now, this act hadn't caused him any additional harm. Rationally, Qi Yan knew he should follow this person's advice, say nothing, and quietly leave before they changed their mind. Once outside, he could then find a way to rescue Jiang Tian. But his mind kept flashing back to the scene in the banquet hall he had just witnessed. He dared not wait any longer. He feared he wouldn't have enough time to save Jiang Tian. He was scared that his first friend he met here would be completely lost because of coming to such a foolishly reckless party under monster fangs. At this point, Qi Yan decided to take an extremely risky course of action. If he were smarter, more experienced, if he wasn't so naive and fearless, he might not have had the courage to make such a decision or take such a risk. Standing there hesitantly, he asked the vampire before him, who had just consumed his blood, with as sincere a tone as possible, "Thank you, but I came here with a human friend. Can I take him along when I leave?" The vampire did not respond immediately, causing a silence in the room. After a while, Qi Yan again heard that distant-sounding voice in his head, "You are prey who received the black invitation, and I am a guest who was invited here according to the rules. By those rules, I can do anything to you tonight. But I only took some of your blood and am letting you go. Now you want to take advantage of my mercy and ask to take another prey with you. Why should I? What kind of rule is this? I don't even know that a black invitation means such a thing." Yet, Qi Yan also understood that arguing at this point would serve no purpose. From the other's perspective, what the other said made sense. Being confrontational would only worsen the result. He had no leverage to challenge a group of inhuman monsters, and both his safety and his friend's life were in the hands of this vampire. Following the other's logic and complying was the only way he might possibly achieve his goal. In an instant, Qi Yan made up his mind. He slightly tilted his head, fully exposing the fragile curve of his neck, unprotected. "Please drink my blood again. You don't have to be as merciful as last time. My only request in exchange is to allow me to take my friend with me." In the dim room, his neck looked especially pale, slender, and soft. Moreover, the only pair of eyes that could see this sight belonged to someone with emotions stirred within. The room was dim, Qi Yan's eyes were covered with a ribbon, unable to see any outlines. Yet, he could feel that the other's gaze lingered physically on his neck. Suddenly, Qi Yan realized he had been picked up, his heart jumping abruptly. In the next instant, he was thrown onto something soft and elastic. Feeling the silk fabric beneath his hands, he judged it to be a bed. Soon after, he sensed a shadow hovering above him, and his body felt the weight of an adult vampire. Qi Yan was unsure of the other's purpose, but after recalling his promise and the exchange conditions, he once again compliantly raised his neck, feeling a sense of relief deep inside. This behavior from the other should mean that the exchange condition had been accepted. Kisses fell one by one on his neck, and in the next second, his thin skin was once again pierced by sharp fangs. The other seemed more urgent than before. Even though they had just sucked blood moments ago, there was no calmness like the first time, as if something had bewitched them, making it hard to suppress the desire rising within. Qi Yan instinctively held on to the other's shoulders with both hands just as before. In his daze, he felt the other's hand wander as in his dream, softly caressing him. There was something metallic on his left hand, probably a wide-rimmed ring. It took 3 times longer this time before Qi Yan was released. Tears streamed down his eyes, wetting the black ribbon covering them, some even sliding down his cheeks. The vampire gently touched the dampened black fabric with his fingers, then lowered to softly kiss away the tears on his face, murmuring words of comfort, "Don't be afraid. I won't do anything to hurt you. No one here can harm you." His voice was too deep and entangled. Qi Yan, clouded in consciousness, could only catch the first, "Don't be afraid," and couldn't distinguish the rest of the words. This time, he used his actual voice instead of the ethereal telepathy, yet Qi Yan, worn out mentally, failed to notice the difference. Not because of fear, but rather, the sensation was too intense, the feeling of being continuously bled again. Qi Yan felt slightly embarrassed at his own senses and dared not reveal the truth. After lingering warmly for quite a while, the vampire finally let go completely, stood up, and stepped aside. Struggling to sit up from the bed, Qi Yan hadn't even had time to tidy his shirt that had been torn open and his disheveled hair when he pressed his most concerning question, "You agreed, right? Can I take my friend with me?" He awaited the affirmative answer with both anticipation and trepidation but heard the other's still cold and ethereal voice, too naive. "Tonight, in here, I could have done whatever I wanted to you. Just now was simply because you tempted me. But I will still agree to your request. However, I have other conditions." How detestable, how could one, do such things? After indulging so thoroughly in drinking his blood. Qi Yan gripped his shirt, so tightly that the fabric in his hand was crumpled into a ball. He noticed that all the buttons on his shirt had been torn off earlier, only the top 2 collar buttons remained. He had to struggle to bring the edges of his shirt together to cover himself. But he also realized he had no right to resist or argue. The other was not wrong, he was too immature, thinking he could achieve his goals so easily. He tried to calm his breathing and maintain composure. "Please tell me what kind of conditions. Within a month, within 30 days, whenever I want your blood, you must come to see me, and I will send someone to fetch you. But I usually have classes and activities to attend." Qi Yan subconsciously searched for reasons to refuse. The other said nothing, which already conveyed their attitude. Qi Yan knew nothing about negotiation, having neither experience nor leverage. The other's silence alone could make him crumble, rendering him unable to propose any terms. His mind was tormented, and he desperately needed to ensure his own safety and Jiang Tian's. And the vampire opposite did not seem like someone who would accept rejection or bargain. "All right, I agree to you, but you must guarantee and promise that both my friend and I leave here safely." "Agreed." The man's indifferent voice resonated in his mind. Qi Yan felt a piece of clothing draped over his body. Then the vampire's voice sounded, "I'll have Gray see you out." Qi Yan left the room. Gray waited outside the door, his steady voice ringing in his ear again, "You may remove the ribbon." Qi Yan reached out to take off the black ribbon himself. The dazzling light outside made him highly uncomfortable, so he closed his eyes again. It took quite a while before he opened them once more. He first looked at the clothes on his body, which was a simply styled but extremely exquisite black men's overcoat. The coat had originally been draped loosely on him. Qi Yan saw this and immediately turned away, releasing his grip on the torn shirt collar to slip his arms into the overcoat sleeves and properly fasten the 3 buttons at the chest. This garment wasn't very well fitted for him, but it was much better than his own shirt with all its buttons torn off. Gray noticed the attire change, his gaze flickering slightly. "All right, sir, we can go find your friend now." Gray led the way ahead, guiding Qi Yan straight into the banquet hall. The atmosphere of the venue was even more intense now compared to what Qi Yan had seen earlier from the 2nd floor. However, strangely, as they passed through the crowds, all the vampires stopped their feeding activities, stood up, and made way for them. Some were surprised, widening their eyes at the sight of Gray escorting Qi Yan, while most others lowered their heads in deference. Qi Yan was somewhat astonished. He was no longer overly afraid of Gray because Gray always acted like a highly rational human being in front of him, not at all like a monster enticed by the scent of human blood. Unable to help himself, Qi Yan asked, "They seem scared of you." "I'm not the one they're afraid of," Gray replied calmly. "Then why do they make way?" "Because you don't know." Gray turned back, looking steadily at Qi Yan. "You are drenched in the scent of His Royal Highness, the Prince." Even if the other vampires couldn't identify it specifically as Prince Amr scent, they would still be intimidated by the powerful aura of a high-ranking vampire that radiated from Qi Yan. Drenched in the scent of the prince? Qi Yan heard this and subconsciously pulled on the edges of his overcoat, wondering whether it was due to the clothing he wore. Was it because this coat belonged to their so-called prince, the one whose hand drew his blood earlier and then agreed to let them leave? Chapter 65, Do You Hate Him? Gray seemed to have already detected the whereabouts of Jiang Tian, and without hesitating or searching left and right, he directly headed towards a corner. There were very few people in that corner, and Qi Yan immediately saw Jiang Tian. His face was somewhat pale, not knowing if it was from fear or blood loss. 2 small holes on his neck, still seeping blood, stood out conspicuously. His consciousness was unclear as he leaned against the wall, sitting on a chair. A beautiful young vampire with long golden brown hair squatted in front of him, licking the wounds on his neck, her green eyes constantly darting around as if also looking for the next spot to bite. Gray simply walked over with Qi Yan. He apparently knew the beautiful woman before him and calmly said, "Sorry, Linda, I need to take this man away." The vampire let go of Jiang Tian and straightened up, brushing her long hair off her shoulder. "Gray? Are you trying to take him from me?" I just barely managed to snatch him back from a couple of junior vampires, and I haven't even tasted him yet. She shrugged. At least we should respect the order of arrival. I can let you have him after a while, sure. Her rank was equal to Gray's, so she didn't have any obligation to give in to him. Qi Yan hadn't expected more obstacles here and worriedly glanced at Gray. And at this moment, Linda also noticed Qi Yan. Her emerald eyes gazed at him with interest as she casually said to Gray, or, maybe you can trade the kid you brought for him. Gray just looked at her calmly, are you crazy? Lost in the allure of the blood, Linda only now realized something was wrong. She abruptly changed her expression, pointing at Qi Yan and hesitantly asking the silver-haired man, he. Gray seemed to have figured out her confusion, maintaining an unperturbed look, yes. The prince ordered me to take these two humans away. Can you hand him over now? Linda quickly stepped aside this time, letting Jiang Tian go. Gray walked forward, dabbed some saliva onto the wound on Jiang Tian's neck with his left hand, then took off his own clothes to wrap him up. Then he squatted on one knee, lifted Jiang Tian's chin with his right hand, and steadily gazed into his bewildered black eyes, saying slowly, nothing happened today, you just attended a dull party and got drunk at the end. Remember that? Jiang Tian nodded dazedly at his gaze, then held his head, closing his eyes in agony and groaning softly before leaning back against the armrest, unmoving. Qi Yan worriedly approached to check on his friend's condition. At this point, the wound on Jiang Tian's neck had disappeared, leaving behind only faint red marks. His face flushed red, leaning back as if he had fallen into a deep sleep, looking like someone who was drunk. Although he had consumed alcohol earlier, now his subconscious made him believe that he was completely intoxicated, reacting accordingly, almost as if under a spell. Qi Yan attempted to help his friend stand up, but Jiang Tian was taller than him, and now he was slumped in a chair like jelly, unable to exert force anywhere. After failing twice, Qi Yan gave up. Gray observed the situation, bent down effortlessly, and hoisted Jiang Tian on his shoulder, signaling Qi Yan to follow with a gesture from his other hand. Indeed, the strength of the vampire was not comparable to ordinary humans. How could his wound heal so fast? Is he all right? Qi Yan anxiously asked as he hurried to catch up. The bodily fluids of high-class vampires possessed the ability to accelerate wound healing. Gray briefly explained and cast a glance at him with blue eyes, I think you should be well aware, since the regent's fluids must work better than mine, don't they? Qi Yan was momentarily stunned, recalling how the vampire would always carefully lick the areas around his teeth marks after each draw of blood. It was because of this, he was helping to heal the wounds. Sorry, I'd like to ask another question. There was a girl in a white dress who came with us. Do you know what happened to her? Hesitating for a bit, Qi Yan still decided to inquire about Emily's situation. She must have come willingly, Gray replied impassively, and you should remember, the prince only agreed to let one extra human leave with you. Qi Yan fell silent, remembering the pact he had made with the regent prince. This realization couldn't help but make him feel uneasy, not knowing how often the prince ate, whether his appetite was strong, or if every meal consisted of sucking his blood. If so, what would happen if the prince wanted 3 meals a day plus snacks? Wanting to probe indirectly by asking Gray, he lacked the courage to open his mouth. Never mind, things will naturally turn out fine anyway, he thought. After all, the prince said that when he needed his blood, someone would come and pick him up. Gray took them to a rather ordinary and inconspicuous black car, and Qi Yan recalled that this must have been the car he had seen outside the burger shop on that day. He didn't know what Gray was doing at the burger shop that day. Was it also one of the Blood Clan's outposts, selling burgers to humans and blood to vampires? This thought made Qi Yan feel his skin crawl. Once the car drove out of the estate's range, the phone received a signal. A series of messages appeared. Some were everyday messages from classmates, friends, and various groups, while others were from Yingji. Around 10:03 p.m., he sent 3 or 4 messages in a row asking, are you back yet? How was the party? Did you have fun? Since Qi Yan did not reply, he stopped sending messages about 4 minutes later. The timestamp on the last message was exactly 10:07 p.m. Qi Yan hesitated for a moment with his phone in hand, then ultimately decided not to respond to the other person. After everything that happened, he simply did not want to communicate with anyone right now. Gray escorted the two down to the dormitory building. With Gray's help, Qi Yan struggled to hoist Jiang Tian up and supported him all the way to his room door, feeling around in his pants pocket for the keycard to open the door. Then, Qi Yan helped his friend get onto the bed, taking off his shoes and outer jacket and tucking him in properly. He glanced once more at Jiang Tian's peaceful sleeping face before quietly closing the door behind him and leaving. He hoped sincerely that his friend would be fine after just sleeping it off like someone who'd had too much to drink. Afterwards, Qi Yan returned to his own room on the 4th floor. He locked the door securely, ensuring that no one could easily break in, then tightly shut the window as well. The thought of having a vampire as his neighbor chilled him to the bone. Having completed these precautions, Qi Yan stood in the middle of the room. First, he shed the black overcoat and threw it aside, followed by pulling off the rumpled shirt that he tossed directly into the trash can. There was no way it would be wearable again since he couldn't sew buttons back anyway. Next, he kicked off his shoes and collapsed weakly onto his bed, wrapping himself up in the blanket. All the composure he had maintained in front of the vampires finally broke down. He began shivering uncontrollably, cold waves surging through his body. And this wasn't even the end, not until he fulfilled his agreement with the Blood Prince. For a fleeting moment, Qi Yan wanted to disregard everything and buy a plane ticket home, abandon his half-completed course here and ignore all the rules set by the school exchange program. Even if doing so meant getting expelled or disciplined or delaying his graduation, anything seemed worth it as long as he could stay far away from these monsters. But he quickly calmed down again, realizing running away would never be a good solution. Besides, many external factors and rules constrained him from simply escaping. He thought about contacting the police. Would they believe him? Would they do anything about this situation? Worse still, were there vampires already hiding within the law enforcement agencies, perhaps even among their higher ranks? He hadn't forgotten that the famous Priest Corporation held this event in its name. These creatures looked no different from humans, allowing them to move freely in human society. They exploited their longer lifespans, centuries-old networks, greater strength, and collective operation to leverage human societal rules for their benefit. At this point, Qi Yan's phone rang, interrupting his chaotic jumble of thoughts. He picked it up and saw the caller. It was Yingji. Just moments ago, he had sent several messages, but Qi Yan didn't notice them and naturally didn't reply. Despite feeling physically and mentally drained, Qi Yan answered the call, letting out a soft, hello, from his nose like the faint sound of a little animal. The warm laughter of the other party came through the receiver. What's wrong? Are you tired from having fun? Why are you so listless? Qi Yan sat up halfway, clearing his throat to cover his unease. Nothing. Why did you call so late? Nothing special, the other said softly, you kept ignoring my messages. Around 10 o'clock, I assumed you were too busy enjoying yourself and stopped sending messages. But when I sent another message and you still didn't reply, I became a little worried about you, so I called to check. Although it was just a simple conversation, Qi Yan felt warmth spreading in his heart, bringing tears to his eyes. He had just gone through the most terrifying night ever, and his mind was fragile, like a thin sheet of paper. In a low voice, he said into the receiver, thank you. Are you okay? I still think something is wrong with you, Yi Yingji's voice echoed gently and soothingly through the quiet night. Qi Yan was originally so exhausted that he didn't want to utter a single word, and before sorting things out in his mind, he resisted any communication with others. However, at this moment, an overwhelming desire to confide in the other party suddenly surged within him. He hesitated, carefully weighing his words before tentatively asking, have you ever heard of vampires? The other side took a long while to respond. After nearly 20 seconds, they finally replied, why do you suddenly ask this? Did you encounter one? The voice no longer carried its usual lightness, instead, it had grown more solemn. Qi Yan wasn't sure how to answer but also sensed something was off. Why did Yi Yingji directly ask whether he encountered a vampire? In most people's eyes, such creatures were fictitious, things that shouldn't exist in reality, right? The only reasonable explanation was that Yi Yingji had already encountered these blood clans or at least knew and confirmed their existence. His silence seemed to worry the other greatly. Unable to resist further, Yi Yingji spoke up again, is there something wrong with tonight's party? Were vampires involved? Were you bitten? His voice was filled with urgency and uncontrollable anxiety. Yes, Qi Yan felt compelled to let down his guard and disclose everything under the pressing and probing inquiries from the other side. This trust-filled, unquestioning attitude gave Qi Yan the courage to reveal everything. Unable to help himself, he pressed his hand over his eyes as he responded softly. That party was actually hosted by a group of vampires. I was bitten there. Twice. By a blood prince. His tone was unstable, and Yi Yingji tried to soothe him on the other end of the phone, it's okay, calm down. It's fine, come now, tell me slowly what exactly happened. His words seemed to have some kind of strange power, and Qi Yan gradually settled down, doing his best to recount everything logically. Do you fear the blood prince who drank your blood, the one greedy enough to drink twice? After listening silently to all of Qi Yan's account, Yi Yingji first asked this question. I'm afraid. Qi Yan answered swiftly and in a low voice, without the slightest hesitation. Then do you hate him? He gently asked, coaxing cautiously. Yes, I hate him. There was a brief silence on the other end, and after a small pause, a gentle reply came, I've warned you before to keep your distance from those people. I even advised you not to attend that banquet, but you wouldn't listen to me. Qi Yan couldn't help frowning, did you know beforehand that Alex and the banquet were problematic? No. Yi Yingji answered calmly, but from your earlier descriptions, I suspected they weren't quite right. My experience and intuition told me to stay away from them. And here we are. The feeling of dissonance grew stronger in Qi Yan's heart. Yi Yingji's reactions and speeches revealed that he wasn't just an ordinary person. Who are you really? What kind of person are you? Why do you know so much about vampires? After hearing his account, Yi Yingji showed not even a hint of surprise, as if this terrifying night was completely normal to him. I am who I've always been, Yi Yingji, whom you've known for a while, Yi Yingji said with some air of resignation in response to Qi Yan's questioning, only my profession is rather special. Have you heard of those in the West who are vampires' counterparts? They're called vampire hunters. In a gentle and soothing tone, Yi Yingji softly said 3 words, that's me. Chapter 66, The Just Hunter. Are you a vampire hunter? Qi Yan's heart suddenly ignited with a flicker of hope. Of course, he knew what vampire hunters were. In almost all artistic works that told stories about vampires, the figure of a vampire hunter who made a living hunting vampires would never be absent. Law enforcement might not care about those vampires, but wouldn't vampire hunters, whose profession was hunting bloodlines, have some way to deal with them? So can you get rid of those vampires? Qi Yan asked the other side carefully yet expectantly, while harboring a slight worry. After all, today he had seen that there were more than 100 bloodsuckers in the venue, and they might not even represent all of Safi's vampires. And Yi Yingji was only one man, alone. He wondered if he had any other helpers and if he could handle so many monsters. Sorry, he heard Yi Yingji respond gravely, I can't interfere. Qi Yan's heart sank, and he couldn't help raising his voice, why? Isn't it the job of vampire hunters to hunt vampires? Because after World War II, human society gradually moved into a stable era, and order in various aspects began to establish itself. Accordingly, hunters and the blood clans reached a glorious agreement, Yi Yingji explained calmly. The blood clan has its own regulations to discipline the behavior of their people. Bloodsuckers who break the rules will face punishments, including execution and expulsion from the clan. Those wandering expelled bloodsuckers who commit harm against humans will be hunted down by vampire hunters. In a certain sense, hunters play the role of external supervisors, they report harmful bloodsuckers to the local high-ranking bloodsuckers in charge for internal disposition. Moreover, I mentioned before, my work is in Europe. I'm here just on vacation. Matters here aren't under my jurisdiction. How can this be? Qi Yan murmured. There were so many humans who were bitten at that banquet today. Doesn't this count as harm? I regret letting you down, said Yi Yingji softly, but according to what I understand, many of the humans attending that banquet were there willingly. How could anyone voluntarily allow themselves to be bitten by vampires? This was the point Qi Yan couldn't comprehend most. Earlier, both Alex and Gray had said Emily attended willingly. Why wouldn't they? Yi Yingji retorted calmly. For humans, being bitten by the blood clan induces pleasure. The higher the rank and strength of the bloodsucker, the stronger the technique and the feelings produced. Some humans who've been bitten by ordinary bloodsuckers go to great lengths to beg higher-ranked bloodsuckers to bite them again, just to experience that legendary sensation. In this world, anything that brings joy can lead people into addiction. Some things are destructive like drugs or gambling, while others seem relatively harmless like being hooked on a drama series, a novel, or a game. Humans like these things because they bring happiness. So even though overindulging might have negative consequences, people still get addicted. Those who've experienced being bitten by bloodsuckers find it hard to let go, which is exactly why. Qi Yan fell silent for a moment. However, he intuitively felt that becoming addicted to being bitten by bloodsuckers wasn't comparable to an ordinary hobby like watching TV or playing games. Yi Yingji continued, moreover, some bloodsuckers offer wealth, status, and power to the humans they favor for their excellent blood quality. So, even if some humans resist the pleasures of being bitten, they find it difficult to resist the allure of money, power, and fame, thus voluntarily turning themselves into slaves who provide blood. Qi Yan listened and felt chills run down his spine. Vampires who drink human blood are indeed terrifying, but humans who, due to indulgence in various desires and the euphoria of being bitten, willingly become the blood slaves of these creatures equally horrified him. Their inability to control their desires was just as disturbing. Yi Yingji went on, over the years, some bloodsuckers have devised new methods, even trying to change human perceptions of their kind on a mental level. They invest in creating artworks featuring vampires, always portraying them as handsome, powerful, mysterious, and deeply emotional beings. As a result, in recent years, many humans meeting bloodsuckers or being bitten don't feel fear but instead regard it as special and romantic, wanting to remain with the bloodsuckers. After finishing, he muttered somewhat regretfully, why am I explaining all these tricks to you? But Qi Yan, lost in thought, didn't hear it. But I was deceived, Qi Yan said in a low voice. When I received the invitation, I didn't know it was a vampire banquet. As a result, both my friend and I were bitten. Doesn't this count as harm? Because some people become addicted to the sensation after being tricked into being bitten for the first time, voluntarily exposing themselves to further bites, Yi Yingji explained, and it's difficult to be detected this way. Hence, quite a number of bloodsuckers, especially younger ones who lack sufficient means and ability, prefer using this method to find prey. But this is indeed against the rules. I will report these vampires to the senior blood clan on this side for punishment. This was the most uplifting news Qi Yan had heard all evening. He pressed his lips together. So can I just not honor the agreement with that prince? That's not possible, Yi Yingji denied him without any room for compromise. An agreement is an agreement. You made a deal with him to get your friend back, so you must honor the rest of the deal. But you know I'm completely the victim here. As much as that is true, Yi Yingji sighed lightly, Yan, there are many things in this world that aren't fair. One simple reason being I'm no match for His Highness, Prince Emerald of the Blood Clan. He won't make things too hard for you, but you'd better not provoke or disobey him, or I won't be able to help you either. Damn prince, damn vampire hunter. Qi Yan had naively thought Yi Yingji could really help him seek justice and reclaim fairness. But rationally, Qi Yan also understood he shouldn't blame Yi Yingji too harshly. The other party had already honestly told him that his power was limited. He himself should understand the reality and empathize with him, otherwise, he would be unreasonable. After hesitating for a moment, Qi Yan whispered out his deepest worry, but he said during the next 30 days whenever he wanted to suck my blood, I would have to meet him. Over time, I fear I may become addicted to the feeling of being bitten. By the end of our agreement, if I turn into someone unable to control myself because of addiction, what will happen? Yi Yingji's Adam's apple moved once. First, tell me, did you feel pleasure when he bit you? Qi Yan's body suddenly heated up, as if subconsciously recalling that feeling again. He opened his mouth slightly. Is this question important? It's very important. Please tell me truthfully. Yi Yingji's voice still sounded calm. Don't hide anything. Did you feel good while he was sucking your blood? Unable to bear it, Qi Yan covered his eyes in an attempt to conceal his embarrassment, emitting a faint whimper from his throat. With his eyes closed, he answered self-destructively, it felt good, really good. How good? Yi Yingji gently coaxed him to say more sweet words. Tell me, what did it feel like at that moment? It's like flying, like colliding with his soul and completely becoming one. I want him to keep drinking my blood forever. Qi Yan struggled to describe that feeling. The feeling of being forced to expose his most shameful secrets inside his heart, coupled with the worries and fears about his future situation, nearly brought tears to his eyes. Yi Yingji, will I become addicted? His voice carried a trace of crying. No. The other side finally got a satisfactory answer and couldn't help but let out a satisfied chuckle, the sharp fangs involuntarily coming out. The vampire hunter was lightly licking his teeth, indulging in the euphoric sensations of piercing his fangs into the other person's body. I really want to personally come take you back to my side right now. No, I'm here with you. Yi Yingji repeated softly. But I promise you, next time when you're being sucked, you will definitely feel even better. Because I won't let you lose your mind, yet I can't help wanting you to lose control for me. By the time Qi Yan ended the call with Yi Yingji, it was already past 1 a.m. He hadn't realized they talked for such a long time. In the end, Yi Yingji comforted him for a long time until he detected drowsiness in his voice before saying goodnight and hanging up. With things on his mind, Qi Yan woke up not long after 8 in the morning. Hugging the blanket, he sat there for a long time, reminiscing over the words Yi Yingji had said last night. He belatedly realized that in sharp contrast to his own dejection, Yi Yingji's tone yesterday had been very gentle, consistently soothing him, yet revealing an undeniable vitality and lightheartedness, as if something good had happened to him last night. However, he had been too exhausted yesterday to notice this detail and did not inquire about it. It was truly bizarre, how he had accidentally stumbled into a vampire banquet, where his neighbor turned out to be a vampire, and the net friend he'd met by chance happened to be a vampire hunter, one who candidly admitted he couldn't stand up to a vampire prince. Who knew what other things might happen in this cursed place? Gathering his strength, he got out of bed, dressed neatly, cleaned up quickly, and hurried downstairs to go to Jiang Tian's room, swiping the card directly to enter. Yesterday, just in case, he had taken Jiang Tian's room card. Jiang Tian was still sleeping soundly on the bed. Chapter 67, Pretense and Reality. Qi Yan calculated the time, figuring his friend had slept enough. He gently patted his face, calling out, Jiang Tian, Jiang Tian. Wake up, it's time to get up. Jiang Tian mumbled as he avoided Qi Yan's hand, struggling with his limbs for 10 minutes before finally sitting up with sleepy eyes. He looked at the person standing in front of his bed, Qi Ji. Why are you here so early? Is something wrong? Nothing happened, but I want to make sure nothing's wrong with you. Qi Yan squatted by his bed, staring at him from bottom up. Wake up quickly. Do you feel okay? It's just drinking too much, what else could happen? Jiang Tian replied indifferently. Qi Yan let out a deep breath inwardly, cautiously asking, do you still remember yesterday's banquet? Where did you go after we split up? I searched for you for half a day. I probably drank some more wine, there's nothing else, I forgot. Jiang Tian slapped his forehead. Oh yeah, I seem to vaguely remember that a foreign beauty with green eyes and golden brown long hair kissed me. Did Qi Ji bring me back? What about Alex and the others? The foreign beauty almost had her way with you. Qi Yan understood, it must have been Gray's trick from last night taking effect. Jiang Tian now forgot everything about vampires and the blood feast. But this was for the better, those weren't pleasant memories anyway. Qi Yan nodded, of course, it was me who brought you back. Just don't hang out with Alex and those people anymore. Yesterday, I saw they were no good. Jiang Tian asked why he said so, and Qi Yan bluffed his way through it. After confirming Jiang Tian was truly fine, Qi Yan considered one matter taken care of. While Jiang Tian washed up, he left his friend's room and went upstairs to his own. Right when he was about to swipe his card to open the door, he encountered Alex coming out from the neighboring room. Qi Yan instantly tensed all over. Alex and his group should have come back very late last night. Qi Yan didn't hear any noise when he went to sleep, yet Alex was full of energy today. These guys really aren't human. Surprisingly, Alex greeted him first. Hey, Jerry, good morning. You and Kevin came back earlier yesterday, right? Do you remember who brought you back? Qi Yan paused for a moment, then reacted. Vampires probably had rules like humans not related cannot know about vampires, which is why Gray wiped Jiang Tian's memory last night. Alex wasn't aware of the 30-day blood-sucking pact between himself and the prince, so he assumed Qi Yan's memory was also erased. That's why he could act as if nothing happened, pretending to be an amiable and friendly neighbor. Alex smiled and continued, "We had too much fun yesterday and didn't take care of you properly. Did you enjoy yourselves?" He indeed thought Qi Yan had lost all relevant memories because he firmly believed Prince Emil would not allow a human to remember his existence. Yi Yingji mentioned reporting Alex and them to the higher-ups of the vampire world, so all he needed to do for now was to patiently wait while observing. To avoid unnecessary complications, it would be best to pretend to forget yesterday's events and discreetly keep distance from them for now. Otherwise, who knows what uncontrollable actions these vampires would take once their masks fall off. Qi Yan decided on the spot, and a small plan started forming in his mind. He unlocked the door with his keycard, resting his hand on the door frame as he bitterly smiled to Alex, "I probably drank too much. After waking up, I couldn't remember anything. A gray-haired gentleman seemed to have brought us back." Pretending to suddenly recall something, Qi Yan said to Alex, "By the way, I have something to show you. Please wait for me here." Qi Yan entered his room momentarily, then came out holding a black overcoat. "Alex, do you recognize whose coat this is? When I regained consciousness, I found this draped on my body. It's decent quality, so I thought I should return it to its rightful owner eventually. Let him use the prince's power once as an intimidation tool." Although the prince may not necessarily be a good person either, judging by the vampire's behavior and attitudes he'd encountered along the way last night and Linda's abrupt change in attitude upon seeing or sensing the scent of the coat, it was clear the prince held significant status. Even Alex's group feared him, explaining why Gray easily took him away from them last night. He didn't know when or how the vampire clan would punish Alex and the others, nor could he be certain if Yingji's report to the higher-ups would be effective. However, before that happened, making them mistakenly believe that the prince had a special regard for him should serve as some form of self-protection. At least it would deter them from daring to scheme against him easily or act recklessly toward him. According to his upbringing, what he was doing felt somewhat wrong. But at this point, there was no time to think about that. Also, not to mention this, but the girls in Sophie's are quite enthusiastic. Qi Yan forced out a meaningful smile as he tilted his head toward Alex, revealing a large patch of red love bites on his neck. "I got quite a shock when I looked in the mirror this morning. I don't even know which girl did this." Normally, showing one's neck to a vampire was an extremely dangerous action. Yet, Alex remained frozen, unable to move. With strained facial muscles, Alex managed to say, "I also don't know who this coat belongs to. It's probably better if you keep it for now." Qi Yan had achieved his goal. He smiled contentedly, then chatted casually with this dangerous vampire for a few more sentences before taking his leave. He walked into his bedroom and locked the door firmly. Then, leaning against it, he took 2 deep breaths. Far from being as calm as he appeared earlier, he truly felt instinctive fear when facing Alex, a monster, a heartless creature that drank human blood and differed entirely from humans except in appearance. He covered his face with one hand and let out a feeble groan, silently cursing himself in thought. How despicable. Being kissed by a prince vampire whose face he hadn't even seen properly, he still had to pretend and show the marks to another vampire just to secure his own safety. Since Alex knew who he was taken to see, and Qi Yan hinted that Gray returned him home, Alex should deduce those bite marks were most likely caused by that prince. Qi Yan curled up on the floor, hugging his knees. He inexplicably felt deeply wronged. Though his parents had always taught him to be strong and responsible for himself, he couldn't help feeling like he had betrayed himself to preserve his safety. But this distress couldn't be voiced. After all, vampires were beyond normal people's comprehension, and he couldn't casually tell such a story to his family or friends. There was even no guarantee they'd believe him instead of worrying that he developed hysteria after moving abroad alone. In his weakened state, he slowly slid down onto the ground and couldn't resist pulling out his phone to call someone he last spoke to 7 hours ago. The other side answered quickly. Qi Yan hesitated over the phone, recounting his performance earlier. "You're quite clever." After listening, Yi Yingji chuckled, "You pretended to be Prince Emil's lover to scare those evil vampire bastards. That's impressive." "I didn't pretend to be his lover," Qi Yan mumbled in protest with his eyes closed, just pretended that he took special notice of me. "There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, you could even inform Prince Emil of their misdeeds during your next visit. If you can make him happy, he'll handle their punishment much faster than my official reports and might do it far harsher." "It depends on how well you please him," Yi Yingji softly suggested, lowering his tone with subtle enticement at the end. "You bastard," Qi Yan gritted his teeth, "where do you find a vampire hunter like you? Encouraging a human to win favor with a vampire prince to seek justice was absurd." Maybe it was exactly because vampire hunters were so unreliable that Alex and his gang dared to act as they pleased. All right, it's my fault," Yi Yingji hurriedly softened his tone again to comfort Qi Yan. "It's all my fault, I shouldn't have said that. You don't need to specially charm him, whatever you do will make him happy. Just letting him drink your blood will send Prince Emil soaring with joy. Is that okay? Of course, I'm eagerly waiting to see what kind of cute little obedient expression you'd make if you deliberately tried to make me happy. Would you look reluctant yet have no choice but to throw yourself into my arms in? At that moment, I'd surely feel euphoric enough to fly to the skies." Thinking of it already made him drowsy with sweetness, laughing even in dreams upon waking. Gray stood silently by the side, watching His Highness the Prince holding a phone near the window, involuntarily revealing a sweet smile. What kind of nonsense was this? Qi Yan felt exasperated with the unreliability of vampire hunters but still replied, "It's fine, I'm not angry. I just hope all you vampire hunters could be tougher. One shouldn't act weak just because Prince Emil was a powerful dark being." "Alright," Yi Yingji quickly agreed and immediately changed the subject, "so why were you upset earlier? Your voice sounded so pitiful. Did someone, or some vampire, bully you? Offend you? Let me go teach them a lesson." "No one bullied me," Qi Yan deliberately said, "except His Royal Highness the Vampire Prince. You wouldn't dare to discipline him, only speaking big words and empty promises every time." Is it about what you said earlier, that he kissed you while feeding?" Yi Yingji cautiously inquired. "Qi Yan, you need to understand, bloodlust and those desires are closely linked for the blood clan. At that moment, he might have just been too hungry to control his instincts, which made him act that way. It wasn't intentional disrespect towards you. If you still feel disrespected, would it be okay if I apologize on his behalf? Believe me, I didn't mean to offend you. I simply want to get closer to you, touch you, kiss you, make you completely mine, and encircle you in my arms forever." Chapter 68, Fulfilling the Agreement. Qi Yan finally realized that this vampire hunter's stance might be fundamentally biased. Was he actually going to apologize on behalf of a blood prince? Or was it because he realized he had boasted but couldn't really punish Prince Emil, so he could only comfort himself with the absurd method of apologizing on his behalf? Prince Emil would never let you represent him, right? He wouldn't accept your apology either, right? Tom Yi, the big talking vampire hunter who lacks the ability to properly teach vampires a lesson but has nothing but a passionate heart and good intentions. Qi Yan involuntarily found the other party endearing, strangely feeling consoled. He felt warm and soft inside, and all the bitterness and caused by seeing Alex dissipated. "Thank you, Yi Yingji. I feel much better now, even if that prince comes to suck my blood again, I won't be afraid." The two then chatted for a long time about mundane topics like whether breakfast had been eaten, what they ate, how they slept last night, and whether they had insomnia. Eventually, Qi Yan softly bid the other person goodbye, and after hanging up the phone, a gentle smile still lingered at the corner of his mouth. "Although you're all so cute this way, I still hope you become more capable and become a more effective vampire hunter." He silently wished in his heart. Qi Yan hadn't rested well that night, and after hanging up the phone, he played with his phone in bed alone until he unknowingly fell asleep again. It wasn't until Jiang Tian knocked on the door and called him out for a meal. Jiang Tian was rather diligent that morning. On weekends, he usually got up late, but today he was woken up by Qi Yan before 8 o'clock. Unable to go back to sleep and not wanting to study, he decided to start cooking in the kitchen. Sofis is a small city, but the cost of living isn't low. The price of food here is higher than in northern areas like Cairns or Brisbane. In comparison, the loose fresh chicken wings at the supermarket are the best value for money ingredients. Different from China, people here prefer chicken breast meat. Chicken legs and wings are cheaper than chicken breasts, while ingredients like chicken hearts, gizzards, and necks are rarely asked for, costing only a few dollars per box. Hence, these are foods that Jiang Tian constantly varied in his cooking. He marinated 2 plastic boxes of chicken necks, stewed a pot of chicken wings, used the braised chicken wing broth to cook potatoes, and boiled a large pot of spicy sour noodles using sweet potato noodles bought from the Chinese supermarket. He then messaged some close friends in the group chat inviting them over for a meal. However, Qi Yan didn't reply to his messages for a long time nor showed up, so he went personally to Qi Yan's room to call him. Upon hearing there was food, Qi Yan naturally became happy, rubbed his eyes, wiped his face, and followed out immediately. There was a common dining area on the first floor of the dormitory where people from different floors often gathered for meals. The other friends had already arrived, and old Gao, being famished, couldn't help sneaking a chicken neck to munch on before the others came. When he saw the two of them walking over, he quickly swallowed it down and pretended as if nothing happened. Qi Yan followed Jiang Tian towards the dining table, feeling in a good mood the whole time, finding even the sight of old Gao stealing food amusing. However, when he saw the people sitting at the adjacent table, his smile disappeared. Alex and his friends were sitting there, or more accurately, a den of vampires. Probably in their eyes, their group of humans resembled something more edible on the table. Judy also noticed Qi Yan. Her eyes flickered, and she secretly nudged Alex, whispering in his ear, "Hey, that kid's fine. Weren't we told high-level blood clans have stronger desires? I thought Prince Emil would just drain him dry." Alex had a rigid expression on his face and did not answer. Simon reminded beside him quietly, "Judy, don't mention anything related to him." After a while, Alex warned his friend softly, "It's best not to have any further contact with Jerry, nor come up with any ideas about him." Judy complained under her breath after hearing this, "Why is this? There's no rule that says once a prince drinks someone's blood, no other blood clan can touch them, right?" Alex didn't offer an explanation. He didn't know how to explain it because, if he did, the words he spoke might cause bigger ripples than he imagined, leading to trouble for himself. How should he explain? Should he say, "This morning I saw evidence. Prince Emil greedily kissed that human. That he must be crazy." He understood that, on the surface, everyone would take care not to rashly comment on those high-ranking blood clans, but in reality, the rumors about bigwigs spread faster, especially explosive rumors like this one which completely overturned Prince Amel's consistent image. The information Qi Yan deliberately revealed for self-preservation had a far greater impact on his bloodline neighbor than he imagined. In the fixed impression of all vampires, Prince Amel was someone who would not get close to any vampire or human, to the extent that even when drinking blood, he used crystal cups as containers. Thus, those marks were enough to show that in Prince Amel's eyes, he was much more special and exceptional than he had imagined. Not only did Judy want to know the answer, but Simon and the other vampires present were also curious about why Alex suddenly made such remarks. However, no matter how they tried to probe indirectly, Alex refused to say another word. At this moment, Miss Julia from the front desk walked into the dining room and said to Jiang Tian's group, "Jerry, is Jerry from 407 here? A gray-haired gentleman is looking for you, he is waiting for you in that black car outside." Gray-haired gentleman. Qi Yan felt a tightening in his heart and had already guessed who had come. So quickly, it hadn't even been 24 hours yet. Was His Royal Highness planning not to miss a single meal for 30 days? He stood up and raised his voice slightly to thank Miss Julia. "Thank you for letting me know, it should be the gentleman who brought me back yesterday. I found a piece of clothing left here, and he might recognize the owner of that clothing, so he has specifically returned to pick it up." He deliberately said this for the vampires at the opposite table to hear. Sometimes, people need the recognition or encouragement of others to persist in doing something, whether right or wrong. In this morning's phone call, Yingji praised his despicable tricks, deeming them effective and intelligent, so Qi Yan was encouraged and decided to continue pretending to have an unusual relationship with His Royal Highness until these vampires were punished. After all, Yingji was also a vampire hunter, and his suggestions should still be relatively professional and reliable. After receiving the message, Qi Yan bid farewell to his friends and hurried upstairs to fetch his coat, then ran out with the coat in hand. Gray was waiting for him in the car. It was noon, and the scorching, dazzling sunlight of early April in Sophies was extremely disliked by vampires, and Gray was no exception. Qi Yan felt a fleeting sense of sympathy for this vampire. It seemed that no matter which race, working for others would never be too comfortable. This Mr. Gray, as a vampire naturally inclined to nocturnal habits, still had to brave the blazing sun at noon just to pick up takeout for his boss, quite arduous indeed. In fact, Gray had long noticed something strange about the prince after accompanying him to Sophies for a month, but he hadn't paid much attention initially, thinking it was merely discomfort from waking from slumber and the intense sunlight of Sophies that caused the prince's abnormal behavior. Back then, the prince just liked sitting in the room all day holding his phone and smiling, although greatly different from his past behavior, there wasn't anything worth mentioning. However, later on, he began to vaguely feel that things had gone out of control. The long life and superior learning ability of vampires endowed them with many skills. For instance, he also understood Chinese, so he could actually comprehend the content of the prince's phone conversations. Just recalling now sent chills down his spine, unable to believe that those words came from the prince's mouth, unable to believe this was the prince he used to know. All these strange anomalies reached their peak last night. The prince asked him to bring this human to see him and then send this human and his friend back. When he completed the task perfectly as usual and returned to see Prince Amel, he knew something was different. His Royal Highness had personally sucked the blood of a human. As a vampire who had existed for over 1,000 years, he could feel it. Throughout these 1,000 years, Prince Amel's need and desire for blood had been very weak. One important reason he secretly speculated was that the prince had never truly consumed blood through physical contact with a human. Now it was different. The prince broke his abstinence, making it difficult to return to his previous state of desirelessness. Desire is like floodwaters, once unleashed, it cannot be reversed. This noon, as usual, he presented the blood in a crystal cup to the prince, but the prince did not touch that blood for a long time. Time passed minute by minute. After an hour, he took away the untouched blood in the crystal cup, which had lost its freshness, cautiously asking if a human needed to be brought over, though he already had a vague answer in mind. As expected, Prince Amel put down the heavy book in his hand and gazed at the distant scenery outside the window. Appearing calm, he told him, "Go and bring him here. Bring him to me." Without needing further confirmation or inquiry, Gray already knew who that he referred to. So when he received the task to pick someone up, he was not surprised at all. He looked at the young human who was running over with a familiar piece of clothing and couldn't help but examine him carefully once more. After some hesitation, he said, "You didn't need to bring the clothes." "I wanted to return it to that, sir," Qi Yan replied. "The prince won't want it back," Gray considered for a moment before saying, "but you might have to wear it again when you come back." After saying this, before Qi Yan could react, he started the car. The population of Sophies was small, so naturally, there were few pedestrians and vehicles on the streets. Gray's sharp eyes caught sight of a lady falling on the right side of the road ahead. A pool of red was spreading beneath her as blood seeped through her dress. He quickly parked nearby and stepped forward to ask, "Madam, what happened? Do you need help?" With great pain, the lady managed to raise her pale face, "Thank you. I tripped over a rock and hurt my leg." As she spoke, her wound became visible. Her calf had been torn open by a sharp edge of the rock, with flesh exposed and blood streaming out continuously, which looked truly horrifying. Qi Yan also got out of the car, glancing at the vampire in front of him with some concern. So much blood, would Mr. Gray be affected? After seeing the wound, Gray furrowed his brow slightly. It seems we'll have to take you to the hospital. I should be able to find the nearest one. His worry, however, was about something else. He couldn't help but glance anxiously at Qi Yan, hopefully, helping this madam wouldn't delay them too long. But considering he'd brought the prince's little sweetheart back successfully, the prince shouldn't mind too much if he returned late from picking him up. He glanced at Qi Yan again and decided to dismiss these unnecessary worries. Once the prince saw his little treat, he would probably ignore Gray's existence entirely, let alone question any tardiness. Chapter 69, Second Meal. Qi Yan followed Gray to send the injured lady to the nearest hospital before leaving. The blood flowing from the wound stained the back seat. Gray frowned after seeing it, muttering, "It needs to be replaced as soon as possible." Unable to resist, Qi Yan asked his inner doubt, "Are you really a vampire? Why does fresh blood seem to have no effect on you? And you're so ready to help others." Gray looked at him strangely. "Would you rush to food when you see it? Besides, regardless of the relationship between humans and vampires, many humans will actively treat injured animals, right? Vampires and humans only differ in survival methods and abilities. In terms of appearance, intelligence, and thinking patterns, we are quite similar. Isn't it normal to feel sympathy and empathy for each other?" That made sense. "But the few vampires living next to me use deception to suck blood, not to mention when they get offered food," Qi Yan said. "Ha," Gray sneered lightly, "another unruly young vampire. The Elders' Council in Europe has long passed regulations to expel disorderly young vampires from their clans, leaving them to the vampire hunters. It's only in Australia that they dare to do such things, and I've heard that the hunters and exorcists here are very laid back." While driving, Gray continued to explain, "Nobility among vampires is more than just a title, it also represents responsibility and principles one must uphold, as well as implying higher behavior standards. No need to deceive or coerce, don't bully the weak, be loyal, and keep your word. Unfortunately, there are fewer and fewer vampires today who can meet all these requirements. Even His Highness the Prince he served had violated several of these principles." He glanced at the young man beside him. "Take, not using deception, for example. But in his code of life, obedience and loyalty ranked higher and came first over exposing the truth, so he didn't think it necessary to tell this human the real situation. He thought he was already quite excellent for trying not to assist His Highness the Prince in lying whenever possible." However, Mr. Butler already had a premonition that the prince's current behavior was like playing with fire, bound to be exposed one day. The lie was simply too unreliable. Therefore, he hoped to subtly increase this human target's favor towards vampires. This task sounded challenging from the beginning. "Are you one of the noble vampires?" Qi Yan asked. Otherwise, why would he praise vampire nobility so much? "I am not," Gray straightened his back slightly, "but I am the butler of the distinguished and prestigious Prince Amar with a long heritage, and for thousands of years, I've always demanded myself according to ancient traditions of honor." Qi Yan nodded. "Mr. Gray, I have a question I want to ask you. If Alex and the others' actions were violations, then how do regular vampires obtain blood?" "I think you should understand a principle," Gray answered calmly. "Under the current conditions of development, resource allocation in almost all groups and societies in our world is not absolutely fair but tilted, and the same goes for the vampire community. Human blood is the hardest to come by. Not all vampires can drink human blood every day. Most vampires daily consume animal blood. Humans can buy fresh meat in supermarkets, and vampires naturally have their own methods and channels to preserve and trade fresh blood. Furthermore, for vampires, human blood is also a commodity, which can be traded. I know this might be hard for you to accept in terms of ethics and morality, but for us, it makes perfect sense, and it has been like this since the old days. In earlier times, with relatively low human productivity levels, war, natural disasters, and epidemics could make human life difficult. The church and government in medieval times sucked people dry even more than actual vampires did. Under such circumstances, many humans willingly served capable vampires, trading their own blood to exchange for relatively stable and affluent living conditions. This practice has been carried forward through history until now. Nowadays, we clearly state the terms and purposes to some humans. As long as they are willing, we can purchase fresh blood from them. Most humans who haven't experienced this find it hard to accept being directly bitten. In such cases, blood can be collected using a method similar to donating blood, storing it in special containers. Our kind will preserve the blood in a special way, though its shelf life isn't long. Blood taken directly from the body with assistance from fangs is undoubtedly the freshest, which naturally comes at a higher price. Nowadays, contracts are emphasized everywhere. We also sign agreements with our suppliers. If it's a short-term collaboration, the contract typically specifies that their memories of us will be erased after the cooperation ends. Does that make me your short-term supplier? Qi Yan frowned lightly. Even though the other party had explained, he couldn't shake off his discomfort or the feeling of helplessness from being tricked and coerced by these vampires. After all, he never willingly agreed to let any vampire drink his blood in the first place, yet here he was entering into an agreement with His Highness the Prince. Gray glanced at him with a side eye. "No, you should be considered His Highness the Prince's exclusive designated partner." The car stopped in front of a mansion in the distant suburbs. This location was even farther away than last night's banquet hall, in a completely opposite direction. There were no signs of human habitation around. Within sight, there were no other buildings or residents, resembling one of those isolated and inaccessible haunted houses or inns from horror movies where no help could reach. But Qi Yan already knew for certain that vampires lived inside, and he was fully aware of his current situation. From the moment he got into the car, he knew what he was coming here to do, so there was no more futile struggle on his part. He simply followed Gray into the house without hesitation. Still, nervousness lingered in his mind. The first time he was bitten, he had no idea it was coming, completely blindsided by an abrupt action. The second time, his thoughts were entirely on safely getting Jiang Tian out together, leaving no room for fear. Now, despite having experienced it twice, the mere thought of what he was about to do made his palms sweat and sent chills down his spine. It would be the other party's fangs completely piercing his neck during feeding. For humans, the neck is undoubtedly one of the most vulnerable and fatal weak points. Instinctively, Qi Yan feared exposing his neck to another predator, allowing the other to stake claim on this territory with his fangs. Gray, like last time, escorted him to the door of a room on the second floor. Once Qi Yan covered his own eyes tightly with the black silk ribbon hanging on the door handle, Gray left. Qi Yan guessed he was eager to clean up his car thoroughly. The entire house was quiet, and all the furnishings and decorations he encountered along the way were simple and modern. Aside from Gray, he didn't see any other servants, very different from the low-key luxurious vampire castles seen in movies or anime. It seemed as if the owner didn't reside here often. Qi Yan didn't think much further, adopting the attitude that dying sooner might bring quicker salvation. With that mindset, he pushed open the slightly ajar door and stepped inside. It was afternoon, but Qi Yan's experience felt no different from the previous night. His vision was still pitch black due to the blindfold, the thick carpet muffling his steps so he couldn't hear a sound. The lighting in the room was limited, and in fact, the entire house was deliberately designed to avoid sunlight, making it gloomy even at noon. This clearly showed that it was originally built as a ghost house intended for vampires. Qi Yan heard a soft click behind him as the door closed and locked. He knew a familiar vampire awaited him ahead. While lost in thought, he felt a cool, slender hand grasp his, leading him further inward. This hand wasn't unfamiliar anymore, considering how closely he had interacted with it the previous night. He recognized it belonged to the vampire prince. The vampire led him to stop in one place. Qi Yan extended his hands forward, feeling something wooden and hard. He deduced there must be a table in front of him. This time, the bloodline approached from behind. The vampire wrapped his arms around Qi Yan's neck from behind, leaning his head slightly lower as icy breath caressed the back of his neck. You seem very tense. More so than last night. I am not. Qi Yan denied instinctively, taking a deep breath before pleading slightly, please, hurry. Don't leave him dangling like this, teasing him endlessly. He heard a light laugh from behind, then a cold and damp lick on the skin on the left side of his neck. His hands involuntarily clenched into fists. A familiar sharp, hard object pressed against the skin, causing Qi Yan to feel a stinging pain. Then, the now familiar tingling sensation swept over his entire body. His legs went limp, and he involuntarily leaned forward, barely managing to support himself with his hands on the edge of the table. This time, his posterior neck was pierced by the fangs. The arms of the vampire prince tightly restrained his waist, preventing his upper body from collapsing entirely onto the table. He could sense that the vampire enjoying his meal lowered their center of gravity along with him. The fangs stayed firmly locked onto his neck, and as their centers of gravity shifted, their bodies drew closer. It was afternoon, a time when most people were busy at work, studying, or enjoying leisure activities. With his spirits high, Qi Yan became more acutely aware of the feeling of being drained of blood. He felt his focus intensify, fully concentrating on every movement, even the slightest breath, of the vampire behind him. Yet, it seemed as if his mind wandered far and wide, like he was daydreaming every second. Qi Yan noticed the speed of his blood flowing gradually slowing down. The other party appeared to be thoroughly savoring the process of drinking blood, eventually taking small sips one by one, slowly tasting his blood while prolonging the feeding period. Only when Qi Yan could no longer endure, sobbing again under the test of pushing his limits, did he faintly feel the vampire reluctantly withdraw their fangs and carefully lick his wounds smooth just as they had done twice before. Qi Yan's whole body lacked strength. In a daze, he wanted to rest his head on the table for a moment, but the vampire carried him and placed him gently on a soft bed. Physically and mentally exhausted, he immediately grew alert nonetheless. Was this vampire prince not satisfied, intending to continue feeding like last time? For heaven's sake, he swore that he hadn't made any move to tempt another meal. Chapter 70, Nothing happened today. Qi Yan could see nothing, but he could feel the approach of the vampire. He moved his throat nervously, hesitated for a moment, and then obediently raised his neck. His body was trembling slightly. To be honest, he was very afraid. Having been bitten 3 times since last night, he worried whether he would survive it. So scared. He heard a faint sigh from above him. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt as though there was a hint of laughter in the vampire's voice. The vampire's breath grew closer, yet the expected pain and fangs never came. Instead, something cool and soft gently pressed against his lips. Qi Yan had no idea what it was at first, and out of curiosity, he instinctively extended his tongue to touch it. It was soft, just a little drier than his tongue, with tiny ridges. That was the lips of the Blood Clan. His heart jolted, but before he could react, his lips were already prized open by the other side, and a foreign tongue entered, transferring some liquid into his mouth. Qi Yan swallowed instinctively. After a few seconds, he realized that what the other had given him was saliva. He knew that human lovers might share each other's saliva while kissing, but he couldn't figure out why this Blood Prince had done such a thing. He felt awkward and turned his head to the left in resistance. He held the saliva in his mouth without swallowing it, planning to spit it out later. He even tried hard to push the intruder away with his own tongue. After all, until now, he had never touched anyone else's saliva, let alone swallowed it. The Blood Clan chuckled lightly, then pulled back, straightening its body. It then inserted a finger into Qi Yan's mouth, pressing down on his tongue, forcing him to swallow all the saliva. This was too disrespectful. As the saying goes, clay figurines have some semblance of earthy temperament, and Qi Yan had endured everything up until now. But this made him angry enough to bite down hard on the finger in his mouth. Despite being bitten by Qi Yan, the vampire prince remained cold, with no trace of anger, merely stating calmly, "You swallow it all down. My bodily fluids can help your body recover quickly, otherwise, I fear you won't survive after being continuously drained." Qi Yan paused momentarily, relaxing the force of his bite slightly. He recalled that Gray had also used his saliva to help Jiang Tian heal wounds, mentioning that high-level Blood Clan's bodily fluids had better curative effects. So the other party's intention was benevolent. However, the person who unreasonably coerced him into making this agreement and took his blood was also him, so this act wasn't exactly altruistic either. Only after some delay did Qi Yan realize that the finger he had bitten still lingered in his mouth. His master hadn't taken the opportunity to withdraw it. Qi Yan's thoughts froze for an instant, unsure of what to do, and instinctively decided to push this unwelcome guest out using his tongue. The vampire prince let out another short laugh. Qi Yan was startled, realizing only then what he'd done, instinctively covering his face with his hand. His actions had been incredibly foolish and embarrassing, right in front of a different race. It seemed like the vampire's saliva really did work wonders, for within a short time, Qi Yan had already felt much of his strength and spirit restored. He crawled up carefully, looking towards the direction of the laughter. "Can I leave now?" According to what Yingji told him, this Prince Amel was also a big shot among vampires, someone who wouldn't go back on his word. He needed to temporarily endure the 30-day agreement. Afterwards, the vampire wouldn't trouble him anymore. For the moment, believing Yingji's words was his only option, so he warned himself to persevere. Hopefully, everything Yingji said was true, and Prince Amel would keep his word and leave him alone, leaving him no ill effects from continuous blood draining. The series of events which shattered his worldview happened too fast for him to react, leaving him only able to passively cope. "Stay and eat dinner." The Blood Clan spoke calmly. "You need rest now. Sleep for a bit. I'll wake you when it's time for dinner." Qi Yan trembled inwardly as he pondered over the meaning behind the phrase, "stay and eat dinner," feeling sure it couldn't possibly mean that the vampire felt kindly toward him and wanted to treat him to a meal. It must imply keeping him around for his own dinner purposes. So, indeed, 2 meals a day with not a single session missed. Should he count his blessings that this vampire currently had no breakfast or late-night snack plans? His eyes were covered by a black ribbon, and he couldn't see or do anything. The vampire wouldn't let him go until after dinner, so the only thing he could do now was to follow the Blood Clan's suggestion to take a nap and rest. He closed his eyes and lay there quietly, sensing that the Blood Prince hadn't left but sat quietly by the bed as if watching over him. If he watched like this, wouldn't he want to feed again? Could he really wait till dinner time? Qi Yan silently pondered, thinking of himself facing a beloved hot pot or roasted fish, realizing that he probably wouldn't be able to resist just staring at the food without eating it. Therefore, he braced himself for the possibility that the prince might lose control and come back to drink his blood. He internally thought, "You can have your fill, anyway, I cannot stop you nor am I in any condition to prevent you, and I'm really going to sleep now. Hopefully, you can drink gently enough not to wake me up." Though he himself knew well the last wish was almost impossible to come true. Qi Yan fell into a deep sleep under the prince's vague yet constant gaze, feeling like a rabbit sleeping beside a tiger. Unexpectedly, he slept very soundly and deeply. The room remained quiet all along, and the bed was quite comfortable, eventually waking up naturally from having a full rest. He tried moving his body, finding himself lying in someone's embrace with an arm lightly draped over his waist, and his head resting on the person's shoulder. The familiar scent lingering around his nose indicated it was the vampire prince. Qi Yan stirred slightly, and the Blood Prince sitting beside him realized it and got up. "What time is it now? Why didn't you wake me up?" Qi Yan asked, his voice tinged with drowsiness and a nasal quality. 8:30, I fell asleep too, so I didn't notice." In fact, it was because he found Qi Yan sleeping too soundly that some strange softness came over him, making him reluctant to bother or wake the other. Instead, he took the opportunity to lie side by side and hold him closely. Qi Yan nodded, inwardly surprised to find out vampires needed sleep as well. That made sense, since in films and TV shows they always sleep in coffins during the day and stay awake at night. Would Prince Amel have issues by not sleeping during the day and instead choosing a bed? At this moment, he heard the vampire say, "We can start dinner once you're awake." Qi Yan immediately felt his heart race upon hearing these words. He gritted his teeth and turned his head to the left, saying, "Shouldn't you bite the right side this time?" Both sides of his neck as well as the back of it had already been bitten. Now biting the right, and next the left, equal distribution, very fair. The Blood clan had already stood up from the bed, but seeing this couldn't help but smile, then single-kneeled on the bed, leaning over Qi Yan. Qi Yan felt the bed dip slightly again as the vampire's breath grew near once more, forcing him to nervously swallow. His current mood was similar to when he was young, awaiting inoculations, knowing shots are scary and not wanting them, yet also realizing they're inevitable, thus it would be better to just get it over with. The Blood Prince lowered his head, planting a cool kiss on Qi Yan's right neck. "I meant to have you eat, not for me to eat you." Qi Yan immediately sensed the pressure vanish from the bed as the vampire prince disappeared right after speaking. Moments later, he returned, leading him off the bed and walking back to the table he touched when arriving, guiding him to sit down. Qi Yan was puzzled, not understanding why the prince preferred to cause so much trouble rather than letting him remove the ribbon. Was he that unwilling to let others see his appearance? Yet the aroma of food tempted him. Gray had come to fetch him while he was eating lunch earlier, and it had been 8 hours since then. Having lost blood and eaten nothing in the meanwhile, in his youthful prime, his hunger was no longer bearable. But he didn't know how to eat since he couldn't see. Sitting idly while hunger gnawed at him, merely smelling the savory food nearby wasn't pleasant. The prince spoke up at this moment. "There are roasted steaks, grilled lamb chops, curry shrimp, seafood pasta, also roasted chicken, grilled fish fillets, and Caesar salad. For staple foods, we have roasted potatoes and garlic bread. Soup options include mushroom soup and vegetable soup, and dessert has chocolate cake and lemon pie. What would you like to eat first?" Qi Yan was so shocked that he couldn't respond immediately. The vampire paused. "Are these unsuitable for you? Is there anything else you prefer?" Although the chef had already left, he believed he could make some Chinese dishes that the other might enjoy. "No, I'll eat whatever," Qi Yan quickly said. In fact, he was somewhat flattered and surprised. He had always regarded the other as a malevolent demon-like existence, so he couldn't fathom how things had taken such an odd turn. He felt that his understanding of vampires was still very limited, and it was highly possible that he had been misled by films, TV shows, or novels. Once back, he needed to call Yingji immediately to ask why this prince acted in such a way. Or maybe he should arrange a meeting with his vampire hunter friend instead. Chapter 71, Infection. Prince Aimu quickly made up his mind after getting his answer, then let's try a little of everything. Qi Yan soon felt that something warm was being passed to his lips, carrying the aroma of oil and seasoning. He hesitated for a moment, instinctively eating what was offered. It was roasted lamb leg meat. The lamb here was delicious and juicy, perfectly cooked so it didn't need too much seasoning, just a bit of salt and pepper paired with the tender and flavorful original taste of the meat, a feast for the palate. After hesitantly swallowing it down, he couldn't help but want another piece. "You don't need to worry about me. I can take off the black ribbon and feed myself," he said uneasily. The bloodline did not speak, silently showing their stance through action. This time what was fed to him were seafood noodles. The pasta coated in a seafood-flavored sauce was certainly tasty but paled in comparison to the roasted lamb. Qi Yan managed to swallow and then immediately whispered, "I still want some of that lamb." He heard the vampire's deep laughter again, making him feel his ears grow warm. It seemed he had embarrassed himself yet again. And thus, Qi Yan slowly finished a perfect dinner under the personal service of the vampire prince. Eating happily often makes one overlook how the food is delivered. Out of 4 feeds, if 3 were with a spoon, one wouldn't notice if the last one changed. Frankly speaking, this meal was far superior to his fried rice and even more delicious than Jiang Tian's cooking. People who are full and satisfied become happy and content. Afterward, Prince Aimu never once brought up drinking his blood. He only mentioned Gray would be waiting outside to send him home. This dinner, together with the sound sleep in the afternoon, made Qi Yan feel that the day's itinerary wasn't so bad. He thought his requirements for life were getting lower and lower. The vampire released him near the door, letting him push it open by himself. As Qi Yan's hand rested on the doorknob, he suddenly felt a strong arm wrap around his waist. Before he could react, the vampire's sharp fangs were already deeply buried in his right neck. Everything happened so abruptly he had no time to respond. However, this blood-sucking process was extremely short. Qi Yan tightly gripped the doorknob, closing his eyes reflexively, his mouth slightly open and emitting a short, sob-like moan as the pleasure from being bitten surged to his head. Just then, the vampire's fangs withdrew from his body. The bloodline gently licked the wound on his neck, rolling away the small beads of blood that oozed out when the teeth were removed. "Sorry, I couldn't resist." Even though one could forcefully suppress the desire to drink blood, seeing you leaving at that very moment triggers an uncontrollable urge to monopolize you and keep you by your side. The vampire prince silently gave soft kisses to the bitten area on his neck, patiently waiting for the human beneath his lips to gradually recover. "Would you stay tonight?" Upon hearing this, Qi Yan instantly turned around, eyes wide open, appearing somewhat frightened. Though his expression was not clear due to the obscuration of the black ribbon. The bloodline didn't say anything more, instead actively extending his hand to pull the door open for him. Qi Yan felt the silent disappearance of the vampire by his side, who probably returned to the room. His steps paused momentarily before walking out of the room. The heavy wooden door closed quietly behind him again. Qi Yan took off the silk ribbon with his hands, using it to block the light hitting his forehead. The light inside the entire house was dim, appearing yellowish and dark. Qi Yan quickly adapted to the environment after removing the ribbon. Sure enough, Gray was already downstairs waiting for him, and the black car was parked outside. It was almost 10 p.m., the traffic on the Safi street was even scarcer, with most roadsides only showing dim streetlights and quiet residential areas. The car stopped in front of Qi Yan's dormitory. After thanking Gray, he got out of the vehicle while still holding that black coat. When going to meet the bloodline prince, he had forgotten to take the coat off the car and naturally forgot to return it to its owner. Gray refused to help him return it, so he could only bring it back himself. A white ambulance was also parked on the driveway, which caused Qi Yan to glance at the vehicle for a moment, wondering what had happened. Was a classmate injured or had someone suffered from a sudden illness? The glass door outside the dormitory required a card swipe to open. As Qi Yan was standing outside searching for his student ID card, a group of people rushed out shouting, so he quickly stepped aside. They were a group of healthcare workers in white uniforms, escorting a person who was fully restrained on a stretcher. However, the person was still struggling with great force, behaving completely out of control as if she had lost her mind. Twisting her neck, she opened her mouth wide, trying to bite the nearest medical staff. Her hair was completely disheveled, her face deathly pale, and her appearance so terrifying and grotesque that it was eerie. It took Qi Yan half a minute to recognize that this person was actually Emily. Behind them, Miss Julia, who was on duty today, and Emily's friend Caroline followed with anxious expressions. Miss Julia climbed onto the ambulance together, while Caroline was persuaded to stay behind. Soon, the ambulance sped away with all the commotion, leaving the dormitory entrance silent again. Caroline's sobs and muttering then became particularly noticeable. Qi Yan had seen Caroline and Emily cooking together in the kitchen before, they had exchanged nods. Seeing the situation, he approached and asked, "What happened? What's wrong with Emily?" Caroline looked frantic, uncertain and full of doubt. Shaking her head repeatedly after hearing Qi Yan's question, she said, "I don't know, she suddenly turned into this state, acting like a madwoman, even attempting to bite people. I almost got bitten by her." Qi Yan knew he wouldn't be able to get more information from her, so he consoled this unstable girl and sent her back to her room. Then, he returned to his own room and called Yingji. He originally intended to call Yingji anyway, and he had a gut feeling that Emily's condition was somehow related to those vampires. Yingji, as usual, answered the phone very quickly. It seemed like he did nothing all day long since the phone could be picked up immediately once it rang. Still, Qi Yan remembered that this vampire hunter mentioned being on vacation, so being idle was expected. Qi Yan first told him about his encounter at Prince Aimu's place in the afternoon and expressed his confusion. "I don't understand why he kept me there for rest and dinner. He only sucked a little blood from me at the end, and it seemed like he hadn't originally planned to suck any blood. So keeping me around made no sense. He might just like you or enjoy the feeling of personally feeding you." What a ridiculous explanation. What did the feeling of personally feeding you even mean? Qi Yan silently cursed in his mind. He knew he wouldn't hear a reliable answer from Yingji. Also, Emily had an incident today. She appeared to have lost her mind, her face turning deathly pale and blue, continuously trying to bite the people around her. She also seemed much stronger than usual. "Do you know what happened?" There was a pause on the other side, followed by a calm response. "Then she must have been infected." Infection? Vampires aren't human. More precisely, although many bloodlines originate from human transformations, when they become vampires, they have already died. Turning into a bloodline doesn't extend their life, they are merely living dead sustained by blood alone. Just like zombies, getting bitten by a vampire carries the risk of infection. Infected humans have three possible outcomes. The first is being transformed into a vampire. However, vampires transformed through this method are relatively weaker compared to those formerly embraced under similar conditions, becoming the lowest level of bloodline. The second outcome is dying directly due to infection. The third becomes a monster devoid of reason, solely attacking living beings while gradually losing life until eventually becoming like a zombie, without reason or life, and usually dealt with by vampire hunters or exorcists. The person you mentioned must have encountered the third scenario. Listening to Yingji's logical explanation, Qi Yan felt his heart involuntarily tighten, sweat dripping from his palms, and his breathing growing increasingly rapid. This was empathy taking effect. He instinctively feared one day becoming like Emily. As if sensing his tension, Yingji lowered his voice to comfort him, "But you don't need to be afraid. Only being bitten directly by a lower-level bloodline carries the risk of infection. That's why within the bloodline community, there is a rule prohibiting low-level bloodlines from directly drinking blood from humans or animals." She must have been infected because she frequently hung out with lower-level bloodlines. Prince Aimu is one of the 5 princes among the currently awakened bloodlines and the most powerful one. So rest assured, he won't allow such a thing to happen to you. Qi Yan still felt somewhat uneasy. Then, can Emily's situation not be saved? There is. Yingji's voice sounded somewhat cold, but I can't do anything about it. Prince Aimu might have a way. If you want his help, you'll have to agree to his terms. Have you thought about what he might demand this time? Are you willing to let him manipulate you at will and fulfill any of his desires to save that girl? Don't forget the time when you brought your friend to the blood banquet. She clearly knew you were an ignorant human deceived into going, and she was fully aware of the truth behind that party but didn't warn you even once. Would you still choose to repay her wrong with kindness? Chapter 72, Attack. No, I didn't plan to ask Prince Emil for this matter. He was just an ordinary human struggling to survive and did not yet possess such noble and selfless humanitarian sentiment. Moreover, the strange attitude of that prince always made him hard to fathom. Qi Yan walked toward the laundry room in the corridor with his phone in hand. He then remembered that he still had clothes from Friday hanging there uncollected. While listening to Yingji's incessant nagging about things like being more careful, humans and vampires alike require caution. Always be on guard when you're alone, and if you encounter something you can't handle, contact me immediately. Qi Yan hummed absent-mindedly in agreement while scenes of his time spent with Emily kept flashing through his mind. He recalled a night when Alex invited him out, but he didn't go. Later, Emily went with them, and the next morning after he woke up, he saw that her wrist had been injured and left behind a lot of blood. Had Emily already been bitten by those vampires earlier that night, or even before? Suddenly, he felt a sense of incongruity. If Emily's injury came from being bitten by a vampire, how could her wound have bled so much? Based on his own experience, Prince Emil would always lick the oozing blood droplets clean without leaving a trace and wouldn't let him return wounded. Even if these bloodline descendants weren't as high-ranking as Emil, such heavy bleeding still made no sense. Lost in thought, Qi Yan had already entered the laundry room. The signal here wasn't great, and it was inconvenient to hold the phone while collecting his clothes. He was just about to suggest meeting up with Yingji at another time and say goodbye before ending the call when he suddenly noticed a shadow dart swiftly past his right side. He pressed his eyes, thinking he might have hallucinated due to excessive blood loss. Next time, he would have to complain to Emil. His saliva evidently lacked any real effect. To ensure sustainability, he needed to reduce the amount of his blood taken, not only in frequency but also quantity. Another blurred shadow flashed again, and Qi Yan felt something bump into him. With a smack, his phone dropped to the ground. Reacting instinctively, Qi Yan bent down to pick up his phone, and at that moment, the light in the laundry room went out abruptly. At the same time, both front and rear doors slammed shut with a snap. The small space was plunged into darkness and complete enclosure. Something was clearly wrong, so he immediately stood up and looked around. The black shadow he'd seen earlier, it hadn't been an illusion. There was definitely something lurking nearby, ready to pounce. His eyes were still adjusting to the dark, but amidst the darkness, several especially conspicuous blood-red dots gleamed. They were fixedly staring at him, like the eyes of predators. Qi Yan could feel that those creatures had occupied the positions near both entrances, with one lingering close to him. In this short span of time, all the laughter, footsteps, and other noises from the students in the hallway had vanished, leaving him seemingly isolated within this tiny laundry room. Qi Yan dared not move recklessly. He didn't know what kind of creature had surrounded him. All he could do was stay vigilant, quietly calculating the distance between himself and the two doors while recalling the placement of objects and obstacles in between. It was clear that sitting back and waiting to die wouldn't work. He needed to escape the laundry room at least. The looming danger prompted his mind to race rapidly, forming a clear strategy. He rehearsed the upcoming actions twice in his mind before throwing a bundle of clothes towards the right front. They were lightweight garments he'd worn recently, easily drawing attention despite their weightlessness. Simultaneously, he darted towards the left door, as expected, dragging the vacuum cleaner's flexible plastic hose slightly to obstruct it. This gave him enough time to push open the door. Fortunately, he remembered the lock on the left door had been broken for days, allowing him to burst out without obstruction. Outside the laundry room, silence still reigned. Qi Yan could only hear the sound of his own feet pounding against the carpet and the beats of his heart. Not even the usual chatter or sounds of TV and online programs from other classmates' rooms were audible. This building was old, its doors offering poor sound insulation, and typically allowed easy eavesdropping on what happened inside each room. The white corridor light seemed eerie under this unnatural silence. Qi Yan ran as fast as he could, shouting "help" loudly all the while, but no one appeared to offer aid. After sprinting 10 meters, seized by fear, he turned back cautiously. Finally, he saw the things that had been hunting him. They had thick dark fur, strong limbs, sharp claws, glinting fangs, and murky, ferocious blood-red animal eyes. They were powerful wolves. Qi Yan had no doubt that their teeth and claws had definitely seen blood before. They excelled in biting through the throats of their prey before tearing them apart. Compared to other beasts, these wolves were far more chilling to the core than any he had seen in zoos or documentaries. Just then, the nearest wolf leaped high into the air. Its forepaws were almost about to touch Qi Yan's back. Qi Yan had no doubt that he would be tackled to the ground in the next second. He was merely a human with average physical strength and could never escape from the hunt of such four-limbed monsters. However, at this moment, the silent corridor echoed with the sound of breaking glass. The wolf immediately stopped mid-motion, sensing something as it crouched alertly behind Qi Yan in a defensive stance. The other wolves behind it whimpered and slowly retreated. Qi Yan also turned his gaze toward where the sound came from. It was deep into the night now. The glass on the window shattered inward, scattered all over the floor. The night wind rushed in carrying an autumn chill. The night was profound and heavy under the vast sky, beneath the dispersed clouds faintly revealing a half-moon. it was the 7th day of the lunar month, marking the first quarter moon phase, yet the moonlight shone red like blood. An illusion akin to a living hell. Apart from that, the area appeared deserted, with no one in sight who might have broken the window. The nearest black wolf was enormous, nearly 2 meters long. Even in a crouching position, it reached Qi Yan's chest height. It uneasily lifted its forepaw and suddenly charged again in what seemed like a last-ditch attack toward Qi Yan. Caught off guard, Qi Yan only managed to take a step back, watching as the wolf's sharp fangs were within arm's reach. Suddenly, a figure darted past, and Qi Yan felt a blur before his eyes. In the next moment, that giant wolf flew backward, lying on its side on the ground. A closer look revealed a deep and lengthy wound on its abdomen, blood pouring out, mingling with the black fur making it less noticeable, but splashes of blood staining the blue carpet. Though it collapsed sideways, its blood-red eyes continued to glare fiercely at Qi Yan, or more precisely at the person who suddenly appeared in front of Qi Yan. The other wolves gathered around it with low growls, cautious but unwilling to advance further. Only after this did Qi Yan shift his attention to the sudden savior. April in Safis brought cooler weather already, with nighttime temperatures dropping to around 7 or 8 degrees Celsius. This tall and upright figure wore a black long coat, with shoulder-length black hair naturally falling behind his head. His hands rested by his sides. Qi Yan first noticed his left hand, slender yet pale, but radiating power. On his left ring finger hung a silver ring with a broad face carved with uneven patterns. A drop of black blood dripped from a groove in the pattern onto the blue carpet below. It was with this ring that he severely injured the wolf just moments ago. The man stood 2 steps in front of Qi Yan, calm while gazing at those wolves. From Qi Yan's angle, only a side profile of his face was visible. Though he said nothing and made no movements, Qi Yan could still feel the pressure radiating from him. This pressure and aura undeniably served as a threat to the wolves. They whined lowly, as if negotiating among themselves. In the blink of an eye, they vanished entirely from Qi Yan's sight, taking the injured wolf along. The man showed no intention to stop them. Qi Yan was bewildered by what he had witnessed and glanced at the man before him. At that moment, the man also turned around. Their eyes met for a brief moment before the man stepped up close, slightly lowering his head, saying, "Do you know how easy it is for you to attract these creatures of darkness?" He leaned closer and sniffed near Qi Yan's ear. "There's a very pure essence of darkness emanating from within you. I noticed it the moment I saw you." It was an essence almost identical to his own, as if fate was subtly guiding him closer. And once he approached, there would be no letting go. Qi Yan was still dazed, muttering, "What just happened?" Looking back at the broken window and the blood-red moon outside, he heard the man explain calmly, it was merely a trick orchestrated by those 4-legged creatures using the phases of the moon. As he spoke, the broken window had miraculously restored itself, the clouds outside dispersing to reveal a serene and bright moonlit night. The sky was vast, the moon clear, and the breeze gentle, undoubtedly a beautiful autumn evening. The dormitory also reverted to its usual clamor, the sounds of music and laughter from the activity room upstairs were distinctly audible. Even the bloodstains on the carpet had vanished. Everything returned to normal, as if the events that just occurred were merely his delusion, with no evidence left to substantiate them except for the presence of this man beside him. Chapter 73, The 17 Law Enforcement Team. With a ding, the elevator doors opened, and classmates from the same floor came out of the elevator, greeting Qi Yan and nodding to the man standing next to him. Smiling, they asked Qi Yan, "Is this your friend? He is really handsome." Qi Yan could only awkwardly nod. "Is he your boyfriend?" "I've never seen him before," the person continued, seemingly not noticing Qi Yan's discomfort. Qi Yan's face froze, unsure how to answer. Instead, the man beside him chuckled lightly and responded half-jokingly, "I'll come to see him more often in the future." After the person left, Qi Yan turned toward the calm man in front of him. "Who are you? Why are you here? What were those things earlier?" "Too many questions." The man raised his right index finger and gently placed it on Qi Yan's lips, stopping him from speaking further. "Let's explain step by step. You've already seen quite a few vampires. What you saw just now was another legendary dark creature, the werewolf. I am here because I heard unusual sounds from your phone. My intuition told me there was trouble at your place, so I rushed over immediately." He revealed a harmless smile. "I'm Yingji. I thought we already knew each other well enough." Yingji extended his left hand and tidied up Qi Yan's collar that had become disheveled during the run. He then took the liberty of fastening 2 more buttons on his shirt. Qi Yan finally got a clear look at the pattern on the silver ring. It was a dense thicket of thorns, with a rather delicate rose firmly entwined in the middle of the thorns. Perhaps due to the composition, despite the somewhat cruel and strange scene, the rose displayed an extraordinary beauty of helplessness yet resilience, as if it possessed boundless and inexhaustible vitality. "Are you married?" This was the first question that came instinctively to Qi Yan's mind. Perhaps such a life-related question helped bridge the distance between them, making the atmosphere a little lighter. "Of course not," Yingji smiled softly, "I'm still so young." Spinning the ring on his left hand, he said, "Do you mean this? It's just a small ornament, but sometimes it can serve other purposes too. When necessary, it can also be used as a weapon," Qi Yan silently added for him. "What a practical accessory." People passed by the windows in the corridor, most classmates greeted Qi Yan and gave Yingji curious glances. It was definitely not a good place for conversation. After confirming the identity of the person in front of him, Qian felt a great deal of relief. The initial unease upon meeting the online friend in person gradually dissipated. He gestured to Yingji, "Alright, come to my room. But first, we need to go to the laundry room to retrieve our clothes and the phone." Qian's phone was still on the ground, and his clothes were on the washing machine nearby. He must have thrown them there earlier. Apparently, no one had entered the laundry room during this time, and these remnants clearly indicated that everything that just happened was real. Leaving the laundry room, Yingji took the initiative to carry most of the clothes while following closely behind Qian. Qian, holding only a shirt, tried somewhat embarrassedly to take the remaining clothes from his new acquaintance who had just truly met him for the first time but was denied. "No problem, I can handle it. Let's quickly get back to your room." Thus, one after another, they arrived at the door of room 407. As Qian reached into his pocket for the room card ready to open the door, a group of vampires laughed and chatted as they walked out of Alex's room. They all stopped talking outside their door, looking uncertainly at Yingji who appeared extremely domesticated and kind-hearted, carrying a large pile of clothes. They didn't recognize his face, but they could clearly sense the overpowering aura of an upper-class bloodline belonging to the vampire race that couldn't be concealed. Qian managed to give them a nod and a forced smile before quickly swiping the card and pulling Yingji inside, locking the door tightly afterward. He hadn't forgotten that his companion was a rather clumsy vampire hunter. Although as hunters, theoretically, Yingji should have had the advantage, Alex and the others comprised 6 or 7 vampires. They remained there observing Yingji discreetly, obviously detecting something unusual. If they discovered Yingji was a vampire hunter and conflict arose, it would be obvious that his untrained, lone wolf friend wouldn't stand a chance. Therefore, he must quickly bring Yingji into his room to protect him before they discover his true identity. Yingji looked at his panicked face and asked softly, "What's wrong? Is something amiss?" Qian naturally picked up the clothes from Yingji piece by piece and hung them in the wardrobe as if the two had already coordinated countless times like this. While hanging the clothes, he said, "The people you met earlier are the vampires I told you about who once tricked me to a banquet. This isn't the time to show brute courage, there's no way you can defeat that many vampires, so we need to get into my room before they realize you're a vampire hunter." Yingji twitched his lips. He hadn't expected that in Qian's eyes, he appeared so incompetent and useless. Resisting saying what he originally wanted, he argued in a low voice, "I'm not that weak. Didn't you see how I drove away those werewolves earlier? Wasn't that impressive?" Qian stopped his task and turned to look at him. "So are werewolves weaker than vampires? Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense why he could easily drive off a group of werewolves but always seemed intimidated when it came to the vampire prince." Yingji was silent for a long time. "Right, the wolves that came to trouble you today were relatively weak. Even if they were the leader of the Safi's werewolf clan and his most formidable warriors, hearing his evaluation might make them cry. But I'm really better than you think." Yingji tried to mend things, but under Qian's see-through gaze, he resignedly muttered 2 words, "A little." However, he soon thought of some good news that might cheer the person in front of him and increase their trust in his abilities. "By the way, you don't have to fear those rogue vampires anymore. My report has been accepted, and probably tonight, people from the Bloodline Enforcement team will come to handle this matter. They will receive their due punishment. You'll never see them again." After leaving, Simon's expression remained gloomy. He was worried, sensing something ominous was about to happen, and couldn't help discussing with his friend, "Who is that blood race member following Jerry? I've never seen him in Safi's before. With his appearance, if I'd seen him, I definitely wouldn't forget." Judy mumbled, "I don't know, I haven't seen him either, but his aura. Goodness, it feels like we're dealing with an upper-class blood member we usually would never encounter, a very important figure." Her tone also carried a faint disbelief. "But all the upper-class bloods of Safi's and even all of Oceania leave impressions on us, none fit." Another vampire chimed in. "An incredibly powerful aura belonging to an upper-class bloodline, an entirely unfamiliar vampire, recent visitors to Safi's linked with Jerry." Alex had already formed the worst assumption in his heart. Prince Emerald, he lightly uttered this title. How could it be, how could Prince Emerald follow behind a human like that, completely unlike what we heard? And Jerry appears utterly unaware of his identity, treating him like an ordinary friend. Simon chuckled dryly, perhaps it's just a regular human, who somehow caught the scent of a high-ranking blood member. But he knew well whether the aura was merely contaminated or radiated from the person themselves. Saying this was simply because he dared not or refused to believe, hoping it was just his misjudgment. After Simon finished speaking, he found none of his friends agreeing with him. The other vampires around him all stared gravely in one direction. Following their gaze, Simon's eyes instantly widened, and he nervously gripped his hands tightly without control. It was a team dressed uniformly in black suits and long boots, a total of 5 people. They were surrounded by a cold, tangible aura and faint traces of blood energy, swiftly approaching at a speed unimaginable for regular humans. The leading vampire declared emotionlessly, "We are from Blood Clan Enforcement Team Unit 17. We need your cooperation to investigate some matters." He silently raised his left hand, and the 4 behind him moved nimbly to restrict the actions of Alex and the others, binding them together with an invisible thread, ready to take them all away. Wait. Simon struggled unwillingly. You can't do this to me. It was Paris, a noble of Sophies, who turned me into a vampire. In the blood clans, there is a special bond between a newly turned vampire and the one who converted them. Paris held considerable influence and power in Saurus, just as Alex and Judy's converters had comparable status in Sophies. As such, they rarely faced intentional trouble within Sophies. The leading member of the enforcement team coolly glanced at him. Is that so? Then we'll bring Paris along to the enforcement team as well. Alex was calmer and had already sensed something was off about the situation. He glared hard at the leader of the enforcement team, gritting his teeth as he asked, who ordered the enforcement team to review us? This could not be due to some vampire hunter's report. Could it be an enemy of their converter? Within the blood clans, there were also factions divided by conflicting opinions and struggles. The leading blood member seemed to have guessed what he was thinking and curled his lips slightly into a derisive smirk. It was His Highness Prince Emerald himself who personally gave the order. That explained why Unit 17 had arrived. Enforcement teams 15 through 20 operated independently, completely free from any control or interference by local high-ranking blood members or blood nobles. He took another glance at Alex and his group. These fools hadn't even noticed that fact. Chapter 74, Restlessness. Qi Yan could not predict what Alex and the others would encounter, but in any case, Yingji had brought him a piece of good news. He hoped that as he said, those vampires would be punished, and from today onward, he would never have to see them again or live in fear. However, he had another issue at hand. The single-person dormitory was not large, and since Qi Yan only lived there for one semester and it was difficult to deal with things when leaving, he hadn't added any additional furniture. The only places to sit were the bed and a computer chair provided with the dormitory. Qi Yan invited his vampire hunter friend to sit on the bed while he sat on the computer chair. What's with those werewolves that suddenly appeared? I don't remember offending them. I'm not quite clear on this either, I can only roughly speculate, Yingji replied cautiously. The girl next door once saved the leader of the werewolves here. She probably thought of it as an ordinary injured wolf or even a large dog. Previously, that werewolf also warned her to stop associating with those vampires, but clearly, she did not heed the advice. Now she has been infected by the vampires, and that werewolf is likely trying to save her as a way of repaying the favor. He had specifically investigated all the humans and non-humans who interacted closely with Qi Yan, so knowing this wasn't strange. Qi Yan then remembered Emily's wound that bled profusely but healed quickly and was obviously not fatal. Could that have been the werewolf's warning? But how does that relate to me, he couldn't help but ask. Saving Emily and attacking him seemed to him like two completely unrelated matters. Apparently, those werewolves can't save the girl, but they know Prince Emil is here, and they believe he must have a way. But as everyone knows, it's very difficult to get Prince Emil to intervene, usually there's no point hoping for it. Trying to force him into action through violence is impossible. Yingji glanced at Qi Yan and then looked away uncomfortably. Those werewolves must have obtained some information and inferred from it that you and Prince Emil have a close relationship, so they attempted to kidnap you as leverage to force him into agreeing. I mean, they probably thought you were just an ordinary human, so it would be easy for them, which is why they targeted you. Where did they get such unreliable and terrible information? Qi Yan sighed, covering his head. Thank goodness you're here, otherwise, my fate would have been truly grim. I don't think Prince Emil would stand up for me. He's clearly someone who cannot be coerced. And for him, I am nothing special. He just likes drinking my blood. In that scenario, it was easy to imagine his fate, the werewolves full of hope using him as a bargaining chip only to find he held no value. Likely, he wouldn't come out well in that situation. However, Yingji didn't agree with him and instead promised, don't worry, I will also report those werewolves. They shouldn't dare bother you anymore. What he didn't say was that as part of their racial talent, werewolves are typically excellent at gathering and analyzing information, often quite accurately. Even without the werewolf race, anyone who observed his abnormal actions of continuously bringing the same human close these past days could easily guess that Qi Yan must have something special about him, at least to Prince Emil. Qi Yan was surprised. You can report werewolves. Yes, Yingji said calmly, making it sound reasonable, as if it were true. We may not mainly oversee the actions of werewolves, but I do have channels for that. Qi Yan couldn't help but look at his friend with new respect. Though Yingji might be limited in ability, his knowledge was broad. It felt like he had access to extremely reliable information and moved easily within circles. It was already late, soon after midnight, and the entire dormitory building gradually quieted down. After seeing Yingji off, Qi Yan brushed his teeth and prepared to sleep. After turning off the lights, he had a dream. In this dream, he dreamed of the same hand again. Smiling softly, gasping, and moaning as he chased the movements of the hand, unwilling to let it go. The whole dream was sweet and entangled, pulling him deeper against his will. Yet, he still couldn't make out the person's appearance. At the end of the dream, he finally caught the hand against his own chest. He smiled smugly, a mixture of laughter and panting as he pressed the hand to his chest so it couldn't wander over him anymore, nor could it leave. Then he bent his head and for the first time clearly saw what this hand looked like, pale, slender, and powerful, with a silver wide ring on the left ring finger. The surface of the ring was intricately carved with refined yet mysterious patterns, clusters of thorns pointing towards the sky, tightly coiled around a fragile rose in the middle. Qi Yan woke up from the dream in alarm. Embarrassed, he got up to drink water and change clothes, wiped the sweat off with a towel, and then flung himself back onto the bed and pulled the covers over himself. It was already chilly at night in Safi's now, and there was still no heating in the dormitory, but because of that dream, he broke out into a cold sweat. He closed his eyes briefly and swore at himself disdainfully. How had he dreamed such a thing again, and worse, actually dreamed about Yingji? They say one shouldn't deceive a friend's wife, let alone the friend themselves, which makes it even less acceptable, or else wouldn't that be very unbrotherly? In previous dreams, it was that prince who flashed before him fleetingly with just a glimpse of his hand, but now it had turned into Yingji. Even rabbits don't eat the grass next to their burrow, yet here he was constantly dreaming about people around him. Qi Yan stared blankly at the ceiling, wondering if based on this trend, he would eventually act inappropriately towards Jiang Tian or Gray in his dreams. He shivered involuntarily, although it might seem somewhat disloyal to Jiang Tian to think like this, since he had no control over his actions in his dreams, he did indeed find it easier to accept such dreams about Yingji than Jiang Tian. Qi Yan lay down on his side and rested for a while, evening out his breathing. Soon after, he fell asleep again. This time he slept soundly without dreaming of anything strange, waking up only when it was daylight. He had classes on Monday morning, and after lunch, he returned to see someone moving things out of room 406 next door. Room 406 was Alex's. Qi Yan felt a bit concerned, so after putting down his bag, he specially went to the front desk to inquire about Alex from Miss Julia. Miss Julia told him that something had happened in Alex's family, and they were all moving to Europe. They would be leaving within the next couple of days, and Alex's transfer procedures had already been completed. However, Miss Julia added that Alex fell suddenly ill last night and therefore couldn't come out to say goodbye to everyone. After getting well, Alex would probably go directly to Europe. And since Simon and Judy didn't live in this dormitory, Qi Yan had no way of knowing their situation, but presumably it should be the same as Alex. Was what Yingji said coming true? Were those vampires really taken away to be punished? Qi Yan stood there hearing this news, taking a little while to react. Miss Julia thought he regretted not having a chance to say goodbye to his neighbor and kindly consoled him. Taking advantage of the moment, Qi Yan also asked about Emily's condition. Miss Julia replied, "Not too great. When I left yesterday, she was still under quarantine observation and needed heavy doses of sedatives to calm her down. The key issue is that the doctors couldn't figure out what was wrong with her, and no one could explain why she suddenly lost her mind." The young woman glanced sympathetically at this black-haired young man whose neighbors on both sides had encountered problems. "Relax, her family is with her, so she'll be fine." This was the first time Qi Yan had genuinely felt the connection between that world of darkness and the real world. According to Yingji, Alex had been taken away by the bloodline for examination, yet all human procedures were carried out meticulously, everything had been dealt with appropriately. Everyone who knew Alex received a reasonable explanation, and no one found anything strange about it. It was all handled so normally that it barely drew any attention. Except for those in the know like Qi Yan, no one could guess that Alex was possibly a vampire who had lived for over 100 years. These nocturnal entities were already very adept at adapting to and even exploiting human rules and institutions to mask their presence. 5 days later, Emily returned to school and the dormitory. She appeared completely fine, with good color, continuing to do what Qi Yan called dark cooking with her friends, showing no particular astonishment at the disappearance of Alex and his friends. Yingji informed Qi Yan that those werewolves had made great efforts to summon another prince of the bloodline named Baird to rescue Emily. Not only did Prince Baird save Emily, but he also erased all her memories regarding the bloodline and the werewolves. Qi Yan thought this was not bad either and hoped that from now on, the girl's life could return to its normal track. Although the werewolves here had once tried to attack him, because of this matter, his perception of them improved slightly. Even so, he still didn't like these werewolves who had attempted to attack him to achieve their own purposes. Some of their methods and thoughts were far from commendable, but at least it could be considered a clan that repaid kindness. Coincidentally, on the day Emily came back, Qi Yan also found a pearl the size of a baby's half-closed fist on the windowsill of his room. The pearl was warm and smooth when touched. Yingji said this was the werewolf clan's apology for what happened that day. Wearing it would benefit his body, so all he needed to do was keep it properly. If the werewolf clan hadn't given an explanation for that day's incident, how would he have allowed Bear to step in? This pearl was only part of the compensation, and since he felt it suited Qi Yan and wouldn't scare him off, he simply let them deliver it directly to Qi Yan. However, the attention Qi Yan could give to these vampires or werewolves was quite limited. When Yingji told him to take it, he did so without asking much detail. He even forgot about the matter 2 days ago when Gray took him again to Prince Emil to get his blood sucked out. This was because he was currently troubled by something else, his dreams. Not only was he tormented by them, but he couldn't discuss this issue with anyone. He was too embarrassed to let close friends like Jiang Tian know, let alone tell Yingji. Ever since the day he met him, every night he would dream of him. Chapter 75 Innocent Friends. If it was just a regular dream, it would have been fine, but those dreams were far from ordinary. For 5 consecutive days, the two of them were incredibly intimate in his dreams every night, and the content of the dreams became increasingly detailed. Every detail and action was vivid and realistic. Qi Yan could only secretly be glad that he hadn't seen Yingji in person since that day, and they continued to stay in touch via phone calls and messages as before. However, simply hearing his voice made him feel uneasy all over. On one side, Yingji was talking seriously about matters concerning vampires or werewolves or about protecting himself, yet Qi Yan couldn't help but lose focus unintentionally. When he snapped back to reality, he realized what thoughts had gone through his mind while listening to Yingji's voice. This realization caused his cheeks to flush, leaving him full of guilt. In their phone calls, he could only mumble affirmatives, barely able to form complete sentences. He thought of himself as truly having lost his mind. Emily returned on Saturday. All classmates living on the 4th floor held a small gathering to celebrate her recovery. To be honest, the sight of Emily when she was ill had scared them quite a bit, and many who witnessed it still had lingering fears. The format for the gathering was simple, each person prepared 1 or 2 dishes they were good at, then they all shared together. Someone from their building made pizza, another baked brownies, and Indian and Malaysian classmates respectively prepared their national cuisines. When Qi Yan heard about this event, he felt somewhat bewildered. It wasn't that he didn't welcome Emily's return, rather, he was unable to make even a single decent dish himself. Ultimately, he decided to invite Jiang Tian over, went to the supermarket to buy chicken wings and onions, and then bought pork belly from a Chinese butcher shop. He invited Jiang Tian to cook 3-cup chicken wings and braised pork belly, sharing these dishes with everyone. Dinner was pleasant. The 2 dishes cooked by Jiang Tian received unanimous praise. Emily's friend Caroline and the front desk attendant Miss Julia also joined their dinner. She baked a whole tray full of butter cookies, with each cookie inscribed with blessings for everyone. Caroline thanked all the classmates on the 4th floor, particularly thanking Qi Yan and Miss Julia. That night, Emily initially just had a slight fever. She said she didn't feel well, so I stayed with her in her room, but who would have thought Emily suddenly passed out. When she woke up, she had lost her senses and even tried to bite me. At this point, she intentionally looked at Emily with an exaggerated expression, and everyone laughed. Fortunately, everyone helped keep her under control and called an ambulance, and thanks to Miss Julia accompanying Emily to the hospital. I was already terrified at that moment. I must also thank Jerry for walking me back to my room. Emily also expressed her gratitude to everyone, following Caroline's words. Everyone, including the girl herself, believed she had just suffered from an unusual illness due to a sudden fever. The hospital explained it as electrolyte imbalance caused by high fever. No one would have associated this incident with vampires or known the real reason behind her survival. After finishing dinner, everyone helped clear the tableware and trash and dispersed to do their own things. Jiang Tian was highly spirited and didn't want to go back to his room alone. Enthusiastically, he pulled Qi Yan into his room to play the newly purchased game together. Before they knew it, they had played until 11 o'clock and had completed 2 levels of the game. Suddenly, Jiang Tian, with a dull tone, said to Qi Yan, ruler, I can't take it anymore, my head is a little dizzy. I need to rest a bit. You keep playing first. Qi Yan turned around and saw Jiang Tian's cheeks flushed red. Earlier, when Jiang Tian was engrossed in the game, Qi Yan had noticed his flushed face but didn't pay much attention, assuming Jiang Tian was too excited about the game. But now, upon closer inspection, it was clearly evident that his friend's flushed complexion was abnormal. Qi Yan asked, Big Jiang, what's wrong with you? Why are your cheeks so red? Jiang Tian also felt his face with the back of his hand and frowned, I don't know, maybe because I ate too much tonight. My face feels a little hot. Qi Yan checked the temperature in the room and glanced at Jiang Tian's short-sleeved t-shirt. Big Jiang, you should wear more clothes. Are you running a fever? Do you have a thermometer? It was nearing mid-April, not the coldest time in Sophie's, but the coldest period in their dormitory. The temperature had dropped, and there was still no heating. Both Qi Yan and Jiang Tian lived on the shady side of the building. In summer, their rooms stayed refreshingly cool, but during this time, they especially felt the cold, especially after rain. With youthful vigor, Jiang Tian often wandered around the house in short-sleeved shirts, making him prone to catching a cold. Jiang Tian had already lain down on the bed, wrapping himself in the blanket. It seemed that within this short time, he truly did become much more uncomfortable again. He said to Qi Yan with a weak voice, in the second drawer under the table, there's a paper box containing a medicine case, the thermometer is on the right. Qi Yan opened the drawer and touched inside, sure enough finding the thermometer. He took it out and handed it to Jiang Tian, instructing him to measure his own temperature. Then Qi Yan took Jiang Tian's cup and went out to get some hot water. When he returned, Jiang Tian had fallen asleep still gripping the thermometer. Qi Yan didn't wake him up. After placing the cup of water aside, he himself retrieved the thermometer and brought it close to check. It read 38 degrees Celsius. Although it was obvious that Jiang Tian had a fever, it wasn't bad enough to rush him to the hospital immediately. In such situations, Qi Yan would generally try antipyretics first before deciding whether further medical attention was necessary. Jiang Tian's belongings were organized neatly, so Qi Yan quickly found antipyretics in the medicine box. Supporting Jiang Tian to sit up, he used the hot water he had just fetched to help Jiang Tian take the medication, then helped his friend lie down again. After finishing all this, Qi Yan dared not leave and sat on the chair in Jiang Tian's room to wait. If the fever didn't subside soon, he would have to send Jiang Tian to the hospital. Qi Yan scrolled through the news on his phone for 20 minutes, then felt Jiang Tian stir, mumbling faintly but incomprehensibly. He immediately stood up and moved to the other's bedside. What's wrong? Are you feeling better? Do you want water? Should we measure your temperature again? Suddenly, Jiang Tian shot upright and swiftly extended his hand, forcefully clasping Qi Yan's right arm. He lowered his head and opened his mouth to bite down on Qi Yan's wrist. His strength suddenly became immense, so much that Qi Yan couldn't break free at all. Qi Yan called out his name, but Jiang Tian gave no response, his dark eyes losing their usual clarity, murky as though belonging to someone on the verge of death. In the heat of the moment, Qi Yan grabbed with his left hand a half-sleeved shirt that Jiang Tian had placed by the bed and stuffed it directly into his mouth. It was his own shirt after all, and Jiang Tian shouldn't care. Jiang Tian bit into the shirt, momentarily startled. Qi Yan instantly realized something was wrong and seized the opportunity to rapidly escape Jiang Tian's grip, running out of the room and locking the door securely behind him. Simultaneously, he immediately used the emergency telephone in the corridor to contact Miss Julia, asking her to arrange for other dormitory staff to help supervise Jiang Tian and call for an ambulance. There was no way Qi Yan could handle Jiang Tian alone now. Moreover, Jiang Tian's previous appearance had clearly indicated a loss of reason, as evidenced by the continuous bang-bang sounds coming from within his room, sounds of banging against the door. If professional personnel weren't summoned promptly, Jiang Tian might end up injuring himself. At this point, students from the second floor came out upon hearing the commotion. Don't come near, Qi Yan stopped a student who attempted to approach. Kevin had a fever earlier, which clouded his mind, making his behavior somewhat erratic. I'm worried he might harm everyone or himself, so let's wait for the professionals to arrive. Heavens, one female student exclaimed, it's exactly like Emily's condition back then. Just when Emily returns, Kevin encounters issues. Qi Yan felt a heavy sensation settle over his heart, involuntarily swallowing his saliva. Caroline's words at the dinner echoed repeatedly in his ears. When he first saw Jiang Tian behave that way, he already had a premonition, now others had merely voiced what he already feared, his condition looked awfully similar to Emily's initial state. And no one knew better than Qi Yan that Jiang Tian had indeed been bitten by a vampire. On that foolish night when Qi Yan had taken his friend to that blood feast, Jiang Tian had been bitten by a vampire in the hall. And it was highly probable that he had been bitten by the very low-level vampire with high infection rates described by Yingji. But who knows how long the incubation period of that fatal infection lasts? He painfully covered his forehead with his hand. He thought that reaching the agreement with Prince Emmer would ensure his friend's safety and allow them to leave peacefully. He thought that after that, everything would be resolved permanently, and he would only need to fulfill that cursed agreement. Yet who could have anticipated that the devil had already planted cruel seeds, disallowing these incapable mortals any chance to escape? Soon, Miss Julia and professional healthcare workers arrived. They restrained Jiang Tian on a stretcher just like they did with Emily previously, then put him onto the ambulance. Considering that Jiang Tian had no other family here, Qi Yan accompanied Miss Julia to the hospital. Miss Julia consoled him softly, don't worry, although it looks frightening, Kevin will surely recover quickly just like Emily. Qi Yan, however, couldn't even muster a forced smile. He only felt his heart becoming incredibly heavy. Because he knew it best, Emily certainly did not recover as easily as it seemed. The leader of the werewolf clan in Sophies had spent a great deal to secure the assistance of a vampire prince, whose intervention saved her life. Qi Yan didn't believe he had the same influence or network of connections necessary to invite that Prince Baird. Neither did he think Jiang Tian had fortuitously saved some powerful dark being's leader who might return the favor by gratitude. Moreover, Yingji had mentioned how Prince Baird was originally headed for a vacation in New Zealand and only made a detour stop at Sophies upon the request of the werewolves. He should have already left Sophies by now. There is still one blood prince remaining in Sophies, and Qi Yan happens to know him well. However, Yingji also mentioned that persuading Prince Emmer would be notoriously difficult. Just observing the werewolf clan could demonstrate this, they would prefer to twist themselves around trying to ask Prince Baird, who happened to pass by, rather than beseech the resident Prince Emmer stationed long-term in Sophies. This was enough to explain how unapproachable and challenging the prince truly was. In fact, Qi Yan had never even seen what he looked like. Even after having his blood drained 3 times by the vampire, Qi Yan still couldn't figure out his nature, much less guess his preferences and intentions. Julia went to assist with various procedures, while Jiang Tian underwent numerous tests. Seizing the opportunity, Qi Yan stepped into a quiet corner of the hospital and opened Yingji's contact information. His hands trembled slightly as he harbored a secret hope, a faint expectation that Yingji might have some way or contacts. In any case, he wanted to hear the opinion of his vampire hunter friend right now. Perhaps Yingji could come up with a good idea. After all, he understood these things far better than Qi Yan did. It was already midnight when Qi Yan sent Yingji a message first, asking tentatively, "Are you asleep? I want to talk to you." When Yingji didn't reply, the phone rang almost immediately. Qi Yan made every effort to maintain a calm tone while recounting the sudden calamity that occurred during the night. After listening to his narration, Yingji fell silent for a long time before finally responding, "I'm sorry, Yan. I already told you last time, there's nothing I can do. You know who the only one who possibly has the solution is." Stunned, Qi Yan sank onto the ground clutching the phone, his eyes blankly staring at the green potted plant in the corner. The little flicker of hope that he had cherished until just moments ago now crumbled completely. Although aware from the start that the chances were slim, humans always helplessly yearned for miracles to happen, wishing they'd be the lucky ones, until reality shattered those fantasies brutally. Do you want me to beg Prince Emerald? What if he refuses to help save Jiang Tian? Do I have to watch him turn into one of those undead beings? His voice was laced with sorrow and anxiety that couldn't be concealed. That final thought nearly caused him to lose grip on his phone. Ingji. He called out his name softly, pleading earnestly, his words laden with entreaty. Try once, Yi Ingji softened his voice, almost like a lover whispering sweet nothings. You go try once, Prince Emerald, maybe he'll show mercy to you. Don't be sad. I almost gave up everything just now, ready to entirely yield to you. Chapter 76, The Second Exchange Condition. Yi Ingji was almost about to reassure Qi Yan not to panic and agree to help in a straightforward manner when he suddenly remembered something he had said before. I have no way, but Prince Amr should have a way. He hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but change his tone. Qi Yan naturally also remembered what Yi Ingji had said before. After a brief silence, he murmured quietly, but he only asked me to drink blood once this week. I don't know how to find him. This 5-day week, Prince Amr had only taken him 2 days ago to drink blood once, and Qi Yan almost thought the prince had lost interest in his blood. I can pick you up right now. Yi Ingji still restrained himself from saying that out loud. You should roughly remember the way to Prince Amr's residence, right? Of course, in such times, you need to take the initiative to find him. Being infected by a vampire cannot be delayed, treatment must be administered within 72 hours. If it exceeds 72 hours, even Prince Amr might not be able to save your friend. Qi Yan thanked his vampire hunter friend quietly and hung up the phone. He looked at the dark night outside the hospital window while holding his mobile phone, and had already made his decision. Qi Yan told Miss Julia to go back and rest first, then replied to several concerned messages from his dormitory friends who often ate together about Jiang Tian's condition. He also made arrangements with Mr. Gao for them to take over the responsibility of watching over Jiang Tian in the morning. Subsequently, he booked an early 8 o'clock taxi on the official website of a local taxi company in Safis. Cars were rare on Safi streets, taxis even rarer, so hailing one generally required advanced booking. Mr. Gao and others came specially at 7 o'clock the next morning to relieve Qi Yan since they had no class. Qi Yan hadn't slept all night but dared not delay further. After explaining the current situation briefly to Mr. Gao and the others, as soon as the 8 o'clock taxi he had reserved arrived, he left. However, he wasn't heading back to the dorm or going to school for classes. Instead, he directly instructed the driver to head to the west outskirts of the city. Gray had driven him there twice, so he vaguely remembered the location of the estate where Prince Amr lived. The silently standing structure was very conspicuous. After driving out of the eastern suburbs and making 2 turns, it could be seen like a giant beast waiting for him to walk into its trap. Even under the bright sunshine of dawn, it still seemed somewhat gloomy. Fortunately, Qi Yan felt his sense of direction and memory were decent enough. Relying on the faint impression in his mind, he successfully found the estate belonging to Prince Amr. After paying the fare and bidding farewell to the driver, he took a deep breath, looked up at the clear, deep blue sky of an autumn morning in Safis, and proactively walked towards the dark gate. Qi Yan felt that perhaps he came at an inappropriate time, since it was 9 in the morning, a normal human waking up hour, but possibly just the resting time for the vampire living here. However, he couldn't care less. He directly ascended the steps and rang the doorbell. If no one answered, then he would simply wait on the steps. According to his experience, usually after noon, that vampire duke would start moving around. Maybe he just happened to be hungry, wanting to eat something. Hopefully, the vampires were like humans, being easier to talk to after having eaten well. In that case, Qi Yan didn't mind letting the duke suck more blood first before attempting to make his request. This was the only strategy Qi Yan could come up with at the moment. Unexpectedly, the door was quickly opened. Seeing him, Gray raised his eyebrows in surprise. How did you get here? Qi Yan uncomfortably twisted his clothing hem and softly spoke to the butler. I have something, and I wish to see His Highness. May I? His demeanor appeared slightly guilty, looking up at Gray cautiously and pleadingly. His Highness probably won't refuse food that comes knocking at the door, Gray mumbled, opening the door for him. You sit in the living room and wait for a moment while I check if His Highness is free to see you now. It should mean checking if His Highness has an appetite and if he's ready for the meal. Qi Yan interpreted it in his own mind. He glanced at the apparently clean, tidy, and cozy fabric sofa in the living room that looked like it had never been sat on and stood consciously on one side of the sofa, still gripping his clothing hem. Qi Yan didn't want to mess up the Bloodlord's impeccably neat furniture, which lacked any trace of human warmth. He also had no leisure time to rest. In fact, he had a mistaken feeling that his stomach was in knots, with his mind blank, unable to even imagine what would happen when he met Prince Amr later or how he should behave in order to successfully obtain the prince's assistance. Don't expect friendly help. No matter what method is used or what price is paid, if the prince could be persuaded to act, that would suffice. This was the first time Qi Yan had actively sought out someone for help, and he felt at a loss, especially since the person he sought couldn't even be fully considered a human. A moment later, Gray descended from the second floor and gestured for him to come upstairs. With trepidation, Qi Yan followed Gray upstairs, feeling even more nervous than the first time he was brought here to have his blood drunk by Prince Amr. Gray stopped in front of a familiar door, pointing at a black ribbon hanging on the railing of the bedroom door. Same old rules, you know it. Qi Yan nodded, voluntarily picked up the ribbon, covered his eyes with it, and pushed the door open before walking inside. The temperature in the bedroom was higher than in the living room, with dimmer lighting, as the entire space permeated with a faint yet special, familiar scent. It reminded him of the sensation each time Prince Amr hugged him while drinking his blood. Qi Yan knew this was a completely private space belonging solely to Prince Amr. He heard the sound of the door closing, standing frozen near the entrance, momentarily forgetting his next action. Until a cold voice resounded in his mind, "Come closer." That was Prince Amr's voice. Realizing this, Qi Yan regained awareness. Unable to determine where the sound came from, he stumbled forward until he touched someone's body. Startled, he remained stationary, instinctively attempting to withdraw his hands but finding the other faster. The individual had already gripped both his arms and pulled him towards their chest. From the sensation, Qi Yan inferred Prince Amr was sitting on a chair in front of him. Standing there, not daring to move, he then heard the vampire say indifferently, "Sit down." Wah. Qi Yan wasn't sure what exactly this instruction implied, slightly opening his mouth in confusion. The vampire seemed somewhat impatient with waiting and didn't expect Qi Yan to obediently climb onto his lap, so instead lifted him directly, placing him on his thighs in a straddling position. Qi Yan's face heated up, but quickly grasped the vampire's reason for this action. Those icy breaths were brushing against his neck. This must surely be an advantageous position and angle for the vampire to feed from him. Closing his eyes, he voluntarily tilted his neck back further. The vampire leaned forward, lightly rubbing his teeth against Qi Yan's throat, hesitating without making a move. Qi Yan grew uneasy, shifting slightly after a brief hesitation before softly saying, "Please have your meal." Actually, he wasn't certain if these words were appropriate. After all, neither hot pot nor grilled fish dishes had taught him how to properly offer himself to diners. Immediately after speaking, he regretted it, finding the sentence sounded foolish. The vampire chuckled lightly, his fangs grazing against Qi Yan's neck, pushing slightly further, his left hand sliding slowly downward along his back through his shirt. "So obedient today, offering yourself willingly. You've come specially looking for me, what do you want?" Qi Yan's back shivered slightly, but he realized his abrupt visit and apparent purpose wouldn't escape the scrutiny of the vampire before him. He almost felt the sharpness and chill of the vampire's canines, yet also recalled the pleasure the vampire gave him during previous blood-sucking sessions. His body involuntarily trembled slightly. Qi Yan still remembered his strategy upon arrival. Therefore, he kept silent, only raising his head, offering his neck more proactively. He could feel the fangs piercing through the skin on his neck, blood flowing down along the fangs. The vampire muttered something under his breath, though Qi Yan didn't catch it clearly. He merely understood that this vampire duke finally gave up his curiosity and intent to explore, yielding to temptation and plunging his fangs into Qi Yan, indulging deeply in feeding. The prince had already released his grip on Qi Yan's arms, switching to hugging his back tightly, trapping him in an embrace. Qi Yan subconsciously raised his arms previously hanging by his sides, unconsciously tightly clinging around the vampire's neck. It took a long time before they parted. Qi Yan even half expected all his blood might be drained dry. Prince Amr did not immediately let go of the hand embracing him but, like the first two times, held his waist with one hand while supporting the back of his head with the other, lightly kissing him and coaxing him to open his lips, transferring saliva to him. Qi Yan obediently swallowed it all. He knew that the prince's bodily fluids were beneficial for his recovery, and he needed his strength restored quickly in order to handle upcoming matters. Qi Yan slightly struggled, wanting to break free from the prince's embrace and return to standing on the ground. However, Prince Amr held him in place, maintaining their current posture as he asked, "Now, you should be able to tell me what you've come for, right?" He chuckled again softly, "Or is it just because you want me to suck your blood?" Naughty little thing. From the tone of Prince Amr's voice, it seemed his mood was not bad at the moment. Qi Yan hoped this full feeding would make the prince more approachable. Forgetting to struggle further, Qi Yan stayed still in his current position, humbly lowering himself as he pleaded earnestly, "I have something to ask you to help with. I'd like you to help save a friend of mine." The vampire lightly stroked the back of his neck with his thumb without saying another word. Qi Yan waited anxiously where he was, even hesitant to urge the prince. After a long pause, the blood royal finally spoke, his tone remaining indifferent. No useful hint could be inferred from his voice. He slowly stated, "I never lend a helping hand." Qi Yan had already heard about this during the Emily incident last time. "Please," was all Qi Yan could beseechingly request, "I'm willing to make an exchange with you." This was the only method he could think of. Prince Amr seemed to be someone who valued agreements and terms highly. Trying to get something for nothing wouldn't work here, and relying on sentiment or favor might be equally fruitless. The only possible solution was to strike a deal similar to last time, though Qi Yan wasn't sure what he had that would impress the prince. "Oh," came the light question, seemingly showing no interest in Qi Yan's proposal, "and what do you have that's worth exchanging?" "Like." Qi Yan hesitated briefly before whispering quietly, "Like letting you continue to drink my blood until I leave Safi's." Would that be enough? His urgency and inexperience left him too eager, revealing all his bargaining chips and secrets up front. It was almost like outright telling the other party, if you agree to my condition, you can do anything to me. An excellent suggestion, the blood noble mused for a moment before responding, now displaying a bit more interest in his voice, but I also want something else. Qi Yan instinctively grew tense, feeling like a small animal under the scrutiny of its predator. He could feel the weight of the vampire's gaze pressing heavily onto his body, evaluating something. And yet, Qi Yan felt trapped, completely unable to move. Feeling uncomfortable, Qi Yan opened his mouth hesitantly and shifted slightly forward before awkwardly remembering his compromised position. Pressing his lips together momentarily, he softly replied, "What would you like?" Then he felt the blood noble lean closer to him, the deep, peculiar undertone resonating near his ear. "Stay over tonight and accompany me. This is the condition for me to act." Chapter 77, A Gentleman Must Be Careful When Alone. Qi Yan's Adam's apple moved slightly, and for a moment, he thought he had misunderstood. He opened his eyes wide, trying to see through the extremely light-blocking black silk ribbon to discern the true intentions of the vampire before him. But this was merely a futile attempt. "Could you change the condition?" he asked tentatively, feeling his lips dry as he subconsciously licked his lower lip gently. The bloodline didn't respond, only elegantly and nonchalantly tapping on the smooth and thick armrest of the wooden chair. The soft but muffled knocking sound rhythmically echoed in the quiet room. Qi Yan lowered his head, exposing his clean nape, and with a nearly inaudible voice said, "I understand. I agree with you." But at this moment, the vampire chuckled softly, quickly reaching out to lift him up and turn him around, then holding him by the waist from behind and lowering his head to sink his fangs into the back of Qi Yan's neck, burying his teeth completely into the small patch of skin that had been heated by his thumb moments earlier. This blood-sucking posture made the vampire's chest tightly press against the spine of the human in his arms, as if encircling and possessing him entirely. The vampire couldn't help but emit a satisfied sigh. After withdrawing his sharp fangs, while licking and dealing with the wound, the vampire chuckled and murmured softly, "You must not have thought I was planning something bad, did you? I just want to hold you and drink your blood all night." Qi Yan's face instantly turned red. He had indeed misinterpreted things before, but being bitten by Prince Amor for an entire night seemed more acceptable somehow. The vampire sighed deeply, hugging him even tighter, with a deep tone saying, "With how willingly you offer yourself, it's impossible for me to resist wanting to consume you. Indeed, I also can't resist ordering hot pot delivery." Qi Yan silently thought, and then realized the most urgent matter at hand. Yingji said that treatment would only be effective if administered within 72 hours, but delaying might lead to unforeseen issues. Therefore, it would be better if Prince Amor helped treat Jiang Tian sooner rather than later. Qi Yan attempted to turn his face towards the vampire to speak, but Prince Amor continued nibbling and sucking the skin on his neck, making it immensely difficult for him to move his head. Maintaining his current position, he negotiated with the other party, "I agree to your condition, but could you please help cure my friend first? Then I will stay with you." He received no response, only feeling a sharp pain in his neck, followed by an uncontrollable low moan, emitting a muffled groan of pain as his hands weakly grasped the bloodline's hands that were around his waist. Prince Amor's fangs pierced into him again without warning. This was the third time today. It appeared that offering himself indeed greatly stimulated the prince's appetite. Once sated again, the vampire leisurely licked his fangs, waiting until they retracted before speaking contentedly, "All right, I'll let Gray go with you. He knows how to cure your friend. However, once your friend has recovered, you must return here with Gray and fulfill our agreement." Qi Yan had no objections to this. Agreeing promptly, he left the room after obtaining permission from the bloodline prince. Gray waited outside the room and led him to the living room downstairs upon his exit, setting him down on a sofa. He then served him a cup of coffee, a plate of chocolate hazelnut cookies, a bowl of strawberry yogurt, a portion of smoked salmon salad, 2 slices of buttered toast, and a roast lamb chop. Qi Yan checked the time, it was precisely noon, so this likely counted as his lunch. After serving him, Gray left and went upstairs, entering Prince Amor's room. He saw His Highness lounging carelessly in a large wooden chair, with the buttons of his shirt undone to the middle of his chest, appearing somewhat disheveled as if having been tugged and pulled. He licked his teeth, his expression one of reminiscence. Yet, despite his current disarray and relaxed behavior, he still exuded the noble demeanor of an upper-class vampire and a powerful presence that commanded respect. Clearly, His Highness enjoyed and found satisfaction earlier. Gray quietly concluded this in his heart, respectfully bowing to the figure. He had already roughly guessed what task His Highness would next assign him, which would surely concern the human downstairs. An excellent butler should always know when his master will issue orders and be able to predict their contents in advance. Gray indulged himself with this confidence. As soon as Qi Yan finished his roast lamb chop, the butler emerged from the prince's room. Qi Yan immediately stood up, looking expectantly at him. Gray approached Qi Yan with a slight bow. "You may continue to enjoy your lunch, we have plenty of time to save your friend." "I'm done," Qi Yan said as he sat down and quickly shoved the 2 buttered breads into his mouth, then stood up again swiftly. "I've had enough. Let's go." Gray glanced at the untouched food on the table and thought to himself that he would remind the kitchen later this afternoon to prepare a lavish meal for humans. The vampire butler drove together with Qi Yan to the hospital, where Qi Yan convinced Mr. Gao and another friend to go eat first before locking the door of the ward. Gray looked at Jiang Tian lying on the bed, sedated by medication and asleep, then turned to Qi Yan in a calm tone. You don't need to watch if you're uncomfortable. Qi Yan felt somewhat nervous. Will it be very terrifying? Gray shook his head. Not at all. He pulled a small bottle from his pocket, poured out a capsule-like substance, and fed it to Jiang Tian. About half a minute later, Gray walked to Jiang Tian's right side, placed an iron box under his right wrist, and took out a silver knife to cut open his wrist. Thick black blood slowly began to flow from the wound into the iron box, moving like it had a life of its own. When the dark blood finally ceased and red blood flowed instead, Gray used a bit of his own saliva to seal Jiang Tian's wound. Turning back to Qi Yan, Gray said, "It's done. Once he wakes up, there should be no problem. If you trust me now, you can come with me immediately. Otherwise, you may stay here and wait for the test results. His Highness assigned me the task of bringing you back." Qi Yan glanced at his friend in the bed and responded carefully. "I'll wait for the test results." Soon, Mr. Gao and the other person returned after finishing their meal. Concerned that Qi Yan hadn't eaten, they brought him a hamburger. Qi Yan thanked them and accepted it without hesitation, finishing it quickly. Gray quietly noted that this human truly hadn't eaten his fill earlier at the prince's place. He thought if the prince found out, the latter might become upset. He'd better instruct the kitchen staff tonight to prepare more food for him. Around 2 p.m., Jiang Tian regained consciousness, his mind clear, complexion rosy, and body temperature normal, but he couldn't recall any of his actions during the unconscious period. Mr. Gao subtly informed him about possible irrational behavior while unconscious. Gray took the initiative to contact medical personnel for a new checkup on Jiang Tian. The results confirmed everything was normal, so he could leave the hospital after observation if there were no issues. The doctor and nurse responsible for Jiang Tian's care had also treated Emily previously, praising his recovery speed and attributing it to his better physical condition. Gray didn't push further, only silently hinting through eye contact that it was time to go. Qi Yan nodded, said goodbye to his friends, and left with Gray using some pretext. The sun was setting, not having the same fierce heat it held at noon. A warm golden light bathed everything, making it all seem sluggish, imbued with an inexplicable desolation as if lamenting the passing day and lost time. This was rush hour, and though there were more cars on the road than usual, traffic still flowed smoothly. The black car swiftly carried Qi Yan back to the familiar mansion. Qi Yan followed Gray inside, waited on the sofa, while Gray went upstairs to report the situation to Prince Amor. Minutes later, Gray returned and bowed slightly. "Please come upstairs. The prince has prepared dinner and is waiting for you." Qi Yan nodded and went upstairs following the routine. As usual, a black silk ribbon covered his eyes before he entered the room. Once inside, Qi Yan caught the aroma of food, and soft, soothing music flowed gently in the quiet space. The room was cozy and much more comfortable than his cold dormitory room without heating. Prince Amor patiently helped him finish the entire dinner as he had last time, then held him close once again, like in the morning, drinking his blood. This time, the vampire moved softly and slowly, more like savoring the process rather than taking food. The whole process remained silent, almost devoid of verbal communication. Even after the blood drinking ended, Prince Amor did not let go, maintaining the position with one hand holding him in his arms. Qi Yan heard the sound of turning pages and guessed that the vampire prince was reading a book. Every now and then, the bloodline race would graze their fangs over his neck, sometimes merely rubbing against him, other times piercing in and slowly drawing out some blood. Qi Yan had to admit that Prince Amor was quite skilled at enjoying life. Even Qi Yan felt this act of sipping on a drink, eating snacks while reading a book, was an extremely pleasant thing. This went on for approximately 2 hours, during which Prince Amor passed on his saliva to him twice. Finally, the bloodline race set him down and guided him to a place for him to take a shower. Qi Yan pointed at the blindfold tied around his eyes, and after a brief moment of contemplation, the bloodline race said, "You may remove the blindfold once inside, but you must rewear it before coming out." Very reasonable. Qi Yan nodded, accepting the arrangement. In the bathroom, there was already a white shirt prepared, looking somewhat oversized, neatly folded and placed alongside dry towels. After finishing his bath, Qi Yan guessed this should be the change of clothes prepared for him, perhaps because the vampire didn't have extra pajamas or robes ready. He tried putting the shirt on and found he could stand wearing it, though it was slightly large with long sleeves and hemlines. However, the clothes he originally took off and left outside the bathroom were all gone. Qi Yan hesitated for a moment, raising his voice from within the bathroom, asking, "May I ask where my clothes have disappeared to?" "They've been taken by me to wash, they'll be returned by tomorrow morning," the vampire answered naturally. "I've lent you one of my shirts, it's where the towels are, you should be able to see it." This prince seemed to have an unusual enthusiasm when it came to lending his clothes. Qi Yan still remembered that his coat hung in his dormitory wardrobe. "But there are no pants," he murmured softly. The elegant yet cold voice of the bloodline race replied, "I assumed my clothes would be long enough for you." Qi Yan blushed profusely. Although he had never seen Prince Amor's appearance with his own eyes, according to past experiences, such as how the vampire prince could easily lift him up, this vampire prince certainly had a tall, strong build. Definitely taller than him, probably about the same height as Yingji. He looked at himself in the mirror wearing just the shirt, helplessly retied the black blindfold again. In reality, the shirt wasn't long enough, he was still taller than the prince imagined, but he lacked the courage at this point to argue with a powerful vampire over a single piece of clothing. I am truly an incapable and timid human, always tarnishing the image of my outstanding fellow humans, he reproached himself while also rationalizing. Probably only the heroes from novels or movies dare to bravely fight without fear against opponents far more powerful than themselves. While self-reprimanding and consoling himself, he resignedly exited the bathroom. Seeing him, the vampire remained silent, instead pressing him down onto the bed and drawing his blood for a long period before feeding him more saliva. Then he pushed him aside. Qi Yan could feel that the bloodline race lay on the other side of the bed. He heard the cold and deep voice of the bloodline race, rest now. You can leave early tomorrow morning, our agreement will be considered fulfilled. Qi Yan softly acknowledged it and closed his eyes. After spending a sleepless night at the hospital worrying about Jiang Tian's condition, he finally relaxed now. And since he had slept on this very bed before, his eyes closed for not too long before he drifted into slumber. But this sleep was restless. After an indeterminate amount of time, he gradually woke up from his dream and opened his eyes. He realized he was in an unfamiliar and spacious bedroom, warm and lit by an orange bedside lamp. Lying on a large soft bed, with no blindfold obscuring his vision. Feeling a bit dazed, Qi Yan touched the pillow and quilt under him, only finding his thoughts unclear, his mind fuzzy, and any attempt at deeper thought causing great discomfort. He even couldn't determine whether he had truly awakened or if he was still dreaming. Then, he saw the familiar man sitting beside him, leaning against the headboard. Despite having truly met him only once, this man appeared in his dreams every day these days. So it's still a dream then? Qi Yan silently pondered. Unexpectedly, Yi Yingji, who was so cowardly in reality, turned out to be brave in dreams, daring to appear even when he was currently staying on Prince Amor's territory. Considering this is his own dream, even Prince Amor probably has no control over it. However, today's Yi Yingji was somewhat different from the days in his past dreams. Instead of taking the initiative to hold him close, Yi only sat there calmly, looking at him with a slight hint of surprise and tension. Qi Yan chuckled softly. The first 2 times he had this dream, he had been very flustered, by the 3rd time, he had grown accustomed to it. Although it was difficult to admit, starting from the 4th time, he had consciously begun enjoying the content of the dream, even developing some anticipation. An ancient saying goes, a true gentleman must be careful when alone. Even during moments of solitude, he always remembered the way of the gentleman. But within dreams, those that no one could intrude upon, where responsibility could be easily shrugged off, where even self-control waned, he could completely discard the notion of prudence and act solely on his preferences. He slowly kneeled up and moved closer to the man leaning against the bedpost, extending his arms around his neck and placing a soft kiss on his neck. The other day, I woke up too fast and didn't get to enjoy enough. He said this while resting his head on the man's chest. This dream feels so unrestricted today. Yi Yingji looked down at him in astonishment, quickly digesting the meaning behind his words. Do you dream about me? Qi Yan continued clinging tightly to him, nodding slightly, with a tinge of impatience and, yes, every single day. The vampire hunter's throat moved as his voice softened deliberately, filled with coaxing, good boy, tell me, what did I do in your dream? Even though Qi Yan had become bolder in his dreams and was less clear-headed than usual, hearing this question still made his face redden slightly, and he murmured faintly, just, doing the things you like to do with me. Yi Yingji couldn't help but laugh out loud. His lips curled involuntarily upward as he caressed his lover's neck, speaking softly, tell me, which things? Qi Yan felt compelled and embarrassed, hugging his neck and biting into his collarbone before immediately feeling remorseful and worried, if he got mad and stopped joining him in his dreams, or if the alarm rang and suddenly interrupted the dream again like last time. With guilt, he licked the mark he left and snuggled against his neck, whispering apologetically, husband, love me. Yi Yingji's breath caught momentarily, gritting his teeth and closing his eyes before regaining composure. He patted his lover's back gently, his voice husky yet tender, lie over there, my husband loves you. Yi Yingji wetted his upper teeth, tilting his head back as he struggled to suppress his fangs. Looking at the person cradled in his arms, he felt his blood rushing in reverse flow, yearning to pierce his fangs into his body, to drink his blood, to possess him utterly and completely. Never before had patience and restraint been so difficult for him. Qi Yan reached out to him, his expression blurred and carrying a trace of grievance, husband, hold me. Such a spoiled brat. Not satisfied with lying on his back crying for attention, and now neither happy with facing him front on. Yet despite this, Yi Yingji still complied helplessly, leaning down to embrace his lover closely, kissing his forehead and hair, whispering soothing words. Qi Yan took the opportunity to wrap his arms around his neck, struggling to lift his head and planting a kiss on his jawline. When he saw Yi paused, startled, he quickly stole another peck on his lips, then laughed gleefully all by himself. His eyes crinkled delightfully, the dimples on both cheeks unable to be concealed, as if he'd just scored an incredible bargain. Yi Yingji gazed at him and pulled the person tightly into his arms, eventually losing control and lightly nibbling on the soft flesh at his neck. He restrained himself endlessly, never letting his fangs appear. Being able to embrace his beloved as a human brought him immeasurable joy and peace. Chapter 78, Dreams are born from the heart. Qi Yan woke up the next morning feeling dizzy and heavy-eyed, almost unable to open them. He struggled hard to try and pry his eyes open, but all he could see was darkness. After 2 seconds, he finally realized and reached up to touch his eyes. Sure enough, the black silk ribbon was still securely tied over them. He pulled back the blanket for a feel and patted his body. His t-shirt and jeans were neatly worn as if someone had dressed him. There was no strange or uncomfortable soreness in his body at all. Indeed, even though last night's memories and feelings seemed extremely real, with even more vivid details than usual, it was all just a dream. He was still in Prince Emel's residence. "Cover yourself with the blanket," came the indifferent voice of the vampire. "You're sick. The doctor said it's due to lack of rest, and you need to recuperate." Startled, Qi Yan instinctively obeyed and pulled the blanket back over himself. Prince Emil appeared lifeless, and Qi Yan hadn't noticed that the vampire had been sitting nearby this whole time. The vampire's tone softened slightly. "Rest well. I'll have the kitchen prepare light food for you, and I've already excused you from school. Once you recover, I'll have Gray send you home." He felt a bit regretful. Last night when Qi Yan woke up, he already had a slight fever and was somewhat delirious. He should have realized it then and taken care of him. But who could blame him? His mind was clouded when his beloved came close, soft and warm, and he was completely powerless to resist. Finally, after Qi Yan exhausted himself and fell asleep again in his arms, he calmed down, realizing something was wrong. He immediately called the doctor, who diagnosed overwork requiring rest. His bodily fluids could help external wounds heal quickly, accelerate physical recovery, and promote blood system regeneration, avoiding excessive blood loss, but they certainly didn't cure all ailments. Normally, it was still necessary to seek medical attention, rest properly, and restrain oneself appropriately. Qi Yan nodded lightly in response. He wasn't surprised about being sick. Since that night when he learned about the existence of vampires, he'd lived in constant fear. The day before yesterday, he hadn't slept at all, greatly depleting his energy and physical strength. His body couldn't handle the strain. People say dreams reflect reality. There's also a theory that dreams mirror one's physical condition. It was no wonder his dreams last night were so exhausting given how tired he was in reality. There was one thing, however, that he found peculiar. Qi Yan tilted his head towards the direction of the vampire prince. "How exactly did you excuse me from class?" Since coming here, there were many procedural things he wasn't familiar with. If he had temporary issues preventing him from attending classes, he would just skip large lectures since none of the few courses he chose required mandatory attendance at these big sessions. Smaller classes required emailing professors or teaching assistants to ask for leave. He didn't know what identity or reasoning the vampire prince might use to arrange his absence. Prince Emil answered casually, "There are vampires within the local schools and education systems. All it takes is a word, and someone will handle everything properly for you. Don't worry about it." Qi Yan opened his mouth but said nothing. Once again, he realized just how deeply these vampires were entrenched in human society, perhaps wielding far greater social power than he had imagined. Excusing absence really was a trivial matter. Seeing him open his mouth, the vampire assumed he was thirsty and promptly brought over a bowl of pumpkin porridge. Supporting him up, he fed him spoonful by spoonful. "Are you thirsty? Do you want to eat something? Is it too hot?" Indeed, Qi Yan felt dryness and hunger, so he silently drank small sips of the pumpkin porridge without responding. He thought today's Prince Emil seemed even stranger. He treated him as if he were a husband caring for his pregnant wife. Like saying, "My dear, you've worked so hard, you should eat more, rest more, and avoid getting upset." Stunned for a moment, he quickly suppressed this odd thought. He figured he must be delirious from the fever. After sucking his blood so many times, it made sense for Prince Emil to treat him kindly. After all, he had even shown fondness for hot pot and would always confess his love for it when asked about his favorite food. If hot pot became a person one day, he'd probably treat it better than Prince Emil treated him. So when the vampire asked him what he wanted to eat, Qi Yan blurted out, "Hot pot." Prince Emil was silent for 2 seconds. "No, we'll wait until you get better. I'll have them cook you some congee." Though disappointed, Qi Yan muttered, "Then I want salted egg and lean meat congee." The vampire said nothing, tucking him in and then walking away. Qi Yan gradually fell asleep in the quiet environment. This manor was temporarily purchased by Gray for convenience. There were people coming at fixed times every day to clean, but no chef had been hired since there was no need for anyone here to eat. Whenever Qi Yan came, a team of kitchen staff from a nearby restaurant would be temporarily hired by phone call. However, they weren't skilled at making preserved egg and lean meat congee. Gray proposed to the prince, "I can invite a Chinese restaurant chef over." "No need," waved the vampire dismissively. "I can do it myself." Gray hesitated as he looked at his prince. Though he knew clearly that the vampire before him was always one of the strongest beings in the dark world, he didn't think his outstanding master could also excel at these kitchen chores. So the steward secretly invited a Chinese cuisine chef and a team of kitchen cleaners to stand by just in case. But he was wrong. Soon after the ingredients and corresponding kitchen utensils were delivered, Prince Emil emerged with a medium-sized porcelain jar and a small porcelain bowl on a tray, the aroma of rice wafting out from the jar, evoking a sense of warmth and softness. Prince Emil proved to the steward with his actions, some vampires truly could be excellent at everything. When Qi Yan woke up, he found the porridge waiting warm in the porcelain jar. The fragrant and soft rice melted in his mouth, with just the right balance of saltiness, warming his whole body after one sip. The vampire fed him spoonful by spoonful, asking indifferently and casually, "Does it taste good?" Qi Yan gave generous praise, "It's delicious. It's the best porridge I've had since coming to Safi's." In truth, when he was in his home country, he hadn't even tasted porridge this tasty. His mother wasn't a good cook, and every time she boiled porridge, it would end up being sticky and almost devoid of any extra moisture. "Good," Prince Emil replied happily, "drink slowly. There's a potful, all yours, and I won't let others drink it." After staying 3 days at Prince Emil's place, Qi Yan recovered completely and left. He had to admit that life here was actually quite pleasant, except for not being able to see anything, everything else was fine. There was delicious food, a comfortable bed, and he could even listen to interesting radio programs. Sometimes, if Prince Emil was in the mood, he would personally play the piano for him. During this time, the Blood clan never drank his blood again, whether it was out of consideration for him or simply following a principle of not eating diseased things. On 2 of the nights, he slept soundly until dawn without dreaming. On another night, he dreamed about Yingji again. It was the same scene as last time, spacious room, large and comfortably soft bed, orange bedside lamps exuding warmth, a man in a white shirt leaning back against the deep black headboard of the bed, his long legs relaxed and resting naturally on the bed. His deep, dark eyes silently watched him, his expression gentle. Like in his previous dream, Qi Yan moved closer, embracing him, unbuttoning half of the man's shirt. Just as he leaned up to kiss the other man's neck, Yingji suddenly sat up, pressed him back into the bed, frowned slightly, appearing utterly helpless as if struggling against something. "You're sick. You're finally getting better and can't indulge like this. Lie back down, rest, and sleep." No matter how much he tried coaxing or begging, even going so far as shamefully emphasizing his role as the other's husband, the man remained unmoved. At most, he only coldly hugged him tightly under the covers, his voice calm yet distant, "Your husband will hug you while you sleep." In the dream, Qi Yan was embraced and fell asleep once more. Upon waking the next day, he felt an unbearable despair. He was both shocked by his increasingly low limits in dreams and marveling at the wisdom of ancient sages. It really was true that what we think during the day influences our dreams at night. Even when awake, knowing he was sick and needed to get well soon, his dream content still helped prevent him from continuing to misbehave in dreams. However, he remembered reading something similar in Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio. Some demons might enter dreams to absorb a person's vital energy. Thus, even though it was just a dream, those acts between him and Yingji must have drained his energy and physical strength. Qi Yan firmly resolved that tomorrow he would recite the core socialist values and couldn't continue down this decadent capitalist path. Qi Yan's phone remained quiet these 3 days, just as it usually did with few people calling him. Jiang Tian called at the beginning to inquire about the situation. "Ruler, why didn't you return to the dorm?" "I asked the dorm supervisor, they said you were sick and now staying at a relative's house. Your relative took leave for you." "You have relatives in Safi's?" Qi Yan had no choice but to lie. "It's not a relative, it's a friend of my father who works here. He invited me over for dinner. I happened to fall sick, so this uncle kept me to recover from my illness. I'll be back soon." Meanwhile, he thought that Prince Emil's age was probably too old even to be considered a friend of his great-grandfather, likely belonging to the same era as his ancestors reduced to ashes. Jiang Tian accepted this explanation without suspicion. After being sent back to the dorm by Gray, Qi Yan started reviewing the missed messages and emails from these past few days. Most were notifications regarding recent dorm and school activities, nothing particularly worth noting. His classes were relatively simple, and missing 3 days wasn't difficult to catch up on. After looking through them once, Qi Yan got a rough idea. The only noteworthy information was that the school would take a short teaching holiday 3 days later, with 2 weeks off. Jiang Tian suggested he use this time to travel around Australia while the weather in other places still wasn't too cold. Jiang Tian had already visited most well-known cities and attractions last semester and, restricted by budget and time arrangements, didn't plan to go again. But he offered to help Qi Yan contact travel companions. While Qi Yan was exchanging messages with Jiang Tian, he suddenly received another message, from Yingji asking how these days had been. Not thinking of contacting him for 3 whole days, yet the moment he returned from Prince Emil's, Yingji messaged, "What perfect timing." Qi Yan quickly typed out an account of his experiences over the last few days and asked him why he picked this exact time to send the message. Yingji explained that he'd been busy the last few days monitoring a misbehaving vampire to gather evidence. Qi Yan was convinced. He typed, "Wait, I'll call you." In a room silent, cold, and dark like a tomb, the vampire sat alone in a large wooden chair. All the warmth, music, smell of food, and cheerful sounds vanished along with the departure of the only human who had ever set foot here. This was the familiar environment for a vampire, especially for ancient blood nobility accustomed to such living conditions. The vampire quietly watched as his white phone lit up, ringing pleasantly. He deliberately made sure the curve of his lips wasn't too obvious, picking up the phone and placing it against his ear. Then he heard a more pleasant voice carried through the layers of radio waves, light and soft, directly reaching deep into his heart. Yingji, do you have time recently? I want to see you. I want to learn about vampires, about Prince Emil and things. The prince couldn't help but let a larger smile grace his lips. Naughty little one, he knew it, after waking up in the middle of the night, crying and hugging him so obediently while calling him husband, then tightly grasping his hand refusing to let him go, surely now upon waking, he must miss him. Missing him and wanting to see him but finding excuses, even using him as an excuse, truly mischievous. He smiled slightly, looked up at the starry sky outside the window, and softly replied, all right, I've just finished exposing that vampire. Now I can rest for a bit, and I'll have time anytime soon. That voice was truly calm and natural, revealing no trace of suspicion. Chapter 79, Overcast Day. Yingji said he rented a house in Safis for vacation and invited Qi Yan to visit his rented home. The house was small, with a little yard. The interior was clean and tidy, close to Qi Yan's dormitory and school. Qi Yan thought that's why Yingji could come so quickly the last time he knew something had happened to him. Yingji prepared a hot pot at home, a bone soup with a spicy and numbing base. Although called spicy and numbing, it was more numbing than spicy. The broth was almost white, with just a bit of red oil floating on top. Yingji said since he had just recovered from an illness, he couldn't eat too much spicy food and would make a red pot later. Qi Yan took a small spoon and ladled some white broth to drink. He could distinctly feel the numbness on his tongue, along with a savory richness that spread throughout his mouth. Dipping the cooked ingredients into Yingji's specially prepared dipping sauce made the taste absolutely irresistible. Qi Yan recalled that Yingji once mentioned that his mother was Chinese descent, so he paused mid-task and looked up, asking, Yingji, did you learn this from your mom? Your skills are really good. Really? Yingji ate very slowly, contrasting sharply with Qi Yan. My mother couldn't cook, and she passed away when I was very young. My father remarried and didn't take care of me anymore. Now, I can hardly remember what they look like. I learned this myself, but I was worried it wouldn't taste good. Because he couldn't taste anything except blood, he could only go by feeling while cooking. So, Qi Yan hadn't expected that his vampire hunter friend had such a past. He immediately regretted bringing up the subject, early loss of his mother, father remarrying. Yingji must not have had a deep relationship with his parents if he could hardly remember their appearances. Next, Qi Yan deliberately changed the topic to talk about his life back home before coming to Safis. From reminiscing about, our school's flowers bloom every year around March or April, yellow, pink, and white, so beautiful, to describing a memory 2 years ago, I still remember one morning during my first year here when I was riding my bike to the canteen and stopped at a fork in the road to grab my phone. When I looked up, I saw a tree full of snow-white flowers. There was a sparse branch with a bunch of flowers right above me. And then lamenting, it's such a pity that this year in Safis, I missed the blooming season. To stories like, my mom used to keep a tank of goldfish. When she changed the water, the fish were restless, always trying to jump out. She got upset and criticized them saying, I'm saving your lives, so why don't you appreciate it? They were all trivial things, yet Yingji smiled patiently and listened attentively the whole time. When they finally finished eating, Yingji started cleaning up and went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Qi Yan followed and stood next to him, continuing his stories. By now, he'd already told the story about how, at age 3, he couldn't finish eating a watermelon and froze the leftover part in the fridge, nearly exhausting his memories from the entirety of his previous life. He certainly didn't want to quit halfway. Yingji washed the tableware quietly, a faint smile on his face, hiding a sense of joy. Glancing at Qi Yan who was earnestly recounting tales from his kindergarten days, Yingji secretly gloated, you always appear so solemn and proper in front of me, but if I hadn't accidentally discovered it, I wouldn't know what you dream about me. Little rascal. He wasn't satisfied though. He wanted to tell Qi Yan that he really didn't mind, not even if Qi Yan kissed, hugged, or touched him, or even called him husband in reality. In fact, he was welcoming Qi Yan to fulfill his dreams. Otherwise, if the one dreaming could hold back, Yingji as the object of those dreams might not be able to. After Qi Yan finished his story, Yingji proactively handed him a cup of tea and asked gently, you mentioned over the phone that you wanted to ask about Prince Amory? Qi Yan nodded, yes, I always feel that there's something strange about his attitude towards me. But later, I understood a bit. Qi Yan looked up at Yingji, everyone develops some peculiar hobbies as they get older. For example, after my dad turned 40, he started liking listening to crosstalk shows and playing with walnuts. I think Prince Amory must have lived for at least 1,000 years, so it's understandable if his behavior is a bit odd. He tried to crack a harmless joke with his friend. In this regard, the prince has maintained himself pretty well, hasn't he? At least he doesn't suffer from dementia or other common elderly diseases. I actually worry I'll get Alzheimer's when I'm old. But he noticed that his friend didn't join in on his joke. Instead, his expression was somewhat strange and slightly distorted. The vampire hunter seriously corrected him. In fact, the bloodline clan can be considered a kind of ghost. They have no life, naturally they cannot be measured by age. According to reason, their physiological age should be calculated according to their power rather than how long they have existed. Prince Amory's current power is at its peak, so according to the standards of the bloodline clan, he is still in his prime. After that, the two continued to keep in touch through phone calls and messages. However, Yi Yingji had waited for 4 days, and Qi Yan hadn't voluntarily proposed to meet again. Even the time they spent on phone calls became shorter, only 2 calls were made every day for less than 20 minutes each before Qi Yan said he was tired and needed to rest. Yi Yingji could barely contain himself, although he knew that he was supposed to play the part of the dream lover and act appropriately reserved to enjoy the feeling of being pursued. He shouldn't let the other party feel that he came too easily, so Qi Yan would treasure him more later. It was even possible that when Qi Yan learned he was actually a vampire, he would not leave and continue to lovingly hug him and call him husband. The scene was so beautiful in his imagination. As long as he endured a bit longer, Qi Yan must care about him, otherwise, how could they share such dreams without any barriers? He understood all these principles and had been persuading himself this way over the past few days. Still, during their 5th day's call, he took the initiative to indirectly request a meeting. You wanted to eat the red pot hot pot last time, right? This time I want to try making it. Would you like to come over and taste it? It was a very tempting proposal. Yet, Qi Yan regretfully refused. I can't go back now. I'm currently in Cairns. In Cairns? Yes, I came here for a vacation. I went diving at the Great Barrier Reef yesterday, and today I visited Kuranda. Right now, I'm on the train returning from Kuranda to Shiming City. This was an old-style scenic tourist train, completely a product of the last century. Its speed was extremely slow, with windows that could freely open. The yellow wooden structure decorated the carriages with a distinct sense of era, adding a special charm. There weren't many people inside the carriage either, allowing Qi Yan to occupy an entire row of seats by himself. The train passed through undeveloped forests, and the signal on board was poor. Yi Yingji's voice sounded low and unclear, forcing Qi Yan to move near the door of the carriage to continue the call. It was difficult to distinguish his emotions just by sound alone. When did you leave? The day after we ate hot pot, our school started a 2-week vacation that day. There was a pause on the other side. Did you go alone? No, I went with 3 classmates, 2 girls and 1 guy. They were introduced by Jiang Tian, and I didn't know them before. But they're really good people, it's very interesting to hang out with them. Especially since his travel companions had rich experience in outings, both well organized and practically strong, they had everything arranged meticulously. If you liked me, how could you go traveling without telling me? And you've kept it so secretive. Qi Yan did not have the habit of posting travel photos on social media, and during the chat over the last 2 days, they hadn't touched on related topics. Qi Yan also didn't remember to actively tell Yi Yingji that he had already left Sophie's for a vacation. Since you are so passive and indifferent, even unwilling to cultivate feelings together with your secret admirer, when will we ever be able to meet in reality? Are you still expecting your dream lover to come and seduce you? Without thinking, Yi Yingji blurted out, why didn't you tell me? I would have come to find you. Qi Yan was surprised. I told you when we ate hot pot that day, and you were nodding while smiling. You probably forgot. Anyway, there's no need to come. We booked double rooms, so there wouldn't be any extra place for you if you came. Moreover, I'll directly fly to Sydney tomorrow and then return directly from Sydney to Sophie's. Double rooms. He was sharing with others. Yi Yingji stood there speechless, expressionless. At that moment, he was most likely looking at the person in front of him while absent-mindedly imagining a beautiful and hopeful scenario, too ecstatic to overlook such important information. Truly, arrogance inevitably leads to failure. Qi Yan was so shy that he would only vaguely mention it without actively inviting him, and he missed the chance. He regretfully covered his forehead. Qi Yan arrived in Sydney at 4 p.m. the next afternoon. His other 3 companions had been to this city many times, so they directly flew back to Sophie's. Qi Yan booked a single room online. The hotel was a little out of the way, with its entrance located halfway down a small road in an area that resembled a residential complex. None of the surrounding areas were close to any main streets. However, it was conveniently close to the subway station. It only took about 10 minutes to walk there from the exit. The environment was clean, the decoration simple and elegant, and the price reasonable. He could also enjoy a simple self-service breakfast every morning. After getting out of the subway, Qi Yan took some time to find his hotel while dragging his luggage. The single room was tiny, containing just 1 bed and 1 table. The bathroom and shower were shared, located in the corridor. Each night's stay only cost less than $80, which made him quite satisfied with the hotel conditions in Sydney at this price. After putting away his luggage and noticing it was still early, he decided to explore the nearby area and return after dinner. The weather forecast said that there would be rain in Sydney these 2 days, so the sky had been overcast and misty, pressing low overhead. Coupled with the ancient Gothic-style buildings visible along the way, it gave a sense as if he had returned to the Middle Ages. There were no tourist attractions near the hotel, and Qi Yan didn't want to go far, so he dined at a restaurant downstairs in a nearby department store and then checked his phone map since he had some free time, deciding to visit a nearby church. He didn't believe in God or any religion, but he was willing to understand different religious cultures. Many churches here were beautifully constructed and uniquely styled. This church wasn't large. Qi Yan walked around for more than 10 minutes before leaving. He looked at his watch. It was already 8:30 p.m., and the sky had completely darkened. Fine rain started falling on his face. Since he didn't know the direct route back to the hotel, he could only rely entirely on Google Maps for navigation. Sometimes, even electronic maps weren't reliable. For example, this time the navigation kept leading him through various unidentifiable narrow lanes, probably because the map considered this route to be the shortest. After leaving the church, he walked for about 10 minutes, realizing the quieter it got as he approached his hotel, and the fewer pedestrians there were. A section of the road had no streetlights, relying solely on lighting from other roads and distant merchants for visibility. At this moment, Chi Yan heard a woman's blood-curdling scream coming from a side road nearby. Startled, his heart raced, and without hesitation, he stopped, standing frozen on the spot. Then another cry for help came, this time clearly in Chinese, "Help." Chi Yan hesitated no longer, taking out his phone to quickly look up the local emergency number while cautiously moving towards that fork in the road. He tried not to make any sound, hiding behind a wall to peek quietly toward the source of the cries. He saw a young girl dressed in a white top being dragged forward by 4 people. The girl had fallen to the ground, something had been stuffed into her mouth preventing her from making a sound. Despite her struggles, she couldn't overpower the 4 of them who continued pulling her swiftly ahead. Her jeans made a sharp squeaking sound as they rubbed against the ground. However, those 4 remained unfazed, dragging her like robots, treating her body as if it were that of an animal. Under the faint white light at the intersection, Chi Yan could see the girl's face. She looked somewhat familiar to him. After pondering for a bit, he recalled that she was Bai Qiu, a Chinese girl he had met at the airport when he first arrived. Shifting his gaze, he finally examined the faces of the other 4. Their faces were extremely pale, slightly tinged with a bluish hue, resembling terrifying ghosts from legends, and most noticeable were the 2 sharp and slightly curved fangs extending straight out of their mouths. They were vampires. And lower-class ones at that. Without realizing it, Chi Yan tilted his head slightly upward, tightly gripping his phone in nervousness. Chapter 80, A Special Existence. As Chi Yan looked at the fangs of those vampires, his body involuntarily recalled the feeling of being bitten repeatedly by Prince Amr. He shuddered slightly. Although he had never truly seen Prince Amr's fangs, he could still effortlessly picture their shape in his mind and imagine what they looked like. They must be sharper and stronger, paler and more merciless, longer than the fangs of these vampires, sinking deeply into his body each time and pinning him there unable to move. And these 4 vampires' fangs had already turned slightly yellow, with dried blood stains that were hard to remove. Truly, even as ghosts, they were not dignified. Chi Yan gave up the idea of calling for help, silently turning his phone to silent mode and dialing Yi Yingji's number. In this situation, it was clearly more effective to seek out a vampire hunter. He somewhat regretted rejecting Yi Yingji's offer to meet yesterday. Although Yi Yingji was likely still in Sophie's, he hoped he had some way to immediately contact the vampire hunters in Sydney. At this moment, the 4 Blood Clan members turned their heads all at once, looking in his direction. Bai Qiu took the opportunity to struggle even harder but still couldn't break free from the strong pull of the 4 vampires. Normally, whether it was Prince Amr or Grey, they both acted in front of him like ordinary humans, easily making him ignore a fact: vampires have no sense of taste for normal food, but their other senses are far more acute than humans. Even from across half the street, the beep-beep sound transmitted through the phone while waiting for an answer would be crystal clear to them. Chi Yan was startled and quickly put his phone into his pocket, turning his head away pretending to be just passing by. But it was too late by now. 2 vampires continued to restrain Bai Qiu, keeping her immobile, while the other 2 vampires instantly moved to Chi Yan like ghostly shadows and laid their hands on his shoulders. Even against the lowest level of vampires, Chi Yan was completely powerless against such supernatural beings. One vampire firmly pinned both of his arms, while another one rummaged through his pants pocket for the phone, tossing it on the ground and stepping on it hard twice, crushing it before roughly grinding it with the sole of their shoe. Chi Yan watched helplessly as his phone turned to powder under their feet, swallowing saliva and falling silent. He certainly didn't want to take the risk of challenging these 2 vampires because he had no idea how his flesh and bones would feel if they were ground into powder like that. It is often said that seeing Yama, the Lord of Hell, is easy, but dealing with lesser spirits is tricky. From the way they had treated Bai Qiu earlier, he could analyze that at least these 4 vampires weren't planning to immediately drain all their blood but rather to take them somewhere. This meant he might get to see higher-level vampires, so he chose to bide his time, hoping for a chance to escape later. He didn't know whether Yi Yingji had answered his call and heard what happened here, but he hoped his vampire hunter friend at least saw his missed call. If Yi Yingji tried to contact him but failed, he should realize that something went wrong. And since he knew Chi Yan was in Sydney, there must be a way to come rescue him. Moreover, regardless of everything else, he was at least considered a favored food of Prince Amr, right? If he imagined all the raw materials for hot pot being discontinued, he'd probably lose his temper too. Many possible ideas ran through Chi Yan's mind about what might save him, and these thoughts calmed him slightly. His prolonged interaction with Prince Amr without harm had already made him less afraid of vampires. Bai Qiu seemed surprised when she saw him, but her mouth was gagged, preventing her from speaking. She could only convey messages through her eyes. Chi Yan blinked at her in return, both as a greeting and hoping to somewhat comfort this poor girl. Although he wasn't sure how she had angered these vampires. After seeing Chi Yan, Bai Qiu indeed felt more reassured and stopped struggling fiercely, calming down like Chi Yan did. The two vampires pulled her up and shoved the two of them into a nearby underground garage, pushing them into a car. Two vampires sat in the driver's seat and passenger seat, while the other two sat behind them, watching closely after pushing the two together and sitting them properly. Then they pulled out black plastic duct tape, blindfolding both of them and tying their hands and feet. Qi Yan inwardly cursed, wondering if all vampires liked blinding people, or if they were just imitating their noble prince. Nevertheless, in comparison, he even began to miss the black silk ribbons that Prince Amar always prepared. At least, the ribbons were soft, light, and breathable, only blocking out the light. When gently draped over the eyes, they didn't feel uncomfortable even if worn for a long time. But just being bound with this black duct tape for a short while made him uncomfortable. His eyes were tightly shut, unable to open even slightly. It seemed as though the object in Bai Qiu's mouth had been removed, allowing Qi Yan to hear the heavy breathing of the girl to his right. After that, those two vampires paid no more attention to them, seemingly certain that these weak humans would be incapable of escaping. Qi Yan could hear their low conversation. The Blood Clan members spoke softly with thick accents, making it hard for Qi Yan to discern what they were saying. After hearing a few sentences and finding no meaningful information, he gave up trying to understand. The car drove for quite some time before stopping. Qi Yan felt the duct tape around his ankles being loosened and both him and Bai Qiu were pushed out of the car. They were forced down many winding flights of stairs and walked for a while before eventually being locked into a place. He could hear the sound of the door locking and the footsteps fading away. Once the surroundings became quiet, Qi Yan waited a bit longer until he was sure there was no one around before quietly calling out, "Bai Qiu, Bai Qiu." He was grateful at this moment that the vampires hadn't sealed their mouths. A weak female voice came from not too far away, "I'm here." Following the sound, Qi Yan slowly moved until he faintly touched her warm body, then stepped back and stopped. Perhaps he should thank Prince Amar for his training, since moving in the dark wasn't too much of a challenge for him now. Qi Yan lowered his voice further and asked cautiously, "How did you get caught by those vampires?" "Vampires?" Bai Qiu's tone carried unmistakable surprise and terror after realizing the true identity of those creatures. "They're real?" What will happen to us?" "Don't panic, stay calm," Qi Yan consoled her, "we'll figure something out. Tell me first how they captured you." Bai Qiu softly recalled and answered, "It rained earlier, and I was standing under the awning outside a cafe to avoid the rain. Suddenly, a tall, handsome white man with a very elegant appearance approached me and started a conversation. I liked his looks, found his words pleasant, and thought he didn't seem like a bad person. Since it was raining anyway, I figured I'd chat with him while waiting for the rain to stop." Qi Yan nodded mentally. An attractive appearance truly was deceptive and easier to approach, making people harder to refuse. Bai Qiu spoke honestly, reflecting her genuine reactions. Qi Yan remembered the vampires he had encountered, whether it was Alex, Simon, Gray, or even all the Blood Clan members he saw at that night's blood banquet. They all possessed excellent, outstanding appearances. Considering the timing, when it was raining, he himself should have been visiting the church. Bai Qiu continued her story. "We talked for a while. As the rain gradually lessened, I intended to say goodbye to him. However, he claimed his phone was dead and asked me to guide him somewhere. I hesitated initially and didn't immediately agree. Then he showed me his student ID, saying he was a Sydney University student and a good guy whose phone was dead but who was meeting a friend there. Seeing his student ID made me doubt him less, and using the map confirmed that the location near the cafe where I was indeed close but somewhat hard to find, so I agreed to lead him there. The place was secluded, and the sky had grown dark. There were hardly any streetlights nearby. By the time we got close, I already regretted coming, so I just pointed out the general direction and wanted to leave. It was at this moment that he asked me a question. You know my English isn't great, I didn't hear clearly at the time, assuming he asked if I had urgent matters or something similar. Anxious to get away, I hastily replied affirmatively. Right after I answered, 3 more people quickly surrounded me, and they, along with the young man who'd asked for directions earlier, transformed into the monstrous forms you saw. I was terrified, tried to run, but they were incredibly strong and fast, able to move almost instantaneously. I couldn't escape their 4-person ambush alone. And after that, well, you know. Toward the end, her voice started trembling lightly, clearly still not fully recovered from the shock. Qi Yan offered her a couple of comforting words and explained, they're lower-level vampires, their fangs grow out and transform into terrifying shapes when they turn into blood fiends, which is drastically different from their human disguise. The higher-level vampires look nearly identical whether in vampire form or human form. Yi Yingji was also the one who gave him this information. For example, that night when he was surrounded by Alex and others, higher-level vampires like Alex and Simon didn't change much in appearance, but the other 3 lower-level vampires did turn into those ghastly faces with pale green complexions and prominent fangs. He guessed that at Amar's level, the only transformation would be the fangs, as nothing else about his appearance would alter. How were you there? Bai Qiu whispered to him. I came out for a trip, and that road was my way back to the inn. I didn't expect to see them dragging you away, and then while seeking help, they discovered me. You've suffered because of me, I'm truly sorry. Guilt and a tinge of sadness laced the girl's voice. She seemed pessimistic about their future. Being kidnapped by a group of not quite alive vampires on the other side of the ocean to some unknown place was indeed dreadful to imagine. What do you think they'll do to us? She asked despite knowing her companion couldn't give an accurate answer. Probably just for blood, Qi Yan tried to comfort her, though he wasn't certain himself. He felt this situation was more bizarre than mere blood-sucking. If it had been straightforward forced drinking followed by memory erasure and release, they wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. Don't worry. He muttered, being bitten isn't that terrifying, there's just a slight pain when it pierces through, after which it's bearable. Just endure and it will pass. Actually, as he'd mentioned earlier to Yingji, being bitten by Prince Amr could even feel pleasant. However, under normal circumstances, he refused to admit this. It seemed as if doing so would imply submitting to that vampire. He certainly wouldn't want to be a man devoid of backbone, merely becoming enslaved to the pleasure of being bitten. Besides, regarding this point, he didn't dare assure Bai Qiu either. After all, Yingji had once said that the greater the vampire's power, the stronger the sensation during the feeding process. Being fed on by a low-level vampire might not feel as tolerable as by Prince Amr. Now, with the knife wielded by others and himself akin to fish meat, he could only try his best to soothe his companion and keep her calm without excessive fear. In this regard, humans were undoubtedly much more refined than hot pot or grilled fish. At least, hot pot never discriminated against the humans consuming it. He mockingly thought to himself, attempting to alleviate the tension brought on by the unknown. Have you ever been bitten by a vampire? Bai Qiu asked softly. No, I mean, your knowledge about this seems vast. Yes, I've been bitten before. In Safis, a vampire took my blood multiple times. Qi Yan didn't try to hide it, responding honestly. Safis has vampires too? Bai Qiu gasped. You've been bitten many times. Why didn't you find a way to escape? You could have run back to your country directly. He is one of the stronger vampires, difficult to deal with. Also, letting him feed for me was part of a contract I agreed to voluntarily due to certain circumstances. It has a time limit. Back then, Prince Amr did give him the choice, reject the agreement and leave alone, or accept the agreement and bring Jiang Tian along. Although he was lured to that place by vile bloodlines without any options, it was still him who made the decision to accept the pact. Thinking back on these events left Qi Yan feeling slightly unsettled. He chuckled wryly. I didn't want to cause trouble, thinking enduring it would let it pass. So that's what happened. Bai Qiu was somewhat astonished, speaking softly. That's really impressive, I admire you. If I were in that situation, I'd rather resist to the end than tolerate such humiliation. There was another important fact Qi Yan faintly understood but dared not acknowledge, let alone say aloud. His decision to endure stemmed significantly from his instinctual lack of aversion towards Prince Amr. He wasn't averse to his proximity, wasn't repulsed by his feeding, nor disturbed by the licking of his nape and receiving saliva from the prince. Though he had yet to see the true face of Prince Amr, deep down he instinctively accepted such intimacy. Just imagining if this agreement had come from Alex or the vampires who abducted them today, just the thought filled him with overwhelming revulsion both physically and mentally. In that case, he probably wouldn't have displayed the same resilience facing Prince Amr. Qi Yan didn't understand why this was, but he wasn't even willing to admit the prince's uniqueness, let alone delve into the reasons behind it. At this moment, Qi Yan heard a very light set of footsteps. He gently nudged Bai Qiu, and both fell silent simultaneously in understanding. The footsteps soon reached the door, and Qi Yan heard the sound of a lock being opened. Then the door was pushed open, and two vampires came in, escorting them out. Qi Yan felt that they hadn't walked for too long before ascending many steps and descending a few. The surroundings were no longer silent with only their footsteps audible, there was a faint noise of commotion. The commotion grew closer, and ultimately it resounded in his ears, at which point the vampire holding him stopped. Qi Yan felt himself being pushed onto a raised platform. Losing his balance, he could only kneel down to steady himself. Suddenly, an uproar of cheers burst from all around. The next moment, the blindfold over his eyes was finally removed, but his hands were still firmly bound. Light flooded in, and Qi Yan closed his eyes due to discomfort. After a pause, he slowly began opening them bit by bit. Before him lay an oval-shaped grand hall, with candelabras blazing along its walls. The egg-shaped dome slightly arched upward, hanging a vintage circular chandelier branch in the center. Many vampires stood around the perimeter of the hall, dressed in formal attire but with bizarre half-face masks that exaggerated grotesque shapes, mostly white, resembling lifeless pale faces. The hall's lighting was dim, creating flickering shadows, casting everything into an obscure haze like a distorted silhouette from some absurd and eerie play. In the middle of the hall was an oval platform, approximately half a meter higher than its surroundings. Qi Yan now stood on this platform. Next to him stood Bai Qiu, and to Bai Qiu's left, there were 9 others with diverse skin tones but similarly young, around 20 years old or so. They stood in a line on the platform. Using his peripheral vision, Qi Yan glanced at the 9 people to Bai Qiu's left who had vacant expressions, staring blankly ahead without reacting to their surroundings. Qi Yan shifted his gaze toward the ground. On the platform, intricate patterns were carved, looking like a living totem of sorts. The grooves cut deeply into the ground, forming smooth and interconnected recessed channels. An ominous feeling surged in his heart. As if to confirm his suspicion, he noticed the shadow cast upon the ground behind him. A vampire standing to his right carried a long, sharp object. Qi Yan tilted his head slightly, struggling to see clearly and make out the shape. It was a sharply pointed three-sided spike, not similar at all to the triangular pyramids used in math classes during elementary or middle school. This one was more like a drill tip with a three-sided end designed, Qi Yan guessed, specifically for bloodletting. Cold sweat broke out over his entire body as an instinctive fear and nausea gripped him. He felt chilled to the bone. If what he suspected was true, it would be far more terrifying than being bitten by a vampire. They might even lose their lives. This elevated platform was an altar, the vampire behind him was the executioner, and they were the offerings, a peculiar sacrificial rite of the bloodline. A bloodsucker clad in ancient, ornate court robes stepped forward to the front of the platform and began singing loudly. The melody was eerie and opulent yet imparted a chilling atmosphere. Qi Yan felt as if frigid currents pierced through his soul, freezing it nearly. It was as if he could smell the icy breath of death and wanted nothing more than to sink eternally into the cold silence of a tomb. At this moment, a fluttering sensation stirred in the nape of his neck, accompanied by an almost burning itchiness. That was Amar's favorite piece of flesh to bite. He always liked embracing Qi Yan from behind, lowering his head to pierce his fangs there. Qi Yan stiffened, cautiously glancing at those to his left. The expressions of the nine had grown more numb, and Bai Qiu also began to appear hollow-eyed, as if her soul was being drained. No longer affected by the vampire's incantatory song, Qi Yan found every note resonating like tolling bells signaling their impending death. The three-sided spike in the vampire's hand loomed over his mind like a relentless nightmare, and despite himself, he fearfully imagined the feeling of it piercing through his body. He couldn't let that happen, he didn't want to die and needed to find a way to save himself. He decided first to try something possibly foolish but gentle, a method that had worked against Alex in the past. Seizing a break in the song, he tilted his head and spoke very softly to the vampire standing just behind and to his right, "You can't harm me. Do you know Prince Amar?" Qi Yan saw the vampire furrow his brow, looking down at him with confusion. They seemed to be aware, as if there was a glimmer of hope. Qi Yan cleared his throat and, mustering up the courage, said, "Set me free, I am his lover." Even in such a situation, uttering that final word filled him with shame and made his face flush red. However, from the group of vampires standing nearby below them, came stifled chuckles and derisive laughs, as though they had just heard the most absurd joke in the world. Qi Yan had forgotten once again, vampires possessed exceptional hearing. What he thought was a whisper could, in fact, be heard clearly by every vampire standing below. Chapter 81, Reason. Qi Yan could hear the raucous and mocking voices of the masked Blood Clan members. "Humph, a human. How could this be possible? That highness almost never interacts with the outside world. But how does he know that one?" There were also quieter voices filled with doubt. Qi Yan knew they didn't believe him, and he had to think of other ways. Actually, from the previous series of events, including the attitude of the werewolves and other blood clans towards Prince Aimu, he vaguely guessed how cold, unapproachable, powerful, and mysterious that person was in the Blood Clan. Posing as his lover was much harder than pretending to be a frivolous blood member. Unfortunately, there were no traces left by the other party on him now. He wasn't wearing Prince Aimu's coat, and he had no proof of any contact with him at all. Therefore, fooling these blood clans was much more difficult than fooling Alex before. Qi Yan hesitated for a moment, then murmured as a second choice, "At least he likes to drink my blood." This time, he didn't lie at all. The vampire standing behind him just glanced at him with a dark and disdainful gaze. "Even if I don't know where you heard that name from, lying won't make your death faster or slower. Kid, you'd better investigate clearly next time." The man sneered cruelly. "All blood clans know that His Highness never drinks blood directly from a human body." Qi Yan closed his eyes briefly, realizing that telling the truth wouldn't gain him anyone's trust now. How long has it been since they were captured? 2 hours. 3. Would Yi Yingji have discovered his misfortune yet? Could he manage to contact the vampire hunters in time to save him? What if he didn't notice? What if he couldn't arrive in time? What would await them? A triangular sharp cone glinted with a cold light under the candlelight, its surface faintly stained with black dirt, like congealed blood, foretelling the impending brutal fate. Mentioning Prince Aimu's name proved ineffective. Qi Yan couldn't solely rely on Yi Yingji anymore. He had to come up with another plan to escape, to preserve his life at least. Using brute force was unfeasible. Not only were his hands bound, but even if they weren't, he definitely wouldn't stand a chance against these vampires who had physical abilities far superior to an average person, moving about stealthily and unpredictably. His mind rapidly simulated different possibilities, beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead, trickling down his face and rolling onto the ground. Unbeknownst to him, after a high note, that piece of music had gradually reached its conclusion. Qi Yan raised his head, intending to put his thoughts into action, when he felt a hand lightly wrapping around his waist. Someone stood behind him, clinging intimately to him. He could feel that person gently untie the black tape binding his arms circle by circle, taking turns to softly massage his wrists which had gone numb from being tied. Qi Yan paused, slowly turning around, only to find Yi Yingji standing in the shadow behind him, looking down at him. Without knowing what means he used, he had been standing there for such a long time without a single vampire noticing his presence, and no blood clan detected his infiltration. Then Qi Yan's backward turn acted like a spell, instantly shattering the prior delicate balance. The executioner standing at his right rear side suddenly realized that someone new appeared at his left front, assuming a defensive stance. The man was dressed in a long black overcoat, with neatly arranged black hair hanging naturally at shoulder height. With one hand supporting the waist of the human in front of him, he looked calm and composed. His face was pale, and occasionally while standing there holding the human, he would unconsciously lick his teeth. The music stopped abruptly. The blood clans below the platform noticed the change and simultaneously looked in this direction, focusing on the uninvited intruder. Clearly, when infiltrating, he had deliberately suppressed his aura, making it difficult for them to easily determine his rank and identity. Nevertheless, they still effortlessly saw that the man in front of them was also a vampire. A vampire acting affectionately with the human they caught to use as a sacrifice. "Who are you? Why are you here?" The executioner cautiously asked this unexpected blood visitor. His intuition developed over more than a century told him that this blood wasn't ordinary. "I came to take him away," Yi Yingji replied, standing up with Qi Yan, ignoring the first question. Having knelt for too long, Qi Yan's legs had gone numb, so he could only quietly lean halfway on Yi Yingji. As if sensing this, Yi Yingji's eyes darkened slightly, tightening his embrace of the person in his arms. He glanced around the oval hall, and with a calm expression, he began, "As far as I know, the pure blood sacrifice was banned 200 years ago." The executioner's expression became more vigilant. "Are you from the enforcement squad?" Yingji paused for a moment, still replying in a matter-of-fact tone, "No." The executioner's tension slightly eased. He knew it, the 13 enforcement squad responsible for this area wouldn't just suddenly send someone to investigate them. If it were a rule-ignorant rookie who recently joined the squad, they could perhaps teach him a lesson. However, if it were one of the squads from 15 to 20, things would be troublesome indeed. Still, if the person dared to come alone, all they could do is make sure he stayed. But dealing with the aftermath would likely prove difficult. But if he was just an ordinary blood clan member, there were no concerns at all. Qi Yan noticed that both the executioner and quite a few vampires among the crowd looked visibly relieved. He grew anxious. Though Yingji currently appeared supremely confident and formidable, Qi Yan knew the truth about his vampire hunter friend. Yingji was good at pretending but not much else. If surrounded by these blood clans, it wasn't just saving him that would be impossible, Yingji might very well end up dead himself. Seeing how wary those vampires were of the enforcement team, he thought that if only Yingji had falsely claimed he was part of the enforcement team earlier, they might have gained an advantage. The situation was already so dire, why did Yingji insist on being honest? On further reflection, apart from his love for grandstanding, Yingji had never actually lied to him. Even some statements Qi Yan once dismissed as exaggerations could very well have been true. Now he wasn't sure whether he should cheer for such admirable honesty or sigh in frustration. Before long, the vampires below became noticeably restless, collectively protesting the presence of the intruding blood clan interfering with their ceremony, demanding that the executioner immediately sanction him. A blood clan member pointed at Qi Yan, yelling loudly at Yi Yingji, "This is our sacrifice we captured. What right do you have to take him away? Leave him behind. And since you've come here, you will also stay." Legend said sacrificing another blood member's blood produced better results, though over the years, they'd restrained themselves, avoiding targeting within their own kind. Otherwise, if it caught the attention of the higher-ups in the blood clans and whole enforcement teams were dispatched to investigate, it certainly wouldn't end well. Qi Yan recognized the voice as belonging to one of the 4 vampires who had originally captured them. Yingji tilted his head slightly, steadying Qi Yan beside Bai Qiu. Leaning down, he gave Qi Yan some instructions quietly in his ear, then patted his back before walking forward decisively alone. Approaching the blood clan member, Yingji gazed down upon him, smiling faintly. "Do you intend to stop me from taking him?" he said lightly, his lips curving upward. His deeply dark eyes remained calm and unfathomable. "Then let's settle this in the traditional way. The blood pact." Qi Yan didn't fully understand what Yingji meant when he heard it, but used the opportunity to slip over and untie Bai Qiu's bindings. Squatting down, he gently slapped her face to help revive her consciousness. Once Bai Qiu opened her eyes, Qi Yan quickly stood up, his worried gaze fixed entirely on the figure in black, even ignoring her when she tugged at his shirt sleeve after regaining awareness. The vampires gathered below erupted into an uproar at hearing this term. In the past, when 2 blood clans simultaneously set their sights on the same prey, the blood pact was used to decide ownership. A duel followed, with the victor gaining full rights to the prey. But with the passing of time, blood clans stopped fighting over prey, causing the ancient blood pact to gradually fall out of use. In broad daylight, such a challenge posed by an outsider drew stares. Fangs exposed, the vampire discarded his mask onto the ground and leaped up to the platform in one swift motion, indicating his acceptance of the blood pact. Below, the scene turned wild, a mix of jeering, cheering, and enthusiastic shouts filled the air. These blood clans had no doubt that this trespassing blood clan would ultimately leave his blood and life behind, becoming the 12th sacrificial offering of the night, the first vampire sacrifice in a long while. Before that happened, however, they weren't opposed to enjoying a bit more entertainment to vent their excited and restless emotions. Yingji simply retrieved a white silk glove from his pocket, putting it on calmly. As the vampire swung an attack toward him, Yingji sidestepped with ease. With a quick motion of his arm, the hem of his black coat lifted and fell again as his left hand gripped the vampire's throat, lifting him off the ground. It all unfolded in the blink of an eye. His face still wore an expression of unruffled calm as he gazed at the vampire before him, regarding him as though he were nothing more than a commonplace dead thing. His eyes hadn't even been focused on the vampire, they had already moved past the one he held in his grip, looking elsewhere. The vampires below quieted down, their heads tilted back as they stared up at the scene before them. An increasing number of vampires began to sense something amiss. The vampire on the platform could feel the hand around his neck tightening relentlessly, as if it were about to snap his throat at any moment. Even for a blood clan member, decapitation meant death, the second and absolute death. He struggled to rasp out a few sounds from his constricted throat. Killing family is a capital crime. Is it? Yingji tilted his head slightly to the left and smiled faintly, responding casually, yet no one told me when I killed Drake. Their voices were soft. Standing at the edge of the platform guarding by Qi Yan, being just an ordinary human, couldn't hear them at all. But every single blood clan member present heard it loud and clear. The name, Drake, struck like a thunderclap above their heads. Drake himself was ancient history, a blood clan that had died 1,000 years ago and turned to dust, but his name often evoked memories of a certain prince. That royal prince. It was said his father had once been a king of some long-lost nation, while his mother was only one of the king's concubines, favored for her rare and beautiful Eastern appearance. He was the firstborn son, seen as an omen of ill fortune since birth and predicted not to live long. His heartbeat was very slow and weak, sometimes imperceptible, and as he grew older, his heart and pulse became increasingly faint. Moreover, normal food held no meaning for him, he could only survive by drinking animal blood. The king detested this strange illegitimate son, confining him and his mother to a castle shortly after his birth. His mother passed away early in his childhood. As he grew, he behaved like an ordinary person, but his heartbeat gradually came closer to stopping each day. The most powerful Prince Drake of the European blood clans had heard tales of him and foreseen that upon his death, he would naturally transform into a vampire, the purest and strongest of the first-generation blood clan members. Therefore, he hoped to embrace him before his last breath, turning him into his progeny. Drake anticipated acquiring a strong and handsome descendant, yet the outcome defied everyone's expectations. At the peak of his power, Prince Drake hadn't even managed to carry out his plan of embracing him before being slain by the young man who was still merely human. Only after killing Drake did the youth finally stop breathing, transforming entirely into a vampire. As the victor, there was no dispute about his inheriting Drake's title, position, and territory within the blood clans. Since then, whenever the blood clans mentioned Prince Emerald, they couldn't help but recall how he, as a mere human, had hunted down the strongest vampire prince, only to fall silent with fear afterward. Still, no one dared to mention any rules against killing family to him. Besides, when he killed Drake, he wasn't even part of the blood clan. Now, matters were much simpler. Being one of the vampire princes, he naturally possessed the authority to deal with these lower-level blood clan members however he pleased, even depriving them of their lives. Your Highness, why? The vampire whose throat was gripped involuntarily used honorifics now, his gaze filled with dread as it locked onto the hand strangling him. The left hand, adorned with a white silk glove, was long and strong, a distinct bulge revealing a ring worn on its ring finger. Before, when Yingji had used his left hand to support Qi Yan's waist, it had remained hidden in shadow, concealed beneath his sleeve. None of the agitated blood clans below had noticed the ring on his hand. At this moment, the other blood clans also directed their gazes to the same hand. The tight white glove strained over the ring beneath, and the pattern of the ring was barely visible through the silk, an unrestrained growth of thorny vines and a fragile rose tightly entwined and wrapped within them. An overwhelming aura and pressure radiated outward from the center of the scene, leaving no doubt about the identity of the visitor. Yingji slowly tightened his fingers further, his gaze softening and lingering elsewhere. Didn't he already tell you? He is my lover. No, he flung the lifeless body of the blood clan member to the side indifferently, removing his glove. He lowered his gaze slightly, a smile curling his lips as he whispered softly, he is my beloved. My queen consort, my king. Chapter 82, Another Peaceful Night. After throwing the dead vampire aside, Yingji walked straight toward Qi Yan. All the vampires below the stage lowered their heads and stepped back to either side, not daring to even glance at him. The fight was incredibly quick. By the time Qi Yan had just begun to worry, Yingji had already returned. He looked up at the vampire hunter and opened his mouth slightly. How did you return so quickly? Yingji stopped in front of him, slowly bent down, and his lips grazed over Qi Yan's hair and forehead almost carelessly. Finally, he leaned close to Qi Yan's ear and said, I made a bet with them. I won, and now I'm taking you away. If winning the bet could mean claiming the person before him, completely and thoroughly belonging only to him, that would be quite splendid. The blood clan licked their fangs and let their imagination run wild. He would surely hide his little prize carefully, keeping it close at all times, holding it in his hands during the day, and embracing it at night. Qi Yan glanced around at the surrounding vampires. All the bloodsuckers were obediently standing by, those who were closest, executioners, had already dropped their steel prisms and knelt with bowed heads. This didn't feel like what happens after just winning a bet. Frowning slightly, he felt something wasn't quite right. But just then, Yingji suddenly pulled his left hand and took the ring off his own ring finger, pushing it gradually onto Qi Yan's. With an almost casual air, he said, "By the way, this is for you. It's a symbol of mine, given to you. Maybe it'll come in handy sometimes." Symbol? Qi Yan's curiosity was piqued as he spread out the fingers of his left hand, temporarily putting aside the feeling of incongruity within himself. The design of the ring was simple yet dignified, while the pattern of thorny roses in the middle was very distinctive. It fit perfectly on his finger, as if it were tailored specifically for him. When he tried using his right hand to pull it off, the ring wouldn't budge at all. How could that be? He picked up Yingji's left hand for detailed observation and stretched out his own to compare. Clearly, Yingji's fingers were somewhat thicker than his own. The other party could take it off his hand, but why couldn't he? Yingji smiled faintly, letting him mess around. After Qi Yan became embarrassed and voluntarily let go of his hand, Yingji pulled Qi Yan's left hand again and pointed to the silver ring, saying, "Because it's a token, only I can remove it." He then cradled Qi Yan's fist in his hand gently and whispered, "Keep it well." Qi Yan looked up into his eyes but tightly clasped his left hand without rejecting it. The black eyes were very serious, very sincere, gazing quietly at him as if delivering his heart along with it. Suddenly feeling a bit bashful under such direct eye contact with Yingji, he quickly diverted his gaze and happened to notice the corpse of a vampire casually discarded nearby by Yingji. "Did you kill him?" "I am a vampire hunter," replied Yingji softly. "There are always emergency situations where I have enforcement authority. If I don't act decisively, how would I suppress their arrogance or rescue you?" "Will they let us leave now?" Qi Yan asked quietly. He glanced at Bai Qiu next to him and another 9 people who were still not entirely conscious. "I mean, will they let us all leave? It wasn't just about them two leaving here, could so many people all leave safely? How could they possibly let them go so easily?" And that odd sensation from earlier crept back in, those vampires who had been so brazen moments ago, why were they now behaving so respectfully, almost reverently, as if fearing something? Yingji whispered close to his ear, "Of course. I'm not stupid. I came prepared with reinforcements, so they don't dare not to let us go." Qi Yan looked at him, startled. As soon as he spoke, over a dozen figures suddenly appeared in the hall, with 4 or 5 hovering above the ceiling, surrounding the entire space. They wore uniform black uniforms, boots, exuding a cold and lethal aura. Qi Yan could almost sense the heavier bloodstains on them compared to ordinary vampires, their hands were soaked in vampire blood. Yingji continued explaining quietly by his ear, "After suspecting something had happened to you, I tracked it down first and notified the law enforcement team to assist. After all, someone had to clean up afterward." "Is this the Blood Clan enforcement team you mentioned last time?" Qi Yan looked at him in surprise. "How could your connection with the Blood Clan be so close?" Even though vampire hunters usually report any misbehavior of vampires to the Blood Clan enforcement team for handling, having some acquaintance and relationship wouldn't explain how they dispatched so many people just on his word without even evidence. No, Yingji clearly understood that explaining how he could quickly mobilize the Blood Clan's independent enforcement team would be troublesome, thus immediately denied it firmly. "This time, the team I brought isn't from the Blood Clan enforcement team, it's the Vampire Hunter enforcement team. Vampire hunters also have their own enforcement team." He picked up Qi Yan's left hand and gently stroked the ring on his finger, gazing softly at him. "You should believe that I am a vampire hunter with a token and influence. So are you a member of the enforcement team?" Was his previous denial about being from the enforcement team simply to keep the enemies off guard? "No." Yingji paused briefly before answering honestly. Qi Yan glanced at those stern and lethal enforcement team members wearing uniform attire around the hall, then at the gentle Yingji watching him. Comparing them instantly revealed what was going on. "It doesn't matter, you'll definitely become strong enough to join them later." Yingji must still be too weak currently, which was why he could only be an affiliate and couldn't work for the Vampire Hunter enforcement team. But judging from the way he drove away werewolves last time and swiftly hunted low-level vampires this time, Qi Yan thought Yingji was pretty capable and had potential. His ancestors must have produced very outstanding vampire hunters, granting his family prestige within the vampire hunting community. That's why he possessed something like a token, earning a little extra care from other vampire hunters. This ring was probably a symbol of his family, and upon seeing it, other blood clans would recognize that he was a relative of a powerful vampire hunter family and wouldn't dare move against him easily. Qi Yan touched the ring on his left ring finger, feeling a soft warmth growing inside, deeply appreciating the care Yingji showed him. "All right." After hearing this, Yingji fell silent for a moment before responding gently, watching Qi Yan who softly caressed the ring. His eyes slightly curved. "I will strive to become a more excellent vampire hunter." The members of the 20th enforcement team accompanying them regretted their sharp hearing at this point. They didn't want to hear one bit of the horrifying and frightening conversation between the prince and his beloved human. As the most distinguished Blood Clan enforcement team, they never imagined that when they came out for a mission to seal off a group of blood clans conducting pure blood sacrifices, they'd end up being directly identified as vampire hunters by the prince himself. Every single one of them heard it clearly but remained silent, not daring to complain or object in the slightest. "Even though we've heard, we can pretend we didn't. Anyway, none of us showed any expression. Look, our captain is doing a great job pretending nothing happened and has already begun questioning the vampires over there. In any case, the situation here can be handed over to the enforcement team now. Let's leave first, Yi Yingji said to Qi Yan. They will properly settle down the remaining humans, erase their memories, and send them back. Qi Yan nodded, looking at Bai Qiu with some worry. Bai Qiu was also anxiously looking at him, fidgeting with her blouse nervously. Qi Yan approached her and consoled her softly, "Don't worry, no need to be afraid. Someone will erase your related memories and send you away. You'll feel as if it was all just a dream, and when you wake up, you'll return to your familiar bed. These bad memories will all disappear." "I understand. Like in Harry Potter, they won't allow irrelevant civilians to retain these memories," Bai Qiu nodded, forcing a wry smile. "Although I don't want to lose any of my memories, whether good or bad, scary or happy, I want to hold on to them all." She curiously asked Qi Yan, "But why do you always remember these things? Can you tell me?" "I won't say anything, and anyway, in a while, they will probably make me forget." Qi Yan smiled, "It's because of what I told you earlier, my agreement with that vampire prince hasn't ended yet. Once the agreement is fulfilled, he will likely erase my related memories." Just the prospect seemed far off, and he hadn't given it much thought yet. Bai Qiu nodded again, bidding farewell to Qi Yan. Yi Yingji had been silently observing them from the side, waiting until they had bid farewell before beckoning the nearest enforcement officer and nodding his head toward Bai Qiu's direction as a signal, "You, escort this young lady out." The enforcement officer followed the order and approached Bai Qiu, giving her a slight bow, "Please follow me, I will take you out." Bai Qiu glanced back at Qi Yan, her only companion here. Although she managed to maintain composure on the surface, the panic lurking in her eyes could not be hidden. Qi Yan smiled at her, gently nodding in reassurance, watching as the girl slowly left with the enforcement officer through a small door at the back of the hall. Other enforcement officers were also carrying the other humans who had yet to awaken away. The hall was completely sealed, save for a single small door at the back. Yi Yingji told Qi Yan that they were currently underground, needing to ascend quite a distance to leave this closed room. Qi Yan recalled the winding road he had taken when descending. "Did you come here the same way?" Yi Yingji didn't reply but motioned for him to come closer. Unsure why, Qi Yan cautiously took a couple of steps toward him. Yi Yingji softly murmured, "Closer." "Not enough, still too far." But any closer would mean pressing their bodies together. Qi Yan looked at the distance between them, hesitating without moving. After waiting 2 seconds, Yi Yingji finally reached out directly, pulling him tightly into his chest with a protective embrace. "Hold on tight, close your eyes, I'll bring you out." Qi Yan was unsure what he intended to do and, initially, blindly stared at his face despite the instruction. He soon felt the air swirling rapidly around him, the speed increasing by the moment. In instinctive alarm, he closed his eyes and firmly held onto Yi Yingji's waist. The vampire chuckled softly, seizing the opportunity to lower his head and place a secret kiss on his eyelid. Watching the subtle flutter of his beloved's lashes, enjoying the feeling of his cherished one in his arms, he licked his fangs and felt content. Chapter 83, Repay Them in Kind. Yi Yingji took Qi Yan to the surface. The fresh, slightly damp breeze brushed past, dispersing the strands of hair on both of their foreheads. Qi Yan opened his eyes and saw the vast and profound night sky of the southern hemisphere. The stars were bright, like shimmering fragments of diamonds. He remembered that the last time he saw such a bright and clear night sky was when he was a child. After growing up, he neither had the leisure nor the sentiment to look up at the night sky, and even if he did, he could not see the stars. The night wind was gentle. They were currently on an unoccupied grassland where they couldn't see any people or buildings within sight. All they could see was endless grass. Qi Yan could only speculate that they were somewhere on the outskirts of the city. The feeling of surviving after a near-death experience surged up now. He once again thought of those vampires wearing pale, eerie masks, cackling and whispering to each other. He thought of the sinister yet enchanting tune. He remembered the long, sharp triangular cone behind him and its long shadow swaying in the candlelight. This was the first time he felt death so close. Even during the blood feast, he never had such a strong premonition that he might die. When facing Prince Emil, he subconsciously believed that the bloodline would not truly harm him. Yi Yingji still held him tightly, unwilling to let go. He could feel the subtle, continuous tremors of the person in his arms, the person he loved shaking involuntarily in his embrace. He was scared. This realization made Yi Yingji's heart ache, filling him with indescribable pain and pity, even tinged with slight sourness and sorrow. He tightened his arms around him, gently kissing the ends of his hair and his temple as if afraid to disturb the other. He whispered soothingly, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. It's my fault. I should have shown up earlier. I promise it won't happen again." This was his instinct as a male, to protect his mate from any harm, even though the other was strong enough to take care of himself. Qi Yan didn't pay attention to his quiet muttering. He leaned on him for a while, taking 2 deep breaths, managing to rid himself of the negative emotions he felt just now. He remembered something that had been bothering him, looked up, and asked the man before him, "Yi Yingji, I think I saw you say something before you killed that vampire." Then all the other vampires became very respectful and fearful, not daring to move. "Why? What did you say?" Yi Yingji tenderly touched the loose strands of hair hanging on his forehead like petting an animal. Upon hearing the question, he casually responded, I just told them that the enforcement team had arrived, making them behave. Qi Yan thought indeed that vampires seemed to be afraid of the enforcement team, whether it was the bloodline enforcement team or the vampire hunter enforcement team, which could intimidate them. Qi Yan still had a 4-day travel plan in Sydney to complete, and Yi Yingji offered to spend these days together. Yi Yingji said he was borrowing a house from a friend who wasn't home, so he suggested that Qi Yan cancel his previous hotel reservation and move in with him. Casually asking about this friend, Qi Yan wondered if the friend was also a vampire hunter. Yi Yingji simply fabricated that yes, it was another vampire hunter sent on a business trip to Europe, leaving the house vacant. Qi Yan didn't suspect anything amiss, equating it with the international police force, and concluded that Yi Yingji's friend must certainly be a formidable vampire hunter. In the first 3 days, the two visited various famous tourist attractions in Sydney and tried well-known local restaurants. Time flew by quickly, and soon, it was the final day. Qi Yan had booked a return flight ticket back to Sofia at 5 p.m. that afternoon. After finding out, Yi Yingji arranged to book the same flight. Since they had to take the plane in the afternoon, Qi Yan didn't make his schedule too tight. He planned to wander around nearby after getting up in the morning, then visit Hyde Park and St. Mary's Cathedral after lunch. Yi Yingji listened to his plans all along, smiling quietly and agreeing with him. It was overcast again today, with light rain drizzling down from the early morning. By noon, it had turned into a heavy downpour. The two sought refuge in a random roadside restaurant, eating lunch while waiting for the rain to subside. However, the rain didn't stop, falling lightly and persistently on them. Qi Yan and Yi Yingji strolled through Hyde Park under the misty drizzle. The church and the park were on opposite sides of the road. Standing on the side of the park, they could clearly see the grand and solemn outline of the Gothic building across the street against the darkened sky. The two of them walked side by side in the park for a while. Yi Yingji sat down on a bench under a tree and said to Qi Yan, I'm a bit tired and not really interested in the church, I want to rest here for a moment. You go take a look, and send me a message when you're done. I'll wait for you at the intersection. While it was highly unlikely that a vampire hunter would get tired, Yi Yingji had previously lived in Europe, where such Western-style churches were everywhere. He'd likely seen more famous ones already, so he wouldn't be particularly interested in visiting one. Qi Yan understood completely and thought indeed he had overlooked this while planning the itinerary. He took out his phone to check the time and said to Yi Yingji, alright, I'll just walk around for a bit and check it out, I won't be longer than 15 minutes. Yi Yingji nodded with a smile as he watched Qi Yan run off, propping his chin up with his left hand as he gazed after him. He mused inwardly, feeling relieved that Qi Yan probably wouldn't suggest getting married in a church. If his lover insisted on having a wedding in a church, it might drive him insane, he'd probably have to find someone to build a temporary vampire church. Since it wasn't Sunday, there weren't many people inside the church. It was very quiet, with a few people sitting silently on the long benches in the middle and on the sides, praying or quietly reciting scriptures. A man dressed in clerical attire was handing out drinking water to each believer. The statue of the Virgin Mary was adorned with flickering candlelight. Afraid to make too much noise, Qi Yan quietly walked along the wall, appreciating the carved murals and colorful stained glass windows. He had entered through the left door, circled around, and as he approached the right wall, he checked his phone. It had been 15 minutes already, he needed to head out to find Yi Yingji. At this moment, the volunteer handing out drinking water arrived before him, offering him a cup of water. This is holy water consecrated before the Lord. Speaking softly, the man made the sign of the cross, may the Lord be with you. Qi Yan felt somewhat at a loss, accepted the water, and murmured, thank you. After some thought, he took a sip and smiled, nodding at the other person. He didn't know much about these religious etiquettes, all he knew was how to awkwardly mimic putting his hands together and chanting, Amitabha, during temple visits. He wasn't sure what to do here to show respect properly. The kind-hearted volunteer smiled, holding the tray and moving on to the next person. Qi Yan finished the water in one gulp, intending to throw the paper cup away once he went outside. But after walking a few steps, he suddenly felt an intense pain in his chest. His heart started beating unnaturally fast, as if trying to leap out of his chest. Covering his left chest, he stopped moving, the continuous rapid heartbeat making him feel for a moment like he had grown another heart. No, countless hearts were fluttering around inside his chest. Qi Yan extended his left hand and leaned against the wall on the left side, his consciousness gradually becoming blurred, his body increasingly weak, and he slid down the wall involuntarily. He saw the volunteer handing out holy water drop his tray in shock, rushing anxiously towards him, calling something while attempting to help him up. Qi Yan's brain could no longer process any more information. Just before losing consciousness entirely, the last image he saw was a man dressed in a black overcoat approaching him against the light, black slacks, neatly tailored coat, pale and slender neck, lips tinged red against his skin, deep black eyes. Gazing upward from below, Qi Yan tried hard to lift his hand toward the man, shouting his name loudly in his mind. Yi. He vaguely uttered a syllable before his hand finally fell limply to his side, closing his eyes. His head tilted lifelessly toward his left shoulder, exposing his long, right neck. The man stepped closer, bent down, gently picking him up in his arms, stood up, and left as if he had never been there. It wasn't until long after his figure disappeared entirely that the volunteer distributing the holy water regained his senses. Looking to his side, he saw no one. A puzzled expression crossed his face. Could everything he just witnessed have been an illusion? Didn't someone just fall ill and faint? He was about to call an ambulance. He shook his head and was about to step away when his gaze dropped downward and noticed a used white paper cup lying on the ground. It was identical to the ones on his tray. Sophia, within the Emo Manor. Gray looked on in astonishment as the prince hurried upstairs to the bedroom carrying the unconscious human. As far as he knew, wasn't His Highness supposed to be on an early honeymoon? How did it come to this? The human passed out. What exactly did the prince do? Following closely behind Prince Emil upstairs, Gray waited at the bedroom door, bowing his head. Thinking for a moment, he couldn't help asking, "Forgive me, Your Highness, but may I inquire about the situation?" The vampire carefully placed the unconscious human on the sofa, casually unbuttoned his coat and threw it onto a nearby chair, then sat beside the human. He began to unfasten the cufflink of his left sleeve while explaining in a calm tone, "He mistakenly drank the holy water at the church. The sanctity within tried to attack the blood mark I left inside him earlier. His body couldn't handle it, so he passed out." After unfastening the cufflink, the vampire prince rolled up his sleeves. Rising to his feet, he picked up a silver knife from the desk and quickly sliced open his left wrist. Bright red blood immediately gushed out. He brought his bleeding wrist close to the human's mouth, leaning down as he softly coaxed, "Good boy, drink some, just a little. It will make you feel better." Lifting his head, he glanced at Gray for a moment, his face regaining its composed expression once again. "There's no need to worry anymore." Scarlet blood flowed freely from the vampire's wound, exuding an enticing dark allure. Slowly waking from the stupor, the human opened his eyes yet remained disoriented, clearly still not fully conscious. Instinctively, he pressed his lips against the vampire's wrist, initially licking the blood tentatively with small touches, but soon this wasn't enough for him. Gripping the vampire's forearm with both hands, he began to suck greedily. The vampire indulged by stroking his hair, his deep black eyes unfathomable. Gazing down at the human drinking his blood, they brimmed with boundless affection. Gray's gray irises widened in astonishment, and he hesitated before speaking, "Your Grace, your blood." Blood was the very essence of power for vampires, the most critical thing for any blood-bound being. How valuable and potent the blood of Prince Emil must be, he didn't dare even imagine it. But the vampire prince merely dismissed him lazily with a wave of his hand. "It's fine, you may leave. Close the door behind you." Gray observed the prince settling comfortably into the sofa, cradling the human in his arms and positioning him on his lap. As the prince slightly repositioned his left arm, the human instinctively embraced his neck and emitted a whining sound of dissatisfaction, rubbing his cheek against the side of the prince's face like a needy kitten asking for more food. Quickly offering his bleeding arm again, the vampire watched as the human eagerly resumed sucking from his wrist. Leaning forward, he lovingly kissed along the human's neck, moving upwards to behind the ear, whispering softly, "Good boy, take it slowly. Drink as much as you want, there's no one competing with you. It all belongs to you." Mr. Gray shook his head and closed the door gently. Chapter 84, Struggle. The vampire carried the greedy human from the relatively narrow sofa to the bed and lay down beside him. He still indulgently offered his own wrist as he held the human in his arms. The human's expression relaxed considerably, no longer eagerly craving blood as he had before. As if tired from sucking, he started licking the bleeding wound on the arm in small bites, his eyes gradually closing. After a long while, he slowly became calm under the vampire's soothing caresses, tightly hugging the vampire's arm like a treasure and pressing it against his face as he fell asleep. Prince Emil focused his strength on the wrist wound, and the bleeding wound healed quickly, smooth as if there had been no cut at all. Reluctant to pull his arm away, he maintained the posture and allowed the human to hold it and use it as a pillow while he reached out to pull the blanket over both of them. He actually didn't need sleep unless overly bored or deliberately resting, but now the room was utterly quiet, with only the occasional crackling of the fire outside audible. The air and the wool quilt were warm and cozy, and the human in his arms felt soft and tender, clinging to his arm. Occasionally, during his slumber, the human would softly moan, as if someone in a dream was teasing him and making him unhappy. Sometimes he would curl his lips into a silent smile and unconsciously press his warm soft lips against his forearm. It was all too wonderful, and he couldn't help but feel sleepy, wanting nothing more than to cuddle up with the human in his arms for a good night's sleep. And so he did fall asleep, just like a lazy human relaxing on an ordinary rest day at home. The sky gradually grew dark, with only the fireplace outside casting an orange glow. Inside the room, however, it was pitch black. The vampire opened his eyes in the darkness and turned on the bedside lamp. Actually, even in complete darkness, he could see clearly without any obstacles, but the human lying next to him kept hugging his arm and softly sobbing, burrowing deeper into his embrace. The yellowish light of the bedside lamp illuminated the bedroom warmly and comfortably. The vampire put on a gentle face and hugged the human close, gently stroking and patting his cheek. "Yen, darling, wake up. What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable?" Chi Yen groaned and opened his eyes, consciousness returning from the darkness. His eyes looked upward with a confused gaze at the person holding him. In the darkness, everything was blurry, unclear. Unable to see, other senses and memories in his body became extraordinarily sharp. The feeling he got from this person was so familiar, his body clearly remembering how many times he had been embraced by this person and his blood drained. Qi Yan hesitated for a moment, then tentatively asked, "Your Highness, Prince?" The other paused for 2 seconds before answering coldly, "It is me." The vampire also noticed something wrong with the person in his arms. His eyes lacked any vitality, as if he were blind. Prince Amar extended his hand and pressed it against his forehead, checking for a bit. The blood trigger he had left inside the human's body, along with the fresh blood fed afterward, was burning the remnants of holy power within him. This holy power continued its desperate resistance, these opposing forces oppressing the visual nerves inside the human's body. By morning, once the holy power was completely expelled, things should be fine again. Relieved after knowing the reason, still, who would have expected that under strange circumstances, Yan Qi couldn't see anything now but instead recognized him as Prince Amar. They had to temporarily switch roles. But this was nothing new for him since he was already quite proficient at handling such situations. "Where am I?" Qi Yan indeed revealed a touch of confusion and unease, "and where are my friends?" He had arranged to meet Yingji outside the church. If he hadn't waited for him, he'd definitely come looking for him. Moreover, before losing consciousness, the figure he saw, it was undoubtedly Yingji. But now, he was on Prince Amar's bed. "Your friend?" The prince's voice remained cold yet graceful. "You mean that vampire hunter? It was he who brought you here." "He brought me here." "Why?" There was surprise and faint disbelief in Qi Yan's voice. "Because I had previously planted a blood trigger inside your body so I could always know your whereabouts. But today, you mistakenly drank their holy water in the church. The holiness within the water attacked the blood trigger inside you, attempting to eliminate it. Your body couldn't endure that power and collapsed. That blood trigger belongs to me, and the vampire hunter couldn't save you. Naturally, he brought you back to me." "Blood trigger? Humph, a little trick. Otherwise, what if you ran away without keeping your promise? Where would I find someone?" There was a hint of faint laughter in the vampire's voice. "Then, after fulfilling the 30-day agreement, will you erase it?" The vampire gave an indifferent and casual response. But Qi Yan took this as an affirmation and silently thought that once he left, he would ask Yingji for more details later. The veins inside his body were pulsing violently, his blood feeling like it was boiling. An unbearable burning sensation spread through his entire body. It was the blood infused by the vampire that was now burning away the remaining holy power within him. Qi Yan felt some discomfort but dismissed it as a side effect of his unconsciousness, not paying much attention at first. Instead, out of curiosity, he asked hesitantly, "My lord, how did you save me?" "It's nothing," Prince Amar lightly caressed the back of his neck and replied casually, "When those holy powers and the blood trigger inside you reached a stalemate, they tried to eliminate each other. You couldn't bear it, so you passed out, which might also damage your body. As long as you drank my blood, using a stronger force than theirs to completely envelop and suppress their holy power, you would stabilize and everything would be fine." "Thank you." Qi Yan lowered his head, speaking awkwardly. So, had the vampire let him drink his own blood? Had he drunk Prince Amar's blood? This realization made his body subconsciously grow more restless, unconsciously craving the other's blood again. Yet Qi Yan still didn't realize his body's desire. He worried about something else instead. "I drank your blood. Is there any issue? Like turning into a vampire?" He seemed to have heard before that drinking vampire blood would turn one into a vampire. After saying this, he realized how rude the question sounded and became even more embarrassed, lowering his head even further. This exposed more soft flesh on the back of his neck to the vampire's hand. The prince of the vampires seemed amused by his words, gently pinching the tender meat at the back of his neck and softly laughing, explaining cheerfully, "How could it happen? During the embrace ritual, the vampire has to suck a great deal of blood from the person receiving it until they are almost dead, then immediately feed them the vampire's blood just as their last breath leaves. Even so, the success rate of the embrace is quite low. The recipient is likely to die or become an unconscious undead who hides in the dark, hunting humans for blood, only to be exterminated by vampire hunters." He embraced the human in his arms and lightly pressed his teeth against the side of the human's neck. "Though I've bitten you many times, have I ever let you reach the brink of death? Every time I stopped after taking 2 sips and quickly fed you my saliva to restore you, haven't I? Ungrateful little rascal," he murmured softly, "every time I sucked your blood, I couldn't bring myself to take as much as you've done for me. But look at you now, holding on tight and never letting go once you've grabbed hold." Though complaining, his tone held no real resentment. Instead, it was filled with indulgence, almost implying he enjoyed giving up as much blood as the other drank. Qi Yan felt his face grow hot. He thought today's attitude of Prince Amar seemed unusually strange, yet he couldn't deny that every word the other said was true. Strangely, when he heard Prince Amar complaining about how greedily he had sucked his blood, a sudden fiery dryness rose uncontrolled in his throat, as if yearning for some fresh liquid to quench it. He wanted to drink more. To drink his blood, the vampire's, Prince Amar's blood. Qi Yan involuntarily swallowed. Then, suddenly realizing his own thoughts, he was startled. Had he really begun craving Prince Amar's blood? Was he going insane? The vampire had been watching his expressions closely. Seeing this, his eyes darkened slightly. Since the last time he fed Qi Yan, 6 or 7 hours had passed, and much of the blood had already been consumed. So was Yan wanting to drink blood again? Would he come and tell him if he needed it? Would he beg him? If he refused, would Qi Yan start pouting and maybe get angry? Just these wandering thoughts made him feel that Qi Yan looked irresistibly cute, and he found himself looking forward to what would happen next, his gaze softening with warmth and amusement toward the human. Qi Yan couldn't see the vampire's expression nor guess his thoughts. His mind right now revolved around one single idea: drink blood, need Emmer's blood. His body instinctively remembered the dark and sweet taste, though he couldn't consciously recall the moment of his first blood-sucking experience. His body trembled slightly as he struggled with the desire to drink blood. Although he didn't know what was happening, he certainly didn't want to become a monster addicted to the allure of fresh blood. Why had he suddenly craved Prince Emmer's blood so much? It was too strange. He desperately tried to shift his consciousness and attention away from Emmer, even imagining the taste of duck blood or pig blood in hot pot, but it was useless. He still couldn't help but yearn for Emmer, yearning for his blood. He knelt in Emmer's arms, his eyes strained red as he battled the intense craving for vampire blood. His eyes became dazzlingly bright and moist. The unbearable dissatisfaction of not getting the bloodline's essence even made him shed physiological tears involuntarily. Qi Yan finally couldn't hold back anymore. With a painful moan, he placed his hands on Prince Emmer's shoulders and instinctively leaned over, biting toward his neck. Chapter 85, Joy. Qi Yan bit the side of the vampire's neck. But he instinctively didn't dare to bite with all his might, twisting around and changing angles several times, only leaving a shallow tooth mark, smearing a trail of drool. It was just like a toothless puppy playing around. The Blood Clan couldn't help but chuckle and hugged him, softly saying, "Are you playing with me? Are you kissing me? Naughty little one." Disheartened, Qi Yan pulled back his mouth, gazing blankly at the vampire with unfocused black eyes, fumbling to pry the left hand that rested on his back off and bringing it to his mouth where he took a bite out of the vampire's wrist. But the wrist proved harder to bite than the neck, and after struggling several times, this time not even a tooth mark was left behind. Qi Yan looked more bewildered. The burning sensation of the Blood Clan's blood and holy power battling inside him made him want to cry, feeling extremely uncomfortable in his body without finding a way to relieve it. His consciousness was becoming unclear, and he instinctively leaned into the vampire's embrace, desperately inhaling the other scent to ease the discomfort in his body. He leaned against the vampire's chest, stretching out his arms to encircle its body, looking up from below with watery red eyes filled with a mix of unbearable yearning, accusation, and plea as if he'd endured a great injustice. Prince Emmer extended a hand to tap his nose, leaning down to kiss his eyes while murmuring, "Don't look at me like that, as if I've wronged you again when it's you who foolishly drank whatever was given to you." Despite appearing dazed, Qi Yan seemed to have subconsciously understood the words, closing his eyes and hugging the prince's waist while making two small hums, looking even more pitiful. The vampire gently poked his face, saying, getting more and more spoiled. "You can't handle it already?" In a semi-conscious state, Qi Yan lightly rubbed his cheek against the prince's chest, his eyelashes fluttering slightly, quietly mumbling, "Emmer, save me. Please, let me give you my blood. Don't leave me be, I was wrong, I'll let you drink my blood from now on, I'll do anything you say." His soft and obedient tone made the vampire's heart restless, compelling him to hug the other closer, licking his teeth. He could barely tell if Qi Yan was fully conscious at the moment, and wondered how, even in unconsciousness, the human knew exactly what would please him so thoroughly. With such thoughts, his consciousness drifted back to that night under this same lamp when the person in his arms had woken up hazily and initiated tender kisses, seeking his love. The vampire found himself increasingly unable to resist. Truly, there was no method at all to deal with him. Always causing trouble, never willingly accompanying him properly, yet making him utterly helpless, forcing him to submit time and again for fear of displeasing him. Carrying him, the vampire walked outside, picked up a silver knife from the desk, and then returned carrying him. He placed the human on the bed nearby, wrapping him in blankets before cutting his own wrist open. An opulent and dark scent of blood immediately spread. Without being prompted, the human quickly emerged from the pile of blankets, kneeling in front of him, taking both hands to cradle the bleeding wrist. Qi Yan was cautious. First, he carefully extended his tongue to lick it gingerly, then raised his head, looking up obediently waiting for the other's instruction. Only upon realizing the vampire wasn't displeased or obstructive did he lower his head and suck enthusiastically. He drank happily. Prince Emmer used his right hand to take a blanket and drape it over him, slowly petting his hair and the nape of his neck, which Qi Yan accepted compliantly. Later on, Qi Yan, after drinking his fill, simply held on to the wrist and fell asleep. The vampire attempted to pull his wrist away, but the other held on tightly. Even in sleep, Qi Yan protested with an unhappy snore. Unable to do anything else, Emmer embraced him, adjusting him onto the pillow beside him, lying sideways next to him and gently wrapping an arm around him. "Since you're holding my arm, and I'm holding you, neither of us is losing." The next morning, as dawn just began to break, the Blood Clan woke up. He checked the human's condition within, finding that all the sacred powers had dissipated. After considering for a while, he gently extracted his numb left arm, turned over, fetched a black ribbon from the bedside cabinet drawer, and carefully tied it around the human's eyes, not knowing when his little rascal might wake up. How could he deceive him by pretending it was a dream? It probably wouldn't work. Besides, engaging in lustful activities during the day wasn't appropriate. The vampire licked his teeth and hesitated to admit that when those 4 words crossed his mind, he had briefly been tempted. Tisk, anyway, for blood clans, daytime was the normal time to sleep. It wasn't bad. Qi Yan woke up around 10 o'clock in the morning. He could feel faint light but couldn't see anything because something seemed to cover his eyes. However, the texture felt very familiar. Qi Yan touched it with his hand, and sure enough, it was the black ribbon. He immediately remembered that he was at Prince Emmer's place now and also recalled everything that happened last night, including how he had hugged Prince Emmer and tearfully pleaded with sweet talk just to ask him for his blood to drink. His face heated up instantly, and he couldn't help but groan and cover his left cheek. After pondering for a while, he raised his right hand to cover his right cheek too. Although in the dreams about Yingji, he had done many shameless things that made him embarrassed upon recollection, they were after all in dreams where no one would know, and their nature was entirely different from what occurred with Prince Emmer this time. This time, he had thoroughly humiliated himself in front of the vampire. Hearing the footsteps of the Blood Clan made his face even redder. Qi Yan sat up, anxiously fidgeting with the bedsheet beneath his hands, looking down as he softly apologized to the Blood Clan who must have already come close. I'm sorry, yesterday. I drank so much of your blood. In fact, he rather hoped the other party had completely forgotten everything he did and said yesterday. But this was clearly unrealistic, so he avoided important details and pretended not to remember them, while consoling himself that for Prince Emmer, a vampire prince who had lived for over 1,000 years, what hadn't he seen? He wouldn't take such foolish actions seriously. There's no need to trouble oneself over this. The Blood Clan didn't speak, but Qi Yan could feel the heavy gaze of the other landing on him. He grew increasingly uneasy and even walked 2 steps toward the Blood Clan in an attempt to relieve the awkwardness. Approaching the other side, he voluntarily tilted his neck, exposing the fragile skin and faintly visible delicate blue veins between the neck. He didn't say anything, but he believed the Blood Clan would understand his meaning. The ice-cold fingers of the Blood Clan lightly rested on his neck, gently caressing it. I remember you saying yesterday that all your blood is mine to drink. Leaning closer, the vampire embraced him into his arms, his sharp teeth piercing through the human soft skin in an instant. A sweet and warm taste, his beloved's flavor, like fusing together with the person in his embrace. Contentedly, he closed his deep black eyes, withdrawing his fangs after a long while, exhaling deeply. Licking the puncture marks and wounds on the neck, he deliberately left some of the traces from his fangs behind. Feeling the involuntary trembling of the human under his palm, he smiled, my poor little one, are you sticking to what you promised? Qi Yan didn't dare to anger him, yet he wanted to dodge responsibility. In fact, there was a bit of ambiguity in his heart, he wasn't quite certain whether the unconscious words he spoke then were genuine or not. So, he vaguely responded, turning his head away, in 2 months, I will be going home. That means planning to leave me. Without retracting his fangs, the vampire stabbed the back of his neck once again. He heard the human let out a short cry of pain and promptly lightened his movements, yet he maintained his posture, continuing to suck on the man's back neck. Truly, such a deceptive little rascal only good for amusing others. After feeding Qi Yan lunch, Prince Emmer had Gray escort him away. His demeanor remained cool and calm as if nothing had ever happened, and he didn't bring up what had occurred yesterday either. While Qi Yan breathed a sigh of relief, he couldn't shake off the feeling of emptiness inside, as if something was lost. He actually wished the vampire would, like before, ask him to stay or even force him to stay using some methods. He wanted the Blood Clan to make him admit that all the words he unconsciously spoke yesterday were true. This thought startled him immensely, as if something always enveloped within his heart had been suddenly touched and peeled open. Qi Yan dared not think further. Right after leaving the vampire, he contacted the vampire hunter. Yingji's explanation matched Prince Emmer's exactly, also stating that due to his incapacity to handle the coexistence of holy power and blood allure within him, they guessed that the blood allure came from Prince Emmer, which led to sending him there for the Blood Clan's rescue. Strangely, after hearing the same response from the Blood Clan, Qi Yan felt somewhat disappointed. What was originally a 2-week vacation now had only 4 days remaining. After Qi Yan returned to the dormitory, Jiang Tian came over to play with him. He first asked about his trip, then invited him to join a 2-day surfing excursion to a nearby bay town. To be honest, aside from being forcibly dragged into a strange vampire ceremony where he nearly became a sacrifice and almost losing his life, and accidentally drinking holy water which slightly harmed him, the rest of the journey was actually pretty good. However, he now needed a normal vacation to relax. Besides, he didn't know how to surf, learning new skills would allow him to focus entirely and have no time for wild thoughts. He readily agreed to go with Jiang Tian. During the 2-day surfing excursion, Qi Yan indeed rarely thought about things related to vampires, except that when returning, he hadn't really mastered the art of surfing yet. The southern hemisphere was gradually entering winter, and night fell earlier every day. They boarded the bus back to Safi's at 5 p.m. from the Bay Town, and they were expected to return to the Safi city center around 8 p.m. The route was mostly through undeveloped mountain forests, so although there was little traffic, the winding mountain roads often made people dizzy. Qi Yan had already experienced this once on the way there. To avoid motion sickness, he began sleeping as soon as he got on the bus, and before long, he truly dozed off. Suddenly, there was a loud collision in front of the bus, and it stopped abruptly. Qi Yan shook his head and woke up. Outside the window was a dark forest, with mountains on the left side and dense trees and vegetation on the right. Fog was rising in the mountains, and the only illumination came from the headlights of the bus, making everything appear dim and blurry. Qi Yan turned to Jiang Tian and quietly asked, "What happened?" Jiang Tian shook his head, took off his headphones, and indicated that he didn't know either. Just then, the driver cursed loudly. A classmate sitting on their aisle's left side nervously swallowed. His name was Tony, and he was a member of the school's surfing club who frequently attended such activities and had been to the small town many times. He had spoken with Jiang Tian before, and they had some connection. Now he leaned toward Jiang Tian secretly and whispered, "We're doomed. We might have encountered the legendary road raiders." Road raiders? Jiang Tian was full of confusion. What are they? They are said to be groups of wandering vampires hiding in the forests and wilderness. Chapter 86, Borrowing the Tiger's Might. Qi Yan had not even realized that now, when he encountered this type of situation, his first instinct was to contact Yingji. On some subconscious level, he had already regarded the other as someone who could be trusted and depended upon, even though at times he still internally criticized them as an unreliable hunter with half-baked skills. But his phone had no signal. Qi Yan regretted choosing the carrier known for having the worst reception but the most cost-effective package when he arrived just to save money. He'd assumed he'd only be moving within the school and dormitory area and wouldn't go far from urban zones. How could he have predicted he'd end up so unlucky? His original phone was smashed by a low-level vampire in Sydney, but during his last departure from Prince Emerald's place, Gray had proactively given him a new phone, even re-registering the SIM card for him. All Qi Yan needed to do was download his commonly used apps from the store and log into his existing accounts. Gray handed over the phone with a calm expression, merely saying it was compensation from the bloodline for his loss. But Qi Yan didn't believe the bloodline would be so considerate or kind-hearted. It was glaringly obvious who had ordered this ancient butler to do it. His mood was somewhat complicated. He clearly remembered how he had reluctantly struck the 30-day blood-sucking agreement with His Highness, the Prince. However, Emerald's attitude later on turned out to be much better than he had expected, much better. Most of the time, the act of drawing blood was gentle, occasionally showing a bit of urgency. Each time, he would prepare different dishes for Qi Yan, patiently feeding him little by little. Then he would cradle him in his arms, tenderly sink his fangs into his neck, and gently lick his wounds afterward, calling him baby, asking if it hurt and whether he felt comfortable. Whenever this happened, Qi Yan would quickly shake his head and dare not think further about everything related to Prince Emerald. Inwardly, he questioned whether he was developing Stockholm Syndrome, having somehow formed affection for a vampire after being bitten. Simultaneously, he warned himself not to be deceived by appearances. This was probably just the old vampire's usual gentle way of dealing with his prey. Don't forget Alex was also a friendly neighbor and classmate until his mask was removed. But at the same time, a faint voice inside countered, saying that all the bloodlines spoke of him never directly drawing blood from humans. They said he was cold, detached, impossible to approach. Yet every time, he drew blood from him directly, fed him, let him wear his clothes. The sensation reached its peak after Emerald fed him his own blood this time. He would feel flushed hearing his voice, his heart beating faster, feeling a hollow longing when leaving that house. Qi Yan found himself self-loathing, comparing himself to a naive middle schooler pining for the school beauty. The school beauty never eats with anyone else, she never studies with others, but she is willing to eat, study, and even go home with me. Does that mean she finds me special? However, Prince Emerald was far from a pure beautiful maiden. He really should stop these absurd thoughts. He believed he must have Stockholm Syndrome, which would naturally get better after this strange agreement ended, once his memory was erased by the vampires, and he left His Highness. He couldn't even confide in his vampire hunter friend. How could he say this to Yingji? Could he confess, "Yingji, I need to be honest with you. Lately, I've been dreaming about you, dreams difficult to describe. Now, I feel drawn to Prince Emerald. It seems like I like him. What's wrong with me? Would my memory being erased and leaving fix everything?" Yingji would likely be shocked beyond measure just hearing the first half and may possibly even cut off their friendship. Qi Yan also didn't understand why, since coming to capitalist society, he seemed to degrade so quickly, not only fantasizing about a friend in his dreams, but also forming unspeakable and unacknowledged attachments to a vampire in reality. How disgraceful. He wondered if this counted as cheating. To relieve this almost insurmountable frustration, Qi Yan joined the 2-day surfing tour, only to run into such trouble again. In his past life, he must have had some deep enmity with vampires. Jiang Tian was still asking questions nearby about the situation involving the vampire roadblock. Tony simply sat in the empty seat behind them and began a detailed explanation. It's rumored that vampires are lurking in the forests. They appear unpredictably, stopping cars on secluded roads at night where there are rarely any passing vehicles. They then drink the blood of the car occupants before erasing their memories and releasing them. But there were some who managed to hide away from these attacks without having their memories erased, and thus stories about these highwaymen spread. But such ghostly tales are usually questionable in their veracity, so nobody really took those rumors seriously. Never expected they'd be real, he muttered under his breath, blood plunderers, highwaymen. The driver was a burly middle-aged white man. Tensely, he stopped the vehicle where it stood, warning everyone not to open the windows or step out. Judging from the previous thud, it was clear the bus had struck something, yet he did not dare exit the vehicle to inspect. As an experienced traveler on these mountainous night roads, he was evidently aware of the related legends. The fog in the forest grew denser by the minute, with thick white mist almost enveloping the entire bus. The driver looked at this unusual fog, turned off the engine, and switched off all the lights inside and outside the bus, hoping this would conceal the coach. Some passengers attempted to dial for emergency help, only to discover that none of their phones had any signal. The driver got down from the driving seat and quietly instructed each passenger not to make any sound or shine light. Instantly, even the white glows from electronic devices vanished from the bus cabin, plunging the whole bus into silent darkness, every person's breathing clearly audible. Chi Yan faintly heard rustling sounds coming from within the fog. He frowned and turned his head, just as he saw a shadow clinging to the right side window beside him. On the glass was clearly imprinted a ghastly pale face, its long fangs directly facing Chi Yan. The vampire's dark red pupils gleamed with greed as he smirked, obviously harboring ill intentions. Caught completely unawares, Chi Yan met the vampire's gaze head-on. Struggling hard not to look away, he subtly moved his throat, slowly raising his left hand while trying to stay calm. On his left-hand ring finger was a ring placed there by Yingji. He said it was a token that might come in handy sometime. Not expecting it to be useful so soon, Chi Yan couldn't help but wonder if it would work at all. Doing his best to control his tension and feign confidence, fearing the other side would notice, he coolly waved the signet towards the vampire, a ring adorned with the pattern of a thorn rose. The vampire's crimson eyes widened immediately. After pondering a moment, Chi Yan decided to press the ring directly against the window so the vampire could see it clearly. He suddenly realized how risky his behavior was. After all, this was a token belonging to a vampire hunter, and Chi Yan had no idea what connections these vampires might have. It was possible that they bore grudges against Yingji's family, which meant this action could very well backfire. Tony had mentioned that these vampires only stole blood and wouldn't easily kill people since they feared attracting too much trouble. By revealing the ring, Chi Yan's act might bring even greater calamity upon the entire bus, and he didn't have the ability to protect everyone. Regretting his impulsive actions, Chi Yan was silently blaming himself when, surprisingly, the vampire fell off. The fog once again filled with the rustling sounds of branches, accompanied intermittently by scattered murmurs in English. Everyone in the bus continued waiting anxiously under the driver's guidance, exchanging terrified expressions and nonverbal communication through gestures. Among them, some had also witnessed the monster pressing against the window. There wasn't just one, but they didn't know exactly what it was. This went on for over 10 minutes until the fog gradually began to dissipate bit by bit, unveiling the moonlit horizon. The driver calmed himself, cautiously taking out a spare flashlight, stepping out of the front door of the bus to check things around. It seemed all was normal, with no traces of anything amiss, as though the collision, dense fog, and those rustling shadows were nothing more than illusions. Returning to the bus, he rubbed his hands together, muttered a few words softly, started the vehicle again, and turned on all the internal and external lights, resuming his usual course on familiar roads. Half an hour later, he turned on the music. At least until now, everything appeared fine, and it probably wouldn't take long before he safely reached home. As soothing country music played, the atmosphere inside the bus slowly revived with warmth and vitality. Cell phones regained signal as passengers called their loved ones or shared their strange encounters on social media platforms. Chi Yan sent a message to Yingji, thanking him for the ring, and took the opportunity to casually ask a question he had been pondering: will my memories be erased after my pact with Prince Amar is completed? He had never paid much attention to this matter before, but ever since Bai Chiu brought it up last time, it was constantly on his mind. He was far less composed about it than he appeared in front of Bai Chiu. The decision rests with Prince Amar. If he doesn't want you to forget, then you won't. I see. Chi Yan lowered his eyes as he typed out the message. There's another thing, Yingji. Can you refrain from reporting the incident with the wandering vampire for now? Just help me keep an eye on how things are handled afterwards. Why? I want to ask Amar for help. He knew it was capricious, letting emotions get the better of him. In the past, whenever Yingji urged him to seek assistance from Prince Amar, he always refused. But this time, he couldn't resist approaching the prince on his own. Since I am destined to leave anyway, since I am destined to forget, since my lifespan will not exceed 100 years, which is but a fleeting moment in your existence. Then at least I want to know if, in this moment while I still remember, I mean something special to you, if I have just a little bit of power to act impulsively. Amar, I surrender. Whether it's Stockholm Syndrome or whatever, I seem to indeed have certain feelings. Chi Yan closed his eyes briefly and cut off his train of thought. He put away his phone, leaned against the narrow seat, and tilted his head to the right. The car had already entered downtown Sofis. The dim orange streetlights outside reflected on the window, casting light over his dazed face. Ultimately, he still dared not confront his own heart clearly and honestly. Those 3 words, even thinking them terrified him. Chapter 87, Counting Down 3 Days. By the time the bus arrived at the parking lot in the center of Sofis City, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. The streets were quiet, with hardly any pedestrians or vehicles in sight. The temperature had dropped a bit, and as a gust of wind blew by, Chi Yan couldn't help pulling his coat tighter around him. It had gotten colder again, when he left Sophie's 3 days ago, it hadn't been this cold yet. He stepped out of the bus parking lot with Jiang Tian, took out his phone to check. It seemed the taxi he booked would be arriving soon. Qi Yan stopped and said to his friend, Jiang, I'm not going back to the dormitory with you. I just told a friend of my dad about what happened on the way back, and that uncle is very worried about me. He asked me to come over to his place today. After thinking for a moment, he added, starting tomorrow, he's taking a break and wanted to take me out. Fortunately, I don't have class on the first day of school, so I probably won't be coming back these next 3 days. You don't need to worry about me. This uncle was something he made up last time during the stay at the vampire prince's residence, but now it came in handy again. Jiang Tian naturally didn't suspect anything. Be careful then, let me know when you arrive. Have fun tomorrow. After saying that, he waved goodbye and walked alone towards the bus stop, completely unaware that his friend was actually heading to meet a vampire. Qi Yan now knew the way to the vampire mansion inside out, so even at night, he confidently directed the driver to stop right in front of the building's entrance. Gray was clearly surprised at his late-night visit. Opening the door, he ushered the human who was already frozen through from the chill indoors. Why did you come at this hour? The warmth of the house quickly dispelled the cold inside him, but even so, Qi Yan still found himself instinctively moving closer toward the fireplace, all while sending a message to Jiang Tian to confirm his safety. He had already anticipated that for the next few days, there wouldn't be much he could do, or use his phone. I've come to find Prince Amr. There's something I'd like to talk to him about. Can you inform him? Gray gestured for him to sit on the couch and served him a cup of hot tea. You wait a moment, I'll go tell His Highness. Qi Yan nodded, sat down, and took a sip from the exquisite porcelain teacup before suddenly realizing how strange and rash his sudden appearance must have seemed. Not long after, Gray returned from upstairs, signaling for Qi Yan to follow him. A black ribbon was still hanging on the handle of the bedroom door. Qi Yan reached out and removed it, familiarly covering his eyes with it before gently pushing open the heavy wooden door in front of him. This time, he remained standing in the foyer without moving forward as usual, nor waiting for the bedroom door to close automatically. Instead, he turned around and felt his way to closing the door himself. Immediately afterward, he leaned against it, revealing his delicate, pale neck in a compliant, non-resistant manner, almost like a sacrificial lamb lying docilely on the altar, exposing its vital point to the observer. Though unsure what words to say, he was certain that the bloodline would see. Ever since entering, the vampires always noticed him. Sure enough, he heard the footsteps of the vampire prince drawing closer rapidly. Next thing he knew, the vampire wrapped an arm around his waist with his left hand while stroking his neck with his right, pressing him harder into the door. Fangs pierced in. Qi Yan placed his right arm across his forehead, trying hard to suppress the sounds escaping from him, though an involuntary moan escaped despite his best efforts. This feeling of being bitten tonight seemed more intense than ever before. He thought he must have gone crazy, coming up with no good reason except making excuses to allow this vampire to suck his blood. He was certain it wasn't due to addiction from getting bitten, like Yi Yingji described. He merely sought ways to get closer to this notoriously elusive vampire, even if it meant letting him drink his blood. He neither resisted nor disliked the idea. In fact, he willingly volunteered. He hoped to get closer to the vampire before forgetting everything entirely. After a long while, the fangs finally withdrew. As the vampire gently wiped away the residue with his thumb while smoothing the wound, he asked faintly, "It's so late, yet here you are, running to me voluntarily the moment you enter to offer your blood so obediently. Why?" Instead of answering, Qi Yan turned around, hesitantly reaching out to embrace the vampire, tilting his head slightly to kiss his cheek, resembling a cautious little animal trying to win someone's favor. The vampire hummed softly from his nose, showing that he clearly wasn't displeased. On the contrary, he enjoyed the sensation immensely. "Your Highness," Qi Yan relaxed and continued to whisper while still lying on the other's shoulder, "I encountered a group of wandering blood-sucking vampires on my way back tonight. Can you help punish them?" The vampire prince chuckled softly and suddenly used his strength to hold him up in the air, walked a few steps to sit down on the sofa but did not put Qi Yan aside. Instead, he kept holding him and stroked his neck as he whispered, "Is it just because of this matter? Is it just because of this matter?" He repeated again, whispering quietly, "I don't believe it. Willingly letting me suck your blood and offering kisses like that, acting so obediently for just this reason. I don't believe it." Qi Yan didn't know how to respond for a moment. As he was about to answer, he felt the vampire take his left hand and gently stroke the ring on his ring finger. "Don't you have vampire hunter friends? You're wearing his ring. Why come to me for this kind of thing?" Qi Yan remained silent. Prince Amr also fell silent for a second before opening his mouth again. "Now I remember. When he gave you the ring, was he proposing to you? Did you accept? Yet here you are hugging and kissing me, little rogue. Does your boyfriend know? Would he be upset? Oh, even if he finds out, there's nothing he can do, right? After all, he isn't strong enough to fight me." Qi Yan rarely heard Prince Amr speak such a long string of words, especially ones filled with sarcasm. His own foolishly sentimental kiss and embrace earlier had now become the reasons for his ridicule. Qi Yan felt something choking in his throat but argued stubbornly, "No, he only considers me a friend, and I consider him a friend too. Our relationship is purely based on kindness." He gave me the ring just to protect me. Like this time, if I hadn't had the ring he gave me, you probably wouldn't have been able to drink my blood anymore. So I should thank him then. The vampire's voice was cold and elegant, with a pervasive indifference. But a friend? Is the one who gave you the ring really a mere friend? What about the person you call husband in your dreams? He pulled the human closer into his arms affectionately, but his words were completely contrary to his actions, as if trying to interrogate him. Little bad egg, do you think I didn't hear all those things you said in your sleep? Do you forget who it was that cuddled you and covered you with blankets when you spent the night here? So, you two must be in love, right? When you feel wronged, you specially come to me for justice. Why? Come on, tell me, why? Qi Yan turned away his face, feeling a mix of warmth and chill in his heart. He thought that explanations would be useless. He couldn't explain his dreams. In reality, he was indeed cautious and respectful in his friendship with Yingji. However, in his dreams, the person who looked exactly like the vampire hunter acted as his intimate lover from past lives, and he accepted the scenario naturally in his dreams. It was his fault. Yingji had always been a reliable and thoughtful friend, worthy of trust, and had saved him many times. Still, he treated him inappropriately in his dreams without much guilt, which wasn't right. Everything stemmed from his side. The whispers in his sleep were his words too. Saying he had no feelings for Yingji beyond friendship would be a lie, a fact he didn't believe himself. Therefore, there was no point in arguing. Qi Yan remembered the most important purpose of his coming here. He then realized that what Amr thought about his feelings for Yingji didn't matter anyway, since the time he had left with this vampire was running out. Instead of arguing or explaining, he might as well cherish the remaining time. Sliding off the vampire, he sat beside and hugged the vampire prince from behind, slowly leaning over until his head touched the prince's spine. Your Highness, I've come to say this, our agreement is ending in 3 days. You said that when the agreement ends, you'll let me go forever. Had he not abruptly realized that this agreement had reached its final stage, he would have kept deceiving himself and others. He probably would never have admitted that he was reluctant to part with a vampire, a cruel, cunning vampire who had yet to reveal his true appearance. The vampire prince's body stiffened for a moment, then he chuckled lightly. All right. Turns out you're only worried about this after all. Don't worry, I will honor the agreement and set you free safely and intact. Turning his body, he pushed the human onto the couch, face up, and pressed against him once more to recklessly suck his blood. This time, the vampire bit very hard, and Qi Yan endured it forcefully, refraining from crying out in pain as usual. Although he knew that as soon as he showed discomfort, the vampire would ease the pressure. The space on the sofa was small, so after the vampire retracted his fangs, he simply lay sideways next to the human. The blood race member almost completely enveloped the human who had just been bitten within his arms. It wasn't until the feeding concluded that Qi Yan asked the question that had lingered in his mind for a long time. Amr, will my memories be erased once the agreement is over? Memories about the blood clan, and about you? Qi Yan's face was towards the sofa backrest while Amr embraced him from behind, his tone soft. Blood race members were always easy to talk to right after a hearty drink of blood, and you? Do you wish to forget? My dear, I can promise it, this is up to you. This time, Qi Yan remained silent for much longer before softly replying, let me forget, Amr. Let me forget. The vampire grazed his fangs against the human's nape, slightly raising his body and laughing as he whispered by his ear, I knew it, you detest me. He spoke with a smile, but his voice revealed no emotion, neither happiness nor anger, as if it were something trivial and insignificant. Yet Qi Yan could feel his heart throbbing painfully. It wasn't dislike, it was fondness. Fondness for a vampire who should never be admired. An unreciprocated love, an impossible love. A love he dared not reveal, or even confess honestly to himself. He heard the vampire say nonchalantly, all right then, I'll make you forget me. Anyway, there's Yingji waiting, anyway, you favor humans more, anyway, we can't remain friends forever. Starting off as friends and progressing into lovers, infiltrating slowly, the future still seems bright. Even if you temporarily forget me, it doesn't matter. You will still love me. You can only love me. The blood prince raised his hand to caress the beloved's lips, gazing deeply. Qi Yan's eyes beneath the black ribbon darkened, his heart suddenly flooded with an indescribable bitterness. Of course, for the blood prince, it didn't matter whether or not he'd remember him. He was merely a delicious little snack. Though the prince hadn't previously directly obtained blood from a human body, one incident leads to another, and perhaps in the future, he'd encounter even more tasty snacks, until he forgot the taste of the first bite. If I don't remember you, and you don't remember me, it would indeed be fair. He didn't even have the right to complain. The other party had generously offered him the choice to forget, it was he who actively requested amnesia. Unable to possess, unable to monopolize, he might as well let go, might as well part ways. Qi Yan closed his eyes briefly, his hand tightly pressing the texture of the couch beneath him, forcing himself to suppress his turbulent emotions. He turned over, reaching around the vampire's neck, tilting his head to gently kiss his Adam's apple, offering a faint smile, Your Highness, these 3 days. I am yours. I belong to you entirely. Chapter 88 Countdown. The scene where a lover softly leans over, initiates embraces and kisses, murmuring, "I am yours," such an exquisite moment had only ever appeared in the vampire's dreams. He completely couldn't resist Qi Yan's demeanor, feeling as if he was flying in the sky. He couldn't help but embrace his lover and drink his blood again, kissing repeatedly, nibbling again and again, even failing to notice any abnormality from his lover. These 3 days had been unbearably blissful for him. Initially, he was careful, not daring to be too bold or artificial, but later, upon realizing that his lover was truly gentle and compliant, tolerating, yielding, and following no matter what, it felt like a heaven of falling flowers. His pride was so immense that he nearly forgot who he was, losing all caution. All he desired was to engulf his lover entirely. In the heat of passion, he couldn't resist the urge to pull off the black silk band from Qi Yan's eyes. Just imagining his lover gazing at him with a soft, tender, yet bewildered look made his heart melt into honey, as if being pulled by invisible hooks or tickled by tiny claws. Thankfully, he still retained some reason, constantly consoling himself to bear it temporarily. There would always be more opportunities in the future. If he only sought instant gratification and scared off or upset his beloved Qi Yan, that wouldn't be good. Yingji indulged in teasing him, pinching and bullying while simultaneously being incredibly gentle, pampering and coaxing him, almost wishing to lock his lover by his side forever and enjoy this moment endlessly. By the afternoon of the 3rd day, Qi Yan fell asleep. Yingji bathed him, dressed him, tucked him into bed, knowing he'd gone too far. Unwilling to further disturb his lover, he didn't dare to linger after sensing stirring emotions. After adjusting the blanket around Qi Yan, he went to prepare porridge, using this time to calm his mind and nurture virtue. Returning with the porridge, he placed the porcelain bowl aside and sat next to the bed, waiting for Qi Yan to wake up. Even seeing how peacefully Qi Yan slept, he couldn't help but tease him, kissing his eyelids, pinching his nose, caressing his lips, intentionally pushing fingers into his mouth to stir them about. Whenever Qi Yan showed the slightest reaction in his sleep, making discontented hums or slightly shifting, it brought him immense sweetness, focusing solely on this one person to the exclusion of all else. Indeed, lust clouds wisdom. Finally, Yingji also crawled into the bed, hugging his lover close. When Qi Yan woke up, he found himself cradled in the arms of the blood clan member. These past 3 days, he'd already lost track of day and night. Since his eyes were covered by the silk bandage, there wasn't much difference between day and night anyway. He could see nothing, so he didn't care. But at this moment, he suddenly became tense, gripping the arm of the blood clan member. "Amr, what time is it now?" His voice sounded hoarse, rough, yet his throat wasn't dry. Likely, the blood clan member had already fed him water when he was asleep. "It's 10:30, the vampire glanced at the wall clock, pouring the continuously warmed porridge into a bowl, feeding it with a spoon to Qi Yan's mouth. "Be a good boy, have some porridge. It's your favorite. You haven't eaten well these last few days." It was 10:30, there was only an hour and a half left. Qi Yan swallowed a sip of porridge. "How long have I been asleep?" "Not long, just 6 or 7 hours, the vampire again handed him a spoonful of porridge. "Have a little more." 6 or 7 hours, such a long period wasted. Despite the inner annoyance Qi Yan felt, he obediently drank the porridge. Without waiting for the blood clan member to feed him again, he tilted his head, pulling down the collar of his shirt, fully exposing the curve of his neck. Crawling closer to the blood clan member on his knees, he embraced the other's waist. "No, I don't want to drink porridge anymore. Amr, right now, I only want you." In a low voice, almost muttering to himself, he whispered, "I only want to own you one last time, and I only want you to completely own me." He tilted his head, pressing his right cheek against the left chest of the blood clan member, the closest point to his heart, but there was no pulse, no heartbeat. Qi Yan smiled faintly and slowly planted a kiss over where the other's heart should be. The blood clan member froze momentarily before putting down the bowl of porridge and embracing him. Qi Yan closed his eyes lightly. There was only an hour and a half left. In these final 2 hours, he quietly sensed the presence of the blood clan member while silently counting the passing seconds. He could feel the remaining time diminishing. When the vampire's fangs pierced his body one last time, a sudden thought came to his mind. He wanted to see what Amr looked like. He was about to forget, but at least before forgetting, he wanted to take one glance, just one glimpse at what his face looked like. This idea was so powerful that it quickly took root in his mind, flourishing and growing rapidly. Qi Yan couldn't resist the temptation at all. The desire to catch a glimpse of Amr instantly outweighed all his reason and concern. He thought his actions had to be fast, ensuring not to be noticed by the blood clan member before he could remove the ribbon covering his eyes. The vampire's fangs were still buried in the hollow near his collarbone. After feeding on blood, as the vampire withdrew their fangs, it was the most content yet lax moment for them. Qi Yan thought about this and deliberately emitted a low, nasal sound as if indulging in the process of being drained, while simultaneously pretending naturally to withdraw his hands from the back of the blood clan member. The vampire let out a light laugh from the throat and softly inquired, "So enjoyable?" Meanwhile, its right hand had already begun to greedily stroke his neck. Qi Yan responded with a soft, He knew the blood clan member would soon finish this blood-sucking session and was already casting longing glances at his nape. These 3 days had only heightened the blood clan member's appetite. The usual method of sipping shallowly from one spot was no longer satisfying enough. Prince Amr, he intentionally called the vampire's name and requested, "Hold me. Use both arms, hold me tightly." He heard a sigh filled with indulgence but also helplessness from the Blood Clan, who followed his command by wrapping him firmly in two strong arms while slowly pulling the fangs out of his body. It was time, this was the perfect moment. For a brief moment, Qi Yan even believed he could hear his own nervous yet steady heartbeat, thump after thump, seemingly awaiting the moment ahead. Without hesitating further, he reached out and quickly tore off the black silk blindfold from his eyes. He felt anxious. To tell the truth, he adored this vampire, yet at the same time, he feared the other party deeply. He had never dared to think himself overly special in the vampire's eyes or occupy an irreplaceable position. In the past, he'd always been obedient and hadn't caused any issues, believing that as long as he kept acting this way, he'd smoothly end this arrangement and return to his normal, ordinary life. He wasn't certain how much trouble this sudden complication would bring him, whether it might thoroughly enrage Prince Amr, nor was he certain if pursuing such a simple, useless wish would be worth the risk. 12 o'clock was almost here, and the agreement was about to conclude. His memory was about to be wiped clean. Even the image of Prince Amr wouldn't remain in his mind for long. Yet, despite everything, he had acted. The desire to simply see him overpowered every rational objection. "Amr, can you once again indulge me? Be merciful, make an exception for me, love me." He opened his eyes and looked toward the vampire he had fallen under the spell of, awaiting the judgment from the other. The vampire prince wore an intricately crafted white long-sleeved shirt, the collar already disheveled during their earlier intimacy. Just now withdrawing his fangs from Qi Yan's body, the sharp canine teeth weren't retracted yet, dripping with fresh crimson blood. Qi Yan knew, that was his blood. The living room's clock struck the hour, pointing at midnight as the bedroom's wall clock hands aligned at 12. The precious 1.5 hours Qi Yan had cherished were up, presenting him instead with an unexpected gift. The vampire prince appeared just as Qi Yan had imagined, strikingly handsome, with a unique aura of elegance and mystery. However, Qi Yan was completely frozen in place, his face etched with disbelief as he stared at the long, blood-stained fangs protruding from the vampire's mouth. Yingji. He softly tested out the familiar name, the name belonging to his friend who was a vampire hunter. Before him stood a vampire prince sharing exactly the same face and build as the hunter. The only difference lay in the fact that the hunter's usual amiable and approachable demeanor disappeared. Before him now was Prince Amr, exuding power and composed ease, making it crystal clear he had everything under control. Although there wasn't the heavy presence of slaughter and bloodstain around him, among enforcement officers, discerning eyes could easily recognize who truly commanded respect as the king. If this Yingji were like this, Qi Yan would never have mistaken him for an unqualified part-timer of the enforcement team. The vampire prince quickly realized what had happened. Looking cautiously, almost trembling, at the person before him, he slowly raised his hands, appearing like a rogue forced into surrender by an officer pressing vital points. "I can explain," he swallowed audibly, dark black eyes locked onto Qi Yan, not missing any slight change in expression. "Ian, don't be afraid, I will tell you everything." He finally began to speak using his true voice, a timbre indistinguishable from that of a vampire hunter, yet the tone and manner clearly belonged to a vampire prince. This posture was undoubtedly an admission of that name, the name belonging to a vampire hunter. The situation seemed to reverse in an instant. The one standing trembling in fear awaiting judgment had shifted from the human who broke the rules to the vampire prince who set them. Qi Yan stood there motionless, not because he was listening to the vampire, but because he didn't know how to react. The small wound above his collarbone was still bleeding slightly, earlier events were so sudden that the Blood Clan hadn't even managed to treat his injuries. But Qi Yan could no longer focus on his own wounds as the entire scenario before him was too absurd for him to grasp what truly happened. His stunned state gave Yingji an opening. Yingji would not allow him more time to comprehend, think, decide, or pass judgment. In the blink of an eye, the vampire moved swiftly to the human side, wrapping an arm around his waist, and extending his fangs into the tender neck of the unsuspecting person. Qi Yan went limp instantly, closing his eyes as he relaxed against the vampire's body. Vampire fangs secrete venom that renders their prey unconscious for short periods. Dipping a finger in the residue from Qi Yan's shoulder wound, Yingji dabbed it gently, sealing the 2 punctures marks before cradling the unconscious form in his arms, a momentary confusion clouding his mind. Instinctively, he sensed this predicament required careful handling, and the first thought crossing his mind was carrying him back home, discuss matters there. He would bring Ian home and plead with him. People often say that every quarrel between husband and wife resolves at night. There is nothing they cannot overcome. Don't be afraid. Taking out a coat from the wardrobe, Yingji wrapped it carefully around the slumbering form, stepping out of the bedroom with Qi Yan in his arms. The butler looked questioningly at the prince readying to go out, unsure what new twist occurred. Hadn't his highness been happily spending days inside with the future princess? The vampire prince calmly commanded, "Prepare the plane for our return." "Return? Now? Is this what you mean, your highness?" Gray cautiously confirmed. Yes, the Blood Clan member stroked the slightly furrowed brows of the man in his arms, answering calmly as if nothing unusual had taken place, directly back to the castle. Chapter 89, Coffin. When Qi Yan woke up, he found himself in a dark, enclosed space. The space wasn't large and was completely sealed off, with all sides within reach. He could feel the air circulating freely, making breathing easy, so it wasn't completely closed, but psychologically, there was still a sense of suffocation. He seemed to be locked inside a coffin. An arm rested on his waist. Qi Yan could feel someone lying to his left, a body that was ice cold, without a heartbeat. He immediately thought of the story of Bluebeard from fairy tales. The vampire seemed to be playing some sort of game with him. On one hand, as the vampire hunter, providing him information and gaining his trust, on the other, as the vampire prince, forcing him step by step into a trap. If he obediently played along, everything would go well, the game would end, and he'd escape successfully. However, if his curiosity got the better of him and he insisted on uncovering the truth behind the game, the vampire would take his life. So now was he locked in a coffin by Prince Amr to await death? Was the person next to him a predecessor who had met the same fate? He cautiously placed his hand on that arm, attempting first to push it away. Regardless of what, even if they shared a similar plight, being hugged by a corpse inside a coffin was quite unnerving. However, Qi Yan failed to move the arm. Instead, the corpse embraced him tighter, then leaned down and pecked at his neck, murmuring hoarsely, "Good baby, stay here with me for a little longer." Qi Yan froze completely. He didn't even know how to address the other party. After hesitating for a moment, he tentatively called out, "Ingji." He suddenly remembered something. Prince Amr was actually Ingji, which meant he could speak Chinese, yet he had tricked him into speaking English for an entire month. Just thinking about it made him furious, even temporarily forgetting his fear. Qi Yan thought to himself that he must have been really stupid. It was all because of the dream he had the first time when he inadvertently saw the vampire's hand. His dream subject was originally just that pale, blurred hand. When he met Ingji later, the hand became clear, it belonged seamlessly to Ingji rather than a vampire, and so did the figure in his dreams. His instincts had already identified them as the same person, revealing the truth through dreams long ago, while he himself remained oblivious. Thinking about this, Qi Yan couldn't help but wonder about something else, resisting it again and again until he couldn't hold back any longer. He nudged the person beside him and asked, "Ingji, I've had many dreams about you before. Were those caused by you?" If all of this was part of the other's grand plan and design, he closed his eyes briefly. It was terrifying, not knowing how far this vampire prince wanted to toy with him. "It wasn't me." In the darkness, the vampire lifted his body slightly to lightly kiss his eyes. "Sweetheart, don't be so suspicious. Those were just your dreams." After considering for a moment, he volunteered to add, "But what happened between us that night at my place wasn't a dream. What you saw was truly me. You came toward me, so invitingly, rubbing against me, and I couldn't possibly refuse you." As he finished speaking, his voice carried more allure and laughter. "Damn. An insolent bastard." Qi Yan felt his face flush repeatedly. He turned his head, unwilling to dwell on the memories anymore. He adored Prince Amr, but he truly trusted Ingji, trusting him wholeheartedly and instinctively. However, the fact proved that the existence of the vampire hunter identity had always been a lie. Now, all he hoped for was to leave the prince unharmed, without expecting anything else. "What do you want to do exactly?" he asked bluntly. "Whether you want to drink my blood or do something else entirely can be arranged. If 3 days aren't enough, 30 days are fine too. I can belong to you completely, fulfilling every demand you have, allowing you to play however you wish." His voice choked slightly, "But this time, can you not deceive me? Can you simply let me go after our agreement ends?" The vampire clan fell silent for a moment before slowly saying, "Yen, are you mad at me? I swear to heaven, except for the fact that I am not a vampire hunter, every word I've said to you is true." It sounded like an oath from a vampire meant something. He flipped the human over, embracing him fully, seriously. "At first, I didn't intend to deceive you. You said you hated me and my feeding on your blood. To keep you from fearing me and running away, I pretended to be a vampire hunter. If you dislike me drinking your blood, would you consider drinking mine? You seemed to enjoy it last time. Yan Qi, don't be angry with me. It's my fault. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. Just don't be like this." Saying this, he was about to offer his wrist directly in front of Yan Qi's mouth, completely forgetting that Yan Qi lacked the ability to pierce his skin. "I won't." Yan Qi turned his head and avoided it, falling silent. Yingji could not figure out his thoughts, trying everything to win back his favor but unsure what to say. After a moment of deliberation, he tentatively asked, "Do you like this coffin? Is it comfortable? This is my coffin, and other vampires are envious beyond words. In the future, we can live here together." Qi Yan didn't understand what Yingji aimed to achieve after manipulating him in so many ways, but he no longer wished to remain inside the coffin. Taking the opportunity, he said, "It's too dark, I want to go out. Can you let me out?" The tone was still distant and respectful, even more alienated than when he first encountered Prince Amr. Yingji felt somewhat at a loss. He'd prefer being rebuked or punished by Yan Qi instead of the current situation. Such an unresponsive lover left him feeling powerless. He wanted to assert himself firmly, perhaps saying something like, "You cannot leave the coffin unless you agree to be with me forever," but he neither had the heart nor courage to do so. He could only cater to the other's wishes, unable to defy any longer. Upon hearing those words, Yi Yingji immediately coaxed him with embraces. All right, my darling baby, stop being angry. Husband will take you out. If you dislike it, we can sleep in the bed afterward. Actually, he genuinely wanted to sleep with Qi Yan in a coffin, it wasn't a mere scare tactic. The inherent preference for coffins as part of his heritage and tradition was secondary, he just loved having his beloved close, within his own intimate space, with only each other around. To him, sleeping in the coffin was warm and cozy, but since his beloved didn't like it, there was nothing he could do. There was plenty of time ahead, surely, there would be another chance to help Yan Qi understand the beauty of staying together intimately in the coffin. Yi Yingji pushed aside the coffin lid and lifted Yan Qi directly out. His coffin was taller than usual, smooth on all four walls, and he worried that Qi Yan might have difficulty climbing out. Only after Qi Yan was placed on the ground did he begin observing the surroundings. The floor and walls were made of stone, with iron candle holders affixed on both sides of the wall, where orange flames burned brightly. The space wasn't large, empty except for a black and heavy wooden coffin centrally located, with a curving staircase leading upwards beside it. Yan Qi couldn't help but glance back once more at the solemn black coffin where he had lain earlier. Yi Yingji pointed to the upward stone staircase. We are currently underground. From here, we can reach my bedroom directly, but it requires climbing more than 100 steps. With utmost care, he glanced at Yan Qi. Yan Qi, let me carry you up. To him, regular humans truly felt soft enough to crumble with just a slight squeeze, and he wouldn't let any occasion slip by to show affection. No need, thank you. I can climb the stairs myself. Although weak from waking up, he found climbing them manageable. He truly couldn't comprehend which act the vampire prince was playing. Referring to himself as a husband so fluently with utmost courteousness, was it because of his actions in the dreams that pleased the prince, making him think it amusing, hence transitioning from a friendly but inept vampire hunter into the perfect filial son-in-law and his spoiled wife? Should he continue to play along with him? Would the prince turn against him outright if he chose not to comply? While lost in these thoughts, Yan Qi climbed the stone stairs. The exit led to a spacious bedroom closely resembling the one from his dream, sparingly decorated with only a bedside table, bed, wardrobe, and fireplace, making the space appear wider. Two small windows opened onto the walls, letting in little light and making the interior especially cold and dim. Yi Yingji took his hand, leading him on a tour elsewhere. This place has been around for some time. The interior design and architecture style are rather old-fashioned. The bedroom has been expanded later, while other parts remain untouched, maintained annually according to protocol. Everything can be redecorated or renovated according to your preferences in the future. Guided by the vampire, Yan Qi toured the entire castle. Indeed, as Yi Yingji said, most bedrooms had minimal spaces, all unused, revealing that the master rarely frequented these places, and visitors were scarce. In the end, Yi Yingji led him outside the castle, into the yard. Among the layers of deep green foliage, white flower buds were already faintly visible, gently swaying in the breeze. Qi Yan walked a few steps further and looked back at the building. It was daytime now, and under the blue sky, the black castle stood solemn and majestic, its spires pointing straight to the heavens like knights in a chess set. At once, he recognized this as the very castle in the photograph Yi Yingji had sent him before. Back then, he had casually remarked that he must visit it someday, never imagining his words would turn into prophecy so quickly with the owner actually bringing him here. Apparently, everything Yi Yingji had said previously was true, without any exaggeration or boasting. After all, he was truly the prince of the blood clan. Yi Yingji caught up to him in a few quick strides. I mostly live here, and you mentioned liking it before, so I directly brought you here. If you don't like it, we can change places. Qi Yan looked up at him, but right now, I just want to go back. I have classes to attend. The vampire grabbed his hand and stared down at him. Sorry, Qi Yan, only this isn't possible for now. Until I am sure that I've got hold of you, I won't loosen my grip. I will ask for leave from your school on your behalf. You can watch course videos online and communicate with your classmates and submit assignments via the internet. If you still feel this is detrimental to your studies, I could hire relevant professors to come teach you directly within the castle, the Blood Prince added. I'll do my best not to restrict you or hinder your development. Qi Yan was taken aback. While globally renowned professors were incredibly hard to book due to their busy schedules, he believed this wasn't a challenge for the prince. Being locked up in a castle by a vampire was terrifying enough, but the idea of being confined here every day studying professional courses didn't appeal to him at all. Without a second thought, Qi Yan declined. Thank you, Your Highness, there's no need for that. However, can you find a way to exempt me from all my coursework? Chapter 90, Castle Anecdotes. All the vampire servants in Amel Castle could see the sweetness and sorrow of the prince's highness. The prince wasn't like this before. He used to have almost no emotions, appearing indifferent to everything, and would sleep in his coffin when bored, sometimes for hundreds of years at a time. But ever since his highness returned this time, it had been a whole month since he last slept in a coffin. All these changes were because of the human he brought back. Every vampire in the castle could see that, when the human was sleeping or having his blood drunk by the prince, and when saying things like, I'm not hungry and don't want to eat. Let me go back, otherwise I'll go on hunger strike. You won't get healthy blood to drink, Yi Yingji, I am serious this time. Dragging me to the dining room will be useless, yet as soon as he sat down at the table, he would obediently eat all the food he made himself. At such times, the prince would show obvious sweetness and joy. However, whenever the human became upset and moody, it troubled and saddened the prince. Mrs. Roberta, who was responsible for logistics in the castle, whispered to the butler quietly, "Forgive me for saying, I haven't noticed how unhappy the gentleman the prince brought back is, nor do I think that gentleman dislikes his royal highness." This Mrs., also a vampire with over 1,000 years of life, believed she was quite perceptive about human emotions and highly sensitive. According to her years of observation, no one could sleep peacefully night after night beside someone they dislike, let alone still maintain a good appetite when eating together daily. You may pay extra attention to someone you hate, but when you like someone, your gaze follows them involuntarily. And this human gentleman clearly fell into the latter category, evidenced by how their gazes would always lock unconsciously when he and the prince shared the same space. They'd stare silently at each other without speaking until the prince finally stood up and carried his human back to the bedroom, breaking the silent yet intense atmosphere. This young human, barely over 20 years old, was isolated and helpless in the vampire's ancient castle. The only person closest to him here was the culprit who kidnapped him, and even his forced indifference couldn't last 3 days. With rich feelings, Mrs. Roberta privately sighed, comparing him to an innocent human bride in a script, abducted and imprisoned by vampires. Yet, she willingly acted as an accomplice to the sinful prince, hoping their prince would soon win the affection of his little delicacy. For over 1,000 years, this was the first time the prince had brought someone else back to his territory and displayed an unmistakable fondness. Everyone in the castle knew that the poor human was bound to fall into the hands of the prince sooner or later. But even they didn't expect that the human would cave completely within 4 days. On the 5th night, he was once again thoroughly taken by their prince. Prince Amel didn't hide this at all, actually making quite a commotion. Despite the blood race members in the castle acting as if they were diligently working and uninterested in the master's private life, this news quickly spread throughout the entire fortress. Moreover, they knew that since that day, the prince hadn't missed any big feasts. So when they saw the human bickering with the prince during the day, they couldn't help but sigh. Humans were truly lacking in determination and prone to self-deception. Mrs. Roberta asked the butler, "Gray, should we start preparing for the wedding? It needs to be done early, at least half a year in advance to send invitations to the guest list. The prince's wedding is a major event." After 2 seconds of deep thought, Gray nodded, "Then let's start the preparations, thank you for your effort." They didn't even bother to consult the prince. Gray secretly thought that they could handle all the wedding details themselves. After all, the prince wouldn't care which vampires to invite for the ceremony. As for the guests on behalf of the princess, those could be discussed later. Perhaps the enforcement team's members could be borrowed temporarily for protection. Of course, matters such as the final venue arrangements, dress designs, ring styles, and flower varieties would need the prince's personal approval. He shared these thoughts with Mrs. Roberta, who praised repeatedly, "You are indeed a meticulous and thoughtful butler." New paragraph starts here. Gray humbly responded, "All of these are what I should do. I had no prior experience organizing weddings before, so I'll need your guidance." Qi Yan had no idea that there were already vampires arranging his wedding. He didn't even know how many vampire servants were in this castle. Because most of them worked at night, cleaning the castle, tending to flower beds, and preparing ingredients, all these tasks were done during the nighttime hours. By that time, he was always long carried back to the bedroom by Yingji. During the day, most vampires would return to their rooms to sleep, leaving only a few on day shift. In fact, due to his arrival, the Blood Clan prince greatly increased his daytime activities, completely turning into an upside-down vampire. To satisfy the master's needs, Gray had already arranged for more vampires to work during the day, paying them extra white shift allowances. One morning, Qi Yan woke up as usual in the arms of the vampire. He blinked, closed his eyes again, and mumbled, pushing the vampire's chest. "Yingji, what time is it? Go make breakfast, I'm hungry." "Let's go later." The vampire slightly opened his eyes to check the time. "It's already 11. Babe, why don't we just have lunch instead? We can still sleep for another hour." Saying this, he pulled the blanket further up, covering both of them, then hugged the soft body of his lover and closed his eyes again. Qi Yan softly replied, snuggling closer to the vampire, closing his eyes again to continue sleeping. He didn't feel anything was amiss. After all, in the past month, his schedule had gradually aligned with the vampires. He often ate breakfast and lunch around noon or 1 o'clock, dinner and a midnight snack around 8 p.m., then returned to the room with the vampire and spent the rest of the night together until waking up at noon the next day. Though lazy and unhealthy, it was indeed comfortable. Qi Yan finally understood why there was a phrase called mixing with demons. Wasn't he now just carelessly fooling around with the vampire? Just as he was about to drift off again, Qi Yan suddenly became alert and asked the person beside him, "Yingji, what's today's date?" The vampire mumbled, "Let me think, it's probably June 6th. His answer wasn't precise. Qi Yan reached for his phone and glanced at it. It was already June 7th. Clearly, the vampire prince, lost in passion and indulging in affection, was still living yesterday's life. He sat up abruptly. "Yingji, my exam week is starting. I remember my first exam is on June 9th. These days, he'd really been overindulging with the vampire too much. He couldn't explain how it happened. Originally, he was both angry and scared. But when he found out that the delicious meals he had been eating every day were actually made by the vampire himself, he softened a little and retreated a small step. And from then on, he was coaxed and half-forced into developing such an intimate relationship with this destructive vampire. He also felt quite satisfied. Was he beyond saving? His Stockholm syndrome after being locked in this ancient castle seemed to deepen. Qi Yan felt like he was a man without willpower who had strayed. He knew his school was home and studying was the proper path, yet this vampire prince wasn't a good person, having deceived him before. Still, he couldn't resist his allure and had spent an entire month not returning home at night, ignoring his duties. Only now that the housewife was waiting at home with a broomstick did he begin to regret. His exams were approaching. Yi Yingji also sat up, hugging him from behind and planting a kiss on his neck. Don't worry, everything will be fine. I can arrange for them to exempt you from your exams. How many points do you want? This was infuriating. This privileged and unruly mistress could directly override the authority of the school. Qi Yan dryly replied, the exchange courses aren't counted towards grades, so just passing is fine if I'm excused. But that wasn't the point. He turned around and said to the vampire, I need to go back to school for the exams, it's a matter of principle. He needed to be a responsible and dutiful man. Even though he'd spent many days carelessly with the vampire, he still needed to take the exams, otherwise even earning credit wouldn't sit well with him, leaving him uneasy. After thinking for a moment, Yi Yingji placed his chin on Qi Yan's shoulder and promised, all right. I'll arrange a flight for you tomorrow afternoon. However, my love, I also hope you can grant me one wish. What? Qi Yan tilted his head to look at him. Sleep in the coffin with me tonight, Yi Yingji whispered gently, and also, to celebrate your arrival, the castle has been preparing for a grand banquet, which will be held tonight. You must attend as my companion. Qi Yan's body suddenly froze at the words. Are they all vampires? Shocked by the news of the banquet, he completely ignored Yi Yingji's earlier wish to share a coffin. Don't be afraid, Yi Yingji caressed his waistline and consoled him. We only need to make a brief appearance before returning to rest in the coffin. I know you have to go back to school tomorrow, so I won't let you get too tired. Chapter 91, The Truth After Drinking. Qi Yan pushed Yi Yingji's hand away. At a time like this, the vampire was still trying to seduce him. He turned over and pushed the bloodline's shoulder. Yi Yingji, hand me my clothes. I don't know where you threw them yesterday. The vampire got out of bed and took a set of clothes from the wardrobe and handed it to him, a newly made suit. Try it on first to see if it fits. Time is too tight, if it doesn't fit well, we can only ask Mrs. Roberta to make some quick adjustments. We will have more tailored ones next time. Fortunately, the vampires seemed to be a very forward-thinking race. The suits were modern Western styles rather than strange medieval designs from today's perspective. After Qi Yan dressed, he stood on the ground while Yi Yingji knelt before him to adjust his trouser cuffs. Then he stood up and leaned down to adjust the sleeves and collar, finally squinting slightly as he observed Qi Yan thoroughly. Not bad. We can use this size going forward. The vampire quickly took out the same style of clothes for himself to change into. After buttoning up the shirt, he deliberately extended his hand in front of Qi Yan, naturally requesting, Ian, help me fasten the cufflinks. Qi Yan didn't take it seriously and naturally bent down to fix the cuffs for him, fastened the cufflinks, and then, just like what the other person had done earlier, knelt down to smooth out his trouser cuffs before straightening up to adjust the vampire's collar. The vampire prince slightly lowered his eyes, bringing their gazes to meet. The vampire softly said, Ian, will you be responsible for these things in the future? And I'll also take care of you. Qi Yan looked up at him, lips pursed without answering, lost in thought with a faint blush creeping onto his face. The bloodline took the opportunity to lean down and placed a kiss on his forehead. At 8 o'clock in the evening, elegantly dressed vampire guests gradually arrived at Prince Emil's castle. This banquet was originally purely for celebrating Qi Yan's arrival, but a week ago, the steward suggested to His Highness the Prince that they might as well complete the engagement ceremony during the banquet. The Blood Prince agreed without much thought. After all, the ring had been given long ago. The castle prepared fresh blood for all the arriving guests, and as the vampires savored the blood, they chatted, awaiting the appearance of their hosts. The always secluded, mysterious, and powerful Prince Emil suddenly hosting a banquet in the castle was already surprising enough, but the even heavier news was that His Highness the Prince was going to become engaged to a human. They could barely believe it, almost thinking it was a poor April Fool's joke if the timing and protagonists didn't align so well. However, His Highness Prince Emil never joked around, and no one dared to joke with him either, so this could only be real. This was not unusual though, even if the bride was still human now. By the time of the wedding, His Highness the Prince would definitely give her the first embrace, transforming her into a vampire. The strength of the vampires usually depended on the influence of the vampire who gave them the first embrace, and accepting Prince Emil's first embrace would naturally transform this princess into a powerful vampire. So the vampires began to be curious, what kind of human, with how sweet a blood, could possibly make the legendary vampire clan prince lose his soul to him, even willing to bind a matrimonial pact with him. Vampires rarely held weddings because love itself was so unpredictable, there was no telling when they might fall out of love. Considering the long lifespan of the vampires, no one could guarantee they could remain monogamous forever, walking side by side with another vampire for eternity. They would form short-lived relationships, but rarely did they enter into marriage contracts. When the steward found the master of the castle, he saw their prince cooking ox tongue in the kitchen, while the soon-to-be princess was standing beside, watching eagerly. Not enough, make some more. Ingji, can we add more garlic? The vampire prince added a few cloves of garlic into the pan without hesitation. Gray stood by the kitchen door and knocked gently. Sorry, your highness, forgive my interruption. All the guests have arrived, you should take Mr. Chi back to change clothes. Wait a moment, Ian wants to eat ox tongue, let's deal with it after he finishes. The vampire replied unhurriedly. Take charge of everything else for now. A brief appearance by me and Ian will suffice. Yi Yingji had discovered that Qi Yan was less likely to quarrel with him when full, easier to deceive, and easier to cajole. So, the more mischievous he planned to be, the more he would cater to Qi Yan beforehand, preparing delicious food to please his beloved. Gray nodded, bowed, and left silently. The vampire prince turned off the fire, put the cooked ox tongue on a plate, casually carved a flower out of a radish, and served it with warm boiled green broccoli, placing it in front of his lover. Then he picked up the wine already decanted on the table and poured it for both of them. Eat more vegetables. Have some wine, it's good for your health. He spoke gently, no need to rush, for those vampires, a new day has just begun. Of course he knew how poor Qi Yan was at drinking alcohol, even one glass of low-alcohol fruit wine would make him dizzy. But that was exactly what he wanted. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the vampire prince finally appeared before the guests with the rumored human. He merely stood in the center of the second-floor corridor, nodding in greeting to the guests gathered in the hall downstairs, not approaching the blood clan's midst. The human by his side softly leaned on him, his cheeks flushed, appearing obedient and reliant on him. Yi Yingji squeezed Qi Yan's hand and whispered, Ian, show them the ring on your finger. Qi Yan had been coaxed into drinking 2 large cups of wine while eating ox tongue as a late-night snack. His thoughts had already become sluggish, even his change of clothes earlier being assisted by the vampire. When he heard the vampire speaking near his ear, he subconsciously tilted his face, showing the blood clan a wide smile, revealing both of his dimples. After a moment of confusion, he realized what the vampire meant, then turned around, raising his left hand toward the audience below, his smiling expression never fading. For an instant, Yi Yingji almost felt blinded by his smile, his heart pounding rapidly. A brief days later, he quickly wrapped an arm around his waist, pinching the soft spot on his left waist and murmuring quietly, Silly Ian, stop smiling, stop smiling. Come here, turn and look at me, Once Qi Yan turned his face back to look at him, Yi Yingji relaxed slightly. He took out a black box and discreetly slid it into his lover's hands, continuing his soft coaxing, good boy, open the box, take the ring out, and put it on my finger. These are engagement rings, I had them specially crafted later, they form a pair with the one I gave you before, both made of silver. The design of the wedding ring can be chosen by you, okay? He whispered as he extended his left hand, deliberately spreading the fingers on either side of his ring finger to make it easier for the other to slip on the ring. Qi Yan meticulously followed his instructions, putting the ring on before tilting his head up and smiling again, like a child waiting for praise. The vampire couldn't hold back any longer, forcefully pulling him into his arms, using his fangs to pierce into his neck. Exchanging blood was one of the steps in the engagement ceremony, but truly, he could no longer endure. Ever since this person happily finished eating the ox tongue, they had started enticing him. The congregation of vampires in the hall erupted in cheers and congratulations, creating a jubilant and noisy atmosphere. The human in his arms seemed also touched by these emotions, softly wrapping his arms around his neck and whispering cheerfully, Ingji, I really like you. Seeing the blood clan looking up at him with lifted eyes, Qi Yan shyly smiled brilliantly upon meeting their gaze. As soon as the blood exchange ended and he was released, he instantly kissed the corner of the vampire's mouth. Yi Yingji was nearly overwhelmed with desire, wishing to immediately scoop up the human and hide them away in his coffin. But the ceremony wasn't over yet. Given that the other was merely a regular human, according to tradition, the final step of the blood exchange required him to actively cut the tip of his left index finger, allowing the other to suck the blood from the wound. The vampire's throat moved slightly as he looked at his beloved. Even drunk like this, Qi Yan would probably transform this ritual into a sweet torture for him. It was almost like a test for him. He needed to finish this quickly. Without hesitation, Yi Yingji decisively used his left thumb's nail to cut his left index finger, pressing the bloody fingertip against the human's lips, lowering his head and lightly tempting, good boy, Ian, help me lick it. Once you do, we can go back to rest and sleep. Sure enough, Qi Yan was easy to fool when drunk. Hearing this, without much hesitation, he nodded and took the bleeding finger into his mouth. He tasted the familiar scent of vampire blood and carefully licked the wound with his tongue. The dark gaze of the vampire remained fixed on him. Feeling this, Qi Yan raised his eyes and revealed a soft, trusting, and utterly unguarded smile. After drinking, he was especially fond of laughing, completely unrestrained in front of Yi Yingji. It should all be over now. He couldn't wait any longer. With a taut expression, the Blood Prince glanced at his butler for confirmation, then briefly acknowledged the vampire guests in the hall before directly sweeping his fiancée into his arms and leaving behind the cheers and congratulatory applause in the hall. He believed Gray and the others would take good care of the guests. Qi Yan didn't fully come back to himself until he was carried to the black coffin in the basement. Placed on the ground, he looked slightly upward at the vampire and asked, Ingji, why did we come here? You said we'd go back to sleep. You lied, you tricked me again. Yi Ingji knew that his lover was now more childish, with straightforward and simple thoughts, so he could only coax him along. I didn't trick you. You promised me this morning that we'd sleep in the coffin today, don't you remember? Qi Yan thought for a moment. It seemed like there really was such an event, though he himself couldn't understand why he had agreed. He probably wanted to make Yi Ingji happy. If Yi Ingji liked it, he wasn't too bothered about accompanying the other to sleep in the coffin. He nodded seriously. All right, then we'll sleep in the coffin today. The vampire lifted the coffin lid, pushed his lover inside, and then lay down beside him. In the dim basement, their two silhouettes gradually disappeared into the dark, heavy coffin. A pale, slender hand extended from within, its left ring finger adorned with a silver ring reflecting faintly under the candlelight. The hand gently adjusted and closed the coffin lid, leaving just a crack for air circulation. From inside the black coffin escaped the gentle sigh of the Blood Prince, baby, I love you too. Much later, Qi Yan slowly regained consciousness. He could feel that he and the vampire were tightly embracing, surrounded by darkness in a confined and narrow space. Yi Ingji must have tricked him into the coffin again. His awareness gradually returned, and along with it came the memories from when he was drunk. Instinctively, he bit down hard on the side of the vampire's neck. The vampire prince soothingly comforted him, good boy, did you wake up? Does your head hurt? Would you like some water? In the darkness, an insulated cup was passed over, and Qi Yan unscrewed the cap to take a sip. It was just the right temperature, slightly sweet, it was honey water. Qi Yan momentarily forgot what he wanted to say. After a pause, he hesitantly whispered, Ingji, are you going to turn me into a vampire? No matter how one looked at it, exchanging rings in front of so many vampires wasn't a simple ceremony, and he couldn't deceive himself or pretend not to guess its meaning. Yi Ingji kissed his earlobe gently, no, I won't. He tenderly embraced the anxious human. The first embrace is tantamount to killing you with my own hands, and I can't do it. Nor could I bear to. Then the vampire chuckled lightly in his ear, besides, you're so greedy for food. How could I bring myself to turn you into a tasteless blood race? Chapter 92, The Bloodline. Qi Yan returned to Sophie's with Yi Ingji on an afternoon flight the next day. Once again, he recognized the power of the unknown dark world. The vampire's private plane crossed international borders without any obstruction. Qi Yan thought about how his passport was still in his dormitory, and when he was taken to the castle, he didn't even have a visa, making him feel like nothing more than contraband food for the vampires. Qi Yan had 3 exams spread throughout the exam week, starting from June 9th until June 20th. The latter 2 exams still allowed time for revision, but the one on the morning of June 9th was pressing. Yi Ingji realized his mistake in keeping his lover locked in a coffin while he indulged himself, only releasing him when it was time for the flight the next noon. Remembering Qi Yan saying that he could not fail his exams, Yi specially instructed Gray privately, ensuring Qi Yan would not receive failing grades. Qi Yan was unaware of Yi Ingji's covert actions. After arriving late at night in Sophie's, Yi Ingji wanted to bring him home to prepare breakfast together in the morning before personally escorting him to take the exam. This sounded appealing to Qi Yan, but it was easy to foresee that if he went, he'd end up entangled with the vampire all night, leaving little time to study properly. Thus, he shook his head in refusal, no, I can't focus when I'm with you. In response, Yi Ingji raised a hand in a promise, this time, I absolutely will not disturb you. Please come with me. Qi Yan lightly kissed him near his lips, wait for me during this time. Let me study quietly by myself, and also let me think carefully. When I make my decision, I'll return to you. His eyes were bright and clear, his expression serious. Touching the place where Qi Yan had kissed him, Yi Ingji acquiesced, then think fast. Sending Gray away, Yi Ingji drove Qi Yan back to the dormitory personally, watching as he walked inside. Returning to his own room, Qi Yan pulled out his tablet and began reviewing course materials. He studied until 3 a.m., took a short nap, woke up at 5, and continued studying. By 7 o'clock, he felt prepared, having reviewed all the slides and last year's test samples, and then started sleeping, waking up at 8:30 a.m. to get ready for the exam which started at 9:30. It should be said that the local education system was rather charming, they did not require calculating the final result of their tests. Instead, showing approximate steps of calculation on the exam paper was sufficient. Moreover, in all courses, 50 points constituted passing marks. Qi Yan didn't know how Yi Ingji managed to get him leave of absence. To friends like Jiang Tian, his reason was always, I'm sick, recuperating at my uncle's. After completing the first exam, Qi Yan arranged to meet Jiang Tian at the school coffee shop. Jiang Tian's first words upon seeing him were, are you feeling better? Qi Yan nodded, yes, I am. Jiang Tian asked anxiously, will the exams be okay? You've missed so many classes. Sincerely, Qi Yan responded, maybe I overestimated its difficulty earlier. 2 hours of study yesterday might have been enough. Regretfully realizing that most of the remaining time should have been spent catching up on sleep. Jiang Tian laughed and scolded him, remembering something suddenly, your visa must be expiring soon, right? When are you planning to return to the country? Right after these exams finish, Qi Yan stirred his coffee, looking up toward his friend, "We'll keep in touch once you're back." Before Qi Yan even had a chance to check his scores after the exam week ended, Gray had already obtained his report card and presented it to the Vampire Prince. "Your Highness, Her Majesty has performed well in her exams, there was no need for me to cheat for her." Yi Yingji nodded. "Has Ian passed all his exams?" "Yes." Gray hesitated, glancing towards the formidable vampire in front of him. "There is another matter. Ian booked tickets back to his homeland." "Is that what you're trying to tell me?" Despite staying calm, the Blood Prince idly fidgeted with the ring on his left hand, their engagement ring placed there by human hands, though he never formally told Qi Yan that they were engaged that day. "I've already known. Go ahead and prepare the aircraft." Seated in a spacious seat, Qi Yan felt the plane ascend as it took off, and closed his eyes. He knew that it wouldn't be long before he would completely leave the southern hemisphere and return to his hometown. He hadn't planned to escape or deceive Yi Yingji. He really just needed some time to think things through alone. Qi Yan had fallen in love with Yi Yingji too quickly, becoming immersed in feelings that left him unable to truly be angry with the other man or reject his requests. He wanted nothing more than to give everything he could to Yi Yingji. Sleeping in a coffin, Qi Yan didn't even mind that if it pleased Yi Yingji, and would gladly accompany him every night in the casket. Qi Yan hadn't loved anyone before, and though he noticed others around him dating, their relationship seemed far different from what he experienced. Unsure whether his own feelings were normal, he decided that he must first understand his own heart before giving the vampire an answer, otherwise, blindly following his instincts and desires without reflection would be irresponsibility not only to himself but also to Yi Yingji. With clarity of purpose, while reviewing for his exams, Qi Yan submitted resumes for several summer internships. One of them notified him that he was invited for an interview the day after tomorrow. Although the salary of a 2-month summer internship wouldn't be much, it would be enough to cover his round-trip flight tickets to Europe and any visa processing fees or related expenses. As an adult already, Qi Yan felt uncomfortable and unwilling to ask his parents for money for visiting his vampire lover overseas. As Qi Yan pondered this in his mind, the flight attendant came over and softly asked what he would like to drink. He casually said tea, and the flight attendant proceeded to list several types of tea, asking which one he preferred. In the end, Qi Yan opted for Longjing. When the hot tea arrived, it was freshly brewed with boiling water over the tea leaves, served alongside a plate of dried fruits. Qi Yan lowered his head and thanked her. His air tickets were arranged by a government-funded organization responsible for study abroad exchanges, so they uniformly booked economy-class seats on Chinese airlines. Thus, he always traveled via Air China. However, the day before boarding, he received a text message from the airline stating that he qualified for an upgrade. When checking in, his seat was automatically upgraded to first class. Regardless, it was a good thing, and although such last-minute free upgrades weren't rare, they still weren't common enough to avoid suspicion. Although Qi Yan did not know why he had been upgraded, he happily accepted it nonetheless. For a journey spanning over 10 hours, comfort was undoubtedly preferable. Before takeoff, Qi Yan sent Yi Yingji a message informing him of his intention to return home to think things through before coming back to him. After sending the message, he grew apprehensive, fearing Yi Yingji might be upset or how the other man would react. Gathering all his resolve, he made one final decision, directly calling his mobile provider to cancel his Australian phone number. Inwardly consoling himself, Qi Yan believed that if Yi Yingji wished to contact him, he certainly would find a way. By not reaching out himself, Yi Yingji was likely giving him time and space to consider thoroughly. However, Qi Yan could never have anticipated seeing Yi Yingji standing right there at the airport terminal when he exited the plane with his luggage. It was high summer in the country, yet the vampire prince was dressed in simple black trousers and a white shirt, with its sleeves slightly rolled up to his forearms. Despite the mundane attire, with his tall frame and striking features, he stood out effortlessly amidst the crowd in the bustling hall. Mr. Gray, the butler, respectfully remained behind him with hands down by his sides. Qi Yan opened and closed his mouth, momentarily frozen in place. The vampire had already spotted him and approached swiftly, naturally greeting him as an old friend arriving at the airport, seamlessly taking his suitcase. With genuine concern, Yi Yingji inquired, "Are you tired? How did you come here?" "Yi Yingji, did you see the text I sent you?" "I saw it," came the quiet response. "And I noticed that you even cancelled your phone number. Bold move." The vampire glanced at Qi Yan, smiling faintly. "I saw your message, and I completely agree with your sentiments. So yesterday, I already instructed Gray to purchase property domestically. You can take all the time you need. And I'll be right here waiting. But when I see you, I just feel drawn to you. I simply cannot calm myself to reflect properly." Yi Yingji quietly took Qi Yan's hand. "Then let yourself keep feeling this way forever. Never awaken from it. That's what I want." Inside the bustling airport, Qi Yan, having just returned from sparsely populated Australia, felt highly uncomfortable. He feared others could sense the intimacy between them. He tugged at Yi Yingji's sleeve. "Did you drive here? Let's go back to the car and talk." This time, Yi Yingji had evidently prepared meticulously. Handing Qi Yan's luggage to Gray, he ordered him to take it back while personally guiding Qi Yan into another vehicle. As soon as they sat inside, Yi Yingji pulled Qi Yan's hand to his chest, holding it earnestly over his heart. I am the same as you." If anything, I feel as if you've put a spell on me. How else could I look at you and become completely entranced, forgetting everything except for you? Relinquishing Qi Yan's hand, Yi Yingji rested his forehead against his beloved's, intertwining their fingers tightly. Take your time. We can think about this together, even for a lifetime if necessary. And if in the end we still can't figure it out, then perhaps we don't need to. Just as Yi Yingji said, Qi Yan found himself thinking less and less about the issue until he completely forgot about it altogether. After graduating from undergraduate school, Qi Yan applied for a master's program at a European university because of Yi Yingji, and after completing his graduate studies, he married the vampire prince in an ancient castle. Qi Yan lied to his friends and family, claiming that he met Yi Yingji during his time there while studying, and after much effort from both Qi Yan and the prince, his parents finally accepted their relationship. On the wedding day, Qi Yan's parents quietly pulled him aside and said, "Yan, your wife has a lot of friends, look at how many people came. It seems her family has no ordinary influence. Be careful in the future and let her more often. Protect yourself so you don't get bullied." Qi Yan looked around at the room full of vampires and, hearing his parents' words, finally understood why he had such tendencies to be timid. It was genetic. He comforted them, saying, "You've seen it before. Yingji treats me well. He cooks for me every day, he won't bully me. Don't worry." That evening, when Qi Yan's father and mother returned to their room, Qi Yan's father muttered to his wife, "I keep getting this strange feeling like I'm giving my son away." Qi Yan's mother agreed, "Yeah, I feel the same way. It must be an illusion." They glanced at each other. Qi Yan's father waved his hand dismissively, "Forget it, forget it. Let it be. Raising that boy until now, we're finally relieved of that burden. From now on, let his wife take care of him." After graduation, Qi Yan stayed in Europe to work. After they got married, Yi Yingji fed him his blood every month, and due to its effects, Qi Yan maintained a youthful appearance. On the outside, time seemed not to have left many marks on him. When young, he could pass it off easily, but by the age of 40, his perpetually youthful face would start to raise questions. Yi Yingji suggested outright that he retire and spend more time with him in the castle. Qi Yan considered it and agreed as well. Even though outwardly he still appeared youthful, he could sense the gradual decline within. Compared to when he first met Yi Yingji, his physical strength was far less than what it once was. He knew his life had already passed the halfway point. Compared to his almost immortal lover, the time he could continue to stay by Yi Yingji's side was short. They had been living together for 20 years, and at most, in another 30 or 40 years, he might have to go first. Qi Yan asked Yi Yingji how he spent the last 1,000 years before meeting him. Yi Yingji calmly answered, saying he watched sunrises and sunsets, laid in a coffin to sleep, and centuries went by quickly. When awake, seeing the world didn't excite him anymore, so he would fall asleep again, only waking up centuries later. After hesitating for a long time, Qi Yan finally asked him what he planned to do if Qi Yan wasn't there anymore. Looking at him intently, Yi Yingji pondered and finally ventured to ask for the first time, "Ian, have you ever thought about becoming a bloodline being and staying with me forever?" While his beloved radiated vitality, Yi Yingji didn't want to transform Qi Yan into a cold-blooded vampire. However, if one day Qi Yan were to leave completely, going somewhere unreachable, then he naturally preferred to keep his love forever by turning him into a vampire and keeping him by his side. Full of anticipation, Yi Yingji waited for Qi Yan's response. Qi Yan shook his head, looking up at him with a pained and bewildered expression. "No. If I gain an extended life, what if you stop wanting me? What if you ignore me or refuse me? Yi Yingji, I cannot stop loving you, and if one day you reject me, I would have to wait alone endlessly, waiting for just a glance back from you. I don't want that. It would be too desperate." He desperately shook his head, his eyes brimming with anguish and struggle as if he had foreseen that scenario. Heartbroken, Yi Yingji embraced him tightly and consoled him repeatedly, "How could I possibly stop wanting you? I simply cannot live without you. Ian, don't doubt me. It's alright, my dear, I'll always be here." After quite some time, Qi Yan gradually calmed down, but from that moment onward, Yi Yingji no longer dared to bring up the matter. At least for now, his beloved was still with him, belonging to him. He would never let go of his Ian, not ever. Years passed quietly and peacefully, and the two of them lived alongside each other in the ancient castle for another 40 springs and autumns. When spring arrived yet again, Qi Yan realized that he likely wouldn't last until the lotuses bloomed. It was only when he realized his life was coming to an end that Qi Yan discovered how overwhelming his possessiveness towards Yi Yingji had become. He hoped that in the long course of his life, Yi Yingji would fall in love with someone else, a person who might be willing to become a vampire and stay by his side so he could forget Qi Yan altogether and not feel lonely. However, at the mere thought of this possibility, Qi Yan's heart ached unbearably. This was his Yi Yingji, and he wasn't about to give him up to anyone. Throughout their time together, Yi Yingji had only fed on his blood. Qi Yan didn't even want Yi Yingji to drink from anyone else anymore. Qi Yan recalled a movie he'd watched before called Gattaca. In it, the protagonist relied on another man's blood, hair, and other physical traits to disguise himself as the real owner of those samples. In the final moments, the second male lead prepared for suicide and deliberately left behind enough of his blood, hair, and other biological samples to last the other man decades. From this, Qi Yan drew inspiration. With Gray's help, he began extracting part of his blood every day and storing it secretly in the ancient castle, giving strict orders to the butler not to reveal it to His Highness until after his death. If Yingji used it sparingly, the blood he'd stored would surely sustain him for several years, right? At least a year's worth should be enough. Qi Yan regretted not thinking of this sooner. If he had, he could have left Yingji enough blood to last decades. Would that mean, at least for a few decades after his death, Yingji would still think of him, still belong to him? Unfortunately, he didn't have much time left. His body couldn't afford daily loss of blood, and even Yingji was now careful not to drink as freely as before. When he thought about it, Yingji hadn't fed on his blood for 7 days straight. Lying in bed, Qi Yan's thoughts became increasingly blurred. He'd been feeling weaker these days, and the doctor advised him to rest fully in bed. It was a regular human doctor treating him, astonished by the disparity between his youthful appearance and his internal state of exhaustion but too afraid of the master's authority to say anything. Struggling, Qi Yan rose from the bed, leaned against the wall, and slowly climbed down the stone stairs leading to the basement where the coffin lay. He had long decided, when he died, he would take possession of Yingji's coffin, ensuring that no matter whom the vampire loved afterward, they couldn't lie in the sacred place that belonged to both of them. 107 steps. Over the decades, he traversed them countless times. This would likely be the last. It took him a full hour. Finally, Qi Yan reached out, gripping the edge of the coffin, unable to take another step. Yingji had originally been cooking porridge for his beloved, intending to bring it to the bedroom. When he returned and found Qi Yan gone, he quickly guessed where he had gone. Rushing down, he saw his lover clinging to the black coffin's edge, lifting his head slowly at the sound of footsteps. Opening innocent black eyes, Qi Yan pouted, "Yingji, carry me inside. Promise me you'll give this coffin to me." So many years, yet Qi Yan still knew how to act childishly adorable. Yingji seemed to sense something ominous, smiling faintly as he picked up Qi Yan and gently placed him into the coffin, gazing softly into his eyes. "Good boy, your husband will hold you." Inside, Qi Yan looked up at him and smiled, showing 2 big dimples. In a childish tone, he bragged, "Yingji, I've left you something. After I'm gone, Gray will hand it over." The vampire bent down, lightly kissed his forehead, brushing his bangs with tender fingers, and replied casually, "Are you talking about the blood you've left?" "I've already finished it." Qi Yan's eyes widened instantly, looking slightly reproachful and somewhat sorrowful. He had thought at least the blood would make Yingji miss him for a whole year. Yingji chuckled softly, pressing a kiss to his lips. Of course, he wouldn't waste any of Ayan's precious blood. He asked his lover quietly, "Ayan, do you still refuse to be with me forever?" Qi Yan felt exhausted. Slowly closing his eyes, he shook his head weakly, whispering faintly, "No. It's too painful. Waiting for you is too painful." An immense wave of sadness engulfed Yingji. He couldn't understand why Ayan subconsciously always believed he'd abandon him, neglect him, forcing him to wait endlessly. "How can I let you wait for me?" Murmuring, he gradually crawled into the coffin entirely, holding Qi Yan tightly in his arms for the last time. As he traced the contours of his beloved's face one final time with his lips, he swiftly retrieved the hidden silver knife from his left sleeve, cutting open Qi Yan's left wrist. Pained, Qi Yan opened his eyes again and looked at his lover. "Yingji, do you want to drink my blood? Why don't you use your teeth?" The fresh blood dripped onto the blade, slid along the edge, and soaked the entire spine of the knife. Yingji gently smiled as he soothed him, then bent down to lick Qi Yan's bleeding wrist. Watching the wound heal rapidly before his eyes, he smiled at Qi Yan, while quickly raising the bloody knife in his right hand and plunging it into his own heart. He pulled out the dagger and tossed it aside, and vampire blood gushed out, covering his hands. The vampire lowered his head, using his blood-streaked pale hands to lift Qi Yan's face, and smiled, "Ayan, don't worry, I'm going with you. I will always be by your side. But, Ayan, promise me this. If there's another chance, you'll accompany me to eternity, all right?" Qi Yan used his last ounce of strength to hug Yingji, his tears streaming uncontrollably over his face. "I promise you, no matter how long, I will stay with you." As he spoke, his voice gradually faded, and his eyes slowly closed. A tear slipped from the corner of his closed eye and eventually vanished. The vampire cradled his beloved in his arms, laid down, and positioned them as they normally slept. A pale, blood-smeared hand slowly reached out from the coffin and adjusted the lid until it was fully closed. This time, there wasn't a single gap, it sealed perfectly. Since the day he became a vampire, Yingji had known that the only way to kill himself was to pierce his heart with a silver weapon drenched in his lover's blood. If he had never fallen in love, he would have lived forever. But now that he loved someone, he willingly chose to leave with him. "Ayan, with you gone, this world has lost all meaning for me." The black coffin remained shut forever, as the vampire embraced his beloved and closed his eyes. Chapter 93, Colliding with Evil. In the dark, empty corridor, Qi Yan walked alone, his footsteps unusually clear in the silence. The only source of light came from his phone. Qi Yan felt uneasy inside. He began to regret his impulsive decision to come here without better preparation. He didn't tell Song Jin about it. Even if he did, Song Jin might not have believed him. In fact, he was also afraid of ghosts and often had to force himself to face them. Without warning, the phone's light went out, plunging the entire corridor into complete darkness. Qi Yan put away his phone, which had turned off automatically, and stopped in place. He could sense something approaching. A small hand timidly tugged at the hem of his clothes. Qi Yan turned around and saw a little girl clinging to him, apparently fearing something. She pleaded softly, "Uncle, can you take me away from here? It's so dark, so cold, and I'm so scared." Qi Yan swallowed hard, anxiously looking down at the little girl holding onto him, whispering gently, "Okay." He could feel the tension in his throat muscles. He knew he shouldn't agree. Agreeing would mean giving over most of his life to the ghost, leaving only a small portion still under his control. But without taking some risks to expose its weaknesses, he wasn't confident in his ability to overpower it. Contrary to appearances, this was no mere ghost. Whether battling humans or ghosts, it all boiled down to calculation. If calculated against by either people or spirits, the result would always be death. After gaining her promise, the little girl moved closer to him and pointed at the small porcelain bottle hanging from his chest, asking, "What is that thing you're wearing, uncle? Can you take it off for me to look?" Qi Yan forced another smile and nodded, "All right." He placed his hand on the porcelain bottle, slowly untying the black rope holding it around his neck. This thing feared his porcelain bottle, so it deliberately lured him to remove his amulet. He knew this. He also guessed that it probably intended to trick him into letting go of his bottle so that it would fall to the ground. He wouldn't let that happen. So Qi Yan reached out and carefully placed the porcelain bottle on the nearby windowsill. And the moment the porcelain bottle left his hand, an evil aura surged forth. The ghostly figure below him let out an unexpected, low-pitched howl of pain. Its eyes turned completely red, and 2 streams of bloody tears flowed down from them. Its limbs stretched out, and it raised its head, glaring at Qi Yan with deep hatred. Its voice became ear-splitting, causing unbearable pain in one's eardrums. "What are you really?" "I'm human," Qi Yan smiled as he pointed toward the porcelain bottle, "only that thing is used to suppress myself." The ghost displayed an expression of disbelief in its human form. Qi Yan observed this clearly, seizing the opportunity immediately. He kicked the creature to the ground and pressed a talisman that he had prepared beforehand onto its chest. Watching the thing turn into black smoke and disappear, Qi Yan exhaled deeply, reclaiming the porcelain bottle, carefully placing it back around his neck, and using the flashlight function on his phone to illuminate the path ahead, leaving the building. The clouds parted, and moonlight shone on his face. He hadn't lied. He was just an ordinary human being, apart from being born into the Qi family and naturally surrounded by malevolent energy. The eldest grandson of a Tianshi, Taoist master, family, yet naturally imbued with ghostly evil Qi. That porcelain bottle was a gift from someone who could help suppress his internal overflowing evil Qi and spare him many unnecessary troubles. Outside, the Song couple waited for him. Seeing him emerge, Song Jin approached anxiously, rubbing his hands and asking worriedly, "Qi Yan, are you all right? Did you resolve it?" Qi Yan tilted his head slightly, looked up, and gave him an innocent smile. "Uncle, can you take me away from here?" Before Song Jin could react, his wife Tao Huanhuan screamed in fright, pointing at Qi Yan for quite a while before realizing it was Qi Yan himself. Then she rushed forward and started pounding him. She didn't have much strength, and Qi Yan realized he'd taken the joke too far, thus apologizing repeatedly while slightly dodging sideways but not entirely avoiding her strikes. Song Jin quickly stepped forward to pull Tao Huanhuan away and embraced her comfortingly. After a while, Tao Huanhuan calmed down. She gestured to estimate the height of a young child and quietly asked Qi Yan, "Was it, what you pretended to be earlier, resolved?" Her voice was very soft, as if afraid to disturb something. Song Jin had already asked this question earlier, but Qi Yan didn't think Tao Huanhuan's inquiry was superfluous. Instead, he confirmed again, "Not bad, not as powerful as I imagined. It's been resolved." Only then did Tao Huanhuan breathe a sigh of relief. The early spring night was still quite chilly, and Song Jin urged the two of them to quickly get into the car and leave this place. Song Jin and Tao Huanhuan were Qi Yan's high school classmates. Back then, Song Jin was Qi Yan's best friend, the kind who covered for him when he was secretly dating Tao Huanhuan. Later, when they went to university, Song Jin and Tao Huanhuan deliberately applied to the same local school. Qi Yan, wanting to stay nearby to care for his mother and grandfather, eventually chose a university in our city that wasn't far from the two of them, and naturally, their interactions never ceased. After graduation, Qi Yan stayed at the school to pursue his master's degree. He was only 6 months away from graduating. Song Jin, following his lifelong ideal, applied to the local public security department, with some help from his family landing a position as a people's police officer after graduation. Tao Huanhuan studied medicine, graduating a year later than the others and now interning at a hospital. Our city, not being a major metropolis, had relatively little competition in various fields, but life there was peaceful and stable. Soon after graduating, Tao Huanhuan and Song Jin got married. Despite being newlyweds, they rarely ever minded Qi Yan tagging along, often inviting him over to share meals despite him living alone. 2 weeks ago, Tao Huanhuan was dispatched by her hospital to a suburban hospital for an exchange program lasting 3 months. This suburban hospital was divided into an east wing and a west wing, with the latter serving as the main section where most doctors treated patients. The east wing only housed an office building and a ward, and it took about 20 minutes on foot to walk between the two sections. However, since our city wasn't very large, many patients preferred visiting the well-known public hospitals in the city center. As a result, this hospital didn't receive too many patients, and the West Wing's ward, which could also provide beds, saw even fewer patients assigned to it, giving the place a generally quiet atmosphere. Being a novice just starting her career, Tao Huanhuan lacked experience. Although the work at this suburban hospital was more leisurely compared to her previous hospital, its distance from the city made it undesirable for senior doctors. Hence, this exchange position fell to her, and she was promptly assigned to work in the West Wing ward. A week prior, she had been scheduled for night duty. Since she was prone to feeling cold, she brought along a blanket. Unfortunately, she forgot to take it with her when she left her office in the fourth-floor room of the office building. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, unable to bear the cold any longer, she informed the doctor supervising her and went back up to retrieve the blanket. Upon finishing and locking the door, she heard faint crying sounds coming from the upper floors, yet the fifth floor contained nothing but supply rooms and storage rooms. Moreover, at that time, the corridor lights weren't on, making it unlikely for anyone to be there. Her heart shuddered, afraid to investigate further, and so she ran down the stairs. The building was old and didn't have an elevator. However, just as she reached the stairwell entrance, she felt someone gently grabbing her wrist. She turned around and saw a pale-faced little girl whose head barely reached her waist looking up at her and softly asking, "Sister, I'm so cold, so scared, can you take me away from here?" Tao Huanhuan froze out of sheer terror. Back in her student days, she had heard many ghost stories related to hospitals and was always somewhat fearful. To ease her mind before starting work, Qi Yan had prepared her a bunch of protective talismans, including ones against evil spirits and amulets for peace. She carried them in her pocket, uncertain whether they would actually work but finding some comfort in their presence. When faced with the reality of encountering something paranormal, she instinctively grabbed the talismans and her blanket, throwing them all toward the ghost-like figure before using the opportunity to break free and run out. That night, she suffered from a high fever due to fright. After recovering and recounting the event to Song Jin, he immediately took a sick leave for her. Both the Song and Tao families hurriedly contacted influential contacts hoping to terminate her exchange work early. Eventually, her supervisor agreed to allow her to return to her original hospital once she recuperated. It seemed like the ordeal was over. However, starting from that day, Tao Huanhuan began experiencing recurring nightmares. In her dreams, she kept returning to the dim stairwell inside the office building, where an icy hand grabbed her. Then, a pale-faced little girl would look up at her and ask plaintively, "Sister, will you take me away?" Initially, the dream repeated itself over the first 2 nights. On the third night, within the nightmare, she involuntarily turned back only to see the girl's face streaked with blood, tears glaring malevolently at her as she screamed fiercely, "Why didn't you take me away? Let me follow you." Tao Huanhuan was almost driven to the brink of a mental breakdown, even fearing sleep itself. Yet her mind couldn't sustain the stress much longer. Desperate, her parents wanted to take her to a temple to check if her condition was due to encountering some sort of malevolent spirit. It was then that Song Jin recalled someone who might offer a better solution. Modern temples and Taoist shrines may not always be reliable, and even if being swindled was secondary, Tao Huanhuan's condition wouldn't hold out much longer at this rate. Qi Yan, on the other hand, was likely to possess ways of dealing with such situations, so why not let him have a look? It had only been less than a week since Tao Huanhuan's encounter with that thing, and Qi Yan was deeply engrossed in writing his thesis at school. He was completely unaware of the incident until Song Jin specifically called him to inform about it. After learning the news, Qi Yan hurriedly went to Song Jin's house and concluded that Tao Huanhuan must have been haunted by that entity. Qi Yan's knowledge and research into these matters of spirits and ghosts were limited, and he well understood that his own abilities were not particularly remarkable. Thus, for now, he had no clear direction regarding Tao Huanhuan's bizarre case. Nonetheless, he knew that to untangle a problem one must address its root cause, regardless of what exactly happened. Locating that entity and resolving the issue would naturally settle Tao Huanhuan's troubles. He realized that delay might lead to unforeseen changes. What else could that thing do to Tao Huanhuan down the line? Moreover, enduring these nightmares alone was already torturing Tao Huanhuan to the point of mental exhaustion. So without further ado, he decided to return to the West Wing office building of the suburban hospital at midnight to deal with that entity, leading to the scene described earlier. Qi Yan and the couple Song Jin shared a friendship that stretched over many years, from high school onward for 7 years. It was rare for friendships to last this long. Couples usually hit the 7-year itch, but their bond still maintained harmony with tacit understanding, rendering unnecessary more words than needed. When Song Jin asked if Qi Yan intended to return to the dormitory or home, after receiving the reply of home, Song Jin dropped Qi Yan off at his apartment complex. Tao Huanhuan then gratefully invited Qi Yan for dinner at her place over the weekend. Qi Yan accepted before bidding farewell to the couple, urging them to get good rest. Qi Yan currently resided with his maternal grandfather. The house wasn't small, 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, but with just the 2 of them it seemed unusually spacious. By this time, it was nearing 3 a.m., all sounds of life outside had faded into silence, as Qi Yan tiptoed in trying not to disturb his grandpa's rest. The light in the entranceway was still on. It was undoubtedly left there intentionally by his grandfather, knowing that Qi Yan was out and had yet to return. After quietly slipping in and turning off the light, Qi Yan returned to his room, closed the door, and began getting ready for bed. It was already late into the night. Qi Yan had been busy all day, traveling back to the suburbs to exorcise an entity. His spirit was highly strung throughout the entire process, so upon lying down, sleep quickly enveloped him, dragging him fully unconscious into deep slumber. Unbeknownst to him, a shadowy figure slowly pushed open his bedroom door and crawled inside from the hallway. Its limbs were abnormally elongated, grotesque like some strange soft-bodied creature, but unmistakably humanoid, with fiery red eyes streaming bloody tears. This was an extremely malevolent ghost brimming with resentment. Had Qi Yan been awake, he certainly would have recognized it as the same being he encountered on the 5th floor of the West Wing office building at the hospital, also the entity that had previously targeted Tao Huan. Previously, he had failed to truly vanquish it, instead becoming its next target. That thing gradually crept closer, inching ever nearer to the bed. However, it failed to notice another dark form lurking on the bed, clinging tightly to its target behind the sleeping man. This shadowy figure noticed the bothersome intruder and momentarily released his hold on the sweet human. He slightly raised himself up and swung his hand lightly. With that gesture, the creature emitted a silent howl of despair, vanishing utterly and definitively into the air. Chapter 94, The Intended One. The next day, Qi Yan woke up at 10 in the morning. The dining table was already set with tofu pudding and fried dough sticks. The tofu pudding was drizzled with braised sauce, topped with fried chili and leek flowers, emitting a fragrant aroma. His maternal grandfather was outside on the balcony watering plants while listening to Peking opera on an old radio. Qi Yan felt a bit embarrassed looking at the breakfast. He had slept late while the elder had already finished morning exercise and brought breakfast back. Nevertheless, he also felt reassured. His grandfather remained strong and always found joy with the other elderly people in the neighborhood, which made him feel at ease. After finishing breakfast, he cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks. His grandfather had already returned from morning exercise with vegetables, so Qi Yan picked out eggplants and green peppers, along with potatoes, and by lunchtime, he stir-fried a san and tomato scrambled eggs. Though his cooking skill was mediocre, just barely edible, he often bought meals from the school cafeteria for both himself and his grandfather. After accompanying his grandfather through lunch, Qi Yan went back to school for half a day, and as usual, he came straight home after the dinner time to buy food. With only the elder living at home now, he neither felt comfortable leaving him alone nor wanted to spend less time with his grandfather. So unless he was particularly busy, he usually lived at home. His grandfather worked in government offices before retirement, receiving 3,000 or 4,000 yuan in pension each month, and during festivals, his unit would also distribute rice and flour. Since going to university, Qi Yan had started working internships, and currently, he is pursuing a master's degree in academic research. With low tuition fees and a monthly internship salary of 1,000 or 2,000 yuan, the combined income was enough for the two of them to live comfortably in this small city. When he gets a formal job, their lives would be even more secure. During the evening meal, his grandfather asked, "Xiaoyan, you came home so late yesterday. Where did you go?" Qi Yan knew that his grandfather, being an old Communist Party member, firmly believed in Marxist materialist theory and due to resentment towards the Qi family's supernatural beliefs, deeply detested such things. Therefore, he didn't support Qi Yan studying the Qi family traditions. Afraid to upset the elder, Qi Yan dared not tell the truth and lied, saying, "I didn't do much, just had dinner with Song Jin and played around a bit." Song Jin had often visited their house during high school and was considered someone who grew up under the watchful eyes of the elders. Known for his upright character, stable post-graduation employment, and solid family life, hearing that Qi Yan spent time with him eased the grandfather's concerns. He nodded approvingly and shifted topics. "Xiaoyan, look how Song Jin has been married for almost a year. When will you bring your significant other home for me to see? I'd feel more at peace knowing that." Qi Yan put down his chopsticks, helplessly looking at the elder and said, "Grandpa, don't talk nonsense, you're in good health. Why say these things?" The grandfather chuckled and continued, "I'll only feel truly at ease once you've settled down. Isn't Song Jin's wife a hospital worker? If there are women her age suitable for you, let her introduce you to some. We don't ask for anything special, we just want someone good." Qi Yan fell silent. He understood that his grandfather wasn't like ordinary elders urging him to marry prematurely, especially since he was still young, not yet reaching the typical marriage-pushing age. Instead, it was because his mother's failed marriage left the old man feeling constantly worried. He could still remember his mother's funeral when his grandfather wept continuously, muttering about regrets over not stopping her marriage sooner. Thinking back to these events filled Qi Yan with a hint of melancholy, but he consoled the elder, saying, "Don't worry. This can't be rushed. There will surely be someone most suited for me waiting somewhere. How come you're acting like a little girl? A boy should take the initiative, otherwise others will snatch them away." The grandfather laughed, his clouded eyes twinkling. Then, as if recalling something, his eyes flickered with nostalgia and sadness. "Your mother was like this too, and your grandmother and I used to tease her about it all the time." Qi Yan quickly changed the subject to talk about his internship work in school, diverting the topic. Not only did he not want his grandfather to be saddened by memories of his mother, but there was another reason he hadn't dared to tell the elder: he already liked someone. Since the onset of youth, he had quietly harbored affection for that person. It had been 7 years since he last saw that person, and he had received no news of them at all, yet his love slowly fermented deep within, never fading, growing deeper with time. But he also knew that without mentioning whether the other person would reciprocate, after leaving the Chi family, they were practically from two different worlds. It was uncertain if they would meet again in this lifetime. Given his current status, even traveling far to the Yi family residence wouldn't guarantee a meeting. More likely, he'd be stopped by the protective arrays outside the Yi family's gates and unable to enter. At this thought, he touched the porcelain bottle hanging from his neck, subtly lifting it to touch his lips, his expression revealing a trace of sorrow. Even now, during the night, he would involuntarily long for that person's embrace and their scent. Sometimes, between wakefulness and sleep, he would mistakenly feel that person was right beside him, holding him. Occasionally, he even thought, that person was embracing him, kissing him. But when fully awake, he knew these were merely his own fantasies or even delusions. Just like this, everything continued as normal for another week, save for a dinner invitation to Song Jin's place on the weekend. Song Jin and Tao Huanhuan knew that he still had his grandfather at home, so whenever they invited him to dine, they packed leftovers of prepared dishes for him to take home, things like 4 happiness meatballs, preserved vegetable with pork, and braised chicken wings, which only required reheating in steam to be enjoyed again by Qi Yan and his grandfather. On Wednesday evening, after Qi Yan finished dinner and was washing the dishes, the doorbell rang. His grandfather answered it, and it was Song Jin who had come over. Qi Yan was somewhat surprised, unsure what Song Jin wanted from him now. He dried his hands and led his friend into his room. The house had 3 bedrooms, one was where his grandfather and grandmother used to live together, now his grandfather lived there alone. Another was Qi Yan's room, and the last belonged to his mother. After her passing, his grandfather once suggested that Qi Yan vacate his room for use as a study, but Qi Yan said his current space sufficed, declining the suggestion. Therefore, his mother's room usually remained vacant, only being tidied up during Qi Yan's regular cleaning routines. When Qi Yan and his mother moved back, Qi Yan was due to enter high school and needed a quiet place to study. There were no extra rooms in the house for a separate study area, so his mother specially chose a smaller room for herself while reserving the larger one for Qi Yan. Inside, there was a single bed measuring 1.5 meters, a wardrobe placed against the wall, and on the other side, his desk and a small bookshelf. Song Jin wasn't visiting Qi Yan's bedroom for the first time. He casually flipped through the books on Qi Yan's table. The yellowed and brittle pages depicted complex array diagrams that made his eyes ache, and the seal script annotations next to them were difficult to recognize. Straining himself, he could barely make out a few words. Using his bones, entering this heart. What are all these things, he muttered. Qi Yan walked over and carefully put the book away, just some stuff from the Lao Qi family that should have been buried. According to tradition in the Qi family, the eldest son inherits the family business. During the division of the household, each descendant could take a copy of one book from the library, chosen blindly without knowing its contents. However, since Qi Yan was the first eldest grandson separated from the family who ought to have inherited it, there were no precedents. Hence, he was asked to choose 3 original books blindly. Back then, Qi Yan picked 2 thick and large volumes and one that looked especially old. The larger ones contained more content, possibly harboring rare records and ancient texts, so he assumed. Upon receiving them, however, he discovered that the 2 larger books mostly recorded basic techniques for cultivation, suitable for his learning, though their value was not very high. On the other hand, the old book documented numerous secret arts he couldn't understand. Qi Yan felt no attachment to the Qi family, nor did he covet or care about their possessions. Initially, he had taken the books thinking that if he could inconvenience the Qi family, it would be worth it. But after leaving the Qi family, he found that because of his unique physical constitution, although ordinary ghostly beings didn't dare approach him, he still attracted troubles easily. To protect himself, he began studying the 2 big books on his own. Since he had grown up in the Qi family, though no one ever taught him these things specifically, the constant exposure allowed him to grasp the essentials relatively quickly. If one were to analyze his current situation, apart from the surname Qi, he had nothing left to do with the Qi family. The reason he kept the surname Qi instead of changing to Su like his grandfather and mother wasn't because when his mother remarried, the Qi family had arrogantly insisted she could remarry but her son couldn't change his surname. It was because of that person. He cherished how that person pronounced his name. Having grown up in a generations-old Tiancher family believing deeply that one's name carries special significance, as long as he remained Qi Yan, called Qi Yan, that person would at least remember his name. If he changed his surname, even the person might not know what he currently called himself. They would truly have no connection left. Song Jin watched as his friend stowed the book away. Recalling how Qi Yan had saved his wife, he felt a deep sense of admiration. With reverence, Song Jin paid respect to the book that Qi Yan had just put away. He met Qi Yan in high school, and they ended up in the same class throughout their high school years. It was quite a bond, and as time went on and they grew familiar with one another, Song Jin learned a bit about Qi Yan's family situation, originally from out of town, only his mother was from our city. However, when Qi Yan's father had an affair and remarried, his parents divorced, and his mother brought him back to our city to rely on her own parents. In today's world, broken marriages like this were not uncommon, so Song Jin simply sighed over the matter but didn't dwell on it. Song Jin realized that there was something unusual about his buddy Chi Yan during the last year of high school, right before the college entrance exams. Their high school allowed students to choose between being day students or boarding students. Those living in the city generally chose to go home daily, while those from the surrounding counties who lived farther away would opt for boarding. Song Jin and Chi Yan had always been day students, but in the semester leading up to the Gaokao, college entrance exam, in order to avoid slacking off and save time, both agreed to apply for boarding. Around 1 month before the exam, one evening at 10:30 p.m. after finishing their evening study session, the two prepared to head back to the dormitory to take a shower and sleep. The air conditioning in the classroom was broken, and these past few days had been unusually hot. Studying for 3 hours in a crowded classroom made everyone feel sticky with sweat. As soon as they stepped outside the classroom, the breeze only made them more uncomfortable. Bad luck struck, because the dormitory showers were out of water that night, making washing impossible. At that moment, Song Jin, already stressed by academic pressure and highly strung, had a plan thwarted unexpectedly. His discomfort turned into desperation. He originally only had a moderate urge to bathe, but now it felt overwhelming. He thought that if he couldn't take a shower that night, he wouldn't be able to get through the day or sleep well at all. Upon reflecting later, Song Jin thought he must have been possessed by some kind of obsession. It could even be seen as an omen of something sinister. Chapter 95, Gift. Chi Yan felt troubled when he saw the water outage notice outside the bathroom, so after some thought, he suggested to Song Jin, "I remember that if you go out over the west wall of the school and continue walking west for less than 5 minutes, there is a public bathhouse. Why don't we take our stuff and go there for a quick rinse?" Song Jin immediately agreed. The school had curfew rules at night, but almost all the boys had climbed in and out of the west wall near the playground. It was no big deal for them. The bathhouse was open until 11 o'clock at night. When Chi Yan and Song Jin arrived, it was almost closing time, with only a few people leaving. After paying, the administrator gave them keys to lockers and reminded them, "Hurry up, it's almost closing time." Song Jin nodded, not taking it too seriously. They only planned to take a quick shower, and since they figured the bathhouse usually extended their hours by 5 to 10 minutes for guests who hadn't finished, they believed they would still make it in time. The construction of the bathhouse was rather crude, much like the communal bathhouses many organizations had back in the north 20 or 30 years ago. Around the edges were showerheads arranged in a circle, and in the center was a rarely used bathing pool. Later, with improvements in housing conditions, most households began setting aside space for their own bathrooms, causing these public bathhouses to gradually disappear. In their third year of high school, the school moved to the new district of our city. This area was relatively remote and considered a key area for future development, but it wasn't yet fully developed. The urban population was still mainly concentrated in the older districts, making this place appear somewhat secluded. Many migrant workers stayed here nearby to save on rent and would often come to places like these public bathhouses to rinse off their fatigue after work. Furthermore, due to its proximity to the train station and bus station, during the summer, some short-staying travelers also came here to bathe. As a result, there were several public baths around the school, among which the closest one was the oldest, with the most broken-down facilities and also the cheapest. Chi Yan and Song Jin only wanted to quickly clean themselves and return to rest properly, so they didn't pick over the environment much. After stripping down and grabbing their bathing supplies, they rushed inside. By the time they entered, 2 other people were turning off their shower heads and heading out. Although the bathroom wasn't small, except for the 2 people just now, there were only a couple others left using showers, and they appeared to be finishing up as well. The bath pool in the middle was empty. A row of lights on the inner side was broken, flickering between light and dark. The 2 of them chose 2 functional showerheads close by and began washing themselves. Showering doesn't involve talking, but with free mouth time, Song Jin started speaking. "Ruler, let me tell you a math problem I found online. There is a person taking a bath in a public bath similar to this one. When he enters, he sees 3 people in the pool and 5 under the showerheads. During his wash, 4 more people enter, 2 leave from the pool directly, 1 leaves from under the showerhead, and he and 2 others successively enter the pool. When sitting in the pool and looking around, he discovers 7 people are still under the showerheads. Do you think it's right?" Chi Yan thought for a moment. "Let's calculate based on the addition of situations. Originally, there were 9 people in the bathroom, 3 left, and 4 came in, so there should be 10. In the pool originally, there were 3, 2 left, and 3 entered, meaning 4 people should be in the pool, leaving 6 people under the showerheads. It was calculated wrong." Song Jin dryly said, "It was supposed to be a ghost story." Chi Yan looked at him with complex emotions. "Don't tell such eerie ghost stories in the middle of the night, in the middle of nowhere." Song Jin chuckled, "Clearly fabricated. Who bothers counting the number of people while coming in to take a bath?" As they spoke, 3 more people finished washing, gathered their things, and went out. They could clearly hear the sound of lockers being opened and locked in the changing room outside. Soon, those sounds disappeared as well. Chi Yan urged, "Wash up quickly, stop talking. We're the last ones here, the doorkeeper will soon come in to kick us out." Song Jin replied, "No worries, there's still someone who came in before us." He nodded towards behind Chi Yan. Chi Yan turned around and indeed saw someone 2 showerheads away, standing under running water and washing with their back turned. A gut feeling told him something was off. He distinctly remembered there being no one there when they first entered. He quietly asked Song Jin, "Big Song, did you see that person when you came in?" Song Jin shook his head, didn't notice. "When I came in, I was anxious to find a showerhead and wash quickly. I've been shampooing my hair and talking to you the entire time with my eyes closed, didn't pay attention." Chi Yan had been facing Song Jin the whole time, with his back to the other person, so he hadn't noticed when the person appeared, or whether they were already there when they entered without drawing attention. He glanced back again, and the other person still had their back turned, head lowered with both hands moving on top as if washing their hair. Water cascaded down from the showerhead, partially blocking his view and preventing him from seeing clearly. At that moment, the doorkeeper's coarse voice came from outside, "It's 11:05, numbers 18 and 19 hurry up and come out, it's just you two left." Chi Yan and Song Jin looked down at the number tags in their hands simultaneously. Chi Yan was number 18, and Song Jin was number 19. The muffled grumbling of the doorkeeper mixed with shuffling footsteps indicated he was leaving. "I should close already. If you don't leave soon, I will lock up for sure." Song Jin chuckled nervously, whispering, "Maybe the doorkeeper made a mistake." Chi Yan turned to look at the figure. They were still facing away, maintaining the same posture of having their head low, hands rubbing their hair as though shampooing. He wasn't sure how to tell his friend. If his judgment hadn't failed him, then that shouldn't be a human being. Chi Yan pulled Song Jin closer and whispered, "Did you hear what the doorkeeper said earlier? Numbers 18 and 19, hurry up, there are only 2 of you left. There are only 2 people here who can leave. That thing is a bound spirit, it can't get out." At this point, Chi Yan felt a pang of fear while swallowing hard. Unless it borrows someone's identity to escape. Song Jin was immediately terrified. The certainty in Chi Yan's words sent chills through his spine, causing the hair on his body to rise. Turning his eyes away so as not to see that direction anymore, he stammered. How could it borrow an identity?" Chi Yan didn't reply, silently staring at Song Jin as if deep in thought. Half of his face was shrouded by the bathroom's shadows, but his gaze was eerily calm, unsettling Song Jin deeply. Instinctively, Song Jin waved his hand in front of Chi Yan's eyes. "Ruler, are you okay?" Swallowing, Song Jin quietly asked. "Are you really Chi Yan?" Chi Yan nodded lightly, making a shushing gesture. He then poured pale green aloe shower gel into his left palm, grabbed Song Jin's arm, and quickly drew a charm on his hand with the gel while giving him quick, hushed instructions, "Be careful not to rub it off. You go straight ahead. It can sense there's something unusual on your hand. Since there's another person left to choose from, it won't risk chasing after you. Listen to me, leave now without worrying about me. I have a plan. Otherwise, neither of us will escape." Tension tightened every muscle in Song Jin's body, yet he tried to force himself to remain calm despite the unclear circumstances. Trusting Chi Yan's words, he nodded slightly and walked out normally. Watching Song Jin disappear through the doorway, Chi Yan's heart dropped before rising again, brimming with apprehension. A chill ran down his spine, the familiar feeling of being targeted by something ominous. He knew that thing was watching him. If it wanted out, killing him would allow it to escape. Chi Yan reached out, gently stroking the small porcelain bottle hanging from his chest, striving to suppress his inner anxiety and terror. As a child, he'd been harmed by ghosts more than once. Ordinary spirits and vengeful ghosts avoided him due to the malevolent energy within him, but the evil specters deliberately set upon him because he was the eldest grandson of the Chi family showed no mercy. Hidden in darkness, they tried time and again to kill him. Therefore, even now, he instinctually feared such entities. In those countless nights filled with fear and helplessness during his early days, it was that person who held him in their arms, soothing and comforting until he could fall asleep. Chi Yan lifted the porcelain bottle, kissing it gently, then untied it and grasped it in his right hand while smearing the shower gel to quickly draw a ghost-repelling charm on his left palm. This porcelain bottle was a gift from that person. After the 2 years since Chi Yan left the Chi family, all traces of the giver disappeared. Although these master families of Taoist priests claimed discretion among the common folk, making them nearly impossible to find, they prevented even a letter from reaching him. Just as he believed the person might have forgotten him entirely, he received a package from the person during the New Year celebrations, perfectly timed for his 18th birthday on the 15th day of the first lunar month. The gift packaging was simple, containing only this one porcelain bottle and a note. On the note, written in the familiar handwriting, were the simple words, "For my baby, carry it with you always." But after obtaining it, Chi Yan treasured it dearly, studying it meticulously, unable to put it down, immediately tying the black rope attached around his neck once he noticed it. He initially didn't know the use of this gift but realized its purpose after wearing it for several days. In the past, Chi Yan had never dared to expose his body in public. He certainly wouldn't dare to bathe in a public bathhouse like this and would wear dark clothes during summer to avoid drawing attention. This was because on his chest and both shoulders, there were protective talismans drawn with vermilion ink to suppress the malevolent energy within him. If someone saw these marks, they might find it far too bizarre. No one in the Chi family cared for him. His mother, the only person who showed concern, was just an ordinary person without power or say in the Chi household. The talismans were always applied by that person, who redraw them every month, though while Chi Yan was still at home, that individual would refresh them weekly. After leaving the Qi family, Qi Yan started learning how to draw the symbols himself. Since he couldn't reach his back, he simply skipped it, finding that the remaining 3 could still contain most of the evil within him. At first, Qi Yan wore the porcelain bottle as a regular ornament, treasuring it more deeply only because it was a gift from that person. Gradually, however, he began to realize the bottle's extraordinary qualities. It not only suppressed his malevolent energy but also warded off most demons and spirits. Chapter 96, Seeking Help. Today, he might have to rely on this porcelain bottle to save his life. Qi Yan was uncertain about the strength of the earthbound spirit, but he could sense that it wouldn't be easily intimidated by the malevolent energy around him. However, the earthbound spirit that could appear at midnight in its humanoid form. He didn't dare turn his back on that thing, so he stood facing it and edged out slowly. Under the showerhead, the person continued washing their hair, slowly turning around as they did so. Qi Yan didn't dare look at its face, but he also couldn't afford to avert his gaze. So, he kept watching as the creature straightened itself, lifted its head, and revealed its front. It had a pale and expressionless face with thin features, like wood carving, so plain that it was hard to remember its appearance. The bathroom's ceiling light flickered, casting mottled shadows. Under the dim light the thing seemed to be smiling. The wooden carved corners of its mouth curved upwards, like the laughing clay statues with red lips in temple altars. Yet there wasn't a single trace of color on this thing's face. It gradually crept toward Qi Yan, who suddenly realized he couldn't move. The wet bath floor seemed to transform into a deep abyss or mud pit, pulling him down and making it impossible to escape. This feeling differed from sinking deeper into quicksand when struggling. It felt more like sleep paralysis. Though fully conscious, he couldn't command his body, make any response, and could only panic inwardly. Qi Yan felt water splashing down on him again. Somehow, the showerhead that he had already turned off had restarted. Water flowed down, drenching his body and washing away all the ghost-repelling talismans he had drawn on his palms. He watched helplessly as the black cord wrapped around his hand unraveled under the water's force, dispersing in loops. His hand hung limp, completely immobile, until eventually, due to gravity, the small porcelain bottle slipped quietly and made a soft ding as it hit the ground. At that very moment, regret for the loss even overshadowed his fear. His gaze involuntarily followed the porcelain bottle as it fell, triggering an overflow of malevolent energy. In the blink of an eye, when he looked up again, the creature had vanished. Qi Yan felt confused. Had the creature fled because of the surge in his malevolent energy? But no, he still couldn't move. It mustn't have left. Just then, he felt a chill at his right ankle. Slowly glancing sideways with his peripheral vision, he saw a hand gripping his right foot. The creature was lying on the ground, looking up at him. Song Jin quickly dressed and initially wanted to leave but couldn't set his mind at ease. Finding the doorkeeper, he decided to return to rescue Qi Yan. Carefully avoiding mentioning ghosts, which surely wouldn't be believed, he instead fabricated a story saying someone had sneaked inside to steal their belongings, and now his friend was stopping the thief, requesting backup. Still, the doorkeeper refused to believe him, insisting that he hadn't seen anyone enter and demanded to go in and confirm himself. With Qi Yan delayed in coming out and not wanting to leave his friend alone, Song Jin used his phone to call one of his best brothers to prepare for emergency reporting if necessary while following the doorman back to the restroom. The restroom was eerily quiet, only the sound of dripping water could be heard. At once, Song Jin saw Qi Yan leaning against the wall, eyes closed as though unconscious. His heart dropped momentarily. He was uncertain whether something terrible had happened to Qi Yan in self-defense. Admitting his fear, he hesitated to approach his friend to verify whether everything was fine. He feared waking up to find someone other than Qi Yan, the good buddy from high school whom he shared countless days with, but instead, encountering the entity Qi Yan mentioned trying to borrow someone's identity to get out. Ultimately, concern for his friend overcame the fear, and Song Jin stepped forward, tapping his shoulder lightly. Ruler, are you alright, Qi Yan? Wake up, please wake up. After calling Qi Yan's name several times, the latter slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was clear and familiar, bringing some relief to Song Jin. He let out a breath silently. Yes, this was Qi Yan, the entity had vanished. The first thing Qi Yan did after regaining consciousness was to look at the ground, clearly searching for something. His evident distress upon failing to find it soon shifted when he noticed the small porcelain bottle hanging from his chest. He held it up with his hand, looking down at it for a long time until confirming it was unharmed, then slowly exhaled a relieved sigh. Afterward, the two gathered their things and walked together toward school. The dimly lit road that had seemed ordinary before now appeared eerily ghostly to Song Jin, causing him to instinctively stay closer to Qi Yan. Ruler, how were you able to recognize that kind of thing, and even draw this talisman? Song Jin asked, lifting his left hand. The shower gel was already dried onto his skin, but he didn't dare to rub it off as it still carried the protection drawn by Qi Yan. My father's entire family are exorcists who earn their living doing this work. So, I've picked up a little, Qi Yan replied. Upon hearing this, Song Jin grew curious. Emboldened, he wanted to bombard Qi Yan with more questions about it. However, noticing his friend's reluctance to elaborate further, he decided not to press him. Song Jin had known for a long time that Qi Yan's father had wronged both him and his mother and showed little affection towards his son. Therefore, Qi Yan should logically harbor resentment against his father and likely dislike speaking about the Qi family, which was only natural. But curiosity got the better of Song Jin, so he rephrased his question, "Ruler, did you destroy or drive away that thing earlier?" Qi Yan touched the small porcelain bottle hanging from his neck and shook his head. "No, this is my amulet. It saved me back there." When that thing grabbed his foot, Qi Yan faintly remembered seeing a wisp of black smoke emanating from the porcelain bottle that had fallen on the ground, after which he lost consciousness until Song Jin woke him up. When Qi Yan regained awareness, the entity was gone, but the porcelain bottle remained securely around his neck. It must have possessed immense power capable of saving him at such a critical moment. The Qi family followed the Taoist path, while the Yi family relied on ghostly techniques, both belonging to the same line of heavenly masters yet practicing entirely different doctrines. Qi Yan recognized that his own abilities and insights paled in comparison to those higher-level exorcists. His small porcelain bottle was seamless, perfectly unified except for the black cord piercing through it. He never dared to try deciphering its mysterious insides, understanding that it far exceeded his comprehension. Song Jin, however, wasn't concerned whether Qi Yan had defeated that entity through his own skills or thanks to the amulet's might. Knowing Qi Yan's exceptional lineage and capabilities made him realize that his friend could solve problems that would be impossible for ordinary people. It had been many years since this last incident when Qi Yan successfully freed Tao Wanhuan from an evil spirit haunting her. Song Jin admired his friend even more, considering his powers extraordinary. This time, Song Jin came seeking help. After sitting down in Qi Yan's room, Song Jin pulled out a stack of photos and case files from his briefcase, pointing to a seemingly ordinary photo of a family of 3. "Ruler, take a look. This is Zhu Hui's family of 3 from Pinggu County under our city. They left Fengshui town on a tricycle motorcycle to visit relatives in Qingyao town, just nearby, during the New Year celebration. However, after 1 month has passed, they have vanished without a trace. Neither Fengshui nor Qingyao has any leads on their whereabouts. And there isn't a single obvious clue along the route. Of course, that's not the strangest part yet." Song Jin paused and looked at his friend. 2 police officers from Pinggu County, trying to find out what happened to this family, decided to start the journey from Fengshui town at the exact same time they originally departed, retracing the route on motorcycles to search for clues. Then, those 2 police officers disappeared as well. Chapter 97, Clues. "It's almost 8 o'clock, why are you rushing over now? Where's Tao Wanhuan?" Qi Yan asked while flipping through the photos and case files that Song Jin had brought over. "Wanhuan is on night duty today. I just dropped her off and came straight to your place. Afterward, I'll go home and sleep. Then, I'll pick Wanhuan up from work in the morning and take her home before heading back to work myself." Song Jin explained, "This case was just reported to the city, and my master assigned it to me, asking me to check if there were any leads. I've spent half a day researching it but haven't figured out much, it seems quite strange. So, I thought I'd bring it over for you to take a look." Qi Yan made a disapproving sound, putting down the photo he'd been holding and looked up at his friend. "I'm not an expert in this. How would I understand these things? Don't you know a bit of Taoist magic?" Song Jin chuckled with a "don't be so modest" expression and pointed at the photos, saying, "I've seen such practices in novels and TV shows where one looks at a person's photo or holds something they've used to divine their whereabouts. I just thought, maybe you could do it." As he spoke, he awkwardly tugged at his hair, realizing how unreliable the idea sounded. His friend might have skills to drive away supernatural beings, but not necessarily this questionable spell. Surprisingly, Qi Yan nodded affirmatively. "The method I use isn't exactly Taoist magic, but I do know of related spells, and there are people who can perform them, though I cannot. This kind of method to find people or objects isn't particularly profound. Many people in the Qi family can do it, but I don't consider myself part of the Qi family." While speaking, Qi Yan quickly reviewed the description of the case again, frowning slightly as he asked, "Big Song, is this case urgent?" "Yes," Song Jin nodded. "After all, it concerns the lives of 5 people. They're currently missing, so if they're in danger, finding them sooner increases their chances of being saved. Besides, this is the first somewhat technically challenging case my master gave me. I want to handle it well for him to see." Qi Yan nodded. "It's written here, Zhu Hui's family ran a convenience store in Fengshui. To avoid missing business, they closed the shop at 7 o'clock on the evening of the 15th day of the first lunar month and then drove a 3-wheeled motorcycle to Qingyao town to visit Zhu Hui's wife Lu Qingfeng's parents' house. They planned to return to Fengshui via the county to pick up supplies after the 16th day. Zhu Hui's neighbors and Lu Qingfeng's family members all confirmed this plan. If everything went smoothly, Zhu Hui's family should have arrived at Lu Qingfeng's maternal home around 10 o'clock at night, but they never showed up. Lu Qingfeng's brother couldn't contact them. He waited for an entire day on the 16th and then went to Fengshui town early in the morning on the 17th, only learning from the neighbors that they had already set off long ago. So the 2 responsible police officers from Pinggu County judged that they disappeared somewhere between Fengshui and Qingyao town. But during the daytime search along the route, no useful clues were found. After being stuck for a week, they decided to search again starting at 7 o'clock in the evening, hoping to find clues that were easy to miss or overlook during the day, but then those 2 police officers also went missing. So this departure time may indeed be problematic. Exactly. Song Jin scratched his head irritably. I understand this already. Tomorrow is Huan's daytime shift, and she'll rest the next day. I'm planning to go to the office tomorrow morning, report to my master, and then head over to Fengshui town to see if there are any clues. If not, I'll walk the road to Qingyao town at 7 o'clock in the evening. He cursed under his breath. I don't believe there's really a ghost. Qi Yan looked at him calmly. There really is a ghost, you've seen it yourself. Song Jin looked up at him, his face pale, grumbling resentfully, ruler. Qi Yan smiled. Don't worry, stay calm. I happen to have nothing going on these days, so I'll let my grandfather know and accompany you tomorrow. Naturally, Song Jin was delighted to hear this news and agreed to pick him up after leaving work the next day. At home, there were frozen dumplings, ham sausages, canned food, and other instant foods. His grandfather could process them simply for meals. Tao Huan would be resting the day after tomorrow and could deliver meals to the grandfather then. The grandfather himself claimed that he was still in good health, fully capable of taking care of himself, and wouldn't have a problem even if Qi Yan didn't return for 10 days or half a month. Around 10:30 the next morning, Song Jin picked Qi Yan up from his house, and by noon, they reached Fengshui town. A police officer surnamed Li greeted them in Fengshui town, guiding them to take a look at Zhu Hui's convenience store and chat with some neighbors around. The information obtained was largely consistent with what was recorded in the case file. The three spent the entire noon investigating in the town and made a round trip by motorcycle between Fengshui and Qingyao town, yet still found no additional clues. By the time they returned to Fengshui town, it was already 5 p.m. Qi Yan looked at his phone and said, let's eat first, and then we'll go back there at 7 o'clock after dinner. The officer surnamed Li obviously showed some fear upon hearing this, and grinned nervously at the two of them, saying, I should be heading home from work now. I might not be able to accompany you two tonight. Is that okay? Song Jin narrowed his eyes as he scrutinized him, asking, is something wrong with that road at night? Officer Li fidgeted anxiously, hesitating before replying, there's nothing inherently wrong, but 5 people have gone missing since the beginning of the first lunar month, including 2 of my colleagues. Even though we don't believe in such things, we're all still somewhat intimidated. Not many people dare to travel along that road at night anymore. Qi Yan remembered something and asked, has anything like this happened before? What about the others who traveled at night from Fengshui town to Qingyao town? Have they never been lost? Why are Zhu Hui's family and the 2 police officers who investigated their disappearance the only ones gone? Officer Li responded, we walked the same route this afternoon, and you two saw for yourselves, it's quite remote. Your car couldn't even drive on it. The main road that accommodates vehicles from Fengshui to Qingyao isn't this one. Zhu Hui's family originally chose this mountain trail to save time. Normally, very few people take this route. There hasn't been any similar incident reported before. According to Zhu Hui's neighbors, his family has used this path previously and guided them too, but never encountered trouble. Song Jin nodded, allowing the officer to leave. They borrowed the 2 motorcycles from earlier, stating they would return them once they were done. The 2 waited in Fengshui town until 7 in the evening and began riding along the mountain trail. It was early March, the late winter chill was still strong in northern China, making the weather chilly. After sunset, it became colder. Before spring equinox, the days grew darker quickly. By this hour, it was pitch black, relying solely on the headlights of the motorcycles to illuminate the way ahead. Neither rode fast, observing the surroundings while shining flashlights on either side of the road, Song Jin checking the left, and Qi Yan watching the right. After riding for more than 2 hours, fog began to rise in the mountains, blurring the vision. Qi Yan pulled his jacket tighter around himself, shivered, and turned back to Song Jin, saying, Big Song, it's too cold, and we can't see clearly. Let's head back or ride to Qingyao town for a break, and come again tomorrow. But Song Jin didn't respond. Instead, he stared intently to the left for a while, finally speaking while shining his flashlight at a certain spot, Qi, look over there. Is there something? Following the beam of the flashlight, Qi Yan looked in the indicated direction. The darkness enveloped the mountain, with ghostly shadows of trees densely scattered and vegetation growing chaotically. Beneath one tree, there was a small dirt ditch where a faint red object could be seen under the flashlight's light. It looked familiar, possibly a part of the tricycle motorcycle belonging to Zhu Hui's family from the photos. Song Jin nodded toward Qi Yan, dismounting his motorcycle and parking it by the side of the road, walking towards the location. Qi Yan followed him. Upon getting closer, unobstructed by the fog, they could clearly identify that it was Zhu Hui's tricycle motorcycle. The entire vehicle had overturned into the ditch, but its surroundings were clean, with no scattered items. Song Jin crouched down, taking out his phone to photograph the tricycle motorcycle while simultaneously analyzing with his friend. The motorcycle likely malfunctioned and rolled into the ditch, but it doesn't appear to have caused any casualties. Zhu Hui's family was visiting relatives and picking up supplies, so they didn't carry much luggage, which looks like it's been taken away. They couldn't get the vehicle out, so they must have sought help. Walking back to Fengshui town from here would take 3 to 4 hours, and it'd take an hour or 2 to reach Qingyao town. Did they walk towards Qingyao? Song Jin put his phone away after taking the pictures, muttering and analyzing further. Something's off, Chi Yen waved his flashlight, signaling his friend to look down at their feet. Look here, there are signs of people walking, and tire tracks from the motorcycle. Song Jin followed his own footprints to a distance, noticing there was an obvious fork in the road, a narrow path that only allowed two people to pass through, easily overlooked and less carefully observed. They hadn't noticed the tricycle motorcycle during the day, nor had they noticed there was a road here. He squatted down again, studying the compressed grass closely. Correct, these are motorcycle tracks, likely left not long ago. Those two officers must have discovered this tricycle and found this road, and proceeded to investigate along it. Chi Yen felt a growing sense of unease. The darkness ahead was cold and still, with no signs of any human settlement or household fires. It made sense that the two police officers had gone along this road to investigate the whereabouts of the Zhu family, but why had the Zhu family come this way in the first place, choosing this incredibly secluded path, with no clear endpoint, rather than following the familiar route back to Fengshui or toward Qinyao? He felt a chill and couldn't help but shiver, pulling his jacket tighter around himself, growing more uneasy. He took out his phone for a glance. It was already 9:30 p.m. His phone had no signal and could not connect to the internet. Chi Yen turned to Song Jin and said, "Big Song, it's too late. The mountain roads are dangerous, and even if we ride fast on our way back, it'll take at least an hour. Mark this spot, let's remember it, and we'll come again tomorrow." Song Jin also pulled out his phone to check and, somewhat unwillingly, replied, "Let's just push through now while we're here. What if we miss clues when we come back tomorrow? It's 9:30 now, let's follow this road for 45 minutes, and if we don't find anything, we'll head back." Chapter 98, Entering the Village. Chi Yen thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. However, he didn't leave right away. Instead, he returned to where they had parked their motorcycle, took out a lighter, and ignited two talismans. These were called guiding talismans. Since Zhu Hui's family and the two police officers who went down this path before had not returned, he suspected there might be something peculiar on this road. With these guiding talismans, there would be no fear of being trapped by ghostly tricks or similar supernatural occurrences, ensuring they could find their way back. The two slowly rode along the road, paying attention to the conditions on both sides as they rode. The motorcycle tracks on the ground gradually became less distinct, and the small trail created by footsteps also began to fade. Ahead was a vast and chaotic forest. Just as the two were unsure which direction to take and hesitating whether to turn back, Chi Yen noticed faint lights shining ahead. He stopped the motorcycle and climbed onto a large rock beside him to look in that direction. It wasn't just one light, but many, resembling a small village. Chi Yen climbed down from the rock and gestured for Song Jin to take a look. He looked up at his friend standing below and asked, "Big Song, do you see that? Is that a village? Have you heard of any other villages nearby?" Chi Yen had moved to our city with his mother when he was in high school and had been living in the urban area ever since. Apart from occasional holidays or surrounding tours, he rarely ventured into nearby counties. He knew the approximate locations and names of the 11 counties under our city, but was completely unaware of the various towns and villages under those counties. It was only because of this incident that he learned about two towns under Pinggu County called Fengshui and Qinyao. Song Jin jumped off the stone and nodded. "There is a village. I've reviewed the maps around Fengshui and Qinyao multiple times and didn't notice such a village. But this mountain is the boundary between Pinggu County and Huilin County. Going further should bring us to Huilin County, so perhaps I overlooked it. There were nearly 30 villages near the towns of Fengshui and Qinyao. If they hadn't conducted a site visit, it would be easy to overlook this particular village that wasn't within the jurisdiction of Pinggu County and didn't lie along the normal route connecting the two towns." He hesitated for a moment and asked, "Chitsi, should we go back now to investigate the situation of that village and return tomorrow during the day, or should we go check it out directly?" It was already 9:45 in the evening. Judging by the scale of the lights seen earlier, the village shouldn't be small, probably having dozens of households at the least. Chi Yen noticed that Song Jin seemed eager to continue investigating. This previously ignored village might offer some clues regarding the disappearance of the 5 people. He roughly estimated the distance and time required for the journey and suggested, "How about we continue on and rest in the village?" It was quite cold at night in the mountains, and he hadn't worn enough clothes. Riding the motorcycle in the wind made him shiver uncontrollably. He urgently desired a warm room to warm himself, preferably one where he could climb into bed and rest. It would take about an hour to ride back to Fengshui town or Qinyao town, but according to the distance, it should take only 10 more minutes to reach this village. Song Jin nodded. "All right, stop at the entrance of the village. I'll go in first to scout the situation. If you don't see me come back within 15 minutes, don't hesitate, leave immediately and head back to the town to gather reinforcements." At this point, he feared not ghosts or monsters but rather the possibility that, like in some TV shows, illegal criminal gangs were hiding in this secluded mountain village, and Zhu Hui's family and the 2 officers may have been abducted or worse after discovering their presence. Considering this possibility made him even more restless. Chi Yen nodded, turned back to his motorcycle, and the two continued riding towards the village. Sure enough, about 10 minutes later, the mountain road gradually widened, and the path leading into the village became clearly visible. Although the network signal was still intermittent, their phones did receive signals, albeit with very slow internet speeds, constantly cutting in and out. Having signals and access to the internet provided much relief. Opening the map app revealed that the village they were currently in was called Hajia village. Still, Song Jin remained cautious, so he found a spot outside the village with a better signal to call his master, reporting his current location and related clues discovered, asking for help in checking the situation regarding this Hajia village. The result came back indicating everything was normal, it was just an ordinary village. The only slightly unusual detail was that most of the villagers had migrated here from the south many years ago. After hearing the reply and reporting their whereabouts, Song Jin appeared much more reassured and directly took Chi Yan into the village. A small grocery store at the entrance of the village still had its light on. Song Jin parked his motorcycle and went inside to buy a pack of cigarettes and 2 bottles of water, also taking the opportunity to inquire about some relevant information. The owner of the store pointed them in the direction of a guest house not far ahead, the only restaurant and inn in the village. Song Jin and Chi Yan decided to rest there for the night and planned to inquire about the situation around the village during the day tomorrow. Sure enough, after traveling another 30 meters, they spotted a rectangular red and white sign with bold Chinese characters reading, "Guest House," printed in Song style. The entrance wasn't very big, and dim white fluorescent light spilled out from it, revealing an old-fashioned counter inside where a middle-aged man was seated. When the 2 men entered, the sound drew the attention of the man, who put down the handheld game console he was playing with and stood up, greeting them, "Would you like to stay?" A single fluorescent tube hung from the ceiling, it hadn't been replaced in a long time, and both ends were darkened while the middle glowed hazily. It buzzed softly, casting faint and inadequate light throughout the room. Chi Yan lowered his head and glanced once more at the game console, a black and white pixel display showing a game of tank battles. He remembered that when he was 5 or 6 years old, his mother bought him a similar one, and it had accompanied him through many boring and lonely times before he met that person. It was surprising to see someone still using this kind of game machine now. Apparently, the owner used it to pass the time. They booked a double room and paid the owner, who then personally led them to the room with a key. It was still operated with keys rather than electronic cards. Along the way, they chatted casually, with Chi Yan and Song Jin pretending to be tourists who had returned late due to the cold weather and decided to spend the night here before continuing their journey the next day. The owner informed them that since the New Year festivities had just ended, there weren't many guests. Currently, they were the only 2 customers in the inn. There was no separate staff to manage the place, daily tasks such as cleaning and check-in procedures were handled by him and his wife. They also mentioned that their 8-year-old daughter lived in the inn with them. The guest house wasn't large, consisting of 2 floors. The first floor housed the counter, dining area, and the family's residence, while the second floor had 7 or 8 rooms available for guests. After showing them their room, the owner handed over the key and left. The room could hardly be called luxurious. The walls, yellowing slightly, were plain white, with visible stains possibly left by insects or other unknown causes. There was no bathroom, and the room only contained a table, a chair, and 2 beds. However, the white sheets looked relatively clean. Song Jin didn't fuss much about accommodation, and Chi Yan wasn't a pampered person either. Although his mother loved him, she never indulged him. The only person who might have indulged him a little was that certain individual. But after returning to his maternal grandparents' house with his mother, her health began deteriorating day by day, and his elderly grandparents were already over 60. In such circumstances, Chi Yan had to become strong and independent, not only avoiding reliance on his elders but also trying his best to care for his mother and grandparents. Over time, any signs of being spoiled in his youth gradually disappeared. Thus, Chi Yan didn't complain about the accommodations. His sole grievance was the lack of heating in the guest house. With the room having been unoccupied for a long time, it felt unusually chilly. Even after staying indoors for over 2 hours and wrapping himself tightly in blankets, the lingering cold within his body was hard to dispel. Chi Yan picked up his phone to check the time. It was already 11:30 at night. Song Jin, lying on the bed next to him, had fallen asleep, letting out soft snores. The room was pitch dark, the curtains drawn, blocking out the night view outside. The village was quiet, as if everyone had fallen into deep slumber. Chi Yan quietly got up, grabbing the room key and his phone, locking the door behind him as he headed toward the restroom. Each room in the guest house lacked an independent bathroom, so there was a public restroom at the end of the corridor along with a small shower room. The hallway was dimly lit, perhaps because there weren't many guests, and the lights were turned off to save electricity. Chi Yan had to use his phone as a flashlight to find his way to the restroom at the far end. After leaving the restroom, Chi Yan similarly used the flashlight feature on his phone to guide himself back down the corridor. As a bright white light flickered momentarily, it illuminated a small figure standing on the other side of the corridor, facing him. It was short, like a child, but its head was disproportionately large. For that fleeting moment, Chi Yan didn't get a clear look, only glimpsing a face bearing an upward curved smile. Its pupils lacked whites, staring unmovingly at him. Chi Yan suddenly remembered the earthbound spirit he had encountered in the bathhouse during his final year of high school. It also had a similarly pale and expressionless thin face, like a clay statue in a temple, forever wearing an unchanging upward curving smile, no matter which angle you looked at it from. His heart suddenly tightened as he loudly called out, "Who's there?" At the same time, he again shone his phone flashlight toward that side. When illuminated by the light, the thing emitted a girlish giggle. "How's everything?" came the inn owner's inquiry from downstairs, followed by creaking sounds as he ascended the stairs, then, snap, the hallway lights were switched on. Chi Yan finally got a clear look at what it was. It was a girl of about 7 or 8 years old, but her face was covered with a large white mask resembling a New Year painting doll. The mouth of the mask curved upward into a joyful smile with finely drawn eyebrows and big eyes that only had whites and no pupils. The store owner pulled the little girl into his arms, whispering a rebuke, "Ying, why are you not sleeping and running around? Where is your mother?" The little girl pouted at her father after removing her mask. "Mommy is asleep, I can't sleep." The store owner scolded her some more, snatching the mask and sending her off to bed. After watching his daughter go down the stairs and disappear, he turned towards Chi Yan, looking somewhat apologetic. "I'm truly sorry, my daughter is quite mischievous. Since there have been no guests, we didn't think to leave the lights on. Did she scare you?" "No, it's fine," Chi Yan smiled, gazing at the mask in the store owner's hand. "What is this?" "It's a Noa mask, used for the Noa dance. Almost every household in our village keeps one. I don't know how she managed to find it." The shopkeeper explained, "We perform the Noa dance in our village during the New Year celebration. It's a kind of ritual." "I understand. Tsue and Noa song." Chi Yan nodded and approached to take a closer look at the mask. Noa is a relatively traditional sacrificial activity with origins traceable to the Zhou dynasty. During the Noa dances, people wear these masks known as Noa masks while dancing. The word appeared in Border Town, where it mentioned that the name Noa song meant sent by the Noa deity. However, this tradition and such spiritual worship mostly thrived in Sichuan and Jiangxi regions, while our city is in the north and Chi Yan has never heard of similar rituals here. He remembered Master Song Jin telling them about the information, that most people in Hejia village moved from the south many years ago. Therefore, bringing this custom over was quite understandable. The reasons for population migration were numerous. Previously, they were often due to natural disasters or wars, such as droughts, floods, or conflicts. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, they were more likely driven by policy factors. However, there was no need for them to investigate why the villagers of Hejia village migrated in the first place, as it bore no relation to the whereabouts of Zhu Hui's family or the 2 police officers. The innkeeper didn't realize what Chi Yan was referring to, so he gave Chi Yan a polite smile and left holding the mask. As soon as Chi Yan entered his room, locked the door, and prepared to go back to bed, he heard a gentle knocking sound from outside the door. The knock sounded 3 times, received no response, and then was repeated 3 more times. The sound seemed peculiar, not because it was unusual, but because its origin point was strange. Most people knock on the middle part of the door, producing sound from there. This time, though, the sound emanated from the bottom of the door, as if someone was crouched on the ground knocking while peering through the gap under the door. Chi Yan frowned. Since entering this village, he always felt an indescribable strangeness. But he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. He considered for a moment, held a ghost exorcising talisman in his hand, unlocked the lock, and opened the door. This time, a corridor lamp lit up in the hallway, clearly revealing the small figure outside. It was the little girl Ying from before. She was short, hence the lower knocking position. The little girl held 2 dolls, looked up at Chi Yan when she saw him open the door, and shyly said, "Did uncle get scared just now? Then let me ask my younger brother and sister to accompany uncle, okay?" As she spoke, she extended the dolls in her arms. There was a pair of dolls, roughly the same size, representing a boy and a girl, each about the length of an adult male's forearm. A quick glance showed very crude craftsmanship, as if they were sewn by a child themselves. Perhaps they really were made by the little girl herself. Chi Yan hesitated, unsure how to respond. He bent down, softened his voice, and said, "Thank you, uncle doesn't need it, and I wasn't scared earlier." But his refusal was ineffective. The little girl continued to insistently push the 2 dolls towards him. In the dead of night, Chi Yan had no choice but to accept the 2 dolls and told the little girl to go to sleep. Ying happily smiled after he took the dolls, then joyfully hopped downstairs. The innkeeper must still be at the counter. It's really amazing how this child managed to slip past her father's watchful eyes and run upstairs again. Chi Yan shook his head, locked the door, and placed the 2 dolls on the empty table in the room. After all, once they check out, the innkeeper will surely take these 2 dolls back. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination or if he was just too cold, but when he took the 2 dolls from the little girl, he felt a warm touch akin to human skin. The sensation was fleeting, yet what remained in his hands and was placed on the table were still only the 2 roughly made and simple rag dolls. Chapter 99, The Nuashan Shrine. The next morning, Chi Yan and Song Jin got up at 7 o'clock. To save time, they decided to split up. Song Jin would head from west to east to inquire for news, while Chi Yan would go from east to west to search for clues. Chi Yan hadn't made a phone call home the entire day yesterday and was still a little worried about his grandfather. While walking, he kept an eye on his surroundings, and held his phone trying to find a spot with good signal to make a call to his grandfather. This road was fairly secluded, there weren't many people around, and there were many small forked paths only wide enough for one person to pass. There were white walls with green eaves, cobblestone roads. Though the architectural style had differences, it truly gave off the feeling of Huizhogan villages. However, there was no signal along the way. Qi Yan dejectedly put his phone in his jacket pocket, and as he looked up, he saw a very neatly constructed grayish building on the right side of the road ahead. Above its entrance were 3 engraved characters, Nuashan Shrine. Qi Yan remembered the Nua mask from last night. It was normal for the He family village to have a tradition of Nudens and to have a Nuashan Shrine. The 2 black solid wood doors outside the shrine were slightly ajar. After pondering for a moment, Qi Yan pushed them open and entered. The shrine wasn't large, it had no windows on 3 sides, and the light only seeped in through the door entrance, thus making it seem rather dim. Right at the center of the temple stood a Nuashan statue, sculpted out of some indeterminate material, covered by a red opera-style brocade robe. Its face wore a black and gold Nua mask. Unlike typical statues of grand deities found in most temples, this one seemed frail and short, its red robe paired with a black mask giving a smile that wasn't exactly a smile. This statue didn't resemble a deity but more like a malevolent ghost. Qi Yan was startled for a moment, and after several seconds realized what it was, quickly standing in place to bow respectfully towards the altar inside. His gaze shifted upwards, noticing a hanging blue curtain above the statue, embroidered with 4 golden characters, Nuashan Crown Prince. Only then did Qi Yan realize that this Nuashan statue was actually a child's image, crafted in the shape of a young boy, which explained its slender and small form. He took a step back and shifted his gaze to the left, startling once more. Dozens of faces all seemed to be staring at him, their mouths curved into smiles, their expressions cheerful. These faces came in different sizes and colors. There were divine and ghost masks in blue, red, yellow, and green, as well as pale human-like faces or even normally colored ones. Some had pupils, while others had only whites of the eyes. If you looked closely, you could see subtle variations in their expressions, but without exception, they all bore bent smiles. Having been scared once the previous evening by Yingying, the little girl at the inn, Qi Yan now reacted more swiftly, realizing these 2 were Nua masks, entire walls covered in them. But even knowing they were just fake masks, seeing so many human faces in such a dim shrine was chilling. Qi Yan could feel goosebumps rising on his arms. He glanced at the right wall, it was bare except for colorful drapes decorating it, their hues still vivid indicating they had been recently changed. It should be when they changed during the New Year's celebration of Nua dancing. Qi Yan didn't linger further, bowed again to the Nuashan statue, offered respects left and right, and hurriedly turned to leave. Just before stepping out of the temple door, he couldn't help but feel as if dozens of eyes behind him on the right were watching intently. After stepping out of the Nuashan shrine, Qi Yan reluctantly pulled out his phone again. Just as he noticed a signal, he felt relieved and immediately called home. It should be the time when his grandfather returned from morning exercise. The elderly man moved slowly, and after 5 rings, the call was finally answered. Qi Yan asked whether his grandfather was all right, informing him that he might return late, not to wait up for him, and to sleep on time. He had barely spoken 2 sentences when his phone lost the signal and disconnected automatically. Qi Yan helplessly stored his phone away and turned intending to continue forward, only to find someone almost pressed against his back. An elderly woman, shorter than Qi Yan's chest, her hair completely white, wearing an old-style black embroidered silk outfit, leaning on a black cane, and raising her head squinting to look at him. Since respecting elders is something Qi Yan has practiced due to his grandparents, when he met other seniors, he always treated them with extra care. Immediately bending over, he asked anxiously, "Grandma, did I bump into you?" disregarding the fact that the elderly lady standing behind him almost frightened him. The elderly lady squinted and smiled, shaking her head. Was the youth making a call home? The elderly lady spoke with a heavy southern Jiangxi accent. Qi Yan thought for a moment to understand what the lady was asking, so he responded with a laugh, "Yes, calling my grandfather, he's alone at home, and I'm not entirely at ease." After hearing this, the old woman nodded and beckoned Qi Yan to come closer. Qi Yan didn't understand her intention but still followed the instruction. As he got closer, he could feel a musty smell from the elderly woman's body. The old woman's voice was very low and soft. She whispered into his ear, "Young man, listen to the granny, it's better to leave early without keeping your grandpa waiting. Granny is about to die of old age, she won't do you any harm." Her accent was heavy with a southern Jiangxi dialect. Her voice was light and blurred. Qi Yan couldn't clearly hear what she said, or perhaps he wasn't sure whether what he heard was accurate. All he felt was a chill running down his back. When he looked up again, the old woman had already walked far away with her cane, quickly disappearing around the street corner. Qi Yan shook his head and consoled himself that he must have misheard her. With such proximity and long talk, if the elder wasn't human, he would surely be able to tell. What she probably meant was to follow her advice, spend more time with the elders at home, don't wait until it's too late and then regret it, the truth of wanting to take care of one's parents while they're alive. He roamed around for a while but gained nothing. His phone still had no signal, which made him understand why the boss was still playing that old-style game console. Since Song Jin couldn't be reached, Qi Yan glanced at the time, it was nearly 11 in the morning. He decided to return to the inn and wait for Song Jin. As he went back past the village entrance, he saw Song Jin together with the convenience store owner, chatting while smoking cigarettes. Qi Yan walked over, and Song Jin lightly shook his head indicating that he hadn't learned anything useful. Qi Yan also said a few words before asking casually, "Boss, I see there's a Nuashan shrine over there. It's quite interesting. How does your village practice Nua dancing?" The convenience store owner ran a business and obviously knew how to chat well. Upon hearing the question, he spoke endlessly. I know our city doesn't have this custom, but visitors who come to our village are all interested in it. Noa dancing mainly drives out ghosts and epidemics. From the first month of the lunar calendar each year, it continues day and night from early morning to evening. The Noa dancers wearing Noa masks symbolize deities and demons, so both before and after the ceremony, they visit the shrine to pay homage to Prince Noashan. Finally, there's a search ritual where the dancers carry lamps door to door performing the search for evil spirits, driving away evil ghosts and plagues. Song Jin thought of the experience where he and Tao Wanhuan had encountered an evil presence. Out of curiosity, he asked, can this really drive away ghosts? Hearing this, the convenience store owner fell silent, took a deep puff on his cigarette, slowly exhaled, pressed the butt into the soil underfoot, looked around once more, and finally lowered his voice when looking at Song Jin. It really can. During the spring festival earlier this year, we truly searched out an evil ghost. Hearing this, Song Jin was startled. Seeing the shopkeeper's expression, he felt some chills run down his spine as well. Carefully lowering his voice, he questioned, what happens to the evil ghost once found? Can it be driven away? Where will it go? There's the Noa mask. Seal the evil ghost into a Noa mask. Once sealed inside, the ghost can't escape. Song Jin widened his eyes, involuntarily looking at Qi Yan. There's such a method? Qi Yan shook his head, signaling that he didn't know either. The convenience store owner thought Song Jin was questioning him and laughed humbly. Actually, I'm not originally from He family village. I used to live in Shifeng village and settled here with my wife. I've only gradually understood these things after observing several ceremonies, but even now I'm not entirely knowledgeable about them. Realizing he wouldn't learn much more, Song Jin bought another pack of cigarettes and bade farewell to the owner before walking back to the inn with Qi Yan to eat. The villagers didn't adhere to many formalities. In the inn's restaurant, Qi Yan and Song Jin were eating at one table, while the owners ate at another. Qi Yan and Song Jin saw the innkeeper's wife for the first time, a middle-aged woman who looked pale and frail, her eyebrows slightly furrowed as if burdened with unresolved sorrow. The little girl Ying finished her meal simply and started playing alone. After finishing, the woman pulled her somewhat reluctant daughter away. Pouting, the girl eventually followed her mother, but before leaving, turned around and waved goodbye cheerfully to Qi Yan. The innkeeper cleared the tables alone. Seizing the opportunity, Song Jin spoke to him. Your wife seems to be in low spirits. Yeah, the innkeeper looked up at them, smiling bitterly. She has been examined by Dr. Wang from the village, and there's nothing physically wrong with her. It's just a psychological issue. As he wiped the table, he continued, I don't know what's happened. Since the new year, my wife has been spaced out. She says we should have had another set of children besides Ying. How could a mother forget her own kids? I planned, if I'm not busy recently, to ask the neighbors to watch the shop and Ying while I take her to the town hospital for a thorough checkup. If it doesn't work, go straight to the city for a checkup. Mental illnesses are hard to diagnose, Song Jin added. I want to, but it's too far and the road conditions aren't good. It's been how many years now, yet the roads going in and out of the village still haven't been fixed. The innkeeper muttered under his breath and fell silent afterward. I see there aren't many guests these few days. We'll leave this afternoon as well. Song Jin seized the opportunity and asked, Boss, were there more guests staying here a few days ago? Were there others besides us? There was only one inn in the village. If the Zhu Hui family or those 2 police officers came to He family village, they must have stayed here. The innkeeper remained silent for a moment, gazing intently at the two of them, lost in thought, or perhaps he was recalling the recent visitors. After a while, he took away the plates from in front of them and shook his head. No, no one has stayed. Not since the new year. This piece of news matched what Song Jin had learned earlier in the day from other places, leaving him slightly disappointed. He called Qi Yan's name twice. Qi Yan had been daydreaming absent-mindedly until Song Jin patted his shoulder, snapping him back into reality. He turned to his friend with a grave expression, Song Jin, we must leave as soon as possible. This village isn't safe to stay in. Confused, Song Jin asked, what happened? Did you discover something, or did you just think of something? Qi Yan stared at him intently, throat moving, lowering his voice and enunciating clearly, there are ghosts in this village, and worse still, I can't tell which ones are ghosts here. Chapter 100, Doll. As Qi Yan was eating dinner, he couldn't stop reminiscing about what happened in the morning. He went over every detail in his mind, always feeling that something strange had slipped past his attention. And then just a moment ago, it suddenly dawned on him, there was something peculiar about the elderly person who had spoken to him. The clothes the old man wore were clearly funeral robes. He had once helped his grandfather and mother organize his grandmother's funeral, then later he assisted his grandfather with his mother's funeral. He remembered those robes very clearly but hadn't paid much attention when he first saw the old man earlier. It was only now that he suddenly became aware of this fact. Thus, the elder's words hadn't been misunderstood, they truly did reveal that he was already dead. Furthermore, he had warned Qi Yan to leave the place. What about the villagers? Song Jin's face was taut, appearing very anxious and showing no signs of doubting Qi Yan's story. Qi Yan said, you go upstairs to the room to fetch our belongings, I'll let the owner know we're leaving. Once you come down, we'll go quickly. We can't do anything for the other villagers right now. Once we're back, we'll bring someone knowledgeable here. Song Jin didn't hesitate, nodding and replying, all right, wait here for me. I'll be down in 2 minutes. The innkeeper had just gone back to the kitchen after clearing the dishes. Qi Yan called out to the owner twice from the restaurant area, whereupon the owner emerged from the kitchen behind the counter, hands still wet from washing the dishes. Qi Yan paid for their meal, returned the room, and waited for Song Jin to come down so they could exchange keys. But after 10 minutes, Qi Yan noticed his friend had not yet descended. Their belongings weren't numerous, it shouldn't have taken this long to retrieve everything, even accounting for a bathroom visit. Growing restless, Qi Yan asked the owner for the spare key and ascended to the second floor to find Song Jin. Their room door wasn't completely closed, and upon entering, Qi Yan saw that all their things were packed and ready in bags. However, Song Jin lay unconscious on the bed, seemingly in a deep slumber. Quickly striding over to sit by the bed, Qi Yan shook his friend, shouting his name repeatedly, Song Jin. Song Jin. What's wrong? Wake up. But there was no response. A chill ran through Qi Yan as he glanced at his phone. The time was 12:30 p.m., when yang energy is at its peak. After noon, yang energy gradually diminishes while yin energy increases. Not departing now might prevent them from leaving at all. Song Jin's sudden coma also suggested some force wished to keep them here. Determined, Qi Yan grabbed the bag in one hand and hoisted Song Jin onto his shoulder with the other, dragging him toward the exit. Focused solely on helping his friend, Qi Yan failed to notice that a crude, handmade doll left on the table was now missing a part. Carrying Song Jin downstairs, the innkeeper was also startled by the sight of Song Jin unconscious. Rushing forward to assist Qi Yan, he recommended staying put a bit longer so he could summon Dr. Wang to check Song Jin's condition. Qi Yan dared not linger any longer. Song Jin's situation was not due to physical illness but rather supernatural interference. Quickly leaving the village was their best option. He thanked the innkeeper politely, requesting a thick and long rope. With the innkeeper's help, he secured Song Jin on the motorcycle seat using the rope, tying them together. Song Jin's head leaned against Qi Yan's shoulder, tethered by the rope to ensure he wouldn't fall off. By the time all this commotion settled, the phone showed the time as 1 p.m. There was only one road leading into or out of the village. Qi Yan bade farewell to the innkeeper, riding the motorcycle along the path he had arrived on. It was an overcast day, having seen no sunlight since early morning, with fog rising increasingly in the mountains, becoming thicker and colder, blanketing the entire road in a grey haze. Qi Yan knew well that the weather and fog were far from ordinary, it was probably no coincidence. Still, before leaving, he had burned a guiding talisman at the crossroads, creating an invisible tether that kept his sense of direction clear and prevented him from losing his way amidst these deceptive sights. Riding for around 10 minutes, Qi Yan could see they were getting close to the spot where they'd found the tricycle. Suddenly, though, Qi Yan felt a chill at the back of his neck as Song Jin grew unnaturally heavy, pressing coldly against him. Though freezing weather numbed much of Qi Yan's sensitivity, he immediately realized something was amiss. Song Jin. Qi Yan shouted as he turned back while controlling the speed of the motorcycle, and nearly fell off when he looked. There was no Song Jin anymore. Behind him sat a small ghost, eyes bulging wildly, tongue stretched out, hands clinging tightly to Qi Yan's neck, giving him an eerie smile. After realizing that something was wrong with the village at noon, Qi Yan had prepared a stack of ghost exorcising talismans and kept them in his pocket. At this moment, he quickly stopped the motorcycle and took one talisman in each hand. He stuck one to the ghost's crown and the other directly onto its chest. The little ghost obviously had no experience countering such moves, it got struck squarely by the talismans, which only made it more furious. Its child-sized hands tightly pinched Qi Yan's nape while it opened its mouth to bite him. In an instant, its mouth became abnormally large, stretching straight to the earlobes, filled with densely packed triangular sharp teeth. Qi Yan clearly saw everything. In panic, he bit down on his left index finger, the blood from his body contained the strongest and purest evil energy. The rest of his body's malevolent energy seemed superficial, as if merely poured into him without being under his control. But the evil force in his blood had fused directly into his veins, becoming incredibly thick and domineering, not something ordinary spirits could withstand. Before Qi Yan could bite his fingertip, a strong surge of black qi suddenly burst forth from his chest, throwing the small ghost off him. At the same time, black flames ignited on his body. The ghost fell to the ground and began screaming pitifully in the flames, its cries shrill and mournful. It didn't take long for it to go silent. But the black flames did not stop burning. They continued, revealing a very familiar crude doll caught within their grasp. In no time, the doll turned into black ashes, scattering with the wind, and the black flames extinguished along with it. Qi Yan gently touched the small porcelain bottle with his hand and kissed it lightly at his lips. He knew it was this bottle, or perhaps the person who gave it to him, that saved his life once again. He looked down at where the black flames had dispersed, his face changing drastically. Without hesitation, he mounted the motorcycle and turned back toward He family village, disregarding the fact that he had just barely escaped death. If he was right, Zhu Hui's family and the two officers were likely already beyond saving. And if he didn't return quickly now, Song Jin wouldn't last through the night. Qi Yan rode back to the inn. Seeing him return alone, the owner was somewhat surprised. "Why are you back? Did you forget something? Where is your friend?" Qi Yan glanced at the owner who came out upon hearing the sound of the motorcycle engine. His expression darkened slightly, hesitating for a moment before responding smoothly according to the owner's words. "Yes, I forgot a charger. My friend wasn't feeling well, so he stayed behind." The owner then retrieved the key for him. "You should hurry upstairs and check. I haven't tidied the room yet." Qi Yan nodded, took the key, and went upstairs. The room was empty, without a sign of Song Jin. Qi Yan turned his gaze to the only table in the room. On it, all alone, was another rag doll. Without hesitation, Qi Yan stepped forward, bit his left index finger, and drew a talisman of transmigration on the doll with his blood before taking out a lighter and setting the doll ablaze from bottom to top. The lighter fire, being near human fire, lacked the power of the previous black flames. Amidst the orange glow, faint wails of a girl in anguish could be heard. Then, in the fire, the doll transformed into a young girl's figure, identical to the ghost that had clung to Qi Yan earlier, her eyes bulging dramatically and her appearance terrifying. She tried to lunge at Qi Yan but was immobilized by the blood talisman drawn on her, unable to move, her gaze growing even more venomous toward Qi Yan. Qi Yan took a step back and glanced at the door, where a small figure stood. It was Inying, the daughter of the innkeeper. Watching the gradually fading orange flames, she giggled, saying words that chilled one to the bone. "Uncle, I sent my younger brother and sister to keep you company. Why did you kill them?" Qi Yan stared at her, reaching for the talismans in his pocket. "I didn't kill them, you killed them yourself. Why did you turn your own siblings into dolls and use them to manipulate others?" A look of indignant frustration appeared on the little girl's face. "My parents promised to take me to the amusement park and buy me dolls, but after having my younger brother and sister, they stopped paying attention to me. One day, I discovered no matter how much I cried or shouted, they wouldn't notice me, but when the younger ones cried, they would come over immediately. So I turned my younger brother and sister into my dolls and had them transform our parents too, making them follow my orders obediently." With a sweet smile at the end of her story, she said, "This way, I have my dolls, and mommy and daddy would see me and care for me again." As he had suspected, after discovering that the cloth doll could be driven by the ghost child, he realized this child who gave him the doll might not be human. Thus, the innkeepers living together with her were likely not human either, and the other villagers hadn't noticed the strange occurrences in their only inn or known that this family had already died. Were there still any living people left in this village? The little girl looked up at Qi Yan and smiled again. "Now that my brother and sister are gone, how about uncle staying to accompany Inying?" The wound on Qi Yan's left index finger was still bleeding, and he smeared the blood onto two ghost exorcising talismans in his pocket as he took one step closer toward the door. "Tell me, where is Song Jin?" But Inying did not reply. She just kept smiling while trying to persuade him. "Uncle should stay, otherwise they will capture you and turn you into a Noah mask." Qi Yan's heart jolted. Turning someone into a Noah mask. He shook his head, walking beside the ghost near the door. Then, at his fastest speed, he stuck a ghost exorcising talisman on Inying's crown, turned around, and exited, slamming the door shut behind him while sticking another talisman on it. He could hear the fierce curses and howls of the trapped ghost inside the room. Qi Yan wasn't certain for how long those two talismans would contain the ghost, as this was its house, its home, and it had claimed at least 4 human lives, with its hands soaked in the blood of its relatives. The innkeeper emerged, hearing the commotion. "How did it go? Did you find him?" Qi Yan looked at the man in front of him and shook his head. The innkeeper didn't realize he himself was dead. In this village, he had forgotten that he'd been killed by his children transformed into ghosts and still lived as if he were human. Qi Yan didn't disclose the truth. Before the upstairs ghost escaped confinement, he needed to quickly locate Song Jin hidden by it, then bring his friend away as fast as possible. Ghosts retained habits from their past lives, so there was a 10 to 8 chance Song Jin was still hidden somewhere in the inn. At that moment, Qi Yan spotted a familiar figure standing outside the inn amidst the misty gray streets. A bent silhouette with ash-gray hair, dressed in formal black silk morning attire, leaning on a black cane, it was the old lady he met earlier outside the Noah god shrine. Seeing him, the old lady beckoned him over, gesturing for him to come out. The innkeeper, with his back turned toward the doorway, didn't notice the movement outside. Qi Yan hesitated briefly before finding an excuse to exit the inn. The old lady didn't pause but soon reached the corner of the street, where she stood, still beckoning Qi Yan over. Chapter 101, Pretending to be a Ghost. Qi Yan thought for a moment, and with a determined grit of her teeth, she followed the old lady. The old lady seemed to have difficulty walking but was actually quite fast, forcing Qi Yan to jog in order to keep up. Eventually, the old lady entered a dimly lit, dilapidated bungalow. She stood inside, waving Qi Yan over from outside the door. When a ghost waves to invite you inside, you mustn't respond. Qi Yan clutched the only remaining exorcism talisman inside her pocket tightly, hesitated, then steeled herself and followed in. The old lady mumbled as she continued forward, "Only grandma died of old age, and grandma won't harm anyone." Following the elder inside, Qi Yan noticed how dark the room was. All windows were covered with black plastic sheets, blocking out any light. In the darkness, the old woman's face gleamed an eerie bluish white. Qi Yan couldn't help but tighten her fists. Lowering her gaze, she saw on a low bed against the wall, a raised figure. It was Song Jin. Startled yet grateful, she looked at the old woman. "You." "A young girl hit him in the attic, so Grandma just moved him over here," said the old lady as she eyed the young man before her. "Grandma won't harm anyone, nor can Grandma save lives." She glanced at the weather outside. "The search by Noah spirits will begin soon, and you'll be found here." The two youths were already found. "Perhaps we can't leave now." Chi Yen checked the time following the elder's words. It was already 5 in the afternoon. He had left the He family village at 1 in the afternoon, and yet, he hadn't realized that so much time had passed. She pointed toward the direction of the Noah temple. "Young man, hide in the temple for a while. Noah gods will save you." While speaking this way, the elderly woman's voice was hoarse, her expression stiff and flat, yet a sorrowful look lingered in her cloudy eyes. Chi Yen nodded, responded with thanks, then prepared to take her leave after bidding farewell to the elder. Before departing, she couldn't resist asking, "Grandma, what kind of people were the two youths who got caught?" "They were 2 constables sent here to find someone." "Those should be the 2 officers then." Chi Yen had already dragged Song Jin out of the house when she finally looked back at the elder and softly asked, "Why doesn't Grandma go?" He believed the elder would understand his implication. The elder pointed at the sky. "Can't leave, Grandma died later than others, can't leave anymore. None of us can leave anymore." The leaden-gray sky hung heavy, like a massive dome covering the entire village. Chi Yen had actually sensed something wrong early on. When dealing with those 2 ghosts, the small demons were burned completely and sucked away as if by the sky. Even though he specially painted a passage to paradise charm using blood for the female child ghost, it proved useless. After supporting Song Jin out of the door, Chi Yen didn't follow the elder's advice to seek refuge in the Noah temple but instead walked to the village entrance to fetch the motorcycle. He didn't believe that the Noah temple could save them. If it really could, why did the elder not let the 2 policemen hide in the shrine last time? If there really was divine power, why would it allow its own protected village to turn into a living hell? What the elder said was no more than a desperate plea for a miracle based on her last shred of sincere faith and hope. Because she knew they were already out of time, unable to escape. But Chi Yen still wanted to try. Easily giving in to fate was tantamount to being trapped in an inevitable dead end. The road from the elder's home back to the village entrance seemed stretched infinitely long. Or rather, the road remained the same length, only after noon, the daylight hours were shortened little by little. Even though the distance wasn't long, by the time Chi Yen helped Song Jin reach the village entrance, it was already completely dark. The phone showed 8 in the evening. The guiding rope was gone. Chi Yen strained hard to secure Song Jin onto the motorcycle and started riding with full power towards the outskirts of the village. After about 10 minutes of riding, the road ahead began to level out and broaden. They had returned to the He family village. A guiding charm could only work once, and this time, it had become ineffective. Chi Yen cursed under his breath, rode out again without paying attention to the road, going according to the Bagua life door direction. However, after half an hour, he spotted the familiar sign of the village entrance convenience store again. 2 hours later, Chi Yen stopped at the entrance of He family village, having tried every possible method. His motorcycle had run out of fuel. A continuous line of firelight appeared in sight, along with the clearly audible sound of gongs and drums. In the distance, leading the way was a group of people wearing Noah masks, holding candles and paper lanterns, beating gongs and drums, and wielding props such as swords and spears often seen on theatrical stages. They were moving towards the village entrance in grand procession. The masks varied in color and style, some had frowning brows and glaring eyes, others had curved eyebrows and smiling eyes, and yet others looked vacant and dull. Under the flickering glow of the firelight, the masks seemed to be alive, shifting from bright to dim. Behind these individuals followed a large crowd of curious villagers, including the couple who owned the convenience store at the village entrance, a family of 3 who ran the guest house, and numerous other faces Chi Yen and Song Jin had encountered earlier in the day during their inquiries. As night fully descended, the road leading out of the village seemed completely sealed off. No matter how Chi Yen tried, he kept circling back to the same spot. Although it seemed that the group moved slowly, knocking gongs and playing with weapons as they walked, in reality, they arrived quickly at the village entrance. Fearing being discovered, Chi Yen hastily dragged Song Jin into the storage room behind the convenience store at the entrance. The storage room had 2 doors, the front door for people to enter and retrieve goods to sell at the counter, and the back door leading directly to the yard, which facilitated unloading goods from vehicles directly into the storage room. Chi Yen locked the front door and attempted to open the back one, but this door, unused for who knows how long, was rusted solid and wouldn't budge no matter how hard he pushed or pulled. Chi Yan's expression changed when he realized his predicament, essentially trapping himself and Song Jin in a dead end. He considered opening the front door and finding another hiding place when he heard commotion outside. That entire group of people had already surrounded the convenience store entrance. Through the cracks in the door, he could see them chanting something outside. Then, a person wearing a red Noah mask and carrying a paper lantern led 2 others inside, beginning to recite spells and search each house. This, he assumed, must have been what the old woman had referred to as search by Noah spirits. The shop owner had mentioned before that this ritual was used to drive away evil ghosts and diseases. These 3 soon reached the storage room. The person wearing the red Noah mask tapped on the door and shouted, "Why is this door locked?" Qi Yan grew increasingly tense as he listened to the voices outside while pushing harder against the rusty back door. Another heavy accent rang from outside. "Uncle, there's noise coming from inside the door. There seems to be something inside." Terrified, Qi Yan stopped his movements. Outside, those people fell silent for a second, followed by the jingling of metal, then the sound of keys being inserted into the lock. Without thinking twice, Qi Yan summoned all his strength and kicked at the rusted door with his foot. With a loud bang, both the front and back doors burst open simultaneously. Not daring to look back, Qi Yan picked up Song Jin and ran forward immediately. Faintly, he heard the voice with the accent again, softly asking, "Uncle, there are two people over there. Are they thieves?" "Not thieves, they're ghosts. They don't cast shadows." Qi Yan faltered mid-step and glanced down. Under the faint, wavering candlelight, neither he nor Song Jin cast any shadow. His heart racing, he paid little attention to the implications, only frantically running forward with Song Jin on his back. Unable to exit the village through the entrance, he decided to run towards the other end of the village where the mountains stood close by, hoping they might hide in the hills. Song Jin's prolonged unconscious state wasn't normal. If they couldn't escape soon, even if those things didn't capture them, Song Jin probably wouldn't last much longer. The firelight behind them grew closer. Qi Yan turned around to look, and saw that the person leading with a red Noah mask was only 1 or 2 meters away from him. The long procession was so cohesive that none of its members lagged behind, even the onlookers among the villagers followed closely. Humans couldn't outrun ghosts. Qi Yan turned forward and found, without realizing, that he had already reached the entrance of the Noah temple. Now he had no choice left. Continuing forward would result in immediate capture. Supporting Song Jin tightly, he smashed open the temple doors and locked them tightly behind them. On the space between the double doors, he painted a blood-sealed charm. Many, or possibly most, of these entities still retained some semblance of human consciousness, perhaps even unaware that they were deceased. Thus, for now, they did not dare approach the Noah temple rashly. It would take time before they dared to invade the temple and break through the charm seal. This was the extra survival time Qi Yan managed to secure for himself. Within the Noah temple, the dim firelight flickered. The incense candles on the offering table in front of the deity statue were lit before the search ritual began. This light illuminated the somber atmosphere inside the temple. Qi Yan placed Song Jin against the wall, and under the dim glow of the firelight, he once again surveyed the surroundings for a way to escape. This time, his attention was drawn to the 5 Noah masks closest to the door on the left wall. They appeared quite new, brightly colored, with little dust on them. They too seemed to be smiling, their brows curved and eyes joyful, yet there was an underlying expression of fear and resentment in their smiles. The top 3 masks were ordinary white human faces, seeming to represent a man, a woman, and a child. The bottom 2 were red, with wide-open eyes that conveyed great unwillingness. Qi Yan did not understand the significance of these mask colors in Noah drama, but in Peking opera, red symbolized loyalty and courage. Indeed. During this year's New Year celebration, they actually unearthed an evil ghost. With the help of Noah masks. They seal the evil ghost into the mask so it cannot escape. "Uncle, stay behind or else you'll be caught and made into a Noah mask." The words of the convenience store owner and young Ying echoed in his mind, sending chills down his spine as he stared at those 5 masks, speechless. On the day Zhu Hui's family left, it was the 15th day of the first lunar month. The village must have been holding a similar ritual to today's Noah performance and search, with flames lighting up the sky and gongs and drums thundering. Standing at the crossroads, that family should have easily discovered the existence of the village. When they walked in for help, they were instead captured by the villagers and treated as evil ghosts. The 2 police officers searching for Zhu Hui's family were hidden by the old woman but still discovered during the house-to-house Noah search. Ghosts mistaking themselves as humans, capturing and executing humans, believing them to be ghosts. He closed his eyes briefly, shifting his gaze back to the central deity statue. Whether it was his imagination or not, under the candlelight, this statue didn't appear very tall, still wearing its black and gold mask, dressed in a red brocade robe like theatrical attire. However, it seemed much taller than the Noah prince-child statue he had seen earlier that morning. It no longer resembled a child awkwardly fitted into adult clothes but looked more like the figure of an adult god. He looked at the statue, furrowing his brow. What kind of god would let itself be worshipped by ghosts? What kind of god watches over such a hellish world where yin and yang are reversed? Or is there even no god at all? However, at that moment, Qi Yan heard a deep, hoarse voice. "Do you wish for me to save you and your friend?" "I didn't." Qi Yan started instinctively, stopping halfway through his sentence before suddenly glancing around with alarm. Finally, his gaze returned firmly upward toward the altar statue. Hadn't it just been the statue speaking to him? As if to confirm his suspicion, the voice spoke again. "Do you wish for me to save you and your friend?" This time it was clear, the sound definitely came from the statue. Qi Yan swallowed dryly, having to discard all his irreverent thoughts from moments ago. Nonetheless, doubts about the sudden manifestation of the deity lingered in his mind. Is there really a god in this world? Or is this entity just another ghost, albeit one with a cognitive difference? Could it even be deliberately tricking him? He knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. Whether it was a deity requiring earthly offerings or a ghost, anything promising help would come with strings attached. As long as it could truly rescue himself and Song Jin, he was willing to consider making a deal with it, regardless of whether it was divine or demonic. After all, even among ghosts, helpful entities like the old woman existed. Nodding his head, Qi Yan's intentions were evident, leaving nothing to hide or conceal. Yes, I seek your help to save us. But I do not know what terms we must pay if you're to assist us. Such conditions should be clarified beforehand. Even deities can be malevolent. In essence, gods and ghosts mean the same thing to humans. At hearing this, the entity chuckled softly. You ask me what I desire. My terms are simple. Come forward willingly, kiss me, that's all it takes. Chapter 102, The Covenant. Qi Yan was stunned. After hesitating for a moment, he looked at the black golden mask. Under the flickering candlelight, the smiling patterns on the mask appeared even more eerie. He opened his mouth but said nothing. That voice spoke again, hoarse and dark, as if crawling out from hell to bargain for this kiss. What? You refuse? Qi Yan lowered his eyes, gazing at the incense candles on the altar. I already have someone I like. He did not know why the spirit in this Noah shrine would make such a strange request or whether there were deeper meanings and mysteries behind it. He also had no idea how much resentment and frustration his words stirred in the heart of the one who owned that voice, enough for a fleeting thought of tearing down this decrepit temple. This precious gem he had cherished for over 10 years, this beloved person he had doted on endlessly, could it be true that under such circumstances, he confessed that he already had someone he liked? A thread of his soul always lingered by his side, yet he failed to detect any hint of affection. He had thought Qi Yan was just slow to catch on, but now realized it might be more than that. Secretly, he had thought this slowness was quite alright, allowing him to personally guide Qi Yan into understanding love. In this way, all of Qi Yan's affections would be his alone. He had no idea who that person could be. Was it that sweet-looking girl from their school who everyone admired? Was Qi Yan shy around her rather than indifferent? Or could it be the tall guy standing beside them who's already married but constantly protected by Qi Yan? Did Qi Yan not consider him as a brother? It couldn't possibly be himself, right? When they first met, he was only 14, barely qualifying as a teenager, while Qi Yan was merely 9, still a child. And when they parted ways, he was merely 16 and a half. Although children generally mature early, knowing how to secretly fall in love at the age of 15 or 16, his Qi Yan seemed to be slower in a way that made him feel pity and yearn to guard him constantly, afraid that Qi Yan would always see him as an older brother until the very end. In those 2 most youthful years of his life, he missed out, later on, when he was always by his side, holding him night after night, coaxing him to sleep, stealing kisses, his foolish Qi Yan remained unaware. So even if Qi Yan got confused and started liking someone else, he should not blame him. Slowly bringing him back to himself was all that mattered. Thinking about this, he gradually calmed down, but still harbored some unresolved resentment. Is the person you like so important? Important enough for you to refuse kissing me, even disregarding your own life and that of your friend? Qi Yan glanced at Song Jin, who was unconscious against the right wall, his face showing a hint of hesitation. If a single kiss could truly save both of their lives, he would agree. He wasn't someone overly conservative or obstinate, he knew clearly what mattered more and what less. Moreover, he had already kissed that person multiple times during opportunities unnoticed by others. It pained him greatly at the thought of losing his life here and never seeing that person again. However, one simple kiss seemed too easy and suspicious to believe, making him wary of possible traps behind it, which is why he hesitated. If you don't agree, then leave this place now. The more Qi Yan valued that person, the harder it became for him to suppress his jealousy and anger. Ah, let me show you what's happening outside right now. Qi Yan felt a sudden chill in his eyes. Instinctively closing them, he reopened them to find he could see through the 2 black doors of the temple and look out at the scene outside. All those people were gathered outside the door. Several men wearing Noah masks held paper lanterns in front, while the rest of the villagers surrounded behind them. But what Qi Yan saw this time was vastly different from before. Instead of warm orange candlelights, the paper lanterns burned with green ghost fires. Under the ghost fire's illumination, every face was pale, expressions rigid and lifeless, utterly devoid of the friendly warmth he had seen during the day. At a glance, there wasn't a single living being among them. Some had hideous features, appearing as ferocious spirits, indicating they had already claimed victims. Among them were the little girl Ying from the inn and several leading Noah performers. No wonder neither he nor Song Jin cast shadows under the candlelight, they were human and naturally cast no shadow under ghost fire. He once heard of people born with innate ability to see supernatural beings or perceive the yin-yang essence of things, but he lacked such talent. There were also spiritual techniques that allowed ordinary people to see the unseen ghostly realms, such must have been used on him. Qi Yan looked up toward the sky. The sky was dark, but not with the clarity of a starry night. Instead, it was shrouded in swirling black and gray mists that coiled endlessly, a dense concentration of ghostly energy enveloping the entire village. Both humans and ghosts were trapped within this veil. Qi Yan felt his heart twist painfully. When Song Jin called his colleague, there was no mention of any abnormality. Those outside the village had no idea what was happening here, just as the villagers remained oblivious to their own surroundings. At some point, malevolent spirits must have infiltrated the village. Perhaps at first only 1 or 2 people became victims, transforming into these vengeful ghosts who then continued killing others around them. Due to the influence of this ghostly energy, living people couldn't distinguish between human and ghost. Even after being killed, they forgot how they died, continuing their lives normally. The ghosts themselves also lost awareness of whether they were alive or dead. Among the ghostly beings Qi Yan encountered in the village, only the little girl Ying and the old woman clearly knew they were dead. The old woman said she had passed away peacefully in her old age. As for the others, they might have been killed without realizing it. Qi Yan stood there stunned, gazing at the hellish scene outside. Suddenly, he heard a chilling voice ask calmly, "Have you seen enough? What's your answer now? Why do you want to kiss so badly?" Qi Yan countered. There was a pause, followed by a sudden soft laugh. "It's too cold here. I thought you could warm me up. Would that be such a problem?" Qi Yan turned to look at the flickering statue on the altar under the candlelight, speaking softly, "I'd like you to guarantee nothing else will happen apart from the kiss. A kiss, in exchange for Qi Yan and Song Jin leaving this village unharmed. I'd like you to swear by your name that this agreement is binding and cannot be broken." The ability to negotiate terms had clearly developed. The voice chuckled faintly, "I don't have a name, but I can assure you I'll let you both leave safely." "I must say," Qi Yan closed his eyes briefly, "that makes it hard for me to trust you. Among all things in heaven and earth, even spirits and deities possessed names. Having a spirit meant having a name, and an agreement sealed with a name held the power of a sacred vow that could not be retracted. Breaking the oath, lying, or using a false name would trigger severe retaliation proportional to the weight of the vow. This entity's refusal to reveal its true name only deepened Qi Yan's suspicions. "You don't trust me?" The voice hesitated for a moment. "All right, I'll fulfill part of my promise first. I'll drive those entities outside away before you kiss me, then I'll send you away. Your friend means nothing to me. But if you don't keep your end of the deal, you'll belong to me forever and stay here." "Agreed," Qi Yan nodded slowly after a long pause. He had no other choice. If this creature really forced them out of the shrine, they'd die anyway. He still didn't know who exactly was talking to him or what powers they wielded. As Qi Yan nodded, the heavy black wooden doors of the shrine suddenly swung open, stunning everyone, both the demons outside and Qi Yan inside. At that very moment, ominous clouds shifted in the sky. The oppressive black mist that had swarmed over the heavens began twisting violently as if pulled, torn, and stirred by an invisible but irresistible cosmic hand. A chilling wind rushed inward, instantly extinguishing the incense and candles on the shrine's altar. The embroidered curtains decorating the roof beams fluttered wildly, scattering across the ground. Outside, those people seemed overwhelmed by immense anguish, collapsing onto the ground, clutching their heads and writhing in agony. Gradually, the ghostly energy in the sky grew thinner, revealing the original expanse of the night. Qi Yan watched carefully as the ghostly energy seemed to be forcibly sucked towards something inside the shrine, as though it were pulling every ounce of this dark force into itself. Amidst the chaotic cacophony of wailing, Qi Yan noticed a small black figure standing under the eaves opposite the temple. Upon meeting his gaze, it smiled faintly, waved a hand, and then slowly faded away until it disappeared entirely. It was the old woman who had helped them earlier. With the seal of ghostly energy lifted from the village, she had moved on to the next life. He heard the same voice speak coolly, "Those creatures down there are remembering the terror and pain of their deaths. Once they accept they're already dead, they will find peace and move on. Grievous spirits enter the cycle of rebirth, while wicked ones disintegrate into nothingness. In the end, this village would become an empty, lifeless ghost town, returning to its proper state." Qi Yan walked up to the 5 masks, and their expressions returned to tranquility, joyful brows, smiling eyes, slightly upturned mouths. They were just ordinary masks. That voice rang out at this moment, hoarse, deep, and with a touch of unusual entanglement and softness. "It's time for you to fulfill your promise." Qi Yan turned back and looked steadfastly at the statue on the offering table. Possessing such power to change heaven and earth, eradicating such heavy and resentment-filled ghostly energy in an instant, he started to believe that this entity was truly a local deity. But his throat moved as he took steps toward the offering table, tilting his face up to look at the black gold mask, like an offering waiting to be sacrificed to the god. "Since you have this kind of ability, why did you just sit by and do nothing before?" He couldn't help but ask. The spirit worshipped in the temple should protect the living beings here. Why had it merely stood by and watched them turn into resentful ghosts, struggling numbly through life, unable to reincarnate? The voice only chuckled softly in response, without answering. "Because I protect not the people here but you. Foolish Qi Yan. I came here following you." Behind the mask, the false deity's features softened gently, but the human under the altar could not see. The 2 black doors of the temple closed silently again. The red incense and candles on the offering table lit up faintly once more, casting a dim and mysterious warm glow. The statue stood high above, out of Qi Yan's reach. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly climbed onto the offering table and cautiously drew near. The voice made no sound again. As Qi Yan got closer, the black gold mask and the brocade red robe covering the statue became clearer. For a moment, Qi Yan felt an illusion that beneath the mask and robe might lie a real person, a living being, rather than a wooden or clay statue. His face grew nearer to the mask, and then he heard the voice softly say, "Close your eyes." Qi Yan unconsciously obeyed, closing his eyes, and leaned forward to kiss the lifeless mask. The sensation was icy cold. An icy, moist something pried open his lips and explored inside, lightly teasing him. Qi Yan initially didn't react, obediently kneeling on the offering table, head tilted back, mouth slightly open, allowing the other party to proceed. But when he realized what the thing was doing, he startled and tried to open his eyes. Before he could, he felt a cold gust of wind coming towards his chest, and was pushed down directly onto the offering table. The burning candle fell to the ground, its flame flickering a few times before going out. Darkness enveloped the temple once again. Qi Yan opened his eyes and extended his hand, sobbing as he struggled to push away the presence like a small animal trapped in the hands of a hunter with nowhere to escape. Gradually, his eyes adapted to the darkness. He could make out the outline of the roof beams, and could see one after another eerie smiling faces on the wall to his right, but he could not see the thing in front of him. Yet he knew it wasn't an illusion. He could still feel the icy tongue exploring and sucking in his mouth, the icy hand that slipped beneath his shirt constantly stroking, the cold and heavy weight pressing down on him, similar to that of any grown man. Due to gravity, the little porcelain bottle hanging from his neck slid to his side. For some unknown reason, the bottle that had always saved him in perilous moments didn't work now, perhaps because the presence before him was too overwhelming even for the bottle to resist. Feeling the smooth, round surface of the porcelain bottle, Qi Yan's limbs, which had become weak and powerless, suddenly regained strength. With all his force, he shoved the thing off of himself. Qi Yan quickly sat up holding onto the edge of the offering table, looking into the void as he said. "You said we would leave safely after the kiss. It's now your turn to keep your promise." His large eyes were wide open, their black pupils shining brightly, like a young lion that had been provoked yet was powerless to act. The voice replied coolly, "You'll stay here until tomorrow morning, and your friend will naturally awaken. Then you can leave on your own." Though it was agreed they would be sent away, was he sulking because Qi Yan forcefully pushed him away? Qi Yan muttered to himself, but made no further objections. The village had already returned to peace, normalcy, and silence. They could leave on their own after daybreak without issue. Anyway, in 3 hours, dawn would break. But Qi Yan failed to detect the restraint and suppression behind that voice. He was nearly unable to hold back. Watching him day after day, embracing him, stealing kisses when he slept, was no longer enough to satisfy him. He couldn't help but desire more. But it was all right. They should be meeting very soon. Chapter 103, The Gathering in Array. After that voice, there was no more sound. Qi Yan could no longer hold on and sat down by the wall next to Song Jin, unintentionally falling asleep. He was shaken awake. After opening his eyes in a daze, he saw his friend's enlarged face. Song Jin looked utterly baffled and flustered. "Ruler Qi, what happened to us? How did we end up here? I just went out for a quick look, and there wasn't a single person in the village. And how did I pass out? You asked me to go back and get my luggage yesterday. I was about to open the door when I saw the young girl from the inn owner's family smiling at me, then I lost consciousness." This matter was complicated, and Qi Yan didn't know where to start. So he patted him as a sign for him to step aside, stood up, and first looked at the statue on the offering table. The statue looked the same as it did during the daytime yesterday. It was still the small childlike figure with a black gold mask, wearing a red brocade robe, not like the tall one he had seen last night. So what he had seen last night, was it an illusion created by the interplay of candlelight and shadow, or was it something deliberately pretending to be the deity of this temple? In any case, it seemed that they were at least safe now. Qi Yan shook his head at Song Jin. "Don't ask questions right now. Let's quickly leave, I'll explain everything once we're far away." Outside the temple, the sun was shining brightly, the weather perfect, blue skies stretched overhead, and the spring breeze was gentle. However, the village was deathly silent, without any signs of life, nor the sound of human activity. Qi Yan finally remembered the place that felt off but which he had ignored initially. The night they arrived at the village, it was too quiet. His maternal grandfather's hometown was also nearby in the countryside. That year after his grandmother passed away, he accompanied his mother and grandfather back once. They stayed over at a relative's home that night, and you could hear chickens crowing, dogs barking, and the chirping of insects and birds. Now, in early spring with the temperature starting to rise, all living things should be reviving, yet there was no sound of animals in the village, and no trace of life except for the villagers. His subconscious had already sensed something was amiss, but he hadn't figured it out until now. Qi Yan's motorcycle was out of fuel, but Song Jin's motorcycle was still parked in front of the lodge. The two headed toward it. Qi Yan remained silent, and neither dared Song Jin to speak as they stared at the desolate scene of the village, their backs tingling with goosebumps. The door to the guest house was wide open. Although Qi Yan didn't dare to enter and take a closer look, his gaze involuntarily fell into the room. A shadow of a person lay on the counter by the door, a hand covered with livid spots hanging down from the counter. On the floor was an old video game console broken into 2 pieces. Qi Yan quickly turned away his sight. He was afraid of unnecessary trouble and dared not enter to confirm whose corpse it was. Instead, he urged Song Jin to quickly start the motorcycle and leave. It wasn't until they completely drove away from that narrow road and got back onto the main road they followed before discovering the three-wheeled motorcycle that Chi Yan let Song Jin stop the vehicle. He started recounting the events in the village, his experiences while unconscious, and his speculations, all while carefully examining the surrounding environment. There was still another lingering question in his heart that he couldn't shake. After listening to Chi Yan's account, Song Jin remained stunned for a long time, shaking his head. This is truly. In the face of such a hellish world, all words seemed powerless, making it hard to evaluate or describe. As he followed Chi Yan's gaze towards that small road leading to He Family Village, Song Jin suddenly became curious. Ruler Chi, this road leading to He Family Village is pretty clear. Why did we not find it even after circling around twice when we investigated with Little Lee that day? Because at that time, the whole village along with the road entering it was enveloped by ghostly Chi. If it wasn't at a special time, living people wouldn't be able to see it. It's like being under some kind of spell. This was also Chi Yan's confusion. Why was it that precisely at that moment, living people could see that haunted village? After looking around for a long time, he couldn't figure out the reason. Here, their mobile phones had no signal, and they couldn't send messages. The two had no choice but to ride their motorcycles back to Fengshui town together. After returning, Song Jin made a phone call to report on the job. In the afternoon, a group of people came with tools under Song Jin's lead, heading toward where the three-wheeled motorcycle was discovered. The road was too narrow for cars to enter, so they rented two three-wheeled vehicles from town to carry the necessary tools. Chi Yan changed to another motorcycle and followed behind. Actually, by this point, it was none of his business, but due to the unresolved doubts, he couldn't help but want to follow and take a look. As Chi Yan watched the professionals finish taking photos and gather evidence, they proceeded to retrieve the Zhu family's three-wheeled motorcycle from the ditch by the road. Standing nearby, he happened to notice a trace of cinnabar that had not been erased beneath where the motorcycle had been pressed against the soil. The color of the cinnabar was extremely vivid, slightly darker than fresh blood, and it stood out sharply against the yellow-brown dirt trench. Although there was no light shining on it, it nearly blinded him for a moment. Chi Yan involuntarily moved closer, lowering his head in an attempt to see more clearly. That streak of cinnabar was not just a random vertical line, instead, it was slanted with a horizontal dip, resembling part of a right triangle. Chi Yan believed he wouldn't mistake it. This was the way the Chi family painted their formations. He had never formally learned the occult arts within the Chi family, but every day he saw this shade of cinnabar and observed the talismanic array patterns. Later, when he left the Chi family, the big book he took with him also introduced basic methods of drawing arrays and the simplest few types of formations. An idea flashed through his mind, making Chi Yan's heart pound louder. He stepped back twice, looking around at the surroundings once again. A branch leaning outward, a large stone by the side of the road, the original position of the red three-wheeled vehicle, all these gradually formed a circle, sketching out the shape of an array diagram. He couldn't make out the details of this formation yet, but from its outline, he could roughly discern that this was a gathering in array. Every evening after sunset, it would gradually guide the ghostly Chi from He Family Village towards here, creating a gap to make people passing by discover this road and that village. Before the Zhu family went missing and their three-wheeled motorcycle overturned into the ditch, this formation was incomplete, a broken circle. Someone had deliberately drawn in the cinnabar to complete the array. And the placement of that three-wheeled motorcycle afterward might have been tampered with, arranged carefully to set it in that position. Therefore, the disappearance of the Zhu family was not accidental. Even if the victims hadn't been them, it would have been someone else. The deaths of those two police officers were likely within some people's expectations. All this was manipulated and planned by someone. The ghost village may not have been intentionally created by them, but after discovering the anomalies of He Family Village, they deliberately utilized it to harm the people they wanted to target. Ghosts eating ghosts, ghosts eating humans, humans eating humans. Chi Yan could no longer differentiate who, or what, was truly responsible for these deaths, ghost or human. What kind of person could immediately perceive the emergence of a ghost village? And the individual they ultimately wanted to harm, who was it? Song Jin and the master officer from the police team who was guiding him approached Chi Yan side by side. Chi Yan faintly heard their conversation. The higher-up specifically appointed you to be responsible for this missing person case. I was worried whether you could handle it alone, but didn't expect you to uncover so much. Song Jin gave an embarrassed laugh. No, this time I mainly relied on a friend of mine, otherwise, I probably would have lost my life. But master, come to think of it, this matter is still quite eerie. They began discussing the case, walking closer to Chi Yan, and Song Jin introduced them to each other. Master, this is my friend Chi Yan. We've known each other since high school, we're very close. This entire matter was thanks to him. Then Song Jin introduced his master to Chi Yan. Chi Yan greeted the other man politely, exchanged a few words, and casually asked, is Officer Song pretty famous? I just overheard you mention that someone specially assigned this case to Song Jin. His master nodded without concern. Yes, I suppose they want little Song to gain some experience. Unexpectedly, you two managed to discover such a strange event about He Family Village. Their village was already remote, and since winter began, there have been even fewer people going in or coming out. Neither did the villagers seem to leave, nor did anyone take much notice. Who would have thought that an entire village's population would vanish one by one? They had already examined the village earlier and found the corpses of the villagers. Based on preliminary judgment, the timing and causes of death for these individuals differed. From the first deceased person to the last, the span of their death stretched over more than a month, yet none of the bodies had been properly buried. Even ignoring Song Jin's accounts of strange supernatural experiences suggesting illusions, the matter was sufficiently bizarre. Within a household, the wife died while the husband was still alive. Why didn't the husband bury and mourn his wife properly? Judging by the times of death, when only 2 or 3 individuals remained alive in the village, households displayed dead bodies openly. Why did the surviving 2 or 3 individuals show no reaction, continuing to live as though nothing was amiss until they too perished? And what were the thoughts of the last living person when everyone else had already died? These thoughts sent a chill down his spine and gave him a headache. He could foresee that they would be troubled by the issue of the family village for a while, so he temporarily ignored Chi Yan's concerns. With many years of work experience, even though he knew Song Jin had relied on connections to secure his job, he also recognized Song Jin as proactive, hardworking, and responsible, and thus never held it against him. He continued to guide and support Song Jin in every way he could, letting him learn through experience when necessary. This time, when Song Jin was specifically appointed to handle the missing person case, he took it as an opportunity for Song Jin to improve and didn't give it too much thought. Chi Yan felt a coldness creep into his heart after receiving an affirmative response. With the resources and influence of the Chi family, achieving such a plan would have been effortless. So, did this mean that their real target all along was himself? Even if Song Jin hadn't approached him for help and he hadn't voluntarily agreed to join, they could still have used his relationship with Song Jin to lure him here. Chi Yan closed his eyes briefly and shook his head. He and the Chi family were like ants compared to a giant tree. Moreover, he was exposed while the Chi family operated from the shadows. If Qi Rong or Qi Yuanshan had truly wanted him dead, it would have been child's play for them to do so. Why go through so much trouble and create such a convoluted plan that cost so many innocent lives? Unless, they were concerned about someone else and didn't dare leave any evidence pointing to them. Hence, they chose this troublesome method, aiming to let him die unnoticed in this ghost village and make it appear accidental. Once the gathering yin array at the road was destroyed afterward, without deliberate investigation, there wouldn't be any traces left behind. But who were they wary of? Who could possibly be feared by the all-powerful Qi family? Chapter 104, That Person. He had completely broken away from the Qi family. He would have gladly been reborn to sever all ties with the Qi family entirely and never covet anything from them again. However, as the legitimate eldest son and grandson of the Qi family, even just that title was enough for Qi Yuan to be concerned about him. Let alone Qi Rong, who would never feel at ease. In truth, he should have foreseen this. His existence was a thorn in Qi Rong's side. Pulling him out wasn't enough, he had to be utterly destroyed for her peace. The intent to kill was now so evident that he could not sit back and wait for his fate. Since the other party had already decided to kill him, there would surely be a second attempt if not a first. Though he escaped once with the help of some unknown, divine being, such good fortune might not repeat itself. And yet, as a lone, ordinary person, how could he possibly contend with the mysterious and enigmatic Taoist master lineage? It was almost like an impossible dream. After returning to our city, Qi Yan thought long and hard but couldn't devise any reliable or feasible plan to save his life. The only result he arrived at was that he at least needed to return to the circles he'd once known, drawing more attention from Taoist masters and those studying magic so that the Qi family, concerned with their reputation, would hesitate before harming him. Meanwhile, he could also use the opportunity to secure more chips for his survival. With this decision made, Qi Yan didn't hesitate. He immediately booked a ticket to L City, informed his grandfather, arranged for everything at home, and set off. He was soon graduating, having completed his graduation thesis and needing only to wrap up a few final tasks, so neither the trip with Song Jin nor this journey to L City would significantly impact his studies. The locations of families like the Qi clan and their members were not easily discovered or casually seen by outsiders. Ordinary people might meet them without realizing these individuals were indeed Taoist masters who dealt with spirits. After leaving the Qi family, it was no easy feat for Qi Yan to find his way back. However, he did know someone easy to track down. He knew Su Rui ran a cafe in L City. Su family, similar to Qi family, hailed from a very traditional lineage of Taoist masters. Although Su Rui was slightly older than him by half a year, they had grown up knowing each other since childhood. Yet their personalities clashed, leading to an average relationship between them. Su Rui's father was the second son of the Su family head, highly regarded within the family due to his talent in mystic arts. Su Rui also had a twin sister. According to tradition, twins were often considered inauspicious, but thanks to the love from both their parents, they grew up as young princes and princesses within the Su family, whom no one dared to provoke. Looking back, Qi Yan objectively believed part of the reason why they didn't get along when younger might have stemmed from jealousy on his part. He envied Su Rui for receiving paternal protection and affection. On the other hand, Su Rui disdained his clingy demeanor around a certain person, calling him less strong than a girl, not manly enough. Both Qi Yan and Su Rui's twin sister Su Xian didn't agree with this view. Su Xian disliked gender bias, arguing why must girls be soft and delicate, while Qi Yan felt Su Rui shouldn't meddle in what was purely personal matters between himself and his attachment. Slow and patient in nature, Qi Yan always got along well with Su Xian. It wasn't until an escape from death when Qi Yan, Su Rui, and Su Xian were 15 years old that the two boys developed a mutual respect. That incident led to a rare bond built on trust and reliance. After Qi Yan left the Qi family, naturally, all contact with Su Rui and his sister was severed. It wasn't until university, during a trip to L City with classmates, that Qi Yan unexpectedly found a famous internet cafe run by Su Rui during his free time. Money was no concern for Su Rui, he opened the shop merely as a hobby. Thanks to their parents' indulgence, he and Su Xian enjoyed more freedom. Su Rui confessed that he hated the traditional and outdated atmosphere of the Su family, preferring to open a store himself rather than return. He invited Qi Yan to seek him at the shop if he ever had anything important. Qi Yan understood Su Rui's feelings well. But due to their father's position, the Su siblings would definitely maintain connections with their family and the broader world of Taoist practices, unlike himself. If Qi Yan wanted to re-enter that world, Su Rui was the only available channel. When Qi Yan arrived at the coffee shop, Su Rui was there. Mr. Su greeted him personally. "What would you like to drink?" "I'll prepare it for you." Qi Yan looked over the menu. "Chocolate milk, medium sugar." Su Rui gave a low whistle and turned to heat the milk, teasing him, "You're still drinking baby stuff, Mr. Qi." Su Rui prepared himself a cup of black tea and served it together with Qi Yan's milk to the back room, his resting area, no trifles without great significance. "Mr. Qi, why have you honored me with your presence this time?" Knowing clearly all the entanglements and inner affairs between Su Rui and the Qi family, since he wanted Su Rui's help, Qi Yan did not hide anything from him but gave a detailed account of all the happenings in the family village. "So you think Qi Rong wants to harm you? Now you want to return under the watchful eyes of all Taoist masters, thus making Qi Rong refrain from rash actions?" "Yes," Qi Yan nodded, rotating the cup in his hands. "But if you do that, in the Qi family and Qi Rong's view, it may appear as though you are trying to return and reclaim what is yours. Are you sure Qi Rong won't become more urgent in eliminating you?" Su Rui frowned. "Death whether I return or not, death whether I fight for it or not. I might as well take a gamble by returning," Qi Yan said bitterly. "He'll try to kill me anyway regardless of my decision to go back or fight. I still hold the title of eldest grandson and can be considered part of the Qi family, so when I return, there will be many fellow Taoist masters and respected elders watching over me." Qi Rong would then hesitate before acting recklessly. "It's better than remaining an ordinary person only to one day meet an unclear end, perhaps even endangering friends and family." "That does make sense," Su Rui nodded thoughtfully. "Just half a month later, it'll be time for the 5-yearly Chou Tianji ceremony. This time it falls on our family to preside over it. My father called a few days ago urging me to return. I've been pondering how to arrange a fitting and attention-grabbing identity for you so you can participate." "Then thank you." The group of spirit-communicating masters believed they disrupted natural order by communicating with spirits and altering fates, hence they periodically conducted the heavenly worship ceremonies to repent and pray for blessings. Over time, these evolved into major rituals attended by almost all Taoist masters, known as the Chou Tianji. Held every 5 years now, each event was led by a highly esteemed master. This year it was Su family's turn. It was impossible for Su Rui not to return. For a long while, Su Rui said nothing, merely slowly sipping his tea, evidently pondering ways to bring Qi Yan back for the Chou Tianji ceremony. The tea in the white porcelain cup had nearly run out when Su Rui asked Qi Yan to wait momentarily as he refilled his drink. 5 minutes later, he returned carrying a full cup of black tea, a mischievous look flashing across his face. "Mr. Qi, I actually have a foolproof plan, provided you're willing. Both my sister and I are still single. You could either pretend to be my boyfriend or my sister's boyfriend, accompanying us back for the upcoming Chou Tianji. That way we don't need any other excuse, and no one could comment on it. After all, we've known each other since childhood, so suddenly being together wouldn't draw too much suspicion." That was indeed a method, and seeing the siblings willingly sacrificing their reputations to help him, Qi Yan naturally wouldn't refuse. "Of course, I'd prefer pretending to be Su Xian's boyfriend rather than yours. If I went with the latter, your dad would probably eliminate me before Qi Rong even has the chance." Qi Yan laughed. "But have you discussed this with her? Would she agree?" Such old families like the Su clan were conservative in most aspects, so if Su Rui found a boyfriend, it would certainly cause an uproar and opposition. Qi Yan didn't want to complicate matters unnecessarily. Comparatively, as the younger child, Su Xian wasn't heavily emphasized in the male-preferred family structure, which came with fewer restrictions. Returning as Su Xian's boyfriend would fulfill Qi Yan's earlier strategy to make Qi Rong cautious without drawing too much unwanted notice or trouble. Su Rui smiled again. "You know her personality, right? She doesn't care about these things and would surely not hesitate to agree since it's to help you. She plans to come see me tonight before heading home with me. Why don't you ask her in person?" At 6 o'clock in the evening, Su Xian arrived. After many years, although she had changed somewhat, the resemblance to the little girl Qi Yan once knew was still visible. Her character remained unchanged. Upon hearing about Qi Yan's predicament, she agreed without hesitation. Subsequently, the Su siblings invited Qi Yan to stay in L City for 2 days, then travel back to the Su family compound together 3 days later for the Chou Tianji ceremony. Before leaving, Qi Yan anticipated needing some time away, so he hired a part-time worker for his grandfather who would come daily at a fixed time to prepare lunch and dinner and tidy up the house. Knowing his grandfather would be cared for, he could feel more at ease and just needed to phone home regularly. These past few days, Qi Yan and Su Xian had been staying at Su Rui's house. On the night before their departure, Su Xian went to bed first. The weather was pleasant, with a bright moon and sparse stars, so Su Rui called some barbecue takeaway and beer, and sat on the rooftop terrace of his house with Qi Yan, wrapped in coats, drinking and watching a sports game. After sitting outside for a long time, they both started feeling the chill and had almost finished their drinks. Just as Qi Yan was about to suggest heading back inside, he heard Su Rui speak, "Qi Xiao, there is one more thing I haven't told you these last few days." Qi Yan could sense something unusual in his tone, not sure if it was due to intoxication or because this matter was indeed significant, so he turned to look at him. "What is it? Do you still remember that person you used to constantly pester about?" Su Rui stared into his eyes. At the thought of that person, Qi Yan unconsciously shifted his throat, looked down, nodded, and forced a natural smile. "Of course I remember." "What about him?" "The first time we met in the shop, you hinted at asking me about that person, but I deliberately pretended not to understand. The truth is, I was afraid of saying too much and wasn't sure how to tell you. However, this time when you go back, you're bound to meet him, so I feel I must give you a heads up." Su Rui seemed to be carefully choosing his words. "For the past few years, I've kept my distance from the Su family under the guise of studying and running a business, and most of what I know about this has come through rumors. I don't have all the details. But I do know that 3 years after you left, his 2 older brothers died in succession, making him the head of the Yi family. Now anyone who knows him shows extreme respect and caution whenever mentioning him. It's not just my father, even my grandfather treats him with careful deference." He glanced carefully at Qi Yan's expression, hesitated for a moment, then added, "So Qi Yan, time can change a person quite a lot, let alone so many years passing. You don't know what he's like now, nor his current attitude towards you. He might no longer be the Yi Yingji you knew. If there's no reason to engage with him once you return, try to keep your distance. He's someone we cannot afford to offend." Chapter 105, Family Head. A night breeze blew. The soccer match on TV had already ended. Qi Yan picked up the remote and randomly switched to another channel. On the stage, a male and female singer were duetting. "Hand in hand, we promise to each other for 100 years. Whoever dies at the age of 97, will wait 3 years on the bridge of sighs." Qi Yan was momentarily lost in thought. He was no longer the clueless child who, when lost and chased by ghostly creatures, ran into someone's yard, saw a teenage figure, paused briefly, then rushed forward to cling on to that person's leg. He understood priorities now, had experienced warmth and coldness alike, and of course fully grasped the implications of Su Rui's words. With the help of the Su siblings, naturally it would be better not to stir up any unnecessary trouble. Moreover, what Su Rui said made perfect sense. After all, so many years had passed. How could he be sure that person hadn't changed? How could he expect that person to treat him exactly the same as before? Qi Yan shook his head slightly, looked at Su Rui, and nodded, saying, "Don't worry, I understand." The next morning, they were about to embark on their journey. After tidying up the leftovers with Su Rui, they parted ways to sleep. Lying in bed with his eyes closed, Qi Yan found himself unable to fall asleep for a long time. Because of Su Rui's words, he suddenly realized very clearly that after returning this time, he would definitely see that person again. His thoughts raced wildly, seemingly taking him back to that spring 9 years ago, when he dumbly followed some cousins outside to play. Unbeknownst to him, they all secretly slipped away, leaving him alone on a strange road he'd never been on before. He tentatively walked forward. After walking for a long while, he finally spotted a shadowy figure. Running towards the person to ask for directions, he raised his voice several times calling out, "Excuse me," but the person wouldn't turn around or respond to him. Unable to resist, he lightly tapped the person's back with his small hand, and finally, the person turned around. On their face, there was nothing. Terrified, Qi Yan turned and ran as fast as possible like a little animal fleeing in panic, without direction. Glancing behind from time to time, he was shocked to find that the thing always followed closely one step behind him. In the end, he rushed into an elegant courtyard filled with flowers and trees in full bloom. It was springtime, and every step, every turn exuded beauty. A tall youth stood under a magnolia tree wearing a white shirt, stretching out a hand to pick a branch of pristine white flowers dangling downwards. Qi Yan stopped abruptly, deliberately stepping aside for a moment to secretly look at the youth's face, and once confirming that the other person was human, he didn't hesitate to rush over, grabbing onto the person's leg and sobbing loudly. Families of celestial masters like the Qi family usually live secluded lives. However, the Qi, Yi, and Su families resided near each other. While the Qi family specialized in the study of heavenly principles, the Yi family studied the ghostly arts, neighboring helped them complement each other's yin-yang knowledge. Qi Yan only learned later that the private garden he accidentally entered was where the third son of the Yi family recuperated, and the person he clung to was none other than Yingji, the third young master of the Yi family. The following morning, the three set off by car. The distance was not short, and throughout the trip, they took turns driving. Although Su Xian was only born shortly after Su Rui, the two fought daily as children. Now that Su Rui was older and more considerate, knowing his sister's stubborn streak, he didn't explicitly forbid her from driving shifts. Instead, he intentionally drove a little longer himself to let Su Xian rest more. As Qi Yan wasn't familiar with the route, the final section of winding mountain road approaching their destination was driven entirely by Su Rui. The Su family residence was not located deep in remote mountains but rather on the hills at the outskirts of City, a famous bustling metropolis in the country. Due to various formations in place, the probability of an ordinary person straying into the Su family's domain was extremely low, and this winding mountain road led directly to the Su estate. Looking out of the car window, clouds and mist enveloped everything, almost completely obscuring the view outside. There were no other vehicles ahead or behind. Sitting in the passenger seat, Qi Yan took out his phone and checked. It had no signal. All this indicated they were getting closer and closer to the Su residence, and also closer to the Qi family and that person. Gazing at the fog outside the window, memories from those years spontaneously resurfaced. Back then, he clung to the other person's leg and cried. That teenager, who appeared no more than 4 or 5 years older than him, didn't get angry or say anything but simply picked him up and cradled him in his arms, even handing over the freshly picked magnolia flower for him to play with. He continued carrying him inside, gently placing him on a soft sofa, personally fetching a hot towel to wipe his face, and pouring warm milk for him to drink. Apart from his mother, no one else had taken care of him with such meticulous attention. Qi Yan was slightly startled, holding the large glass cup of milk dumbfoundedly, his head tilted upwards as he stared at the youth in front of him. His tiny frame hugged the large cup tightly to his chest, black round eyes shimmering with moisture, his swollen red eye rims making him look both innocent and pitiable. The young man took the glass from his hands and placed it on the table, then embraced him gently, soothing him softly. Be a good boy, little one. Tell your brother what your name is. Though the youth's fingers were slightly cool, his embrace was warm and radiated with a calming presence. Qi Yan couldn't help but lean closer, softly resting his head against the other's chest as he mumbled weakly, my name is Qi Yan. Lying against the chest of the person who held him, Qi Yan heard the steady heartbeat beneath him, and unexpectedly began crying again without reason. Yingji thought he was still scared, and for a long time consoled the small, warm bundle in his arms until Qi Yan calmed down. That day, Qi Yan ended up staying at Yingji's private villa. Yingji fed him milk, ate dinner with him, told him stories, explaining that the thing he had encountered on the road was merely a lost wandering soul unable to find its way, which is why it followed people around. Once Qi Yan entered the courtyard's range, the soul dared not follow anymore. That night, when they slept together on Yingji's bed, Qi Yan comforted him to sleep before finally dozing off himself. The next day, Qi Yan's family came to take him back. Yingji hung a charm around his neck, a double-source guiding talisman. The villa wasn't far from Qi Yan's home. If he ever wanted to come over, he could follow the guidance of the talisman, and once he started walking towards the villa, Yingji would be able to sense it and come out to greet him along the way. At that time, though Qi Yan was still young, he could already tell right from wrong. He didn't feel happy at home, but felt at ease and comfortable in the villa. From then on, he visited the villa frequently every few days. Other members of the Qi family mostly ignored him, and Qi Yan's mother knew her son wasn't happy at home. After understanding the situation, she silently allowed Qi Yan to often visit the villa. Later, Qi Yan even spent an entire month there, only leaving reluctantly when his mother specifically sent someone to pick him up. Fuboxi, the steward responsible for managing the villa affairs, was initially quite surprised. But after years passed, he slowly became accustomed and no longer found it strange, for before Qi Yan's arrival, he had never seen the usually aloof third master so close with anyone. Yingji was the youngest child of the Yi family patriarch, his two elder brothers being about 20 years older than him and of the same generation as Qi Yuanshan. By lineage, Qi Yan should have called him uncle. But due to their meeting by chance and the relatively small age difference, Qi Yan always addressed him as brother. Qi Yan slowly closed his eyes, recalling the person whose image sometimes grew distant, becoming clearer and more blurred within his mind. Yet whenever he deliberately tried to recall, every movement, expression, and word of that person seemed vivid and lifelike, as if they had parted just yesterday. The car gradually came to a stop. Su Rui unbuckled his seatbelt and loudly announced, "All right, we've arrived. Time to get out." The Su siblings led Qi Yan back to meet their parents first. They didn't know exactly how much the elders had been told, whether they truthfully disclosed the fact that they were helping Qi Yan establish a plausible identity for the repaying heaven ceremony, or if they fabricated another acceptable story. Regardless, Uncle Su Air and his wife showed little reaction towards this supposed boyfriend of their daughter, treating him as though he were just a regular friend visiting with their children. They instructed the steward to arrange lodging for him, neither overly enthusiastic nor neglectful. That evening, Qi Yan joined the four-member Su family for dinner. Su father addressed his son, "In 10 days, the repaying heaven ceremony will begin. By tomorrow, all our guests should have arrived. Be cautious these days when you're outside." Su Rui nodded in agreement. Their father glanced at Qi Yan and continued, "Tomorrow evening, the family will host a banquet to welcome all our guests. Many will be present, so you should bring Xiao Qi along as well." Qi Yan looked up, fixing his gaze on Su father and paused briefly before solemnly saying, "Thank you, uncle." Su's father waved his hand dismissively, and the five of them continued eating without mentioning the matter again. Qi Yan faintly guessed that perhaps the Su siblings hadn't concealed anything from their parents and had told them everything, hence why Su's father made the point to mention it. The banquet was held in a venue inside the Su residence, requiring about 15 minutes to walk from where Su Roy lived. On the second evening, Qi Yan left with Su Roy and Su Xian. Their parents had already gone ahead and wouldn't join them. Qi Yan had been away from the Qi family for 7 or 8 years, growing taller, shedding the innocence of his younger self. Many who saw him felt a familiar face but couldn't place him. When introducing him, Su Roy simply referred to him as the current boyfriend of his sister, someone specially accompanying Su Xian back this time. Among these masters, there were also some unspoken rules and traditions. Normally, an outsider or layman wasn't permitted to participate in grand rituals like the repaying heaven ceremony, but since Qi Yan was Miss Su's boyfriend, it naturally was a different matter. After all, if someone accompanied his girlfriend home, it was only natural, it might lead to a stable and harmonious relationship where the two families eventually became one. If he was willing to join the family as a son-in-law, he'd officially become a Su then, leaving no room for further discussion. The three of them sat together with the younger generations of the Su clan, their seats near the corner attracting little attention. It was instead some of Su Roy's cousins who quietly observed Qi Yan, finding him familiar. When they learned his surname, Qi, connecting him to the Qi family, they realized that this was none other than the eldest grandson who had separated from the Qi household. Qi Yan sat between Su Xian and Su Roy, subtly observing the others present. His gaze lingered particularly on the main seat, searching for a person he did not see. Instead, he saw his father, Qi Yuanshan, engaged in conversation with Su Roy's grandfather. Qi Yuanshan didn't notice him, however, there were still a few empty seats beside them. Qi Yan paused his gaze on the seat to the left of Su Roy's grandfather before shifting his attention elsewhere. As the sky grew darker, nearly every seat at the head table was filled except for that particular one. Qi Yan kept an eye on it, watching Su's grandfather summon the head steward and whisper instructions into his ear. The steward nodded and quickly left. Moments later, he returned briskly, bending low to whisper something back to Su's grandfather. Instantaneously, everyone seated at the head table turned to look toward the entrance of the banquet hall. The rest followed suit, glancing curiously at the doorway. Some seemed to have guessed what was about to happen and started whispering amongst themselves. Qi Yan felt a premonition stir within him. Suddenly, the sound of a car stopping could be heard outside. Then, the double wooden doors of the banquet hall were opened by a servant, bowing politely as they allowed the newly arrived guest to enter. A group entered, led by a man dressed in a black long coat, tall and slender with a strikingly handsome face that carried a slight pallor due to illness. His dark eyes were deep and tranquil, gazing downward as though indifferent to everything around him. With measured strides, he walked forward amidst everyone's gazes, seemingly unfazed. Despite it being early spring, a chill permeated the room when he stepped inside. Su's grandfather rose from his seat to greet him while the rest of the people at the main table stood up as well. This action prompted the entire banquet hall to stand. Qi Yan felt as if his breath had been taken away. Ever since the man had entered, his eyes had been inexorably drawn to him, as if the whole world dissolved into the background save for this one person. Su Roy discreetly tugged at his sleeve to prevent him from acting out of place, but Qi Yan barely noticed. After exchanging pleasantries with Su's grandfather, the man gave a small wave to those following him, turned around, and made his way alone to the left, finally stopping in front of Qi Yan. His gaze was calm yet piercing as he looked down at Qi Yan. Qi Yan immediately stood up again. Previously, everyone had already resumed their seats after the arrival, so the two standing figures in the banquet hall now stood out conspicuously. Then the man slightly leaned down, placing his left hand under Qi Yan's chin, tilting his face upward to carefully examine his features. A soft smile curved his lips as he spoke gently. "It's been a few years, Ian has grown up." Qi Yan momentarily froze, remembering what Su Roy had said, and glanced instinctively to his left. Su Roy was also looking at him, clearly unsure of what to do. Qi Yan hesitated, raising his eyes to the man once more, murmuring softly, "Yes, Master Yi. Long time no see." Though it felt odd addressing him as Master Yi, the old title could not be used anymore. He suddenly had no idea how others typically referred to this person. The man's lips curled slightly, his dark eyes fixated on Qi Yan with an almost teasing expression. "What did Ian call me?" Qi Yan stared into the man's eyes, understanding his intent instantly, and hesitantly whispered even quieter. "Engji brother." At hearing this, the man's face brightened with a genuine laugh that softened his features completely. Lines around his eyebrows and corners of his eyes crinkled warmly, imbued with true affection. It seemed he only just realized that this wasn't an ideal place to reminisce. He drew Qi Yan closer to him, whispering gently into his ear, "I've missed you, Ian. Follow me home tonight, let me take good care of you." Even though he knew the man always cared for him and pampered him, and that these words carried no other meaning, merely an invitation to reminisce, Qi Yan still couldn't help but flush bright red. He felt that such intimate actions between the two of them in public were inappropriate, especially since he was no longer a child, yet Yingji still treated him like the infant he once was, hugging and holding him as before. Qi Yan placed his hands on Yingji's chest, intending to gently push him away a little, but in the end, he couldn't bring himself to do so. Instead, he stayed there in this position, softly replying, "All right." It appeared as though he had willingly leaned into Yingji's chest in submission. Chapter 106, Going Home. The two of them were standing close together, so the others couldn't hear what they were saying, but they could see that the two were standing in an intimate manner. Everyone knew Yingji, even if they didn't know who this young man that caused elder Mr. Su to personally rise to greet him was at first. A simple inquiry or a glance at the main table would give it away. However, very few people recognized Qi Yan. When they asked those familiar with the Su family, they could only get vague answers like, "He seems to be the boyfriend Qi Er's daughter just brought back from outside." Even the ones giving these answers were uncertain, not fully confident. Earlier, Qi's second grandson did introduce this young man as his sister's lover, but judging by the current scene, this young man seemed less like Qi's second granddaughter's partner and more like the young master of the Yi family's private lover. On second thought, how could an ordinary outsider possibly be so familiar with third master Yi? Because of Yi Yingji's presence, the crowd didn't dare gossip too excessively. After a couple brief questions, they stopped. But some suddenly remembered, this young man seemed to be the eldest grandson of the Qi family who left many years ago. Calculating his age, the eldest grandson of the Qi family should indeed be about this age now. Satisfied with his agreement, Yi Yingji gave a content then casually leaned over and lightly kissed his earlobe before pulling back and leaving, returning to the seat saved for him at the main table. Qi Yan sat down in a daze, absent-mindedly fiddling with his chopsticks, completely ignoring the subtle probing glances coming from all directions. Suddenly he felt an exceptionally different gaze that made him uncomfortable. Qi Yan looked up along the line of sight. It was Qi Rong. He was sitting at the table designated for the Qi family. After meeting Qi Yan's eyes, Qi Rong turned away and started talking to someone beside him. Qi Yan also shifted his gaze and turned to look at Su Rui. He opened his mouth slightly, and Su Rui glanced at the various expressions on the faces of their siblings on the table out of the corner of his eye, pointing to the squirrel mandarin fish in front of him. "Qi sir, this is your favorite dish." Qi Yan understood his meaning, stopped speaking, and occasionally chatted about trivial things with Su Rui and his sister. Qi Yuan Shan had silently observed the entire scene, continuing his socializing without showing any emotion on his face. In fact, since Yingji walked over and Qi Yan stood up, he had recognized his son but pretended not to know, maintaining a calm expression without revealing a hint of surprise. However, his heart was far from calm. He naturally knew how well Qi Yan used to get along with Third Master Yi and had reminded Qi Rong to pay attention to this point, telling him not to go too far or leave traces that could cause trouble. But he hadn't taken it too seriously. After all, at that time, Yingji was merely the youngest son of the Yi family, naturally weak and often ill, alone in a villa recuperating, not yet mature mentally due to his young age. During times of loneliness and boredom, having such a small playmate entertaining him and keeping him company wouldn't be refused. Now that Yingji is the head of the Yi family, unpredictable in authority and demeanor, distant and detached, allowing no one to get close, the fact that he hasn't actively paid attention to Qi Yan's affairs over the many years suggests that perhaps he doesn't have deep affection for this son of his. Even if there had been some friendship in youth, the long separation combined with changes in status would surely dilute it. At the time, he had guessed that the head of the Yi family might not care about matters related to Qi Yan, but had cautiously warned Qi Rong to be particularly careful. However, today's situation greatly exceeded his expectations. Surrounded by esteemed guests, amidst clouds of visitors, he failed to notice Qi Yan had snuck in again, but Third Master Yi headed straight for him upon arrival, his behavior clearly intimate, indicating feelings beyond nothingness. This realization filled him with unease. He was aware of all the things Qi Rong had done, pretending ignorance, tolerantly turning a blind eye. It seemed that he would need to gently remind Qi Rong not to overreact whenever Qi Yan appears. For now, it would be best to observe the situation and refrain from rash actions. After about an hour, Su Rui got up to use the restroom, and Qi Yan followed 10 minutes later. Su Rui was standing outside the pavilion corridor leaning against the railing getting some air. Qi Yan walked over somewhat awkwardly. "Sorry. I couldn't resist. When he asked me, I agreed, without thinking much about it." "It's fine," Su Rui chuckled bitterly. "I never expected this situation either. I was originally worried that if he ignored you and you took the initiative to attract his attention, you might anger him. Over these years, everyone knows he dislikes being close to others, especially disliking when others deliberately approach him. In that case just now, if you had stubbornly refused, you'd actually be provoking trouble." Qi Yan nodded silently. Su Rui continued, "Mr. Qi, speaking of which, it seems that person indeed treats you differently. Didn't you see? When my grandfather greeted him, he didn't show much expression, but when you called him Yingji brother, his face lit up as if flowers were blooming. It's something you can't fake and there's no need to pretend." As he went on, a teasing and playful tone slipped into his voice. Qi Yan laughed back at him while masking his overwhelming embarrassment with a calm exterior. This skill of inconsistency between appearance and inner feelings was somewhat inherited from Qi Yuanshan. He had thought that the volume of his conversation with Yingji had been low enough, but clearly Su Rui sitting next to him still overheard it, and perhaps Su Xian did too. To be calling another grown man Yingji brother, at his age, and who knows how many people heard it. Qi Yan covered his face and followed Su Rui towards the meeting hall. When he stood at the doorway, he instinctively looked toward the main table, where a seat was now empty, and that person was already gone. Following his gaze, Su Rui quietly explained, the head of the Yi family has always been in poor health and rarely makes public appearances. Even when they do appear, it's only for a short time. My grandfather was likely surprised that he attended this banquet. 5 years ago, during the Chotian sacrifice, he only showed up on the day of the ceremony. Originally, Qi Yan had felt a slight melancholy and bewilderment when realizing that Yi Yingji had left without notice after promising to go home with brother tonight. But upon hearing Su Rui's explanation, this sorrow immediately turned into concern. Of course Qi Yan knew about Yi Yingji's poor health. When he was young and unaware, he would cling to Yi Yingji persistently and act spoiled. Not content with just holding hands or sitting close, whenever there was a chance, he would demand to be carried by Yingji brother. One time, he insisted that Yi Yingji carry him around the courtyard to look at flowers. Without complaint, Yi Yingji smiled and agreed, carrying him outside for an hour. Being ignorant, Qi Yan simply held onto Yi Yingji's neck tightly and refused to get down. At that time, Qi Yan was shorter than most children his age and appeared younger, though he wasn't weightless. Throughout, Yi Yingji indulged him without uttering any complaints, but later that day, he fell ill, his complexion alternating between green and pale. His eyes tightly shut, his eyelashes continuously trembled, struggling to breathe properly. Frightened, Qi Yan remained lying on the bed beside him after the doctors left, clutching Yi Yingji's hand, feeling the icy chill coursing through both fingers and palms which lightly quivered. Qi Yan held Yi Yingji's right hand against his own stomach, hoping to transfer warmth to him until eventually, unable to stay awake any longer, he fell asleep beside Yi Yingji. Afterward, Fubo didn't give him any good looks because of this incident. Feeling both wronged and deserving of punishment for worrying Yi Yingji, he cried silently in his sleep the night before, waking up the next morning with swollen eyes. As he was about to awaken fully, he felt Yi Yingji gently embrace him and speak to Fubo, "Don't frighten Ian. Ian is still young, I am willing to spoil him so." Fubo responded with a sigh, "But Sir 3, Qi young master is someone else's child, you can't indulge him forever." Yi Yingji paused for a moment, then replied indifferently, "Regardless of whose child he is, I will spoil him for a lifetime." Though these hands still lacked warmth, they were much better than when their owner fell ill last night, no longer resembling the coldness of death. Qi Yan pretended to be asleep while quietly burying his face into one palm, finding himself both sweetly content. Reflecting deeply, although Yi Yingji was only 5 years older, he had truly acted like a doting older brother indulging every whim. However, from that point onward, he stopped asking Yi Yingji to carry him out for playtime, even refusing when Yi Yingji initiated it, making up various excuses. As he grew up, he never again behaved childishly in front of Yi Yingji, yet in private within the villa, the two maintained their intimacy as always. Therefore, when they met again today, although Qi Yan felt awkward due to considering himself no longer a child, he found nothing unusual in Yi Yingji's affectionate closeness. Perhaps in Yingji brother's mind, he was still a perpetually immature child. He completely failed to realize that he had become an adult, failing to regard himself with the same perspective reserved for a man of comparable age, much less harbor similar, romantic feelings and desires towards him. That person couldn't possibly know that since the tender ages of 14 or 15, Qi Yan had already loved him not as a brother, but with the sentiment one reserves for a lover. Just as he blankly wandered in thought, a man dressed in black approached him, bowing slightly, "Young Master Qi, please follow me, the master awaits you in the car." Qi Yan followed the direction Qi Yan indicated and looked out, only to see a black car parked at the corner outside the door. The rear window of the car was half open, and by the warm yellow light inside, one could faintly make out the silhouette of the man leaning on the back seat. Qi Yan's throat moved slightly as he turned to look at Su Rui. Su Rui waved at him, motioning for him to go. "Brother Mrs. Ian. Tonight, you will go home with brother, letting brother cherish you well." Involuntarily, these words echoed again in Qi Yan's mind, accompanied by the man's low, cool voice and seemingly casual yet alluring tone. "It's over." Qi Yan involuntarily closed his eyes, reaching up to cover his forehead. Despite being so close, he wanted him even more. Qi Yan walked towards the car following the man, already feeling sweat unconsciously gathering in his palms. The man opened the rear door, inviting Qi Yan to get in before closing it. At the other end of the seat, Yi Yingji turned his head upon hearing the sound and reached out to grasp the hand placed beside him. "Is Ian cold?" His hands were long, strong, and cold, familiar sensations to Qi Yan. Qi Yan slowly moved closer to the man, glancing nervously and apprehensively at him. Under the car's lights, the deep blackness of the man's eyes seemed particularly tender. The engine started, and the car drove off smoothly. Qi Yan quietly shifted his gaze a little, whispering softly, "Yingji brother." He felt Yi Yingji looking at him but dared not meet the man's eyes, fiddling with the leather fur cushion on the seat. "Ian missed you too." He didn't realize the dependency and grievance that seeped through in his voice. "Good boy." Yi Yingji leaned a little toward the person next to him, reaching out to embrace him, allowing Qi Yan to rest his head perfectly on his shoulder. "Precious one, brother is taking you home." Chapter 107, Warmth. The Su family had arranged accommodations for the celestial masters and ritualists who had come from all over to participate in the Cho Tian sacrifice. Yet, Yi Yingji took Qi Yan straight back to the Yi family estate, not to the pavilion where he once recuperated, but to the main residence of the Yi family. Though the Yi family and Su family weren't extremely close in distance, they weren't too far either, both located within the same area. A drive of about half an hour separated them. Since Yingji hadn't lived here before, Qi Yan rarely visited this place in his memory. When he did come over occasionally, it was with his family to attend certain events. By now, the sky had completely darkened. The car made its way inside, and only vague black silhouettes of buildings and orange lanterns hanging under eaves could be faintly seen through the car windows. The entire Yi family estate was cloaked in stillness. "How come there's no one around?" Qi Yan murmured while gazing out the window. "After my two elder brothers passed away, their families moved out of the main house. Other branches of the family don't live here either, so many rooms have been left empty," Yi Yingji explained. The car drove into the inner courtyard and stopped in front of a two-story building. Yi Yingji and Qi Yan got out together and entered the house. "So does brother Yingji live alone now?" Yi Yingji responded as he removed his coat. "I prefer quiet, so I live here alone. The manager, servants, and doctor all stay in the outer courtyard." Qi Yan recalled Yi Yingji's condition. His preference for quiet meant avoiding noise, anger, excitement, or significant emotional fluctuations. He also couldn't exert himself physically and shouldn't do anything that required too much effort. This was why years ago, he had moved to a separate pavilion for recuperation. Yi Yingji had already taken off his jacket and turned around, leading Qi Yan upstairs. He pushed open a door, stood at the entrance, resting a hand on Qi Yan's waist, and looked down at him. "Yan, you'll stay in this room today. You can tidy up first, then come over to me. My room is next door." Qi Yan nodded gently in response. "All right." He saw Yi Yingji smile with narrowed eyes, then release him and turn to enter the adjacent room. The room looked unused but had been thoroughly cleaned. Qi Yan didn't have much, so he went directly into the bathroom to shower. His luggage was still at the Su residence, and the hasty return with Yi Yingji left him without a change of clothes. He originally intended to put back on the clothes he'd just taken off, but upon exiting the bathroom, he noticed a neatly folded white shirt on the bed. It didn't take much thought to realize whose this must have belonged to. Qi Yan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Yi Yingji obviously still treated him like a child. When he was younger, though only 5 years younger objectively, yet looking significantly younger compared to Yi Yingji, Qi Yan had been small. At 9, Yi Yingji was already a tall teenager, whereas by 15 or 16, when Qi Yan finally grew taller and matured, Yi Yingji already appeared as a fully grown adult. Back then, whenever Qi Yan stayed at the pavilion without spare clothes, Yi Yingji would lend him his shirts to use as pajamas. With no outsiders around in the private quarters, it hadn't seemed odd. Now, although they were the only two in this small building, Qi Yan was already an adult, making the situation feel somewhat inappropriate. Nonetheless, holding the shirt in his hands, he hesitated for a moment before eventually putting it on, concealing some secret thoughts even he didn't dare to admit outright. Deep down, he yearned for more intimacy with Yi Yingji. The door next door was slightly ajar, revealing glimpses of warm yellow light within. Qi Yan quietly pushed the door open and stepped inside, momentarily unsure of what to do or where to look. Yi Yingji lay in bed wearing a set of black sleepwear, reading a book. When he noticed Qi Yan standing awkwardly by the door, he looked up and gave a soft smile, patting the empty spot beside him. "Yan, come over. Come to brother." Obediently, Qi Yan walked over and climbed onto the bed, sitting on the other side. As people age, the influence of age differences tends to decrease, being 50 and 55 seems nearly identical. However, during youth, even a single-year difference can seem quite prominent, let alone 5. To little Qi Yan, his Yingji brother had always been the stronger party, someone who protected him and would never harm him. As such, he'd always listened to Yi Yingji when he was young, following his instructions naturally like a small animal following its guardian in the wild. Combined with Yi Yingji's frail health, Qi Yan's affection, and his reluctance to upset him, he had always been exceptionally obedient and compliant in Yi Yingji's presence. And this habit continued to this day. He still instinctively followed Yi Yingji's lead, harboring no thoughts of defiance from the bottom of his heart. His obedient appearance evidently pleased Yi Yingji. Yi Yingji reached out to pull him closer, unable to resist gently caressing his nape as he softly said, "Yan is truly well behaved." Yi Yingji's fingers were cold, carrying a chill that made Qi Yan's neck itch. He shivered lightly and instinctively tried to avoid the sensation. But when he barely moved aside and noticed Yi Yingji narrow his eyes slightly, he stopped dodging and leaned towards Yi Yingji, letting him continue to stroke his neck. Yi Yingji relaxed his brows, placing the book from his knees onto the bedside table, then leaning a little towards Qi Yan. Still, he continued to gently caress Qi Yan's neck and back through his shirt. "I heard this time it was the Su siblings who brought you here. How did they bring you?" Qi Yan unconsciously avoided his eyes. "Just, let me pretend to be Xiaoxin's boyfriend, so naturally I came back with them." "Xiaoxin's boyfriend," Yi Yingji softly repeated, his tone calm, giving no indication of what he might be thinking. "Does a Yan have a good relationship with them? Have you been in touch all these years while you've been outside?" "Not really constant contact. Just happened to meet them." Qi Yan mumbled softly with his head bowed. From his angle, he could see the collarbone revealed by the neckline of Yi Yingji's black pajamas, glowing faintly under the warm yellow bedside lamp. He dared not look any longer and averted his gaze, appearing like he was hiding something from others' eyes. Though Yi Yingji's expression and tone remained placid, he subtly added some force, sliding down to Qi Yan's waist where he pinched hard at the soft flesh there, just so, coincidentally, pretending to be someone's boyfriend. The next day you'll probably, just happen, to end up marrying them too. When the wedding feast happens, don't forget to send your older brother an invitation, will you? You brat, looking thin from afar, yet feeling just as much soft meat around your waist as when you were young. Qi Yan winced in pain from being pinched and looked up briefly at Yi Yingji before lifting his shirt to check the mark on his right waist caused by the pinch, then raised his head again towards Yi Yingji. It's red. Yi Yingji couldn't help himself against that pained gaze and expression. It made him want to truly hold him in his arms and bully him properly. Yet, what he'd done just now was merely for personal satisfaction, without exerting much strength. It's my fault. Come on, brother will rub it for you. He compromised reluctantly. Qi Yan grunted softly through his nose but nestled directly into Yi Yingji's arms, quietly wrapping his arms around Yi Yingji's waist. He was already over 20 years old but still as affectionate as if he were 9 or 10 years old, which should have been embarrassing. But Qi Yan justified that he hadn't seen Yi Yingji for nearly 8 years and that their reunion naturally called for some closeness. Qi Yan swallowed and suppressed the chaotic thoughts within him, speaking aloud, I didn't mean to hide anything from brother Yingji. But since I couldn't find or reach you while abroad, I had to ask Su Rui and Su Xin for help. And trust me, neither me nor Su Xin have those kinds of intentions. We are simply good friends. She doesn't like me, and I don't like her. If it weren't for worrying about Mr. and Mrs. Su getting angry, I almost pretended to be Su Rui's boyfriend to get his help. Pretending to be Su Rui's boyfriend for his help. Yi Yingji halted his hand mid-motion, chuckling lightly, so A Yen can cozy up to anyone and call them a couple, huh? We're really just friends. Truly, Qi Yan hesitated slightly, whispering, I won't hide anything from brother Yingji. If I ever really fall in love, I will definitely tell brother Yingji. Considering their current situation, it wasn't very likely that he would come to love someone else anyway. Lying on his back, Yi Yingji's eyes grew deeper, then who does a Yen like? I don't like anyone. Qi Yan closed his eyes, subconsciously gripping Yi Yingji's sleepwear tightly, I only like brother Yingji. Little liar, skilled at talking nonsense to please people. He wondered whether Qi Yan used similar tactics to convince the Su siblings to play along as couples to help him. Although he internally teased Qi Yan thus, his eyebrows and eyes involuntarily softened, his voice also becoming lighter. Qi Yan secretly opened his eyes to observe Yi Yingji's reaction. He saw the man lying flat, his eyelids half closed, long lashes drooping, clearly not reacting much to his words. Knowing such a reaction was completely normal, Qi Yan still felt somewhat disheartened. Unable to resist, he kneeled up and leaned forward, lightly pecking Yi Yingji's lips. Yi Yingji opened his eyes to look at him, his dark pupils showing surprise more than other emotions. A Yen? Qi Yan suddenly shrank back, not knowing where he had summoned the courage to do such a thing. He knelt nervously beside Yi Yingji, scrambling for an excuse. Brother Yingji's body is too cold, A Yen just wanted to warm brother up. That was what that thing in the Noah spirit temple had said before, warm him up, and Qi Yan had blurted it out instinctively now. However, Yi Yingji truly had a naturally cold constitution, his hands were cool, and his lips also carried a chill. Qi Yan knelt there with his head bowed, observing Yi Yingji's reaction from the corner of his eyes. After all, he was already over 20, a normal young man, no longer the naive, cute little child. He didn't know if pretending to be ignorant would still work or whether it might irritate someone. Yi Yingji raised his eyes and looked at him, a smile curving his lips, is that so? Then why doesn't a Yen warm brother up some more? There was, as always, indulgence and affection in his tone. Qi Yan immediately lifted his head, wide-eyed. Of course, he knew he wasn't a child anymore, nor was he particularly adorable or gentle, calling the other, brother Yingji, made him blush, especially when referring to himself as a Yen. Yet, this largely depended on the person he faced. If they were willing to spoil and indulge him, then no matter how much he grew or changed, their attitude towards him would remain the same. In front of Yi Yingji, he could always be a Yen who extended his arms asking for a hug. He could stay perpetually young. Qi Yan lowered his head, drew closer to the other's face, and gently licked Yi Yingji's icy lips with his soft, warm tongue like a small animal. Okay. Chapter 108, Strange Occurrence. At first, Yi Yingji was quite content to let Qi Yan play around by himself. He allowed Qi Yan's chaotic attempts to warm him with his lips and tongue. But after holding out for a short while, he couldn't resist anymore, flipped over, and pressed Qi Yan beneath him, kissing him. After some time, he reluctantly released him, breathing heavily as he whispered softly, My Yen is so sweet. Qi Yan's face turned even redder instantly. Staring blankly at him with wide eyes, unsure of how to respond. Yi Yingji leaned down once again and pressed against him. From then on, there was no stopping them. They remained entangled for a long time before finally cuddling together and falling asleep. Qi Yan felt dazed, like he had returned to childhood. There had also been a room in the estate back then that belonged to him, but he had never spent a night in it. Whenever he stayed over at the villa, he would always sleep with Yi Yingji in his room. This sensation was truly wondrous. Despite their separation for so many years and all the changes they had undergone, when they met again, it felt as if they had never been apart. The familiarity of each other's embrace felt unchanged. Su Rui's words turned out to be completely off base, his Ingji brother still remained his Ingji brother. Qi Yan tightened his arms around the person beside him, his mind fuzzily recalling something his grandfather had said, boys need to take the initiative, otherwise others will snatch them away. Throughout all these years, Ingji brother hadn't been with anyone, and now that he was this intimate with him, wouldn't becoming more proactive mean he could make him his? Yet deep inside, he harbored a trace of self-doubt, muttering incessantly about things that made him feel deflated. Qi Yan didn't quite hear what those murmurs were, swaying between hesitation and longing as he drifted gradually into slumber. In a semi-conscious state, he heard someone talking outside. The sound came from beyond the door. Darkness filled the room, the lights long extinguished, but the corridor was still lit, a faint beam of light creeping through the crack under the door, accompanied by muted voices and some shuffling footsteps. He recognized one voice as Fu Bo's, third master. Grandpa Qi may not have much time left. Should we let young Master Qi go see him one last time? There was also Ingji brother's cold, indifferent voice. Why bother going? Does a Yan have any connection with them now? Then the sounds disappeared. Someone entered, the bedroom door closed and locked. Qi Yan felt a cool hand resting on his forehead, then sliding down slowly. He sensed an icy breath drawing near, leaving a cold kiss by the corner of his eye. The man lay down beside him, pulling him into an embrace. Qi Yan burrowed closer toward the warmth and fell asleep again. But a faint sense of confusion and unease stirred within his heart. Unsure of how Ingji brother's body was faring right now, though he hadn't shown signs of illness during this visit yet, his body was colder than ever before. He recalled that even during painful episodes in the past, his body hadn't been this frigid. Awakening refreshed the next morning, Qi Yan found Ingji still sitting by his side reading a book. Upon noticing he had awakened, he leaned down to kiss his right brow gently. Yan, hurry up and freshen up, breakfast will get cold if you don't wake soon. The seafood congee tasted delicious and fragrant, the crab roe soup buns exuded a rich aroma, both dishes Qi Yan loved, indicating unmistakably that they were prepared by Yi Yingji's own hands. It wasn't clear when exactly Yi Yingji had risen to prepare the meal. When Qi Yan was younger and mischievous, he often liked eating what Yi Yingji made, constantly coaxing and cajoling him to do so without showing too much consideration for others. Now grown up, looking back on those times made him feel even more sorrowful and sentimental. Ingji brother, rest more. There's no need for you to specially cook for me, he said worriedly. Preparing meals in the kitchen would usually consume at least a couple of hours, and he feared that Yi Yingji's frail body wouldn't bear up under such exertion. What's the big deal? Yi Yingji responded with a light smile as he gazed at him. Stay behind and keep your brother company, I'll cook for a Yan every day. Well, how's your health now? Have you improved somewhat? Yi Yingji hesitated for a moment and then chuckled, still the same old thing, just dragging along, anyway won't die so easily in the short term. The more he sounded carefree about it, the more Qi Yan's heart sank. Unable to imagine this person leaving him, unable to fathom this person disappearing from the world, impossible to find anywhere, never to be seen again. No more cooking from now on, Qi Yan stated firmly, unable to control himself. It's really nothing serious. Yi Yingji glanced at Qi Yan, noticing the slightly red rims of his eyes, so he dropped the topic. Surprised by Qi Yan's strong reaction, he cautiously steered the conversation towards another subject. Alright, how did a Yan sleep last night? Pretty good, Qi Yan admitted, realizing he had overreacted earlier. He decided that from now on, he would keep an eye on Yi Yingji to make sure he wouldn't do anything too strenuous and would rest more. This reminded him of something from last night. I woke up in the middle of the night yesterday and seemed to hear, my grandfather passed away. Just as Yi Yingji had mentioned yesterday, Qi Yan knew he currently didn't have much connection with the Qi family anymore, and he didn't really feel any particular emotions for Grandpa Qi actually. If anything, there was a bit of resentment which gradually diminished after leaving the Qi household, so much that he treated them like strangers. But unexpectedly, Yi Yingji appeared surprised. Passed away. Where did you hear this from, Yan? The old man is fine, he's just in seclusion. If it makes you feel better, I can take you back to the Qi estate for a visit. But I heard you talking with Uncle Fu last night. I clearly heard him say old Master Qi is about to be gone, and he also mentioned me, Qi Yan said somewhat confusedly. You misheard, Yi Yingji said calmly, Uncle Fu came to bring me some medicine, he said that medicine was out. Qi Yan still felt somewhat uncertain, but given Yi Yingji's calm assurance, he decided to put his doubts aside for now. After breakfast, Qi Yan was driven back to the Su residence by the same driver from yesterday, promising Yi Yingji he would return before dinner. Once Qi Yan left, Yi Yingji went back to the bedroom alone, watching from the window as the black car slowly drove away. Unconsciously, he smiled faintly. Finally, his Yan was back by his side. He turned and sat on the bed, touching the spot where Qi Yan had lain last night, narrowing his eyes slightly. Yan had said he liked him, then took the initiative to kiss him. Yi Yingji couldn't help but recall Qi Yan lying there under the lamp last night, being kissed by him. His face was flushed, his eyes sparkling with a certain glow, looking at him adoringly like a little pet, so innocent yet endearing that Yi Yingji's heart melted into softness, accompanied by an itch-like desire to hold him close and tease him endlessly. The kisses were different from those exchanged at the Noa temple. Back then, Yan wasn't behaving the way he had last night. His Yan may act dumb sometimes, but even if he could be naive, how could someone exposed to such a dazzling society not understand what a kiss implied? And surely he would know the significance of such intimate and passionate kisses they shared last night. From his reactions in the Noah temple, it was evident that he understood fully. What a little devil, he was pretending to look pitiful and hooking onto him intentionally. Thinking of the earnest declaration A Yen made, I already have someone I like, if it indeed referred to himself. Yingji closed his eyes, barely containing the euphoria that swirled within him like wine intoxication. In the past, he might have already fallen ill at this point from such overwhelming emotions. He laughed softly, gradually calming down. Little brat, silly A Yen, big brother wants to see what your next move will be. When Qi Yen arrived at the Su residence and saw Su Rui, he couldn't help but ask, nothing significant happened at the Qi residence last night, right? Is everything alright with my grandfather? If Grandpa Qi really had passed or was critically ill, the news would definitely spread, and Su Rui would know. It couldn't possibly stay hidden. Su Rui looked puzzled at this sudden question, thoughtfully answering, I haven't heard any news. Did you hear something specific? Last night, I seemed to hear my grandfather had passed, it sounded so real, but Brother Ingji said I probably misunderstood. Tisk, Brother Ingji. Su Rui teased him lightly, then it must be a misunderstanding, news of such magnitude wouldn't stay hidden. Moreover, the old master has always been in good health, recently in seclusion, making it very unlikely he would pass suddenly. Speaking of which, Qi Yen, what exactly happened between you and your Brother Ingji yesterday? Not much, just catching up. Thinking of the kiss from yesterday, he felt uneasy inside but quickly evaded the topic ambiguously. Not long after, Su Xian also came over. The three chatted for a while. Both Elder Su and his wife had business matters to attend to, so the trio ate lunch together. Whenever possible, the Su siblings teased Qi Yen. To them, Qi Yen was already an adult who, when speaking of Yingji, still used Ingji brother, without fail, it was simply amusing. Su Xian remarked, Mr. Qi, tell me, how am I supposed to show my face in front of friends and relatives? Everyone witnessed that my date barely glanced at me before attracting the full attention of the head of the Yi family. Then that evening, I got into Third Master's car and never returned until the following day when Yi family's car sent me back here. What am I going to do? Now everyone knows I've been poached by Third Master Yi. Su Rui joked with his younger sister, you're not at a loss, are you? If you can't compete with the head of the Yi family, there's nothing wrong with that. It was just an ordinary joke, but Qi Yen felt guilty and blushed furiously. He could declare to Yingji that he and the Su siblings were just common friends, but he couldn't tell the Su siblings that his feelings for Yingji were only brotherly. Just as they were laughing, the manager of Su Rui's household came in after knocking, glancing at Qi Yen then Su Rui, hesitating as if waiting for instruction. What is it? Su Rui asked. The manager said, it's about Lin's second wife's son, Lin Ju. Su Rui waved his hand dismissively, if there's something, just say it. A strange look crossed the manager's face, as if deliberating how to put the matter. After 2 seconds of hesitation, he finally said, Lin Ju has been found earlier, but he's already gone. His body was found in the forest in the mountains. The senior steward already sent people to check, and they determined that he'd passed 3 days ago. How is that possible? Su Xian suddenly interjected, her brows furrowing. I saw him just the other night. As a matter of fact, Su Xian wasn't the only one who saw him the other day. Chapter 109, Taking Medicine. This steward was the steward of Su Rui's family, and the chief steward he mentioned was in charge of the entire Su family and served Grandpa Su. After hearing this news, Su Rui went out with the steward, leaving Qi Yen and Su Xian alone in the house. Qi Yen was puzzled by what he had heard and turned to ask Su Xian, what's going on? Why did the steward say that this person died 3 days ago, yet you claim to have seen this person the night before last? Who is this person? Lin Ergo can be considered a distant relative of our family. Her husband passed away early, and she raised her son alone, doing odd jobs in the clan. When I was a child, she took care of me and my brother for a few days. Later, after her son Lin Ju grew up, he also helped with tasks in the clan. In these few days during the Tian sacrifice, he has been assisting the chief steward with hosting various Taoist masters who came from all over to attend the sacrifices, as well as handling supplies procurement. However, no one has seen him since this morning. Since Lin Ergo once took care of me and my brother, we and Lin Ju are quite familiar, so we specifically asked the steward to pay attention to his whereabouts and quickly inform us when found. But unexpectedly, it ended with this result. Here she frowned again, however, this still doesn't make sense. I did indeed see Lin Ju the night before last. He asked me how I've been outside and chatted with me for a while. Yesterday, we were together all day, even though we didn't see him. There was a banquet last night, and Lin Ju was busy preparing the banquet and arranging seating for guests. Many people from the Su family saw him. After he went missing, quite a few people said they saw him go back to his room after tidying up last night. With so many Taoist masters here, how could they not tell whether it was a person or a ghost? More than an hour later, Su Rui returned, telling them that the corpse was indeed Lin Ju's. According to the state of the body, the person had already been dead for more than 3 days. But Lin Ju couldn't have been dead that long, so it could only be explained that some factor or thing in the mountain forest accelerated the decay of the corpse. Did you try to summon his soul? Su Xian asked. A person just deceased, this being the place where Lin Ju grew up, and given that he did not die naturally, it should be very easy to summon his spirit according to reason, then everything would be clear after asking him directly. I summoned, Su Rui replied. Uncle went there. At first, someone else tried to summon, but failed after 3 attempts. Then Uncle personally summoned the soul, using the soul-attracting pennant, but still, it didn't work. Soul-attracting pennant failed too? Su Xian said. Su Rui nodded, yes. But don't think about it anymore, Uncle has already sent someone to investigate. The soul-attracting pennant is a family heirloom of the Su family, renowned for its effectiveness in guiding souls. Even an ordinary person who knows nothing of mystical arts can succeed in summoning a soul with it, let alone Su Rui's uncle. Normally, people do not leave the mortal plane this fast. In such circumstances, there are only 2 possible scenarios: either the deceased has absolutely no attachment to this world and moved on swiftly, or they were murdered, leaving not even their soul behind. In Lin Ju's case, the latter is far more likely. Due to this incident, the atmosphere within the Su household, including between Su Rui and his sister, became somewhat heavy. When the Yi family's car arrived to pick up Qi Yan, Su Rui merely helped him pack his things and told him to take care of himself, without even teasing him about him and Yingji. After returning to the Yi residence, Yingji had already laid out a table full of food waiting for him, and there was even a bottle of white wine on the table. After washing up, Qi Yan sat down, tasted the food, and knew it wasn't made by Yingji, calming slightly, and then saw Yingji pouring wine for both of them, immediately becoming alarmed. Yingji Gage, can you drink alcohol? He remembered that cigarettes, alcohol, cold and spicy food were all prohibited for Yingji in the past. Having a little occasionally isn't harmful, the doctor said it's even beneficial to the body. Besides, it warms up the body after drinking. Yingji naturally explained. In reality, another thought crossed his mind. Ian was so timid and naive, if he didn't push him, he would probably only dare to feign innocence and peck at his lips, never even trying a proper kiss. Making him drink some alcohol might give him courage. Qi Yan half believed him, but his grandfather also enjoyed sipping a small cup of wine during dinner and used to say similar things like alcohol comes from grains and drinking less wouldn't cause harm, so he reluctantly accepted, then you shouldn't drink too much. Yingji seemed to enjoy Qi Yan watching over him like this. Instead of getting angry upon hearing this, he smiled and said, alright, Gage will just have a little. Will Ian drink a bit more? Qi Yan kept watch over Yingji drinking little, but inadvertently drank 2 or 3 cups himself. Normally, he would only accompany his grandfather in drinking a little. How could he have such a good tolerance? By the time the 3rd glass was finished, he was already drunk, limply resting his head on the table unable to lift it up. He managed to lift his head with great effort and saw the man sitting upright opposite him. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether it was real or an illusion. Supporting himself on the edge of the table, he staggered over and sat on Yingji's lap, immediately wrapping his arms around the other's neck without allowing any explanation. Yingji chuckled, why is Ian being so nice to me today? He knew well that he had induced Qi Yan to drink too much but still maintained a composed demeanor of a proper gentleman, pretending as if he knew nothing. Qi Yan leaned in closer, rubbing his cheek against Yingji's cool neck. His breath reeked of alcohol, making his face flushed red, exuding intoxicating warmth and a hint of anger. Ian Mrs. Gage, he mumbled softly with closed eyes. You said this yesterday. Yingji gently stroked the soft flesh at the back of Qi Yan's neck, showing no signs of disturbance on his face. I like Yingji Gage. You also said this yesterday. Qi Yan opened his eyes, looking at the man with confusion, unsure what else to say. Doesn't Ian have anything else to tell his Gage? Something more than just liking. Yingji guided him step by step with warm and gentle eyebrows. Yes. Qi Yan turned his face and planted a light kiss, moist and tender, on his cheek. It's just that I really like Yingji. Before he could finish speaking, Yingji felt the warm and sweet touch disappear from his cheek, followed by the weight of Qi Yan falling unconscious onto his shoulder, asleep with a small snore emanating from his nose. What a little scoundrel. Yingji closed his eyes briefly, helplessly standing up and carrying the sleeping Qi Yan back to bed. He wiped the sweat off Qi Yan's body with a warm towel, changed his clothes, and then tucked him into the covers carefully. He realized for the first time what it meant to come up short in his attempt to profit from something. Who would have thought his Ian wasn't strong enough to handle more than 3 little cups of wine before collapsing like this? Yingji didn't reflect on how wrong it was to intentionally deceive him. Instead, he decided to experiment and think about serving a weaker alcohol next time. It couldn't be allowed for Ian to get drunk so easily again and leave him hanging in limbo. Since they had gone to sleep early the previous night, Qi Yan woke up early the next day. When he woke up, Yingji was still beside him, hugging him closely. Under the same quilt, Qi Yan could clearly feel the chill emanating from Yingji's body. Attempting to warm his brother up, Qi Yan got even closer. As a result, Yingji woke up, opened his eyes, and looked at him. Is Ian awake? Stay still, my dear, and accompany your brother for a while longer. Saying this, he reached out his hand to embrace him. Qi Yan remembered that Yingji always slept lightly, so he gently agreed and stayed still, curled up next to him. Once embraced by Yi Yingji, he found himself cuddled even tighter, then unknowingly drifted back to sleep. He never realized that Yi Yingji wasn't sleepy at all, merely pretending to be groggy so that he could enjoy hugging him for a while longer. When Qi Yan woke up again, it was already high noon. The first thing he did upon waking was ask Yi Yingji, "Yingji Gij, where's your hand warmer? Aren't you cold wearing such thin clothes at home?" He remembered that due to Yi Yingji's constitution, the villa always had a dedicated heating system running all year round. In summer, only some of the functions were turned down, while in winter, the entire system worked fully. Besides this, Yi Yingji also had 2 fox fur blankets and a hand warmer, always within arm's reach. Now living in the main residence of the Yi family, the 2-story building lacked the sophisticated heating facilities of the villa, not to mention fewer easily accessible warming items. Yi Yingji's attire was similar to others, during this season, only wearing a shirt. Though Qi Yan hadn't noticed this when Yi Yingji first arrived 2 days ago, he now felt confused why Gij, as the head of the Yi family, didn't enjoy better treatment compared to the past. It couldn't be because anyone had neglected him. The only plausible reason must be that he didn't care about himself, and there was no one close enough who cared for him attentively. "It's fine, I'm not cold." Yi Yingji smiled faintly. "The doctor said my health has improved significantly. Even though you feel I'm cold, I myself don't feel as chilly inside, so I haven't used those warming tools. How can this be acceptable? This building itself is shaded and doesn't get sunlight, it's colder than being outdoors." Qi Yan mumbled, then recalled another thing, "Where are your medicines, Yingji Gij? During these days since I came, I haven't seen any doctors coming to check on you." In the past, Yi Yingji had to take over a dozen types of medicine daily, both Chinese and Western. The doctor visited him every 3 days. A maid who used to clean at the annex mentioned that if it hadn't been for the meticulous care he received being from the Yi family, Master Yi might have passed away a couple years earlier. When Qi Yan heard this as a child, he burst into tears. Yi Yingji, upon discovering his emotional reaction, was so angry that he made Uncle Fu dismiss those maids immediately. No matter how much better Yi Yingji claimed he was now, it was impossible that he no longer needed to see doctors or take medications. His hands were still so cold. "The doctor is coming tomorrow," said Yi Yingji after a pause. "I only need to take a few medicines, and I've already taken them when you were asleep yesterday and when I went to the Su residence. What about today's medication?" The man was still lazily reclining in a black silk nightgown next to him on the left side, clearly having not stirred from where they both woke up, making it impossible that he could have taken any medicine. "I'll go take them shortly." Sure enough, during breakfast, Qi Yan saw a bowl of herbal medicine in front of Yi Yingji. Just by its smell, one could imagine how bitter it must taste. Qi Yan took 2 bites of his breakfast and asked why the bowl of medicine remained untouched. "Why doesn't Gij drink it?" Yi Yingji looked down at the bowl with a blank expression, saying nothing, "It's too bitter." Qi Yan suddenly recalled the way his grandfather acted at home whenever he tried to avoid responsibility. People do say that as one gets older, they regress more like children. But he never expected that Yi Yingji, who was barely 30, would show such signs. He remembered that Yi Yingji had never shied away from the bitterness of any medication brought by Uncle Fu before. Once, out of surprise and admiration, Qi Yan asked Yi Yingji, "Gij, are you not afraid of bitterness?" How did Yi Yingji respond then? In his memory, Yi Yingji was sitting on the couch in the living room of the annex, smiling gently as he replied in a calm tone, "As long as I can stay alive another day to accompany Ian, I won't be afraid of any bitterness." Recalling it now, there was indeed a subtle sorrow in those serene black eyes. He was also afraid of leaving, afraid of being unable to keep up. Qi Yan raised his head and looked at the man in front of him, somewhat helplessly. "Is there any fruit preserve or candy at home? I'll go fetch some." Yi Yingji lightly chuckled as he watched him. "No sweets, they're not sweet enough. I want something else." Chapter 110, Burial. Qi Yan looked at the other's black eyes that were tinged with mockery and immediately understood what Yi Yingji was referring to. His face turned bright red in an instant. It was nothing more than karma coming around quickly. This was actually the tactic Qi Yan used as a child when he would pretend to be stubborn and refuse kisses. When he was little, if he had a fever due to illness and refused to take medicine, feeding him preserved fruits or chocolates by Yi Yingji did not work either. The only way was for big brother Yingji to hold and coax him with kisses to get him to listen and agree to take medicine or receive injections. He never imagined that the tide would turn so much now, and it became his responsibility to coax Yi Yingji into taking his medicine. Qi Yan glanced at him and finally whispered, "Then drink up quickly." Yi Yingji picked up the porcelain bowl filled with medicinal soup, drinking while smilingly gazing at Qi Yan, his eyes fixed on him without breaking contact, and from his expression, there wasn't any hint of feeling that this medicine tasted bitter. In the end, he placed the empty bowl lightly onto the table. "I've finished." Qi Yan looked at him, half closing his eyes, unwilling to make eye contact, lowered his head, and gently licked the corner of his mouth stained with herbal medicine. Suddenly, Qi Yan was enveloped in the man's embrace, receiving a kiss on his ear. Yi Yingji tilted his head, starting from the earlobe, his lips gradually brushing down along the jawline. At this moment, faint distant sounds of mournful dirges and Swona horns drifted in, the melody filled with sorrow and resentment, shaking one's heart so intensely that one could only wish to cover their ears and shut out the sound. Qi Yan was startled, pushing Yi Yingji gently away with a light touch, straightening his posture. "Big brother Yingji, listen. It seems like it's the spirit pacification hymn. These Taoist masters were usually more particular about ceremonies. Common funerals wouldn't include spirit pacification hymns, they were only performed when there was concern over someone dying unnaturally, posing risks of reanimation or transformation into malevolent spirits. There is only a slight difference between the spirit pacification hymn and the requiem, which implies that its focus lies more on subjugation rather than burial. It wasn't clear which family encountered issues. Could it be Lin Zhu from the Su family? But Su Rui clearly mentioned that Lin Zhu couldn't even have his soul summoned back. Why would the use of a spirit pacification hymn be necessary? As Yi Yingji sat upright following Qi Yan's motion, he adjusted his collar with his hand. A flicker of unease passed through his gaze but soon subsided, maintaining a composed demeanor when facing Qi Yan as the ever-gentlemanly big brother Yingji. Young Master Yan, if you're curious, we can take a look. This place has indeed gone a decade without hearing the spirit pacification hymn. The Yi family's car carried both directly to the location. As they drew closer, the volume of the Suona horn became louder, though fortunately, it stopped after a while. Qi Yan recognized that it led towards the Qi residence. He silently murmured to himself whether the incident was related to the Qi family instead of the Su family. The car stopped at a distance, and the steward of the Yi household, recognizing the vehicle, hastened to greet them, reporting through the window that had been rolled down. Third young master, the issue concerns an elder clansman of the Qi family who passed away late last night. Since young Master Yan was instructed not to be disturbed, we didn't dare to disturb you regarding this matter. Yi Yingji was the third son in the Yi family, now serving as the clan's head, yet the older folks within the family still habitually referred to him as third young master. Old servants like Uncle Fu still called him third young lord. Yi Yingji nodded gently. What is the current situation? The steward lowered his voice. They say this elder suddenly cried out last night demanding to see the secluded Grandpa Qi, claiming that there was a ghost haunting the Qi household. Afterward, things escalated until this person suddenly passed away. The Qi family noticed something unusual and feared a possible corpse mutation, so they employed the seal the coffin suppress evil technique to contain the body. Currently, a ceremony is being conducted in the temple grounds, and after its completion, the remains will be buried at the Qi family ancestral gravesite on the hillside. Upon hearing this, Yi Yingji nodded again, closing his eyes without uttering a word. Sensing his intentions, the steward tactfully stepped back. Qi Yan listened clearly beside him. How could a normal death lead to fears of corpse mutations? Nevertheless, during his childhood, Qi Yan also witnessed some secrets within the Qi family. Such matters were private affairs of each family, generally acknowledged by outsiders without inquiry. Qi Yan turned to look at Yi Yingji. Big brother Yingji, rest here. I'll go take a look. Considering Yi Yingji's poor health and unsuitable status for appearing suddenly in such a context, it was better for him to remain in the car resting. Yi Yingji cast him a mildly reproachful glance. Why do you always want to meddle in everything? They are performing an exorcism to bury the dead, yet you insist on watching. Aren't you afraid of encountering malevolence? After pondering briefly, Qi Yan moved closer and gave him a gentle peck on the cheek, saying, with big brother Yingji around, I'm unafraid of anything. Though seemingly unable to manage Qi Yan's antics, Yi Yingji tilted his head away, waved his hand to let him leave, yet a distinct smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Qi Yan wasn't really causing trouble out of nowhere, rather, it was the Yi family steward's phrase, there's a ghost in Qi family, that piqued his interest. He still remembered why he had come back and how the Qi family, probably those loyal to Qi Rong, had attempted to frame him using the incident in Yi family village. Faintly, he always felt there was some connection between these events, though it could also just be his overthinking. He looked through the gaps in the crowd toward the open space at the center, seeing that on the blue stone floor of the Taoist altar was drawn a vermilion evil restraining magical formation. At the very center of this formation lay a black coffin that appeared quite heavy, with its four walls adorned with various designs of the restraining magical formations rendered in cinnabar ink. Somehow, Qi Yan thought he had seen such a coffin before but could not recall when or where it was. The ceremony was reaching its conclusion as 9 young people from the Qi family came forward to lift the coffin, initiating another round of Suona horn blasts. Accompanied by the music, they carried the coffin along the path towards the Qi family ancestral cemetery. Qi Yan stood directly in the direction where the coffin bearers were heading. As the group advanced, he instinctively stepped back with others in front, only to end up standing at the very front. The bearers and the black coffin passed closely by him, and Qi Yan involuntarily glanced at the black coffin adorned with the evil restraining magical designs. Within, there seemed to come faint sounds of tapping, as if someone inside were desperately pounding against the wood. As the Suona procession passed by, the slight knocking sound was quickly drowned out. Qi Yan turned to look at the retreating crowd, unsure whether that sound had merely been his illusion. Most of the people present were from the Qi family, and certainly many recognized him. Not wanting to cause any further trouble, Qi Yan retreated after watching the coffin bearers move far away, then sneaked back into Yi Yingji's car. Yi Yingji gazed calmly at him. Are you satisfied now? Do you want to follow them? Qi Yan shook his head. No need. Then, thinking for a moment, he hugged Yi Yingji's arm and leaned close, saying, it's getting late. Let's go home, brother Yingji. Yi Yingji scrutinized him for several moments, unable to resist poking his forehead a few times and smiled, you naughty little thing, intentionally provoking me again. Afterward, he signaled the driver to return to the Yi residence. Qi Yan remained silent but his heart was full of unease. They had been too intimate in the past, and he could hardly fail to notice Yi Yingji's subtly changing attitude since his return. Previously, Yi Yingji doted on him, got close to him, hugged him, kissed him, but those kisses were purely affectionate displays of fondness and intimacy. Falling on his forehead and cheeks, they were as light as a breeze, like treating him as a cherished child. But everything changed ever since that day Qi Yan followed Yi Yingji back to the Yi family residence, since the somewhat rash kiss he gave. That tone, that flavor, all transformed. Previously, Yi Yingji would have never kissed him like that, brimming with desire and possession, something suitable only between lovers. Such changed emotions could be expressed through every kiss, every embrace, every interaction. Yet, no one pointed it out, nor did anyone actively take it further. They silently allowed these changes to happen naturally, appearing calm on the surface while turbulent emotions surged beneath. After lunch, Qi Yan once again supervised Yi Yingji taking his medicine as he had done that morning, chatting about his life abroad in recent years. Time passed quickly, soon night fell. They went to bed together as usual. Qi Yan drifted off to sleep soon. In his dream, he found himself locked inside a pitch-black coffin, tightly bound by an unbreakable force. His whole body ached, and he frantically pounded against the coffin trying to get out. He heard many voices chanting incantations but could not see the faces behind those voices. Instead, grotesquely deformed faces appeared in his mind, and he realized these were all his relatives. With each strike becoming weaker, he understood that none of them wanted him to get out. All of his loved ones and friends wished to seal him up forever, letting him die in the dark without release. His body grew increasingly heavy and cold. He could feel layer upon layer of thick soil being heaped onto the coffin until all the sounds gradually faded away, even the grating soul suppressing him disappeared, leaving him buried deep underground. Suddenly, the thing that had restrained him moved. Qi Yan felt it, a cold arm wrapped around him pulling him into a familiar icy embrace. Then the voice he had longed for sounded, filled with laughter calling him, baby, kissing him. In his sleep, Qi Yan wept and clung to the person beside him, seemingly struggling with great pain. He felt someone patting his back, calling his name, that voice overlapping with the one in his dream, confusing him as to what was reality and what was dream. Qi Yan opened his eyes in a daze and saw Yi Yingji's face, which showed concern, as well as the warm orange-yellow light. He was at the Yi residence, in Brother Yingji's bedroom. Yi Yingji gently patted his back. What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? I told you not to go see that sinister scene. You've always been timid, but for some reason, you attract more trouble than others. He stopped midway through his sentence because Qi Yan was gazing softly at him with his eyes open. I dreamed of Brother Yingji. Such fullness. He closed his eyes and burrowed further into the other's embrace. Yi Yingji suddenly forgot how to speak or move, his hand on Qi Yan's back freezing momentarily. He hadn't expected this little rascal to be so bold and wondered where he'd learned such naughty tricks, applying them all on him. He leaned closer to Qi Yan, his voice deepening slightly, yet tinged with an almost unnoticeable tremor, appearing calm and unconcerned. Tell me, what does such fullness mean, Ian? Chapter 111, Retribution. Qi Yan slowly opened her eyes and looked at him without saying a word. Her gaze was as if she had been bullied. Yi Yingji recalled his struggle and whimpering while embracing her in his sleep just now, and suddenly couldn't help but feel like licking his teeth. Naughty kid, that reaction wasn't from having a nightmare at all, it was wrong of me to feel sorry for him. He pressed Qi Yan closer to his chest, his tone becoming more demanding. His dark eyes tightly focused on her, appearing somewhat intimidating. Are you going to say or not? Tell big brother, what is good full? It's Brother Yingji. Qi Yan turned her head away so as not to look at him, but her face grew even redder under the light. The faint glow reflected in her eyes made them glisten with moisture. Good full. Yi Yingji hugged her close and kissed her, closing his eyes briefly before opening them again. His voice remained calm. Shall brother make Yun even fuller? Is that okay? Qi Yan didn't answer, merely letting out a soft nasal sound before quietly closing her eyes and gently encircling Yi Yingji's neck. Under the warm yellow lamplight, her black eyelashes trembled lightly, like a docile butterfly. At that very moment, Yi Yingji genuinely felt the emotion known as irresistible passion. Qi Yan regretted it slightly. She admitted that sometimes she deliberately teased Yi Yingji, wanting to make him closer to her, even more intimate, but after truly enticing him to the point where he wouldn't let her go, regret set in, not because she didn't want to do such things with him. Instead, she remembered the doctor's advice. Yi Yingji should not engage in activities too taxing on his body nor overly vigorous movements. He needed rest and recuperation. She was worried that his body couldn't handle it. If only for a short time, it would be acceptable, like their first time, but she truly feared that Yi Yingji might overexert himself, causing his health condition to worsen due to lack of recovery. Therefore, when being handled by Yi Yingji again, she couldn't help but push him softly and call out softly, Brother Yingji. Amidst his busy actions, Yi Yingji paused briefly to kiss her cheek and gave an affirming hum from his nose. Little treasure, what's wrong? Go slower. Be gentler. Just saying these words made her cheeks turn bright red. Yingji felt tenderly toward her, thinking she couldn't bear it anymore, hence wanted to let her off easily after another gentle kiss on her eyelids. However, he heard Qi Yan whisper against him, Big brother's health isn't good, don't rush it. If necessary, take a break. We can go slow. From between gritted teeth, Yi Yingji forced out a few words, "You little rascal." After that, Qi Yan learned her lesson, understanding Yi Yingji disliked her speaking in such a way. Yet, it wasn't because she feared him reacting similarly as before, using various means to punish her, it was more out of concern for Yi Yingji tiring himself out and harming his already frail body. In essence, she worried about his health issues. She recalled how weak all his organs were, especially his heart. Years ago, doctors explicitly warned him against marriage. Therefore, his solitary existence all those years hadn't raised much eyebrows. But now, his state clearly suggested he acted as a newlywed every night, experiencing the wedding chamber many dozens of times already. Although Qi Yan neither wanted nor was capable of rejecting him, deep down, she worried he might be persisting out of pride, not knowing moderation akin to others unable to quit smoking despite its known harm to health. From then on, she kept a keen eye out, avoiding openly advising him to rest during such occasions. Instead, she discreetly played tricks or pretended to pout, willing to actively serve Brother Yingji herself, ultimately aiming to reduce his efforts, preventing him from exhausting himself further. Moreover, afterward, she became increasingly dedicated to supervising his medication intake, fearing any adverse effect from his recent excessive fatigue. Yingji failed to see through her subtle thoughts, harboring only daily resentment towards her increasing mischief. Even so, despite feeling hooked as though capable of reviving the dead, he uncontrollably indulged further in her, unable to resist teasing her. Afterward, his affection for her only grew stronger. He viewed Qi Yan as a part of his soul, influencing both his life and death. The two remained nearly isolated within the small building, entwining closely together for several days until the beginning of the Cho Tian sacrifice. The formal sacrificial ceremony lasted 3 days. Yi Yingji stated he would only be present on the morning of the first day. Qi Yan quite agreed with this, she always believed he required adequate rest and shouldn't indulge in his willful ways. Yi Yingji's physical constitution was still weak, with cold hands. As they got out of the car, Qi Yan couldn't help but support his arm, walking into the venue alongside him. Yingji grasped her hand tightly but remained silent. Almost everyone at the venue had arrived. As soon as the couple walked in, countless eyes fell on them. Qi Yan helped Yi Yingji to his seat and sat down next to him. The seating for the Cho Tian sacrifice was divided by families and factions. Their location was designated for the Yi family. As Qi Yan sat down, she received a message from Yi Xian, "My fate of being poached is about to be confirmed. Lady Yi, do you still remember that I'm your boyfriend?" Qi Yan sent back a, "Stop fooling around." These days, Yi Yingji often said, "A yen stop fooling around," or "little rascal," so Qi Yan subconsciously imitated him without realizing the intimacy embedded in these words. Yi Yingji leaned over and peeked at his phone, smiling faintly. "Stop fooling around? Are you two on good terms?" Before Qi Yan could respond, he saw the previous message sent by Su Xian and chuckled softly, "Lady Yi? That's not bad." His smile became much more sincere this time. Qi Yan suddenly felt at a loss, calling out quietly, "Brother Yingji." Yi Yingji gave him a teasing glance. Still calling me brother? Haven't we already done what couldn't be done last night? How did you call me then? Do it again." Qi Yan glared at him with wide eyes, feeling as if his face and feet were burning. He hastily mumbled something about needing to go to the restroom and fled, deciding he needed to wash his face. Seeing how unsteady Qi Yan was as he ran off, the housekeeper approached carefully and bowed, asking, "Third master, is young Master Qi all right? Should someone check on him?" Yi Yingji waved dismissively, smiled slightly, and his black eyes softened momentarily. "He's fine. He's just being conflicted by himself. He'll come back in a while." The restroom was behind the venue, passing through a small garden along the way. After coming out of the restroom, Qi Yan noticed a familiar figure standing alone beside the flower bed at the center of the garden. There was no one else but them. Unfortunately, it was also his only route back. With an expression that deliberately avoided eye contact, Qi Yan passed by but was stopped by Qi Rong calling out, "Qi Yan." Qi Yan stopped, turned around to face him but didn't speak. "You've been thrown out anyway, why come back? Do you think selling yourself to Yi Yingji will give you support? Will it make you regain status as the eldest grandson in the Qi family?" The remarks were as offensive as always. Ignoring the hurtful latter part, Qi Yan looked into Qi Rong's eyes and retorted, "Would I have come back if it weren't for your actions? Do you blame me for ruining you?" Qi Rong sneered, "You're a stray dog now. Do you really think I care whether you live or die?" Qi Yan kept staring at Qi Rong's eyes. His gaze shifted slightly to the right and faltered. He was lying. If Qi Yan wasn't entirely certain before that Qi Rong was involved in that particular incident, now he was sure Qi Rong was directly implicated. Qi Rong's manner of lying was something Qi Yan knew all too well. As a child, Qi Yan didn't understand the complicated relationship between Qi Rong, his mother, and his father. Afraid of causing him harm, his mother never explicitly explained the details when he was young. Due to their similar age, Qi Yan used to happily play with Qi Rong, who often visited. Through observation, Qi Yan vaguely intuited that his mother intensely disliked Qi Rong's mother, and that his father showed favoritism towards Qi Rong rather than him. At that time, Qi Yan didn't understand why the one punished for lying was always him, not Qi Rong. He didn't comprehend why his father repeatedly believed Qi Rong's crude lies. Only later did he realize that Yi Yuan-shan wasn't incapable of discerning truth from falsehood, it was a deep-rooted prejudice that had swayed his judgment. During this period of learning the truth about Qi Rong, Qi Yan grew intimately familiar with Qi Rong's behavior when lying. He could tell instantly if Qi Rong spoke the truth or lied, even years later. Apparently, Qi Rong hadn't progressed any in this area. Unwilling to waste more time on Qi Rong, Qi Yan left behind a cold statement: "Whether or not you did it, you know the reason why I came back. And those things you cherish, I truly don't care about," before turning around to leave. However, Qi Rong stepped forward, blocking his path, saying sternly, "Qi Yan, let me warn you once, leave early." Qi Yan ignored him, pushing aside his hand silently and continuing on. However, as he touched Qi Rong's hand, he wrinkled his brow. The touch felt bone-chillingly cold, damp, and lifeless, like the hand of an undead corpse from some ancient grave holding onto someone's ankle, forever keeping them in the land of death. After Qi Yan returned to his seat, he seemed somewhat distracted. Yingji noticed his absent-mindedness and didn't tease him anymore. After a while, Yingji made an excuse about not feeling well and took Qi Yan off the scene. Once in the car, Yingji directly asked, "Who did you run into? Why have you been acting so different since we came back?" "Qi Rong." Qi Yan didn't hide it. "I think he's looking for chances to harm me." Qi Yan suddenly remembered something and turned to Yingji. "By the way, brother Yingji, can you teach me some ways to protect myself? If Qi Rong gets desperate, what if he harms me regardless of consequences?" Yingji propped his chin with his hand and gave him a mild look. "He's the heir of the Qi family now, and you're Mrs. Yi. What would he gain by harming you?" Qi Yan sighed helplessly and called out to him, "Brother Yingji." Yingji remained still in that posture, calm as ever, unperturbed. "Still calling me brother Yingji doesn't satisfy me anymore. Call me something else, and I'll teach you." Chapter 112, Qi Yuan-shan. Qi Yan looked at Yingji and nodded in response. "I'll call you back tonight when I return." Yingji didn't press him. "All right, you owe me a call for now. Remember to pay the interest tonight." After returning to the Yi family estate, Yingji didn't take him directly back to the small building but gestured to the driver to head to the western side of the main house, where the library was located. Qi Yan knew that these places housed the inheritance records of various families, which outsiders were not allowed to enter. He didn't expect Yingji to bring him here to choose books, so he hesitated at the door, taking a peek inside but not daring to step in. Looking uncertainly at Yingji, he said, "Yingji Gage, is it alright if I go in? Aren't outsiders not supposed to come in?" Yingji, however, wasn't fazed by this. "Since we're about to share the Yi surname, there's no reason why a simple library shouldn't be accessible." With that, he took Qi Yan straight inside. The library had 3 floors, completely empty, with rows of black wooden bookshelves reaching the ceiling. After entering, Qi Yan wasn't sure where to start looking. Yingji picked out a few simple yet practical books for him to take home. After they returned to the small building, he also handed over his own notes from years ago for Qi Yan to use as reference. However, Qi Yan wouldn't be able to focus on studying anytime soon. Back at the small building, he first accompanied Yingji while he took his medicine. Once the medicine was taken, Yingji carried him upstairs to the bedroom. All the way up, Qi Yan was apprehensive, worried that Yingji might fall ill due to exhaustion. Seeing his wide eyes filled with worry, Yingji chuckled softly and pecked his forehead. "What are you afraid of? I'm not going to eat you. Afraid that your body can't handle it." This thought circled in Qi Yan's mouth but was eventually swallowed back down. By now, he'd learned to avoid saying things that could provoke Yingji. Dinner was served in the bedroom. That afternoon, after fooling around with Yingji twice, he fell asleep until 7 in the evening. Dinner was already prepared, and Qi Yan slowly ate with Yingji. Around 8 o'clock, when they finished, the steward came by and informed Yingji of an issue. These days, unless there was a sudden, unavoidable urgent matter, the steward dared not disturb Yingji at the small building. Yingji went to the study with the steward but soon returned to the bedroom, with the steward following closely behind. Yingji nodded toward Qi Yan and said to the steward, "You tell Mr. Qi yourself what happened and let Yan make the decision." Qi Yan vaguely guessed that this matter might concern him but couldn't imagine what it could be. The steward, keeping his eyes lowered, repeated the news he'd just received with respect. During the post-dinner gathering after tonight's Chotian sacrifice ceremony, Mr. Qi suddenly fainted. He has already been sent back to the Qi residence. They would like for young Master Qi to return and check on Mr. Qi. Qi Yan furrowed his brows. What do they mean? In the steward's message, Mr. Qi referred to his father, Qi Yuanshan. His grandfather was currently in seclusion, and this time Qi Yuanshan represented their family in the Chotian sacrifice. But if Qi Yuanshan, who seemed perfectly fine, suddenly collapsed for no reason and then asked for his return, Qi Yan began to suspect whether this was some conspiracy or trap set by the Qi family. Although he felt there wasn't much worth scheming against him, aside from Qi Rong, no one else had a real motive to try to kill him. The steward diplomatically added, "They claim the situation is quite severe and insist that young Master Qi must return for a look." Yingji waved his hand. "Just say it. What's really going on with Qi Yuanshan?" The steward paused, weighing his words carefully before speaking quietly. "It might be the last meeting." Qi Yan's pupils contracted sharply. Qi Yuanshan was barely over 50. At the sacrificial ceremony earlier in the morning, he'd even seen Qi Yuanshan from afar, showing no signs of impending death. However, the steward would not dare or could not lie in front of Yingji. The Yi household was strictly managed, and the steward certainly wasn't incompetent. If he made this claim, someone must have verified the news instead of merely trusting the Qi family's account. Qi Yan looked at Yingji, lowering his head. I want to go back and see. Yingji made no comment, simply nodding upon hearing this. I'll go with you, then turned to the steward. Prepare the car. Qi Yan looked at the sky outside. No need. Brother Yingji, you haven't rested much today. You should get some proper rest. I'll just take a quick look and return. Besides, Qi Yuanshan dissolved our father-son relationship long ago anyway. But Yingji unyieldingly climbed into the car with him. Even if you've dissolved your relationship with Qi Yuanshan, so I don't have to wear mourning clothes for him, how would it make sense for me not to accompany you in such a situation? I can rest in the car. The car drove steadily, getting closer to the Qi residence. The surroundings became more and more familiar. Qi Yan thought back to his childhood. In his vague memories, when he was 3 or 4 years old, Qi Yuanshan seemed to treat him quite well, buying toys for him, including a fashionable electric toy train that he loved most. Qi Yuanshan even helped him assemble the plastic tracks in the yard, sitting patiently by his side as Qi Yan stared curiously at the little train running on the tracks. But over time, as he grew older, he began to suspect that the yellow plastic tracks and red toy train might just be illusions created by his own imagination. His mother had never directly told him about her messy relationship with Qi Yuanshan. However, after Qi Yan became mature enough to understand, he pieced together the story bit by bit from different people's accounts. According to them, Qi Yuanshan had been a young man similar to Su Rui back then. He despised the old-fashioned Qi family and fought against his family to leave and pursue education outside. It was during his university days that he met Qi Yan's mother, and they quickly fell deeply in love. However, as the first son of the Qi family, he was destined to inherit it. After graduation, his family started putting pressure on him to return home. Eventually, they reached a compromise. Qi Yuanshan agreed to come back to the Qi family, and the Qi family consented to let him marry Qi Yan's mother, an ordinary person. At that time, Qi Yan's mother was still young. Upon hearing about her lover's background, she decided resolutely to give up everything she had outside and marry into the Qi family, even though it meant sacrificing her career and future, and rarely seeing her parents again. At the beginning, everything went well, and Qi Yuanshan did his best to protect his wife, maintaining a sweet and loving life despite being part of an unconventional celestial master's clan. But good times didn't last long. When Qi Yan was almost born, his mother discovered that Qi Yuanshan had another woman on the outside who was already pregnant, and her child would only be 4 months younger than the one soon to be born to Qi Yan's mother. She found out because the Qi family wouldn't allow their bloodline to remain outside, so they brought the woman in and settled her in a courtyard outside the main house. Qi Yuanshan cried and begged for forgiveness, saying he'd been bewitched at the time and hadn't known the woman was pregnant. He promised that the child would be raised by the clan, and he would have no further contact with her. Qi Yan's mother forgave him. Qi Yan's name was jointly chosen by his mother and Qi Yuanshan, while the name of the child who was born 4 months later was personally decided by the elder Mr. Qi Rong. He wanted Qi Yan and his mother to accommodate this child. But things afterward turned out very differently from what Qi Yuanshan had initially promised. Initially, rumors of his visits to Qi Rong and her mother in another mansion circulated faintly. Qi Yan's mother would still confront him, arguing with him fiercely. Later, Qi Yan's mother stopped managing him entirely, losing all strength to do so, while Qi Yuanshan came home less and less often. When Qi Yan was 6 years old, Qi Rong and her mother moved into the main house. When he was 16, his mother and Qi Yuanshan finally divorced, and Qi Yan himself also severed his father-son relationship with Qi Yuanshan, leaving the Qi household altogether with his mother. They had accommodated others, but others hadn't necessarily accommodated them. Eventually, the car stopped outside the Qi family gates. Yingji didn't insist on coming in with him but waited quietly in the car, gesturing with his eyes to go ahead without worry. This was the first time Qi Yan returned to the Qi residence since he left at the age of 16. The old steward of the Qi family stood waiting at the door and immediately led him to Qi Yuanshan's room upon his arrival. Qi Yuanshan lay in bed, covered by a blanket, his face pale and yellowish, his eyes closed. At a glance, it was hard to tell whether he was alive or dead. Standing beside his bed was a tall young man. It was Qi Rong. There was no one else in the room. The old steward also left quietly after leading Qi Yan there, and Qi Yan could vaguely hear a sigh from him. Qi Yan stood at the door without moving for a moment. To be honest, he was still wary of this father-son duo, as both had been involved in trying to harm him. Whether Qi Yuanshan participated in those plots or not, he doubted Qi Rong acted without Qi Yuanshan's knowledge. If it weren't for the mention of the red toy train that triggered his memory when Yingji's steward informed him of the news, he probably wouldn't have come back for even a single look. People are like this. If they have never possessed something, they probably won't hope for it too much or crave it desperately. But once they get it and then lose it again, they can't help convincing themselves that it was all fake, just an illusion, that they haven't lost it yet, and that it still belongs to them. But Qi Yuanshan had never allowed Qi Yan to indulge in such self-deception. Instead, he confronted him time and again with the truth, shattering every beautiful fantasy Qi Yan ever held about his father, until Qi Yan stopped hoping for anything. Yet, when the steward said, "This might be your last chance to see him," Qi Yan still chose to come. Perhaps he wasn't as completely disheartened as he had thought. Qi Yuanshan opened his eyes as if sensing the sound of Qi Yan's footsteps, fixing his gaze on Qi Yan. He made a ho-ho noise with his mouth. The steward hadn't exaggerated, Qi Yuanshan was truly beyond saving now. His weakness had rendered him unable to even speak properly. Qi Yan approached 2 steps closer and looked into his eyes. The gaze reminded him of his childhood, when Qi Yuanshan used to watch him play with his little toy train, focused, tranquil, and brimming with love for his young offspring. Throughout the time, Qi Yuanshan hadn't spared a single glance at Qi Rong. Qi Rong stepped aside, allowing Qi Yan to instinctively move closer, half-squatting by Qi Yuanshan's bedside. He heard the other man struggling, forcing out some indistinct syllables, "You." He was asking about Qi Yan's mother, "Is your mother all right?" Staring straight at him, Qi Yan replied flatly, "She passed away during my second year in university." Qi Yuanshan closed his eyes, a visibly sorrowful expression appearing on his waxen and emaciated face. His parched fingers twitched. Qi Yan noticed that, apart from his thumb, the 4 fingers on Qi Yuanshan's left hand lifted slightly. He was calculating how many years had passed since his mother had died. Suddenly overwhelmed by deep sadness, Qi Yan couldn't comprehend how Qi Yuanshan, who had been vibrant and normal just that morning, could suddenly collapse into this state of utter exhaustion and impending death. More confusingly, why had Qi Yuanshan chosen to act this way? Opening his eyes again, Qi Yuanshan stared intently at Qi Yan, as if carefully memorizing his current appearance. His lips moved but only let out faint breaths. Judging from his lip movements, Qi Yan realized he had called out, "Son." Straining himself, Qi Yuanshan tried hard to lift his body closer to Qi Yan but failed in this simple motion. Finally, Qi Yan couldn't bear to watch and leaned forward to get closer. Then he heard Qi Yuanshan mutter faintly in his ear, "Hurry, leave." Confused, Qi Yan turned to look at him, finding Qi Yuanshan already slumped down, his eyes tightly shut, with no sign of life left. His last words were, "Son, hurry, leave." Chapter 113, Qi Rong. Qi Yan suddenly remembered himself at 16 years old, when Qi Yuanshan had locked him out of the door, saying to him inside the door, "You are no longer my son. You and your mother leave here and never come back." He went to the Yi family villa, wanting to tell elder brother Engji the news, wanting to tell him that he would soon leave with his mother, wanting to ask what he should do. But when he arrived at the villa, he only saw many people dressed in white rushing in and out of the small building. Uncle Fu told him that the 3rd young master had fallen ill and lost consciousness and was now being resuscitated. He could only stand outside the house, stealing a glance through the busy medical staff. The man was still wearing a simple white shirt, lying on the bed, pale-faced, lifeless. That was the most helpless time for him. He didn't even have the time to wait for Yi Yingji to wake up and say goodbye before leaving the Qi family with his mother. He then recalled encountering Qi Rong this morning at the Su family, remembering the words Qi Rong had said. "I advise you to leave as soon as possible." Thinking back now, it seemed strangely in agreement with Qi Yuanshan's final words. Qi Yan thought about the other person in the room, stood up, and looked at Qi Rong. Qi Rong remained aloof, standing on the other side of the room, not showing much emotion even facing Qi Yuanshan's death, as if it was expected. He merely confirmed with Qi Yan's eyes, "Dead." The way Qi Yuanshan was, indeed, did not seem like someone who could survive the night. Qi Yan nodded. Qi Rong opened the door and informed the butler waiting outside, then closed the door again, re-entering the room to look at Qi Yan. "They will be here in a few minutes." He furrowed his brows slightly, "Why haven't you left yet?" Qi Yan glanced at Qi Yuanshan on the bed, then turned his gaze to Qi Rong. "Why? Why do all of you want me to leave?" He had already begun to realize that things might not be as simple as he originally thought. The reason Qi Rong wanted him gone might not be as straightforward as he had imagined. Qi Rong did not answer but instead smiled while looking at him. "Qi Yan." He called out Qi Yan's name, "Do you know why I used to deliberately make trouble for you? I framed you, took away your belongings, wasn't I detestable? Didn't you hate me?" Qi Yan did not respond, only silently gazed at the person before him, finding the current Qi Rong very strange. "I remember how in the past, whenever I bullied you, you'd feel wronged and cry. But later, it became so much harder for you to cry, no matter how I tormented you, you wouldn't cry in front of me anymore. You would only go to him." He laughed again, staring unblinkingly at Qi Yan, "Isn't that right? Qi Yan, tell me, isn't it effortless for Yi Yingji to make you cry? Since the night you returned and left in the Yi family car, I couldn't help thinking, what kind of crying face do you show when you're on Yi Yingji's bed? Qi Yan, can that sickly wretch satisfy you? Or even though he cannot, does he have some other ways to torment you, making you beg and cry? How do you beg him, crying out to him as elder brother Yingji? Or husband?" He took a step forward, looking at Qi Yan, his eyes dark, the smile on his lips filled with pleasure, jealousy, resentment, even twisted at times. Qi Yan frowned, taking a step back, interrupting him loudly mid-sentence, "Shut up." But Qi Rong continued speaking his thoughts regardless. Qi Rong took another 2 steps towards him, looking at his face. "Through our childhoods and into adulthood, you were the only one among all the people around me who would show me your real emotions, even if you hated me, or despised me, it doesn't matter. Qi Yan sneered, turning his head away to avoid looking at him. He was long past the age where he believed such illogical nonsense. Moreover, what did it mean by, "You were the only one who would show me real emotions"? The favoritism from Qi Yuanshan he experienced firsthand, and Qi Rong's mother, naturally, doted on her only child. He had just heard upon his return that Qi Rong's mother also passed away 5 years ago, but those loving attentions he received from his youth weren't fabricated either. He coldly shot a glance at Qi Rong and Qi Yuanshan. "What about your mother? Don't they count?" A puppet and a madwoman, Qi Rong kept getting closer until he had driven Qi Yan to the wall with nowhere else to retreat. They paused with only an arm's distance between them, and Qi Rong's smile still curved at the corner of his mouth. "Rumor has it madness is hereditary. Do you think I'm already insane?" His earlier words changed Qi Yan's expression. He raised his eyes seriously, looking at Qi Rong. "What do you mean?" So pitiful, he stared fixedly at Qi Yan's face. "Do you still not know? The time my mother conceived me, it was because he placed a curse on Qi Yuanshan." "Gu." Qi Yan could not help but mutter. He had only heard about such things in novels and TV shows, he had never seen one in reality, and even growing up in the Qi family did not confirm to him whether these actually existed. Now, Qi Rong was telling him that this was used on his own father, Qi Yuanshan. Exactly, Gu. A deranged woman who didn't get what she wanted offered her witchcraft skills to enter the Qi family. She manipulated a puppet with Gu spells all her life, a puppet she would never truly possess, and deceived herself for an entire lifetime. In the end, due to excessive use of uncontrollable dark arts, she suffered from 10,000 worms gnawing at her heart and died prematurely. Tell me, isn't that the definition of madness? Qi Yan stared blankly at him as he realized Qi Rong was talking about his mother. His mind began sketching the blurred figure of the woman. At the age when he grew older and became more aware, he naturally disliked Qi Rong and his mother due to their messy relationship with his family. However, Qi Rong's mother did not maliciously harm him and his mother like Qi Rong did. In his memories, the woman rarely left her room, always pale-faced. Occasionally when they met, her expression remained cold and indifferent. She treated Qi Yan with an icy indifference that bordered on neglect. Years passed, and the woman's image in his mind had faded into a pale, lifeless shadow. It wasn't until now that he tried hard to recall her face, realizing he couldn't remember it anymore. All he could find were faint traces of her features reflected in Qi Rong's face before him. Qi Rong continued speaking, making it hard to tell whether he was talking to Qi Yan or murmuring to himself. "I have always sworn that I would never become a pitiful and tragic person like her. But later, I found out I am even more pitiful than her. I cannot even obtain something false, I don't even have the chance to deceive myself." He muttered, his voice becoming quieter and quieter. Qi Yan did not want to probe into Qi Rong's thoughts. Right now, he cared about only one thing. The words of Qi Rong revealed some information, that Qi Yuanshan might have been controlled by Gu for all these years, and the manipulator was Qi Rong's mother. His intuition told him Qi Rong was not lying. His voice turned somewhat dry. He didn't notice. Did no one else in the Qi family notice? Wouldn't anyone stop it? Stop it? Qi Rong looked at him mockingly. "Qi Yan, why can you always remain so naive? Growing up in the Qi family, developing in such an environment, you're still like this? Notice?" Of course, he noticed, which is why during the rare moments of lucidity, he went out of his way to send you and your mother away and dared not let you two have any contact with him again. But why can't he escape? Do you think it's because he's afraid of my mother? He moved closer to Qi Yan and whispered softly into his ear. Of course not. There's something he can't compete against. Even without witchcraft manipulation, he will be nothing more than the Qi family's puppet for a lifetime. So do you think anyone cares? Anyone stops? My mother dared to do such things to the first son of the Qi family, doesn't that imply someone supports, perhaps even directs her actions? Qi Yan's eyes opened wide as he involuntarily glanced at the corpse on the bed once more. There rested his father. He never expected to hear this kind of story from Qi Rong. Although he couldn't verify the truth of Qi Rong's words at the moment, deep down, he already believed them. Everything fitted perfectly. Qi Rong's attitude was strange, yet he always knew how to discern whether Qi Rong was telling the truth or lying. Uncontrollable tears rolled down his cheeks in large drops, his eyes turning red, and his gaze shifted to Qi Rong. "Then father, how did he?" Qi Yan tilted his head back, closing his eyes briefly, his words fragmented. However, Qi Rong understood what he was asking. Staring at Qi Yan steadily, he responded vaguely, "You are crying again." And as Qi Yan opened his eyes to look at him, he continued calmly, "The person raising the Gu died. Without someone to take over the Gu worms, they can't last long either and will die soon after. When the heart Gu dies, naturally, the puppet where the Gu worms resided will follow suit quickly. If you want him to pass peacefully, you'd better let that helper of yours assist," said Qi Rong, looking downward slightly and offering a slight smile. "Perhaps it will be useful. And another thing, leave immediately. Don't trust Yingji. Don't stay for his sake." After saying this, without giving Qi Yan time to react, he pulled the door open and walked out. At that exact moment, the housekeeper arrived with a group of people and began preparing for Qi Yuanshan's final arrangements. Qi Yan stood dumbfounded, watching them hustle about as he processed the information in Qi Rong's words. His last meaning should be that he wanted him to ask Brother Engji for help to conduct a ritual for Qi Yuanshan. The Yi family practiced ghostly arts and should indeed be skilled in this area, not to mention that Yi Engji was the head of the Yi family. But why did he say that last sentence? Why did both Qi Yuanshan and Qi Rong repeatedly urge him to leave when Qi Yuanshan was on his deathbed? Was there something wrong with the Qi family? If there truly was an issue with the Qi family and both Qi Yuanshan and Qi Rong had discovered it, then why didn't Qi Rong leave immediately himself? Qi Yan shook his head. Regardless of everything, he needed to go outside and find Brother Engji first and tell him all these things. Qi Rong had told him not to trust Yi Engji, but obviously, the person he trusted most in this world was Yi Engji. He would never, under any circumstances, harbor suspicions against Yi Engji just because of Qi Rong's words. Chapter 114, Crossing the Dead. Yi Engji's car was still waiting on the side of the shaded avenue outside the Qi family mansion. The interior light was on, emitting a warm glow. As one approached, one could see that the rear car window was half open, revealing a man in a black long coat sitting leisurely with his eyes closed. Qi Yan opened the car door and rushed in, hugging the man's arm. Yi Engji hugged him, lifting his chin gently to make him look up. Seeing his red eyes, he felt heartbroken and kissed him lightly. What happened? Who bullied you? One thing Qi Rong guessed right about, Yi Engji indeed liked to bully Qi Yan, often bullying him until Qi Yan cried and clung to him in a daze, begging for mercy before he reluctantly stopped and began consoling him in his arms. But these little playful moments were not something for outsiders to know. Normally, if Yi Engji saw Qi Yan being bullied or humiliated elsewhere, he would definitely take it seriously, meticulously keeping track, and then carefully comforting Qi Yan afterward. Qi Yan shook his head and whispered into his chest, "My father has passed away." His voice choked with sobs, especially when he mentioned the word father, almost unable to control himself. He hadn't called Qi Yuanshan father in 10 years. After breaking ties with Qi Yuanshan at the age of 16 and leaving the Qi family, he never used that title again. Even before then, when he was younger and living with Qi Yuanshan, because he knew Qi Yuanshan had wronged him and his mother, he resisted speaking to him and refused to call him father or dad. Of course, Yi Engji heard the change in his address but simply stroked his back, helping him breathe easier, responding quietly without offering an opinion. Qi Yan started recounting the story he had just heard from Qi Rong, intermittently telling him amidst pauses due to emotion. Yi Engji listened silently all along, waiting until Qi Yan finished before pulling him onto his lap to sit facing him, hugging him tightly as he tilted his head up and kissed his eyes. "Good boy, don't think too much. Rest well, and your brother will send someone to investigate properly." Qi Yan buried his head in his neck, wrapping his arms around Yi Engji's waist and gave a low his eyes still red. After resting for a moment in this position, he asked softly, "Engji brother, can you help me see my father off properly so he may leave in peace?" Rome said he was controlled by witchcraft and that the parasite buried deep inside him died, which caused him to pass too. "I want him to leave more peacefully." "It is only appropriate," responded Yi Engji. "Since you acknowledge him as your father, he's also my father-in-law. It is natural that we should see him off." He glanced out the car window and pointed towards a small cluster of trees on the left, saying, "Given my current status, it might not be proper for me to conduct any rituals at the Qi residence. Let's pay our respects to him here instead." Qi Yan nodded through his tears, seemingly not caring or subconsciously accepting Yi Engji calling his father-in-law. The driver turned off the car engine and retrieved some tools used for conducting rituals from the trunk, lighting their way using his mobile phone as they walked behind Qi Yan and Yi Engji into the woods. Yi Engji always kept ritual implements in his car, sparing them much trouble. Upon finding a flat, open area, they stopped. Qi Yan held the phone to provide light, while Yi Engji took the cinnabar pen handed to him by the driver and swiftly knelt down to draw a crossing array. He sealed several key points with yellow paper and then closed his eyes to perform the ritual. Qi Yan knelt beside him with his eyes closed, silently chanting the morning verses for the dead. A sudden gust of wind swept through the forest, piercing cold creeping into their necks, carrying a chilling, eerie coolness. Qi Yan shivered, opening his eyes to see a blurry shadow walking toward him. Judging by the figure and appearance, it was Qi Yuanshan. He continuously looked at Qi Yan, his mouth moving urgently as though trying to say something. Seeing no reaction from Qi Yan, the figure gestured more anxiously, waving his hand towards the side. Qi Yan couldn't resist standing up and shouting loudly, "Father, what are you saying? I can't hear you." Qi Yuanshan drew closer to him, getting nearer to the crossing array on the ground. Qi Yan gradually discerned his mouth movements. At this moment, a great force suddenly surged forth from the array, forcefully pushing Qi Yuanshan far away until he grew fainter and eventually disappeared. Before vanishing completely, he continued making waving gestures towards Qi Yan's right side. Qi Yan collapsed onto the ground, turning his head left to look at Yi Engji. "Brother Engji, what do you think my father wanted to tell me? Did he leave peacefully? He has already been reincarnated." Yi Engji embraced him, helping him stand, kissing his forehead. "Don't be afraid, no matter what happens, your brother will protect you." Qi Yan mumbled a response and was carried back into the car by Yi Engji. The next day, Qi Yan and Yi Engji both attended Qi Yuanshan's funeral. Since it was already during the Chotian sacrifice period, there were many visitors, and the departure of Qi Yuan Mountain from the Qi family brought out even more people to offer their condolences. Qi Yan had left the Qi family and had long severed his father-son relationship with Qi Yuan Mountain. Although many people knew by now about the young man standing next to the Yi family head, reportedly the boyfriend of Miss Su, the second lady of the Zus, who used to be the eldest grandson of the Qi family, all he could do now was stand like other guests, slowly stepping forward to lay down a flower bouquet. The old patriarch Qi was still in seclusion and hadn't come out even after his own son's sudden death. Everything on site was being managed by the housekeeper and a few collateral descendants of the Qi family, including greeting and thanking guests. Already, murmurs began to spread among the crowd. How come Master Qi's presence wasn't seen? Of course, when questioned by guests, the steward uniformly explained that Qi Rong was suffering from excessive grief and fell ill, unable to receive guests while resting in her room, but worry still lingered between his brows. Qi Yuan Mountain's abrupt death itself seemed suspicious, with the corpse not yet cold and his son gravely ill in bed, while the elder one remained secluded without emerging. The entire Qi family lacked someone decisive, fully relying on a few elders for leadership. This situation naturally made people link back to a recent death of another elder in the Qi family which had required a soul-stabilizing incantation for proper burial. Whispering started underground. What exactly did the Qi family offend to suffer such calamities? Yi Yingji, on the other hand, acted quickly. The people he sent soon gathered some information, and these findings were handed over to Qi Yan immediately upon returning from the funeral. Influenced by movies and novels, whenever people mention witchcraft or sorcery, they often think of the Yunnan-Guizhou region because of its prevalence of poisonous gases and wild toxic insects, making it geographically conducive to the development of such magical arts. However, Qi Rong's mother inherited a different lineage of sorcery, stemming from Cheongzhou, present-day Hainan province, known as Cheongzhou witchcraft. The terrain of Cheongzhou is higher in the middle and lower around the edges, surrounded by seas, with misty valleys where secret techniques have been passed down through generations. Many of these methods have gradually been lost over time, but Qi Rong's mother remained an inheritor of the enigmatic Cheongzhou witchcraft. From this standpoint, there was a high probability that Qi Rong's words yesterday were true, though whether Qi Yuan Mountain truly fell victim to such a curse would require exhuming the body and conducting a post-mortem examination. It wouldn't be possible to exhume the body again. Yi Yingji sent people to consult those knowledgeable in the Central Plains sorcery, providing a detailed description of Qi Yuan Mountain's state at death. The expert replied that indeed, based on appearances, it seemed as if he had fallen victim to a symbiotic poison. A notable feature of Cheongzhou witchcraft is that once the master dies, the parasitic worms cannot last much longer before perishing. Such parasites, capable of controlling a person for decades, had likely already entered the heart and formed a symbiotic system with the host. Once the parasite died, the host would quickly deteriorate and die as well. Holding on to the investigation results sent back, Qi Yan couldn't close his eyes all night. Even without definitive evidence, deep inside he already believed that the disintegration of their family was due to their father falling victim to the curse. The culprit was Qi Rong's mother, yet she had died 5 years ago, leaving him no one to seek vengeance against. Based on what Qi Rong mentioned that day, it appeared there must have been someone else behind the scenes orchestrating the events. Gradually sorting out his thoughts bit by bit, Qi Yan uncovered a logical issue within this series of incidents, assuming the truth that his father was controlled by witchcraft for so many years, only regaining brief clarity at the moment the parasite expired, then his final, hurry and leave, would have genuinely been for his good. Putting aside the motive or cause for now, repeatedly urging him to leave meant Qi Rong was also acting for his welfare. However, if Qi Rong was acting for his benefit, why then set up a deadly trap in Yi family village intended to kill him? This led to a contradiction. There were two explanations. One was that his initial assumption of them wanting what's best for him was incorrect, implying both Qi Rong and Qi Yuan Mountain still intended harm towards him. The other was that someone else wanted him dead, leading to a misunderstanding of the lie he told Qi Rong that noon in the Su family garden. Temporarily setting Qi Rong aside, Qi Yan no longer believed or was unwilling to believe that the last words spoken by Qi Yuan Mountain held any malicious intent, thus subconsciously negating the first explanation. Thus, he had to find Qi Rong and clarify further, what exactly she knew, why she persistently urged him to leave, and why she didn't choose to leave herself. However, recalling her demeanor from that evening still left him feeling uneasy. He wasn't afraid of Qi Rong, rather, there was something slightly off about her behavior. Taking into account Yi Yingji, who ultimately was a generation older than him and currently bore a very special status, it wouldn't make sense to rely on Yi Yingji for everything, nor was his health a factor of concern. Therefore, to avoid any mishaps, Qi Yan called Su Rui, requesting him to accompany him once more back to the Qi residence to meet Qi Rong. Qi Yan directly took a car to the Su family to find Su Rui. From afar, he could already see quite a few people gathered in the Su family's main hall, a few of them speaking with very agitated expressions. Uncle Su Rui and the family's head steward were trying hard to calm them down. By this time, Su Rui had already come over, directly pulling open the car door to get in, sitting next to Qi Yan. As the car moved forward, Qi Yan pointed towards the direction of the main hall. What's going on? Su Rui shrugged indifferently. They are a group of celestial masters who came to participate in the Chotian sacrifice. Their sect leader surnamed Ma has a son not yet 20 by a few months named Ma Tian, who was also brought this year to attend the sacrificial ceremony. But recently Ma Tian suddenly went missing, so this Master Ma keeps urging the Su family to help them look for his son. His son is an adult too, there isn't much entertainment around these mountains, maybe he just ran out to play. Yet they keep pressuring my uncle and the others, even though we've sent people out to search, they couldn't be found, there's nothing we can do. My dad is also being dragged into helping every day, luckily they haven't drafted me as labor yet. These days have been occupied with organizing the rituals for the Chotian sacrifice and Chi Yuan Mountain's sudden death after fainting at the banquet. The Su family was indeed busy to the point of exhaustion. Every household has its own troubles. Chi Yan patted Su Rui on the shoulder to offer some comfort. The atmosphere in the Chi family house felt somewhat heavy, the room exuding an aura of decay and coldness. Chi Yuan Mountain's altar still stood, but there were far fewer people coming to pay respects and offer condolences compared to yesterday. Chi Yan and Su Rui both bowed their heads in respect once more before Chi Yan asked the steward if he could meet with Chi Rong and talk about his late father's past. He was Chi Yuan Mountain's biological son, an undisputed legitimate first grandson of the Chi family. Even if he left, now that Chi Yuan Mountain had passed away, his request was completely normal and reasonable. This steward was the same one who guided him in 2 nights ago to see Chi Yuan Mountain one last time and later helped deal with the aftermath. In Chi Yan's memory, the steward had always worked under Chi Yuan Mountain and remained loyal to Chi Rong due to Chi Yuan Mountain's stance towards him, treating Chi Yan coldly and distantly in return. Thus, Chi Yan maintained a polite and distant official tone when asking for the steward's assistance, requesting him to convey his message to Chi Rong, adding that if Chi Rong was genuinely suddenly afflicted by illness unable to move, he would go see Chi Rong directly. Chi Yan internally did not believe Chi Rong's supposed sudden excessive grief or severe illness. That night, it was clear he showed no reaction to Chi Yuan Mountain's death, looking spirited. How could he have suddenly become ill? The steward, however, looked at him and Su Rui, respectfully leading the two to a side hall, then bowed slightly to Su Rui. Could you excuse yourself momentarily, Master Su? Chi Yan told him, Su Rui is a friend I would die for, you can speak freely. Yet the steward appeared worried and troubled. Seeing this, Su Rui stood up and walked out, waving goodbye to Chi Yan. All right, I'll go out for a breath of fresh air. If they dare to harm you, I'll report it to your third brother. Once Su Rui left, the steward suddenly knelt down on the ground and began crying, young master, second master is gone already. Chapter 115, Conjecture. Finished. Chi Yan repeated these 2 words, and for a moment, he didn't understand what it meant. He helped the butler to stand up, then the butler stood on the side and explained the whole story to him. It turned out that they had already found out yesterday morning that Chi Rong was missing. Because Chi Yuanshan had just passed away, his body wasn't even buried yet. After Chi Rong disappeared, the elders instructed the butler to keep this matter quiet first. They lied to the guests who came to mourn, saying that Chi Rong was bedridden due to the heavy shock of her father's sudden death. Meanwhile, they secretly sent people to find Chi Rong's whereabouts. But after searching all day, they couldn't find him. The servants under the Chi family said that after Chi Yuanshan's departure yesterday, Chi Rong went alone to the place where Grandpa Chi was in seclusion, possibly to inform the old master personally about the passing. After that, no one saw him again. No one dared to disturb the secluded Grandpa Chi, and when the servants used the opportunity of delivering food to ask about Chi Rong's whereabouts, they were told that Chi Rong never came there. After sending away the last group of guests who came to offer condolences in the evening, the butler personally brought 2 servants into Chi Rong's room to clean up, looking for clues or letters left by Chi Rong indicating where he had gone. The floor of Chi Rong's room was made of light yellow wooden planks, which required someone to crawl on the ground and wipe them with their hands. The butler roamed around looking for possible clues, while a servant crawled on the ground holding a cloth to wipe the floor. When he reached beside the bed, he extended his hand under the bed and felt a hard object. He pulled it out and showed it to the butler. It was a round sealed iron box, with a row of fine round holes on it. The butler signaled the servant to open the box. Inside were densely layered black insects of various kinds, all dead. Chi Rong inherited secret techniques from her mother, and the butler, having served him for many years, knew a bit about it. Therefore, seeing this, he wasn't too surprised and simply instructed the servant to close the box and put it back under the bed. That servant, upon seeing so many dead insects, appeared quite pale as he bent down to return the iron box back under the bed. Just then, he noticed something else lying underneath. He slightly raised his head and said to the butler, Mr. Mao, there seems to be another object under the young master's bed, and it's quite large. The butler's name was Li Mao, and the servants under the Chi family also respectfully addressed him as Mr. Mao. Worried about Chi Rong's disappearance and unwilling to miss any clue, he replied upon hearing this, take it out and see what it is. Following his order, the servant reached into the space under the bed, grabbing hold of something resembling dry firewood, pulling it slightly until it got stuck beneath the bed, unable to pull it further. The servant placed his head near the ground to take a closer look at what exactly it was and where it was stuck. Instead, he saw a shriveled human head staring at him with hollow eyes, seemingly smiling. The servant screamed loudly and instantly scrambled to the other side, trembling and pointing toward the bed while staring at Li Mao. Startled by his reaction, the butler himself leaned down to take a look under the bed, receiving quite a fright. But being an experienced man who had served the Chi family for many years, he had seen some genuine demons and ghosts before, so he quickly recognized that what was under the bed was merely a corpse. Thus, he summoned 2 more people to help move the bed and bring the corpse out. What followed afterward shocked even Li Mao, making him break out in cold sweat. Upon examination, it was determined that the corpse had been dead for nearly a month, and worse still, the owner of the corpse was none other than Qi Rong, who had only recently gone missing. Under the bed of the second son of the main house of the Qi family, was hidden the corpse of Qi Rong, who had been dead for almost a month. This incident was shrouded in mystery and eeriness. After Qi Yan and his mother left, Qi Yuanshan officially married Qi Rong's mother. Ever since then, up until now, Qi Rong has been the legitimate heir to the Qi family. Fearing their lack of authority, the clan elders dared not make a decision on their own, only instructing the butler to keep the matter under wraps, prohibiting word from leaking out. Externally, they continued to claim that Qi Rong was sick and unavailable to meet visitors, waiting for the Grandmaster to exit his seclusion and decide matters personally. Possibly because Qi Yan had blood ties with Qi Rong, Li Mao didn't conceal the truth from him and told him everything. After the butler finished speaking, he hesitantly looked at Qi Yan. Young master, the elders discussed and decided that the body of the second master couldn't be left like this forever. They planned to use the pretext of handling affairs today to give the second master a simple funeral ceremony, allowing him to rest in peace soon after. If you're not busy, we'd appreciate it if you could pay your respects to the second master. Qi Yan shook his head and lowered his eyes. We have always been at odds, and I doubt he would want me to attend. Let it be. Of course, the butler understood the situation between Qi Yan and Qi Rong. Sighing, he did not force the issue. Unexpectedly, Qi Yan suddenly called out his name, Li Mao. The butler looked up, hearing Qi Yan ask in a soft tone, was Qi Rong trying to harm me with the incident in He family village? His voice was calm, and it was because of this calmness that it revealed an air of confidence. The butler opened his mouth several times, unsure of what to say, finally replying. I only know that second young master did indeed set a trap wanting to bring the first young master back, but he didn't intend any harm. Beyond that, I don't know much more. Qi Yan could hardly suppress a cold laugh inside. The situation at He family village was such that anyone who entered would meet certain death without a doubt. To let him come back. If it weren't for the strange thing he encountered by chance in the Noah God temple, he would already be dead. Moreover, if Qi Rong had intended to lure him back, then why did he speak to Qi Yan twice upon his return, each time urging him to leave immediately? Shaking his head, Qi Yan turned away from the butler and left, as Su Rui was still waiting for him outside. Qi Yan nodded at Su Rui, and the two directly returned to the Su family from the Qi residence. It was already lunchtime. The Su siblings invited Qi Yan to eat with them, their hospitality difficult to refuse. Qi Yan told the driver to go back and rest, to return later in the afternoon, then informed Yingji about his whereabouts. Thus, he remained with the Su siblings. During the meal, they could hear commotion from the front hall. Su Xian, curious, skipped out to inquire about the matter and came back shortly after, informing Qi Yan and Su Rui, "Oh brother, just when you and Xiao Qi went to the Qi family, something else happened. Remember the Ma sect leader whose son went missing and demanded help to find him multiple times? Well, his son has been found." Saying "found," her expression carried not a hint of joy or happiness, so Qi Yan guessed the matter wasn't simple. Sure enough, Su Xian continued, but what was found was a corpse, discovered in the mountain woods. Su Rui put down his chopsticks. How is it happening again? Is the cause of death known? A few days ago, Lin Er Sa's son Lin Zhu also first disappeared, then his corpse was found, and the cause of death hasn't been clarified yet. That's where it gets weird, Su Xian said. A lot of people saw the body at the time, including a young Taoist named Jiang who acted very surprised and flustered upon seeing Ma Tian's body. Ma sect leader noticed this person and confronted him. This Jiang Taoist is about the same age as Ma Tian, inexperienced and lacking in life experiences. After being questioned for a couple sentences, he couldn't hold up and confessed everything. He admitted to having argued with Ma Tian 2 days ago on the rear mountain, accidentally killing him in the heat of the moment. However, fearing the great power of Ma sect leader and worrying about being discovered, he decided impulsively to burn Ma Tian's corpse and bury it under a tree, even going so far as to handle Ma Tian's spirit to ensure that he wouldn't even be able to become a ghost and seek revenge against his family. Having mentally prepared himself, he unexpectedly encountered Ma Tian's corpse again today, which of course startled and terrified him, causing him to expose his deception immediately. Frowning, Su Rui asked, didn't he claim that he had already burned Ma Tian's body? Su Xian nodded, yes, he clearly remembered burning it. But afterward, several people were sent with him to dig around that place in the rear mountain. Even after digging around several trees, no charred remains were found. Now, he has gone mad, and everyone can't determine whether he is telling the truth or lying, so there's a heated argument going on up front. Qi Yan suddenly interrupted, Xiaoxin, may I ask something? Was the death of Ma Tian analyzed based on the condition of the corpse? Did it match the previous case of Lin Zhu, or did the actual time of death predate the disappearance? Su Xian nodded, yes, how did you guess? Qi Yan didn't answer, he only felt a chill all over. He suddenly had a conjecture. Li Mao hadn't lied. But the Qi Rong he had been speaking to these days might have already ceased to be human. This fully explained everything. He must have wanted to bring Qi Yan back for some reason while he was still alive, but when Qi Yan returned, Qi Rong had already died, and somehow realized this himself. Therefore, he kept telling Qi Yan to leave. He chose to stay behind because he knew he was beyond saving. It wasn't that Qi Rong had recently died and turned into a corpse that appeared to have been dead for nearly a month. Rather, he had indeed been dead for almost a month. Timing it roughly, it should have started when the events in He Family Village were triggered and the 2 police officers went missing. If Li Mao's account was true, then perhaps Qi Rong had set up the He Family Village trap to secretly bring Qi Yan back. Or maybe even to kidnap him unknowingly. However, during this process, someone else took advantage of the situation and turned it into a deadly trap meant to kill him, and Qi Rong himself also died in the process. The more he thought about it, the more sense this speculation seemed to make, but there were still some details that needed clarification, regarding his father's death, Lin Zhu's death, and Ma Tian's death. He would need to obtain a piece of information through Yingji's brother. With these thoughts in mind, Qi Yan could no longer sit still. He hastily contacted the driver to come pick him up and then said to Su Xian and Su Rui, "I have to go back immediately, there are some things I need to deal with. Be careful recently, both of you. It would be best if you carry some tools for exorcising ghosts and ensuring peace at all times. Wait for my call. If all his guesses turned out to be true, then this place was no longer safe to stay." Chapter 116. Yi Yingji was sitting on the couch reading a book, and on the coffee table sat a crystal-clear ice-crackled porcelain cup, gently steaming with the fragrance of Tiguanyin tea. Upon hearing Qi Yan rushing in hastily, he put down his book and raised his head. "Why did you suddenly rush back? Did you miss your brother?" Qi Yan shook his head rapidly, calming his breath. Yi Yingji immediately grew serious. "Oh. So you didn't miss him?" Qi Yan replied anxiously, "No, it's not that I didn't miss him. It's just that there's something I want to ask Brother Yi to look into." Yi Yingji propped his chin up with both hands, his dark eyes focused as he looked at him. "What is it?" "The information we received yesterday said that after the poison master dies, the insects will also die within an unspecified amount of time. Exactly how long is not too long? Can it be a few years?" "This is simple." Yi Yingji had no idea why he suddenly wanted to inquire about this, so he merely gestured for Qi Yan to hand over his phone. "Just make a call to have them check again." Soon the response came back. A few years definitely wouldn't work. At most, the insects would all die off within a month. A month. The timeline matched perfectly. Here, on this mountain where the Qi, Yi, and Su families' great masters resided in seclusion, events similar to those that occurred in He Family Village were taking place. Living people were successively dying and turning into ghosts, and neither the people around them nor even themselves could distinguish if they were still human or ghosts. Lin Zhu, Ma Tian, and Qi Rong, all of them had passed away long before their disappearances. Lin Zhu was discovered missing because his spirit vanished for unknown reasons. Ma Tian and Qi Rong's situations were similar, they both disappeared when their spirits vanished entirely, unable even to become ghosts, which led to their bodies being found later. Some sort of ghostly energy similar to what was present in He Family Village clouded their judgment, concealing these facts. Their bodies hadn't been found until much later. The Jiang family master who thought he had mistakenly killed Ma Tian actually didn't kill him because no one can kill a dead person again. Instead, he truly destroyed Ma Tian's soul, and even his supposed handling of Ma Tian's non-existent body must have been nothing more than a delusion caused by the layer of supernatural obstruction. But just like the old woman from He Family Village and the innkeeper's daughter, here too there should be someone who realized the truth, that they should have already died. This person was Qi Rong. Under the effect of this illusionary barrier, it was certainly impossible for him to stumble upon his own corpse hidden under his bed, but the key to his discovery might lie with the insects. As a poison master, when he noticed large numbers of his insects dying consecutively, he likely realized something wasn't right. Qi Yan remembered the reply he received when he asked Qi Rong about his father's cause of death. When the poison master dies, without anyone to take over, the insects can only survive for a short period before dying too. Once the heart insect dies, the puppets carrying the insects naturally perish shortly after. At the time, Qi Yan always thought that the deceased poison master the other party referred to was his mother. But obviously, it wasn't her. That poison master should have been himself. His mother probably handed over all her poisons to Qi Rong before she passed, including the ones used to control Qi Yuanshan. After Qi Rong's sudden accidental death, these insects truly became, with no one to take over. Thus, at the time when father's condition worsened, Qi Rong should have already clearly known he was already dead. He was aware something strange had occurred, which explained why he specifically instructed Qi Yan to ask Yingji to perform a ritual to send Qi Yuanshan away, ensuring his smooth transition rather than continuing to be trapped here like him. So why didn't Qi Rong also seek Yingji's help for his spiritual release? What did he do in full awareness that he was already dead? And why did that directly lead to the destruction of his soul? Just then, Qi Yan's phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. He glanced at the caller display. It was Song Jin. Qi Yan answered the call, and Song Jin's voice came through across thousands of miles. "Ruler, you should go home quickly. Grandpa suddenly fainted this morning and is currently in the hospital. He hasn't woken up yet. Water far away cannot help the fire nearby. Before leaving, Qi Yan had left both his and Song Jin's phone numbers with the caregiver, instructing her to contact Song Jin in case of an emergency. In the morning, upon Grandpa's sudden fainting, the caregiver anxiously called Song Jin, who helped admit Grandpa to the hospital where Tao Huan worked. Only then did Song Jin find the time to notify Qi Yan. Qi Yan was stunned. Every evening after dinner, he would always find time to call his grandfather. Yi Yingji had figured out this pattern and sometimes deliberately teased him at this time, knowing that Qi Yan wouldn't be able to resist while talking with his grandfather. The previous evening, when he called, his grandfather seemed perfectly fine, chatting idly about trivial matters such as Mr. Zhang's son's promotion in physical exercise or Miss Hu winning an award. Who could have predicted that he would suddenly faint today? He informed Song Jin that he would return as soon as possible and entrusted him with the care of his grandfather until his arrival before hanging up the phone. Yi Yingji had already heard the contents of the phone call. Seeing Qi Yan standing there dumbfounded with a look of complete confusion and helplessness after hanging up, he couldn't help but stand up and pull him close, soothing him. "It's fine, your brother will arrange for a car to send you back to see your grandfather, don't worry." But Qi Yan immediately hugged his arm. "Brother Yingji, can you come with me? Can you return together?" By the end, his voice carried a pleading tone. "Brother has matters to deal with at the Yi family, I can't leave right now." Yi Yingji gently played with his hair, remaining calm. "How about brother comes to visit you after some time? And bring my little Ian back?" A sudden thought crossed Qi Yan's mind. Brother Yingji really wanted him to stay here to accompany him. "If little Ian doesn't want to stay on the mountain, once I finish handling Yi family affairs, I'll come find you and stay by your side, alright?" As if noticing Qi Yan's momentary pause, Yi Yingji quickly added, his pale face serene yet uniquely gentle towards him as always. Qi Yan didn't expect Yi Yingji to say such things. He looked up at him, wanting to say something but stopping halfway, ultimately only tightening his grip around his arm. "Brother Yingji, do you remember Qi Rong? He is already dead. I mean, about a month ago, he was already gone, and the Qi Rong we saw before wasn't human anymore. Do you remember the story I told you recently about accompanying my friend Song Jin on a mission where we ended up in a ghost village? I suspect that similar circumstances have occurred on this mountain, everyone simply hasn't realized it yet." Qi Yan spoke urgently and gave examples using Lin Zhu and Ma Tian to support his argument. However, Yi Yingji merely responded lightly, caressing his hair. "Yes, the previous Qi Rong, Lin Zhu, Ma Tian, they weren't human anymore. Is that why Ian is scared because he talked to them when they were already dead?" "It's not just about being afraid." Qi Yan began shaking Yi Yingji's arm. "Brother Yingji, I am very worried about you. You are the person I am most concerned about here. We can't even tell if the people around us are alive or ghosts, making it easy to get hurt, or even die without realizing it like the villagers in He family village." "Foolish child." Yi Yingji looked at him earnestly, unable to resist pressing him down onto the couch and leaning over to kiss him. After quite a while, he released him. "Did you forget what your brother does? How could he be so easily harmed by ghosts?" Yi Yingji extended his thumb to softly rub his reddened, soft lips, his eyes deep. "Don't worry, brother will handle things here first and then come find you." After all, Yi Yingji was the patriarch of the Yi family. Despite his poor health, his control over the surrounding environment was strong. Qi Yan believed in his abilities, knew he always planned carefully, and therefore stopped urging him further. Nevertheless, he needed to relay his speculation to Su Rui and Su Xin, the siblings. If everything truly unfolded as he expected, the current situation was extremely dire. Afraid of disturbing Yi Yingji from nearby, he stepped aside to call Su Rui, but no one answered. Just as Qi Yan prepared to redial after hanging up, the butler walked in and respectively paid respects to both him and Yi Yingji before addressing Yi Yingji. "Third young master, Patriarch Qi has emerged from seclusion and sent someone over to invite Master Qi, wishing to see him." Upon hearing this, Qi Yan froze, followed immediately by waves of resentment involuntarily rising within him. He truly wished to ask this wonderful grandfather of his why he had given Qi Rong the name Rong, openly and covertly supporting him and his mother. Did he know about the poison Qi Rong's mother had placed on their father? If he knew, why didn't he stop it and allow his own son to be manipulated for half his life, eventually dying because of it? Was it merely because he coveted the secret poisons passed down by Qi Rong's mother? Or was he simply resentful of the mother his father insisted on marrying despite everything? Qi Yan had always thought he only disapproved of his parents' marriage, leading to all this. Reflecting on it now, it seemed far more complicated than that. Qi Yan stood there for a moment without responding, but Yi Yingji seemed to have understood his thoughts and said indifferently, "Ian, if you want to meet him, go ahead and clarify whatever questions you have. With your brother here, they won't dare to hurt you. Resolve the matter here first, and then you can visit your grandfather in peace." Qi Yan looked at him and nodded with pursed lips. However, he did not take the car sent by the Qi family. Instead, Yi Yingji had the driver use his own car to take him there. Just as Qi Yan got into the car, Su Rui answered his phone call. "Young Master Qi, what's the matter?" "Coincidentally, I just received a piece of information that I was planning to tell you, when I saw your missed call." Qi Yan moved his phone closer. "You speak first. Do you remember Lin Zhu who suddenly went missing? My uncle never gave up on investigating the reason behind his sudden disappearance of his soul. When they used secret techniques to probe into his soul, they discovered that his soul's energy last faded away near the Qi family residence, close to where your grandfather was secluded. Qi Yan closed his eyes for a brief moment. He no longer knew how to react to this kind of news. If it were himself, knowing fully well that something was off within the Qi household, and with issues arising from the very place, this piece of news could be the final straw, making him turn around with Su Rui and Su Xian without a second thought, return to care for his grandfather, and wait patiently for Yi Yingji to resolve everything before seeking him out. But Yi Yingji encouraged him to face it, to uncover the truth, telling him, "Don't be afraid, he is right here for him." Chapter 117, Who are you? Do you still remember He family village? Qi Yan asked. Ever since I first heard about Lin Zhu's death, I've felt a strange sense of familiarity. Back then, the situation in He family village was like this. Many people had died and their bodies were nearby, but those around them acted as if they didn't see them, as if they were blinded by something. Everyone thought those people were still alive. He then told Su Rui about Qi Rong's situation. Not until I confirmed that the Qi Rong I had been interacting with since my return was actually a dead person did I begin to associate the situation here with He family village. The same goes for Lin Zhu. He had already died long ago, and when Xiao Xian came back, what she saw was his corpse, though no one realized it until his spirit disappeared for some reason, unable even to remain a ghost. That's when people found his body. Qi Yan laid out all the observations and conjectures from these past few days. As Su Rui listened, his tone grew more serious. You mean that here is also like He family village, a world where yin and yang are reversed? That's correct, but I'm not sure how far the situation here has progressed. When I went there were no more living people left in He family village, but the situation here might be a bit better. At least, people like Yingji's brother and your uncle should not be easily harmed. But the situation here might be more severe. Despite so many celestial masters being present, they can't tell whether the people around them are alive or dead. At the very least, the celestial masters who came here at roughly the same time should have been alive initially, but based on Ma Tian's situation, some of them have already been killed. Qi Yan said. He paused and continued, just now, my grandfather suddenly said he wanted to see me, and I got word that my maternal grandfather had fallen into a coma. Yingji's brother has already arranged transportation for me to leave. After seeing my grandfather, I plan to go straight back to look after my maternal grandfather. The situation now is extremely dangerous, Su Rui. I think you and Xiao Xian should leave with me as soon as possible. I'll talk to Xiao Xian. Su Rui did not make an immediate decision. Instead, he cautioned over the phone, Mr. Qi, please be careful too. After hanging up, the car arrived exactly at the Qi residence. Under the guidance of the old steward, Qi Yan headed toward the ancestral house where grandfather Qi lived. This house had a history of over 300 years, with a wooden structure and high beams. Due to the lack of windows, it gave off a gloomy and cold feeling. The steward escorted him inside and closed the door before leaving. Inside the house stood a wooden table. Behind it, someone sat on a chair. Initially, the person was facing away, but upon hearing the sound, they turned around to face Qi Yan. As Qi Yan saw that face clearly, his eyes involuntarily widened, his mouth opened slightly, and a low exclamation escaped from his throat almost instinctively. The person sitting in front of him was not the grandfather he rarely met in his memory, but rather Qi Yuan Shan, his father who had passed away just a few days ago. However, the appearance of the man in front of him wasn't as withered and pale as his father's final moments. Instead, he looked fairly alert, like someone who had aged 10 years overnight. Qi Yan stepped cautiously backward and fixed his gaze intently on the figure. Who are you? Instead of answering directly, the man simply gazed at him and chuckled, Yingji actually let you come over here. The soul of Qi Linqing has always been at the Yi family residence, and only recently faded entirely. Knowing about Qi Linqing's circumstances, he still dared to send you to meet me. I originally prepared another method, but now it seems unnecessary. Qi Linqing was Qi Yan's grandfather's name. With these words, this proved the man was neither his actual grandfather, Qi Linqing, nor his father, Qi Yuan Shan. This person was some sort of entity occupying his father's shell. Before Qi Yan could ponder over the meaning of his words, he became even more vigilant and asked again, who are you? The man beckoned towards him with a wave of his hand, little Yan, it's your great-grandfather. Didn't you recognize me? Haven't we met when you were young? Great-grandfather. His great-grandfather, his father's grandfather, had passed away even before his mother was pregnant with him. It was impossible for him to have seen his great-grandfather. Yet, this person claimed that they had met him during his childhood. Hence, he must be referring to himself under a different identity. Connecting this person's earlier statements, flashes of insight struck Qi Yan as he instantly pieced together numerous thoughts. Could it be that the man he believed to be his grandfather during his childhood had actually been this current grandfather, impersonating Qi Linqing all along? Just like how he had somehow now taken over his father's form. Perhaps his elder brother, Yingji, had already known about this, which explained why he had remained so calm and encouraged him to come here to uncover the truth. Qi Yan didn't dare to think further. It no longer held much significance now to delve into those details. He calmed himself, concluding that if Yingji's brother was already prepared for something, then he would be safe. Was the previous Qi Linqing always you pretending as him? Have you always known about my father being infected with the curse? You were the one who killed Qi Rong and also tried to kill me earlier. Did you invite me here this time in an attempt to possess my body? Qi Yan looked unflinchingly at the person before him, cutting straight to the chase with his questions. Whether or not this man was truly his great-grandfather didn't matter as much. If this man wasn't really Qi Linsheng, it explained why he covertly supported Qi Yuanshan's control under the manipulation of the curse, which made sense now. Qi Yuanshan was the eldest son of House Qi, wielding a certain influence within the family. If he had remained lucid, he would surely have noticed the oddities surrounding his biological father, eventually discovering that Qi Linsheng's body was no longer occupied by Qi Linsheng. Had he united with the clan elders to reveal this truth, even this impostor disguised as Qi Linsheng might not have been able to suppress the situation. But if Qi Yuanshan's mental state deteriorated due to the curse, the situation shifted drastically. Being manipulated under the curse, Qi Yuanshan's mind would alter greatly, making it unlikely for him to notice anything unusual about Qi Linsheng. The impostor wouldn't need to worry about being exposed. Furthermore, Qi Rong's mother lacked ambition, her manipulation of Qi Yuanshan only stemmed from her pathological desire for love. After being cursed, Qi Yuanshan only favored their mother and child to an extreme extent without being used to do other things, avoiding any additional complications. Rest assured, I cannot occupy your body. Once Yingji tells me how to use the ghostly Qi here to prolong life, I will let you go, said the individual using Qi Yuanshan's form. Then he closed his eyes, ignoring Qi Yan further. Previously, he had intended to seize Qi Yan's soul when given the chance, finding it easier to manipulate a dead person than a living one. This could serve as leverage against Yingji in negotiations. But now, having changed his plan, he realized this boy mattered more to Yingji than he had anticipated. Unsure of what countermeasures Yingji might hold, until securing the means of prolonging life that he sought, he dared not risk taking action. Unable to occupy his body. Ghostly Qi. Qi Yan frowned, wondering whether this place was truly saturated with ghostly energy like Yi family village. Why did he say he couldn't occupy his body? Qi Yan attempted to question the man further, but the man ignored him, closing his eyes and resting against the chair. Suddenly, Qi Yan remembered an incident from when he was 4 or 5 years old. A 100-year-old malevolent ghost, sealed away by Qi family ancestors in a forbidden area, had escaped and entered his room, trying to seize the body of the young Qi Yan. To this day, Qi Yan could still recall the sensation of cold spreading down his spine and creeping into his brain, causing immense discomfort. Back then, he cried loudly. Later, upon recalling this event, he asked his mother, who told him that Qi family members searching for the ghost found that the amount of evil Qi inside his body was too overwhelming and dominant, yet it coexisted harmoniously with his own soul. The moment the ghost entered, it was consumed by his internal evil Qi. Perhaps because of this evil Qi within him, this man couldn't possess his body. Having successively taken over the bodies of his grandfather Qi Linsheng and his father Qi Yuanshan, it followed logically, assuming he could only occupy the bodies of descendants along the direct Qi lineage, that supporting the inclusion of Qi Rong's mother and child became even more justified. He needed another viable container ready for himself. That explained why he previously killed Qi Rong, likely sensing that Qi Linsheng's body had reached its limit and was no longer usable. He deemed the youthful and vigorous Qi Rong a better option compared to Qi Yuanshan, who had lost his youth after enduring years of curse control. Only because Qi Rong's body transformed into a mummy was the man forced to temporarily reside in Qi Yuanshan's body while waiting for the so-called method of prolonging life. Do you know that although everyone else can see Qi Rong alive, he has already died? Do you know that many people here are already in similar situations, transforming into the same state as Qi Rong, turning this place into a world nearing inversion between yin and yang? Qi Yan wanted to understand if all of this was related to the man in front of him. The mention of yin and yang reversal caught Qi Yuanshan's attention, causing him to briefly open his eyes and look at Qi Yan before shutting them again, remaining silent. Unable to restrain himself, Qi Yan continued, "And why are you so sure that the Yi family holds the method for prolonging life that you seek?" This time, the man responded, "Even though Qi Linsheng's soul has been outside his body for many years, the Yi family still managed to preserve it, which shows that their ghostly techniques are indeed extraordinary. Furthermore, Yi Yingji should have died long ago, but he has been lingering in a semi-alive state for so many years. The ghostly Qi emanating from him and swirling here are exactly alike, growing heavier all the time. The only explanation can be that he uses the Earth's ghostly Qi as a way to prolong life." At this moment, there were 3 light knocks on the door, followed by a clear yet gentle voice from outside. "Yan, the car is waiting for you outside to take you back to see your grandfather. Come out quickly." Qi Yan looked back and hesitated before pushing the door open. The door opened easily, revealing Yi Yingji standing just outside. Seeing Qi Yan, he lowered his head and touched his face. "Has Yan learned everything you wanted to know?" "No," Qi Yan replied dejectedly, looking down. Yi Yingji gave a soft laugh. "That's fine. I will handle the negotiations with this gentleman on your behalf. Go now, and your brother will visit you later." Qi Yan wanted to ask him about Qi Linsheng and the method of prolonging life using ghostly Qi. He wanted to know what Yi Yingji already knew, whether he had been aware all along that his grandfather was no longer around and instead a mysterious entity claiming to be his grandfather occupied his body, whether he understood the situation of the inversion between yin and yang and what measures could be taken. But the timing seemed poor since something awaited them inside the room. In the end, Qi Yan only gently leaned up and lightly kissed Yi Yingji's ear. "Brother Yingji, please don't harm my father's body. Can you help me give his remains a proper burial?" Yi Yingji gazed at him with deep black eyes, stroking his lips. "All right. No matter what that thing was, Brother Ingji would definitely not lose. Chapter 118, A Midnight Visitor. Qi Yan left with unusual ease, and that thing made no indication of stopping him. Everything went so smoothly that he couldn't help but feel uneasy inside. He'd read a lot of anime, novels, and TV dramas when he was in high school years ago, and they certainly didn't play out this way. No one who faced the villain or the mastermind behind it all could just leave like that so easily, unless that person wasn't the real main antagonist, but had an even more powerful person backing them up. But he didn't dwell on it much because this was reality, not artistic creation. There would always be someone very capable, like Brother Ingji, standing by his side. The Yi family's car was indeed already waiting outside. Besides the driver, there was another person sitting in the back seat, Su Xian. Su Xian sat in the car and briefly explained, "My brother asked me to leave with you." Qi Yan nodded and was about to open the car door to get in when someone suddenly came running over, shouting, "Young master, wait a moment." Qi Yan stopped at the car door. Li Mao was holding a small black box in his hands as he approached. "Young master, this was found while tidying up second young master's belongings. There was a letter underneath it, saying that it's left for you." Saying it was a letter, it was actually just a note, indicating that this box was to be left for Qi Yan. Qi Yan hesitated for a moment but still thanked and accepted it. In this lifetime, Qi Rong only showed him kindness twice, warning him to leave after his death and reminding him to ask Yingji to see Qi Yuanshan off. Thus, he wasn't quite sure what exactly was inside the box. Was it a clue kindly left for him? Or was it something harmful? Even if it wouldn't harm him directly, it might turn out to be like the iron box previously discovered by Li Mao and others, which contained nothing but dead insects, something he doubted he'd be able to handle. He hugged the box and sat in the car. Su Xian curiously leaned over, asking, "What did he leave for you?" Qi Yan handed her the box to take a look and reminded her, "Be careful." Su Xian tried to open it but couldn't. So she returned it to Qi Yan. Qi Yan wasn't in a hurry to open the box. Instead, he turned to Su Xian and asked, "Where is Su Rui? Why didn't he come with you, letting you come alone?" Su Xian replied, "He told me everything you said before. He isn't at ease with our parents and said he needs to explain clearly to them first, then take them away together. He let me go with you first, prepare for his arrival, and wait for him to bring our parents away from the Su family to live in L City." Her expression carried a hint of worry as she continued, "I'm also not reassured about my brother and our parents. Mom will be okay once we talk to her, but Dad might not immediately believe brother, and even if he does, he definitely won't be able to relax with Uncle and Grandpa around, and Uncle and Grandpa can't just abandon the entire Su family. This makes things much more complicated." Qi Yan could only softly comfort her, "Brother Ingji is still here, there should be no problem." In truth, he was worried too. The situation here seemed much more severe than in He family village back then. In He family village, they were just a group of ordinary people, but here, almost all the skilled masters were gathered together, yet none of them had detected anything unusual despite their capabilities. What was even more terrifying was that ordinary people would seek the help of Tianshi, celestial priests, when encountering strange phenomena they couldn't explain. But now, because of the Cho Tian sacrifice, many talented Tianshi have been trapped within the scheme. Even if they managed to escape, who could or would they seek help from afterward? Qi Yan dared not think further. When one achieves success, one should contribute to society, and when one is in trouble, one should preserve oneself. He lacked the capability to concern himself with too much. The Qi family no longer had anyone who could be considered family. For him, as long as Brother Ingji and Su Rui escaped safely from this calamity, he would be satisfied, not daring to hope for much else. To shift his attention, he began tinkering with the box Qi Rong left for him. The box wasn't locked, but at the seam in the middle, there was an insect specimen resembling a cicada, fastening the top and bottom of the box together. Qi Yan tried to open it and found it quite easy. As soon as he did, the insect fell to the ground, and the lid flipped open. Inside was a little booklet and a folded sheet of paper. He first opened the little booklet. It contained illustrations of various types of goo insects along with accompanying text, seemingly documenting the techniques of Cheongzhou goo magic. Due to his father's influence, Qi Yan had nothing but disdain for this sorcery and didn't want to learn more about it. He hastily glanced through it and closed it again, placing it back in the box before taking out the sheet of paper. On the paper were diary-like records. As Qi Yan had guessed, the content started more than 20 days ago. Qi Rong suddenly realized that his goo insects had died mysteriously. Then, through the pull of the goo magic, he felt a corpse under his bed and discovered the fact that he was already dead. But at the same time, he also found something else bizarre. There were faint threads of soul within his corpse that didn't belong to him. These threads of soul were well integrated with his flesh, having been buried there for over 10 years at least. It was precisely because of this that, despite his corpse being in a dead state, it still retained a slight bit of vitality, capable of reviving anytime. The heir to a celestial priest family quickly became aware that someone had intentionally planned to take over his body. However, he also realized that if he could drive away those threads of soul and return to his body himself, he could achieve a form of genuine resurrection. With that thought in mind, he sent several living goo insects into his body, guiding them with his own soul. If he successfully expelled that person's threads of soul, naturally he could drive them out afterward. But if he failed and lost all traces of his soul completely, the goo insects, losing their guidance, would instantly drain the remaining blood and vitality from his body. Eventually, the goo insects would explode within him, leaving his body completely transformed into a mummy. Afterward, the record stopped. Qi Yan estimated the time, realizing by then he had already returned to the Qi family. Qi Yan recalled Li Mao mentioning that people last saw Qi Rong on his way to grandfather's secluded training place before he disappeared. Evidently, after that, Qi Rong also discovered through some method that the entity residing within the grandfather's body was the one who planted the threads of soul inside him to prepare for taking over his body. Therefore, on the night his father passed away, he went looking for that thing, attempting to regain control of his body. From the outcome, it seemed he had failed. Qi Yan carefully stored the letter and the little booklet, sighing inwardly. The mother of Qi Rong had ruined their entire family but ultimately met a miserable end herself. It truly was a lose-lose situation for both sides. Yet perhaps Qi Rong still harbored some feelings of paternal connection, so he eventually left clues for him. If he had received this small box earlier, he might have been able to identify the issue with grandfather Qi Linqing sooner. However, it no longer mattered now since Brother Ingji had already arranged everything meticulously, as though everything was under his control. The car drove steadily and quickly, soon exiting the hidden area where the Qi, Su, and Yi families lived in seclusion. The traffic gradually increased on the road. Su Xian and Qi Yan were both lost in their thoughts, gazing at the scenery outside the windows, each consumed by their own worries. Neither had the inclination to converse, so they remained silent throughout the journey until they finally reached their destination. After sending Su Xian back to L City, the driver directly dropped Qi Yan off at the hospital in our city where his maternal grandfather resided. The driver excused himself and returned to report upon dropping Qi Yan off. Afraid to delay, Qi Yan quickly contacted Song Jin and located the ward where his grandfather was staying. Thanks to Tao Huan and the caregiver's consistent help with caring and managing his needs, his grandfather's condition looked relatively stable. He was clean and neat in every aspect, although he hadn't woken up for the past 2 days. He thanked Song Jin's couple and began tirelessly caring for the elder in the hospital. Even with the help of the caregivers and Song Jin's couple allowing him occasional respites at home, he couldn't fully relax, causing the weight he just gained thanks to Brother Ingji's care to rapidly diminish again. In less than a week, the doctor said that if his grandfather did not wake up soon, there wasn't much more they could do. They suggested bringing him home for proper care. Whether or when he would awaken was uncertain, continuing his stay in the hospital held no further purpose. Qi Yan nodded and said he would observe for 2 more days. On an evening, as Qi Yan was about to leave to buy dinner, Song Jin entered carrying a lunchbox. Ruler, his nickname, Huan made braised meatballs today. Have some. Staying awake like this constantly isn't sustainable. You should pay extra money to let the caregivers monitor him closely, and you need to rest properly too. Qi Yan lifted his head with a wry smile. I can't put my heart at ease, I only have my grandfather left in this world now. Song Jin didn't know what to say, patting his shoulder. I'm off tomorrow, so I'll be watching tonight through tomorrow night. Go home, take a good shower, unwind, and get some rest. Otherwise, if you get sick, no one will be able to look after your grandfather. Surely, you trust me to take care of your grandfather. Qi Yan no longer refused, planning in his mind to come early the next morning to replace Song Jin. He had felt very exhausted all day and couldn't muster any spirit. Song Jin was right, he indeed needed a good rest. Upon returning home, Qi Yan took a shower, simply wiping himself before wrapping himself in a bathrobe and coming out. Afterward, he directly rolled into bed, laying his head on the pillow with his eyes closed, ready to sleep. He was so exhausted that he couldn't even lift a finger and desperately needed rest. In a semi-conscious state, all he felt was a chill running through his body. No matter how tightly he clutched the blanket around him, it didn't help. After enduring this for a while, his body began to heat up quickly, burning him with unbearable discomfort. At that moment, he vaguely sensed a familiar embrace nearby and without hesitation, threw himself into it, pressing into the warmth of the other person's arms. The little thing in his arms wouldn't stop rubbing against him, arching closer, his bathrobe long discarded. His arms were wrapped tightly around the other person as he murmured incessantly, spilling phrases like, Ingji brother, please don't reject me, let's be good together, I like you best, can we do it? Words impossible to refuse. And yet his eyes remained firmly shut, his body radiating an alarming fever. Yingji thought he had arrived just at the right time, almost wishing to take him there and then, devouring every inch of him until nothing was left. However, his reason reminded him to control himself. Qi Yan's current state was clearly due to a feverish illness, he could not withstand such antics and needed tender care instead. Sitting up, Yingji leaned down and kissed Qi Yan's earlobe lightly. Sweetheart, stop moving. You're already this sick. Tell your big brother where the medicine is, and I'll go get it for you. But Qi Yan paid no heed, clinging to him and continuing to moan softly, rubbing back and forth against him. Chapter 119, Relocating the Village. There was nothing Yingji could do, so he opened his phone and downloaded a 24-hour citywide drug delivery app, purchasing some common antipyretics. While waiting for the medicine to arrive, he pulled Qi Yan into his arms through the blanket and tried to console him. Qi Yan felt hot, yet Yi Yingji held him tightly under the blanket, making it impossible for him to breathe, which made him cry in complaint. Yi Yingji softly murmured while holding him, "Go ahead and cry. Do you think crying works on me? When have I ever let you off just because you cried? Every time you cry, it makes me even more determined." Though his words were harsh, his heart was already melting with pity, wishing he could take the illness for himself. But there was simply no way out of this. For all his great talents, he couldn't control the natural cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death in this world. After half an hour, the medicine arrived. Yi Yingji coaxed Qi Yan, who had been bundled up like a roll, onto the bed, then went down to open the door and get the medicine. He then poured water and returned to feed the medicine to him. In a semi-conscious state, Qi Yan didn't know where Yi Yingji was. Frazzled, he began flailing around, causing the perfectly arranged blankets to scatter in no time. Yi Yingji turned on the bedside lamp, put the medicine and water on the bedside table, and hurriedly bundled him back up, pulling him into his arms. Qi Yan's eyes were still closed, but the corners reddened, shimmering faintly with tears that dampened his cheeks upon touch. He truly had cried. Yi Yingji let out a tisk, feeling utterly soft-hearted inside, as if a single poke at his heart would produce water. In the face of such emotion, one truly has no choice. And now, with Qi Yan sick and running a fever, semi-comatose and unreasonable, he clung to him petulantly. Yi Yingji could only soothe him like a child. "I'm here, brother got the medicine for you. Would you like a kiss?" As he said this, he lightly kissed Qi Yan's cheek, and Qi Yan quieted for a moment. Yi Yingji smiled and took the opportunity to coax him, "Be good, darling, take the medicine. After taking it, brother will love you even more." When taking the medicine, Qi Yan cooperated without much fuss, lying quietly afterward as Yi Yingji held him in his arms under the covers, soundly asleep. But after a while, he started to feel uncomfortable again, whimpering softly and snuggling into Yi Yingji's embrace pitifully. Yi Yingji reached inside Qi Yan's blanket and touched it. The blanket was damp from sweat. With cold hands, he dared not directly touch Qi Yan's body but guessed that Qi Yan must also be completely drenched, definitely uncomfortable. So, he quickly wrapped Qi Yan in a fresh dry blanket, laying the old blanket to air on the other side of the bed, making sure Qi Yan stayed shielded from the wind the entire time. After switching to a new blanket, Qi Yan seemed slightly more satisfied, but as he was still sick and his fever hadn't completely subsided, he remained uncomfortable no matter what. He quietly sobbed into Yi Yingji's embrace, lightly rubbing his side face and forehead against Yi Yingji's chest. Yi Yingji could only lift him through the blanket, patting him gently to comfort him. Thinking in his heart that whoever ends up with such a little treasure is bound to have their hands full, but since Qi Yan had ended up in his care, how could he let Qi Yan fall into anyone else's hands? He might go crazy worrying if that happened. Thus, the night passed. The next day, Qi Yan woke up at 10 in the morning, surprised to find himself in Yi Yingji's arms. Looking around, it was indeed his home with his grandfather, which was correct. His fever had subsided, but his body still felt weak and sore. Supporting himself on the bed to sit up, he looked at Yi Yingji. "Brother Yingji, how did you come here? When did you arrive? How did you get in?" He barely managed to rise before Yi Yingji pushed him back down, tucked him back into the blankets, and adjusted them. "I came over after finishing yesterday's business, but I arrived late. I originally planned to check if you were asleep by chance, but when I arrived, the door wasn't even locked, so I just came in. Luckily it was me who entered." Qi Yan blushed and gave a slight "oh." He couldn't remember if he'd locked the door or not, though normally he would have done so out of habit. Still, he didn't doubt Yi Yingji's statement. "Maybe I was too tired when I returned yesterday and just forgot." After saying this, Qi Yan suddenly remembered something about the Qi family and without hesitation hugged onto Yi Yingji's arm. "Brother Yingji, what exactly happened with that thing from the Qi family? What was the final outcome?" Yingji Yi lay down beside him in the same posture, tucking him back under the covers before slowly explaining, "This is a long story. It all began over 20 years ago when you hadn't even been born yet. There was a wandering soul that relied on secret arts to seek help from my father, your grandfather, Qi Linsheng. His body had already been taken over by something else, leaving him with nowhere to turn for help. Both the Qi and Yi families are distinct entities, with some hidden conflicts between them, so my father wasn't quite sure how to help him at the time. Hence, he used a family secret art to let him reside in the body of a living corpse hidden within the Yi family. Meanwhile, the thing that supposedly replaced Qi Linsheng did nothing overtly suspicious, and none of the Qi family members discovered that Grandpa Qi's core had actually changed. However, a human spirit cannot dwell long inside the shell of a ghost-like corpse, and gradually, the consciousness of Qi Linsheng residing within this living corpse in the Yi family started becoming erratic and chaotic. Even if he were truly the original old man Qi, it would be hard for anyone to believe in his sanity anymore. This situation just dragged on, and I only learned about it after taking over the Yi family. That night, Yen didn't mishear. It was indeed Uncle Fu who came to say that the spirit of Grandpa Qi attached to the living corpse was about to vanish. "I kept it from you because I didn't want you to get involved in the Qi family's affairs. Do you blame brother?" Yi Yingji looked into his eyes as he spoke. At this moment, Qi Yan certainly understood Yi Yingji's considerations and thoughts then, and he wouldn't hold it against him. Nevertheless, he tilted his head upward and glanced into Yi Yingji's dark eyes before casually shifting his gaze elsewhere and softly said, If you give me a kiss, I won't hold it against you. Since he was sick, Yi Yingji had been restraining himself since last night, not daring to touch or even kiss him gently while holding him very cautiously. After hearing these words, a mix of sweetness and annoyance bubbled up in his heart, prompting him to flip over and press down onto Qi Yan. Fine, stop recuperating now, let brother properly love you. After being kissed a few times, Qi Yan chuckled and pushed him away. Brother Yingji, stop messing with me. I still have questions for you, and I need to look after grandpa. He originally planned to take over from Song Jin early in the morning but unexpectedly ended up dragging until almost noon due to the illness. Upon hearing this, Yi Yingji lazily gave him an admonishing glance before rising and sitting up. He had woken up earlier, dressed neatly, and stayed by Qi Yan's side all along. When he saw Qi Yan trying to get up, he selected a set of clothes from his wardrobe and slightly lifted a corner of the quilt to dress him. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he leaned slightly forward to button Qi Yan's shirt. As Qi Yan asked, Brother Yingji, you haven't finished telling me. What happened to that thing in the end? What does it mean by its talk of using ghost energy to prolong life? Is everything alright at home? How are the Su family, Su Rui, and others? Yi Yingji calmly buttoned his shirt while replying, don't worry about exactly who or what that thing really is right now. To continue existing in the human world, it can only rely on capturing the bodies of your grandfather's descendants. However, your father-in-law is an only child and has only 2 children, you and Qi Rong. Now, both Qi Rong and your bodies are unusable to it, and your father-in-law's body, which has been eroded by parasitic insects for many years, cannot sustain it much longer either. Thus, it urgently seeks other methods to prolong its existence. The ghost energy there becomes increasingly dense, as does the ghost energy within me. It assumes I'm sustaining my life through that ghost energy and wants me to hand over my secret. By the time he had finished buttoning the last one, Yi Yingji paused briefly, took the pants, and gently opened Qi Yan's blanket to continue dressing him while continuing, however, the ghost energy on me comes from my cultivation, which has no relation to that place's ghost energy. All its plans are in vain. It devised some intricate traps just waiting for me to arrive, but unfortunately, those schemes had no effect on me. After you left, I directly dispersed its soul into thin air. As for the Su family, I know little. After the Chotian sacrifice ceremony concluded, they arranged for the various heavenly masters who attended the meeting to leave, and thereafter, they locked their doors tightly and stopped participating in outside activities much. Initially, Qi Yan blushed and wanted to snatch the pants to dress himself, but he was soon captivated by Yi Yingji's words, completely forgetting about the task at hand. By the time he realized it, his clothes were already neatly put on. He used the back of his hand to feel both sides of his face, momentarily unsure whether his fever had subsided or not. Then does brother know what exactly is happening with that ghost energy? According to the situation in He family village, ghost energy gathers where there are ghosts. Whether there are a lot of ghosts or a single powerful one, it could result in such an outcome. Song Jin later also showed him some materials that couldn't form official reports, such as the fact that they found a Taoist priest during their investigation of the He family village case. The Taoist priest said that many years ago, before He family village was abandoned, they had angered a malevolent ghost. The villagers were aware of this at the time and sought help from his master. However, that ghost was cunning and powerful, and even his master couldn't deal with it. Unable to find a more skilled celestial master, his master came up with the idea of moving the village, but not in an overt manner, so as not to alert the ghost and let it follow them. He chose an auspicious day and hour, and instructed some villagers to dress up in their exorcism costumes, carrying statues of the deities at the front, while the rest followed behind, pretending they were sending off the deities. Normally, ghosts would have some fear of deities worshipped by people and wouldn't dare to follow too rashly. But who could have guessed that this ghost was extraordinarily cunning? After examining the current tragic state of He family village, the Taoist priest realized that his master's plan back then had been futile. The ghost had cleverly disguised itself as one of the villagers and stealthily trailed them, harboring resentment against the villagers. Gradually, it transformed the village into an eerie place where yin and yang were inverted, a ghost village. At first, it likely lacked the power to create such strong ghost energy to confuse everyone, so it killed one villager and used its own ghost energy to fake that person still being alive, thereby deceiving everyone. Then it continued its murderous rampage. As more people died, the ghost energy grew stronger, creating illusions so potent that no living or deceased souls could distinguish reality. Eventually, there wasn't a single living soul left in the village. Chapter 120, The Prince of the Red Diamond. When Qi Yan heard about this, he only felt his hairs stand on end and a chill run down his spine. The only consolation was that the ghost that started all this should have been destroyed by the thing from the Noah Spirit Temple on that night as well. So by the same reasoning, it could be inferred that the reason why the secluded place of Yi Qi and Su's 3 families formed such a strong ghostly atmosphere must be due to the existence of one or several particularly powerful evil ghosts, or simply because a great number of people had already died. However, all 3 families had many evil ghosts sealed in their forbidden lands, so such an outcome wasn't entirely surprising. After hearing his question, Yi Yingji only pulled him off the bed with a calm expression, shaking his head, I don't know. Yingji Gij also couldn't explain it clearly, which made Qi Yan think this matter was a bit tricky. But Yi Yingji clearly didn't seem interested in getting involved, so he could only temporarily let it go. Yi Yingji contacted the driver, and when they went downstairs, the Yi family car was already waiting below to send the 2 to the hospital. Song Jin had just finished eating the lunch Tao Huanhuan brought over. When she saw Yi Yingji, looking like a noble young man following behind Qi Yan, she was somewhat surprised. Qi Yan had mentioned Song Jin to Yi Yingji but had never spoken about Yi Yingji's existence to Song Jin. On the spot, he introduced the two to each other, simply saying that Yi Yingji was his brother from a neighboring family who grew up together and has a good relationship. The hospital beds were tight, usually with 2 or 3 patients sharing a large ward. With Tao Huanhuan pulling some strings, they managed to arrange an inside-outside room for her grandfather-in-law. Although the space was small, there was only one bed, making it quiet and convenient. However, with Qi Yan, Yi Yingji, and Song Jin suddenly squeezing into this small room, it seemed cramped. There were only 2 small stools in the room. Song Jin sat at the edge of the bed, feeling somehow uneasy as he looked at the 2 before him. To get rid of this inexplicable awkwardness, he picked up the hot water pot in front of the cabinet, just in time. There's no water in the pot, I'll go get some. Qi Yan, of course, couldn't just sit idly while Song Jin fetched the water, so he stood up and tried to grab the kettle. Let me go, you take a rest first. Once he stepped out, Yi Yingji nodded at Song Jin and naturally followed out, taking a few steps to catch up with Qi Yan, taking the 2 kettles in his hands and carrying them as they walked towards a corner where there were fewer people. He slowed down and casually glanced at Qi Yan, opening his mouth unhurriedly. Brother. Is that how a Yan introduces me to others? How else am I supposed to introduce you? Qi Yan felt somewhat innocent and wronged, glancing at Yi Yingji hesitantly. Partner? Boyfriend? Yi Yingji didn't look at him, walking forward directly while letting out a soft through his nose. You forgot again. Qi Yan opened his mouth, quickening his pace to keep up with him. Husband. This time it wouldn't be wrong, surely. Yi Yingji obviously approved with a and taking advantage of being alone in the corridor, quickly turned around to lean down and bite Qi Yan's nose tip gently. Naughty boy. Qi Yan seized the opportunity to hug his neck, laughing while teasingly claiming, Wife, I like you best. How would Yi Yingji really get mad at him because of these terms of endearment? He dumped the 2 water jugs into one hand, pinched Qi Yan's nose, muttered something like always causing trouble, then smiled and turned around continuing toward the water room. Yi Yingji arranged for someone to switch Qi Yan's grandfather to an independent high-end private ward and hired 2 more professional caregivers. Thus, with 3 caregivers working shifts in pairs, tasks like wiping the patient, changing clothes, feeding meals, etc., did not need Qi Yan's personal attention anymore. He just needed to spend time every day chatting with the elderly man, sparing him from being as hardworking as before when he only had 1 caregiver. The efficiency of those handling affairs for the Yi family was very high. Although they weren't familiar with our city, within merely 3 hours, everything was handled. In the evening, Qi Yan invited the Song Jin couple to join them for dinner. Song Jin agreed and went outside the hospital to smoke, waiting while Qi Yan was still inside briefing the new caregivers about important matters, with Yi Yingji accompanying him. Not long after, Tao Huanhuan came out after tidying up after her workday, curious and asked Song Jin, who is that man who came with Qi today? He doesn't seem ordinary. Song Jin put out his cigarette. I'm not too sure either. Qi says it's his neighbor brother who grew up together from childhood, but they haven't been in contact for years until he reached out this time he returned home. His brother happens to be free recently and specifically came over to see him. Actually, he knew what Qi Yan's father's family was involved in and guessed vaguely what Yi Yingji might do, but on the one hand, he wasn't certain, and on the other hand, he was afraid Tao Huanhuan would remember the previous incident and feel fear, so he glossed over it. This story sounds familiar, Tao Huanhuan mused for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed excitedly, I remember now. Isn't this the popular trope from those early years of romance dramas? The female protagonist originally grows up in a wealthy family with a prince-level playmate whose background is equal or even higher. Just when their youthful feelings start budding, the heroine suffers a sudden misfortune, either being discovered as a swapped child, having a stepmother, or her family falling into poverty, thus becoming an ordinary person all at once. Then, while encountering a major crisis such as unemployment, unfair treatment, or a sick relative or debt needing a large sum of money, she accidentally meets her childhood prince again. Tao Huanhuan clicked her tongue in amazement. Qi Yan isn't bad, playing his cards close to his chest and holding on to the heroine's script. Though reality wouldn't be as dramatic as TV dramas, Qi Yan didn't seem to need much help and wasn't particularly troubled, and he hadn't reconnected with his brother by accident either. You shouldn't go making things up, Song Jin coughed once. Huanhuan, what do you mean by a prince-level red diamond? He was actually trying to indirectly inquire about his own status in his wife's heart. If not a red diamond, he should at least be platinum, right? Think penguin membership. Tao Huanhuan waved her hand dismissively. When I was in elementary school, unlike now, we were generally poor back then, so these memberships were rare treasures and always everyone's pursuit in class. Classmates who could collect all the colored diamonds received the admiration and envy of the whole class. Oh, Song Jin responded dryly, it turned out to be that. So there was nothing left for him to compare with, he would let Qi Yan's, Yingji, be the so-called red diamond prince. The restaurant was nearby the hospital, but parking was difficult, so the 4 of them decided to walk instead. After taking a few steps, Song Jin suddenly remembered something important and immediately hugged Qi Yan's shoulder and pulled him closer. That's right. Qi Yan. I almost forgot to tell you, I'm going to be a father. Huanhuan just found out 2 days ago, she's already 3 months pregnant. This was indeed good news. Qi Yan immediately grinned broadly and gave Song Jin a hearty slap on the other shoulder. Congratulations to you. That means I'll get to be an uncle too. At that very moment, Yi Yingji, lagging behind by a few steps, suddenly began coughing. Qi Yan quickly released Song Jin and ran back to Yi Yingji's side, helping him pat his back gently, with evident worry in his eyebrows. Yingji Gage, are you alright? Is everything okay? Yi Yingji frowned slightly between his eyebrows, pressing his lips tightly while waving off Qi Yan's concern. He reached into the pocket of his overcoat and pulled out a pristine white handkerchief to cover his lips, followed by another fit of muffled coughing. Gradually, patches of red blood spots spread across the white handkerchief. Seeing this, Qi Yan became alarmed at once. He half embraced Yi Yingji, anxiously asking, Yingji Gage, is the doctor here? Let's go back and rest. Yi Yingji put down the handkerchief, his expression calm and gentle as he smiled faintly at Qi Yan. There's no need, it's a rare chance to hang out with your friends. Let's go. Qi Yan was about to persuade him further when Song Jin couldn't help but ask, Qi Yan, what illness does your brother have? Yingji Gage has always been weak, Qi Yan answered while supporting the man, especially with some issues concerning his heart. Saying this, Qi Yan forcefully helped support Yi Yingji, preparing to turn back, apologetically excusing himself to Song Jin and Tao Huanhuan, promising to meet another day. In a place where no one could see, Yi Yingji helplessly curled the corner of his mouth upward. He had initially not intended for such a scene, never imagining Qi Yan being overly worried about him to this extent. Oh well, though, the feeling of being overly cared for by someone he loved wasn't bad after all. After the two left, Song Jin turned to his wife curiously, Huanhuan, have you ever heard of heart problems causing hemoptysis? Thus, Yi Yingji stayed with Qi Yan in City R for nearly a month. There still hadn't been much improvement with the grandfather's condition, and he hadn't woken up, but the situation hadn't worsened either. After hiring the nurse, Qi Yan and Yi Yingji went home every evening to sleep. Qi Yan had just finished handling his graduation matters recently and only awaited the diploma, placing all his focus on both his grandfather and Yi Yingji. One night, while Qi Yan was sleeping at home, he suddenly received a call from the hospital. Hastily, he and Yi Yingji rushed to the hospital, where they learned that his grandfather had awakened, but his condition wasn't good. The doctor suggested Qi Yan go talk to the elderly man a bit. This meaning was already clear. 70 years old is considered quite advanced age, and Qi Yan's grandfather was nearing 80. Death could come swiftly. As Qi Yan walked towards the bed, his eyes were already brimming with tears. He held the thin, slightly cool hand of the elderly man, throat choked, unable to speak. The grandfather moved his cloudy eyes to look at him, opening his mouth. Qi Yan immediately bent down to press his ear closer and faintly heard the elderly man's feeble, raspy voice softly calling. Little Yan, you've returned. The elder's memory was still stuck before he fell into a coma, when his grandson had gone far away and not returned yet. Seeing Qi Yan, his first words were asking if he had come back. Qi Yan nodded, kneeling down by the bedside, unable to hold back his tears. Grandpa, I'm back, I've returned. The elder closed his eyes and was now completely silent. All that was left was Qi Yan crying uncontrollably, regretting why he hadn't stayed for his grandpa's last moments and why he hadn't stayed at the hospital that night. Song Jin and Tao Huanhuan arrived upon hearing the news but hesitated nearby, unsure how to console him. In the end, it was Yi Yingji who came over and knelt beside him, firmly embracing Qi Yan into his chest, letting him cry there as he softly whispered consolations. Your grandpa passed peacefully, don't worry. Don't be afraid, you'll always have your brother, I will forever be with you. His dark eyes gazed deeply at the person in his arms, their depth immeasurable. Chapter 121, Final Matters. Afterward, Yi Yingji and the Song Jin couple helped Qi Yan arrange his grandfather's final matters. Grandfather was not originally from our city, he had been transferred there for work when he was young. Later, he married Qi Yan's grandmother and settled down. Qi Yan was a student with few social connections, so there were not many people who attended the funeral, just a few classmates of Qi Yan's who he was close to at school, some old colleagues of grandfather who had kept in touch, 2 relatives representing the family from grandfather's hometown, and several colleagues of Song Jin who came to help. The main tasks were handled by Yi Yingji's subordinates, and everything went smoothly. At the funeral, Yi Yingji and Qi Yan followed the same rites for grandchildren as one another, even more seriously than Song Jin. Everyone thought that Yi Yingji treated Qi Yan like a real younger brother, but after spending these days together, Song Jin and her husband had already figured out the true nature of the relationship between Yi Yingji and Qi Yan. Qi Yan also confessed it to them awkwardly, but they didn't think anything was inappropriate. 3 days after the funeral, Qi Yan's emotions gradually stabilized, and he returned to normal. Yi Yingji still wasn't completely at ease about him, but claimed there was something going on at the Yi residence that required his return to handle it. Qi Yan let him go, asking him to check on Su Rui along the way. After promising, Yi Yingji hurried back. Now only Qi Yan was left at home, the only difference being that grandfather was gone, replaced by a small altar set up in the elder's room. In our city, tradition dictates that once someone passes away, their family must honor them with offerings for at least 7 days before removing the altar. Qi Yan had nothing to do and, in the evening, fell asleep on the sofa watching TV, forgetting to turn it off. Half asleep, he heard someone call his childhood nickname, a familiar voice. He listened carefully with closed eyes, certain it wasn't an illusion or coming from the TV. Opening his eyes, he saw grandfather standing in front of the sofa, looking at him. Qi Yan woke suddenly, hesitating as he stared at the familiar old man. Grandpa, Grandpa. After confirming the person in front of him was indeed his grandfather, Qi Yan immediately asked, "How did you come back? Is there something wrong?" Although reluctant to let go, he knew the logic. His grandfather shouldn't have returned. Passing on peacefully without any regret would be best. The old man shook his head, appearing somewhat lost himself. "I don't know either, grandchild. Wasn't I supposed to pass on? How did I come back?" It seemed the old man was aware of his current situation but was reluctant to say it outright. Qi Yan invited grandfather to sit on the sofa while he stood, comforting him. "Don't worry, I'll try to figure something out." Grandfather nodded repeatedly. "I'm not worried at all. Just take your time, little Yan." Qi Yan slowly began piecing things together. Only after grandfather's return did he learn in detail the reason why he had fainted suddenly. Grandfather loved eating crabs and ate them meticulously. On the day Song Jin and Tao Huanhuan bought some crabs, knowing Qi Yan wasn't there and the grandfather was cared for by only a nurse, they specially picked 2 large ones and steamed them before delivering them over. When the crabs arrived, they were still hot. Grandfather, delighted, immediately started eating at the dining table, focusing intently for over half an hour before collapsing. So logically, grandfather should have passed without much pain or regret. Qi Yan asked the old man cautiously, "Grandfather, are there any other things you haven't let go of yet?" The old man glanced around at various arrangements in the house, then finally turned his gaze toward Qi Yan. "No, little Yan has grown up now, and there's really nothing left for me to worry about. Take good care of yourself in the future, start a family, and grandfather will be at peace." Qi Yan couldn't help tearing up again. "Then should I try to see you off? Lingering too long in the mortal world might not be beneficial for moving on. It wasn't a good thing." The old man nodded. Naturally, Qi Yan also knew some basic ways to help transition souls. He tried setting up a simple farewell array in the living room and conducted a ceremony to send his grandfather on to the afterlife. The old man sat quietly on the sofa throughout this process. Qi Yan felt an unbearable lump in his throat. After the death of his grandmother and mother, it was just him and his grandfather, relying on each other for life, but now he had to bid farewell to the closest people twice. He knelt before the array, tears dropping to the floor with every silent recitation of the crossing over chant. He dared not look at his grandfather, fearing such attachment and reluctance would hinder the old man's journey to the afterlife. When the whole ceremony was finished, he collapsed onto the ground, almost sobbing uncontrollably. Then he heard the familiar, slightly puzzled voice of the old man. "Little Yan, is it done already?" Qi Yan looked up to see his grandfather still sitting stiffly on the sofa, almost afraid to move, as if he feared disturbing the boy's ritual. Qi Yan stood up awkwardly, a hint of embarrassment on his face. "It seems like it failed." "Grandpa, don't worry. How about you rest at home for now? I have a very skilled friend who can help send you off when he comes back." In Qi Yan's mind, the fact that his grandfather had passed away had already been diminished. Although he knew his grandpa was no longer human and was temporarily staying here in another form due to some unknown reason, after spending these few days with him, he had become quite used to the situation. In his eyes, grandpa was still his grandpa, his beloved family member. "Ah, I'm not in a hurry. Let your friend take their time, don't rush them," the old man said, his attitude remaining calm. After a while, he returned to his bedroom as usual, continuing the exact same lifestyle he had when he was alive. Qi Yan sent a message to Yingji for help, but all Yingji said was that everything would wait for him, that he would be back soon, and that grandpa would be fine. Qi Yan still couldn't put his heart at ease, so he took the notebook that Yingji had given him and started reading it while he had the time. The next morning, the old man habitually went out again. It was 7:30 in the morning, which had always been the time when grandpa went out for morning exercises. But times had changed, and Qi Yan didn't feel secure letting him go alone. So he grabbed a few yellow talismans and followed his grandfather from behind. He saw the elder easily blending into the crowd, waiting for the traffic light with others and crossing the pedestrian walkway, then walking through 2 intersections until they reached the square inside the nearby park. There were already many elderly people standing there, and upon seeing familiar faces, grandpa tried to greet them, only to realize they couldn't see him. Quietly stepping aside, he watched as other seniors greeted each other and chatted. After some time, the group naturally formed queues and arranged themselves in 4 rows to begin doing beating exercises, led by one of the elders. Grandpa joined the queue and positioned himself at the last spot in the final row, mimicking the movements according to everyone's rhythm. Hiding behind a pavilion, Qi Yan watched silently, feeling heartbroken but not daring to let his grandfather discover his presence. When nearly 9 o'clock came, the elders finished exercising, and Qi Yan then returned home ahead of his grandfather, pretending nothing unusual had happened. The following day, Grandpa once again went to the park to follow along with the group during morning exercises, and Qi Yan secretly followed him all the way home safely. Though he didn't need to eat, Grandpa spent the past 2 days talking a lot, as if he had an endless amount to say to Qi Yan. Knowing their time together was limited and having already lost his grandfather once, this kind of precious interaction made Qi Yan suddenly realize how long it had been since he had truly spent quality time sitting and chatting with him. On the 3rd day, Qi Yan accompanied Grandpa to the park for morning exercises again. As before, he intended to sit quietly in the pavilion and observe the small square's activities. But this day, something felt off as soon as he sat down. Grandpa just reached the small square when several senior citizens warmly gathered around him, enthusiastically greeting him. Standing there, Grandpa looked somewhat bewildered, much like he did on the first day when he reappeared in front of Chi Yan. Chi Yan rushed over quickly. Upon getting closer, he could hear the older people asking questions like, "Mr. Su, why haven't we seen you recently?" or, "Are you sick? I heard you were hospitalized." Chi Yan promptly stepped beside his grandfather and said, "Grandpa, come home with me. Your body hasn't fully recovered, so don't come out yet." All the elderly people who attended the morning exercises lived near the park. None of them directly attended Grandpa's funeral, but in our city, a small place, it wasn't impossible that some had heard news of Grandpa's passing and simply didn't dare to confirm it upon seeing him again. To avoid complications, it was better to leave quickly. Seeing Chi Yan, the surrounding elders began to comment in agreement, "That's Mr. Su's grandson," or, "He's so filial, Mr. Su, you should go home with your child. Rest properly and come back when you're well." While smiling and responding vaguely to the enthusiastic seniors, Chi Yan took the opportunity to lead his grandfather home as quickly as possible. Once home, Grandpa curiously looked at Chi Yan, asking, "Xiao Yan, how come old Li and others can suddenly see me now?" Chi Yan shook his head, "I'm not sure either. Let's wait for my friend to return. Once he's back, he will definitely resolve this. For now, Grandpa, please stay indoors." Initially, Chi Yan thought only he could see his grandfather because they were blood-related and because Chi Yan practiced mystical arts and had encountered more spirits and strange phenomena. But the sudden change, where everyone could now see his grandfather, puzzled him greatly. Even after thoroughly reading through the notebook left by Yingji, he couldn't find a reasonable explanation. After dinner, Song Jin visited again. Upon hearing the doorbell, Grandpa quickly retreated into his room, closing the door. Song Jin had just finished work, and as soon as he entered the door, he was about to go into his grandfather's room to pay respects. Chi Yan didn't dare let him in. After all, it would be impossible to explain why his grandfather had suddenly reappeared, and worse, everyone could see him, a fact not everyone would easily accept. So, Chi Yan hastily fabricated some excuses to pull Song Jin into the living room and sit him down. Song Jin didn't have much on his mind anyway. Knowing Chi Yan was home alone and that his grandfather had just passed, he came by after work to chat and check on his friend. Seeing that Chi Yan seemed relatively fine, Song Jin relaxed and started talking about his recent work. Song Jin picked up his teacup and took a sip. Isn't this strange? We just got a missing person case. The one reporting it was the wife of the missing man. She said her husband had been gone for 2 days and no matter what, she couldn't find him. But we found the victim's body in a hotel room. According to the autopsy results, though, we discovered that her husband had actually been dead for 7 days. Chapter 122, Visitor. Familiar words struck Chi Yan's heart like a small copper hammer, one by one. Chi Yan's heart jumped. A bad premonition caught his throat, and he felt some dryness in his voice. In the end, he could only whisper softly, "The song, this case seems not quite right. Can you find an excuse to stay out of it? Please take a few days off to take care of Huan at home." He couldn't manage too many people, but he hoped that his close friends and family would all be well. Song Jin didn't give a direct response. "Chi, do you mean there are such things around?" I will talk to Master and others, and I will also pay more attention. Don't worry." Chi Yan sighed, knowing that Song Jin would definitely not easily leave his post, and besides, he himself did not have solid evidence for what was going on yet, so there was no point trying to persuade him any further. After a brief chat with his friend, Chi Yan inquired about Tao Huan and the baby inside her belly, then Song Jin bid farewell. The grandfather came out from his bedroom, hands behind his back, strolling onto the balcony in the living room. He looked at the sky outside and muttered, "It looks like it's going to rain." This season in our city naturally had a lot of rain. While washing the teacup used by Song Jin, Chi Yan casually replied, "No problem, the song has a car." The grandfather was right. Later that night, heavy rain poured over our city in torrents. There were hardly any pedestrians on the street, even fewer cars than usual. Lying in bed, one could hear the continuous drizzle of the rain, the occasional splash of cars driving through flooded streets, and the rustling sound of tree branches swaying in the wind and rain. Amidst this cacophony yet unusually silent symphony of nature, there came a soft and rhythmic knock on the door. It was midnight, 1 o'clock. Chi Yan, unable to sleep due to repeatedly thinking about that sentence Song Jin had said, was playing with his phone when he heard the sound, stopping what he was doing. He listened carefully with his ear tilted. Indeed, someone was knocking on his door. He sat up, got out of bed, and walked into the dark living room, feeling somewhat uneasy but also a bit excited. Walking to the door, Chi Yan pulled open an inner wooden door, peered through the peephole of the security door, and faintly saw a tall and upright figure dressed in black. Unable to suppress a smile, he quickly opened the security door. A cool breeze carrying water droplets rushed in together with the man. The man turned back and gently closed the door. As soon as he stepped into the foyer, he directly embraced him. Chi Yan also returned the embrace, leaning against him affectionately. "Yingji brother, why are you coming over so late again?" Yingji hummed in acknowledgement but didn't reply. Instead, he asked, "Why aren't you sleeping this late?" The grandfather was still resting in the room. Although elderly people technically don't need much sleep, just like morning exercise, he still retained the habit of evening rest. Concerned about disturbing the grandfather, Qi Yan led Yingji into his own room. There was no light in the bedroom except for a desk lamp that was shining. Yingji took off his outerwear and hung it in Qi Yan's wardrobe before sitting on the bed to unbutton his shirt. Qi Yan sat next to him and helped him with the buttons while saying, "I just can't fall asleep." "Can't fall asleep." Yingji repeated his words, leaning back slightly, humming softly from his nose, and placing his hand on Qi Yan's back, pushing him toward himself. Tonight if you properly serve your big brother, then you'll be able to fall asleep." Qi Yan was annoyed that he was learning something inappropriate, but he pitied Yingji's illness. Since Yingji's health wasn't good, he always catered to him, never wanting to upset him. It was almost like whatever Yingji wanted, Qi Yan willingly gave, indulging Yingji until they eventually tired themselves out. True to Yingji's word, Qi Yan fell asleep soundly. But Qi Yan was worried about the grandfather and dared not oversleep. He got up at 8:30 in the morning, calculating that he had actually slept for less than 3 hours. He introduced Yingji to his grandfather, telling the old man that this was his very capable friend, who would unexpectedly be able to send the grandfather away within the next few days. The grandfather smiled and nodded upon seeing Yingji, without saying anything. After breakfast, Qi Yan was alone in the kitchen washing the dishes when the grandfather quietly returned. He stood slightly behind Qi Yan and whispered, "Xiao Yan, tell your grandfather, what exactly is the background of your friend?" Qi Yan thought for a moment and answered, "His family is the same as ours, they are also practicing Taoist priests. But he is far better than me, the amateur one. He's really good and we've grown up together, so grandfather, please rest assured." There was still a lingering concern in the old man's clouded eyes, "But Xiao Yan, your grandfather sees you, Old Li, and Xiao Song as normal people. However, I can't make out what your friend looks like. All I see is just a dark mass full of ghostly and sinister energy. Grandfather is a bit scared. If necessary, I won't leave or be reincarnated either, but Xiao Yan, please don't get involved with anything that you shouldn't." Qi Yan quickly reassured him, "It's fine, Grandpa, you don't need to worry. Yingji's family practices ghost Taoism, they might appear a little different, but there's nothing to worry about." Moreover, Qi Yan knew he had probably already gotten himself involved with Yingji even if it wasn't because of his grandpa. Seeing how close and trusting Qi Yan was with him and hearing his explanation, the old man's concern lessened slightly. However, another inexplicable worry weighed heavier in his heart. This was merely his intuition telling him this was not a good thing. His beloved grandson being so close to such a person could end up completely consumed. Just as Qi Yan couldn't convince Song Jin to leave because of an unfavorable premonition, the old man could not persuade Qi Yan to distance himself from Yingji based solely on his own feelings. Thus, all he could do was remind Qi Yan to be careful and not trust others too much. They should not delay sending the old man off, it would be best to send him during midnight when everything was quiet. After consulting with the grandfather, the elderly man agreed, though he still worried deeply about Qi Yan, repeatedly reminding him to act cautiously and take care of himself. Qi Yan's home lacked some materials needed to set up a ritual array, so Yingji sent someone to bring them over. But it seemed he didn't want his subordinates entering Qi Yan's house, so he went down personally to retrieve the items, and even Qi Yan's offer to help was rejected. 1 minute after Yingji left, there was another knock at the door, urgent and quick, not like Yingji returning. Qi Yan wondered who could have come at this hour. Since it was still evening, and neighbors were around, any criminal wouldn't dare to strike now. So he opened the door without much vigilance. Standing outside was a young man with messy hair and rumpled clothes, with 2 clear dark circles under his eyes. It took Qi Yan a moment to recognize this man as Su Rui. Su Rui looked highly agitated upon seeing Qi Yan. He swiftly darted inside, almost fearfully shutting the security door behind him before letting out a long sigh of relief. His eyes reddened when looking at Qi Yan, trying to force a smile. "Mr. Qi, I finally managed to escape." Qi Yan poured him a cup of hot water and sat him down on a chair. "What happened? Take it slow, tell me what's going on." Su Rui's lips quivered, staring at the steam rising from the cup. His gaze appeared distant. "Gone. All members of the Su family are gone. Only little Xian who left early and me who barely escaped survived." Suddenly, he grabbed Qi Yan's hand on the table tightly and shook it. "Mr. Qi, be careful. Yingji isn't human anymore. The way Yi Mountain turned into that state, it's all because of him." The place where Qi, Yi, and Su families lived in seclusion was called Yi Mountain by the 3 families. Qi Yan froze. Su Rui's hands were icy cold, making Qi Yan feel as if he was holding a block of ice, breaking out in cold sweat. But he didn't have time to ponder it. Instead, he grabbed Su Rui's hand firmly, staring intently at him. "What do you mean? Yingji is dead. That intense ghostly energy that can invert yin and yang at Yin Mountain, it's because of him. I swear, Qi Yan, we found Yingji's grave at their ancestral cemetery. When we tried to exhume the coffin for inspection, Yingji returned, and the Yi family captured us. With the help of my parents and uncle, I barely escaped. Only I made it out. I saw it with my own eyes, Qi Yan. Yingji, he's not human anymore. His hands trembled slightly, and his words came out incoherently. Qi Yan gently patted him once. Su Rui, calm down, talk slowly. What exactly do you mean when you say the ghostly energy at Yin Mountain is because of Brother Ingji? And why did you dig up the coffin? Clearly, Su Rui was not in a stable mental state, and thus the credibility of his words was questionable. Naturally, Qi Yan wouldn't believe something like Yi Ingji being dead, so there must be some misunderstanding that required Su Rui's clarification. I told your initial guess to my dad. He and uncle used our family's ritual objects to detect that Yin Mountain was indeed covered by a heavy layer of ghostly energy. In the end, they traced the source back to the Yi family, and Yi Ingji. As Su Rui spoke, Qi Yan suddenly remembered that the thing which had possessed Qi Lin's body had also mentioned that Yi Ingji was associated with the ghostly energy. However, that entity claimed Yi Ingji relied on absorbing ghostly energy to prolong his life, a symbiosis between him and the ghostly force. Su Rui's statement suggested that Yi Ingji was already dead and himself the source of the ghostly energy, it emanated from him. These two interpretations clearly conflicted in terms of causality, meaning at least one must be incorrect, or perhaps both were wrong. Nonetheless, it was evident that Brother Ingji must have some connection with the ghostly energy, and Qi Yan would need to clarify things once he returned. Su Rui continued, but how could ordinary ghosts have such influence or ability, to impersonate a celestial master for so long without being discovered, or even alter the spiritual fortune of a sacred land, turning it into a hellish realm where yin and yang are inverted? My uncle and father suspected Yi Ingji transformed into an unparalleled, highly malevolent ghost emperor after death. To confirm this, and to gain leverage against him, they secretly searched for Yi Ingji's tomb. This time, Su Rui was much calmer, speaking in a more organized manner. Qi Yan listened silently, brows furrowed, when he suddenly noticed his grandfather poking half his head out of the bedroom, beckoning to him quietly. Su Rui, facing away from the old man, didn't see. Qi Yan stood up and thrust the teacup into Su Rui's hands. Warm yourself with this while I go to the bathroom. Su Rui nodded without a word, absent-mindedly clutching the cup, weariness evident in his features. Qi Yan walked over to his grandfather's side. The old man pulled Qi Yan into the room and whispered, "Little Yan, be careful. Your grandpa can tell, your friend is just like me now. He's no longer human." Chapter 123, The Photograph. Qi Yan was somewhat bewildered and softly confirmed, "Are you saying Su Rui is no longer human?" The old man solemnly nodded. He had no idea what had happened in this world, just as he did not know why he had suddenly returned, but he only hoped that his little grandson could be free from these demons and devils, living peacefully till old age. Qi Yan moved back to the living room with stiff steps. From Su Rui's previous behavior, it seemed he had no clue that he was already deceased. He thought he was the only one in the Su family who had successfully escaped. Su Rui was fiddling with his phone in the living room. Seeing Qi Yan return, he explained offhandedly, "When I left, I first sent a message to Xiao Xian. Then I took a car to find you. She was quite worried about me and asked about the situation of the Su family." By the end of his words, there was a hint of sadness in his tone. "What exactly happened to the Su family?" Qi Yan asked. "All dead. But as long as their souls remain, they can live like ordinary people in places with heavy ghostly yin energy like Enshrined Mountain, and many may not even know they are already dead. However, stepping out of areas cloaked by ghostly energy would reveal their true form, realizing they have passed on. So do you realize that you're already dead too?" Qi Yan didn't speak, yet an overwhelming wave of sorrow surged in his chest. Soon after, he felt an icy chill throughout his body as a very terrifying thought flashed through his mind, since Su Rui appeared in front of him without knowing he had already died, since Song Jin received strange cases similar to Lin Zhu and Ma Tian, since his grandfather had returned despite having passed away, and even since those elderly exercising in the morning could now see him. Could it be because the place where he currently lived had also become a heavily ghostly area with inverted yin-yang, similar to He Family Village or the Yin Mountains? Immersed in thought, Qi Yan heard Su Rui continue, "Oh right, little Qi, have you ever thought about something?" Qi Yan turned his head to look at him, and Su Rui said, "Yi Ingji clearly loved you deeply. In the year you went to university, he became the head of the Yi family, certainly capable of bringing you back or coming personally to visit you. Why, then, did he let you stay outside for so many years, showing no sign of caring?" Qi Yan was momentarily speechless and didn't reply. Su Rui continued, "I used to not understand, but I suddenly realized earlier. Because he had already died, but his death was new then, his ghostly energy wasn't as strong yet, and he feared revealing himself and being discovered as already dead by you. And now, since he's almost overturned the entire world, he naturally feels comfortable being around you freely. Are you saying this inverted yin-yang situation was all caused by Brother Ingji?" Qi Yan shook his head, "No, Brother Ingji wouldn't do such things, he doesn't hurt others senselessly." Su Rui chuckled bitterly, "Yes, he doesn't hurt others for no reason. However, though innocent individuals weren't killed by him directly, the imbalance of yin and yang has led to the proliferation of malevolent ghosts, causing deaths and preventing salvation, eventually turning this into a hellish world. Lin Zhu and Ma Tian certainly weren't killed by your brother Ingji, but regarding the current scenario, he isn't blameless." "Qi Yan," he called Qi Yan's name solemnly, "tell me truthfully, aren't you aware of what Yi Ingji values? He wouldn't harm others, but do you think he would care if others live or die?" He desires whatever he wants, and he couldn't care less what happens to the world. Matters so evident to me, how can you not perceive them? Qi Yan remained silent for a moment. What Su Rui said was true. He loved Yingji and spent night and day sleeping together with him. Of course, he understood the type of person he was. He liked him and thought everything about Yingji was perfect, but objectively, he could not deny entirely what Su Rui had said. He wanted to live, he wanted to be with you. This was his obsession, and it wasn't necessarily wrong. But the price he paid to achieve all of this was too great. Su Rui spoke with a bitter tone. We, the entire Su family, had no solutions against a malevolent spirit like him. I merely want to tell you that perhaps you are the one who can make him let go. Of course, whether you believe me or not, the choice is yours. Just then, the sound of keys turning outside the door was heard. Yingji entered with a cold demeanor, his left hand holding a black paper bag containing things needed for rituals. Upon seeing Su Rui, his eyes darkened slightly before looking at Qi Yan. It appears we have a guest. Though, Mr. Su seems to no longer belong to this world. Qi Yan froze instantly. His grandfather had already informed him that Su Rui wasn't human anymore. It wasn't surprising that Yingji could discern this immediately, yet Qi Yan hadn't expected Yingji to state it so directly. Su Rui was also stunned on the spot, looking at Yingji. What did you say? You are already dead. Have you forgotten? Yingji looked at him indifferently, as if saying the most ordinary thing in the world. However, Su Rui didn't refute his words but instead looked down at his hands, revealing disbelief and murmuring to himself, I have already died. Yingji said no more. He placed the items on the table, walked to Qi Yan's side, possessively put his arms around Qi Yan's waist, and whispered softly, Ian, tonight I will send Mr. Su away. It benefits them not to linger in the mortal realm. Qi Yan's gaze turned toward Su Rui. At this moment, Su Rui seemed to be already in disarray, muttering intermittently phrases like, yes, I am already dead, then abruptly contradicting himself with intense emotions, saying, no, how is that possible, I'm still alive. After Yingji had revealed the truth of his death, he completely submerged into his own thoughts, unresponsive even when Qi Yan called his name twice. Su Rui remained in this state until Yingji completed the ritual array. During this time, he mumbled repeatedly about being both dead and alive, his eyes fixed blankly ahead, giving a bone-chilling impression. Grandpa observed this situation with some pity and let out a low sigh, saying, let him go with me. Qi Yan quietly bade farewell to Grandpa, then approached Su Rui. Seeing the once proud young Master Su deteriorated to this extent, thinking of their past from childhood, Qi Yan closed his eyes for a moment and remained silent. Without asking Qi Yan's opinion again, Yingji directly sent Grandpa and Su Rui away through the ritual. Qi Yan watched the two familiar figures gradually fade before him, feeling powerless and sat on the ground. Yingji walked over, embracing him tenderly, consoling softly, don't be afraid, Ian. I'm still here. Just as he did when Qi Yan woke up from nightmares in childhood. Qi Yan whimpered slightly while resting his head on Yingji's shoulder, whispering low, the last time I left the Qi family, I never thought Su Rui wouldn't be there when we met again. Yingji, what exactly happened in Yinsan? Why did you rush back last time? He called him Yingji rather than the previous infantile form of brother Yingji, acknowledging them as equals in maturity and partnership. Yingji gently stroked his back, not answering Qi Yan's last question but saying, the three Tianxia families, Qi, Su, and Yi, have inherited this title for generations but have also done numerous secretive things unseen by either man or ghost. Such sins always reach a tipping point and now it's the harvest of their own sins. The place there is heavily filled with ghostly energy, many people died, Su Rui just couldn't avoid it. They've all passed on, so we needn't keep remembering them. Qi Yan nodded, hesitated for a moment and said, Su Rui came and told me that you were already dead and that they found your grave. Yingji glanced at him with a light smile, do you doubt that I've already passed? Qi Yan hurriedly shook his head, no, it's just, a little worried and an indefinable kind of fear. Su Rui has been influenced by ghostly energy, unable to distinguish between yin and yang, forgetting even his own life and death status. His words shouldn't matter, Yingji pulled Qi Yan up, leading him back to the bedroom. Isn't your brother here well? Otherwise, who was with you last night? And what other proof do you want, little rascal? As he continued speaking, affection seeped into his tone. Qi Yan tilted his head up, kissed Yingji's mouth invitingly, his eyes wide open, speechless, yet entirely softened, seemingly lowering all defenses, opening fully like a clam to its entirety, revealing soft tender flesh inside. Drawing one to hold it firmly in hand, indulging freely in its delicate plump and water-laden tenderness. In Yingji's eyes, satisfaction overflowed as he embraced him and kissed him fervently. Qi Yan wrapped his hands around the other's neck and closed his eyes serenely. With both Grandpa and Su Rui just departed, he wasn't really in the mood, but whenever Yingji wanted closeness, Qi Yan would never resist but gently comply. At that moment, an energetic song suddenly rang out from the living room, a raspy male voice in English startling Qi Yan awake. He opened his eyes, pushing Yingji lightly further away and walked out of the bedroom to see. A silver-gray phone was vibrating alone on the dining table, the melodious song emanating from it. It was Su Rui's phone. He had brought his own phone along, and though Yingji had sent him away, the phone was left behind. Qi Yan walked over. The caller ID displayed Xiaoxin. Hesitating for a moment, he swiped to answer the call. The repeated male voice singing abruptly stopped, replaced by a familiar female voice in the receiver. Su Xian was surprised when she heard Qi Yan answering, "Little Qi. Why is it you? Where's my brother?" Not long ago, Su Rui had been sitting there exchanging messages with her. Qi Yan momentarily lost for words, unsure how to explain to her that Su Rui was already gone, that the Su Rui who had left the Su family and exchanged messages with her was no longer human. Su Xian sensed something from his silence and fell quiet herself for a while before saying, "Never mind, go ahead, tell me what happened." Her tone was very calm, but her breathing was a bit rapid. Qi Yan organized his thoughts and began recounting everything that had happened since Su Rui came in, stopping only when he mentioned Yingji making the ritual array to send Su Rui and Grandpa away, inadvertently omitting the part where Su Rui made those remarks about Yingji not being human. "I'm sorry, I didn't let you see Su Rui off." "It's fine, thank you, I understand. At that time, letting my brother leave as soon as possible was best." Qi Yan could hear that Su Xian's voice became slightly choked up. "I'm fine, don't worry about me, I just need some rest." A temporary silence fell between them again. After about a minute, Su Xian spoke again. "There's one more thing to ask of you. If the matter in Ensan gets resolved, please let me know. I have to go back to retrieve their bodies. In the current situation, there's no way she can return alone." Qi Yan wasn't sure how to console her, so he simply promised solemnly, hanging up the call with a heavy heart. Su Rui's lock screen was a New Year's photo taken with all 4 members of his family. His parents sat at the front, while he and Su Xian stood behind them on either side. A large red Chinese knot hung on the wall behind them, and everyone was smiling happily. Staring at the photo of this happy family, Qi Yan was somewhat dazed, his fingers unconsciously sliding across the screen. Though none of the 4 members of Su Rui's family had committed any terrible misdeeds, they were now torn apart, leaving only Su Xian behind, lonely. Accidentally, Qi Yan tapped on the photos icon on Su Rui's phone, and instantly, a series of photos appeared. The most recent ones were all centered around one tombstone. They were too small to make out clearly. Qi Yan extended his finger and enlarged one of the photos. A familiar script immediately caught his attention. An unassuming but solid green stone tombstone had 5 black characters vertically inscribed on it, Yi Yingji's grave. The handwriting was clear and upright, like the person himself, bearing the style Qi Yan knew best. Qi Yan remembered vividly how, when he was little, Yi Yingji would sit him on his lap and show him how to write his name, his tone gentle. "Your brother is called Yi Yingji, look, Yi Yingji. Ian must remember. Yi Yingji's grave." These were Yi Yingji's own characters. Chapter 124, Farewell. Qi Yan stared at the photo in his hand, frozen on the spot. What was going on? Why did Brother Ing set up a tomb for himself and personally inscribe the epitaph? A shadow loomed over him as the man approached quietly, wrapping his arms around Qi Yan's waist affectionately and murmuring gently in his ear, "What is Ian looking at? Why are you standing here instead of going back?" Qi Yan was startled and instinctively turned off the photo, holding his phone tightly in his palm as he turned to look at Yi Yingji. Nothing. After pondering for a moment, he took out his phone again, opened the photo he had just seen, and handed it to Yi Yingji. "Yingji, why did you write an epitaph for yourself?" Yi Yingji held him with both arms and looked at the photo indifferently, as if it were just a common traffic sign on the side of the road, not a tombstone bearing his name. He replied casually, "The direct descendants of the Yi family have the tradition of building their tombs and setting up tombstones early on. What's wrong?" His casual attitude made Qi Yan's earlier reaction seem overly exaggerated. Qi Yan hesitated and then asked, "Is this what Su Rui meant when he said they would dig up your grave?" Yi Yingji nodded, "Yes. Last time I hurried back because of this. Someone said a group from the Su family suddenly entered the forbidden area of the Yi family to dig up my grave without reason, so I returned to stop them." Hearing that, Qi Yan suddenly had another doubt. There should still be some Yi family members in Enjan. Su Rui said all his people were gone, but what about those Yi family members? And the ones who informed you? Yi Yingji looked at him tenderly and whispered softly, "They're naturally already dead." Qi Yan's breath caught. Seeing his stunned expression, Yi Yingji kissed his eyelid consolingly and continued, "Most of them don't even know they're already dead, they just continue living. It's not so bad." His voice sounded indifferent, as though talking about something utterly trivial. Qi Yan froze, letting Yi Yingji lead him back to the bedroom. Back then when he left Qi family, he was still wondering how Brother Yingji would solve the situation there, unsure if he had any solutions. Now, he realized that for the inverted yin-yang situation in Enjan, Yi Yingji simply didn't intend to resolve it, allowing it to develop naturally. He noticed for the first time that Yi Yingji's hand was cold, colder than when Qi Rong once held him or Su Rui grasped his hand. But before, he hadn't noticed. All he cared about was Yi Yingji's frail body, thinking of ways to warm him with his own body. Even after all the intimate things they had done together, he still didn't feel anything unusual about Yi Yingji. Yi Yingji helped him take off his shoes and socks, pulled him onto the bed, and carefully kissed his eyebrows and eyes. Qi Yan closed his eyes, feeling the gentle but cold kisses one by one. For the first time, he felt an urge to evade. Qi Rong, father, grandfather, and Su Rui. Their faces flashed in front of him. Chi Rong said, don't trust Yingji, don't stay for him. His father, before leaving, frantically waved towards the direction away from Yingji. His grandfather said, I can't see clearly what your friend looks like, but I can only see Ghost Chi and Yin Chi surrounding him. Su Rui, a lone spirit, came to tell him, Yingji is already dead, why did everyone tell him to stay away from Yingji? In the end, all these people died, leaving the man lying beside him as his closest remaining person. Qi Yan clutched the quilt tightly, eyes squeezed shut, emitting a faint whimper, filled with subtle bitterness and confusion. He suddenly realized that now, except for continuing to believe in Yingji, he had no other options. Except for this person, he had nothing else. Ah, yes, there's also the Song Jin family. His only remaining close friend who would go through fire and water with him. Hearing his whimpering, Yingji crouched above him and kissed his tightly closed eyes tenderly, soothing patiently, Ian, don't be sad. Big brother is still with you. Big brother will always be with you. Be a good boy. After a long while, Qi Yan finally muttered a opening his eyes tightly embracing Yingji's neck, pressing himself fully against him. Yingji. He called his name, feeling wronged and uneasy, burying his face into the crook of Yingji's neck and gently rubbing it. Don't abandon me. Don't lie to me. After a few seconds, Yingji lightly responded, his long eyelashes lowering, covering the darkness of his eyes, how could I abandon you? He scooped Qi Yan from in front of him, pressed him down underneath him, and lowered his head, using his nose tip to gently touch Qi Yan's. Chuckling lightly, he said, besides, little brat, has Big Brother ever lied to you? Their breaths intertwined, Qi Yan softly hummed and held him without speaking. After a while, he actually fell asleep in that position. Yingji turned over and lay on his left side, slightly propping himself up to look at Qi Yan. He reached out and gently rubbed his cheeks and nose tip, a tender smile floating on his lips and in his eyes. In his sleep, Qi Yan grabbed Yingji's mischievous hand, and Yingji took the opportunity to hold Qi Yan's hand, leaning down to kiss the sleeping person, whispering softly, little treasure, Big Brother loves you the most. No, he smiled, pulling Qi Yan completely into his arms, I only love you. Afterwards, life seemed to return to normal. On the streets, everyone was continuing their daily lives as if nothing had changed. The food cart vendors and regular customers complained about the rising price of eggs, the boss of the restaurant downstairs grumbled with the fruit stall and about teachers wanting to meet parents every day after school when the road was filled with playful and laughing elementary school students. Day by day, everything was no different from before. Qi Yan and Yingji lived together like an ordinary couple, eating and sleeping together every day, occasionally going on trips, living very comfortably. Qi Yan had found a job last year and started working in September, so he had become particularly free recently. During his idle time with Yingji, he would call Song Jin to check on his work status and Tao Huanhuan's health as well as their child's condition. He was good friends with both Song Jin and Tao Huanhuan, they were classmates. Sometimes when he called them, Tao Huanhuan would snatch the phone and complain about Song Jin being too focused on work and neglecting her and their child, but it was obvious she didn't really resent her partner. Qi Yan often laughed heartily, even making an appointment with the two to be the godfather for their child after the birth. When he finished the call, Yingji looked at him helplessly and indulgently, you're great, not consulting me, you just recognized my godson or goddaughter. Qi Yan wanted to argue back but then thought, recognizing a godchild wouldn't mean including Yingji as the godfather. What Yingji said wasn't wrong at all. Blushing, Qi Yan sat to the side and ignored him. In the remaining time, Qi Yan studied the notebook Yingji had given him. Inside the notebook were recorded many simple yet useful techniques. While flipping through, Qi Yan saw one that had similar effects to what was used on him in the Nuashan temple in He family village, allowing ordinary people to see the true yin-yang sides of the world, such as ghost Qi and spirits. Qi Yan tried this technique on himself but possibly because his cultivation was not strong enough for such an advanced technique, it did not take effect after several attempts. Qi Yan did not persist further but continued flipping through the rest of the content. Another half-month passed, the weather getting warmer day by day. Qi Yan increasingly loved clinging to Yingji when sleeping because it was cooler, and Yingji allowed him fully. Yingji's physical condition also improved gradually, according to him, it was due to consistently taking medicine. When he went home last time, he underwent a minor surgery, which went smoothly and successfully. One afternoon, Qi Yan was alone at home, lying on the bed drowsily between sleeping and waking. After lunch, Yingji suddenly got excited and teased him mercilessly. Qi Yan, worn out, cried that he wanted fresh fish soup for dinner. After tucking Qi Yan under the blanket, Yingji went out to buy fish, leaving Qi Yan resting in the bedroom alone. The room was rather sultry, and the sky outside was dark, indicating impending rain. Being covered by the quilt made Qi Yan feel uncomfortable. He threw off the quilt and saw the marks on his body, pouting as he pulled over the pajamas nearby to wear, then walked to the balcony to open the door. Feeling the breeze blow in, he returned to throw himself back on the bed. Because he sweated profusely earlier, he dared not rashly turn on the air conditioner. Nestled back under the quilt, he fell into a half-asleep state again, cursing himself internally for leading such a decadent and degenerate life. Unknown how much time had passed, seemingly hours, or perhaps just an instant. Lying in the bed, Qi Yan felt increasingly colder and colder, as if there was something icy standing beside him. He gradually became more aware, quickly realizing that this was not an illusion. Indeed, there was something standing by his bedside, calling his name. Qi Yan, Qi Yan, Qi Yan. Gently, as if afraid to disturb something. Qi Yan suddenly opened his eyes, looking toward the source of the sound. He saw Song Jin standing at the head of his bed, looking a little different than usual. There was something strange, but Qi Yan couldn't quite pinpoint what exactly was off. Qi Yan was startled and sat up in confusion, looking at his unexpected visitor, the Song. Why are you suddenly here? How did you get in? Didn't Yingji lock the door? Song Jin shook his head. Ruler, I've come to say goodbye. Huan doesn't know yet, please keep it from her for now and tell her after the baby is born and she's recovered. Qi Yan sensed something was wrong, furrowing his brows as he looked at Song Jin and raised his voice. The Song, what's going on? What do you mean by that? Song Jin stared straight at him. Ruler, I'm already dead, I passed away last week when you called. Chapter 125, Yin Yang World. Dead? Qi Yan looked at his friend in disbelief. A wry smile flickered across Song Jin's flat face. That's right, I'm dead, but I forgot, so I stayed with you guys as if nothing happened. But this morning, when I woke up, I found my hand pressing on Huan's neck. I almost killed her. He said here, lowering his head and looking at his hands. Those large and dependable hands were still trembling slightly. The feeling was like being possessed. I was scared, so I ran out of the house. Then I finally remembered, I'm already dead, killed by an evil ghost lurking near the victim's body while investigating a case. He clutched his head in agony, and now I've become a ghost myself. Qi Yan could only look blankly at him, and as he spoke, thin streaks of black mist tinged with blood began to seep from Song Jin's body, and his eyes turned blood red. A person killed by an evil ghost often turns into a vengeful or malevolent spirit, inadvertently harming the living around them. Song Jin was right, he had already become a vengeful ghost. I don't know what to do. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and harm Huan and the child, so I swallowed the talismans you gave me before. Now I feel my strength weakening gradually. I think it's time for me to go. Brother Qi, you're the only one I consider a life and death brother. My last request is, please take care of Huan and the child for me. As Song Jin finished speaking, his entire form grew thinner and thinner until it dissolved into a barely humanoid black mist. The mist bowed in Qi Yan's direction one last time, then slowly disappeared. The chilling sensation in the bedroom dissipated with it. Qi Yan sat there stunned, wiping the wetness from his eyes as he cursed under his breath. Why didn't you come to me first when things went wrong? You ended up dissipating your soul entirely. But no matter how much he cursed, it wouldn't change anything. Song Jin was truly gone, vanished without a trace. And then I finally remembered, I am dead, killed by an evil ghost hiding near the corpse of the victim during an investigation. Brother Qi, isn't it strange? We just took a missing person case. The reporter was the wife of the missing man. She said her husband has been missing for 2 days and couldn't be found anywhere. However, we found the victim's body in a hotel. According to the autopsy results, her husband had already been dead for 7 days. The words that Song Jin had spoken earlier echoed alternately in Qi Yan's mind. Rushing down from the bed, he rushed to the desk and quickly flipped through Yingji's notebook. Based on Song Jin's statement, he undoubtedly encountered something similar to the events at He Family Village or the Concealed Mountain. However, our city was not such an isolated and restricted area. How could such occurrences happen here? He couldn't let Song Jin die for nothing, remaining passive and doing absolutely nothing. He needed to investigate, to clearly understand what exactly was happening with this world, with the place where he lived. Qi Yan quickly flipped to the section detailing the technique allowing one to see both aspects of the true yin-yang reality of the world. This time, overwhelmed by emotion, after performing the ritual, he felt only a slight burning and pain in his eyes, similar to that night in the Noah shrine. The heat and discomfort soon disappeared. Upon reopening his eyes, the world he saw was completely different. An extremely thick, black ghost qi churned above the city sky, leaving no light visible anywhere in the vast heavens, with every spot in sight covered by this oppressive black qi. Qi Yan leaned on the balcony railing and looked down. In the bustling crowds, there were regular people and a surprisingly large number of ashen-faced, shadowless people. All were unaware of their surrounding conditions. Still unsure, Qi Yan hurriedly got dressed, grabbed his keys, and dashed out of his home. Walking along the streets amid the steel and concrete forest of the city, looking up at the heavy overcast sky, this sense of helplessness and despair intensified. He witnessed several evil ghosts pushing a pedestrian off a bridge, yet was too late to rescue them. The surrounding people appeared to have seen nothing of the event. When he reached the location where the person fell into the water, all he could see were floating bodies drowned in the river. Even more terrifying, a pale figure identical in appearance and attire to the individual who had just fallen emerged in the exact same spot, proceeding nonchalantly onward. He might be going home, or perhaps attending a gathering, possibly destined to unintentionally kill another human being, much like Song Jin did. Not everyone can wake up as promptly as Song Jin did. The sky stained with ghostly qi seemed even darker than before. What a chaotic and inverted world this is. Evil ghosts run rampant, yin and yang are reversed, the realm of the living has become a hell, and the human world is on the brink of its end. You don't know whether the close friends and family around you are human or ghost. Maybe right now, they're talking to you while their bodies lie only a step away, unseen by everyone. You have no idea when the evil ghosts nearby might suddenly take your life. The thing that could kill you may be either an evil ghost lurking in the shadows or what you think is a human. You might not even know whether you are still alive or have long been dead. Perhaps the place you just passed holds your own corpse. One by one, all people die without exception, until the whole world becomes another family village. What seems like everyday normalcy hides a completely altered world beneath it. What a terrifying world. What a hopeless future. Qi Yan was walking home purely out of instinct. He saw a few evil ghosts fidgeting beside him, but these ghostly figures seemed to fear something and dared not approach him. A drizzle began in the sky, then turned into a heavy rainstorm that soon drenched him from head to toe. Yet Qi Yan paid no attention to the surroundings. When he arrived at his doorstep and pulled out his keys, the door swung open before he could unlock it. A warm and comforting atmosphere instantly enveloped him, driving away the cold dampness of the rain. The faint aroma of fresh fish soup wafted through the air. Yi Yingji frowned disapprovingly as she held the door open, pulling Qi Yan inside. She didn't hesitate to embrace him despite his dripping wet clothes. Why did you go out alone? And why are you so soaked? Do you want me to never let you out of my sight again, Ayan? Yi Yingji grumbled as she took out clean clothes and a large towel, leading Qi Yan into the bathroom. Without hesitation, she stripped off his soaked clothes, pushed him under the shower head, and turned on hot water for him to rinse away the cold. When she thought he had warmed up enough, she dried him thoroughly with a towel and patiently dressed him in dry clothes. Throughout the entire process, Qi Yan remained stiff and motionless, completely compliant with Yi Yingji's actions. Yi Yingji noticed his abnormal state and leaned down to kiss his left cheek softly. Ayan, what's wrong? Qi Yan averted his eyes, avoiding her gaze. I just got some news, Song Jin is gone. Huan doesn't know yet. Closing her eyes briefly, Yi Yingji hugged him tightly, gently soothing him. It's okay, Ayan. You still have me. I'll always be by your side. Qi Yan felt a heavy chill settle over his heart. He finally understood the words his grandfather once said, your friend is surrounded by oppressive ghost qi and yin energy. Now, he could see things even more clearly than his grandfather did. The man before him exuded deep, tangible ghost qi, with a pallid complexion carrying the unmistakable aura of death. Streams of ghost qi emanated constantly from his body, converging and reinforcing the vast barrier of ghost qi spreading across the sky. Through the layers of ghost qi, Qi Yan could still make out the man's handsome features, but he knew beyond doubt that this was not the form of a living person. Qi Yan reached out and embraced Yingji's waist, leaning his head against him and calling out quietly, Yingji. No one knew his bedfellow better than he did, it was just that he had been deliberately turning a blind eye. He remembered vividly how that young man would calmly drink various medicines, and when he naively asked if it tasted bitter, the other would smile sweetly and say, as long as I can stay by Ayan's side, no bitterness will matter. But when did those words change into, brother will always be by your side? Previously, he had always feared leaving Ayan behind, yet now he appeared most determined to remain forever. There were no secrets between them. There was no way Qi Yan could have been deceived. At the moment when doubts about Su Rui's words arose, all Yi Yingji did was smile and ask back, does Ayan think brother is already dead? Then he would dismissively say, all the Zus have been blinded by ghost Qi, so their words mean nothing. He skillfully concealed the truth, ensuring that Qi Yan would never uncover it. Regardless of what happened, regardless of what others said, even if pitted against the world, Qi Yan firmly believed in Yi Yingji and supported him. Yet, ironically, it was Yi Yingji himself who exposed the secret. The method to see through everything was written in the notebook given to Qi Yan, penned by Yi Yingji himself. Su Rui was absolutely right back then. It wasn't Z who killed Boyi, rather, Boyi died because of Z. None of those people were directly killed by Yi Yingji, but the creation of this inverted reality, a human world turned into hell, was deeply intertwined with him. Yi Yingji wanted to stay in this world, and there was nothing wrong with that. However, he was no ordinary ghost, his impact was immense. Qi Yan tilted his head upward, initiating a kiss on Yi Yingji's cool lips. His eyes gazed upward into Yi Yingji's, filled with a misty haze. Yingji, he called out his name softly again, making a request like a spoilt child, I want to go see Huan tomorrow. Will you wait for me at home? And I also want to eat your braised pork ribs, make sure to leave some soup so I can mix it with rice. It'd be great if there was a vegetable dish and a soup too. Also, I crave lamb pies. You always have so many requests, thinking about food all the time. Yi Yingji chuckled, pulling him to sit by the dining table as he carried out 2 bowls of steaming fish soup, everything will be made for you. Chapter 126, Sharpening. Many years ago, when Qi Yan first entered university, he took a course. This course explored various philosophical schools and their value orientations. It discussed Ayn Rand, Robert Nozick, John Rawls, Immanuel Kant, and in class, they explored fairness and justice. He particularly remembered a class discussion about a hypothetical problem. Assume there is one person in the world called Jia. If killing Jia would allow everyone else in the world to live better, should Jia be killed? If Jia is someone completely useless to the world and killing him would let others live better, should Jia be killed? A similar question to this is the famous trolley problem. An out-of-control trolley rushes along the track. On its current path, it will hit and kill 10 people. You have a lever nearby. If you pull it, the trolley will switch tracks, but then it will kill 3 other people on that track. Ignoring social rules and other factors, and focusing solely on value orientation, should you pull the lever? When young, we know very little and love to speak grandly of our insights, believing them to be profound. But the more one knows, sees, and understands, the less one dares to make hasty judgments easily. The first step towards growing up is learning to listen humbly to different voices. This morning, Chi Yen suddenly recalled that question discussed in class long ago: what if the existence of Jia makes the world worse for everyone? And what if Jia were the person you loved most, your beloved connected soul deep and heart deep? Chi Yen was not a Benthamite utilitarian, yet his life was no longer as simple as an end-of-term essay question. Yingji was far from an innocent sacrificee like Jia. He was instead an ultimate evil force among ghosts and evil spirits that could not be easily confronted or vanquished. Chi Yen had not lied to Yingji. He really did buy some skincare products to visit Tao Huanhuan. Song Jin's spirit had already dissipated, and his body would definitely soon be discovered. Before leaving, Song Jin asked Chi Yen to keep this news from Tao Huanhuan, but Chi Yen wasn't sure how long this could be hidden. Tao Huanhuan warmly welcomed him into her home, scolding Song Jin half-heartedly for quite a while. She said he had left on another business trip, sending her a message only after he'd gone. He mentioned he'd been assigned to a confidential mission, during which his phone would remain off, making any contact impossible. Though frustration tinged her face, her expression mostly radiated love and longing for her absent lover. It seemed she didn't yet know Song Jin was gone. Chi Yen guessed Song Jin must have sent her that message just before finding him, after realizing his own death. Chi Yen quickly lowered his head to mask his emotions. After a few seconds, he looked up toward Tao Huanhuan's belly and laughed. "Let's not talk about Song anymore. I'm here to see how my goddaughter is doing." Tao Huanhuan also laughed. "We don't even know if it's a boy or a girl yet. How do you know it's a girl?" Of course, Chi Yen had no way of knowing the gender of Tao Huanhuan's unborn child. However, before his death, Song Jin had always talked about wanting a daughter who resembled Tao Huanhuan rather than himself. He'd also said having a son wouldn't be bad since he could teach him to play football. That's why Chi Yen casually made such a comment. Chi Yan's eyes moved towards the place where the baby resided inside Tao Huanhuan, and he couldn't help but pause. The effect of the magic on his eyes hadn't worn off yet, so he still saw clearly through the veil of reality to the true state between yin and yang. At that moment, he could plainly see a thick cloud of dark energy clustering around Tao Huanhuan's abdomen, trying desperately to pierce into the womb holding the baby, blocked by her faint positive energy which wasn't strong enough to resist the invasion. A fetus requires nourishment of the surrounding vital energy and yang energy to grow within its mother. However, now that yin and yang are reversed and ghostly energies rule the skies, the yang and living energy around them become increasingly sparse. The child inside has no choice but to rely on the scarce living energy provided by the mother to survive. Additionally, with evil entities lurking nearby and ready to seize possession of the vulnerable, incompletely formed human body, the situation is perilous. If things continued this way, Tao Huanhuan might not be able to sustain her pregnancy, and the baby itself would face grave danger. Or perhaps the dangers Chi Yen imagined may not happen as quickly, because even before they occurred, Tao Huanhuan could easily lose her life during a stroll outside, victimized by more and more wicked ghosts hiding in the shadows. Her child might transform into a ghost embryo without ever coming into the world. Song Jin chose to disperse his soul to avoid harming Tao Huanhuan and her child, yet even so, in this inverted yin-yang world, their safety and well-being cannot be guaranteed. On the pretense of using the restroom, Chi Yen secretly bit his left index finger, drawing a few talismans of peace and handed them over to Tao Huanhuan, instructing her to carry them with her at all times. As he was about to leave, he swept his hand, drenched in blood, lightly above Tao Huanhuan's abdomen, brushing away those ominous dark clouds. His action appeared as though he were patting the baby from afar. He looked up, smiling with arched eyebrows at Tao Huanhuan. "Take care of yourself. Little Song will surely grow up safely and become someone even greater and more capable than Big Song." Tao Huanhuan smiled as she saw him off. After leaving the Song family's home, Chi Yen didn't go straight home. Instead, he walked to a nearby park, found an empty bench, and sat down. From his backpack, he took out a book, placing it carefully on his knees and began flipping through its pages cautiously. The book was already in poor condition, its paper soft and yellowed. Many pages had fallen out and were carefully kept inside by Chi Yen. This was one of the 3 books Chi Yen had taken from his home years ago, also the oldest and most abstruse one. Most of the techniques and formations described within were beyond his comprehension, so after reading through it once, he put it away until needed for inspiration. But he remembered that there was a technique recorded in this book that could send evil spirits to the other world. And vaguely, he recalled that one cost of performing this technique was the life of the practitioner himself. Chi Yen lowered his head and gently flipped through the pages, searching for the words he remembered, until finally he found what he was looking for. "With their bones into my heart." Chi Yen mumbled, a smile crossing his face. He had remembered wrong. According to the book, the practitioner would have to guard the array's core and wouldn't have time to escape. After death, they would enter the other world along with the evil spirit. This was exactly what he wanted because, in this world, the only person he truly cared about was Yingji. Even though Yingji wasn't really human anymore. Qi Yan meticulously reviewed the conditions of the technique, committing them to memory before putting the book away and preparing to return home. There were many conditions required for the technique, most of which were easy to meet, but one part was tricky, with their bones into my heart, meaning he needed to use the bone of the evil spirit in his own heart, stained with the blood of his very soul. His heart was here, but getting Yingji's bone wouldn't be simple. He remembered Yingji telling him that his grave was in the forbidden area of the Yi family's hidden mountain estate, guarded by Yi clan members who were no longer human. Sitting on the bus back home, surrounded by demons and spirits that instinctively kept their distance from him, Qi Yan suddenly had an idea. There was something he'd always overlooked. The lowly evil entities and ghosts all feared him, for two reasons. First, his innate demonic aura, especially in his blood. Second, the small porcelain bottle given to him by Yingji during the New Year holiday when he went to college. He hadn't thought much about it before, but now, recalling Su Rui's words then, Yingji had already been the head of the Yi family and had died long before that. That was why Yingji hesitated to meet him face to face directly. So what could the already deceased Yingji brother have sent him? What could possibly be inside the porcelain bottle that terrified those demons and spirits so much? What could a person leave behind after death that warranted being sent over such great distances with instructions to carry it close? At this thought, Qi Yan couldn't sit still any longer. He stood up abruptly and got off at the next stop. He hailed a taxi to the nearest craft store where custom ceramic and metalwork pieces were made, as advertised online. Walking in, Qi Yan approached the owner directly, unhooking the small porcelain bottle that hung around his neck and handing it over. "Boss, can you cut open this little bottle without damaging it too much, take out what's inside, and then restore it exactly as it was?" The porcelain bottle was seamless and perfectly smooth, showing no signs of joints or seams, indicating that great care had been taken in its creation. The owner studied it carefully for a moment before agreeing that it could be done. Qi Yan nodded. "Can you start right now? I'll wait here. It's rather urgent, so I'm happy to pay extra for expedited service." Not overly complex work, the boss agreed without hesitation. Qi Yan stood nervously nearby, his breathing becoming gradually quicker. If he was right, the thing he needed should be inside. Finally, the porcelain bottle was opened. Qi Yan didn't let the boss proceed further, instead personally taking out a small yellow cloth pouch from within. He held it briefly in his hand before asking the boss to start restoring the porcelain bottle. The pouch contained a powder-like substance, but its outer surface was inscribed with countless binding talismans. Qi Yan felt his breath catch. Yingji had gone further than he'd guessed earlier. He had assumed that Yingji merely sent his ashes to protect him against evil influences, but it seemed that there was more to the story. Those talismans clearly indicated that Yingji had attached at least a portion of his spirit onto this urn of ashes. He had previously thought that the moments of crisis he managed to avert were solely due to the spells Yingji had cast on the porcelain bottle. Now, it seemed clearer that Yingji had been constantly watching over him and personally intervening whenever danger arose. Qi Yan couldn't help but think back to that night at the Noa Spirit Temple. At the time, the situation was so dire, his life hanging by a thread. Why had Brother Yingji refrained from stepping in to save him? And then he froze, realizing a possible explanation, an explanation that made perfect sense no matter how he looked at it. It wasn't that Yingji had been detained by something and thus unable to act, rather, he had acted, but Qi Yan hadn't recognized him. What were the odds that such a coincidental thing could happen? The entity at the Noa Spirit Temple clearly possessed the ability to alter destiny, residing there for long periods yet choosing not to intervene until Qi Yan arrived, deciding just then to break through the ghostly mist surrounding He family village. Moreover, no divine or demonic being would casually rescue someone just to demand a kiss in return. Especially not one whose magic matched exactly what was described in the notebook, capable of effortlessly drawing away the malevolent spirits over He family village. For him, subduing those spirits had been effortless because he himself carried an even darker ghostly energy, hundreds of times stronger than what lingered over He family village. How could there be such a devious person in this world? Knowing full well that Qi Yan wasn't a good person, someone who often caused frustration, and yet still loving him even more deeply. Yingji. While Qi Yan's thoughts wandered, the shop owner had already resealed the porcelain bottle. Upon close inspection, some flaws and seams were visible, but at a glance, it appeared largely unchanged from before. Qi Yan thanked the owner, placing the porcelain bottle back around his neck while starting to untie the threads of the small cloth pouch in his hand. "There's one more favor I'd like to ask of you," he said. "Could you make me a dagger and incorporate these powders into it? I'll stay here and watch you as you work." He had noticed samples in the shop, decorative swords and knives available for custom orders. Qi Yan added extra money to compensate the owner. "Would you mind sharpening the blade while you're at it? A master recently advised me to hang a dagger in my living room to ward off evil, saying only a sharpened one would be effective." Of course, Qi Yan wasn't doing this to ward off evil. The person he cherished most was the very essence of evil. Chapter 127, With You. Qi Yan put the dagger he had forged into his backpack and went home. After finishing it, he tried it out. Its sharpness was satisfactory, at least enough to meet his needs. To craft this dagger, the owner of the craft store had taken Qi Yan to a nearby factory they often collaborated with. By the time everything was done and they returned, it was already past 7 in the evening. Qi Yan directly hailed a taxi home. As soon as he entered the door, he smelled the inviting aroma of pork ribs mixed with soup. After changing clothes inside, Qi Yan came out to find 2 dishes of vegetables already on the dining table, one sautéed with garlic and the other stir-fried plain. They were all dishes Qi Yan liked to eat. In the center stood a pale yellow sandpot covered by a lid, but irresistible fragrances still seeped through. There was another larger pot nearby. When Qi Yan opened it, he saw silver ear fungus, wolfberries, and pear chunks floating in the soup, which he had ordered yesterday. Having been busy outside all day, Qi Yan's stomach was growling, and his eyes bulged when he looked at the pot containing pork ribs. Just then, Yi Yingji emerged from the kitchen holding a snow-white porcelain plate. He placed it on the table and smiled at the sight of Qi Yan's expression. "Why did you come back so late? Are you this hungry?" The porcelain plate contained a stack of freshly cooked lamb-filled pancakes, golden brown and gleaming with oil. Qi Yan moved his gaze from the pancakes and recited his pre-prepared excuse. "Song Jin isn't around, so I accompanied Huan for her follow-up checkup. We were at the hospital all day and didn't eat much. Except for the last part, the rest was fabricated." Seeing how starved Qi Yan really was, Yi Yingji fetched bowls and chopsticks and called him to eat. At the dining table, he briefly inquired about Tao Huan and the child's condition. "Everything else is fine, just a little weak," Qi Yan said. Well then, Yi Yingji selected a piece of pork rib and handed it to Qi Yan, casually saying, "I'll go with you to visit them another day." Qi Yan mumbled an acknowledgement, lowering his head while eating the ribs to avoid meeting Yi Yingji's gaze. That night, Qi Yan clung to Yi Yingji more than usual. After dinner, when Yi Yingji settled onto the sofa in the living room to read, Qi Yan followed him and sat next to him, trying to burrow into his arms, stealing kisses whenever he got the chance. Sitting there with a book in hand, Yi Yingji managed to maintain an unperturbed demeanor initially. However, when Qi Yan began licking and nibbling on his Adam's apple, he could no longer contain himself. He set the book aside, leaned back against the sofa, and sighed while tenderly running his fingers through Qi Yan's hair. "Ian, why are you being so sweet today? Did you do something bad behind my back?" Qi Yan released his throat, kneeling on the edge of the couch ahead of him, and kissed his jawline, muttering, "No, I just want to ask brother to accompany me to look at the stars." This big boy, who usually showed no particular interest in astronomy and had grown up under Yi Yingji's watchful eye, wouldn't suddenly think of looking at the stars without reason. Yi Yingji dodged to the left, looking down at him with a slightly stern face. "Tell the truth." Unwilling to let go, Qi Yan pursued him, clinging tightly and calling his name. "Yingji, will you come with me?" Since Qi Yan turned 15, Yi Yingji hadn't seen him pout and act unreasonable like this. He simply couldn't resist, feeling utterly powerless. He helplessly smiled and patted Qi Yan's back. "All right, stand up first, I'll go with you." Not just looking at the stars, even plucking the stars, Yi Yingji would be unable to refuse accompanying him. Qi Yan knew how to drive and had a license, but since there was no car at home, he rarely drove. The driver for the Yi family had driven their car down to pick them up, yet Qi Yan insisted on driving Yi Yingji himself. Yi Yingji made a subtle gesture, and though the driver wasn't entirely confident in the young master's driving skills, he had no choice but to obediently hand over the keys. Fortunately, Qi Yan's house was relatively close to the west mountain they were headed to. The city of Ar wasn't very large, and nighttime was less bustling with fewer cars. To Yi Yingji's surprise, Qi Yan's driving skills were better than expected, allowing them to reach the west mountain smoothly. Qi Yan helped Yi Yingji climb slowly upward. Even though he now certainly knew that his brother Yingji was perfectly healthy and free of any illness. They stopped at a flat area halfway up the mountain. Although it was already summer, the mountain nights were still somewhat cool. Qi Yan, carrying a big bag and a smaller bag, was well prepared. After stopping, he took out a plastic sheet and laid it on the ground. Then, he placed 2 cushions on it and spread a large blanket, wrapping both of them together after they were seated. Yi Yingji chuckled. "You've thought of everything." He glanced at the large bag Qi Yan carried, asking, "What's in the bag?" Qi Yan brought over his backpack from the side and took out 2 cans of beer, along with some beef jerky and snacks. He handed a can to Yi Yingji, saying, "Here's something to eat." Yi Yingji looked at him deeply as he accepted the beer but did not open it, instead softly saying, "Ian, you told me to follow the doctor's advice, no drinking for me. This is just between us." Qi Yan smiled and kissed him gently. "Brother, have a little drink with me." Yi Yingji said no more and opened the can. If he would give his life for Ian, how much more so having a drink? Qi Yan drank the beer while talking about what had happened since he left the Qi family. Occasionally, they clinked their cans together. Many of the stories Qi Yan had already shared when he reunited with Yi Yingji during his last visit to the Qi home. But back then, he hadn't mentioned just how much he'd missed Yi Yingji during that time. As he spoke, Qi Yan turned his head toward Yi Yingji. "Brother Yingji, all these years, why didn't you come see me? How could you bear letting me be alone?" His eyes were already glistening with redness. For a moment, Yi Yingji thought he saw the 16-year-old boy who left the Qi household lonely and helpless, the boy he'd pampered in his heart for 7 years until being abruptly forced to cut all ties. Across so many years, he was still asking why Yi Yingji had ignored him, why he hadn't wanted him anymore. Yi Yingji felt like his throat was clogged, he couldn't speak. He lowered his head and closed his eyes, kissing Qi Yan's eyelid. After pausing for a moment, he said, "Back then, brother wasn't in good health, and later on, I became the head of the Yi family, leaving me without the strength or free time. It was brother's mistake." He knew how hollow this excuse sounded. Qi Yan had always been the most important one in his heart. If he could, if it were allowed, how could he have possibly avoided seeing him? Qi Yan didn't pursue it further. He simply hummed, as though accepting this reasonable-sounding explanation, and switched to another question. "Ingji, what exactly happened to the Yi family back then? Why did your uncle and the two older brothers suddenly pass away one after another, leaving only you?" Yi Ingji lowered his gaze. "My father reached his age and passed away peacefully. I don't know what he was thinking, but in his final will, he insisted on passing the position of family head to me. My two brothers, after fighting and waiting for so long, wouldn't accept it, naturally. So they finally conspired and attempted to do something to harm me, to kill me. But they didn't expect that they would be destroyed by their own actions instead. These kinds of things don't sound good to talk about outside, so I said they died from sudden illness." These things were of course not hidden from Qi Yan if he wanted to ask. But Qi Yan unexpectedly asked again, "How exactly did they die?" "They were killed by their own actions." Yi Ingji had patience and repeated it once more. Qi Yan looked at him. "How exactly were they killed by their own actions?" This time, Yi Ingji's expression changed, staring seriously at Qi Yan. "Ian, did you hear something about this?" "I know." Qi Yan hugged him, resting his head against Yi Ingji's chest. "I just want to know how exactly they ended up dying from their own actions." Yi Ingji suddenly smiled, leaning down to lightly kiss Qi Yan's hair, his dark eyes reflecting the night sky, impenetrable, unfathomable. "Ian, do you already know?" Qi Yan closed his eyes and remained silent. Then Yi Ingji's voice, steady and distant, carried through the night. "With my condition at that point, I wouldn't have lived much longer anyway. I couldn't even leave the Yi family to see you for the last time. They couldn't wait, bribed people to set an evil spirit array under my bed to kill me. When I drew my last breath, I transformed directly into a ghost. Ghostly qi reversed and surged, destroying the practitioners completely. Not a single one survived." He spoke as though recounting a story completely unrelated to himself. He picked up Qi Yan and placed him on his lap, affectionately leaning down to kiss his nose tip, softly saying, "Little troublemaker, all you wanted was for brother to tell you this? To tell you that I'm already a dead man? Tell you that I couldn't go see you because at the time, I wasn't even fit to be considered alive, and then later, I had completely become a ghost. And I also know that the reason Engshan turned out the way it did was mostly due to the ghostly qi generated day and night after my death. But I couldn't let go of you, not at first, thinking I'd never find peace unless I saw you one last time, and then later, realizing that if I were to cleanly leave and hand you over to someone else, it would be even worse than death, utterly intolerable. Ian, I want to be with you forever, to stay by your side forever. Even if I have to pretend to be human and keep this secret from you for the rest of our lives, it doesn't matter. Now that you know, do you hate me, fear me, or despise me? Do you think it would have been better if I had died cleanly back then and nothing else would have happened?" Qi Yan was furiously shaking his head. He couldn't quite figure out what exactly he was negating, so he simply continued shaking until he finally tightened his grip around Yi Ingji's neck and leaned forward to kiss and nibble at his lips, preventing him from speaking any further. What began as a one-sided attack gradually turned into a long, deep kiss. After they broke apart, Qi Yan rested his forehead on Yi Ingji's chin and softly called his name, "Ingji. I love you, no matter what you become, I will always love you, forever." But the depth of his feelings buried them, making it hard to express such emotions easily in front of the one he loved. In the end, he only looked up with misty eyes toward Yi Ingji and said, "Ingji, if I go to another world, would you be willing to come with me?" The malevolent energy within him was growing stronger and more rampant, continuing this way, not just the hidden mountains, not just our city, but the entire world would soon transform into that ominous state. They could run nowhere that it wouldn't follow. Willing, Yi Ingji slightly lowered his head and gazed at him, gently brushing Qi Yan's eyes with his thumb. "Wherever you go, I'll be there with you." He embraced Qi Yan tightly. "Ian, promise to stay by my side forever." Qi Yan revealed a faint smile. He knew for sure that brother Ingji would be willing to stay by his side forever. Suddenly, streaks of starlight dragging long tails flashed across the pitch-black night sky. At first, they were just a few scattered dots, but soon they formed an immense stream of meteors. It was a meteor shower. Yi Ingji briefly glanced at the sky. "No wonder you suddenly insisted we come out to look at stars." "Ian." His sentence remained incomplete as his voice turned trembling and desperate, as though witnessing the end of the world. Even if the true apocalypse stood before him, he might have shown indifference. Qi Yan retrieved a dagger from his backpack and, taking advantage of the moment Yi Ingji turned his head, plunged it into his own heart on the left side of his chest. With the action, the plastic sheet laid out on the ground, illuminated by the dazzling starlight above, emitted a weak glow. This was the ritual array Qi Yan had drawn earlier with his blood. With the dim light and covered by the cushion, it went unnoticed before. Yi Ingji held Qi Yan tightly in his arms, unable to utter a single word, finally managing only 3 words between clenched teeth, "Little troublemaker." Qi Yan clutched at his clothes, his gaze soft and tender. "Brother promised to stay with me. Do you regret? He wanted to ask if Yingji regretted his actions, but lacked the strength to finish the last syllable. Yingji's expression returned to calmness as he gently embraced him. I don't regret it. While I am still human, I've held you in my truly warm arms. I don't regret anything. What he silently conveyed was that, in this life, having been able to hold the person he loves as a human being, he bore no regrets. The earthly and heavenly stars slowly converged together, encircling them. Yingji kissed Qi Yan's brows and watched as the beloved in his arms closed their eyes. Of course, he saw through the effect of this technique right away. Ian was willing to die in order to pull him into another world, so he decided to go along. All he felt was sorrow. This stab, it hurt too much. Chapter 128, he is about to wake up. In the distance, it was pitch black, with no end in sight. Only near him did an unknown yellowish light shine, but this light did not alleviate the terror and oppression of the surroundings at all. Instead, it magnified the strangeness of the scene. On either side of the walls under the light, countless twisted black shadows appeared. The ones closer could barely be seen as human shapes, while those further back were only indistinct dark silhouettes. They jostled about, inching closer towards his shadow on the ground. Qi Yan whimpered and struggled awake from the dream, regaining awareness slightly after seeing the familiar ceiling, and instinctively squeezed towards the direction of the man sleeping beside him without a second thought. The man unconsciously reached out to embrace him. Did you have another nightmare? Earlier, this person clearly didn't want to be held due to the heat, but when frightened, immediately retreated back into safety. Truly ungrateful and forgetful. Though criticizing silently, he still couldn't help feeling heartache, making his voice even gentler. Don't be afraid, it's all fake, I'm here. Qi Yan softly, ed and hugged him even tighter without letting go. He dared not tell his lover that what he dreamed of was not merely a simple dream, it was something he had personally experienced, a horrific memory. It happened several years ago, when Qi Yan had just graduated from high school. He was anxiously waiting at home for his college entrance exam results. His cousin Wang Xing came back home during the break and upon seeing his restlessness, suggested they both go out for a walk to clear his mind so he wouldn't worry idly at home every day. Qi Yan's parents, hearing this, also supported the idea and encouraged him to go out and play with his cousin. Wang Sheng was the son of Qi Yan's aunt, and although he was only 3 years older than Qi Yan, that year he was moving from his 3rd year to the 4th year of university, studying something related to geography and geology. In the summer vacation of the 3rd year, their school required them to do a field practice as a group before going back and writing reports, which they needed to display later. Wang Xing grouped up with his girlfriend Lu Yu, and 2 other classmates from the same department, Cheng Tao and Li Fengkai, to form a 4-person team. What was supposed to be field practice could easily be turned into travel, they only needed to submit a plan and schedule ahead of time. So Wang Xing consulted with the other 3 if they could bring along his cousin Qi Yan. After all, Qi Yan was no longer too young and could manage his basic living needs independently. Although Lu Yu was Wang Xing's girlfriend, she would need her own room for staying outside, but Qi Yan could bunk with Wang Xing to save costs. Since Qi Yan was close in age to them, the other 3 readily agreed after hearing the plan. Wang Xing and the group chose to visit the unique landforms and topography in Guang province to carry out their fieldwork. The area was dotted with various hills, basins, gorges, and developed many types of karst landscapes. It had many famous scenic spots itself that represented distinct geographic beauty, undoubtedly making it an excellent place for practice. The young people spent 10 days traveling in Guang province, visiting the more renowned attractions, collecting enough materials to write their reports. While on the train back to the provincial capital, they met a middle-aged man. On the old green train car, there was a small table with 2 rows of seats on each side, where 6 people could sit. The man sat exactly with their 5-person group in the window seat and naturally began chatting with them. Upon learning that Wang Sheng and the others were studying geography, the man was quite surprised, saying that he also conducted geological research and currently worked in the provincial capital of Guang. Knowing they were there for a field practice, he warmly recommended his hometown to them, suggesting they search for a place called Hongtu Village. There, he said, were many unexplored canyons and caves nearby, scenes even prettier than many tourist spots, and also of higher academic value. After hearing this, all 4 of Wang Xing's group were moved. Wang Sheng and Lu Yu wanted to see untouched natural scenery. Li Fengkai had practical considerations, having heard that the grades of the field practice reports could affect graduate study opportunities. Wanting to stay within the same school and department to continue his studies, he wished to make the results of the practice outstanding. He had always felt that the materials they obtained before were somewhat plain and wasn't entirely satisfied, so after hearing this, he became especially enthusiastic about encouraging the team to visit this Hongtu village again, thinking that it would take no more than 3 or 4 extra days. Their summer break started early because of the fieldwork, and there were nearly 2 months before the start of the new semester. They could afford to spend a few more days. Thus, after getting off the train, through online searches and inquiries along the way, they finally managed to locate the location of Hongtu village. At the Soul Inn in the village, they met a young man who introduced himself as Lu Shun. Lu Shun told them that the roads nearby were difficult to navigate and directions hard to find, but he could serve as their guide and lead them to the places with unique landform and geology features. All they needed to pay was 100 yuan per day. 100 yuan was not much money. Split between them, each person only had to pay 20 yuan, and having a local guide would certainly save them a lot of trouble. Wang Sheng and the others considered it for a moment and agreed. Qi Yan, who was the youngest at the time and had been told by his parents to follow his cousin's instructions, didn't have much say in decisions and just followed Wang Sheng like a little helper. The five rested at the inn for the night and set out into the mountains the next morning at 8 o'clock when Lu Shan came to call them. The hills here were not too high but had many deep and quiet canyons. Lu Shan led them into one of the canyons, which they walked through for a long while. Li Fengkai and the others discovered a great deal of valuable material along the way. Stopping occasionally to gather samples and take pictures, they were all thrilled and felt that coming here had been worth it. Around 3 in the afternoon, Lu Shan brought them to the entrance of a cave, saying that the sights inside were even more special, and asked if they wanted to go in. All 5 young people were already quite tired, and it wasn't early. Returning the same way would get them back to the village around 6 or 7. But tempted by Lu Shan's descriptions of the beauty inside the cave, they thought that if they missed this chance, there probably wouldn't be another opportunity to see it. Cheng Tao asked Lu Shan how big the cave was, and he replied that it wasn't very large, so they could simply look around briefly and leave. Therefore, Cheng Tao and the group said they would enter to take a look, planning to stay no more than half an hour before leaving so as to ensure they wouldn't be traveling back in total darkness. Inside, the cave was dark. Cheng Tao and Wang Sheng turned on their flashlights, but as soon as they stepped inside, a large stone fell outside the entrance and blocked it off. Cheng Tao shouted loudly, "Lu Shan, what are we going to do? How are we supposed to get out?" But there was no response. Only the light of the flashlight revealed the looks of alarm on the faces of the 5 youths staring at each other. A moment later, Li Fengkai broke the silence. He seemed to have stayed behind last, not entering. Their mobile phones already had no signal when they entered the canyon, so calling for help from within the cave was impossible. Various ominous thoughts crept into everyone's minds, though none voiced them. They tried to push away the stones blocking the exit but it proved fruitless. Cheng Tao shone the flashlight around to observe the surroundings and suddenly pointed the beam down, saying, "There's water here, there must be an underground river. Moreover, we can feel air movement with some wind. There must be more than one cave entrance in this area, and the canyon region isn't large, meaning the cave should not be overly long. Following the water and the wind, we should be able to find an exit." It was useless to keep pushing and shouting near the sealed-off cave entrance, so following Cheng Tao's suggestion, they moved further into the cave. Inside the cave, it was chillingly cold. Qi Yan put on his light jacket but still felt the bone-deep chill, hugging himself instinctively. Moreover, whether it was an illusion or not, he constantly felt like he was being watched by numerous pairs of eyes, yet clearly there were only the 5 of them around. An hour passed, and all 5 began feeling more exhausted. Most exhausting of all was the mental anguish. They had no idea how far they still needed to go or how much longer it would take. With their phones' batteries nearly depleted, they turned off their devices except for Wang Xing holding Qi Yan's phone lighting the way ahead. Suddenly, complete darkness enveloped them all as Qi Yan's phone automatically powered off due to low battery. Wang Xing quickly switched on his own phone, shining its light around to reveal the 5 still together, a water pool of unknown depth to the right side of the cave, and a forked path ahead. Wang Xing checked the direction of the wind but was unsure which path to take. Cheng Tao standing beside him silently raised a finger pointing to the left. So, led by Wang Sheng, the 5 went toward the left route with Qi Yan and Li Fengkai walking last. Qi Yan was initially walking last when Li Fengkai deliberately slowed down 2 steps to come alongside him and whispered quietly, "Shao Qi, brother has a question for you. Did you notice anything about brother Cheng just now?" Qi Yan shook his head. Li Fengkai muttered under his breath almost as if speaking to himself, "But I just heard something fall into the water. At the exact moment your brother reactivated his phone, I saw Cheng Tao crawl out of the water and even gave me a smile. Yet he hasn't mentioned anything, and his clothes aren't wet. Could I have been mistaken?" Qi Yan's heart leapt, but he forced a laugh, saying, "Big brotherly, don't scare me. Those ghost stories are made up to frighten people, you must have been mistaken." Li Fengkai himself wasn't certain afterward and kept silent, no longer saying anything. Not long after, they suddenly heard a loud splash accompanied by a woman's scream. Li Fengkai rapidly turned on the flashlight in his hand and illuminated the source of the sound along with Wang Sheng. They saw Cheng Tao soaking in the water with only his head above the surface, laughing at them as he dragged Lu Yu into a nearby water pool. Most of Lu Yu's body had already been pulled underwater by him. Wang Sheng quickly threw his bag at that Cheng Tao and reached out to pull Lu Yu, but his strength was no match for the force dragging Lu Yu down. He himself almost fell into the pool. Qi Yan and Li Fengkai also came to help, but it was useless. At this moment, many pale arms stretched out from the water pool, reaching towards the 3 and trying to drag them in. By now, only Lu Yu's head remained above water. Seeing this, she cried and shouted, "Wang Sheng, you must run. Get out of here fast. This place is too cursed. Don't worry about me. Don't care about me. You must escape." Li Fengkai gritted his teeth and let go first. Qi Yan and Wang Sheng were almost within reach of those white, wet arms. Just then, those arms suddenly stopped. The cave seemed to come alive as countless faint yet piercing whispers echoed throughout, layer upon layer. These voices repeated one phrase, including Cheng Tao, whose lips quivered with fear evident on his face. The voices murmured the same syllables, "He's waking up. He's waking up. Taking advantage of this pause, Qi Yan pulled his cousin out of the range of those white arms, but Lu Yu was completely dragged under the water. Wang Xing still stared at the water blankly. The arms began to move again, stretching even further to reach the two. Li Fengkai shouted, "Run," and rushed forward first. Qi Yan snapped back to reality and hurriedly pulled Wang Xing to follow him clumsily. After running for a while, Li Fengkai, who was in front, suddenly stopped and looked up at the other two. "Do you think we can still escape?" There was deep despair in his eyes. "I remember that it was that thing which pointed us the way earlier." Chapter 129, Nightmare. Upon hearing Li Fengkai's words, and reminiscing about the situation just moments ago, Qi Yan and Wang Sheng were both stunned, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Retreating would mean going back to the eerie pond they had barely escaped from, something the three of them were unwilling to do. Moving forward meant not knowing what awaited them ahead or whether they would even be able to escape. Wang Sheng had yet to recover from the shock and grief of losing Lu Yu. Standing in place, he used his flashlight to try and find the path they had run along. In the dim light, he could make out a wet figure dragging its heavy body towards them. The silhouette resembled none other than that of Cheng Tao. Qi Yan and Li Fengkai also saw this figure at the same time, noticing an unmistakable fear reflected in each other's eyes. Without giving it any more thought, Wang Sheng growled, "Let's go," and led the way forward. Running past two forks in the path, they arrived at a relatively spacious cavern, estimating that they had shaken off the entity trailing them. Exhausted, they paused to catch their breath. As Qi Yan straightened up, he noticed Li Fengkai furrowing his brows while examining the camera in his hands. Though not as professional as Li Fengkai, Qi Yan could still tell that the internal structure of this cave and the rock walls were rather unique. Li Fengkai certainly wouldn't miss an opportunity like this. Before anything happened to Cheng Tao and Lu Yu, he had continuously taken pictures of the walls all around with his camera. Li Fengkai's hand was shaking uncontrollably. If it weren't for the strap connecting the camera to his neck, he might have already dropped it on the ground. Realizing something was wrong, Qi Yan and Wang Xing moved closer to take a look. In the photos illuminated by the flash, they could vaguely see black shadowy human-like figures imprinted on every wall. These shadows were things they hadn't detected with the naked eye moments earlier. Wang Xing swallowed hard and reached out to turn off the camera. "Don't look anymore. We need to keep moving forward." After all, after the deaths of Lu Yu and Cheng Tao, it was clear that this cave harbored some malevolent forces. Being afraid wouldn't help, but striving to escape might grant them a glimmer of hope for survival. Up ahead, faint rays of light began to appear within the cave. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the glow emanated from the mineral rocks atop the cave's ceiling. If the circumstances were different, Qi Yan would have surely marveled at the wonders of nature here. He hadn't seen such rocks anywhere else that emitted a soft yellowish glow, akin to candlelight diffused through a gray veil. But at this location, the sudden appearance of light brought only brief comfort before plunging them into greater terror. In this dim lighting, they could clearly see countless black shadows densely covering the rocky walls on either side. Just like those captured in Li Fengkai's photographs, these figures had vague contours. Shadows nearby revealed the outlines of humans clearly, while those further away were only fuzzy representations of people. Wang Sheng was the first to react. He shouted, "Quick! Run, they're moving!" Wang Sheng wasn't mistaken. At first glance, it was hard to notice, because the shadows moved so subtly that they were almost imperceptible to the naked eye. However, by carefully observing the distance between the shadows and their own, one could tell that these distances were growing shorter. Again, the trio bolted forward desperately, without sparing a moment to look back. Those shadows seemed roused and their movements became remarkably swift. Suddenly, Qi Yan felt a cold hand grab him, making him unable to continue running. Wang Sheng, who had been constantly watching over his younger cousin, stopped too, turning back and asking, "Xiao Yan, what's wrong?" Qi Yan turned around with him, seeing Li Fengkai gazing at him painfully and earnestly. He stretched out his hand and tightly clutched Qi Yan's wrist. "Please don't leave me behind, save me, please save me." Qi Yan shifted his gaze downward and noticed that countless black shadows had already engulfed Li Fengkai's shadow, firmly grasping it. And at that moment, Li Fengkai's shadow began moving on its own, reaching toward Qi Yan's shadow. A realization dawned on Qi Yan: Li Fengkai had been assimilated into something akin to those dark shadows. Panic gripped his heart, but his hands were held immovable by Li Fengkai, perplexed at how someone seemingly weak like Li Fengkai could exert such an unusual strength. But just as Li Fengkai's shadow touched Qi Yan's shadow, it recoiled sharply, as if scorched. At the same moment, Li Fengkai himself released his grip. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Xing pulled Qi Yan and they continued their frantic dash forward. This time neither dared to stop, running tirelessly onwards. In Qi Yan's memory remained only the rapid pounding of his heart, the sound of their footsteps, and those incessant whisperings following them like shadows. "He is waking. He is waking." The two brothers narrowly escaped many eerie ghosts, like the white hand and black shadow they had encountered before, finally discovering an exit leading to the outside world. However, just less than 10 meters from the exit, they were stopped by something that looked like a bloodied zombie. Both of them struggled forward a few more steps, seeing freedom right in front of them. Just then, the cave entrance began to tremble, and numerous small rocks started falling. At the same moment, that creature bit Wang Xing's shoulder, holding onto him and preventing him from moving further. Wang Xing glanced at the cave entrance just steps away, looked back at his cousin once, and ultimately turned around to face the creature while pushing Qi Yan out toward the exit, shouting, "Run fast." As soon as Qi Yan was thrust out of the cave, large and small rocks tumbled down, completely sealing off the exit through which he had just escaped. By this time, the sky outside was already lightening with dawn. They had been trapped in that cavern all night. Qi Yan made a mark at the mouth of the cave and continued along the path outward. After about 10 minutes of walking, he came upon some people who had come searching for them. It turned out that the innkeeper of the lodge where they stayed knew that they had gone into the mountains early in the morning but never returned by nightfall. Knowing their lack of proper gear for staying overnight, the owner feared an accident and reported it to the authorities. Many able-bodied young men from Hongtu village also joined the search upon hearing the news. With the rescue party, Qi Yan returned to look for that cave opening. No matter how hard they tried, however, they could not find it again, nor could they locate the marker he had left. Finally, Qi Yan was taken back to the village. He recounted their experience, the bizarre cave, to the rescuers and his anxiously gathered family members. Yet no one believed him. Villagers from Hongtu all denied knowing someone named Lu Shun. Even the innkeeper claimed he had not seen any such person in the morning, only remembering seeing 5 people leave with backpacks. The innkeeper said he had casually asked Wang Sheng when they would return, to which Wang replied around 5 or 6 p.m. Strangely, there was absolutely no memory of Lu Shun standing by the door. Ultimately, according to Qi Yan's description, the incident was deemed an unfortunate accident, where 4 university students participating in outdoor practical training met their demise in a mountain collapse. Qi Yan's incoherent ramblings were interpreted as signs of post-traumatic memory confusion, a psychological issue caused by witnessing disaster up close. After bringing him home, Qi Yan's parents even took him to see a psychologist every week for an entire month. Only one person believed Qi Yan. On the day he was first rescued and brought back to Hongtu village, he urgently pleaded with the villagers to save his cousin Wang Sheng, though deep down, even he knew the chances of saving Wang Sheng were slim. The group he initially encountered searched through the canyon together with him but could not find any sign of the described cave. At this point, most assumed he had been traumatized, offering him words of comfort, yet dismissing his incredible story. It was only after the crowd dispersed that an elderly woman known as the madwoman of the village cornered him quietly and whispered, "You've run into Changui, ghosts luring living people to feed evil spirits deep in the mountains." Qi Yan wanted to ask more, but the old woman refused to say anything else, waving her hand dismissively before retreating to her house. Afterward, Qi Yan returned home, resuming his normal life, going to university, graduating, working. Apart from losing his cousin and noticing occasional sadness during family gatherings on his aunt and uncle's faces, everything seemed unchanged. During his psychological treatment sessions, he even doubted himself, if indeed his memories were fabricated illusions conjured up by his subconscious mind because he couldn't accept the harsh truth. Maybe his cousin had died in a rockslide, and his own miraculous survival was too much for him to bear. Therefore, his subconscious created this ghostly tale to escape reality. Yet the vivid details continuously reminded him that it all truly happened. Even years later, those experiences frequently reappeared in his dreams. After being startled awake from a nightmare, Qi Yan could not fall back asleep. Closing his eyes felt like hearing faint ghostly sounds, imagining black shadows imprinted on the walls of his bedroom. His fears intensified, prompting him to cling to the man beside him and peck his cheek and lips lightly, like a frightened little animal seeking comfort. Chuckling softly in the dark, the man murmured, "Sweetheart, stop messing around, we still need to work tomorrow." "I don't care," Qi Yan simply flipped over and pressed onto the man, begging, "Ingji, stay with me, will you? I'm scared, and I can't sleep." As the man didn't respond immediately, his voice grew even more pitiful, "I didn't mean to bother you, I'm just really scared." Every time he had dreams about that cave from years ago, he felt a chill to the bone when he woke up. "How old are you? Just a dream, and it scares you this much." Yingji turned on the bedside lamp and flipped his lover over, pinning him down for a kiss. "Since you asked me to stay with you, don't expect to sleep tonight. And no regrets allowed." Of course, even if Qi Yan changed his mind later and insisted on sleeping, there wasn't much Yingji could do about it. When he first met Qi Yan, the latter hadn't been this clingy or restless. Even when afraid or feeling wronged, he kept it to himself. But now, he constantly clung to Yingji, all because of how Yingji himself had spoiled him. It wasn't anyone else's fault. Qi Yan loved the intimate connection with Yingji. It always made him feel safe and comfortable, as if Yingji was tightly protecting him from everything terrifying. That Yingji was willing to stay with him made Qi Yan incredibly happy, so there was no way he'd change his mind. Nodding in agreement, he wrapped his arms around Yingji's neck. Sure enough, they stayed entangled until dawn. Tired, Qi Yan started drifting off to sleep, faintly hearing his lover sigh contentedly beside him before lowering his lips to press a soft kiss on his heart. Qi Yan felt a sudden tremor through his veins, an indescribable thrill racing straight to his chest. He faintly heard his lover whisper something close to his heart, something like, "Does it hurt?" Chapter 130, Heart Knot. Qi Yan met Yingji not long after he started working. Their meeting was rather accidental. One day during his lunch break, Qi Yan went to the coffee shop downstairs to buy a drink, and as he walked in, a man collided with him, spilling water all over him. Coincidentally, the man had been carrying a cup of warm water, so Chi Yan wasn't scalded, and his clothes weren't dirty, just a large damp patch on the front of his shirt. The man who bumped into him was quite young but neatly dressed, with impeccable attention to detail in his appearance. His gestures and bearing were nothing like those of a greenhorn like Chi Yan. Moreover, the man was very apologetic, his guilt seemed genuine. Upon learning that Chi Yan had no spare clothes, he graciously took Chi Yan to his car and let him change into one of his own clean shirts. With this gesture, Chi Yan found it hard to stay irritated at the man. In the end, the man handed Chi Yan his business card and exchanged contact information. On the card was printed Yingji, the man's name. Soon after, Chi Yan was transferred to another department within the company. This department handled the company's core business. It offered many opportunities for training, a higher bonus, and faster promotion. The old colleagues envied Chi Yan immensely. However, only after taking over the job did Chi Yan realize that the person in charge of their collaborating party was extremely picky, difficult to approach, and someone they couldn't afford to offend. The department manager had chosen Chi Yan because of his youth, good temperament, comfortable appearance, and appropriate expertise, assigning him specifically to liaise with their cooperative partner. What seemed an enviable position was, in fact, a hot potato. Things didn't end there. 2 days later, as Chi Yan was leaving work, he received a call from his landlord, saying that the house he rented had already been sold, and his new landlord would take over management. However, he assured Chi Yan that his lease agreement wouldn't be affected, and he could continue renting until the contract ended. When Chi Yan returned home, he saw that the house across the hall, which had been vacant, was being moved into. The owner stood by the door, directing furniture placement. When he saw Chi Yan returning, the man turned and gave a faint smile. As it turned out, the world was indeed full of coincidences. The difficult collaborator, the new neighbor who had just returned from abroad, and Chi Yan's new landlord, they were all the same person, Yingji, the man who had splashed him with water that day. In the process of gradually getting closer and through Yingji's intentional courtship and advances, Chi Yan soon became enamored, falling into what felt like a spell, and without much hesitation agreed to become his partner. After they started dating, Chi Yan once remarked to Yingji how incredibly coincidental it was that they kept bumping into each other, at work, in life, even in the coffee shop. Yingji chuckled and hugged him, attributing everything to fate. He also explained that when he liked Chi Yan's former apartment, he casually bought the neighboring unit too, calling it all coincidence. After the rain stopped and the sky brightened, Chi Yan had slept for about an hour. During this time, he hadn't slept deeply, merely resting in Yingji's arms. Thus, when Yingji gently released him, pulled back the covers, and got up, Chi Yan immediately noticed. The sound of running water from the bathroom further kept him awake. Unable to sleep any longer, he simply got up barefoot, walked into the bathroom, and embraced Yingji from behind as he washed his face, kissing his spine through the shirt. Yingji paused, put down the towel, and caught both of Chi Yan's hands with his own as they rested on his abdomen. "Why are you always so mischievous? Are you being naughty again?" When Yingji glanced down, he noticed Chi Yan wasn't wearing shoes. His white feet stepped directly onto the smooth, cool beige tiles of the bathroom floor. He was barely dressed, only wearing a white shirt left unbuttoned, clearly not his own size, it obviously wasn't his. Seeing Chi Yan appear in such a state to cling to him, Yingji tightened his grip slightly and let out a slight hum from his nose. As Yingji reproached him, Chi Yan didn't seem overly concerned, continuing to kiss the perfect, strong vertebrae of his beloved. But when Yingji let out the hum, Chi Yan suddenly felt a pang of guilt and fear, realizing he'd been caught not wearing shoes. Remembering the last time he'd run around the house barefoot and was punished by Yingji, Chi Yan tried to pull his hands free from Yingji's grasp and make a quick escape. He struggled a little, but couldn't break free, instead being turned around and picked up by Yingji, who carried him back to bed. Yingji tossed him onto the bed, then left to grab a warm towel from the bathroom, using it to meticulously clean Chi Yan's feet. Once done, he carelessly tossed the towel aside, leaned over, and pinned Chi Yan down with his deep, dark eyes. "What's wrong today?" "You're trying to stop me from going to work, aren't you? Trying to keep me home with you. Are you sincerely asking for punishment? Did last time make you addicted or something?" His eyes darkened with each sentence. Finally, he lowered his head to softly nibble on Chi Yan's exposed collarbone, murmuring lowly, "So you just like it when I touch you?" "I didn't." Chi Yan turned away, gently pushing Yingji's arm. "Yingji, let me go, I need to get up and prepare for work, I'll be late." Yingji straightened up and glanced at the wall clock before pinning Chi Yan again. "From last night until now, how much sleep have you gotten? Stay put, call in sick today." Chi Yan neither agreed nor opposed but suddenly looked at Yingji and asked, "Yingji, this morning when I was about to fall asleep, why did you lean over me and ask if I hurt?" "You probably misheard." "I didn't mishear, and you've asked that more than once," Chi Yan said. Not only once, during their intimate nights together, in the dimness of their shared bed, Yingji would always embrace him closely to his chest, whispering softly to ask if he was in pain. He had felt curious about this, but since it seemed too minor an issue, he had never explicitly asked Yingji. Suddenly Yingji smiled at him while his eyes remained curved. "You're all swollen, so I'm afraid you might feel pain." "Nonsense." Qi Yan flushed red, no longer lingering on the subject, though some doubt still lingered within. If the answer was indeed what Yingji later gave, though embarrassing, they had exchanged far more embarrassing words. Why wouldn't Yingji ask him directly when he was conscious? Back then, he'd been half unconscious, how could he give an answer? Moreover, why had Yingji initially tried to brush it off by saying Qi Yan had misheard? These inconsistencies flickered through Qi Yan's mind, but the conversation soon shifted to another topic thanks to Yingji. The next day was Saturday. After dinner, they were watching a movie. As the credits rolled, Yingji suddenly pulled Qi Yan onto his lap, lightly licking his neck, occasionally biting that tender flesh and grinding it between his teeth before sucking softly. Qi Yan didn't know what ailment caused Yingji to always bite his neck, but the ticklish sensation made him quite comfortable. The intimacy warmed his heart and he liked it very much, so he always indulged Yingji, sometimes even voluntarily extending his neck for the other. Or perhaps because he loved Yingji, no matter what Yingji did to him, he liked it. Yingji gnawed at Qi Yan's neck for a long while and finally slowly released him when the end credits began to play, seemingly nonchalantly asking, "What did you dream about last night?" "You were scared." Qi Yan hesitated, remaining silent, but instinctively leaned closer toward Yingji, curling into the spot. Yingji held him close, kissed the reddened part on his neck he had just licked, and whispered softly, "Is there anything you can't tell me? I am going to be with you for life. You keep having these nightmares, waking up to bother and tease me, which I admit is cute, but also breaks my heart." Though excessively sweet, Qi Yan felt touched and looked back at him, wanting to speak but holding back. He had actually thought many times about telling Yingji about that event years ago, but it was simply too bizarre. First, he feared Yingji would disbelieve him just like his parents and others had. Second, he hadn't found a proper opportunity to confide in him. Yet Yingji was right, how could he suppress this inside him for a lifetime? Determined, Qi Yan slid down from Yingji and moved to the other side of the sofa, sat upright, and quietly clasped Yingji's right hand. Then, recalling step by step, he quietly narrated the events from years ago. Initially hesitant to directly divulge them as reality, he started recounting them as a dream. But noticing that Yingji was listening intently throughout, his long and strong hand firmly gripping his own without letting go, Qi Yan gradually felt more assured and bold. He had told this story countless times, yet never believed. By the end, he himself almost doubted his own recollection. Only after Qi Yan finished his entire account did Yingji speak. He held Qi Yan's hand, pressing both their hands to his heart, coaxing gently in a soft voice, "Yan, it was only a dream, why are you so afraid? Because all of that wasn't just a dream." Because it wasn't just a dream, Qi Yan looked into his lover's eyes, finally speaking up, tears welling up in his eyes. "We were trapped inside back then, and I watched them die one by one in front of me. And my cousin, I remember he pushed me out with all his strength, telling me to go quickly, but he remained trapped inside, never coming out again." Like floodwaters breaking through a dam, one said aloud, Qi Yan could no longer suppress the fear and sorrow he'd been holding in for years. His eyes red, he sobbed, "I can't let go of what happened that day, I can't let go of my cousin and the others. Everyone says they died from a landslide, but I know it wasn't. They were trapped in that cave, killed by evil spirits and never came out. Their bodies never found." In a way, over the years, the frightened, uneasy teenager who felt untrusted and thus digested everything alone had always been hidden deep inside him, lonely and powerless, guarding those nightmare-like memories. It was not until this moment, facing his partner who slept in the same bed as he did, that these nightmarish experiences suppressed for years finally spilled out. Yingji neither questioned nor refuted, instead, he continued to soothe Qi Yan gently, patting his back, repeating softly phrases like, "It's all right now, all of that is already past, no need to be scared, I'm here with you." Held tightly in Yingji's arms, Qi Yan gradually calmed down, although occasionally still hiccuping slightly. Once he saw that Qi Yan's emotions had stabilized, Yingji helped him wash up, used a warm towel to clean his eyes, led him back to the bedroom to sleep, softly and patiently comforting him until Qi Yan fell asleep sniffing quietly, without bringing up the topic again. However, the next morning, while having breakfast, Yingji brought up this topic again at the dining table. Qi Yan, who was drinking soy milk, paused, putting the cup back on the table and lifting his head to look at his lover. All he heard was Yingji seriously repeating, "If you cannot let go, perhaps we should go back there and see, resolving this mental knot once and for all." With curved eyes and an endearing smile, his face brimming with love for the person before him, he softly said, "Don't be afraid, this time I will accompany you." Chapter 131, Courier. Even after many years, the events of that time remained a recurring nightmare for Qi Yan. He also had many unresolved questions in his heart. What exactly was that cave? Why was it so eerie? What did the old woman mean by, "The Chang ghosts would lead the living into the mountains to feed evil spirits"? And those vague and distant whispers, "He is waking up," what were those things in the cave afraid of when they referred to he? What kind of terrifying existence was this? Most importantly, if his cousin met their end there, would they truly vanish like a lamp being extinguished as people often said, or would there be worse consequences? And as for himself, had he really escaped from that cave? These questions had troubled Qi Yan over the years, preventing him from having a peaceful sleep. But he lacked the courage to find out again. Sometimes he preferred to deceive himself, telling himself that his cousin had died due to a landslide, and that the cave, those ghostly shadows, and even Lu Shun were all products of his own imagination. After Yi Yingji made this suggestion, Qi Yan didn't immediately agree. He understood Yi Yingji, how the latter doted on him, loved him, couldn't bear to see him suffer. Always decisive, moving forward smoothly, and being regarded as a prodigy by others, Yi Yingji had rarely encountered setbacks. Qi Yan knew that no matter whether the story about the cave was true or just his imagination, based on Yi Yingji's consistent style, he would certainly want to solve the problem promptly and save Qi Yan from this nightmare. But this wasn't something easily resolved, supernatural matters were beyond human capability. He could not accept or endure any risk of harm coming to Yi Yingji. However, the speed at which Yi Yingji acted surprised Qi Yan completely. Because Yi Yingji always seemed more mature and capable than him, most of the time in their relationship, Qi Yan occupied the role of the weaker party receiving affection. Also, because Qi Yan was easygoing, he often didn't oppose the decisions of his lover, leading to many things in life being decided by Yi Yingji. This time was no exception. Yi Yingji knew Qi Yan's boss well, and the boss had some inkling of their relationship. A week later, Qi Yan found out that Yi Yingji had already taken annual leave for both of them and bought plane tickets to Gue province. For the first time, Qi Yan couldn't suppress his temper against Yi Yingji. Yi Yingji simply didn't understand how complicated the matter was. He'd rather endure nightmares forever, live with perpetual unease, than let his beloved step foot onto that land again. Qi Yan admitted that, when faced with those unknown demons and ghosts, he was extremely cowardly, too scared to fight back. Yi Yingji resorted to all kinds of ways to pacify him. Let's treat it as a trip. I haven't been to Gue province since returning to the country, and we'll stop by that place while we're at it. Honey, don't be mad, trust me, nothing will happen. He spoke bucket loads of such phrases. But on this matter, Qi Yan was unusually obstinate, refusing to compromise. At first, Yi Yingji could still handle Qi Yan's refusal, but later, when Qi Yan softened up, hugging him pitifully while pouting and calling out softly, Yingji, asking, can we not go? Staying home and resting would be fine too. I just want to stay at home with you, and even teasingly licking and kissing him, Yi Yingji couldn't resist anymore. His resistance melted away, completely forgetting what he originally intended to do. Whatever Qi Yan said went, with absolutely no room for negotiation. He finally understood what people meant by, a word from the bedside can soften one's ears. When Qi Yan begged him in such a manner, he simply couldn't refuse. All he wanted was to comfort this little darling to make him feel completely secure. Qi Yan watched Yi Yingji cancel the booked flight online, then finally felt reassured and fell asleep. But the nightmare hadn't ended yet. The next morning, he received a courier delivery sent from the capital city of Gue province. The recipient name read, Qi Yan, with the address being the current residence he shared with Yi Yingji. However, the sender's information was completely blank. Qi Yan remembered that he hadn't purchased anything online recently, nor did he have friends or family in Gue province. Upon receiving the package, doubt naturally arose in his heart. In fact, upon seeing the province's name, an ominous feeling welled up inside him instantly. Tolerating the uneasiness in his heart, Qi Yan carefully sliced open the courier paper bag with a small knife. Inside were 2 train tickets under real name system, and at the bottom left corner printed were his name along with Yi Yingji's, alongside partially concealed ID numbers. These were for the train that departed on the first day of their vacation, starting from the city they lived in, ending in the provincial capital of Gue province. Along with the tickets were 2 unregistered long-distance bus tickets to Hongtu village. After all these years, Hongtu village finally had direct buses reaching the city. Qi Yan collapsed onto the couch instantly. The deepest fear he'd been restless about over the years had finally come true. Indeed, he'd never truly escaped from that cave. Those things wouldn't let go of the blood meal they had in their mouths. And this time, it even involved his lover. Yi Yingji was washing up in the bathroom. Upon hearing some commotion, he rushed out. Seeing Qi Yan looking like a soul lost to extreme fright, he moved compassionately towards him, hugging him tightly. He casually glanced at the courier bag and train tickets on the coffee table, as if already foreseeing what had happened. He didn't care about those things anymore, nor did he examine them closely. Instead, he just carefully consoled his lover, don't be afraid, there's nothing scary when I'm here. Those things can't hurt me. No matter what, we'll just take a look. While speaking, he gently kissed Qi Yan's forehead, his eyes brimming with genuine affection and concern, resembling the most perfect and considerate partner. However, Qi Yan somehow mustered courage, pushing Yi Yingji away and standing up. He quickly grabbed the train tickets and long-distance bus tickets from the table and shredded them along with the delivery bag into pieces before throwing them into the trash bin. His throat moving slightly, without looking at Yi Yingji, he tensely stated almost as if talking to himself, we're not going. The worst has already happened, it can't get any worse than us going there. I want to see what they will do. In the following day, Qi Yan tried his best to act as if nothing had happened, doing his utmost to ignore the strange courier delivery he received. However, the next morning, Qi Yan again received an identical courier package from the courier. Everything was exactly the same as the one he shredded yesterday, except this time in the sender's section, there were 2 additional characters, Wang Sheng. Qi Yan remembered clearly, it was the exact handwriting of his cousin Wang Sheng. Holding the 2 tickets, he was speechless, unable even to move. When he saw this name and these strokes, he knew that he couldn't avoid going. If it weren't for Wang Xing risking his life to stop that thing back then, both of them would have perished there. Thinking of the worst scenario, if Wang Xing pushed him towards that thing to save himself, then the person who might have survived could have been his cousin. However, in that life-or-death situation, Wang Xing chose to hold off the monster himself while shoving Qi Yan out to safety. Rationally, he understood that the best option was to turn a blind eye, continuing to hide safely as a frightened turtle within his comfort zone, ignoring the entire matter. Emotionally though, he could no longer deceive himself further. He wanted to go back to check, needed to figure out what was actually happening inside that cave. After informing Yingji that he planned to return to Hongtu village to investigate what happened during that time, Yingji didn't seem particularly shocked. He simply asked why Qi Yan suddenly changed his mind and naturally expressed his intention to accompany him on the journey back. Qi Yan anticipated that Yingji would absolutely not allow him to go alone to Hongtu village and thus didn't waste further effort trying to persuade him. He calmly replied, "We can't just go there. I need to make some preparations." During the following days, Yingji observed rather passively but somewhat helplessly as Qi Yan contacted various reputable masters through online channels and his real-life network connections. He consulted them about relevant matters and purchased various so-called tools and amulets capable of exorcising evil spirits. Finally, when Qi Yan was about to place another order for payment, Yingji couldn't contain himself anymore. "I'm fine as long as you're happy and our family finances are sufficient, but we can't waste money recklessly on these wandering charlatans. Don't you remember based on lessons from previous lifetimes that even the most powerful experts have had no effect on me? Haven't you forgotten that in a previous lifetime my brother himself was the greatest master?" Such grievances he only dared to contemplate internally because he also realized that his beloved Ayan now genuinely had no memory of these things. And these inexplicable days of suffering silence were becoming increasingly unbearable for him. He always felt a faint sense of restlessness, eagerly awaiting Qi Yan to personally honor the promise made last time. It was similar to how test-takers feel anxiously waiting for results before seeing definitive outcomes, despite believing confidently they performed well enough not to fail, yet inevitably experiencing unease until final confirmation. Qi Yan disapprovingly looked at him. "Neither of us know which of these things are real or fake, or which will actually work when the time comes. We'd better prepare as much as possible. Maybe they'll come in handy." After all, nothing was more important than staying alive. At this point, Yingji couldn't produce any evidence to refute him, so he could only remain silent and let Qi Yan buy everything he wanted. The night before their departure, Qi Yan told him that he had invited 2 reputable masters to join them on the trip. They were expensive, but Qi Yan thought it was worth it. For the first time, Yingji regretted having set himself up as someone who had achieved success and wealth at a young age, treating money like trash, and spending lavishly just to make his lover happy. If he were poorer and if their savings weren't so substantial, Qi Yan probably wouldn't have been able to afford hiring these third wheels. At least not with such extravagance, hiring 2 masters instead of 1, doubling the brightness. Chapter 132, Chang Ghost. Taking the train according to the schedule on the tickets that were sent would take nearly 20 hours to reach Gue province, so Yingji decisively told Qi Yan to forget about those 2 tickets and bought plane tickets for both of them instead. On the day of departure, it was only after the plane landed and Qi Yan turned on his phone that he received an extremely unfortunate message. The 2 masters he had hired both received a series of ominous signs just before their departure and thus decided to pull out of the job, compensating him with breach of contract penalties. It was clear by now that there wasn't enough time to hire anyone else. Even if he did, other experts might not be willing to come once they heard about the performance of these 2 masters. Qi Yan bit his lower lip, and the uneasiness in his heart grew bigger and bigger. It was just as some unknown force had been pushing or even compelling him and Yingji to embark on this journey. Clearly, another invisible force was preventing others from traveling with them. He hesitated and looked at Yingji. "Yingji, should we go back?" Yingji hugged him as they walked towards the exit of the airport. "We've already come, so shouldn't we at least have a little fun before going back?" He pointed at the large bag he carried behind his back. "Besides, it doesn't matter that those 2 aren't coming. We still have so many things with us. People who don't know us well wouldn't necessarily protect us in crucial moments and might even endanger others to save themselves. Perhaps it's better that they didn't come." Qi Yan thought about it for a moment and found what Yingji said made some sense. Qi Yan accompanied Yingji to revisit the tourist attractions they had visited years ago, and eventually returned to the provincial capital. During this period, Qi Yan was also persuaded by Yingji to decide to take a look at Hongtu village. Going to Hongtu village doesn't equal entering the mountain. After all, there were quite a few villagers in Hongtu village, so there shouldn't be any problems. There might even be some clues they could uncover. As long as they didn't enter the mountain, there shouldn't be any issues. Just like the old woman the villagers used to call the crazy old lady, Qi Yan believed she knew some information others did not know. And perhaps there were more people in the village like her. Even if it was only from these people, they could still unearth plenty of information. The first household in the village was holding a funeral. A simple shrine was set up in the small house, decorated with simple seasonal fruits. Occasionally, some villagers would stop to look around outside the door. In Qi Yan's memory, this was the residence of that old woman, as it was exactly the first home at the village entrance and much older than the other villagers' homes, leaving a particularly deep impression. He stopped a middle-aged woman who appeared kind and asked, "Ma'am, may I ask who is hosting this event? I remember an elderly lady used to live here. How is she now?" Yes, it's her family, the woman nodded. She passed away just a few days ago. Seeing Qi Yan's clean and attractive appearance, which made her feel good, and since she herself had nothing urgent to do, seeing Qi Yan's interest, she gestured to him to bring him aside and narrated all the related situations she knew. Turned out the old woman's husband died early, and no children were left behind, so she had been living alone all these years. The only ones close enough to be considered relatives were her husband's younger brother's family. However, her younger brother-in-law and sister-in-law weren't very friendly with her and paid no attention to her needs. Only after her death did her nephew, the son of the younger brother's family, arrange her posthumous affairs simply. The villagers whispered behind the scenes that the reason why the nephew was willing to handle these matters was because he wanted the 2 pieces of land and the old house under her name. Qi Yan listened and sighed deeply, vaguely saying that he had come to Hongta village during a trip when he was younger, and the old woman had helped him then. He originally intended to visit her again but didn't expect her to already be gone. The villagers still remembered the incident from years ago, but at that time Qi Yan had just graduated from high school and still looked naive and young. His dressing style and overall appearance back then gave off the impression of someone who hadn't left home. Nowadays, after years of work, his exterior demeanor was significantly different from before, and even though some villagers faintly felt familiar with his face, they couldn't recognize him. Since he had already arrived at the entrance of the house, Qi Yan let Yingji wait for him outside, planning to go in alone to pay respects to the deceased old woman. Their hometown had certain customs regarding such important events. Yingji had no connection or relationship with the old woman, so without being guided by a family member of the household hosting the funeral, it wouldn't be appropriate to make offerings casually. Unexpectedly, there were already 2 people standing in the shrine. One was an elderly man in his 60s, dressed in a cool and breathable black tank-style suit made of soft material. The other appeared to be the elder's assistant, wearing a black suit, standing respectfully behind him all the time. Both were dressed with care and elegance, and seemed out of place in this somewhat isolated and backward village, but the old man did not seem to notice at all, calmly paying his respects with deep sorrow on his face. Qi Yan's arrival didn't attract much attention from them. Qi Yan didn't know who these 2 people were or what their relationship was to the old woman, so he didn't disturb them. He simply paid his respects in front of the altar, silently thanking the old woman for the information about Jiang Ghost she had given him years ago. After bowing, he turned around and was just about to leave when he saw a young man standing 3 steps behind him. The young man wore a somewhat old-fashioned black hoodie, an ordinary pair of jeans, a navy blue baseball cap, and carried a backpack, looking like a student. Seeing him turn around, the young man took the initiative to speak. "Do you want to go into the mountain?" His voice was slightly hoarse, as if he didn't talk often, and it wasn't pleasant to hear. Qi Yan furrowed his brows slightly. He felt this voice was familiar. In fact, this young man gave him a sense of familiarity entirely. Qi Yan immediately thought about why that voice sounded familiar. Years ago, Lu Shun also spoke with such a rough, raspy voice, like sandpaper rubbing against something. Wang Xing once noticed that Lu Shun's voice sounded off and asked him if anything was wrong, to which Lu Shun explained that his throat had been damaged when he was young. The memories of those years came rushing back instantly, and Qi Yan suddenly remembered where he'd seen this young man before. His attire was exactly the same as Cheng Tao's back then. Qi Yan froze there, with that name stuck in his throat, unable to utter it. He felt an icy chill run through his body. He tried hard to see the young man's face clearly but felt as if a layer of mist covered it, making him unable to make out his features while unconsciously ignoring this peculiarity. Back then, after he was rescued, people initially asked him about the appearance of Lu Shun, but no matter how hard he tried to recall, he couldn't remember or even pay attention to Lu Shun's looks. At this moment, the young man dressed like Cheng Tao repeated his question, "Do you want to enter the mountain? The scenery inside is beautiful." For some inexplicable reason, before the young man could say anything else, Qi Yan directly answered, "Yes." The young man nodded. "Tomorrow morning, I will wait for you where you're staying." That figure quickly disappeared from sight. Qi Yan felt a sudden weakness throughout his body, cold sweat pouring down his spine almost soaking the entire back of his shirt. The old man turned around at this point and looked at Qi Yan, saying, "You shouldn't have agreed just now. If I'm not mistaken, that thing wasn't human, it was a Jiang ghost." Qi Yan swiftly looked at the old man, revealing expressions of pain and regret. He touched his temple and said, "I know, but I just couldn't refuse back then. I came here before, my companions all died, and only I survived. That Jiang ghost's appearance earlier resembled one of my deceased companions, so I became entranced and blurted out my agreement." From the fact that the old man instantly recognized that thing's identity, along with seeming to have a close relationship with the old woman, Qi Yan judged that the man must also understand some supernatural matters and might possibly help him resolve his current predicament, so he deliberately took the opportunity to recount his own issue to him. Though he talked incoherently, the old man showed remarkable patience. "It's all right, young man, take your time. Or, perhaps you can first tell me what your relationship with Shiyun is. You don't seem like someone from here, so why did you come to pay respects to her?" Qi Yan didn't know who Shiyun was but guessed it must be the old woman's name. He didn't hide any details and recounted everything candidly, including the events from years ago, his reason for coming back, and the old woman's advice to him. After listening, the old man nodded repeatedly and even voluntarily shared his own story. Often, when older people get to a certain age, they enjoy reminiscing and confiding their lives to the younger generation, and this old man was obviously no exception. It turned out that the old woman named Xiuyun's father was, during his era, a well-known Yinyang master in the locality. This elder was an orphan who had been adopted by the Yinyang master as a disciple and raised from childhood. Therefore, he grew up together with Xiuyun and regarded her like a close sibling. After the political turmoil, the elder was only 17 years old at the time. When things started to turn sour, he fled with his friends. The Yinyang master, being a representative of feudal superstition, naturally faced harsh criticism in the area and was later driven to commit suicide with his wife. Xiuyun was only 14 or 15 at that time and was deeply traumatized after witnessing her parents' suicides, which affected her mental health. The elder had followed his friends to what is now the Special Administrative Region. Being very smart, he quickly became popular locally thanks to the skills he learned from the Yinyang master, and not only made a fortune but also gained respect. However, he always worried about his master's family, and when the situation improved, he began asking people about the Yinyang master's family, hoping to bring them over to be with him. But all he learned was that both the master and his wife had perished, and little sister Xiuyun had suffered a mental breakdown and vanished without a trace. For decades, he never gave up searching for Xiuyun's whereabouts, and it was only recently that he finally confirmed she had married into Hongtu village. He rushed over immediately, but unfortunately, he missed seeing his younger sister one last time. After hearing this, Qi Yan consoled the old man, who unexpectedly took the initiative to propose, "Thank you for coming to see Xiuyun off. I consider meeting you as a form of karmic connection. Alright, young man, I'll accompany you into the mountain tomorrow. Once we follow that Jiang ghost to find the cave, I can try to perform rites outside the cave to send your cousin's spirits to peace, as my way of thanking you for sending Xiuyun off. But there is one thing you must remember, no matter what the Jiang ghost says, do not go inside the cave under any circumstances." Chapter 133, Possessed. Qi Yan came out of the memorial hall and told Yingji about the Chong ghost and the old master, also informing him that the old master and his assistant would accompany them into the mountains the next morning. The old master said they must avoid alarming the Chong ghost, so they wouldn't let it know of their presence. Instead, they would follow at a distance and use ritual tools to conceal their auras. Qi Yan also passed on the old master's warnings to Yingji. Until now, Qi Yan still couldn't figure out what attitude his lover held toward all these strange supernatural things. He didn't doubt Qi Yan's words like those people in the past who said things like, "They don't exist, you're just scaring yourself." Nor did he panic and become flustered. Instead, he was calm, comforting him, persuading him, and supporting his return here to find out as much as possible. This time Yingji remained calm, with no reaction to the appearance of the Chong ghost and the old master. He simply hugged his shoulder and smiled gently, "Let's go on this trip, if we can really resolve your worries, it would be great." The next morning, just as dawn broke, the Chong ghost indeed appeared in the hotel and urged Qi Yan and Yingji to set off. After all these years, there was still only one inn in Hongtu village. The old master and his assistant naturally stayed with Qi Yan, and their rooms were not far apart. Before setting off, Qi Yan sent a message to the old master. Both the old master and his assistant were already prepared, quietly following behind them after receiving the message while keeping them within sight. A light mist rose in the canyon, just like when Qi Yan graduated from high school. Soon after entering the mountainous canyon area, the mobile phone lost its signal. Before coming, Qi Yan had specially prepared sufficient food and water suitable for long-term outdoor survival, lighting equipment, and the ritual tools he had bought previously, evenly distributed between two large backpacks. He made the worst-case scenario plan, which was scientifically more reasonable, so that even if he and Yingji were separated for some reason, both of them would have the resources to survive. But Yingji was unreasonably sentimental on this point, insisting on carrying all the heavy things himself, leaving only some lightweight food and paper talismans of questionable utility in Qi Yan's pack. Qi Yan argued with him, but Yingji simply kissed him, completely unreasonable. After setting off, Qi Yan already knew that the thing leading them ahead was a Chong ghost. Even with the experience of Lu Shun knowing it might just be guiding them to a certain cave without harming them halfway through, he didn't dare to get too close to it. This Chong ghost resembling Cheng Tao was different from Lu Shun back then. It didn't actively approach them but avoided them slightly, silently guiding the way ahead, just as Qi Yan wished. The old master and his assistant also kept a certain distance from Qi Yan and the others. The canyon was extremely spacious. Under the veil of light mist, it seemed as if there were only the two of them. Yingji suddenly quietly reached out and tightly gripped Qi Yan's hand. "So what are you worried about? Splitting the stuff in the bag and fussing over me. We hold each other's hands like this, how could we get lost?" After saying this, he tightened his grip on Qi Yan's hand, looking straight ahead, his gaze distant, as if falling at the edge of the world, yet the voice by his ear was incredibly gentle, almost wrapping Qi Yan up whole. "Even if you got lost, I'd find you quickly." He looked like he was casually saying such things. Qi Yan felt warmth spreading through his heart, as if it had turned into chocolate, yet was being held tenderly in someone's hand, almost melting. He didn't even care anymore about Yingji earlier messing up the distribution of supplies in the backpack and grumbled while pretending to look serious. "Why are you so confident? You're not God." Yingji also turned his head seriously to teach him a lesson. "Don't believe in superstitions, there's no such thing as God in this world." Holding hands like this, relying on each other, whispering nonsense or boring to death or cloyingly sweet words, they momentarily felt an indescribable joy, not only forgetting about the Chong ghost, the old master, etc., but almost forgot why they had come here. The guiding Chong ghost had to stop from time to wait for them. Behind them, the old master glared helplessly at their backs but still had to keep following. Despite this, their journey progressed much faster than when Qi Yan followed Wang Sheng. It seemed the Chong ghost led them continuously along the main road of the canyon, and by 3 in the afternoon, it had led them to a very remote cave entrance. The old master had never intended to let the Chong ghost go free, he only planned to use it to find the cave that Qi Yan had described. Because if they let it go today, it might reappear in the future to deceive and harm unsuspecting passers-by. Therefore, as soon as they reached the place, the old master and his assistant quickly moved forward and trapped the Chong ghost with several red ropes soaked in rooster blood that they had prepared beforehand. The Chong ghost itself was not very powerful, just having a human form to confuse people and lure in evil spirits for blood offerings. Once the old master trapped it and affixed an exorcism talisman on it, it soon twisted and wailed before vanishing completely. Although Qi Yan couldn't see the Chong ghost's face clearly, its attire was extremely similar to Cheng Tao's from years ago. Seeing it disappear so thoroughly made his heart feel like it was tightly wrapped with plastic wrap. At this moment, Yingji firmly held his hand through their intertwined fingers, pressing silently. Qi Yan turned his head to look at him, and Yingji still had that gentle and calm demeanor, which calmed Qi Yan's heart. Afterward, the old master informed Qi Yan, then began performing a ritual to try to send Wang Sheng and the other 3 souls into peace. The elderly man first knelt down with the assistance of his helper and drew a magic circle on the ground. He lit incense and affixed talismans at several key positions. Then he sat cross-legged in front of the magic circle, closed his eyes, and began chanting quietly to perform the ritual. Qi Yan couldn't understand any part of this spellcasting process, only finding it mysterious yet vaguely familiar in some way, though he couldn't remember where else he'd seen someone perform a ritual. These fleeting thoughts passed through his mind quickly, what remained was more gratitude toward the old master. Regardless of whether this ritual would be effective or not, the old master, being an elderly man who didn't even know Qi Yan, went out of his way after simply visiting the grandmother's memorial just to help him, and Qi Yan sincerely appreciated his kindness. After about the time of 1 incense stick burning, the old master opened his eyes, stood up again, and nodded at Qi Yan. I have finished my ritual now. All that's left is the final step. Your cousin's remains are still at the place you last saw them. You just need to bring his bones out and give him a proper burial. Otherwise, he will not rest in peace. Upon hearing this, Qi Yan felt a bit confused and hesitated. Didn't you tell me yesterday not to enter the mountain cave no matter what the Chong ghost said? How come you're letting me go in now? Will it be dangerous? The old master shook his head. Things have changed since then. Just do as I say, and everything will be fine. Still somewhat uneasy, Qi Yan added, I remember last time I came here, I always heard many voices whispering he's waking up inside the cave. It gave me the chills. Do you know what that means? The old master pointed toward the cave ahead and explained, if I'm not mistaken, there is a Yin pole inside. It gathers the most Yin and evil Qi in this world, attracting all sorts of malevolent spirits. They congregate here and use this cave as a base. Over time, this place itself will spawn these evil creatures. So, encountering such things and strange occurrences here isn't surprising. In fact, what you saw and heard last time was just the tip of the iceberg. There are certainly far more ghostly presences hidden within. But simultaneously, that Yin pole may materialize into an ultimate evil spirit feared by even those creatures. The heat you heard referred to might be this evil spirit, but it has been sleeping all along. That's why those entities dared to act so recklessly. They've sensed the evil spirit awakening and naturally feel unsettled. Hearing the old master explain this, Qi Yan realized that he had merely scratched the surface of what was lurking inside. There was an evil presence even those things feared, and felt even more apprehensive, glancing increasingly hesitantly at the pitch-black cave entrance. Seeing this, the old master took out 3 thick incense sticks from his bag. If you're still afraid, light these incense sticks. They're guiding incenses that repel demons. As long as you come out before the 3 incense sticks burn out, you'll be perfectly fine. These incense sticks were quite thick and long, specially made from particular materials, each taking about half a day to burn, meaning all 3 would last about a day and night. Based on his memory, Qi Yan estimated that this time would suffice. Recalling how his cousin once pushed him away with an urgent, go, sound, he finally made up his mind, speaking softly to Yingji, Yingji, I'll go in alone. I'll quickly come back after fetching my cousin's bones. You've heard what the old master said. There won't be any problem. Yingji looked at him silently without answering but didn't loosen his firm grip on Qi Yan's hand in the slightest. Qi Yan stared at his lover for a moment before finally lowering his head and firmly holding the other's hand in return. Seeing that Qi Yan had already decided to go in, the old master said, I'm too old to keep up, so I won't accompany you inside or wait for you. I'll go back to the inn and rest. Qi Yan naturally had no objections and respectfully bid farewell to the old master. The 4 of them parted ways then. Qi Yan and Yingji headed towards the cave entrance while the old master returned along the original path with his assistant. After walking for a while, the old master suddenly turned around, looking somewhat puzzled at his assistant. Where are those 2 young men? Haven't they caught up with us? Or have they walked ahead of us? The assistant immediately stopped in his tracks, surprised as he looked at the elderly man. It was you who just told that young man to enter the cave to retrieve his cousin's remains. You even talked about something related to extreme yin energy and evil spirits near that cave. Lastly, when the young man hesitated to enter, you handed him your specially made tranquilizing incense and claimed it was guiding incense to repel demons. Nonsense. The old master sharply rebuked upon hearing this. I clearly finished the ritual and sent the young man's cousin's soul off already. As for the other 3 souls, I was powerless against them. I only wanted to tell the young man that everything was settled. Now past noon, the yin energy is rising, and we should leave as soon as possible and never come back here. There's no way I could have said those things you mentioned. Were you possessed just now? The assistant felt aggrieved but knew that the older the master got, the less reasonable he became, so there was nothing he could do about it. Alongside his frustration, a chilling fear started to creep into his mind. If it wasn't their master who said those serious words just now, then who did? Or rather, who spoke through their master? On the contrary, after saying these words, the old master himself was left stunned. He suddenly realized that what he intended to say never truly came out of his mouth. His memory of the events moments ago was completely blank, and he could only recall up to when he finished the ritual. After opening his eyes and standing up from the ground, he noticed the quiet young man who had been accompanying the Chi family's young master nodding toward him. Those deep black eyes glanced over, accompanied by a gentle smile. The old master opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Perhaps it was him who was really possessed earlier. Chapter 134, Return the Same Way. The old man realized something was wrong and quickly led his assistant back, but no matter what, they couldn't find the way to that cave again. About 20 minutes later, the old man stopped, sat on a large stone by the side of the road, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and asked his assistant, "What did I say back then?" "Repeat it once more." The assistant had a good memory and recounted those words basically word for word. After listening, the old man didn't speak for a while. After some time, he sighed, his expression complex. "I never expected that I have been mistaken all this time, only guarding against the Chang ghost. The truly terrifying one should be the person beside him." Upon hearing this, the assistant looked confused. "You mean that tall and handsome young man? That can't be right. He's human." And he seemed very close to that young man with the surname Chi. The elder raised his head and looked at him with his dark, turbid eyes full of vicissitudes, shaking his head. "Such a person is the most dangerous." The assistant inexplicably felt a chill in his heart. "So, what do you suggest we do now?" The old man shook his head, stood up from the rock, revealing helplessness and sorrow in his eyes. "Let's go back first. I'll ask some friends and see if there's any solution. If we can rescue him, we will try our best." The unspoken implication was clear. If there was no hope, then there was nothing they could do. That thing had carefully planned to lure that young man into the cave. Being devoured would be considered a mercy. How could someone come out of it unscathed? However, Qi Yan remained utterly unaware of the peril outside. He cautiously entered together with Yi Yingji, and this time, the cave entrance didn't seal immediately as it had before. Observing the open entrance, Qi Yan felt a bit relieved, but still took a photo of the stone wall with his phone just in case. He remembered seeing faint shadows around from Li Fenkai's photographs years ago. The photo was taken, but it only showed a bare stone wall, much like the caves he'd visited during sightseeing tours before, only lacking the colorful lighting decorations. There were no ghostly figures within the picture. Standing beside him, Yi Yingji chuckled. "I already told you there's nothing wrong. Let's hurry." Qi Yan nodded, held Yi Yingji's hand, and walked forward together. He didn't know that shortly after they left, the entrance vanished without a sound. This entire cave was actually a closed loop, with no entrance or exit. Once living beings entered, they never returned. Years ago, he had been the only exception. The cave was very clean, cool, and carried a slightly damp water vapor. Only when they ventured out did Qi Yan realize how excellent Yi Yingji's physical condition truly was and how well suited he was for outdoor survival. His climbing and jumping skills were strong, and his steps were steady even within the dim, black cave. A significant portion of his attention was dedicated to looking after Qi Yan. After more than an hour, Qi Yan's heart began to race as he remembered that last time, after walking approximately the same amount of time, ahead of them would be a water pond. Cheng Tao had fallen in there, which allowed that thing to infiltrate their group, giving them directions to the left fork. Thinking about this, he tightened his grip on Yi Yingji's hand and quietly reminded him, "Be careful, watch your step." This time, however, their journey differed from before. Despite walking for a long time, they saw neither the water pond nor any forks in the road. The cave was too dim, surrounded by monotonous stone walls. During that hurried trip, Qi Yan had only followed the faint light of the flashlight, focusing on moving forward without glancing around much. Coupled with the blurred memories due to the passage of time, this time he found it hard to judge whether this path was indeed the one he had walked before. Even worse, soon after entering the cave, both their phones went black, leaving them only able to estimate the time passed based on the incense lit in Yi Yingji's hand. The cave was spacious and silent, with only the echoes of their footsteps. The first stick of incense gradually burned down to its end, and Yi Yingji lit the second one. Qi Yan's growing unease expanded along with it. His legs felt heavy, he was tired, his mind fuzzy, his grip on Yi Yingji's hand weakening, though he stubbornly pushed on without saying anything. It wasn't entirely his fault. He had gotten up at 6 in the morning that day to prepare for the mountain expedition, and now, according to outside time, it was already 11 o'clock at night. There had been hardly any rest throughout the day, posing a real challenge for an ordinary office worker who rarely exercised. Noticing his abnormal condition, Yi Yingji helped him sit against a clean stone wall and said, "If you're sleepy, rest for a while. Continue after you've recovered." The unease and anxiety continued to linger in Qi Yan's heart, impossible to shake off. But now he simply lacked the strength to resist this alluring suggestion, so he edged closer into Yi Yingji's embrace, murmuring softly, "I'll just close my eyes for a while, then we'll keep going." He was afraid, terrified of being trapped in this mountain cave with Yi Yingji, never to find a way out. But they had traveled along without encountering any wrong turns, they couldn't have gone off track. If nothing else worked, they could always retrace their steps. Qi Yan admitted that he was a selfish person, nothing mattered more than Yi Yingji. No living or dead thing in this world mattered as much as his health and safety. They still had 2 incense sticks, retracing their path should be enough. With his physical and mental strength exhausted, Qi Yan fell asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. In his half-dream state, he found himself by the edge of a swimming pool, where many people were swimming. However, as he approached, fewer and fewer swimmers remained until only one person was left. Accompanied by the splash of water, the last person slowly swam up to him, emerging from beneath the surface. It was someone familiar, Lu Yu. Qi Yan remembered this gentle girl with a clear and soft appearance who had almost become his sister-in-law. Naturally, he squatted down by the pool and asked her, "Sister Xiaoyu, why are you here alone? Where's my brother?" The woman looked at him quietly and said, "Your brother has already been sent away." Qi Yan made a sound of confusion, feeling something was off but unable to articulate it in his dream. Instinctively, he asked, "What about Sister Xiaoyu? What will you do?" "I am about to move on. Those who haven't harmed others, he allows us to move on." Before Qi Yan could grasp what "not harming others" meant, Lu Yu suddenly became more agitated, urgently saying, "Xiao Yan, I came to tell you, be careful, be cautious of the man beside you, he is not human." The water swirled, and the entire pool tipped over, an immense wave sweeping toward Qi Yan. Qi Yan cried out in alarm, waking from his dream. The person next to him embraced him tenderly, lightly patting his back with one hand and reaching up to his forehead with the other. "Are you awake? What did you dream about? You're drenched in sweat." "What did I dream about?" Lu Yu's face immediately appeared in front of Qi Yan. After waking, he instantly realized what was wrong. Lu Yu had long been dead, killed in this very cave. A chill crept up his spine, causing his upper body to tremble involuntarily. Subconsciously, he moved closer to Yi Yingji, remembering the last words Lu Yu had spoken in the dream, "Be careful, be cautious of the man beside you, he is not human." The man beside him? Qi Yan felt a momentary sense of bewilderment, it could only be Yi Yingji. But how could Yi Yingji not be human? Why would he have such a strange dream? Regaining his composure, Qi Yan quietly recounted the dream to Yi Yingji. In the darkness, Yi Yingji listened quietly, his black eyes intently fixed on him. With his left hand through his clothes, he gently held him, slowly caressing his back inch by inch in a leisurely motion, as if they were lying in bed at home with his lover. After listening, the man leaned in and softly kissed his eyelid, soothingly whispering, "You were too nervous, that's why you had this nightmare, don't be afraid." As the man leaned forward, Qi Yan saw the incense stick burning, it was almost completely gone, soon to burn out entirely. He must have slept for a long time, even the second incense stick was nearly finished. Qi Yan didn't have time to question why Yi Yingji hadn't woken him earlier. He quickly got up, pulling his love, "Yingji, let's not go further in. Something is wrong. Let's head out now and return the same way." It took them approximately the time of burning one incense stick to reach here. If they hurried, they could make it back to the entrance before the final stick burned out. Yi Yingji didn't object, consoling him while leading him back the way they came. Because of the darkness, similar surroundings, and the lack of attention paid to the environment when they first came, Qi Yan didn't notice this time that although they headed in the same direction, they weren't walking on the same path they'd come in on. Unsure whether it was his imagination or not, the farther they went, the darker the surroundings became, as though swallowing and consuming them. The flashlight's beam penetrated less and less space. The coolness in the air grew stronger, a cold that pierced into the bone, not like the seasonal autumn chill but one that seeped deep into their bones. Tightening their clothing provided no relief. Their supplies had already been consumed significantly, so Yi Yingji stopped and transferred all useful items from Qi Yan's bag into his own backpack. He discarded Qi Yan's bag on the ground and then reached out to hold him as they continued forward. The chill receded a little after being embraced by Yi Yingji. Qi Yan stared at the half-incense stick still in his hand and quickened his steps. The incense was getting shorter, and as he estimated the distance they had walked, he slightly slowed down, no longer sparing any resources. He took out another flashlight, inserted the batteries, and shone it to the left and right, attempting to locate the cave entrance they had come through. It was daylight outside now, natural light should seep in from the cave opening, making it not too difficult to find. As Qi Yan kept walking while searching for the exit, he suddenly stopped and froze. In front of them appeared a circular stone chamber that neither of them had seen before. The flashlight beam cut across the center of the room and hit the opposite stone wall, revealing a small, flickering elliptical light spot. Facing them was a dead end. The remaining stub of the incense fell to the ground and slowly went out. Qi Yan looked up at his lover and timidly called out, "Yingji." A wave of unprecedented panic gripped his heart, leaving him utterly at a loss. A weak voice in his mind whispered that they might really be trapped here forever, that there would be no way out. He and Yingji could possibly die here. It was an instinctive reaction at this moment to turn toward the person he loved. But the man remained eerily calm, seemingly completely unaware of their predicament. Yingji softly responded, stepping in front of him and nonchalantly whispering, "I'm here." "What's wrong?" Staring into those familiar bottomless black eyes, Qi Yan felt fear, not comfort, for the first time. It surged through him from the inside out. He unconsciously took a small step backward, but at this moment, the man leaned down and pulled him completely into his arms with an irrefutable gesture, sighing low in his ear, "What's wrong, my dear little Yan?" Chapter 135, Recollection. The flashlight slipped from his hand and rolled to the side, casting a small circle of light on the ground. The surroundings suddenly grew darker. Qi Yan curled up in Yingji's arms, not daring to move an inch. He tentatively called out his lover's name softly, Yingji, don't scare me." In the vast stone hall, his voice seemed even weaker and more helpless. Yingji lightly kissed his earlobe. "I won't scare you." The warm body in his arms trembled slightly, just like some pitiful little animal trapped in his hand. Yingji could almost hear the muffled whimpers emanating from his lover's throat. Even though he was so scared, both hands still pushed against his chest, not knowing how to escape, like a lamb relying on its hunter, completely at his mercy. Suddenly overcome with emotion, Yingji began to kiss down his lover's earlobe, all the way along his neck to the clavicle where he paused slightly to catch his breath. Because Qi Yan was crying. His vision remained unaffected by the darkness, he could clearly see his lover tightly shut his eyes, pressing his lips together while trembling eyelashes hung with tears. Qi Yan looked adorable no matter what, but deep down he had to admit that he really enjoyed seeing his precious one so helpless and obediently reliant on him. He felt a mix of pity and fiery passion. He wanted to comfort and cheer him up so he wouldn't feel so sad, yet he couldn't help but secretly want to bully him more, forcing him to reveal every tender and sweet aspect inside. He truly wished to consume him whole, flesh and bone. Involuntarily, memories of Qi Yan willingly serving him came back to him, the gentle way he accepted mistreatment without complaint until he cried, the affectionate manner in which he called him Yingji. His breathing became increasingly unbearable. This was his treasured jewel, kept close to his heart. Every movement sent ripples through his heartstrings, leaving him entranced and unable to control himself. "How wicked I've become." Yingji sighed silently and gently lapped away the tear drops on either side of Qi Yan's eyelashes before repeating, "I won't scare you." But these words broke something, and Qi Yan suddenly started sobbing as he threw his arms around Yingji, snuggling closer into his embrace, calling his name, Yingji. Afraid of him, yet instinctively recognizing this person as his own true love, Qi Yan didn't want to let go. He could sense something amiss with Yingji, but under such oppressive circumstances, it was hard for him to pin down exactly what was wrong, so he quietly called his name. Yingji. His voice carried a trace of crying. This tight embrace melted Yingji's heart, filling it with nothing but helplessness and tenderness. Since understanding their love, he has been truly powerless when faced with Qi Yan. All he could do was return the embrace and gently kiss his eyelids. "Yan, my dear, open your eyes and look at me. I'm here with you. Don't be afraid." Qi Yan slowly opened his wet eyes in response to his voice and looked at him. "Yingji, why, earlier?" He intended to ask why Yingji had appeared so frightening, why his reaction was so strange earlier, but after opening his eyes, those questions faded away. Unbeknownst to them, the stone hall had lit up, though it was unclear where the source of light was coming from. Yingji stood before him, behind him lay a pure black tunnel leading somewhere unknown. Qi Yan faintly felt something tugging at him across the tunnel, something familiar, warm, sweet, yet also hopeless. Before Qi Yan could react, Yingji had already stepped forward and covered his eyes with his hand, speaking softly, "Yan, don't be afraid, it's time for us to go home. You promised to stay with me. Don't be afraid, soon, in no time, you'll remember. When you do, I'll tell you why I have to bring you here. To recall all the memories we share." Suddenly blinded by having his eyes covered, Qi Yan instinctively grasped onto his arm, feeling lost and uncertain. In the next second, a dizzying sensation took hold, as if his consciousness was peeling apart. The universe's vastness, eternity's end, life's cycle. Where have I seen you before? During the summer break of his first year as a postgraduate student, Qi Yan received a task, to escort the village secretary's wife into the mountains to meet her husband. It happened this way: Qi Yan's best friend from childhood, Yan Zhu, after graduating from university, was selected to serve as the secretary of a remote mountain village in southwestern Yunnan. Just before graduation, Yan Zhu also got married to his girlfriend from the same class, Han Fuxue. Han Fuxue chose to continue her postgraduate studies after graduation, which started their life apart. Qi Yan had never even been in love himself, so naturally he didn't understand marital matters between others. But he too decided to pursue graduate studies. Because they were classmates at the same university and in the same major, he shared classes with Han Fuxue. During the summer vacation of his first year of graduate studies, he planned to visit Yen Zhu, who was said to live a hard life as the village secretary. It was only natural that Mrs. Yen would go to see her husband. As the village where Yen Zhu worked was hidden deep within the mountains with inconvenient transportation, it wouldn't be safe for a girl to go alone, so Qi Yan took on the task of escorting Han Fuxue to meet Yen Zhu. Of course, this act of kindness was very brotherly, but after going through many turns and finally arriving at Lingshan village where Yen Zhu was stationed, Qi Yan came to two vivid realizations: the living conditions there were indeed harsh, and his presence there was rather superfluous. This was especially clear when it came to the issue of accommodation. There was simply no inn in the village. The house where Secretary Yen lived had only one room with a single bed, naturally meant for the couple to share. Qi Yan, thus, was left without any place to stay. In the end, Yen Zhu arranged for him to lodge at the home of old Zhang. Old Zhang's son and daughter-in-law had gone out to work, leaving him alone at home with a 4- or 5-year-old granddaughter. There happened to be an empty room available. Han Fuxue intended to spend the entire holiday here with Yen Zhu, while Qi Yan only planned to visit for a few days. Given the poor living conditions, staying just one night wasn't something to complain about. Qi Yan, who usually slept lightly, was not used to the new environment. Moreover, the summer heat in the house and mosquitoes kept him restless. After lying awake in bed for 2 or 3 hours without falling asleep, he decided to get up and use the bathroom before returning to bed. There was no toilet in old Zhang's house, so he had to go to the public restroom at the village entrance. Not accustomed to the setting, Qi Yan hadn't even taken off his clothes to sleep, so upon waking up he merely unlocked the door and went outside. After finishing his business at the public restroom, Qi Yan noticed a familiar small figure crouched in a heap of grass ahead. Squinting carefully, he saw it was old Zhang's granddaughter, Xiaoxing. The little girl was squatting there, apparently trying to catch crickets. Old Zhang's wife had passed away long ago, leaving him all alone in the house. Being half-deaf and having lost sight in one eye, he inevitably overlooked some aspects in taking care of his young granddaughter, allowing her to sneak out late at night to play. Little Xiaoxing didn't know fear. Seeing the cricket run away, she followed it right out of the village. Fearing something bad might happen to the little girl, Qi Yan quickly followed to chase after her. But being slightly nearsighted and not wearing glasses when he left, combined with the darkness caused by the lack of lights in the village to save electricity, the uneven earthen roads were filled with rocks, making it difficult to navigate. Before he could take a few steps, Qi Yan nearly tripped over a rock. He then had to tread more carefully, squinting in the faint moonlight to watch his path, unable to run fast, and for a moment, he actually couldn't keep up with Xiaoxing. Suddenly, the little girl stopped at the edge of a gully outside the village, refusing to move further. Qi Yan sighed in relief, thinking that this little girl had finally come to a halt. But when he chased over to check, he was shocked himself. Standing by the gully were around 10 people, all adult males. They were holding various tools, gathered together whispering about something. Qi Yan vaguely spotted guns in the hands of 2 men. Xiaoxing was small and hadn't caught their attention yet, but the sound of Qi Yan approaching made 2 of them turn to look over. Qi Yan instinctively sensed that these people were troublemakers. Without hesitation, he scooped up Xiaoxing and ran back toward the village. However, as an adult male carrying a child and being myopic, once he started running, he was immediately spotted. 3 of them quickly gave chase. Not good at running anyway and hindered by both his myopia and carrying a child, Qi Yan was soon overtaken by the pursuers. Knowing nothing about these people, with most of the villagers being elderly, weak, women, and children, and the young adults mostly working outside, he did not dare to shout for help. Realizing his large size might get caught, perhaps with his coverage, Xiaoxing might successfully escape back home. Therefore, as he ran, he quietly instructed the little girl, "Uncle will let you down. As soon as you're down, run home immediately and tell your grandpa to find Secretary Yen." He wasn't sure how much the little girl understood, but at least she should grasp, "run home." As he bent down, he placed Xiaoxing on the ground. True to his instruction, the little girl promptly ran back toward the village. Almost simultaneously, the pursuers also caught up, and 2 of them directly pinned Qi Yan to the ground from either side. That group turned out to be a gang of tomb raiders. They eventually did not kill Qi Yan on the spot. After discussing among themselves, they tied him up and brought him underground. Qi Yan was unclear about the reasons behind their decision. Perhaps they believed that killing someone before entering a tomb would bring bad luck, perhaps they feared his body might be discovered and cause trouble for them, or perhaps they wanted to keep him as a hostage. But being alive was better than being dead, and Qi Yan felt relieved that he had escaped death. He secretly hoped that Yen Zhu could find a way to save him in time. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Qi Yan would have found it hard to believe that beneath the mountain supporting Lingshan village, such a grand ancient civilization lay hidden. They descended through a prepared looting tunnel located in a hollow of the mountain. They ended up in a stone-paved passage that led to an intricately carved stone door. The door featured primitive yet strange patterns, which greatly differed from traditional decorative motifs in ancient tombs from Central Plains regions. Instead of auspicious creatures like divine beasts, flying birds, or blooming flowers, these patterns depicted somewhat eerie figures. For instance, 7 multi-headed snakes coiled around the door, forming a human-like laughing face. In the nose position of this human face, there was a 3-legged smiling chicken. Though it was a chicken's head, it appeared to be laughing, even revealing a row of sharp teeth in its beak, a depiction far removed from reality. Below the chicken's 3 legs were 4 humans twisted into snake-like forms. Their poses seemed filled with agony, but strangely enough, upon closer inspection of their faces, they too were smiling. After those men used some methods to open the door, Qi Yan was forced to enter the underground palace with them. The underground palace was built majestically and decorated elaborately, blending elegance with a hint of eeriness. Some bronze items resembled artifacts unearthed at Sangsingdui, yet they also possessed notable differences. Compared to the relics Qi Yan had seen in museums, the items here were more intact and intricately crafted, with bold and imaginative designs. Their chosen imagery and atmosphere paralleled the carvings on the entrance door, featuring multi-headed snakes, smiling chickens, and fish-headed humanoid creatures. Similar to the 3-legged chickens, the fish-headed creatures displayed fish-like heads but grinned in a human manner, exposing rows of neatly aligned sharp teeth. Qi Yan noticed another peculiar detail: all the human figures portrayed in these wall carvings or item decorations were contorted in agonizing postures yet maintained joyous smiles. The stark contrast between their painful body language and joyful expressions made Qi Yan feel uneasy, his spine tingling with fear. This awe-inspiring underground palace was akin to a massive labyrinth, brimming with perils and crises proportional to its mystery and allure. Fortunately, Qi Yan's luck held. Although he was coerced into following the gang of tomb raiders further inside, he remained unharmed throughout the journey, during which 2 members of the raiders group met their demise. It was during this process that Qi Yan gradually realized that the group holding him wasn't just simple treasure hunters motivated by greed. For one thing, ordinary tomb raiders would likely struggle to obtain information about such a place. Moreover, this underground palace didn't seem to be a typical tomb but rather a sacrificial altar. Chapter 136, Realm. Ultimately, they reached a colossal circular altar cast in bronze. By that time, only 5 of the tomb raiders who had abducted him were still alive. In theory, Qi Yan, as an ordinary student without any self-defense ability and frequently pushed forward to trigger traps, should have been the first to die among these people. However, he had always been very cautious and respectful, consciously refraining from looking at what he shouldn't see, touching or taking anything no matter what it was, thus remaining unharmed until the very end. The altar area was excavated several meters deeper than the palace part of the tomb, about 4 or 5 stories deep, with a fairly extensive coverage, roughly equivalent to 800-meter running tracks combined into a playground. In the central rear section stood a circular bronze altar with a diameter of about 100 meters. Looking down from the edge of the palace zone, the site was incredibly magnificent, making it hard to imagine how such a grand project could have been realized thousands of years ago. There were no direct steps leading from the palace area to the altar, so Qi Yan could only descend along with the 4 tomb raiders by ropes. The tomb raider who had kidnapped him had already untied the restraints on his upper body, but Qi Yan had also abandoned the idea of escaping. The way back had already been sealed off, and he had already witnessed the perilous conditions within this palace tomb. Without water, food, or any information about this place, following the remaining tomb raiders seemed like the safest choice for survival. But he forgot that these people were not decent individuals. Even under duress, cooperating with them was akin to planning with tigers. Upon ascending the massive circular bronze altar, it became evident that the surface of the bronze altar and its surroundings were engraved with many cryptic patterns. Some looked like ancient characters, while others resembled similar decorative motifs observed earlier in the palace tomb. About 1/3 of the way from the center to the top of the circle, there was a small black circular platform tilted at a 30-degree angle. It was made of a metal of unknown composition, about 2 meters in diameter, with slightly raised edges, resembling a black plate standing upright. Qi Yan noticed that the lead tomb raider suddenly looked at him. With a subtle glance, 2 tomb raiders swiftly subdued Qi Yan and rendered him unable to move. Qi Yan turned his gaze towards the leader and, with a deeper shadow in his eyes, asked, "What are you doing?" The leader completely ignored his question, took out a seemingly ordinary hardcover notebook from his bag, flipped through it, and nodded saying, "It should be this one, no mistake." Under the leader's instructions, Qi Yan was pushed by the 2 tomb raiders controlling him to the side of the black circular altar. The middle part of the altar was slightly concave, with thin chains of the same color hanging down from the 4 corners. According to the leader's guidance, the 2 tomb raiders bound Qi Yan with the metallic chains in the groove inside the altar, while the leader instructed another pair of tomb raiders to stand respectively where Qi Yan's feet pointed, keeping watch. Once fixed onto the altar, Qi Yan closed his eyes. He couldn't determine what emotions he felt at that moment, yet he knew his chances were grim. He could feel the tomb raiders positioned at either side of him draw their knives, cutting both his wrists. The cuts were deep, causing immense pain, blood spurting out immediately. As the first drop of blood hit the black altar, it seemed to trigger some mechanism. A dull, muffled metallic sound emanated from within the bronze altar, rotating clockwise for a full cycle. The 4 tomb raiders stationed at the 4 corners cautiously watched their feet, wary of what had happened. Then in the instant the rotation ceased and the sound disappeared, countless bronze spikes emerged from the underground bronze altar and quickly retracted. Within that blink of an eye, all 4 were pierced through, collapsing and dying on the spot. Their bodies riddled with bloody holes, bleeding profusely even as they lay dead, connecting head to toe, forming a grotesque circle around the black altar. Scarlet blood flowed out from their bodies, meandering away, soaking into the engraved patterns on the bronze altar. From Qi Yan's vantage point, he could see the wide-open eyes of the tomb raider who had died to his left front, staring with eyes unclosed, yet a joyous curve lingered on his lips. Yet he remembered clearly that at the instant those bronze spikes emerged, terror had marked his face unmistakably. He didn't know who the leader had been acting on behalf of, nor the purpose, but he could feel his blood rapidly draining away, his limbs becoming weaker, his entire body cold, the whole world drenched in the color of blood. The view before his eyes began to slowly wobble and shake, and the next moment, he lost consciousness. When Qi Yan woke up again, he found himself in a boundless darkness. He groaned, opening his eyes. Uneasily glancing around the surroundings, he slowly rose from the ground. He looked at his 2 hands, they were intact, without any wounds. He wondered if he had already died, but if this was what came after death, it would be quite an ordeal to endure, nothing but darkness everywhere and no idea how long he'd have to remain alone. He seemed suspended in an abyss of nothingness. Above, below, left, right, forward, backward, all directions were filled with the same oppressive darkness. Standing in place didn't make him feel weightless, yet his feet still wobbled as though he were walking on clouds, unable to find reassurance beneath him. Qi Yan cautiously took 2 steps forward, whispering experimentally, "Is anyone there?" He hadn't expected a response. But unexpectedly, a deep voice answered him, "No." The sound came from far away, like it originated at the edge of the heavens, or perhaps it appeared directly within his mind. Qi Yan was startled, stopping in his tracks, and carefully stood still. "Who are you? What is this place? Are you a god?" In fact, in such empty and silent darkness, even if the other party wasn't human, he wouldn't be too afraid. Moreover, he believed himself to be already dead. How could a dead man fear a ghost? He recalled the altar from the underground palace. Their final action seemed to have been for a sacrifice, with him being the offering. So, was this voice the thing that had been worshipped? And just what exactly was this it? "Here is my domain." The voice replied, "I myself cannot explain how you've ended up here. In fact, before you, no living creatures have ever appeared here. I am not a god. Your imagined gods do not exist. Or rather, gods only exist in certain worlds, and their essence is merely higher forms of life within those worlds. To me, they're all the same. Then who are you?" Qi Yan repeated his original question. "I am evil. I am the evil that constitutes eternity. All the malevolent aspects of eternity stem from me, and if I cease to exist, eternity will also collapse and perish." The voice stated calmly, without hiding anything, perhaps because he lacked the concept of human deception, "I am also the sole consciousness that exists within eternity. I surpass eternity, but conversely, I am eternity." At the time, Qi Yan couldn't comprehend the meaning behind the voice's words or grasp his current predicament. He asked more questions, but the voice never responded again. It was too vast and empty here, there was absolutely nothing. Not even the flow of time existed within eternity. Qi Yan sat silently in the void of darkness for a long while. Finally, he couldn't help but ask again, "Am I going to stay here forever like this? There's not even a bit of light. Can you give me some light?" His tone was nearly full of hopelessly pitiful pleading by the end. He needed light, even if it was just a little bit. Without a phone, without anything to entertain him, enduring this state endlessly was worse than outright death. And as he put it, the hardest part to bear was the pitch-black darkness that felt substantial, being trapped in this boundless darkness with no end to solitude, a challenge for any ordinary person approaching their limits. The voice did not respond. Just as Qi Yan thought the other side would completely ignore him, he suddenly heard the same voice speaking in its usual even tone, "Stand up, walk forward." There was nothing else for Qi Yan to do. Here, he had lost track of time, he didn't feel thirsty, hungry, or tired. Thus, he obediently stood up and began following the instructions. He didn't know how long he had walked, or how far, he suspected not very far. It was too easy to get mentally fatigued in infinite darkness. When he started feeling like he might give in, the voice remained silent without providing further instructions. Qi Yan had to ask, "Until when should I keep walking?" In reality, this question was hard to answer, as there was no such thing as time here. But the other party understood his implication, "Walk until you don't want to anymore. You can stop any time." "Well, then I'll stop right here." Qi Yan said somewhat eagerly, "What's next?" "I will give you all the areas you've walked through," the voice intoned evenly, "within them, you can do as you please, turning it into whatever form you desire and getting whatever you wish for. Then I'd like it to become like my original world." As soon as this thought flashed through Qi Yan's mind, he froze. In the blink of an eye, sunlight, breezes, soil, and blue skies, all of it appeared instantly before his eyes. "I also want a house." Even in eternity, his thoughts took some time to adapt. In his mind, people still needed houses to shield them from the elements, though he failed to realize that now the wind and rain were under his own control. The next second, a beautifully crafted, white house with design features perfectly suited to his heart materialized out of nowhere. Qi Yan blankly pushed open the door and walked inside. The interior was already decorated according to his preferences, complete with all sorts of furniture and appliances, everything aligned with the unspoken desires lurking in his subconscious. Qi Yan recalled how, as a child, he would read the story of Shen by Mao Yang and always yearned for such a magic brush. And now, his dream had come true in a different way, true wish fulfillment where every desire could be obtained at will. Here, he was like the legendary gods, completely ruling over his world. Qi Yan found it hard to describe how he felt when he realized this. He was both awed and terrified, uneasy yet secretly exhilarated. Countless things awaited him to do, endless possibilities for him to create. And that voice never interfered. With this region where everything could be shaped entirely by his will, Qi Yan finally settled down for a while. Here, he could read, play, and enjoy countless achievements of civilizations across myriad worlds at his disposal. The only regret was that he could not introduce or create any living creatures here. He had tried keeping a cat and a dog but failed. Even retreating to wish for a simple cactus ended in failure. The voice informed him that within its domain, and indeed throughout absolute eternity beyond the world river, no life would exist. Qi Yan himself was the sole exception, an unforeseen accident even to the voice. Qi Yan gradually began to learn some circumstances from the owner of the voice. He now resided in eternity, and within eternity flowed an invisible river of worlds, a river with neither beginning nor end. Compared to the complete stillness of eternity, the world river moved continuously. This movement brought about the concept of time in each world, thus, all worlds went through cycles of birth and death. The number of worlds was immeasurable, and the spacetime he had originally lived in was merely one among those countless worlds along the river. Through continuous learning, Qi Yan also gradually pieced together reasons why he might have ended up here. The ancient palace he saw before dying was truly used for sacrifices. However, the god, revered and worshipped by the ancestors who built the palace was not like the anthropomorphized deities worshipped in later generations, like Jade Emperor, Mother Queen, Zeus, or Pluto, but rather a formless, imageless natural deity representing evil. In other words, the altar sacrificed to the intrinsic void and evil nature of the world. And this evil within eternity came from the voice's master. All that evil in every world stemmed from him, including the original world Qi Yan hailed from. That altar had merely worshipped an incredibly insignificant fragment of him. It was precisely because of this exceedingly minute connection, combined with an inexplicable coincidence even the voice couldn't explain, that he, either lucky or unfortunate, stepped into this absolute eternity untouched by any creature. Chapter 137, Distracted. Within eternity, there is no concept of time, but Qi Yan could create false time. He used the time units from his original world as a measure and had a computer dedicated solely to keeping time. The time displayed on the computer was false, with no actual passage occurring, but it allowed him to gauge how long he had psychologically endured. It was like a house clock. The first 10 years were actually quite pleasant and leisurely. Without effort, Qi Yan could savor all kinds of delicacies. He stayed cozy in his own house, comfortably reading books and watching films that he had always wanted to enjoy, playing the games he liked. Although unable to communicate with other beings in any form, he could browse and gain insights into their civilization's achievements. Roughly calculated, completing a large-scale single-player game required 3 to 5 days, while finishing a book or movie series took about a day, so that time passed smoothly enough. Not to mention, he had other entertainment activities, such as going out to sea. At that time, Qi Yan hesitated, anxiously asking the voice, "Can I ask for more space?" His area was already vast, with mountains, lakes, and forests. Although sentient beings were not allowed, luckily, some worlds had developed near-perfect artificial forests that mimicked real ones in every aspect. All Qi Yan had to do was manifest these realistic artificial forests and trees in his zone. The voice did not get angry or dissatisfied with his greed but instead calmly asked, "What do you want to do?" I want to see," Qi Yan said softly. As soon as he finished speaking, looking out of the windows of his house, within his line of sight, a patch of blue appeared, his area expanded. The voice did not say anything further, quietly fulfilling his request. Qi Yan whispered a quiet, "Thank you." Afterward, he quickly acquired a yacht and a cruise ship for ocean excursions and relaxation. There was no marine life in the sea, but merely gazing at the seawater, clearing his mind while enjoying the sea breeze was sufficient for comfort. In the shallow coastal waters nearby, he arranged an artificial fish and coral-based simulated marine ecosystem for occasional underwater diving adventures. Aside from lacking social activities, everything seemed perfect. Inside the house, Qi Yan installed 2 of the most advanced artificial intelligence robots, capable of assisting with all household tasks. But they couldn't replace real, conscious humans. They failed to satisfy Qi Yan's social and emotional needs. As the time shown on the timer passed, Qi Yan felt increasingly lonely, unable to fill this emptiness no matter what. He asked the voice, "Have you always been alone?" "Only you." "Yes." The voice answered calmly, as if it were the most ordinary and insignificant thing. "Don't you ever feel lonely?" "What is loneliness?" The voice counter-questioned him. "It's when one person feels extremely isolated, utterly alone." "No," the voice stated, "I don't know what this feeling is, nor will I ever experience it. Being eternally existent, it perpetually existed here without knowing solitude or understanding loneliness. Time could not describe its existence, nor constrain it. In the endless void before Qi Yan's arrival, it had always been this way." Qi Yan didn't know how to respond. He suddenly had the impulse to embrace the other. Although as a solitary and minuscule human being sympathizing with an indifferent and lofty eternity might sound somewhat ridiculous, akin to short-lived fungi unknowing of the changes between dark and light phases, yet feeling pity for the tree's loneliness. Yet in this daily life, Qi Yan began to clearly realize one thing: he yearned for communication with the voice, and this desire grew stronger day by day. He struggled to put it into words but knew unmistakably that this craving stemmed not merely from loneliness. That day, Qi Yan closed his book, gazing up into the void, when a sudden thought emerged in his mind, one so intense that he couldn't wait to act on it immediately. He called out to the voice, addressing his landlord, his only neighbor and companion, in a seemingly casual tone, "I haven't asked you this yet. What's your name? Can I call you by it from now on?" After the initial shock and fear had passed, he was urgently seeking to learn more about the voice. The other seemed to pause briefly before telling him, "I have no name." This answer was both unexpected and anticipated. If it had always been a solitary existence, then it only needed self-awareness, requiring no name. "Can I give you a name?" Qi Yan asked cautiously. "You may." Perhaps it was Qi Yan's misconception, but he thought the voice had softened slightly when it agreed. Hearing this response, Qi Yan couldn't help but smile. "What if I call you Yingji? My name is Qi Yan, and you could be Yingji. Night feast, late welcome, Yingji." His own name derived from that phrase. It was one of his grandfather's favorite lines in a poem written in his youth, so Qi Yan had chosen a character from the line to name himself. Qi Yan didn't actually appreciate his grandfather's poetry, but since his own name came from it, he secretly wanted to connect the sound's name with his own. It was an entirely hidden, selfish thought. "Qi Yan. Yi Yingji." The voice repeated twice, then said, "Fine. You are Qi Yan, and I am Yi Yingji." His voice remained even, but as the soul superior consciousness transcending eternity, every word he formally spoke would become a rule for all eternity. Qi Yan didn't know that at that very moment, with the sound of those words, no matter which world they were reincarnated into, he would always be Qi Yan, and the other would always be Yi Yingji. At the time, however, he merely sat on the simulated grass in front of his house, smiling faintly, lost in thought. He suddenly remembered that he had also forgotten to tell the other his name up until now. The timer had already passed 100 years. If Qi Yan were still in his original world, his life there would have come to an end. The knowledge and creations from worlds similar or close to his original one could no longer satisfy his needs. He began exploring the wisdom and civilizations of more diverse worlds. Religion, science, philosophy. He had encountered countless brilliant masterpieces where countless beings used different methods to inherit various systems in an attempt to explore the essence and truth of the world through their dedication and intelligence. Qi Yan was often awed by the firm determination shown in each civilization's history of development. Every being, in its own world, was so insignificant, and even the seemingly infinite and grand entirety of the world appeared inconsequential in the face of eternity. Nevertheless, these small yet conscious and intelligent beings created innumerable and indescribably great legacies within their limited existence, generation after generation. Each world might divide into many different worlds at any given moment due to various branching points, meaning that even if the original world perished, those creations could continue in the branch worlds. Branch worlds, relative to their subworlds, were themselves original worlds. Thus, the civilizations born in the river of worlds were hard to fully vanish or destroy. Any living entity, regardless of the magnitude of their contribution to their world civilization, would leave an imprint that could never be erased, even if the individual being disappeared. While conversing with that voice, Qi Yan browsed through the creations of various civilizations across worlds, losing track of the endless duration of eternity without noticing. Unconsciously, 1,000 years had passed on the timer. In the mortal world, it would have been 10 lifetimes of rebirth. One day, Qi Yan called out as usual, "Yi Yingji," but the other did not respond like before. Initially, Qi Yan wasn't concerned, as Yi Yingji had occasionally delayed responding to him in the past. He didn't know the limits or edges of this domain, nor where the other resided or what they were doing. However, one day turned into 2, 3, 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, and still, that voice never answered again. Qi Yan began to panic, speculating anxiously about where the other had gone and what had happened. Everything in his area was as usual, and the regions beyond his reach remained shrouded in darkness. Qi Yan wandered through the darkness for a long time, calling out the other's name as he went, collapsing in exhaustion at last. Silent tears seeped from the corners of his eyes, but nothing came of it. Defeated, he returned to his own area. Here, he was powerless to do anything but wait. As the unresponsive time stretched from 100 years, 500 years, 1,000 years, his anxiety gradually transformed into pleading and hope slowly evolved into longing. The longing dragged on endlessly, becoming too sorrowful and hopeless. Another 1,000 years crept slowly by on the timer before the voice finally responded, "I think I heard you calling me." Qi Yan didn't know what to say. In fact, for that brief instant, he simply couldn't speak, as if he'd lost the ability altogether. Fortunately, in eternity, such abilities could never truly deteriorate. He closed his eyes and after a long while, slowly opened them again. "Where did you go? Why didn't you acknowledge me?" His voice was calm, the once overwhelming emotions flattened by the interminable wait. His reappearance was enough to soothe Qi Yan. This time Yingji paused for a long moment before quietly telling him, "I'm sorry, I lost focus." To him, this had merely been a brief lapse in attention. Before Qi Yan's presence, he had always wandered off more frequently and for much longer periods. Sometimes, when he returned from his wandering, the worlds within the river of worlds would have already changed several times. While he was absent-minded, countless worlds had perished and countless others were born at the source. But Qi Yan seemed greatly concerned about his losing focus. Then I'll make sure not to lose focus in the future. This was what he thought but didn't say aloud. What he did say was, as an apology, I can grant you one wish. He wasn't sure why he said that. Factually speaking, every wish since Qi Yan's arrival had already been granted. Even now, no matter what Qi Yan asked of him, he would do his best to achieve it. Yet, he could vaguely sense that for human beings, such promises held a special meaning. Indeed, Qi Yan, with eyes of pure black, loosely clenched his left hand into a fist, hesitating and somewhat uneasy as he gazed at nothingness, voicing a wish that sounded unlike his usual ones. Could you turn into a human and stay with me for a while? Sorry, I can't do that, Yi Yingji said. I cannot transform into a human. Humans are a balanced kind of life form, whereas I am malevolent. Even if I dive into the world river and incarnate into a specific world, I cannot truly become a human. Either I would die young and turn into a malevolent ghost, or I'd be a demonic entity from birth. As long as you appear in human form, that's fine. Qi Yan pleaded into the void, can't you do that? Transform into a human figure and stay by my side for a bit. Just for a moment. Just for a moment. 5 minutes. Qi Yan pointed at the timer on the table to his invisible friend, look, this number here, from 0 to 5, that's all. Yi Yingji had no concept of time. He also didn't understand the meaning behind Qi Yan's request. He couldn't imagine what it would feel like to have a human body. Still, looking into those black eyes, he consented, all right. What ultimately appeared before Qi Yan was merely a shadowy outline of human form, semi-transparent, features indiscernible. Like his voice, the shadow remained tranquil, standing before Qi Yan expressionless, motionless, without any emotional fluctuations. Yet, Qi Yan felt perfectly content. He looked at the apparition that materialized out of thin air, slightly tilting up his mouth in a faint smile, and half closed his eyes. As he looked at it, he opened his arms and stepped forward. Gently, tentatively, he embraced its neck, tipped his head back, closed his eyes, and placed a soft kiss, like a passing breeze, where he estimated its lips would be. Yi Yingji had no reaction, only standing silently there. A moment later, Qi Yan opened his eyes, took a step back, and looked at Yi Yingji. Did you feel anything? I don't know, Yi Yingji responded, his gathered phantom dissipating instantly, his tone still steady. Should I have felt something? Qi Yan lowered his head, smiled, raised his head again towards where the shadow had disappeared, and said nothing. During his youth, upon reading Tagore's story of the bird and the fish, he thought their love was truly hopeless. Yet he never imagined that one day, within eternity, he would fall in love with eternity itself. Chapter 138, 10,000 Years. Everything in eternity never changes. Qi Yan gradually adapted to this kind of life, and he wouldn't pay attention to the numbers on the clock for a long time. It was hard to determine whether such a life was good or bad. Here, he could get everything he wanted except for one thing, within reach, yet unattainable. It wasn't that it wouldn't be given, but that it didn't exist. Qi Yan still maintained the habit of being an ordinary person, defining day and night in his area according to the timer, and even dividing the changing seasons into 4 categories. One day, as he passed by the clock, he suddenly realized that the number under the unit representing year had turned into a 5-digit figure. He was here, by Yi Yingji's side, and had already stayed for more than 10,000 years. If he were in the mortal world, he would have gone through 100 cycles of reincarnation. Yi Yingji. He gently called out this name, summoning him, where are you? You should know. That voice replied to him, still calm and unruffled, in my realm, I am everywhere. I want to see you. You're seeing me right now. It's not like this. Qi Yan reached out to touch the air in front of him, with a hint of sadness in his tone, I want to touch you. To embrace you, to kiss you, to merge with you. There is no air in Yi Yingji's domain, nothing at all. These earthly-like things only existed in Qi Yan's region. His black eyes were filled with things that Yi Yingji couldn't understand. But for some reason, he wanted to erase those things. He didn't want to see Qi Yan this way. He wanted to make him happy. But he didn't know what to do. In the end, he spoke up, come out, come outside. Qi Yan didn't know what he meant, but still obediently stepped out into the darkness outside. The moment he entered the darkness, a light force lifted him up. Qi Yan felt like he was flying, continuously rising upward, breaking through layers of darkness, eventually reaching a height he had never reached before. Looking down from here, a magnificent and shimmering Milky Way came into view. The dazzling Milky Way slowly flowed forward. Upon closer inspection, it could be discovered that countless bright stars in the belt-like region were moving forward in the same direction, forming a light band because there were too many stars, even giving the illusion of being a river of light. And these stars weren't really flickering, they just looked like flickering stars. Once they dimmed, they would never shine again. However, whenever old stars went out, new ones always lit up in the light band. At every moment, old stars dimmed, and at every moment, new stars lit up. From his perspective, it was like a grand symphony of light. Qi Yan had never seen such a magnificent sight, and he was momentarily stunned. Until Yingji's voice sounded beside him, this is the world river. Those that are shining are the existing worlds, after a world perishes, it fades. Each star represented a world. Every moment, old worlds were destroyed, and every moment, new worlds were born. Here they were at ease, but in fact, they were witnessing the birth and destruction of countless worlds. Qi Yan was completely petrified. For the first time in 10,000 years, an overwhelming wave of sorrow and despair suddenly surged over him. Sitting by his side, standing from his perspective, he saw for the first time all that was in his eyes. Endless living beings, tens of millions of worlds, in his eyes were no more than ephemeral lives, born in the morning and dead by night. All things were fleeting, only he was the eternal presence. At that moment, Qi Yan suddenly felt disheartened and physically exhausted. He had always firmly believed that among all forms of existence, humans were the most resilient and committed. The sea might be calmed, mountains could be moved, and with enough time, there was nothing that couldn't be done. And the one thing he had in abundance was time. As long as he remained by his side, as long as he waited, one day he would wait until then, one day he would turn around. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, whether it be 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 or 10,000 years, or even 1,000,000 or 10,000,000 years, he was willing to stay by his side, waiting for him, protecting him, enjoying it without complaint. But he was wrong. From the beginning, he fell in love with an existence that would never respond or love back. An eternal existence. Do you not like it? He heard Yingji ask him, in his usual tone of indifference. I like it, Qi Yan softly replied, slowly lowering his head, lowering his eyes. Although he said he liked it, Yingji could sense that the human in front of him had become more disheartened, his black eyes looked sad. He felt even more at a loss, not knowing what to do or say. He was afraid that this time, his actions might inadvertently backfire again, so he chose to remain silent. By the side of the glittering world river, he heard Qi Yan whisper softly, I like you. What? He asked. Yingji. I love you. What is love? It means I want to be with you forever. It means I want to possess you. The human smiled slightly, lowered his head, and stopped speaking. The eternal presence of Yingji noticed something very bright, brighter than the shining world itself, flash briefly in Qi Yan's eyes before dimming just as quickly. He had witnessed the destruction of countless worlds, but never once had he regretted or mourned their demise, nor felt pity for them. But when he looked into Qi Yan's now dull eyes, an uncontrollable desire arose within him, to make them shine brightly once again, just like they used to, full of focus and anticipation, staring at him. However, after that, Qi Yan seemed persistently unhappy. There always seemed to be a faint mist in his eyes, preventing Yingji from seeing what he truly thought. He couldn't understand human emotions. He didn't even comprehend why he wanted to understand these emotions in the first place. All he could say was, of course you can be with me forever. Just like now. Qi Yan smiled and shook his head. One day, Qi Yan suddenly requested once more to be taken to the bank of the world river. Bathed in the shimmering light reflected by the world river, Qi Yan turned his head and whispered softly, Yingji, can you send me back into the cycle of worldly reincarnation? He couldn't see the owner of this realm, but he could feel him nearby. Perhaps some of humanity's concepts really came close to uncovering the truth of the universe. In Buddhism, people have 3 lifetimes, past life, present life, and future life. What one experiences now belongs to the present life, while everything that happened before is past life, and all yet to come cycles belong to the future life. Qi Yan's knowledge aligned somewhat with this notion. All beings possess a divine soul, and as long as the divine soul remains unextinguished, they continue to circulate through trillions of worlds until the day the soul finally fades, leading to their ultimate extinction. At the beginning, he was no more than one among millions of ordinary souls, existing only as a human whose lifespan did not exceed 100 years and who would undergo no more than 10 incarnations, their divine soul persisting for merely 1,000 years within the world river, eventually disappearing along with all living creatures. A life fleeting as that of a gnat, born and extinguished in an instant. How lucky he had been, entering this absolute eternity, meeting Yingji. There was once a question asked about Titanic. If Jack had known the final outcome from the start, would he still choose to win that ticket? Would he have boarded that great ship? Qi Yan didn't know. He only knew that he had never regretted falling in love with Yingji. Even now, he could not stop loving him. But this love, it was too hopeless. Forever and ever, waiting in eternity for a lover he could never attain, someone he desired most in his heart. Originally, he was a person within the cycles of reincarnation, so let him return where he came from. All right. Yingji didn't hesitate much in answering. After a moment of pause, he added, why do you want to leave? It's too lonely here. Qi Yan's lips curved slightly upward into a shallow smile, Yingji, I am too lonely. Waiting for you like this is too lonely. Can you send me away? He asked again. All right. Yingji replied, without hesitation. Qi Yan said he was lonely, but he himself didn't know what loneliness was. Watching the human gradually fade within his domain left him powerless. The only thing he could do was fulfill every wish of the human. Hearing the calm and decisive reply, Qi Yan's gaze darkened slightly, followed by a flicker of wry laughter. What else did he hope for? Did he hope Yingji would try to keep him? He laughed, raising his head. Yingji, before I go, can I hug you one last time? Why? Because I love you. Qi Yan saw a semi-transparent humanoid silhouette appear in front of him, exactly as it had been when he first met it. He smiled again, stepped forward, wrapped his arms around its neck, and buried himself deeply into its embrace. This would be the last time. I love you. Even if my soul were to vanish one day, I will love you until the end of eternity. I will always love you. Qi Yan released Yingji, then took a step backward toward the world river. The humanoid silhouette in front of him raised a hand. I will attach my essence to your divine soul to protect you. However, with each cycle, both my essence and your divine soul will be consumed, and eventually, your divine soul will become extremely weak until it disappears. Before that happens, you must remember to come back. Alright. The human figure floated down towards the world river in a supine position. Qi Yan could feel the bright and brilliant light points behind him getting closer and closer, while the endless darkness was receding further and further away. He descended slowly toward the starry galaxy and instinctively extended his hand toward the dark void, still indulging in the hope, even at the last moment, that the eternal presence would reach out and pull him back. As he watched Qi Yan drift down towards the world river, Yingji unconsciously extended his intangible hand, before he even understood why he wanted to do so. Yet, he pulled his hand back just as it was about to touch the human. All he could do was softly murmur in the direction where Qi Yan had disappeared. You may enjoy the warmth of family, pursue the success of your career, savor the value of friendship. You can obtain everything that you deserve. But you must never fall in love with anyone, your heart can only open up for me. Because you once told me that you loved me. You said that love means being together forever. When he spoke, those words became the rules of the cycle. What an arrogant, selfish, and unreasonable rule, established solely for one person. And all this while he didn't even know what love truly was. He didn't understand love, but he already understood possession. Yet often, it is precisely because of love that one desires to possess. Do you not feel lonely? What is loneliness? The voice asked in return. It's being alone, very isolated, very solitary. No, replied the voice. I do not know what this feeling is, nor will I ever experience it. It was only after that person had left that he finally tasted this sensation. There would be no other voice calling to him, no other figure existing within his domain. The sky, land, and sea created by that person still stood there, so out of place against the surrounding darkness, yet their creator was nowhere to be found. Mankind fell into the cycle of reincarnation, leaving eternity behind in solitude, a solitude he had never experienced before. Before comprehending love, he first came to understand what loneliness and isolation meant. He tried to leave his domain, to leave eternity, wandering through countless worlds. He attempted to understand the life that person once possessed, to integrate himself within it, letting these boundless living beings alleviate his endless solitude. His consciousness passed through the masses, observing all aspects of life, neon lights flickering, daily necessities like oil, rice, salt. None of these creatures could sense his presence, he simply stood aside, a silent observer, watching from one world to another. But without that person, the void could not be filled no matter how much he tried. No matter what, it felt wrong. Only after returning to eternity did he suddenly realize, as he rushed through so many worlds, reluctant to linger, acting merely as a passerby, that what he hoped for was to see that familiar figure around the next corner. Though he did not deliberately search for him, subconsciously he wanted to encounter him by chance in those billions of worlds. He wished to see him. He began missing him. I will answer your call. I will embrace you. I will kiss you. I will never leave you again. Will you come back? He began to ponder, if after so many reincarnations, he had forgotten to return, forgotten the way back, or if his soul had grown too weak to return, or even worse, if he had grown tired of this place and would rather dissipate entirely among these countless worlds than return, never to come back to him. After traveling through the river of worlds, he realized that for humans like him, when parting with a loved one, they should say, come back soon, I'll wait for you. But he had not told Qi Yan, I'll wait for you. Would his Qi Yan ever return? Tiredness, dissipation, non-return, eternal separation, he would leave him forever, and they would never meet again. He would never hear his call again. He would never see him again. He would never find him again. Until the ultimate disappearance of his own spirit, even if he were powerless to stop it. Suddenly, an immense fear and panic surged within his heart. The thought of never seeing him again kept haunting him, like a hand choking him, depriving him of breath. In an instant, hundreds of thoughts arose, emotions bloomed. Love emerged, longing flourished, but so did dread and worry. Obsession grew rampant. The sudden awareness of such deep emotion weighed heavily upon him, nearly unbearable, as he gradually materialized into physical form. Curiously, he examined his own hands, quietly thinking, was this what he wanted? Was this the embrace he craved? He thought that he needed to find him before it was too late. Even though the river of worlds held billions upon billions, tracking where Qi Yan might appear in which world was not difficult. The rule of reincarnation states that no being can retain memories from a past cycle, and this rule worked well. Yingji had no intention of breaking or changing it, even if it meant losing his memory once he entered the cycle. It didn't matter. He belonged to him, and he would always find him. Qi Yan slowly opened his eyes amidst the darkness, the most vivid memory remaining that dazzling sea of light, and the existence that drifted further away within the darkness. An existence he had longed for, and watched for over 10,000 years. Afterward, memories of reincarnations flooded in. He was the frail young man haunted by a ghost who would soon meet an untimely end, and the other party was the unfortunate spirit whose ashes had been stolen. He was an ordinary person unlucky enough to encounter supernatural evil, while the other pretended nothing was wrong, acting as his good roommate to win his favor. He was the exchange student adrift in a foreign land with no support, and the other was the brazen blood prince stealing his blood. Finally, in one lifetime, the two were able to grow up together, but the other still left first, becoming the source of chaos between yin and yang in the entire world. Qi Yan finally understood the meaning of that phrase, "Does it hurt?" heard during those half-dream, half-awake moments. What he was asking was whether the stab wound from the previous life had hurt. Life after life they journeyed together. He couldn't share the same life with him, but time after time he accompanied him in death. Qi Yan opened his eyes and looked at his lover, the familiar lover, tangled together for lifetimes upon lifetimes, and softly called out to him. Yi Yingji. They were still standing in that cave. Yi Yingji stood in front of him, behind him a black passage. Qi Yan could already vaguely guess where it would lead. The beginning of everything, the end of everything. I'm here. Yi Yingji calmly embraced him, looking down at him and slowly recounting what happened afterward. In the last life, due to the final technique you used, when I came to this world with you, unlike you, I wasn't able to enter the cycle of reincarnation but was directly drawn to the world's most malevolent place, where I fell into slumber. The malignancy here is pure and strong, and while asleep, I slowly recalled everything until I sensed your presence and began to awaken. But even then, I couldn't fully wake up until several years later, and immediately after waking, I left this place to search for you. In fact, when he first met Qi Yan in the cycle of reincarnation, Qi Yan's soul was already very weak. If not for the trace of his aura clinging to it, Qi Yan might have given in long ago. Even so, back then, Qi Yan's weakened yet strongly malign saturated soul was coveted and watched over by various demonic beings. Even though it had been several lifetimes, every time he thought about it, he still felt an overwhelming dread. Just barely, just barely. If he had awakened a little later, he would have lost his Qi Yan forever. The cycle does not allow memories from outside the current life, that is the rule of reincarnation. But here, I can open a pathway to my eternal realm and thus restore your memory. So, I must bring you back here again. Yi held his beloved deeply in his arms. I'm sorry, Qi Yan, I'm sorry. I always frighten you. But now, it's time for us to go home. Will you come home with me? He stepped back slightly, looking earnestly at the human before him, but never letting go of their hand. You promised me that next time, you would accompany me to eternity. Qi Yan closed his eyes briefly, and in front of him once more appeared the vampire's blood-stained hands and tender, affectionate face. Next time, will you accompany me to eternity? Yes. He heard himself murmuring, wrapping his arms around the other's neck and pressing his lips to his. He waited for him for 10,000 years, pursued him through 5 lifetimes. Through all these entanglements, who could possibly sort them all out? He only knew that he loved him, that if the other were him, he would willingly endure boundless eternity alongside him. He only knew that he would never let go of Yi Yingji. Never leave me again. He heard Yi Yingji's soft sigh, don't leave me alone again. You know, I am eternity, I exist within eternity. If I love something, that love is eternal and unchanging. Qi Yan, it was you who entered my domain, and now you must take responsibility. A black passage leading to eternity had already opened behind Yi Yingji. I'll take responsibility. Qi Yan tilted his head, his eyes slightly curving, and smiled at him. Once, he perished on an ancient altar and was accidentally drawn into it, filled with fear and uncertainty, not knowing where to go. Later, he fell in love with the owner of the place, staying for 10,000 years without obtaining reciprocation, and left sorrowfully, but unexpectedly, through all the twists and turns. In the end, he still had to return with his lover. No matter how long or lonely eternity might be, they were no longer alone. Holding each other's hands, they slowly stepped inside, entering pure eternity, entering Yi Yingji's realm. This is somewhat different. Qi Yan gazed astonishingly at the scenery before him, sunlight, blue skies, distant mountains, and the familiar house ahead of them. It seemed like the home from the first lifetime where he and Yi Yingji eventually spent their final days. If he remembered correctly, there was also a room on the second floor of this house serving as Yi Yingji's memorial hall. He was certain that none of this was arranged by him. Yet, Yi Yingji's realm used to be an endless darkness, nothing like this. Just as he was wondering, he heard Yi Yingji speak beside him in a calm and natural tone. This is the reflection of my heart, and it manifests according to the state of my heart. Indifference leads to no heart at all, which is why it was once complete darkness. Yan, only you entered here when there was nothingness. You came in even before I had a heart. Chapter 140, Just Right. Qi Yan wandered around like a child reunited with his long-lost hometown, eager to explore every corner. In the domain, space was in no short supply. Thus, Yi Yingji had replicated all the homes they had lived in across their 5 cycles of reincarnation and brought them here. Qi Yan laughed at him. If we were to reincarnate a few more times following your approach, we'd have to build a museum to display the houses from each life. Yi Yingji seemed to seriously consider this suggestion, replying, that wouldn't be bad. Qi Yan strolled along leisurely, eventually returning to the area that Yi Yingji had initially gifted him. His house, forest, sea, and yacht were exactly as they had been when he left, untouched and pristine. Everything within eternity remained unchanging. The intelligent butlers in the house greeted the return of their master enthusiastically, entirely unaware how long Qi Yan had been gone. With nothing to manage in the master's absence, they simply lay dormant like paused clocks. Qi Yan looked fondly at everything before him, while Yi Yingji silently followed behind, eyes intently fixed on him. Had no one touched anything here since I left? Qi Yan's question was directed at Yi Yingji, yet it was their intelligent butlers who responded first. No, the gentleman behind you has been here before. He slept in your bed, used your pillows, covered himself with your blankets, read your books, played with your gaming consoles, ate with your dishes, and drank from your cups. But his permissions were too high, so we apologize, master, for failing to stop his actions. After all, they were merely products of a mechanical technology civilization. Though their built-in intelligence could determine these actions were somewhat disrespectful to their master, they couldn't stop Yi Yingji. Behind Qi Yan, Yi Yingji coughed softly. When I first coalesced into this physical form, I came over to live here for a few days to experience human life. Of course, there were also some reasons he found difficult to articulate, which he chose not to mention. But Qi Yan only gave him a glance and didn't pursue the matter further. There was no need to pursue it. With over 10,000 years of secret and open admiration and 5 lifetimes spent together, there was practically nothing the two could hide from each other anymore. They eventually settled down again in Qi Yan's initial residence, where he had operated for over 10,000 years, the most materially rich and comfortable living environment. After resting for 2 days there, Qi Yan suddenly became drowsy one night before bed, hugging Yi Yingji's neck and kissing his ear. Yingji, do we still need to go back? If we just vanish like this, what about my parents and friends in this lifetime? We're going to stay here forever anyway, so why don't we finish out this life first? Alright, replied Yi Yingji, lightly stroking Qi Yan's naked back. However, due to the existence of the ultimate evil in that world and because I've already assimilated that ultimate evil for decades, after I go back this time, I'll be able to preserve my memory. You, however, will forget everything once you return, remembering only the matters of that world. I can only bring you back after you pass away in this life. That's fine, said Qi Yan, laughing gently as he kissed him. Even if I only remember things from that world, I know I love you. Unable to resist, the eternal entity of pure evil indulgently took his lover back to the world where they had only spent half of their life. When Qi Yan woke up, he was in the only inn in Hongtu village. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he looked at the person lying beside him, shaking him awake. Yingji, wake up, how did we end up here? Confusion marred the man's face even more than Qi Yan's. Where else would we be? I remember, Qi Yan frowned slightly. We went into that cave. It was just the two of us. No matter how far we walked forward, we couldn't find the path I used to take. Later, we decided to return the way we came, but we couldn't find the entrance either. Instead, we ended up in a dead-end stone hall. At this point, he leaned over the person lying leisurely on the bed beside him, shuddering slightly but not pulling away. Instead, he collapsed onto the man's chest and mumbled, then, you suddenly started behaving strangely and frighteningly. Your reaction wasn't normal at all. Am I frightening you by being too clingy? Yi Yingji chuckled softly and hugged him tighter. Don't be afraid, everything's fine now. There was a gas in that cave that could cause hallucinations, and after we both inhaled it, we started hallucinating, which is why we couldn't find the way out. Later, you suddenly fainted beside me. When I realized something was wrong, I used the oxygen bottle from my bag, and finally managed to get us out in the nick of time. Qi Yan had indeed prepared emergency portable oxygen bottles for both of them just in case. Yi Yingji initially thought about fabricating an even more complete story, telling Qi Yan they hadn't actually entered the cave, but doing so would have caused Qi Yan greater memory confusion. Moreover, this lifetime already carried a psychological shadow of not being believed when revealing truths about the cave to others. After some consideration, Yi Yingji chose not to push Qi Yan too far and only fabricated a smaller lie. No matter how many lifetimes had passed, whenever he faced Qi Yan's innocent yet dependent face, he found himself unable to confess that he wasn't human, not even though he knew that if Qi Yan one day discovered the truth on his own, he might fear it even more. Still, Yi Yingji clung to these small lies, delaying the inevitable confession day by day. This explanation fit perfectly with Qi Yan's memory. Later, he had indeed felt a sudden darkness before losing all recollection. Qi Yan didn't suspect anything and snuggled closer, saying softly, then what about that old man? I wanted to thank him. I thanked him on your behalf. He and his assistant have already left. Yi Yingji kissed his forehead gently. Don't worry. Before he left, he told me he'd already helped send off your cousin, as well as the other benevolent souls trapped in the cave. They've all gone to reincarnation now, while the evil spirits were all turned into malevolent energy inside the cave. That's why we found nothing when we went there. Qi Yan let out a soft, oh, in mild relief. Reflecting on what Yi Yingji had said earlier, he felt even more grateful for having survived the ordeal and held his lover even tighter, cherishing him even more. With this resolution, the matter was now officially settled. After resting a little longer, they packed their luggage and began preparing for the journey back home. They first needed to take a bus back to the provincial capital, where crowds surged through the long-distance bus station. Yi Yingji walked beside Qi Yan, seemingly unintentionally but firmly holding Qi Yan's hand. Whether it was in the endless eternity where only the two of them existed or amidst the hustle and bustle of thousands of lives, he would always hold on to his beloved tightly, never letting go. Perhaps one day, things would return to how they once were, and Qi Yan would once again discover that the man sleeping next to him was not human. But did that really matter? After all, they'd already lived through several lifetimes like this. And besides, they still had plenty of time ahead. He had countless worlds and infinite time to punish his lover endlessly with love. From the very moment he fell in love with him, he had already known he was no human. And at no point had he ever imagined that he would one day find eternal love within eternity itself. Qi Yan stretched his fingers dreamily and clasped Yi Yingji's hand in return. Yan Qi Yingji. For 10,000 years of companionship and 5 lifetimes of hand-in-hand forever, everything was just right. The end.